Who understands family? I dress like a random character from Naruto King of Deception, and I dare to make Itachi call me dad right from the start. Let me tell you, when I finished enlightening Uchiha Itachi, that kid's eyes lit up. He kept mumbling something about the will of fire. Hey, it worked. I branded that thought right into him. But seriously, it was a disaster when I first arrived a year ago. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was the year 48 of the Leaf Village, and the smell of war from the third great ninja war hadn't even dissipated. There were pits everywhere. Who did I become? Uchiha Rome. Good grief, the cousin of Shisui, the Uchiha that even Madara would avoid. 13 years old, Sharingan, not even a shadow of it. Strength? A total weakling, barely at the level of Mizuki Sensei. Who understands this configuration? Am I going to be ahead on the night of the Nine Tails? Wouldn't I be the first to get wiped out on the night of the massacre? Shouting for the system? My voice is hoarse from yelling, and I got nothing. Fine, self-rescue. Go fight on the battlefield as a ninja? Am I crazy? Am an evil Uchiha going there would just make me pure cannon fodder? No way. I wouldn't go even if it killed me. So what to do? Make money. Let me tell you, these ninjas are all one-trick minded, fighting and killing every day, and no one thinks about the economy? This is right in my field of expertise. Let's get started. After a year, I've practically engraved the words hard work leads to wealth on my forehead. Running missions during the day and developing at night. I managed to expand the original owner skills of only shooting a couple of fireballs to mastering wind, water, and earth. But this stuff burns money. Without money, you can't practice ninjutsu, your body will collapse. My dad, that Jonin, says it nicely. He'll teach you ninjutsu anytime, but when it comes to money, his face gets longer than a horse's. No choice but to think for myself. Since I can't join the Leafs organization, I went to the Ninja Cats to take on private jobs. Drang missions, helping old men plant rice, helping old ladies fend off wolves, and I've taken out bandits several times. While harvesting rice, I found my current best partner, Nada, Aya. That girl is also unfortunate, an orphan from a branch family. So poor she could barely jingle, with only her Byakugan, almost got deceived and sent to be cannon fodder. I thought, isn't this perfect? Just the reconnaissance partner I needed to give me the side eye. So we teamed up, and the black and white duo was officially formed. With a helper, we moved on to crank missions. With a bit of money in hand, I immediately rented a shop on the busiest street in the Leaf Village. Recently, little Aya's chakra also broke through, and our combined ninjutsu was incredibly smooth. The wind helped the fire, and our barbecue skills were top-notch. As the night of the Nine Tails approached, I was getting anxious. I had to accelerate. So I officially launched my old business running trade. During wartime, what's the most valuable? Information disparity. Medicinal herbs worth 100 Ryo in the Leaf can double near Kyoto. I directly connected with the Nara clan after all. Who wouldn't want to make money? 12 carts of ordinary medicinal herbs provided cover. With one cart filled with hard currency like blood ginseng and deer antlers, the profit was insane. Things sold for 800 in the Leaf turned into 2,000 in Kyoto. After one trip, the net profit was over 1,000,000 Ryo. Good grief, a Jonin works hard all year and doesn't earn that much. Can I come back empty-handed? No way. I detoured to a small town and loaded a cart of local specialty kiku, no ka sake. This stuff is hard currency in the Leaf, netting me over 100,000. The rest of the carts were filled with high-quality rice to bring back to my rice shop. Although the profit was less, it was safe. Who would rob a cart of rice for no reason? Just like that, after running back and forth for half a month, after deducting all expenses, I netted over 1.3 million Ryo. Let me tell you, money really gives people a sense of security. Today, I just returned to the village, unloaded the goods, settled the wages, and headed straight home. As soon as I entered the yard, my 7-year-old precious sister Yazy clung to me like a sloth, shouting, "Anakin, I'm back." This little scatterbrain, unable to form a coherent sentence, has already signed a contract with the Ninja Cats. Good grief, as her brother, I feel defeated. My mom prepared afternoon tea, and 3-colored dumplings. Life seemed peaceful, but my heart was tightly wound. My KPI for this year is to do everything possible to protect Minato and Kushina on the night of the Nine Tails. This Fourth Hokage is the only one without prejudice against us Uchiha. If he were gone, the Uchiha would truly have no way out. Unfortunately, Kushina's due date is top secret, and I can't find out anything. All I can do is do my best and leave the rest to fate. After finishing my tea, I slipped over to Training Ground No. 7 in the west of the village. This place is close to our clan's territory, and many Uchihas train here. From a distance, I could hear the bang 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 sound. As I got closer, I saw a little 5-year-old, drenched in sweat, practicing the Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Itachi. Look at that. Having earned a bit of money, I started my high-quality development plan for human cubs. The first target is him. I came here every day to bump into him, and today I saw an opportunity. This little kid was practicing Phoenix Fire, his hand seals almost sparking, but there were a few minor flaws. I approached, pretending to be mysterious. Itachi, your rabbit seal is a bit off. Little Itachi tried it, and indeed it was. The way he looked at me changed instantly, filled with admiration. With the timing right, I started to add value. I asked him, Itachi, do you have someone you want to protect with your life? Guess what? His eyes lit up instantly, and he said yes. I was shocked. Good grief. Sasuke was still in the womb, and he was already starting to be a brother complex. I continued chatting, telling him a story I made up on the way about bandits slaughtering a village and my subordinates killing the only surviving infant. Itachi didn't understand at first and asked why. I guided him to think about an orphan who has lost all their family, with no past or future, even if they grow strong. Then what? What do they live for? Little Itachi fell into deep thought. Once he figured it out, I threw out my core idea. So Itachi, to protect someone isn't about choosing one and giving up another. That's what cowards do. A true strong person has to have a will like fire. No matter what conflict or dilemma, crush it all. Make the person you want to protect happy and worry-free. This move was all about advanced planning. Having secured Itachi, the next target was Yuzuki Yugao. This little girl is going to be an elite in the Umbu in the future, and she's only 9 now, bringing a knife to ask me for guidance. She even wanted to learn my Great Fireball technique. I directly used a crank Great Fireball, cranked up the power, and it was more powerful than a Brank ninjutsu. She was stunned on the spot. Then I seriously told her, girl, don't aim too high. What suits you is the best. Your talent lies in the knife. Seeing her look of realization, hey, another seed has been planted. My layout is profound. Let me tell you, I still have a key chess piece hidden in my pharmacy. Who? Yakushi Kabuto. I pulled him out of the orphanage and had him work in my shop. This kid, 8 years old, wears little glasses, and his smile is so harmless. But I can tell that smile is faker than Danzo's bandages. I won't expose him. I just bring him candies every day, playing the long game. How's it going? Are you getting used to it? I asked him with a smile. After fiddling with the medicinal herbs, Yakushi Kabuto finally looked up, revealing his signature fake smile. Pretty good. Has anyone ever told you that your smile is quite creepy? He was momentarily stunned. Haha, just joking with you. I placed a big bag of candy next to him. Here, this is for the kids. Remember to take it with you when you go back. This kid, Yakushi Kabuto, don't be fooled by my smiling face. I know exactly what's going on in my heart. Let me tell you, this guy is currently an undercover agent sent by the Akatsuki, a pure two-faced traitor. But I'm not worried at all. Why rush? This little brat still has to stay in Konoha for a long time. Now he has become a worker in my pharmacy, and there will be plenty of opportunities to educate him slowly. Gradually boiling the frog in warm water, sooner or later, it'll wash his brain to become like me, Uchiha Rome. After dealing with Kabuto, I turned around and entered the rice shop opposite. Hey, this is not an ordinary rice shop. The backyard is a hidden gem, a training ground for samurai that I specially set up. As soon as I walked in, I saw several strong men practicing hard, with blades flashing. Master, they saw me and immediately stopped, placing their hands on their chests and bowing to me. I quickly locked onto a young man named Yamazaki Natsuki, around 15 or 16 years old. Goodness, he already had a faint layer of wind chakra on his blade. Family, do you understand? For a samurai to cultivate chakra nature transformation, that talent is simply SSR level. All thanks to the master's good teaching. This kid knows how to talk. Wow, with such a sweet mouth, I felt good right away. Let me tell you, these samurai are treasures. They don't have as many tricks as ninjas. They are straightforward and loyal to their master. So, I can't wait for each of them to be as strong as monsters. Their strength is equivalent to my strength. Just when I was about to leave, Natsuki called me back, shyly saying that his sister, Yuki, had also refined chakra and wanted me to give her some guidance. That's great. Where is she? I was even happier to hear that. Following him to the neighboring courtyard, I met his sister, Yamazaki Yuki. Wow, these siblings have good genes. The sister is also a martial arts prodigy. I immediately took out the chakra test paper and tested her. Goodness, she has both water and earth attributes, and her water attribute strength is quite high. What else is there to say? Let's start the class. Come on, little sister, stretch out your hand and follow my lead. I first gathered a ball of chakra in front of her. Close your eyes and imagine you are holding the entire Pacific Ocean in your hands. I tell you, having talent makes all the difference. I just brought my water balloon over for her to feel, and the chakra ball in her hand started bubbling with water. Before long, a lively water balloon formed in her hand. Although her little face was pale from exhaustion, the surprise in her eyes was impossible to hide. Once I was done, it was almost dark. I strolled back home, and my mom had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. My sister, Yi even clung to my neck and acted cute. This warm little life is simply wonderful. Just as we were eating, the door opened, and my dad, Uchiha Jin, the head of our family, walked in with an imposing presence. Standing at 9 meters tall, with a square face and an aura of 8 meters. He came straight up to me and asked, "Have you been slacking off in your training these past 2 weeks?" I felt a jolt in my heart. I had been traumatized by him this year. As a result, my mom shot a glance over, her eyebrows raised, just back and already scolding the kid. "Does that make you seem capable?" "Dad, let me tell you, he was completely deflated on the spot, his head almost buried in the bowl, and that majestic image shattered into pieces." My sister was next to him, trying to hold back her laughter, her shoulders shaking. I quickly gave my dad an out. "Dad, I've already mastered the earth release nature transformation." Only then did he look up, his eyes brightening. "All right, after dinner, I'll teach you the earth wall technique." Huh? I was completely taken aback. "Bro, I just started. Jumping straight to B-rank ninjutsu seems a bit too much, doesn't it?" After dinner, we went to the backyard. Our backyard has a barrier, a really expensive one, just so we can practice ninjutsu without disturbing the neighbors. Watch closely. My dad stood in the middle of the yard, his hands moving as fast as a phantom, forming 3 hand seals. Earth release, earth wall, boom. A wall of earth appeared out of nowhere. I was stunned at that moment. Why is the hand seal order different from what Kakashi used? My dad looked at my clueless expression and proudly said, "Today I'll teach you something advanced. Do you think the hand signs for ninjutsu are fixed? That's just for beginners." I directly burned out the CPU. The purpose of hand seals is to mobilize chakra. As long as the goal is achieved, the process can be optimized by oneself. Saying this, he formed a complete set of 8 seals in extremely slow speed. This is the complete hand seal for the earth-style wall. Wow, I suddenly understood. Oh man, it turns out that what I've been learning all along is the simplified hand seals of the pro version. ISNT, this a pure dimensionality reduction strike. While others are still memorizing, our family has already started customizing. I felt like I was on fire, practicing late into the night, and finally managed to create that earthen wall with 8 seals. The feeling of enlightenment was overwhelming. After my dad's shadow clone disappeared with satisfaction, I dragged my exhausted body back to sleep. After taking a medicinal bath, I felt completely drained, and I lamented my hard-earned money. As soon as I entered the room, I saw my sister cuddling my big black cat, sleeping soundly in my bed. Great, I could only tiptoe in. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up with a full bladder. Groggily, I got up, stumbled downstairs in the dark, and performed a water release technique on a small tree in the yard. After finishing, I even environmentally friendly made a water ball to clean up. Then, like a sleepwalker, I stumbled back to my room, closed the door, and habitually felt around in my bed. Cat hair in my hand. I'm touching again. Is it empty? I jolted awake in an instant. What the hell? Where's my sister? My big sister? I snapped on the light, and on the tatami mat, there was only that big black cat, who meowed in discontent. I rushed into my sister's empty room, next door, in a frenzy. Just then, a gurgling sound came from downstairs, as if something was rolling on the floor. With a teleportation technique, I arrived in the living room downstairs. In the next second, I froze. The living room was draped in white cloth, arranged like a mourning hall. In the center, my dad and mom were lying on 2 straw mats, and my dad's head had just rolled off the mat. My mind buzzed. All those warm images of mom's afternoon tea, dad's ninjutsu class, surged up and then shattered in an instant. Tears uncontrollably streamed down my face, my eyes turning red in an instant. No, this is definitely an illusion. Who could silently infiltrate the Uchiha stronghold and cast an illusion on me right under my dad's nose? Could be my dad himself? This illusion feels disturbingly real. I touched my mom's cold face. The sensation, the temperature was so real, it drove me crazy. I began searching the whole house frantically. Where's Easy? Where's my sister? A terrifying thought emerged. Could it be? My sister did this? Learning from Uchiha Itachi? No, it can't be. I denied it frantically with my mouth, but the panic in my heart only grew stronger, the heart-wrenching sadness almost drowning me. I finally couldn't hold it in anymore, kneeling in front of the morning hall, crying like a fool. Just when I was about to faint from crying, a familiar voice suddenly reached my ears. "Oni-chan?" I suddenly looked up and found myself in an endless dark space, with only a beam of light shining on me. "Oni-chan?" The voice sounded again, and I opened my eyes once more. The familiar ceiling, and my little sister's face filled with worry and panic was right in front of me. A carp jumped up, and it's already bright outside. What's going on? I pushed her away frantically and rushed downstairs. In what should have been the funeral hall, My mom was quietly sitting there knitting, and when she saw my pale face, still marked by tears, she gently asked, "Long, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Did you have a nightmare?" I tell you, when my mom hugged me, I couldn't hold back anymore. That feeling was both warm and reassuring, as if everything I had just experienced was really just a nightmare. As soon as my mind cleared up a bit, I immediately realized something was wrong. This dream felt too real, so real that I could clearly remember the temperature of the blood when my parents fell. I quickly pushed my mom aside and went upstairs to find my sister. I seriously suspected that this little girl was doing some kind of illusion experiment on me. Who understands what it's like to have a genius sister with unknown abilities? It's like opening a mystery box every day. I pushed the door open with a bang and saw Uchiha Yeji, that girl, sitting on the tatami, puffed up like a toad. I went straight into interrogation mode. "Tell me, was it you who caused trouble last night? What forbidden technique did you use on your brother?" And guess what? She exploded with anger. "You annoying jerk. I hate you the most, big brother." While shouting, she threw her pillow, her stuffed bear, and her big black cat all at me. Let me tell you, everything else is fine but that cat. Goodness, the moment I caught it, I almost did a somersault. That cat must weigh at least 200 pounds. I was startled and suddenly remembered that my parents and sister were gone. But this big black cat had always been there, and it even rolled its eyes at me. There is definitely something fishy about this. I quickly pulled a piece of dried fish from my pocket and approached it flatteringly. Mr. Bai, do you still remember what happened last night?" That big black cat immediately grabbed the dried fish, and then it spoke in a crisp, clear voice like a mature woman. "Are you sick? I'm your Aunt Bai." I was completely stunned at that moment. Really, I was petrified. A talking cat, and it was so sassy. I continued to ask with a shameless face. But the other person just rolled their eyes at me and said that I was getting up in the middle of the night to turn on the lights and play, and that no matter how much they called me, I wouldn't wake up. Later, they crawled into bed, closed their eyes, and cried. When they tried to wake me up, I pushed them away with a slap, sending them tumbling. After hearing this, I was even more confused. Could it really be my problem? With a belly full of doubts, I walked to the mirror in the dressing room. When I focused and tried to feel that strange sensation in my eyes. Oh my! My eyes in the mirror had turned bright red, with a black tomo hanging inside. The Sharingan. I actually activated it. No wonder. I instantly understood everything. All those illusions about my sister were just my wild guesses. This was simply the manifestation of my deepest fears when the Sharingan awakened, turning them into a nightmare. What I fear the most is losing my family. So, this means that the evolution of my eyes is all about protection. I tell you, it seems like I have directly cracked the core technology of the Uchiha clan. Who says you have to lose your parents to awaken to Sharingan? Those old fossils don't know anything. The key to awakening isn't pain, but desire. It's the extreme desire for power that is born from intense suffering. As long as I can find other ways to replicate this desire, I don't need to take that desperate path at all. Once I realized this, everything became clear to me. Then I noticed the changes in my body. Wow. The chakra inside me is like a reservoir that has been opened, surging wildly. Just sensing it, my chakra level shot up from 5, 6 to 10, 5 in an instant, almost doubled. This barely touches the threshold of AJ. Not only the chakra, but my physical strength and control have skyrocketed in every aspect. I couldn't just sit there anymore. I rushed to the training ground in the backyard. The earth-style wall, which I used to think was extremely difficult, now I can make a hand sign in a second. And a wall of earth rises up from the ground. Isn't that cool? I tried the fireball again, and its power doubled instantly. The training wooden post was charred all around on the spot. I got so excited that I immediately began to form seals and unleash the Great Dragon Fire technique. A giant fire dragon erupted from my mouth, its head so lifelike, roaring as it charged towards the wooden man. With a loud bang, half the yard was blown away. Flames soared into the sky, and the heat almost singed my eyebrows. I messed up. I quickly formed seals to use water release to extinguish the fire. And looking at the wreckage of the yard, I had only one thought. My overall strength now probably rivals that of those elite jonin. Many plans can be initiated ahead of time. 10 days later, outside the west gate of Konoha village, I met up with my new sidekick, along with Aya and my Aunt Bai. The person who came was Narashikamaru, a lazy-looking boy with a ponytail, my supplier of medicinal herbs, and now my half-partner. This time our goal is the Land of Iron. I want to get a ninja sword made of chakra metal. This thing is super expensive, and there is no way to buy it. But the Nara family has channels. For this graduation gear, I directly mortgaged both of my shops to my clan, raising 12 million Ryo, and went all in. On the way, Shikamaru dropped a bombshell on me. saying that there's a master named Chiaki in the Land of Iron who has a whole chunk of Starfall iron weighing a full 18 pounds. Ian and I both gasped. 18 gene? What does that even mean? Based on market prices, that's nearly 200 million. By 2025, that would be enough to buy a large flat within the Third Ring Road. With such a big piece of fat meat, isn't the Iron Country in chaos right now? However, Lucen had a reassuring expression on his face. He let me in on a secret. This piece of meteorite was discovered in Sand Hidden Village, but the news leaked, attracting Cloud Hidden and directly igniting the Third Shinobi World War. Now that several major countries have finished fighting, they're sitting down to divide the spoils. And our Fire Country has received 4 gene. When he mentioned 4 gene, he deliberately emphasized it and winked at me. I understood instantly. The Fire Nation definitely got more than 4 pounds. The extra portion was sold to us locals through the Nara family channels. In other words, it's a strategy for a big country to monopolize strategic resources, then digest them internally to enhance their own strength while making profit. Although this means that I, a rather ordinary Uchiha small boss, will definitely catch the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. It's worth it for the power. But this journey was like hell mode. The closer we got to the border, the more crazy dogs from the cloud and rock-hidden villages there were, like they were dropping like dumplings. We had conducted over a dozen reconnaissance teams, and in the end, we still ran into a cloud-hidden Jonin. It was a fierce battle. Lukosen's arm got injured, and we fought desperately to escape through a wall of flames. Just as we saw the border valley of the Iron Nation ahead and let out a sigh of relief. Ling's Byakugan activated, and I froze. We were surrounded. Her voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder in my ears. A Jonin from behind was leading a pursuit, and in front and on the sides, 2 squad from the Rock-Hidden Village had already encircled us, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Lukosen made a quick decision. Split up. I'll go around with them, and you 2 break through from the side forest. Let us meet at Lava Town. After saying that, he turned into another part of the forest. I exchanged a glance with Ian and understood. Let's do it. Ian's white eyes are like a human radar, clearly reporting the opponent's position and speed. We found a good spot and set up an ambush. As soon as the enemy entered our attack range, Ian Little Bai, and I struck in an instant. Little Bai became a flash of black lightning, silently slitting the throats of 2 lower ninjas. I threw 8 shurikens to completely block their escape routes, taking out 1 mid-ninja on the spot. Ian's 1,000 needles seemed to have eyes of their own, crazily targeting from a distance. I seized the opportunity and aimed at the middle ninja, who had my kunai stuck in his heart and was still barely alive, and directly unleashed my Sharingan on him. The guy's movements instantly froze, his eyes filled with fear. And the next second, he was shot full of holes by Ian's Sunbon, turning into a hedgehog. The last middle ninja was caught in a pincer attack by Xiaobai and Ian and was already in a panic. As soon as I activated my single Tomo Sharingan, I could see the flow of chakra in his body as clearly as a circuit diagram. I watched as he funneled all his chakra into his right hand, preparing to unleash a big move. This is my chance. I swiftly threw a kunai, which accurately pierced through his palm. Bang! With a dull sound, his hand exploded due to the uncontrollable chakra. A short, sharp scream escaped him as Xiaobai's wind blade sliced through his neck. From the ambush to the end, it took less than a minute. I quickly retracted my technique and shouted, 10 seconds, clean up. If it hadn't been for my perfect operation and Xiaobai suddenly going all out, I swear it would have taken at least another minute or 2 just to deal with those 2 rock-hidden ninjas. Wow, I just realized that my cat master had been playing me during the dozen or so skirmishes we had before. With the 2 moves it just showed, its close-quarters combat ability was simply that of a living elite middle ninja. It could easily be a formal member of the Umbu. In a real fight, it really could go either way on who lives or dies. I was just marveling at how Hinata Ayana's Byakugan is like a radar when she suddenly shouted, "Damn, Jonin." 860 meters away, there are also 2 Chunin. They have dug up the corpses we buried. As soon as I heard it, my scalp went numb. Run, accelerate, I shouted at the top of my lungs, pushing my speed to the max and desperately rushing out of the canyon. Let me tell you, at that moment, I truly understood the gap between me and those big shots. It wasn't just a Mariana Trench separating us. It was a whole dimension. If my little boy had exploded just 1 minute later, we would have been there singing cool cool. Just thinking about it made me crave that Chakra Ninja sword even more. As long as I had it in my hands, if I encountered such a Jonin again, I definitely wouldn't have to run so helplessly. Finally, we tumbled and crawled our way into the Iron Country, completely shaking off those pursuers. Hinata Aya, that little girl, surprisingly smiled at me and said, "Long, congratulations. I have a clear understanding in my heart. That 360-degree, no dead angle eye roll of hers definitely saw me activating my Sharingan clearly." I quickly gestured for her to be quiet, reminding her that our secret must not be spoken of. She nodded seriously, looking adorable. As soon as we entered the Iron Country, I was stunned. Goodness, there are people cosplaying as samurais all over the street. Everyone has a sword, and it's snowing all year round. It's an entire white kingdom. Hinata Aya and I quickly put on goggles, hit our Konoha headbands, and I tucked a regular ninja sword at my waist, pretending to be a bodyguard. Hinata Aya wrapped a scarf around her forehead, looking like a young lady on an outing. After a day and night of travel, we finally found a place called Longshi Village. We split up to gather information, and luckily, this village is not far from our destination, Lava Town, and their SA caravan leaving the next morning. I immediately spent 800 Ryo to book 2 spots on the caravan and took out another 300 Ryo to find a guest house to stay in, also bringing Xiaobai along. In the afternoon, the guest house owner, a seemingly honest farmer, knocked on the door to deliver food. Let me tell you, dealing with people like this requires a certain demeanor. I simply snorted through my nose, exuding an air of aloofness. After he delivered the food, I waved him off, and the poor guy trembled in fright, respectfully retreating and closing the door without a sound. Family, who understands? Don't be fooled by any so-called simple folk. In impoverished and harsh regions, there are cunning people. If you appear soft, they want to mind playing the role of bandits. I took out silver needles and various tools to carefully inspect all the dishes, ensuring they were not poisoned, and even fed Xiao by a bite first. This earned me a disdainful glance from my white aunt. I have to say, the 300 Ryo spent was truly worth it. The beef soup, bread, salad, there were many varieties, great taste, generous portions. The 3 of us, 2 people and 1 cat, ate until we were stuffed. I couldn't help but marvel at the service and value. Those unscrupulous guest house owners from before my time would have to come here to learn the trade. After eating and drinking to our fill, the time was still early. I practiced with my sword in the yard. Snowflakes were falling, and the sunlight was shining. Let me tell you, that feeling just hit me. As I practiced, a thin layer of wind blade actually formed on the sword. I got so into it that, guess what happened? I achieved the unity of man and sword. No, it was the unity of man and wind. It felt like I was stepping on a wheel of wind, darting around in the snow, fast enough to leave after images. Hinata Aya was completely stunned at the door. Her eyes must have secretly opened up again, and her mouth was agape enough to fit an egg in it. How? How is this possible? She was shocked because she could clearly see that there was no chakra beneath my feet at all. I'm telling you, at that moment, I felt enlightened. I let the wind nature chakra in my body mimic the wind in nature, and to my surprise, they resonated. In a flash, I appeared right in front of Hinata Aya from dozens of meters away. She jumped in fright, such a fast body flicker technique. I felt absolutely exhilarated and laughed heartily. Chasing the wind in the snow, what a thrill. From today on, please call me Swordmaster. I named this technique Wind Step. In windy places, my speed is definitely not much worse than that of my cousin, who excels in body flicker techniques. Seizing the moment while the feeling was still there, I practiced for a while longer, making my sword faster and my movements more fluid. I estimated that with my current strength, I could even take on someone like Nara Shikaku, a particularly elite jonin. The next day, we took a velvet cow cart, bumping along in the wind and snow for a whole day, finally catching sight of the tall city walls of Lava Town. Hinata Aya couldn't hold back anymore and said that the first thing she wanted to do upon entering the town was to take a hot bath. Upon entering the town and separating from the caravan, I realized that the Iron Country is truly impressive. Everyone carries a sword, yet the security is surprisingly good, with almost no bandits around. The samurais all uphold martial ethics, which is simply unbelievable in the ninja world. I speculated that the leader here, a general named Mifune, might already possess strength on the level of a Kage. Just as I was pondering this, Hinata Aya suddenly called out, "Found the mark." We followed her through a maze of turns until we finally stopped a spot. Hinata Aya and I were both petrified on the spot. A public restroom? There was an abstract mural of a whirlpool bird beak in the corner. If it weren't for the chakra fluctuations above it, I would have thought a mischievous kid had drawn a map with their urine. Following the direction indicated by the bird beak, we found another 7 or 8 similar graffiti. And finally, we stood at the entrance of a parlor. Hinata Aya, Xiaobai. My mouth twitched crazily as I forced a laugh and said, "Hee hee, Senior Lu Senior. Really full of energy, huh?" Gritting my teeth, I walked in, and immediately a kimono-clad girl came over to greet me. With a cold expression, I said I was looking for someone. Hinata Aya had already locked onto the private room upstairs with her eyes and led the way straight up. With a loud bang, I pushed the door open, and there they were, the heads of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Narashaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, Akimichi Choza, along with Naralu-san, all sitting neatly inside. We quickly bowed and greeted each other. I was taken aback. I didn't expect such a grand occasion from Konoha, with the heads of the three major clans present. Narashikaku, the one with the squinting eyes, was looking at me with great interest. "Oh, so you're the Uchiha who's good at business?" Akimichi Choza was quite familiar, his mouth full of food as he mumbled a greeting. Come on, don't be polite, let us eat together." These old foxes were putting pressure on me right from the start. Akimichi Choza pretended to casually ask me, "How did you come up with the idea of spending a fortune on a chakra blade?" What can I say? I immediately put on a dramatic expression, looking distressed. "I'm scared to death, senior. Every day, there's fighting, and I almost lost my life on the road. My talent isn't great, and my strength is lacking, so I have to get a good weapon to stay alive." While saying this, I looked regretful, thinking that if I had known it would be this dangerous, I wouldn't have come no matter what. At that moment, Narashikahiza suddenly interjected. "Have you ever considered joining the village's ninja team to contribute to the village?" Here it comes, the political scrutiny. I sneered inwardly, but pretended to be puzzled on the surface. "Senior, haven't I always been contributing to the village? My shop has created jobs for over 20 villagers, and the supplies I bring in are boosting the village's economic development." I paused, looking at him innocently. "Do you only see contributions as being a ninja? What I'm doing is called empowering the real economy, you know?" Narashikahiza was taken aback and fell silent immediately. Yamashiro Aoi snorted coldly. "You're really not like a Uchiha." I quickly bowed and apologized, then sighed. "Alas, it's a pity my talent is lacking. I haven't opened my eyes until now. If I had even half the talent of my seniors, I would have already shed blood for Konoha." In the end, it was Akimichi Dingswa who stepped in to smooth things over, and that was that. I knew in my heart that these people were just testing me. I pretended to be a slick-tongued, cowardly little merchant to make them think I posed no threat. The next day, our group arrived at Master Chinchio's forge. Wow, there were over 100 warriors standing at the entrance, each with a significant chakra fluctuation. If this were a military battle, even the trio of boar, deer, and butterfly would be kneeling. The foundation of the land of iron should not be underestimated. 7 days later, I finally emerged from a cave with Hyuga Aya. The boar, deer, and butterfly group had long since taken the divided starfall, iron, and left. I had to wait an extra 7 days to get my precious ninja blade, which cost me 7 million Rio. As I walked, I cursed, still saying they care about me. What a load of crap. It turned out that when we went to pick up the goods, we happened to run into the team of Sandhidden, led by that fierce person, Leaf Warehouse. The three old foxes, pig, deer, and butterfly realized the situation was off and decisively made a run for it, leaving me all alone there. How outrageous! I felt a chill in my heart, hoping this short-lived ghost wouldn't block me outside. If I remember correctly, that girl Leaf Warehouse is supposed to be sold out by her own people either this year or next. If I run into her now and she happens to take me out, I would truly be more wrong than Doi. I touched the knife on my waist, feeling no sense of security at all. Hinata Aya foolishly asked, "Long, where are we going?" "Detour, to the land of hot springs." "I'll treat you to a hot spring." "Huh? Doesn't that mean we have to cross the entire rice country?" "You don't understand. Safety first. I'm telling you, I really feel insecure right now. A week ago, I was thinking that once I got the divine equipment, I wouldn't have to run so desperately anymore. But now great, I got the knife. But I still have to keep running for my life. Who understands the pain of just getting divine equipment and being afraid of being one-shot by the version boss? As I said, my mouth is like it's been blessed. Whatever I'm afraid of just happens. While we were running for our lives, whoosh, 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 a dozen shurikens came flying at my face. At that moment, my brain went buzz. Oh no, I'm really cornered. That old cunning Yikong is really here to catch me. I instinctively drew my blade and swung it, releasing several wind blades, shattering the shurikens in my hand. Huh, something's off. Why are they so weak? Over there, Ling opened her eyes and directly called out their ranks. 2 chunin on the left and 1 chunin with 3 genin on the right. Good grief. So they're just fodder. I got fired up at that moment. Did they really think I was still the same Wu from before? I channeled wind chakra into my legs and instantly appeared in front of the team on the right. Let me tell you, with the new gear, everything feels different. The blade in my hand, I named it Stardust. With stardust in hand, the world is mine. I slashed horizontally at the unlucky one's still forming hand seals, and a crescent-shaped wind blade shot out, as fast as teleportation. In the next second, one Chunin and one Genin had their upper bodies sliced off as easily as cutting tofu, and blood splattered everywhere. I executed another body flicker, and just as the other lower ninja showed a look of terror, his head flew off. The remaining one was directly torn into pieces by my little white. The scene was simply unbelievable. The team on the left saw this situation, their faces turned pale, and they shouted, "There's 8 Janin. Quickly retreat." Then they scattered in different directions, leaving their backs to us. Isn't that just handing us free kills? Ling raised her hand and launched a few thousand needles. One of the middle ninjas was hit in the back of the head and collapsed. Guess what happened next? An old man was particularly fast. I caught up to him and slashed with my knife, and with a splash, he turned into a puddle of water. A water clone. Ling pointed to the mountaintop. Over there, I used a body flicker to cover over 100 meters and chased behind him, slashing again. Bang! Good heavens, he turned into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. I really can't stand it. Is this old man a mudfish? It's an old coin. I chased again, and with another slash of the crescent wind blade, Poochie, this time I finally hit. The old man's fleeing figure stiffened, and then he split in half. When I went over to take a look, he was already over 50. No wonder he had such good escape skills. By the time I returned, the remaining small fish and shrimp had all been dealt with by Ling and Xiaobai. We cleaned up the battlefield, and guess what? These people are really poor. After searching for a long time, a few of them together didn't even have 30,000 taels. Ling was quite good at comforting people, saying that they were going to battle. Who would carry so much money? These 2 knives and dozens of explosive talismans are quite valuable. All right then, even a mosquito is still meat. Xiaobai went back to the Ninja Cat's hometown and directly helped us cash in all this war debris. I ended up with more than 70,000 in my account, and Ling also got more than 30,000. With money in hand, I didn't want to take a detour anymore, and headed straight south, back to the Fire Country. After running for a day and a night, I finally entered the territory of the Fire Country. Just before it got dark, Ling used her Byakugan to find a natural tree hole, and we prepared to make do for the night. Let me tell you, the Byakugan from the Hyuga family is really useful when going out. It's like a humanoid radar. It's totally overpowered. However, I had barely fallen asleep when I was awakened by a wave of chakra fluctuations. I hurriedly pushed Ling awake, and as soon as she opened her Byakugan, her expression instantly became very strange. I pressed my voice and asked, "What's wrong?" She said, 200 meters to the northwest. Yin-In and Yin-In are fighting. My heart skipped a beat. What else is there? She quietly glanced at me, and that expression was just incredible. The 2 sides in the battle seemed to be those 2 Jonin who had been chasing us before. Does anyone understand? Family? Are these people bound to respawn with us? After fighting for a whole day and night, how come it's still you guys? Are we filming a drama here? On the Iwagakure side, a Jonin brought 5 Chunin and was chasing the Kumogakure Jonin, who seemed to be quite injured. I hesitated at that moment. 5 Chunin sticking together is no joke. Just when I was about to say forget it. It's better to avoid trouble and let us continue sleeping. Ling chimed in again. Hey, Kumogakure has sent reinforcements. A Jonin squad is moving towards us. Damn, how can we sleep now? I quickly grabbed the pretending to sleep Shiro and dragged Ling to run in the southwest direction. After running for a long way, Ling finally said they had gone far. Fine, let's find another place to continue sleeping. The next day, we continued on our journey. However, in the afternoon, the sound of iron being struck came from ahead again. Ling rolled her eyes at me, looking at me as if I were a plague. I thought to myself, why don't you just say it? It's still the same group of people as before. You. I was furious at that moment. Are you really not going away? Let's get him. Of course I said that, but my eyes still drifted towards Ling. How many people are on the other side? Can we take them? As a result, Ling casually replied, just while you were talking, one of the upper ninjas just died. She continued, right now, there are 3 Iwagakure Chunin lying on the ground and 1 Kumogakure Jonin. The remaining Iwagakure Jonin and Kumogakure Jonin are seriously injured and still fighting each other. As soon as I heard it, I thought the opportunity has come. Just wait a bit, let me know when one of them dies. 5 minutes later, I asked, still not dead? They ran away. I'm so confused. You didn't say she ran away? As a result, she added, she's running towards us. I almost couldn't catch my breath. A minute later, a burly man covered in blood limped past the tree where we were hiding. I instantly dove down, and with a swift motion, I severed his head. It happened so quickly that I could hardly believe it. When I turned around, I saw an old woman with a severed arm rushing out of the woods. and we locked eyes. The next second, she turned and ran. I instantly chased after her, and to my surprise, she still had enough chakra to use the mist concealment technique. Goodness. I quickly activated my Sharingan, and while the fog was still rising, I unleashed a great dragon fire technique. Just then Ling shouted long, "Be careful." A figure of the old woman suddenly appeared behind me, and she thrust a kunai at me. Bang! The smoke cleared, and it turned out to be my shadow clone that got hit. Let me tell you, my strategy is all about survival. How can my real self take risks? The old woman revealed her position and thought she could play the substitution technique in front of my Sharingan. My other clone, which had been lying in wait, lightly slashed the air 3 meters beside her, and a crescent wind blade flashed by, spraying a large amount of blood into the air. You thought that was it? Hey, you thought the one who went to collect the head was me? Sorry, that was still a shadow clone. My real self had already been hiding behind a big tree 30 meters away. I like to call this operation a Russian nesting doll-style assassination, focusing on extreme pulling. After the battle, we cleaned up the scene. Let me tell you, Jonin really are rich. We collected 3 heads and took a detour to find an exchange shop, trading them for 4,500,000 Ryo. Adding the equipment and cash they had, we ended up with over 12 million Ryo from this trip. Guess who we ran into when we went out? Kakuzu, that heart merchant. Goodness, we had to run for our lives again, almost getting caught. After all the hardships, we finally returned to Konoha alive. Standing at the entrance, watching the bustling traffic, I felt like I was dreaming. This time, I wasn't stingy. I gave Ling 2,100,000 Ryo. That girl experienced the joy of having money for the first time in her life, walking around as if she was floating. I returned to the backyard of my rice shop and saw the Yamazaki siblings practicing with their knives. Before I could say anything, the accountant, Tanaka, hurried over to me, handing me an account book, saying he was nervous about safeguarding such a large amount. When I took a look, I was shocked to see over 3 million. Then I glanced at the account book, and the younger Yamazaki, not Suki, suddenly knelt down. It turned out that during my absence of half a month, this kid had imitated the techniques he saw and hired a ninja team to conduct some business, earning me 3 million. I was delighted and decided to reward him on the spot. I announced that he would be responsible for this trade route from now on, and I gave him an additional reward of 10,000 Ryo. The situation had really opened up. Meanwhile, Ayana was probably overjoyed as she took the money back to the Hinata clan's territory. However, upon returning, she found something was off. The clan territory was empty, and all the shops were closed. With a roll of her eyes, she realized that all the clan members had gathered at the shrine for some kind of succession ceremony, and Hinata Hayashi had become the new clan leader. I returned to my home, which is the old house left by my parents, lifeless and dull. As soon as I pushed the door open, the house came to life. My sister, Uchiha Yuji, immediately jumped on me, and there was also a big orange cat that was 3 times fatter than Xiaobai. As soon as Xiaobai arrived, he pushed the big orange cat aside, and the big orange obediently called out, "All right, Aunt." Wow, turns out he is from my generation. I quickly grabbed a dried fish and offered it. "Big brother Jew, want one?" After settling things at home, I had to get down to business. I went to the core area of the clan, one of the deepest courtyards of the Uchiha clan. Elder of the clan, the younger generation Ling seeks an audience. An old voice came from the courtyard. "Come in." I stepped into the courtyard as instructed, and saw the old man, Uchiha Sora, leisurely sitting on a stone bench in the yard, drinking tea. Goodness, this courtyard was set up like a park, with pavilions, towers, and the sounds of birds and flowers, yet I didn't see a single training wooden post. A masked ninja beside him quickly served me tea and snacks, and I couldn't help but feel suspicious. The old man waved his hand and, with a smile, asked me, "Did you encounter any danger on the way?" What can I say? I almost lost my life. Not only did I run into a hidden upper ninja in Yunin, but I also had an intimate encounter with the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. If I didn't have some hidden skills, my family, you would only be watching my live stream from my grave right now. I can only smile wryly. Lucky me, nothing happened. I really don't want him to keep pestering me about how I got the money, so I decided to take the initiative. I pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from my pocket and slammed it down on the stone table. A total of 40 notes for million taels, not a single cent less. "Senior, here's the money I borrowed before. I'm returning it to you." The old man's eyes lit up, and he joked that I was a little god of wealth. A ninja beside him came over to collect the money, and I immediately dropped another bombshell to shift his attention. "By the way, there's something else. I want to join the Konoha Guard." Sure enough, as soon as those words came out, his attention instantly shifted from the money, and he raised an eyebrow. "What made you suddenly come to this decision?" I chuckled and patted the knife on my waist. Wasn't my strength lacking before? Now that I have this, I feel like I'm back in the game. Guess what? The old man nodded without a second thought. All right, I'll let Fuyue know. When do you plan to report in? Tomorrow? I asked tentatively. So soon? Better early than late. All right then. Once the matter was settled, I didn't want to linger for even a second longer and quickly took my leave. Let me tell you, as soon as I left, the smile on the old man's face vanished in an instant, and his expression turned serious, as if the sky was about to fall. He muttered to the masked ninja beside him, saying that the old man didn't manage to do anything to me despite risking a pair of eyes. And now he could only go along with me. Otherwise, my condition would spiral out of control. Goodness, so in their eyes, I'm still a lunatic, huh? He also lamented that Uchiha Kagami left him a big problem, not knowing if I would bring fortune or disaster to the Uchiha clan. Finally, he asked how Shisui was doing. The ninja replied that Shisui had successfully infiltrated the Umbu, but it seemed he had been assigned to Danzo's route. Early the next morning, before dawn, I got up. In the courtyard, I swung my treasured ninja blade, Starfall, feeling quite emotional. My blade only contains 35 chakra metal, yet the amplification is so outrageous. I really can't imagine what level of divine artifact Kakashi's White Fang is. What a pity that the White Fang is in Kakashi's hands, who is utterly lacking in chakra. It's like a pearl covered in dust, tasteless to eat but a shame to discard. But my Starfall is different. It's made from stardust iron, emphasizing its indestructibility. I aimed at the newly replaced ironwood training dummy in the courtyard and struck it with one slice. With a whoosh, the upper half cleanly separated, the cut so flat it could serve as a mirror. Sheathing my blade, I thought it was time to check out the Konoha guard department. Speaking of the guard department, its location is quite interesting. It's not situated in the territory of major clans like Uchiha or Hyuga, but rather built in an area where civilians and ninjas coexist, right next to the busiest main avenue in the village. To put it bluntly, those big clans in the core circle have their own internal rules, and there's no room for Uchiha to interfere. The guard department manages the most chaotic areas outside this circle. I stood at the entrance of the security department, looking at this slightly modern 5-story building. And for a moment, I thought I had returned to Blue Star. 2 guys from the Uchiha clan were standing at the door, expressionless like gatekeepers. I politely asked where the office was, and they pointed to the 2nd floor. Just as I went up the stairs, I bumped into a middle-aged man in uniform. He looked quite serious at first, but when he heard my name, Uchiha Rong, and that I was here to report, his expression instantly blossomed like a flower, and he enthusiastically pointed me in the right direction. I pushed the door open and entered the office, where a middle-aged woman was reviewing documents. I got straight to the point. Hello, my name is Uchiha Rong, and I'm here to report in. The woman looked up, her smile growing even brighter. Oh, it's Rong. Hello, the captain just mentioned you. I'm Uchiha Wenyuan, and I'm in logistics. She didn't have any chakra fluctuations, indicating she was an ordinary person. But thinking about it, it made sense. Having ninjas sit in the office for clerical work every day would be a waste of their combat abilities. She was very proficient in her work, explaining the structure of the security department to me in just a few words. The 1st team handles patrols, the 2nd team is responsible for arrests, and the 3rd team is for logistical support. Then she handed me 2 forms, one to keep on file for the clan, which needed to be filled out in detail. The other was for the Hokage building, which could be filled out casually. I picked up the pen and started writing. Name, Uchiha R. Age, 13. Chakra attributes, wind, fire, water, earth. Sharingan, no. When I got to the section for estimating overall combat ability, I paused for a moment. Sister Wenyuan quickly explained that this section should be filled with A, B, C, or D, corresponding to Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin, with plus and minus signs for each level. She said to first estimate a range for myself, and there would be someone to test it later. I understood and immediately wrote a big B. Family members who understands. That older sister's eyes were almost popping out. A 13-year-old kid who hasn't opened their eyes, yet directly filled in a high-ranking ninja combat power for themselves? She probably thought I made a mistake and kindly reminded me, long this. If you fill it in, you'll have to take a test, you know? I just smiled and didn't say anything, picked up another form to submit to the Hokage building, and quickly filled out an identical one. Are you kidding? Hide a card from the village? If one day I accidentally reveal my Jonin strength while on duty, the situation would be different. Who knows? Danzo might just invite me to the route for tea. As it stands, a Uchiha kid barely reaching the Jonin threshold with an expensive ninja sword will at most just attract some attention and won't be dissected for research. Seeing that I was so persistent, Sister Winyuan didn't say much more, took the form, and let me go to the training room next door to rest. Before I left, she even added, "As a team leader, you usually don't need to go on missions, just arrange your team's work. And you can stay on standby in the training room." Wow, that's such a good deal. My eyes lit up. This training room is much more professional than my backyard. The walls and floor are reinforced with barriers. Without hesitation, I drew my star and started practicing my sword techniques. After trying to fuse wind and fire chakra for hundreds of times, just when my chakra was almost depleted, I finally managed to do it. A crescent-shaped flame condensed on the blade, and with a swing of my sword, there was a whoosh sound as I sliced the ironwood post in half. The power was more than twice that of a simple wind blade. I named this move Flame Slash. After practicing all morning, I went home for a meal and returned in the afternoon. Just as I was refining my chakra, the door opened, and the enthusiastic uncle from the morning walked in. As soon as he saw me, he laughed. "Haha, I guess it was you, kid. I've been assigned to verify the combat ability of new recruits." After the laughter, his face instantly became serious, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Long, right? Are you sure you have B-level combat ability? If you're lying, you might die later." I didn't waste any words and nodded. "All right, prepare." Before he could finish saying, "Is he ready?" his figure suddenly faded. Damn, what a sneaky guy. No martial ethics at all. With a swish, I reflexively drew my sword and blocked a shuriken with a clang. Immediately after, the spot where I just stood was engulfed by a massive fireball. That ceiling speed, it was less than 0.6 seconds, right? I narrowly dodged and just steadied myself against the wall when I was met with a fierce dragon head of flames. B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon. Using Fire Dragon in this tiny training room, isn't that just asking for my life? There was nowhere to hide. I could only grip my sword with both hands, pouring all my earth and water release chakra into the star, and slashed at the dragon head. With a loud boom, the entire training room turned into a sea of fire. Cough, cough. Dude, are you playing this rough? I sounded like a black coal emerging from the fire. If it weren't for the star holding me up, I really would have died on the spot. Huh? Still alive, huh? Looks like you still have some strength. His laughter echoed from within the sea of fire. I listened for the sound to determine the location, and with a backhand, a crescent moon wind blade slashed through in the firelight. A pair of crimson eyes suddenly lit up. 2 Magatama. Damn, double Magatama Sharingan. Jinjutsu. I instinctively wanted to avoid eye contact, but it was too late. A water dragon appeared out of nowhere, extinguishing the fire while charging towards me. "Haha, kid, you're still lacking. At most, I'll give you a B dash." The water dragon instantly dissipated in front of me. This old guy held back again. However, the next second, I, drenched in water, bang, turned into a puddle. Water clone. The old man's expression changed immediately. "Don't move, old man, or you'll die." 3 of me, from 3 directions, held 3 blazing stars to his neck. The hand he was forming seals with fell limply. The intense heat made him break out in a cold sweat, and he panicked. "Kid, your fire release control isn't skilled enough, is it? Hurry and put it away. You're going to burn me." I chuckled and said, "It's fine to put it aside, but let's talk about the rating first." "B. Is B okay?" He almost shouted it out. I just made 2 shadow clones disappear, put away my knife, and gasped for breath, saying, No, uncle, just give me a B and it's fine. You've held back several times already. If it were a life and death battle, I would have been done for with that last. B is really inflated. I don't want to be sent to my death in the future. I told him that at this time, we should play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. This made his expression much better, and he nodded. "All right, you have a point." So it was B. Before leaving, he told me that his name was Uchiha, and he was the captain of the 1st Division of the 2nd Team. That afternoon, my appointment was finalized. I became the captain of the 7th Team in the 1st Division's Public Security Patrol. A few days passed, and finally, as a lone commander, I awaited my team members. During these idle days, I went to check the accounts at the pharmacy I owned, casually gave Do some pointers on pharmacology, and provided him with a recipe for a cooling tea to relieve heat and summer fatigue. I also checked on my samurai group, whose strength was steadily improving. When I returned home, Uchiha came to find me and said that my team members had been assembled. I immediately changed my clothes and followed him to the square of the security department. Goodness, there were 10 uniformed clansmen, looking all disheveled. Some were squatting, some were leaning against the wall, and 2 were even standing on a tree, neither sitting nor standing properly. Uchiha was shrugging his shoulders, leaving this mess to me while he went upstairs. I also remained calm, slowly walking to the center of the square, glancing at them, and then suddenly shouted, "Guard unit. 1st Brigade, 7th Squad, all present. Assemble." 10 people, although a few were reluctant, quickly lined up in front of me. I looked at them and smiled. Not surprised at all. After all, they are Uchiha. You know, each one of them acting all high and mighty. If I don't show them some authority, how can I lead this team in the future? Sure enough, just as I finished introducing myself, those people below acted as if they hadn't heard anything and stood there motionless. I was amused. Fine, let's see who jumps out first. As expected, the rebellious boy on the far left sneered, his expression so irritating. Who are you? Even if you're the captain, you should at least introduce yourself, right? Goodness. I thought to myself, I wanted to applaud him. Kid, you have some ideas, come on, I'll give you a chance to shine. The first spark of the new official fire. Didn't it just come knocking on my door? I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids and just lazily glanced at him. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? That kid probably realized that I was about to make an example of him and instantly became timid, staring blankly with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, pretending to be profound. I was joking. The Uchiha clan is proud, not foolish. Charging forward knowing you can't win is just plain stupid. This reaction surprised me a bit, but it didn't matter. If plan A didn't work, I still had plan B. I scanned the remaining people and said, not too loudly, but ensuring everyone could hear clearly, is there anyone else who is not convinced? Step forward. As long as you can last for a minute under my hands, you'll be the vice captain of this squad. As soon as I threw those words out, the crowd erupted. A minute? Isn't that too dismissive? I'm not convinced. Hey, there really was a hot-headed fool who took the bait. I looked over and smiled. It was that one unique youth who tied his forehead protector around his arm, named Uchiha. What was it, Jia? He stepped forward with a defiant look. Even if you have 3 Tomo, don't be too arrogant. All right, I'll give you a stage to shine a little. Ready? I asked him. The other 9 people quickly dodged away using body flicker technique, afraid of getting splattered with blood, clearing a large space for me. That kid named Uchiha Jia pulled out 2 kunai and got into position. Let us begin. As soon as I finished speaking, he charged at me like a cannonball. A flash of red light on his left side, the single-hooked Sharingan. A kunai was thrust straight at my face. I tell you, I didn't even move. Suddenly, with a swoosh, I made a swift draw, and his kunai was directly sliced in half. I'm not joking. This blade of mine is a treasure. I wouldn't be foolish enough to catch a white blade with empty hands against a bunch of little brats like you. What if something went wrong? That would be so embarrassing. You've got some courage. I sheathed my knife and leisurely commented, still daring to attack. That kid's face was already as dark as a pot bottom. He distanced himself, discarded the broken kunai, and in an instant, a line of fire shot toward me from behind. A fireball? I turned around and struck with a knife, sweeping upward. A fiery slash, faster and fiercer than his fireball, directly sent his flames back at him. Family, who understands? This is called magic defeating magic. Uchiha Jiedong's pupils trembled as he hurriedly interrupted his ninjutsu and awkwardly dodged with body flicker technique. Just like that, back and forth, half a minute passed. He already had several charred marks on his body, looking like he had just crawled out of a stove pit. I feel like it's about time to wrap this up. Continuing to play would be pointless. It's been a bit long, and it should come to an end. He shivered all over, still not reacting, when my blazing ninja blade was already pressed against his neck. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The desire to survive was simply intense. I give in. Captain. I smiled as I sheathed my knife. This kid actually has decent strength, roughly at the elite Chunin level, but there's nothing he can do. My swordsmanship and speed are on a whole different level, completely countering ninjas like him who need a hand sign. If I were to get serious, he wouldn't last a second. The teammates watching around us were swallowing nervously, their sounds rising and falling. Now, when they looked at me, their eyes were filled with awe. Captain. Without me having to say anything, the remaining 9 stood in a row and shouted loudly. I nodded in satisfaction. Now, starting from the left, let's introduce ourselves. The first was Uchiha Jia, who still had dirt on his face, running back to regroup with enthusiasm, shouting, "Report, Captain. My name is Uchiha Jia. I'm good at fire style." When he mentioned fire style, his voice dropped to a whisper, probably because he was still shaken by my earlier strike. Then came the others, including the short-haired girl Uchiha Jina, who is good at swordsmanship, and Uchiha Q, who specializes in illusion techniques. 10 of us took turns introducing ourselves. I officially spoke up. I, Uchiha Ki, the captain of Team 7. I hope to have your support from now on. Captain, you are too humble. It is you who should be looking after us. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. First, give a stick and then a sweet date. This trick always works. I announced the rotation task for 3 days later and then took them to training ground number 7, pointing to an empty space and saying, "This will be our team's base from now on. You can come here to train whenever you have time, and I will make time to guide you." As soon as I said this, Several people's eyes lit up. It seemed they had encountered a responsible captain, and they were overjoyed. I told them to disperse, but not a single person left. They gathered around, chattering about plans for barbecues and asking about cultivation issues. I raised my hand to quiet them down. Dinner, tomorrow noon, it's on me. Those with cultivation issues come up one by one. In the end, 4 people left first, and the remaining 6 began practicing on their own nearby with great self-discipline. I looked at them and felt as if my heart was as clear as a mirror. These 6 were likely all war orphans, with no elders at home to guide them. The Uchiha clan has been dwindling severely in recent years, with a lack of successors. I first walked up to that short-haired girl named Jinai. Her swordsmanship was pretty good, but she was stuck at a bottleneck. I drew my knife and demonstrated how to make a transformation based on the water blade technique, cutting a large gash into a distant wooden post with a strike from afar. The way she looked at me was as if she were staring at a deity. Thank you, Captain. Having helped one person, I moved on to the next. Guiding others is also a review process for myself. And so, I spent a pleasant day like this. After dinner at home that night, my dad took me out for special training. We went straight to a desert over 20 miles away from the village. My dad didn't say a word and directly made the hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. My heavens, what a scene, a sea of fire. It covered nearly 100 meters. This is A-rank fire style, truly a natural disaster-level power. I was beyond excited. Then, he formed the same hand signs again, and the flames condensed into a long spear. The intense fire vanished, and with a whoosh, it pierced the distant mountain wall, creating a bottomless pit, with magma still dripping from the opening. Did you understand? My father finally spoke. A-rank fire style does not stick to form. It can spread like a sea or condense to melt gold. I was filled with excitement and followed along to learn. As a result, my face turned red, and the sea of fire I spat out was 10 meters wide, while the condensed fire spear looked like a fire stick, extinguishing itself after flying 2 meters. Alas, my chakra wasn't enough, and my form transformation was also lacking. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. The next day at noon, I led a team of 10 people and boldly stormed into a restaurant called Barbecue Q. Let me tell you, the effect of this team-building activity was immediate. Within the time of meal, these people were already putting their arms around each other and exchanging skills. The atmosphere was fantastic. When it came time to pay, it was only 1,280 yuan for 11 big eaters. This price is simply a great deal. I had a bit to drink, humming a song as I walked towards the clan grounds, and unexpectedly bumped into Uchiha, Sasuke-senpai. He wasn't there by chance. He was specifically there to confront me. He handed me a Konoha headband and said, "Your headband. Also, there's a clan meeting tonight, and as the squad leader, you must attend." Fine. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? To enter the power center of the clan. I went home and changed into the formal Uchiha clan attire, the one with the big fan on the back. My sister even joked that I looked like I was going on a blind date. When I arrived at the core of the clan, the Southeast Shrine, wow, that place was built like a fortress. We had to go underground for the meeting, and the entire underground plaza was covered by a barrier. It seems that the third generation's telescope technique really pushed them to their limits. I ran into Jie and Zainai at the venue, and the 3 of us found a corner to hide in. Before long, Yunchong, the particularly high-ranking ninja from our team, came over and started explaining to me what this clan meeting was about. Basically, it's just a regular monthly affair, reporting accounts, summarizing work, and occasionally discussing business with the ninja cats. I found it strange and couldn't help but murmur. Didn't they talk about any coups or anything? Jie immediately lowered his voice even more. Ever since the Fourth Hokage took office last year, they rarely discussed that. I see. Just as we were gossiping, a voice from the high platform called for silence. Uchiha Fugaku, along with a group of clan elders and high-ranking officials, had already taken their seats. The meeting began, and the atmosphere was, I tell you, more serious than clocking in at work. First, the logistics minister reported that our explosive tag business was heavily impacted by a price war initiated by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. The crowd instantly erupted, with pairs of red eyes lighting up. Fugaku stood up, exuding authority. Quiet. Our explosive tags are of high quality. One of ours is worth 2 of theirs. Ninjas are not foolish. They can distinguish between good and bad. With just a few words, he quelled the unrest. Then came reports of a shortage of medicinal herbs, a lack of manpower in the 2nd Division. Various issues were raised one by one. As I listened, I understood that this clan meeting was half a company monthly summary and half an outlet for the clan members to vent their emotions, while also constantly reminding everyone that the village's higher-ups were suppressing us, and not to forget the sense of crisis. Just as I was lost in thought, Fugaku suddenly announced a significant piece of news. The Fourth Hokage intends to recruit some clan members into the Umbu. The entire square erupted in thunderous cheers. They saw this as an opportunity for the Uchiha to enter the power center of Konoha, and everyone was incredibly excited. Only I, standing in the crowd, felt clear-headed inside. Who understands the family? Once the Nine-Tails disturbance breaks out and Minato dies, all this hope will turn to dust. After the clan meeting, as I was walking out of the shrine with a few members of our team, a masked ninja suddenly appeared and blocked our way. Uchiha Takumi, the clan elder summons you. I just became the squad leader with 10 Chunin and 30 Genin under my command. Wow, the team stretches out quite a bit. And we're ready to go. As the squad leader of the security division, I have a lot of autonomy. As long as I can ensure that nothing goes wrong in my area of responsibility, I could even have the whole squad stay home and throw a party without anyone bothering me. That's why we set our own assembly points, to avoid crowding at headquarters early in the morning like sardines in a can. I entrusted the liveliest area of Kazumitsuzakura town to the most reliable and cool-headed lady in the team, Uchiha Yunshan. She was quite decisive upon arriving at the location. She assigned her 3 reserve team members like little chicks, Route A, Route B, and guarding the exit, dividing the tasks clearly. And what did she do? She found a cherry blossom tree, squatted down, and went straight to sleep with her eyes closed. I was secretly observing at that time, and wow, not bad. These seasoned veterans were quite skilled. When the time came, the street was packed with people, and Yunshan floated down from the tree like a ghost, walking into the crowd. That scene was simply incredible. As soon as the fan emblem on her clothing lit up, the people around her automatically parted to create a path. Just like Moses parting the sea, she walked past with a blank expression and with a casual glance. A few shifty-eyed guys in the crowd immediately looked like they had seen a ghost and scurried away. This is what you call professionalism. Our whole team's job is primarily about deterrence. You need to make those who want to do bad things understand that this area is protected by us, the Uchiha. Thinking of making a move? You better think about whether your neck is tough enough. Before long, it was noon, and these guys were making a game out of eating. Their shifts were all mixed up, with time and routes completely unpredictable, focusing on making the enemy unable to act. Yunshan had just finished a bowl of delicious ramen sent by her teammates and was digesting it in the tree. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the entire street. Catch the thug. I almost spat out the few bites of food I had just taken. Yunshan reacted so quickly, she disappeared in a flash. By the time I arrived at the scene, good grief, a particularly sleazy-looking uncle was rolling on the ground, howling. It's broken. It's broken. The security department is killing people. As soon as I saw Yunshan, although she appeared calm on the surface, there was a hint of panic in her eyes, and there was a cut on her arm, with a shuriken lying on the ground. My heart sank, and I instantly understood that this was no ordinary thug. This was a tough character capable of injuring a special jonin, playing a professional scam right here. How could I tolerate this? I went up and kicked that lecherous uncle in the stomach, sending a scream back down his throat. Then I directly grabbed the mic and addressed the increasingly gathered crowd. Molesting, refusing to be captured, assaulting a police officer. Tell me, should we beat this kind of person? Guess what? The crowd's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Everyone was indignant, shouting for punishment, seeing the situation turning against him. The lecherous uncle lowered his voice and threatened us. I am Shizumura's Shizumura Ryume. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Wasn't this just putting the pillow right in front of me while I was dozing off? I instantly gave a big slap and, at a volume of 800 decibels, announced to the entire venue. He claims to be from the Shimura clan. He also said that there's an Umbu named under their leader Danzo, and if anyone dares to capture him, they'll retaliate against us. Now we had really stirred up a hornet's nest. As soon as the crowd heard about someone being bullied with a backing, their sense of justice instantly surged. I quickly calmed them down, then dragged the already frightened Shimura Ryoho towards the security department. Halfway there, as expected, a guy wearing a ghost mask jumped out to block our path. From root. That cold killing intent was unmistakable. He demanded I hand over the person and go with him to apologize to Danzo. I couldn't help but laugh. The next second, several shurikens shot over, targeting not me, but him, trying to kill him to silence him. Would I let him succeed? With a flash of my blade, I blocked the attack, and then, for my family, who understands, I pulled out shurikens and stabbed my own thigh and arms repeatedly. I even had several kunai stuck in my chest. The guy opposite was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief that this person might be insane. He understood nothing. This was immersive extortion. I didn't give him any time to react. Dragging my severely injured body, I jumped straight back onto the busiest street, using all my strength to scream, "Help! Root is here to kill and silence us." At this moment, the entire Konoha exploded. The enthusiastic crowd immediately carried my severely injured self and the barely breathing Shimura Ryoho into the Konoha hospital. Another wave of people surged towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, that old Danzo was crying in front of the Third Hokage, claiming that the Fourth Hokage, Minato, wanted to strip him of his power. But then, one of his dim-witted subordinates came over and, right in front of the Third Hokage, spilled everything about how a clan member was caught for misbehaving, how Root went to rescue him and severely injured the security department, and how the suspect threatened that Lord Danzo would kill his entire family. Danzo's face turned green right then and there. It was a major social death moment. I was also putting on quite a show at the hospital. While those enthusiastic citizens rushed to see the commotion of Shizen being silenced, I quickly let the real doctor, who was hidden under the bed, out, used my shadow clone technique to dispel the clones, and returned to lie down as my original self. Now, it was good. No one could testify against me. This sudden accusation was a heavy burden that Danzo had to bear, whether he liked it or not. Later, I heard that both Tsunade and the Third Hokage were also confused. As soon as the Umbu investigation report came in, it stated that I, the captain of the security detail, had been severely injured by a Chunin from the root and had been poisoned. They exchanged glances, probably both thinking, has the Uchiha clan become this weak? Well, my B combat strength identity was now confirmed, and no one suspected me anymore. This move was called atmospheric manipulation. So, I spent a week recuperating in a hospital, and then, under the pretext of resting at home, I stayed in the clan's territory for almost a month. During this time, I didn't do anything, just focused on refining my chakra, and before I knew it, I had reached 5 cards. I had also practiced the nature transformation of fire release to a considerable extent. Just when I was pondering whether I should go out and stretch my legs, there was a knock on the door. As soon as I opened the door, oh, what a rare guest. A black-haired little boy stood there, frozen in place. My genius cousin. I've only seen him once since he traveled here, and that was at a funeral. He had a serious expression on his handsome face, looking like an emotionless AI, and coldly said, "Uchiha Taki, the Hokage has a mission for you." I couldn't help but laugh at that, curling my lips and replying in a teasing tone. "What is this, my dear cousin Shisui? Are you also trying to help the roots frame your own cousin?" As soon as I said that, his ice-cold face showed signs of cracking, revealing a hint of helplessness. It's the Fourth Hokage calling for me, not Lord Danzo. Just as we were talking, my mom came out of the room, and upon seeing Shisui, she was all smiles. "Oh, Shisui is here? Rome, why don't you invite him in to sit for a while? I'll go get you some snacks." I tell you, as soon as my mom said that, Jishui's face turned pale all of a sudden. It was like seeing a ghost. He instinctively took 2 big steps back. I laughed at the time and said, "Why are you looking at me? My mom is calling you." And guess what? This guy shouted, "I still have a mission. I have to go." And just like that, he disappeared. Wow. No wonder they call it instantaneous body technique. He runs really fast. But I was confused. I said, "Wait, big brother, what about the Hokage summons? If you don't guide me, where am I supposed to find him? He's already gone." The more I thought about it, the more something felt off. I'm familiar with this plot. Could it be that that old guy Danzo is trying to trick me into going to the root to get my kidneys? This matter ended up unresolved. I stayed home and practiced for a day, and the next morning, the mission arrived. The Fourth Hokage specifically called for me. When I got to the meeting place, I was stunned. The team configuration was simply death metal. The leader was from the Nara clan, with a ponytail, looking like he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Then there was a white-haired guy wearing a cat face mask. No need to think, it's definitely Kakashi. And another one, wrapped up like a mummy from the Yamanaka clan, exuding a cold aura. I bet he's definitely one of Danzo's people. My heart sank for a moment. Who among my family understands? This isn't just completing a task. It's clearly an inquisition. Watergate, the 3 generations, Danzo, each person sending a supervisor to see just how much I can handle. Not to mention my wife just gave birth, and Sasuke has only just arrived. I absolutely do not want to leave the village at this time. Fine, let's put on a show. On the way, I encountered the first wave of rock ninjas. I didn't even draw my sword. With just a few swift moves, it was like slicing through vegetables, and I cleared the area instantly. Let me tell you, when it comes to blade techniques, ninjas who require hand signs are simply outclassed. Before they could even finish their hand signs, I was already in their faces. How do you play like this? In the world of martial arts, speed is everything. Of course, I didn't use any of my core skills. I held back my wind instant step and ultimate moves. Yet even so, I ended up taking down more enemies than those 3 combined. The Nara clan's captain even praised me, saying I did a great job and that I was perfect for the battlefield. Inside, I chuckled, thinking they want to send me to be cannon fodder? Not a chance. My thoughts are simple. Half of my hard power should be concealed, but the power of this blade must be shown in full. You have to have value. Even if it's just value that can be exploited, it's better than being useless. Not long after, I encountered a tough opponent again, with Yin leading a team of elite J-nin. Kakashi went in for a big breakthrough, but the enemy countered with a lightning technique. Wow, it was a real back-and-forth fight. On my side, I was slowly wearing down a Chunin, mainly just goofing off. It's not that I couldn't win. I needed to observe. Kakashi looked fierce, but that 3-Tomo Sharingan really drained chakra. After a while, it would definitely wear him out. On the other hand, that oil girl, wow, her bugs were like a cheat code, flooding the enemy in an instant. She was basically a walking AoE. This guy was the real MVP. Later, the oil girl helped out, and the situation on our side became clear. I saw my chance and decided to stop pretending. I used body flicker technique, and with a quick stab, it was done. Just as I was about to wipe out the enemy, reinforcements arrived. A tough guy with a big sword rescued their J-nin. I quickly took out a guy who was shooting from the shadows, so it wasn't a total loss. That night, while camping, Captain Nara started debriefing, saying our actions had completely bewildered the enemy, and the mission was basically complete. I was thinking, let's wrap this up quickly. The Night of the Nine Tails is approaching, and I can't miss the big show. When it was my turn to keep watch, Kakashi came over to make small talk, complimenting my sword skills and wanted to spar. When I saw the white fong on his back, I understood. He was reminded of his father by watching me kill. Fine. We made an appointment. Just as he left, that oil girl came back, questioning me like an investigator, asking if I framed Danzo. I straight up said, if you help me keep watch, I'll tell you. To my surprise, she actually believed me. Then I turned around and went back to the tent to sleep, laughing my head off. The next day, that oil girl, sporting dark circles under her eyes, angrily interrogated me, and I simply said, it wasn't me, leaving her utterly confused. We continued to wander around the borderline, inadvertently taking out another IWA shinobi team, and then finished off that injured Kumogakure shinobi from yesterday, seizing his decent ninja blade, which brought us another 5 million Ryo, feeling quite pleased. This time we had really stirred up a hornet's nest. Captain Nara's expression turned serious as he said that Kumogakure and Awagakure would probably go mad, and we needed to make a quick escape. The 4 of us ran nonstop for a day and a night and found a cave to hide in. During the night watch, that oil woman came to bother me again. I repeated what I always said. It wasn't me. She just stared at me like a resentful wife. Just before dawn, Captain Nara suddenly woke us up, saying there was a situation. A team from Kumogakure was sneaking over. We had just set up our traps and were ready for another operation when the oil woman's bugs suddenly alerted us, saying something extremely terrifying was coming. We were just about to run. Guess who came? The 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. He came rushing over while rapping. Joe, where are the little mice? Over there, hey. Over there. Damn it, the 4 of us together aren't even enough for him to crush with one finger. Run? The 4 of us instinctively scattered in 4 directions. But this guy just followed me like he had a navigation system, relentlessly pursuing me. I was running so fast that I felt like I was about to kick up Mars dust, and my chakra was running low. There was no choice but to summon my cat, Xiaobai. I jumped on and merged with the cat, skyrocketing my speed, just when I finally shook them off. A big-nosed, muscular guy from Awagakure appeared ahead. I was utterly despairing. What kind of top-tier bad luck was this? Was the heavens trying to take me down? Just as I was about to fight desperately, my sister, Yi came crashing down on her big orange cat with a powerful fire jutsu. She shattered the giant rock that was coming down. She told me to go ahead. I tell you, at that moment, my mind just exploded. Leave? How could I possibly leave? How could I let my sister protect me? All the messy things from my past life surged up in an instant, and I felt a rush of energy straight to the top of my head. With red eyes, I jumped down from Xiaobai, rolled on the ground several times. And when I stood up again, one Magatama in my eyes instantly turned into 2. I'm the older brother. How could I let my sister protect me? I roared and shouted at my sister, and she understood instantly. One of us was in the sky and the other on the ground, and we unleashed a combo move that rivaled a map bomb, the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. The entire forest caught fire, taking advantage of the chaos. We finally managed to escape. When I woke up again, it was already dark. I was lying in a cave, and my sister had already gone back. As long as she was okay, that was all that mattered. Then I checked my body, and wow, my chakra had doubled. 3 1 cards. Family. Is this the power of protection? I'm in love. Although my body felt like it was falling apart, it was worth it. I quickly swallowed a few pills, sat cross-legged, and started to recover my chakra. The first rule of being a ninja is that your chakra bar must never be empty. Sure enough, after a night passed, my chakra bar was back to 80. The secret medicine for my clan is truly amazing. I felt like my body wasn't even mine anymore, so light. At dawn, I crawled out of the cave, identified my direction, and took off. Let me tell you, after upgrading my Sharingan, my dynamic vision was like running at 5x speed. Ridiculously clear. I hadn't run far when, out of the grass, a few unlucky rock-hidden ninjas sprang out and started throwing shurikens at me. Holding my knife in one hand, I blocked all their attacks with a few clangs. I was thinking of trying out the power of my new eyes. So I exchanged glances with the three of them. Hey, guess what? The three of them instantly froze up, like a network cable being unplugged, standing there motionless. I approached to examine them and found that after being hit by the illusion, their chakra was in a complete mess, trying to break free from the illusion. But their mental strength was simply insufficient. TSK, the Uchiha's ability to make anyone who meets their gaze suffer. No, wait. It's the ability to make anyone who meets their gaze stand in punishment. It's really a bug. After observing, I snapped one by one, twisted their necks, finished the job, looted their belongings, and left. After running for another hour, I encountered another group, Furawagakure ninjas surrounding young boy. One of the Nin had just finished forming hand seals when 3 earth spears burst out from under his feet. I looked and laughed. I can handle this. I quickly did a Control-C and then gave him a super double version. 12 earth spears shot up from the ground at a faster speed, skewering the 4 guys like candied hawthorns. Honestly, the scene gave me a shiver, so I hurried over to finish them off and give them a quick death. Guess what? That Nin even gave me a grateful look before he died, leaving me at a loss for words. I quickly found my teammates, and Kakashi happened to be getting water. The oil girl Ryoma, like a radar, immediately noticed something was off with me. Could I tell him the truth? Of course not. I pointed at the bandages on me and spun a tale, saying I was ambushed by a Nin from the Cloud Village and almost died. Luckily, I had some secret medicine from my clan, otherwise I would have to have my grave visited next year. Ryoma, with his icy expression, actually said he would keep watch tonight, which really touched me. Just as I was saying this, Kakashi returned, and when he saw me, he sighed in relief, then dropped a heavy bomb. He said he saw the 8 Tails Jinchuriki chasing after me. Damn, as soon as those words came out, Juke and Lama's gazes instantly focused on me like spotlights. I could only helplessly shrug my shoulders and called out Xiaobai. My big black cat emerged from the woods like a ghost. I explained that if my cat hadn't run fast, I would have really been in trouble yesterday. Kakashi and the others were shocked, especially Lama, who realized that the bugs he had placed around didn't even detect Xiaobai. Then, Kakashi dropped a bombshell. Yesterday, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki got into a fight with the rock village's Tsuchi. It was said that the battle caused the heavens to shake and the earth to tremble, altering the landscape. In the end, the 8 Tails was forced to use its tailed beast bomb to repel Tsuchi after losing its tailed beast cloak. Wow, those 2 villages really went all out, just a passionate brawl. Upon hearing this, Juke laughed and said that we would probably be able to return to the village soon. Sure enough, 2 days later, news of the retreat came, and our small team immediately set off towards Konoha. Passing near the capital of the Land of Fire, I told them to wait for me for a moment, as I was going to the exchange center to convert a bounty into W. I skillfully made my way into that secret restroom, input my chakra, and when the wall opened, I went in and exchanged a Cloud Village Jonet's head for 3 million. Just as I was happily pocketing the money and preparing to leave, I looked up and thought, what the hell? Deidara, what an unfortunate encounter. He was accompanied by a tall, thin guy, and both were wearing black cloaks with red clouds. I turned my head and wanted to sneak away, but I was still discovered. That raspy voice of Jiao Du rang out. Kid, you look a bit familiar to me. I know you well, you big-headed ghost. There's no escaping now, so let's do this. Without saying a word, I unsheathed my blade with a whoosh and struck with a fiery slash to the face. The first strike is the strongest, you understand? That old guy has a little brother with him, and it's clear he's not a good person. I went all out like a fierce tiger, but then I was ambushed by the tentacles of the vengeful spirit from below, a heart-piercing move. Hey, shadow clone. Just kidding. I quickly made my escape. That old man Kagaya behind me was furious, shouting that he must collect my heart today, scaring the baby to death. I flashed back to my teammate's side, speaking at full speed. 2 S-rank rogue ninjas are chasing me. Get ready to engage. Everyone, being professionals, instantly entered battle mode. Juke set up an explosive talisman array, Long as insects surrounded the area, Kakashi dug a pit, and I inserted poison needles into it. Just as we finished setting up, Kakuzu and his rogue ninja underlings from the Rain Village arrived. Kakashi immediately recognized their identities, and I quickly relayed all the intel I had. Kakuzu has 5 hearts, each with a different attribute. You can't kill him outright. You have to take out each heart one by one. As soon as I finished speaking, I charged towards the poison master named Gongsha with my shadow clone. Kakashi dashed towards Kakuzu with a Chidori, and a chaotic battle erupted. Juchue's shadow and Longma's insects all attacked Kakuzu. Meanwhile, I engaged the poison master in a fast-paced knife fight. Let me tell you, ever since I leveled up, my physique makes cutting him feel like slicing through vegetables, and with Wind Blade added to my knife, he couldn't even form hand signs. Seeing Kakashi's chakra running low and the situation getting dire, I quickly called for reinforcements. Shall Bai go? My cat darted out like a black lightning bolt. Using Wind Release, Cat Fist, and a fist-sized tornado directly tore apart Gongsha's left arm. A ring engraved with 3 characters clattered to the ground. Well done. I was about to go collect the bounty, but suddenly an extreme sense of danger surged in my heart. I quickly shouted, Xiao Bai retreat, and instantly disappeared from my spot. The next second, a sea of fire engulfed the area where we had just fought. The scale and power were simply outrageous. That old man Kakuzu unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu that produced the effect of an A-rank great fire destruction. Thankfully, we ran fast, and we stumbled back to the edge of the fire, while Kakuzu took the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, we were just a bit short of exploding another heart of his. However, we did not leave empty-handed. Xiaobai brought back the severed hand of that poison master, and we got the ring. As for me, I found his ninja knife next to the charred corpse. It was another good blade, quite satisfying. Back in the village, I arranged to meet Kakashi for a solo training session at Training Ground 7 in the afternoon. As I walked, my mind raced. The Knight of the Nine Tails. With my current strength, I could definitely couldn't confront him head-on. But, Kakashi, right? In the original story, Obito only found out when Kushina was going to give birth because he heard Kakashi rambling at Rin's grave, right? Isn't this an information gap? If I could keep him from going to the grave these days, or deliberately let him leak some false information to Obito, wouldn't that create an opportunity? At the training ground in the afternoon, I directly started fighting with Kakashi. The clash of blades was intense, and Guy watched from the side, cheering, saying this is what youth is all about. After a long fight, Kakashi ran out of chakra first and was panting like a bull. Just as I sheathed my blade, Guy charged at me, insisting on having a youthful duel. Fine, if you want to fight, let's do it. But as we fought, he got anxious and shouted, Hey, are you looking down on me because you won't draw your sword? I laughed. You can try hard to make me draw my sword. Wow. As soon as those words were spoken, Might Guy's Chinibu expression suddenly became serious. You better be careful. Might Guy crossed his arms and crouched slightly. That posture, wow. He directly shouted at me, Konoha's Azure Beast, here I come. Immediately after, his body started cracking. First gate, open. I told you, with a whoosh, his speed increased significantly, and he directly jumped at my face. But I thought, isn't this move a bit too straightforward? Jumping in mid-air without anything to leverage, isn't that just a live target? I barely moved, lifted my leg, and kicked him away. He realized that just relying on one move wasn't enough, and when he landed, he rolled over, and his chakra surged like it was boiling, skyrocketing. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Does anyone understand? He started emitting blue light, looking like a Super Saiyan. This time it was really different. He vanished from his spot and appeared directly to my left, launching a whip kick at me. I quickly raised my hand to block it, and, with a loud bang, I was kicked back 3 large steps. My arm went numb. My heart sank. This power increase was outrageous. The scene instantly ignited, and we exchanged punches and kicks, moving so fast that we left after images. Seeing that he couldn't take me down, this guy exploded again. Lianhua. Damn. His speed increased even more. He spun around me like a top. And let me tell you, I'm familiar with this move. He just wanted to find a flaw to kick me into the sky, right? Not a chance. I immediately dodged and broke out of his encirclement. To be honest, a Chunin relying solely on taijutsu can unleash Jonin-level power. The 8 gates technique is simply a bug. Guess what happened next? This guy used the same trick again and jumped at my face. I was just about to kick him again when, surprisingly, he stepped on the air. With a quick turn, he directly flashed behind me. I was shocked. Was he playing with moon steps? Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my back, and I flew out, skidding across the ground for more than 10 meters. I just got up when I saw him rushing towards me, as if he was walking on air. Now I was completely at a loss. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I admit I can't compete with you in physical combat. But buddy, I am a swordsman. With a whoosh, my star blade was unsheathed, and I swiftly unleashed a wind blade. The muscular guy who had been chasing me just moments ago was now running all over the place, looking utterly flustered. His green, tight-fitting outfit was slashed by my wind blade, looking like a torn rag, and just when it seemed it would be completely ruined, he finally couldn't take it anymore and raised his hands, shouting, "Stop, stop, stop." I admit defeat, yet he still had the nerve to say he acknowledged me, making it sound like he had won, which made Kakashi, who was watching from the side, furious. But my next move directly fried his CPU. I sheathed my sword, walked up to him, and without saying a word, it thudded down to a 90-degree bow, my voice booming. "Guy, your 8 gates technique is impressive. Can you accept me as your disciple?" My guy was completely stunned. A Jonin and a Uchiha wanted to be taught by this newly promoted Chunin. His mind couldn't comprehend it. Seeing that there was a chance, I quickly pulled out my bulging pouch of money from my waist and thumped it into his hands. "Teacher guy." I was in a hurry to leave and didn't bring anything else, just a little silver. Consider it my apprenticeship gift. I tell you, that wallet was packed like a brick. He pried it open a crack and took a peek inside, and his eyes almost popped out. It was full of banknotes worth 100,000 taels each, at least 30 or 40 of them. That's 3 to 4 million taels, an outrageous fortune. Who can withstand that? He was instantly petrified, looking at me, then at the money in his hand, completely frozen. I took the opportunity and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Teacher Kai, I request you to take me as your disciple." I told him, for the sake of power, what does face matter? The 8 gates of end.At is simply tailor-made for my swordsmanship, as long as I master it, let alone shadow level. I'm confident I can even take on Super Shadow. But guess what happened? This guy hesitated for a long time, secretly swallowed several times, and in the end, he actually gritted his teeth and pushed the money back to me. He said he was just a Chunin, and it wasn't appropriate to take on a Jonin like me, as it would go against his ninja way. Sigh, at that moment, my heart sank. But then I thought, hey, it's not that he is unwilling to teach me the secret arts. Isn't this just a procedural issue? My thoughts opened up. I immediately pulled a stunt on him. This is easy. If you don't accept, then your father will. I would like to take Master Mike Guy as my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. From now on, I will offer incense to him every holiday. Brother Kai, how about you accept me as a disciple on behalf of your father and teach me? Saying this, I shoved the bag of money back to him. Mike Guy and Kakashi both had their eyes wide open like copper bells, and their jaws almost dropped. They probably had never seen anything like this in their lives. I praised him vigorously, saying how powerful his father's 8 gates of end.At was, capable of defeating the 7 swordsmen of the mist. How could such a strong, physical technique be lost? It must be promoted. Let us, as brothers, make this technique famous in the ninja world. Well, I got him so fired up that his eyes turned red. He stared at me for a long time and finally nodded seriously. "All right, Uchiha, I acknowledge you." And that settled it. I was overjoyed and immediately clasped my fists. "Uchiha, I pay my respects to you, Brother Kai." Brother Kai's face turned red. Probably a bit shy for my calling him brother, but he still responded. The next morning before dawn, training ground number 7 became lively. I brought all 40 of my brothers from the security department, creating a sea of people. I started off by giving out benefits, taking out half of my possessions, special strength pills, body refining powders, and quick recovery soldier food pills. 1 set for each person, costing over 8 million Ryo. Don't ask if I felt heartache. This was a necessary investment for the upcoming Nine Tails disturbance. My subordinates had solid foundations, but lacked resources and guidance. Now, I was providing them. In a week, they would become my strongest trump card. When Brother Kai arrived and saw the large training scene, he was stunned. I smiled and explained a bit to him, casually handing him a gift package as well. At first, he declined, saying it was too precious, but I directly said, "We are brothers now. Family doesn't talk about outside matters," which moved him to the point of tearing up. Then, he began to officially teach me the 8 gates of end.At. Let me tell you, the principle of this technique is actually quite simple. The human body is a big vault, and chakra has a self-protection mechanism that prevents you from exhausting your reserves. The 8 gates of end.At forcibly prise open the vault's doors, shouting, "Give it to me," and crazily overdrawing. So, opening the gates isn't difficult at all. The challenge lies in how to control it, and how to close the gates again. If you can't close them, you're done for. Senior might die because he couldn't close the 8th gate. I immediately tried to activate the 1st gate. With a hiss, I felt my chakra, strength, and speed instantly surge by about 10. Without hesitation, I activated the Sharingan. Wow, that raging chakra instantly became much more docile, and my control over the chakra was maxed out. I tried using a wind instant step, and my figure vanished into thin air. Senior brother Kai was beside me, stunned, saying that his eyes couldn't keep up with my speed. I was also overjoyed inside. This thing is simply perfect for me. I didn't dare to be reckless. After a brief experience, I immediately started practicing control and opening the gates. As a result, Senior brother Kai was shocked again, saying that my talent was simply extraordinary. He had spent a whole 6 months to control his chakra without leaking it, while I managed to achieve it quite well during my first attempt at opening the gates. For the next 4 days, I practiced the 8 gates formation frantically while guiding my subordinates. I explained to them what precise chakra control meant and demonstrated the 100 Fire Phoenix technique on the spot, with over 100 small fireballs floating around me, hitting exactly where I pointed. This opened a new world for those young ones who had never seen such things before. The results were immediate. One of my subordinates, a special jonin named Lin Xianyu, was just 1 step away from breaking through. With all the resources I provided and my guidance, she successfully broke through the day before yesterday and became a true jonin. The way she looks at me now is filled with admiration. She came over to pledge her loyalty on the spot, saying she was willing to serve me for life. I feel so wonderful inside. Let me tell you, the most expensive thing in this world is free stuff. I give them light, and they can never go back to darkness. Once they experience the thrill of rapidly improving their strength, they can't live without me, their source of light. Just as I was enjoying the feeling of being their only source of light, I tell you, my little human son, Mike Guy, came rushing over like a firecracker. This guy's been so excited lately. The little bit of secret medicine I gave him must have been so effective that he's probably practicing handstands secretly while sleeping at night. He looked at my group of Uchiha, his eyes wide open, and he was too shy to call me junior brother. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "Long, I'm coming." I smiled and led him aside, and he was still in shock. "Wow, it's only been a few days, right? Your subordinates, those lower ninjas. Now each one of them has the level of a middle ninja, right?" He pointed at those guys who used to struggle to perform a C-rank fire technique, and now they handle C-rank ninjutsu as if it's nothing, and occasionally they can even pull off a B-rank technique. It's incredible. I have to show off. I must be calm and composed. Hey, I'm exaggerating. At most I can be considered a CH Nin experience card. A few moves, if it really comes down to a fight, it's just giving up. I paused, continuing to express my theory. The body is the foundation of revolution, right? If the physique is good, the chakra will naturally be strong. Besides, we're all Uchiha with the Sharingan. If I invest so many resources and they still only throw kunai, then they shouldn't even think about entering the gate of the security department. Kai sighed after hearing this, filled with envy and jealousy. Indeed, your Uchiha bloodline is like being fed by the heavens. He seemed to understand that for an ordinary person to become a CH Nin in just a few days is a myth. But for the Uchiha to become CH Nin in a few days? Oh, that's nothing, just a routine operation. He glanced at my 10 official team members, especially Yun Song, with an expression that was quite something. Those few are truly outrageous. Not just outrageous. Yun Song is almost at the threshold of J-Nin now. Let me tell you, if I don't open my eyes or the 8 gates, it would still take some effort to deal with her. And then there's that knife-wielding Chizuna. She just became my disciple yesterday, and now, with her single Tomo Sharingan activated, she can hold her own against most special J-Nin with her wind blade technique. In short, my current squad of 40 people can easily take down the other 3 squads. That's no exaggeration. But that's not the main point. The main point is myself. Brother Long, you were simply born for the 8 gates. Kai looked at me as I opened the second gate, the rest gate, with an expression as sour as if he had eaten a lemon. I laughed heartily and told you I originally thought the second door was just a power bank. But unexpectedly, it has endless uses. That's right, I can now casually open the second door. When Kai taught me before, I thought it was just a simple way to relieve fatigue limits, turning you into a perpetual motion machine. But once I tried it myself, wow, it was completely different. Opening the door means slightly turning on the energy valve in my body, increasing both strength and speed. But that energy is just swirling around inside, wasting a lot. However, once I opened the rest door, that power was instantly under my control. This is not just about extending combat time. For example, before, if I exerted a certain amount of force across my body, it might only increase my attack power by 10. Now, I can compress that force entirely into my right hand, holding the knife. The power boost skyrockets directly from 10 to 50. Does anyone understand this? Of course. The side effects are fierce, I feel like my entire right hand is about to fall apart. Before, when I punched the wall with all my strength, my hand hurt. Now, if I casually swing my fist, my hand is going to be ruined. The power is too strong, and my body can't take it. I'm just curious. So I asked Kai, Brother Kai, can you concentrate your power like this, even when you open the relaxation gate? As soon as Kai heard this, his face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Please don't. The place where you concentrate your power will collapse directly. He told me that he had tried it before, and at most he could concentrate his power on one half of his body, which only increased his strength by about 20. He didn't dare to use all his strength. Otherwise, his body would be the first to suffer. As soon as I heard it, I understood. His control isn't as strong as mine. It must be my Sharingan, or perhaps our Uchiha bloodline, that allows for a level of precision in controlling power that just isn't the same. And when he said that the dispersed force is less likely to cause backlash injuries, I got it. The action of force is mutual, right? When the force is dispersed, it's like taking hits all over the body, spreading the damage out. But when the force is concentrated, it's like I'm using one hand to withstand all the reaction force, which would be crazy. The problem is he's using his fists, and I'm using a blade. My beloved sword, Starry Sky, is much harder than my flesh and bones. I channel all my strength into the blade. How much of that force can actually be transmitted to my hands when the blade itself absorbs the recoil? I immediately opened the 8 gates and struck the wooden stake several times. Sure enough, it was incredibly smooth, although I estimate that I can only maintain this extreme compressed power for about 3 to 5 seconds. Any longer, and my right hand would be wrecked. But those 3 seconds are my divine time. From now on, I'll be all about being a true man for 3 seconds. A 50 increase. What does that even mean? The wind blades I throw out are faster and more powerful. Their strength doubled. The 8 gates are simply tailor-made for me. I am so grateful to Might Guy for creating this martial art. If I can perfect this technique, it will become my own unique system, on par with the 1,000 skills of the Third Hokage and Tsunade's 100 healings. At that time, beneath the level of a Kage, I'll be unstoppable. Haha. Brother Rome, how about a youthful race under the sunset? Kai is acting silly again. I just realized that it's almost dark. Tomorrow, we will officially enter October. The nine-tailed chaos could erupt at any moment. It's really exciting. I can't help but mumble to myself. Haha, can you feel the youthful blood boiling as well? I glanced at him. This Shinobi is hopeless. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and used the teleportation technique to disappear. Damn it, don't use teleportation. Bastard. Kai was jumping up and down in anger behind me. So, anxiously, 5 days passed and the date arrived at October 5th. Has Kakashi made any moves? No, mailed. He stayed up late training last night and is still sleeping in Meow. My dedicated informant, the big black cat Ampai, reported while yawning. Good job. Keep a close watch and let me know as soon as he goes to the cemetery. I looked out at the sky and always felt a sense of impending rain, as if a storm was about to come. I can't remember the exact date of Naruto's birthday, but my intuition tells me it's around these days. After packing my things, I headed straight to Training Ground 7. Now my training ground has practically become a popular spot in Konoha. I won't even mention my team. They brought along a lot of other Uchiha kids and even 2 civilian ninja friends. I welcomed everyone. As long as they were Uchiha, I gave them a mini secret medicine gift pack. The focus was on shared prosperity. As a result, more and more people gathered, and the noise grew louder. Kakashi started coming to the training ground every day, and he even brought along Yugogo. Yugogo then called in Akamaru, and Akamaru brought her friend Kurenai. Goodness, it was like setting up a mahjong table right there. I'm watching as Kai's loud voice rings out again. Kakashi, let's have a showdown about youth. Great. These two are at it again. Kai directly opened the 3rd gate, and surprisingly held his own against Kakashi. On the other side, the usually introverted Hinata, Aya, surprisingly took the initiative to approach Itachi, and the two also started sparring. They really are full of energy. I don't know when Yinshang stood behind me. Is there something? I asked. The merchant team has brought back the items you requested. My eyes lit up so soon. I previously took over the family business, right? I transferred the Yamazaki siblings from the rice shop to lead my 300-warrior merchant convoy. Over the past few months, through trading, they earned me over 30 million taels. I took out a portion of the money and entrusted someone to find a master in the Iron Country to create 10 special rings for me. Now, the items have arrived. I immediately rushed back to the rice shop with Yunshang and opened a delicate brocade box, inside which lay 10 pure black, non-reflective rings. I had Yunshang guard outside, then picked up a ring, formed a hand seal with one hand, activated my Sharingan, and began to etch nodes inside the reserve holes of the ring using fire attribute chakra. doing it meticulously. After more than an hour, all 10 rings were completed. I put one on and infused some chakra into it. I told Yunxiang to do the same. The next second, the surface of the black ring on her finger unexpectedly glowed with a faint blue light, revealing a Q-version cartoon sailboat pattern with a small character on the sail. My ring also lit up, displaying the exact same pattern, but with the character on the sail. Try to concentrate a bit of chakra on the character, I said, feeling a bit nervous. Yunxiang complied, and the ring on my hand instantly flashed with a soft light. Her eyes widened in surprise. Try again. Write a character on the flat surface of the ring using chakra. This time, she struggled, as the control required was too high, and the character she wrote was crooked. Nevertheless, on the flat surface of my ring, a crooked character also appeared. Ha! It worked. I was completely relieved. Let me tell you, this is the simple version of a pager I created by replacing electrical currents with chakra, inspired by future technology. Although it can only send short messages of 10 characters or less, it's enough. And the core node has my ocular chakra as the base station. If anyone tries to crack it, they will instantly self-destruct. I've even considered anti-piracy measures. I'm simply a genius. Sir, is this the token of our cooperative alliance? Yunxiang looked at the ring in her hand, her eyes filled with admiration. That's right. This ring is yours now. This ring is part of the plan I've laid out for the future. After the Ninetales incident, regardless of the outcome, whether Minato is alive or dead, the first mission of my cooperative alliance is to collect ninjutsu from all over the world for me. I want to create a solid foundation for the strongest S-rank ninjutsu using a massive amount of ninjutsu. When I returned to the training ground, Kakashi and Guy had also finished their match. The result left me in disbelief. Guy actually overwhelmed Kakashi with his strong physique, while 14-year-old Hinata Iane surprisingly lost to 5-year-old Itachi. I only found out when I asked. Wow, Itachi opened his Sharingan at the age of 5. Did anyone else see it? I quickly asked seriously. Hinata Aya said that no one else noticed except for us few. I immediately warned them that this matter must not be spread, or it would cause a lot of trouble for Itachi. Kakashi also nodded in agreement to keep a secret. I looked at Itachi, who was lowering his head as if he had done something wrong, and felt a bit amused, yet a bit heartbroken. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, Itachi, we're all partners from the same village." The little brat actually looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if asking, "Partners?" Well, the depth of this kid's thoughts was beyond my comprehension. I decided to ignore it, sat down to the side, and began to excitedly fiddle with my new toy. I sent a message to Yunxiang about the ring, using different attributes of chakra to turn the 7 characters Yunxiang, Yishang, Huaxiang, Rong into rainbow colors. Yunxiang ran over in shock. "Captain, how did you do that?" I chuckled and said, "It's simple. Fire attribute chakra is written in red," and so on. Yunxiang suddenly realized and immediately began to try. The next second, I received 2 words from her on my ring. "Thank you." One in red and one in blue, although still a bit crooked. It was much better than before. She excitedly told me, "Captain, I found that writing on this helps a lot with controlling chakra." This left me momentarily stunned. Of course. How did I not think of that? This thing is actually an excellent training tool. The ancients truly did not deceive me. It's really clear to an outsider. Let me tell you, my mind was racing. Treading water and climbing trees are just basic skills. That's too small scale. My buddy went straight to an ultimate devil training method, riding on a ring with chakra, and it has to be in tiny, densely packed script. But that's not all. I also need to add colors. Fire is red, wind is blue, water is blue, and with all these colors, I can create a whole bunch of colorful characters. Yunxiang was dumbfounded next to me, asking where I got so many colors. I gave her a mysterious smile and said, "Why don't you try combining 2 attributes?" Well, she actually managed to do it. Fire plus wind, and she ended up with black, which got her super excited. But that was the limit. If she wanted to try something else, her skills just weren't enough. Let me tell you, this thing looks simple, but it's actually quite deep. To be able to fuse 2 attributes into something new on a blade is already S-level swordsmanship, and I'm struggling as it is. If you try to do this within the body, what do you call it? Bloodline limit. If you mess it up, you might just reincarnate on the spot. But if you succeed, your descendants will be able to cheat as well. Days went by like this, and the calmness made me a bit uneasy, always feeling like something big was brewing. Sure enough, on the evening of October 9th, while I was playing a ring matching game with Yunxiang, a big black cat appeared like a ghost, and it just said 2 words, cemetery. I felt a jolt in my heart. I didn't even care about the ring anymore. It disappeared in a flash. A few minutes later, I arrived at the martyr cemetery, and from a distance, I could see Kakashi climbing the stairs over there. I told you my heart was about to jump out at that moment. After all, that was Obito's resurrection, point-bound with Kamui. And who knows what old schemer was hiding nearby. How could I dare to go over? I quickly sent my cat Agent Xiaobai to sneak over and told her, listen, if he dares to babble in front of the tombstone, you jump out immediately and tell him Mike Guy is looking for him to drink, interrupt his spell casting. I just wanted to confirm if tonight was Kakashi's pre-match trash-talking session, and see if I could mess it up and create a butterfly effect to change the events of the Nine-Tails chaos. Before long, Xiaobai came back and said, it's done, he is indeed talking, and I've already interrupted him. Great. A huge weight was lifted off my shoulders. The Nine-Tails chaos is inevitable. It's definitely happening tomorrow night, October 10th. Naruto's birthday. No, I still need to prepare for the worst. After dinner, I rushed to the rice shop and pharmacy, casually found an excuse, and sent my group of samurai out on escort missions. They won't be back for at least 3 to 5 days. Although these brothers aren't the best, they've been with me for so long. I can't just watch them go to their deaths. As for the workers in the shop, Sai, who understands family matters, I have no choice. I can't just close the shop down, right? That would be like writing I'm a prophet on my forehead. I understand the saying that prophets are the first to be targeted. The next day, I went to the training ground as usual. I didn't tell anyone about this. Didn't communicate with the clan, and didn't go to warn Minato either. It would be useless, really. In front of someone like Black Zetsu, playing these little tricks would only get you completely outsmarted. My plan is simple. Stay calm and don't act recklessly. When the Nine-Tails actually appears, I'll rally the clan to save the day. That logic makes sense. Jumping the gun? That will be asking for trouble. After thinking it over, I believe home should be safe. The Nine-Tails can't just come directly to our Uchiha doorstep, right? With my parents' and sisters' skills. As long as they don't actively provoke the Nine-Tails, self-defense shouldn't be a problem. All right, the thought process is clear, so let's start training. 8 gates, here we go. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Wow. As soon as the third gate is opened, my skin turns red all over like a boiled shrimp, and I'm radiating green light. Strength, speed, and physical condition are all skyrocketing. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. The first 3 gates, as long as there's an experienced driver with me, are actually quite safe. It's from the 4th gate onward that things get truly dangerous. I try to channel all this power into my right arm. With a bang, my Chilan arm emerged. My strength surged by 80. But my muscles also started to tear, so I quickly dispersed the power throughout my body, and the recovery effect that comes with the life gate kicked in, preventing me from injuring myself. This feeling, it's a bit like the return of life. Can I control my muscles to change my body shape? I had a thought, and, imitating a kai, jumped into the air, starting to walk in midair. Hey, wouldn't you know it? I actually took a dozen steps. Although I still can't achieve the infinite moonwalk, this ability to hover could definitely save my life in critical moments. Just as I was having fun, Yun Shang was yelling over there, Captain, I created an orange one. Fire plus thunder. All right, the little girl has quite a talent. As the sun set, the training ground was filled with those overachievers who still wouldn't leave, all hyped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. I didn't stick around, heading straight home. Soon, the Nine-Tails would come out, and the clan would definitely rally people. They wouldn't miss me. On Aiken, as soon as I got home, my sister jumped on my neck, asking, why do you look so troubled? I had no mind to pay attention to her, just staring at the increasingly dark sky outside the window. At that moment, in another small courtyard of the Uchiha clan, 5-year-old Itachi had just entered the door when he heard a baby voice coming from the cradle. Oh, Nene excited him, and he rushed over in 2 or 3 steps, giving his little brother Sasuke a playful bump on the forehead. Wah, 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 wah. The sound of the baby crying instantly echoed through the air. At the same time, there was a thunderous roar from the southeast. The entire Konoha shook 3 times. A deafening beast roar followed closely. Itachi, frightened, quickly picked up his brother and ran into the courtyard, only to be dumbfounded. In the southeast night sky, 9 huge, furry tails were wildly waving. Bang, 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 bang. In the clan's area, the urgent bell rang wildly. 7 times. Who understands what that means? 7 bell rings mean the Uchiha clan is going to GG. The ninjas in the clan went crazy, all rushing towards the shrine. A large crowd followed behind me, and more people kept joining in along the way, like a snowball effect. Captain, what's going on? Captain, what is that thing? I was running frantically, raising my hand, and everyone fell silent in an instant. I didn't know what was happening. I shouted loudly, but the village needs us. As soon as I said this, everyone seemed to have found their backbone. But it's not enough just with us. Let's go. We need to find a clan leader and ask for a fight. Our fellow clansmen are waiting for us. Yes, Captain. In less than 10 minutes, the shrine square was filled with people. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku stood on the altar, eyes closed as if he were asleep. When everyone had arrived, he slowly opened his eyes and said something that made everyone explode with anger. Everyone. Do not act on your own. Wait here, just as I thought. I knew it. The Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes made him think in the wrong direction. This idiot, still hoping that Madara would flatten Konoha and lead the Uchiha to the peak of their lives. I immediately stepped forward, pointing at the devastating Ninetales in the distance, and used chakra to project my voice across the crowd. Lord Clan Leader, our village is being slaughtered. Our fellow villagers are crying out. How long do you expect us to wait? Fugitake's gaze instantly cut through the air like a knife. My public challenge to the clan leader's authority was bound to anger him. However, when he saw hundreds of eyes fixed on him, he could only suppress his anger and say, I just received an order from Lord Hokage. We are not allowed to step out of the clan's territory. The crowd erupted in an uproar. I'll get straight to the point. Is it because the Ninetales is being controlled by the Sharingan? Is that why we have to act like turtles? Will that clear our suspicions? Do we all want to go back to the days when we were treated like dogs before the Fourth Hokage took office? This three-part question ignited everyone's anger. As soon as I saw the timing was right, I didn't bother to talk to him anymore. It was the perfect moment to act. I jumped onto the nearby archway and raised my arm, shouting, Those willing to save our fellow countrymen, follow me. As soon as I finished speaking, Yunxiang was the first to rush out of the crowd. Then came Zainai, Jie, Juyue. All 10 of my official team members came out. Then the dozen or so reserve team members followed suit. Fuyue's face turned pale, and the 3 Tomo in his eyes spun wildly. Uchiha Rome, are you trying to rebel? With a swift motion, I draw the stars. Are you afraid? You, who dare not use the kaleidoscope, what will you use to keep me? I bet you won't dare to reveal your cards in front of the entire clan. Fugaku, stop it. An elderly voice sounded. It was the clan elder Uchiha Shina. I don't care about their internal power struggles. I directly led my people to the southeast. With someone taking the lead, the others gained courage and followed in droves. In the end, there were only less than 100 people left in the square. Over 600 Uchiha ninjas charged towards the Ninetales in an impressive formation. The scene was simply exhilarating for the Uchiha, boiling with anticipation. As I ran, I shouted, Seniors, organize yourselves. Those below, Special Jonin, split into groups to rescue the villagers. Those above, Special Jonin, come with me to hold off the Ninetales. The crowd quickly divided into small teams, orderly and efficient. But just as we reached the edge of the clan's territory, over 30 Umbu wearing ghost masks blocked our path. The leader's voice was cold. The Hokage has issued an order. Uchiha ninjas are not to step out of the clan's territory. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. With a whoosh, the stars were drawn. In the next moment, I was already standing behind this root member. His head was now a fountain of blood, shooting up over a meter high before rolling onto the ground. I looked behind him and saw more Umbu emerging. Frowning, I shouted, Don't you see what the situation is? With this time spent guarding against us, why not go save a few more villagers? If you won't save them yourself, why stop us from doing it? What are your true intentions? As soon as I said this, the Umbu clearly hesitated. I wouldn't give them any time to react. I shouted directly, Charge with me. Stop the Ninetales. Save the villagers. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Kill, 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 kill. Behind me, hundreds of Uchiha followed suit, roaring with enthusiasm, their momentum like a tsunami. Over 100 Umbu members didn't dare to block us. They weren't a suicide squad and quickly made way. Only a few die-hard root members still tried to stand in our way, but they were swept away by our tide, not even causing a ripple, and a few more bodies were left on the ground. Shouting slogans all the way, we finally rushed near the Ninetales. In the front, there were less than 80 true masters left, and I spotted my father's figure in the crowd, which instantly steadied my heart. Let me tell you, it was tea until I got up close that I realized how terrifying that thing was. The amount of chakra was simply like a walking nuclear reactor. A Konoha Jonin tried to make a death charge, but was sent flying by a swipe from the Ninetales' tail. Just as he was about to be stomped into a pulp, I quickly dodged and pulled him away. Try to save people, entangle. Don't fight head-on, I shouted to my subordinates. With the addition of our dozens of Uchiha experts, the Ninetales could finally no longer slaughter at will. Although people were still dying continuously, the situation was finally under control. I finally found a moment to observe the battlefield. Goodness, on the other side, A black-cloaked man wearing a swirling mask was fighting against Minato Namikaze, causing chaos all around. I didn't dare to get closer to that battle circle. If I got sucked in by Obito's Kamui, I'd probably be done for on the spot. Captain, what should we do now? Yunxiang flashed beside me. Drag it out. Be careful of the tailed beast's chakra. Before I finished speaking, a massive tail swept past, and we quickly dodged. Just then, the Umbu who had blocked our path rushed in, and suddenly, each of the Nine Tails tails had several Jonin dealing with them, making the situation much clearer. Which senior has the ability to support Lord Hokage? I shouted at the top of my lungs. Ha Long. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. A familiar voice rang out. It was Uchiha Yu. This old-timer might not even be stronger than me. I was about to tell him to forget it, but he had already decisively charged into the battle circle with Minato and Obito. Damn, come back. This isn't how you deliver help. But I realized I was wrong. The few Jonin surrounded the battle circle and frantically used long-range ninjutsu to disrupt it from the outside. Although most of the attacks were ineffective against the intangible Obito, they actually managed to give Minato a chance to catch his breath. I was puzzled at the time. With the support arriving, wasn't the situation supposed to be well controlled? How did Watergate end up getting himself killed in the original story? After a while, I finally saw the third Hokage's figure, and he was holding the corpse of an old lady. Oh, Saratobi Buwako. I instantly understood. The third lost his wife, and it probably wasn't intentional to set up Watergate. He was likely fooled by Danzo and ended up sending so many Umbu to block our door. Now everyone has come to the battlefield, and the situation is no longer that bad. You big shots should hurry up and take action. I'm getting anxious just watching. I'm almost out of chakra. Us Jonin can only hold on, but we really can't suppress the Nine Tails. Just then, the third Hokage finally appeared. Even though he didn't say a word, the scattered ninjas instantly found their backbone. A group of ceiling-class ninjas in white coats positioned themselves around the Nine Tails and quickly set up a barrier, enclosing us and the Nine Tails. Hold on a little longer, someone shouted. Good grief, these Jonin are all acting like they've been pumped full of adrenaline. Even a few seriously injured ones managed to get up and power up. Wow, there are so many of them. I noticed that my subordinate, Ji, was covered in blood. The poor kid didn't even know when he got hurt. I told him to step back, but he was quite stubborn and said he could hold on. Fine, just take care of yourself. Huh, where's my dad? I suddenly realized that my dad, who was just rampaging in front of Kyubi, had disappeared. Never mind, with his strength, it would be hard for him to get killed. Seeing that my chakra was down to a third, I decisively led my team to retreat. Let's go. I don't want to lose my own people at the last moment. Clocking out, no overtime. We had just withdrawn when we heard shouting outside. Everyone come out. Hurry. The high-ranking ninjas from the barrier surged out one after another. I saw Minato Namikaze holding a baby in his arms. That must be Naruto. The massive Nine Tails was tightly bound in the barrier by giant chains, and although it was still struggling, it was clearly at the end of its strength. That's more like it. Konoha has raised the Nine Tails for so many years, there's no way they wouldn't have some countermeasures. I wouldn't believe it, even if I were killed. On the way home, the atmosphere was heavy. A reserve member told me that H-Ton was dead. Sigh. When we returned to the Shrine Plaza and counted the casualties of the more than 600 of us who rushed out, dozens of spots were empty on the way back. All 10 of my official team members were injured, one even with an arm severed, and 2 reserve members were also dead. At that moment, I noticed my unfortunate apprentice Chien seemed a bit off. Looking down, I saw a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes staring blankly at the ground. Someone nearby quietly told me that she was quite close to the deceased H-Ton. Sigh, this cursed Sharingan. Can't the way to awaken it be a bit more uplifting? I quickly told her to pull down her hood so no one would see her. Once everyone had gathered, the clan elder Uchiha Shana stepped forward, while Fugaku was nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Ron stepped forward. Here I am. This time you defied the clan leader and recklessly killed from the root. I punish you to pay 10 million Ryo as compensation for the fallen clan members. Are you convinced? He smirked. I'm convinced. Of course, I'm convinced. Goodness, this isn't punishing me. It's spending my money to boost my reputation. This operation is on another level. It seems the clan has also taken care of the root issues. After that, the clan elder of Shana blabbered a lot of nonsense, probably praising us for doing a great job and bringing honor to the Uchiha clan, mentioning some rewards to come. And then we were just sent back to our own homes. I was a bit confused at that moment. Is this it? As soon as that thought crossed my mind, on the way back, a masked ninja suddenly stopped me. Goodness, I thought I was going to be silenced, but instead the person said, Uchiha Rome, the Elder of the Sky clan summons you. I just rolled my eyes at the fuss. As soon as we met, the leader of the empty clan got straight to the point. saying that the Hokage already knew about the good deeds I had done and was planning to invite me for tea. Oh no, I mean to invite me into the Umbu. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, does that mean there's still a choice? The look in the elder's eyes seemed to see right through me. He sighed and started to apply pressure on me. He said that although our Uchiha clan had made great contributions this time, the third Hokage and his old cronies were still not at ease. To put it bluntly, it meant that Minato wanted to win me over, and by extension, our Uchiha clan, offering enticing conditions, just nod, and I could choose any forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. The Book of Seals? I understood it perfectly. Flying Thunder God? Forget it, I don't have Minato's talent. Shadow Clone Technique? My chakra reserves aren't enough. I'm not a Nine-Tails power bank. As for the Impure World Reincarnation and Corpse Spirit Sealing, one is lethal, and the other is from the underworld. No one wants to learn that. After thinking it over, it seemed like the four-symbol seal had some appeal. So I simply said, I'll think about it. This matter was not that simple. This was not an invitation at all. It was practically forcing me to take sides. On the other side, in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Minato looked like he was about to go emo, just sitting there blankly, with his newborn son Naruto lying in the cradle beside him. Only when he looked at his son did his eyes show a glimmer of light. An Umbu suddenly appeared, reporting the casualty list. Let me tell you, that number made one's heart sink. 56 Jonin dead, 371 Chunin, and over 8,000 civilians. This was still because our Uchiha clan rushed out to save over 4,000 people. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even more terrifying. After hearing this, Minato waved his hand to dismiss the report. The fire in his heart was almost burning through the ceiling. He couldn't understand. He couldn't make sense of it. What was the third Hokage playing at? If you say he was screwing himself over, his wife also died. If he wasn't, then why was there not a single capable person around Kushina when she gave birth? Why couldn't he mobilize his own Umbu, the Hokage's personal guard? Later, he saw that our Uchiha casually pulled out a group of experts to confront the Nine-Tails head-on. But what about him? What about his Umbu? Intelligence reported that Root was surrounding our Uchiha clan's territory with Umbu. Minato exploded at that moment. Wasn't Root disbanded by me long ago? Also, did the Hokage order that Uchiha couldn't leave their territory? My order as Namikaze Minato? Am I crazy? Watching the Nine-Tails rampaging through the village without sending anyone to stop it, but instead sending people to block his strongest ally? This logic was simply outrageous. He looked at Naruto in the cradle, gritted his teeth, and vowed that he would never trust any of those old geezers again. He wanted to build a force that truly belonged to him. At that moment, in the Sarutobi clan's territory, Danzo was still blabbering on endlessly, spitting everywhere, insisting on blaming the Uchiha clan, saying the Nine-Tails was released by us. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, not saying a word. He regretted it deeply. He wished he could turn back time. He shouldn't have listened to Danzo's nonsense and sent all the Umbu to block the Uchiha. What was the result? His wife died, and Minato's wife also died. He suddenly looked at Danzo calmly and asked, Danzo, tell me honestly, do you know that masked man? Danzo panicked right away, his eyes darting around. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. A terrifying thought emerged. If he hadn't gone to block the Uchiha today, the masked man would never have had the chance to release the Nine-Tails. Even if he had, he would have been subdued long ago. Just so happened that he was reassigned, and Minato got tangled up. Thinking deeper, if the Uchiha had really fought back against the Umbu, what would have been the outcome? The Uchiha would be devastated, the Umbu would be devastated, he himself would be devastated, and if something happened to Minato, wouldn't the entire Konoha naturally fall into Danzo's hands? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was drenched in cold sweat. The next day, the entire Konoha was shrouded in sadness. I saw that kid Irika, only 9 years old, kneeling in front of the ruins, digging with his hands. His family was almost wiped out. A sensing ninja came over to comfort him, and he ended up crying his heart out in the man's arms. War is this cruel for ordinary people. We Uchiha have been quite calm. After all, we have emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the Warring States period, and we have seen too much death. I woke up in the morning and almost exclaimed when I looked in the mirror. Wow, my right eye has turned into a 3-tomo Sharingan. The left eye still has 2. Who understands this? This asymmetry is driving my OCD crazy. While having breakfast, my dad said that our clan's territory has been sealed off and we need to undergo an investigation by the Umbu, because there are rumors outside that the Nine-Tails is being controlled by the Sharingan. I thought to myself, who else could spread such rumors besides that old fox Danzo? Well, I can't go anywhere, so I'll just practice my sword in the backyard. As I practiced, the surprise came. I've been pondering the fusion of wind and fire nature. And when I tried again today, the blade of my sword suddenly emitted a faint purple glow. I did it, although it was very unstable. As soon as I relaxed my mind, the purple light dissipated, but it truly was a fusion. I tried swinging the sword in open space, and when I saw nothing happen, I was puzzled. Is it just a lot of noise with little effect? But the next second, there was a crisp cracking sound. And when I looked with my Sharingan, wow, the ground that was swept by the sword wind had completely dried and cracked, and the training wooden dummy next to it, when I touched it, shattered into pieces with a loud crash. I gasped in shock. Isn't this Yi Tsang's scorching escape? It directly vaporizes moisture. S-Class Sword Technique, Stardust Storm. It's done. Just as I was overjoyed with my new technique, a shocking news spread throughout the village. Shimura Danzo had defected. The next day, as soon as the lockdown was lifted, I listened to Yun Shan's report, completely stunned. Danzo defected? How could this old fox escape? How could the third Hokage let him get away? At this critical moment, his escape only confirms that he has something to hide. I was just puzzled. Another member of the Akatsuki appeared on my wall. Uchiha Rome, summoned by the Hokage. When I entered the office, I saw Minato, and next to his desk was the immovable baby carriage. He now looks at everyone like they're a bad person, even has to personally take care of his son. When he saw me, his attitude was so kind, directly inviting me to sit down and asking if I was the one leading the support. I wouldn't dare take credit for this and directly shift the blame to the clan elders, saying it was the collective goodwill of the Uchiha high-ups. Upon hearing this, Minato was indeed even happier and asked me to send his regards to a few seniors. After laying the groundwork, he got straight to the point and asked if I was willing to join the Umbu as his personal guard. Personal guard? That's not the same as being an ordinary Umbu. I immediately agreed. I am willing to serve the Fourth Hokage. Minato finally showed his first genuine smile since the Ninetales incident. He leaned forward and said to me seriously, I can feel the friendship of the Uchiha. If you have any needs, you can tell me now. Wow. The way he said that, it was as if he wanted to directly ally with us Uchiha. I wasn't polite either and opened my mouth to say, for symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal would be even better. I'd also like to learn the flying thunder god technique. And there is also chakra metal, black iron source crystal, and so on. Minato's smile immediately froze on his face. Seeing his constipated expression, I could only awkwardly smile back. In the end, he took a deep breath and said he could teach me the 4 symbols seal and flying thunder god, while the materials could be discussed once the village recovered. All right, deal. I immediately stood up and bowed. I greet you, Lord Hokage. He surprised me even more by letting me recruit my own Umbu team and hinted that Kakashi was one of his men. This essentially meant the Umbu is currently filled with old-timers. Help me form a new team. Such a good opportunity. I immediately set to work. A few days later, at the Umbu base, I, codenamed Salted Fish, along with my 3 team members, codenamed Red Fish Chien, Flower Fishina, and White Fish Hinata Aya, officially formed Team Fish and reported to Minato. Minato looked at the 4 of us and grew increasingly satisfied, especially with me, to show my sincerity. I directly activated my Sharingan. He initially wanted to praise my 3 Tomo, but upon noticing that my left and right eyes were asymmetrical, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, waking up Naruto beside him. After calming the child, he straightened his face and assigned us our first mission, an A-rank mission to head to the western border and clean out all the sand and rain ninjas who were taking advantage of the chaos. The order was, we must display the spirit of Konoha. The 4 of us slipped out through the window. After leaving the village, Ling asked me, Salted Fish, what is the plan? Let us go to the town ahead to stock up on supplies. I replied without hesitation. As we were passing a mountain village, Ling's sharp eyes noticed something was off. A team of rain ninjas was currently slaughtering the village. I was furious at the time. Do they really think there's no one left in Konoha? I immediately ordered, let's go clear them out. When we got to the village entrance, there was just 1 Chunin with 2 Genin. I didn't even feel like fighting. I just let Chien and Jina take care of it, treating it as practice for them. The 2 girls used a body flicker technique, and in no time at all, within 10 seconds, the battle was over. So, our mission this time was not really about rushing to the border, but rather sweeping westward, 1 village at a time, and chopping down anyone who dared to show their claws. I have to say, this job is really stress-relieving. Along the way, it was like a landslide. No matter if they were rain ninjas, sand ninjas, or rock ninjas, as long as they dared to show their heads on our fire country's territory, one by one, we took them all down. It only took about a week, and our little team became the border cleanup crew, clearing out wave after wave of clueless little fish. These guys are just flies drawn in by the smell. They saw that Konoha was recovering from a recent setback and thought they could take advantage of the situation to make some quick cash. Huh. They don't think about it. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter what, Konoha is not something these poor fools can mess with. However, the happiest one on this trip has to be Aya. I tell you, this girl hardly used her eyes for scouting at all. I could almost see her eyes turning into dollar signs. After we finished cleaning up the battlefield, she squatted there, counting her fingers, calculating how much credit she earned this time. Uchiha Chien teased her from the side, saying she was obsessed with money. That night, we found a place to rest, and the two girls huddled together gossiping. It turned out Chien heard about a secret medicine in the Umbu that could help people quickly master chakra nature transformation. As soon as those words came out, Aya's eyes lit up like she had just installed 2 LED bulbs. Both of them had talent that was neither high nor low, stuck at a bottleneck and struggling. This secret medicine was like a godsend for them. Now, they were invigorated, like they had just been injected with adrenaline. And the next day, they were even more motivated. So, guess what happened the next day? We ran into a group of sand ninjas while they were secretly ambushing a merchant convoy out on a barren wasteland. As soon as I saw them, I thought, wow, they were up to no good, playing with poisonous weapons and manipulating a bunch of scorpions and lizard puppets. Family, who understands? They were clearly broke, but still wanted to play this kind of high-cost profession. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I tell you, if a puppeteer stripped off all that scrap metal from their body, it would be enough for our team to eat for half a year. I didn't even need to make a move. Chien, Aya, and Chizuna, like 3 ghostly shadows, crept over and silently dealt with all those 10 or so people. These poison users were interesting. Even while on a mission, they were wary of each other. Their positions so scattered that it gave us the perfect opportunity to take them out one by one. When they came back, their faces were almost as worried as buns. Aya was the first to complain. What about the salted fish? The ceiling scrolls can't fit anymore. But her mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, not even trying to hide it. Chizuna also looked like she had seen a ghost, mumbling, "Didn't they say sand ninjas are poor? Why does everyone look so rich?" I laughed at that moment and said, "It's the common people who are poor. No matter how impoverished a place is, it can't compare to these noble ninjas. There's no helping it. There were just too many spoils." In the end, I called out Xiaobai to help contact the Nico clan to sell a large batch of ninja tools and puppets at a low price, or else we would have to throw some of them away. That night, we also conveniently wiped out a team of rain ninjas. These guys were really poor. They were using ordinary iron swords. If they infused chakra into them, they would probably explode on the spot. I thought to myself that these were even worse than kunai. I'm someone who focuses on guerrilla warfare, hit and run, never lingering in battle. After all, there were only 4 of us, and if we got surrounded by a large troop, it would be a disaster. Just as I was about to find a place to set up camp, Ling's Byakugan acted like a radar and suddenly beeped. 800 meters ahead, a lone rain ninja, upper ninja. Great, time to continue working overtime. But this time, something went wrong. As we approached, before we could make a move, Ling's voice suddenly changed, urgent and fast. "Be careful. To the right. There's a sand ninja approaching at high speed. Too fast. I can't see her speed." I reacted so quickly, the Sharingan activated in an instant. I looked to the right, and wow, my scalp went numb. I immediately shouted, "Execute Plan C. Hurry." As soon as I said that, the faces of the 3 of them turned pale. The C plan was for the 3 of them to run away as fast as they could without looking back, while I would stay behind. Without a second of hesitation, the 3 figures instantly vanished into the night, and I stood there, not moving. I looked at the bewildered rain ninja in front of me, then glanced at the woman on my right, who was almost like a blur, my hand holding the knife, trembling a bit. But let me tell you, it wasn't fear, it was excitement. Finally, I could test the depth of a shadow-level powerhouse. I had waited too long for this day. The woman who arrived was none other than the hero of Sunagakure, the scorching release user, Yakura. As soon as she landed, she looked at me and the rain ninja with a puzzled expression, probably wondering what we were doing there. But she couldn't be bothered and directly spoke, sounding quite arrogant. "Hey, you 2 bastards, who killed our Sunagakure team this afternoon?" I thought to myself, oh no, it turns out they came for revenge. It seems I need to move even further away in the future. Those tracking techniques in the ninja world are really annoying. And guess what? That rain ninja Jounin, probably not recognizing Yakura, charged in with a big sword, shouting, "Girl, don't be so arrogant in your next life." I couldn't help but cover my face, my god. "You're so brave." Sure enough, Yi Tsung frowned, turned around, and raised her hand. A fireball appeared out of thin air, and with a bang, that rain ninja was directly evaporated into a dry corpse, which shattered on the ground with a crash. I couldn't help but gasp, hissing. As expected of the Blaze release Yeet Song, killing a Jonin was like child's play. She turned to look at me. Little ghost, now that you know my name, it's time to speak up, right? I laughed. Let me tell you, can you leave me a whole corpse? As soon as she heard this, she understood. And without saying a word, for fireballs flew towards me. My eyes narrowed. The starry blade was drawn, and a swirl of blue-red flames rose on the blade, instantly turning into a nearly transparent light purple, slashing towards the 4 fireballs. Ziz. I tell you, that sound was like hot oil splashing into water. 3 out of 4 fireballs were extinguished in an instant, and the last one shrank to the size of fist, which I easily dodged with a quick movement. Hey, it's on. My Stardust Storm seems to be just the nemesis of her scorching escape. Yitsong was also stunned, probably because it was the first time she had seen someone able to confront her scorching escape head-on. She immediately became cautious and watched me warily. As soon as I saw it, I knew the opportunity had come. I immediately activated the ultimate technique of Konoha, the art of verbal combat. Yakura, I said loudly, you're not having a good time in Sunagakure, are you? The hero of Sunagakure, Pakura. Your reputation has risen to a level that threatens the position of the Fourth Hokage, Raza. Can't you feel it? Bastard. Don't talk nonsense. She cursed verbally, but her figure disappeared and reappeared at my right side, unleashing 4 fireballs. However, it was too late. Sharingan, activate. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. My skin instantly flushed red, my strength tripled, and my speed doubled. The moment she appeared, I had already vanished. So fast, her expression changed dramatically. Flame slash. A crescent-shaped slash came from behind her. Although she dodged quickly, she was still grazed on the shoulder, leaving a large burn. I was also taken aback. This shadow level seemed a bit weak. It wasn't until later that I realized she was just a pure mage, relying entirely on the bug-like damage of her fire release to make a living, and her actual body quality was only at the elite Jonin level. Now, a close combat mage was face-to-face with me, a warrior who had opened all 8 gates, and the outcome was predictable. I chased her down and unleashed a flurry of slashes. She dodged her fireballs whenever she could, and for those she couldn't avoid, I countered them head-on with Stardust Storm. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. She had dozens of cuts on her body. Her chakra was dwindling, and she was spitting out blood in large gulps. My chakra was also over half depleted, and the 8 gates were about to reach their limit. I struck her again with a single blow and tentatively asked, "Stop, let's talk." If she didn't stop, I would immediately run away. Guess what happened next? She cursed and actually put away her scorching technique. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was secured. I immediately released the 8 gates. I threw a black ring in front of her. Do you want to lead yourself a way out? This is a communication ring. You can use it by inputting chakra. You know your own situation. The higher-ups in Sunagakure need a gold-digging Raza, not a hero who overshadows the Lord. After saying that, I taught her how to use the ring and turned to leave, keeping my achievements and name hidden. I'll tell you, I've already set the hook. I'm just waiting for the fish to bite. The next day, I ran into Iane and the others in a small town, just cleaning up a team of newly defeated rain ninjas when suddenly the ring on my hand lit up. I looked and saw that Yitsong had sent a, not bad, this girl is a natural with emoticons. I immediately added her to our joint effort group chat, greeted our first member Yunshang, and then switched to private chat. She asked me what the backup plan was, and I said we would talk about it when she really encountered trouble. People like her won't shed tears until they see the coffin. No rush. A few days later, Yitsong suddenly sent me a message. New mission, eliminate the Konoha Umbu. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw it. Didn't it just come? It's a case of saying one thing, but meaning another. Saying no with the mouth. But the body is quite honest, already starting to give me a heads up so quickly. I thought for a moment and replied to her, "What will happen if the mission fails?" I told you with that one sentence. I pushed her right to the edge of the cliff. As a sand-hidden hero, if she fails her mission, her reputation will be ruined. And her fate will definitely be worse than that of Kakashi Hitaki back in the day. So you understand, she has no choice. Knowing there is an ambush, I also started preparing to retreat. I had Aya use summoning techniques to call back a small ninja dog from the Umbu to report and request support. Then, using the unique technique scrolls of the Uchiha clan, I randomly summoned a ninja cat like opening a blind box, and had it take all our spoils from the past few days back to Cell. Another 2 days passed, and we were almost patrolling to the border of the land of grass. Suddenly, Aya's alarm went off again. 800 meters to the southwest, two suspicious individuals, likely rogue ninjas. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly asked, "Is it the black robe with red clouds?" Ling's face instantly changed. "Not good. It's Kakuzu. The other one is a hunchbacked old man." I took a deep breath. This is a big problem. The Akatsuki, Haiden, and Sasori. Get ready for battle. I immediately held a pre-battle briefing for them, exposing all the secrets of Haiden and Sasori, everything about their hearts, puppets, and poison needles so that they could assist me during the fight, but they must be very careful. Before long, the two figures in red cloud cloaks appeared on the hillside. I told you if I had encountered those two before attacking the leaf warehouse, I would have turned around and run. But now it's a different time. Those two are still fighting among themselves. Scorpion thinks Jiao Du is too slow, and Jiao Du says he wants to dig out his heart. With no words in common, Fei Luhu's tail started clashing with Jiao Du's tentacles. Just then, our ambush of shurikens rained down on them, taking advantage of their defense. I appeared like a ghost behind Fei Luhu and delivered a fierce fire slash. With a loud bang, the puppet's shell was really tough, but it burned a big hole. Immediately after, I dodged Scorpion's tail stinger and moved beside Jiao Du, unleashing a stardust storm. Thud! Thud! Two muffled sounds echoed as two masks shattered on Jiao Du's body. Beautiful! A strong opening, directly blowing up both of his hearts. I pressed the attack, but that old fox Kakuzu reacted quickly, forcing me back with a fire release technique. Soon after, the long-range ninjutsu from Kankuro and the others on the hillside arrived. And for a moment, fire and lightning techniques rained down like they were free, forcing Scorpion and Kakuzu into a passive defense. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. They wanted to work together to surround me, but with my three teammates above providing overwhelming fire support, they couldn't focus on me. Whenever they tried to deal with my teammates, I would cling to them tightly. I had knocked out two of Kakuzu's hearts, making him noticeably more cautious. Several times he used water clones to trick me into using my skills. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Finally, it was Kakuzu who broke the silence, staring at me intently, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Kid, who exactly are you? What kind of person am I?" I'm dying of laughter. I just directly turn around and open a box. I wore a dark mask and grinned at the two of them. "Stop pretending." "You too, Jade Maiden Scorpion, Big Dipper Kakuzu. Sounds like some old idol group. You came here looking for us, Uchiha, right? Do you really believe that nonsense about Uchiha Madara being alive? Seriously, how did this guy with such low IQ become an S-rank rogue ninja? It's ridiculous." As soon as I threw this out, the two of them visibly froze, exchanging glances. And in an instant, their fighting spirit vanished. I can hardly contain my laughter. I was just bluffing, but I didn't expect to actually fool those two. They probably have to conduct a major purge in the Shao organization when they go back, frantically searching for traitors, right? Who would have thought? Me, a prophet from the future, speaking with such brilliance. Of course, I see things clearly. My current aggressive stance is entirely based on the advantage of information disparity. The third generation of the Scorpion's puppet, the Wind Shadow, hasn't even been brought out yet. That hard shell is incredibly tough, with traps and poison, and a wide attack range. I really can't afford to get entangled with him. As for Kakuzu, he's even worse. I already disabled two of his hearts at the start, reducing his 5 ninjutsu to just 3, and having his combat power right on the spot. If they both went all out, even if I open all 8 gates, I would still be taken down immediately. I'm currently figuring out how to wrap things up. That guy, Kaidi, is completely panicking. He has tried to run a few times, but I've intercepted him with my wind instant step, breaking his defenses right there. "Kid, you better know when to stop." With a furious roar, I combined wind release and fire release, and let me tell you, that scene was something else. A duet of wind and fire. The sea of flames spread across the entire area. The heat was terrifying, and I felt like I was about to be roasted into a Uchiha skewer. This large-scale attack even sucked in his teammate, Scorpion. Scorpion was cursing and released the third wind shadow puppet, creating a sand iron storm to protect himself. I quickly used the water release on my blade to extinguish the flames, but I was still trapped in the middle of the sea of fire, feeling like I was in a sauna. Just at that moment, 3 streams of water rushed in from outside, forcefully creating a path for me through the flames. It was my teammates. I hurriedly dashed out with a wind instant step. What a relief. Well done, their support was timely. I shouted to Hinata Ayane and the others. She immediately reminded me. They're about to run. No sooner said than done. Kakashi arrived with another team of Umbu. We exchanged glances, understanding each other, and immediately ordered, "Chase. But don't pursue too closely, just drive them out of the land of fire. We can't afford to chase into the land of rain." That place is Nagato's territory, under constant surveillance from all angles. Even Jiraiya would have to kneel there. If the little guys went in, wouldn't we'd just be giving away our heads? We drove them all the way to the border, and the mission was completed. Back in the village, when I reported to the Fourth Hokage, he was very satisfied with my performance, praising my accurate judgment and strong leadership skills. And he waved his hand, making our team his direct bodyguards, and arranged a dedicated training ground for us in the Hokage building. This is great. I immediately had the team members go to the Umbu Base's military supplies depot to exchange for merits. We made a huge profit from this mission. I personally earned 500 merits, and Aine and the others also got a good share. After they left, I strolled over myself. Let me tell you, the Umbu shop is simply a treasure trove. Things like the Thunderbolt pill and Wave Scatter help you level up like you're on drugs. I first exchanged for a bunch of training aids, and then my eyes landed on the ninjutsu list. B-rank ninjutsu is too expensive, but C-rank ones are surprisingly under 100 merits each on average. ISNT, that like giving it away? Earth Release, Earth Underwater Navigation, I'll take one. Earth Release, Earth Wall Technique, I want it. Lightning Release, Lightning Body Double, got it. Wind Release, Barrier Technique. Wow. How does this description sound? Just like Yasuo's Wind Wall. I'll buy it and study it. I spent almost 5,000 merits in one go, buying over a dozen C-rank ninjutsu scrolls and one B-rank water barrier, and exchanged the rest for century-old blood ginseng to prepare better strength pills on my own. Holding a pile of scrolls, I returned to our exclusive A-rank training ground and got straight to work. With these C-rank ninjutsu in my hands, it wasn't called learning. It was called iterative optimization. Earth Release, Underwater Navigation. This is a divine skill for stealth attacks. With a little development, it'll definitely be useful. Earth Wall Technique, a low-tier version of the B-rank Earth Flow Wall, just right to help me optimize the shortcomings of my own body. Next is Lightning Body Double. This technique is a bit lackluster, but the attached Lightning Instant Step is fantastic. I suddenly had a bold idea. If I fused it with my Wind Instant Step, could I create an A-rank masterpiece? Finally, there's that Wind Release, Barrier Technique, Yasuo's Wind Wall. Although its defense is weak, it has a fast gathering speed and low chakra consumption. I immediately thought of how to integrate it into my swordsmanship. From now on, I'll be the #1 user of the wind in Konoha. Just swinging my sword will create a wind wall. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and my left, I finally updated to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, synchronizing with my right eye. My chakra skyrocketed to 9. 2 cards, just 1 step away from being shadow level, and my height shot up from 162 to 169. Folks, this growth spurt business is really unreasonable. During these 2 months, my team didn't idle either. That girl Hinata Aine is even more outrageous. After my guidance, she directly became the #1 sniper in Konoha. Her Wind Release Kunai can create a sonic boom within 100 meters. In the training ground, she threw a few shurikens, carrying wind blades shooting towards me from different angles. I flashed with lightning and dodge using the new B-rank instant step technique, Lightning Instant Flash. But the shurikens seemed to have eyes. They turned mid-air and chased after me again. I drew my sword and blocked all the attacks with clanging sounds. But that girl had already pulled away over 80 meters, and a shuriken with a sonic boom shot towards me in an instant. I hurriedly activated the 3 Magatama to see the trajectory, and with a clang, I was knocked back 3 steps. It wasn't over yet. Just as I was about to charge in, she fired several sniper shots, predicting my landing point and forcing me into a desperate situation. If I hadn't combined Wind Instant Step and Thunder Instant Flash to forcibly advance within 10 meters of her with an A-rank Thunder and Wind Flash, I might not have been able to take her down today. I admit defeat. Ling straightforwardly surrendered. I laughed heartily. You're already very strong, but your close compatibility also needs to be mentioned. Don't let it become a weak point. Next was Chino, and that girl has also become a little monster now. I spent a whopping 40 million and used my connections with the Fourth Hokage to get Chakra Metal, which I forged into a new sword for her called Siya. I can't say much about the sword, but its chakra amplification is strong, and it can self-repair under the moonlight. It's incredible. She drew the sword, and a scorching aura surged along the blade as we began sparring. Let me tell you, the feeling was just like fighting against my former self. The same swordsmanship, similar speed, and almost identical fighting style. Of course, this was without me activating the Sharingan or using the 8 gates and Wind Thunder Flash. We played for more than half an hour, clanging away without getting red-faced or out of breath, while Ling and Xian, the 2 little monsters outside, commented on how Chizuna had also turned into a state. After all the fighting, there should be some warmth of life. It was December 29th, New Year's Eve, which was our New Year's Eve. Our small team first gathered at the Hokage building where Minato smiled and handed out red envelopes. And we also gave gifts to little Naruto in his cradle. Then, I took my few orphan teammates and focused on companionship. First, we went to my several stores to give year-end bonuses to the employees. And then we took the team to the orphanage to deliver new clothes and candies to Do and those little kids. Do even gave me a stack of greeting cards made by the children, with crooked blessings written on them. And there was even one wishing me to have a child soon, which almost made me cry from warmth. Finally, we returned to the clans area, where Uchiha Chien and Chizuna were already waiting for me, with Hinata Aya. Looking at them warmed my heart, and I waved my hand. Let's go home and eat buckwheat noodles. Once that bowl of noodles was in my stomach, I tell you, my whole body felt warm. Just as I stepped through the door, a little cannonball shot straight into my arms. Oni-chan. Goodness, my sister Yaezi's body flicker technique. I even doubted it was faster than mine. It was incredible. She snuggled in my arms, sweet as can be, calling me sister one by one, and immediately received 3 red envelopes. The little girl was so happy her eyes squinted into slits. Just then, I spotted Shisui sneaking by the door. I thought it was New Year's, so I called out, "Shisui, come over for a bowl of noodles." And guess what? That kid froze for a moment. And the next second, whoosh, he disappeared. I really face-bombed. This kid has a bit of social anxiety, running away as soon as he sees someone. Io was curious beside me, asking if that was Shunshin Shisui, and I could only complain. Of course, he runs faster than a rat. The next day it rained, and I had to take Itachi to the Jonin school. Holding an umbrella, I walked to the clan leader's house, and there was Fugaku's sour face waiting for me in the yard, looking at the knife on my waist, his eyes almost bursting with fighting spirit. I tell you, he holds grudges. Last time I embarrassed him so badly, he had been holding in his anger. Without saying a word, he activated the barrier and directly started training. I didn't even bother to talk to him. The moment the stars drew their blades, the person was gone. Who understands family? Fighting a fire-style ninja on a rainy day? Isn't that the chosen one buff? I directly merged into the water, and a water clone jumped out of the puddle and slashed forward. As Fugaku activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, flames ignited on his blade, and in an instant, steam rose, filling the entire yard with mist. Did he think it was over? Instantly, 3 of me charged out of the mist, clanging away in a chaotic slash. Itachi, the little guy, was dumbfounded on the side. His double Tomo Sharingan could barely keep up with our speed. When a gust of wind blew past and the mist cleared, 2 blades were already firmly positioned against Fugaku's neck, while I, myself, had stayed in place without moving an inch. Fugaku's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and he dejectedly lowered his sword. What could I say? I just politely commented. Lucky took advantage of the terrain. He gave a bitter smile, not even forcing me to activate my Sharingan, knowing that in terms of swordsmanship, he was thoroughly defeated. I held Itachi's little hand to go to school, and on the way, I told him, Itachi, the brain is always better than the fist. Learn to utilize the environment, and you can overcome the stronger. This kid listened with such seriousness, his eyes sparkling with little stars. To be honest, with this cleverness, I could take on the likes of the Akatsuki and the Scorpion Gang without fear. After all, I know all their tricks. After dropping Itachi off at school, the rain had stopped, and there was a rainbow hanging in the sky. It was really nice. I turned around and went to a newly opened ninja tool shop, run by my newly recruited little brother. What's the story? I had previously defeated a great swordsman from the land of iron named Kiyono Yasushi. And now he is wholeheartedly wanting to follow me, even begging me to take his son, Ethan, as my apprentice. Today, I came to pick up my new weapon. Ethan respectfully handed me a seemingly ordinary black crocodile leather belt. As soon as I held it, hey, it had some weight to it. Let me tell you, this thing is not just a belt. It's a soft sword. I pulled it out with a swoosh, and the blade shimmered with a faint purple light, looking incredibly cool. I even thought of a name for it. Curved Blade Stardust. It emphasizes cunning and surprise. In the future, my Stardust Storm will be able to unleash instantly, and its power will increase by 50%. This thing is my new killing move. I spent more than an hour instructing my new apprentice in the backyard, and just as I came out of the store, I ran into Ling Long wearing a dog-headed mask. The Hokage summoned us, and work was calling. I sighed at that moment. This leisurely time was too short. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was so tense it could drip water. Our team and Kakashi's team were all present. Minato's face was ashen as he dropped a bombshell. Orochimaru had defected. The third Hokage had chased after him alone. Damn, this was serious. The mission was to provide immediate support. I glanced at the documents, then told them, I'm fast, I'll go ahead, you follow. Then I hit the gas, unleashing the power of wind and thunder, and instantly vanished from their sight. By the time I arrived, the scene was chaotic. The old man was locked in a fierce battle with Orochimaru, and two members of the Akatsuki were standing on a nearby tree. One was Scorpion, and the other was masked, so I couldn't see his face. The old man was clearly hesitant to go all out, but Scorpion got impatient and shot his tail right at him, creating a hole in the old man's chest. Of course, it was a substitution technique, but when the old man reappeared, he was clearly poisoned. The situation got even crazier when the masked man joined in, unleashing a barrage of wind release. Vacuum wave. I recognized it immediately. Wasn't that Tobi's signature ninjutsu? The old man was immediately injured all over, furious as he shouted, Tobi! Just when it looked like the old man was about to go down, I teleported over, raising a wind wall that deflected Scorpion's poison needles. Then I was in trouble. Scorpion and Tobi, one in close combat and the other at range, teamed up against me. Of course, I was just pretending. I had to wait for backup. I could only jump around, making it look like I was in a dire situation. Then Orochimaru joined the fray, making it 3 against 1. All right, no more pretending. Time to show my true self. I exploded with the power of wind and thunder beneath my feet, and I vanished right in front of their faces. The speed was such that they couldn't even react. The next second, I appeared behind Tobi, and with a swift motion, I struck. That old man on the tree had a deep gash appear on his throat, blood spraying like a fountain, and he let out a grunt, clearly on the verge of death. You didn't want to play fair, so I had to hit you hard from behind. But guess what happened next? Just as that old man was about to die, he formed a hand sign, and the neck I had cut instantly healed. Then he turned and ran. I was left staring at my phone in disbelief, wondering what kind of cheat was this. Just then, Kakashi and the others finally arrived. Scorpion had already slipped away when he sensed danger, and we all surrounded Orochimaru. Luckily, my teammate Chien was strong, with her Sharingan activated. She cast a Genjutsu that immobilized Orochimaru, and we bound him tightly with sealing chains. Of course, I had to play the part. I quickly spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned against a tree, pretending to be severely injured from using forbidden techniques, and was helped back by Ling Long. Back at the Hokage building, Minato was furious, slamming the table. The old man finally revealed to him that Tobi's technique was called Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan that could turn reality into a dream at the cost of permanently blinding one with the Sharingan. It finally dawned on me that Tobi had always been eyeing our Uchiha eyes, just to build up his own resurrection armor. He encouraged the Third Hokage to suppress us, fearing we would discover this secret and come after him. Understanding all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years, sighing sigh. I was wrong. I told you. His next sentence left me speechless. He actually started to worry. What if this Izanagi got out and the entire ninja world came to trade our Uchiha kidneys for eyes? Good heavens, I wanted to say to him, Third Hokage, are you overthinking this a bit? Is this some kind of street vendor item that everyone can imitate? Do you think it's as simple as downloading an app? That's a joke. The hardware requirements for this technique are ridiculously high. Let me tell you, Izanagi is essentially a super illusion that can forcibly twist the reality of your death into, oh, that was just an illusion. To achieve this kind of miraculous alteration of fate, the consumption of ocular power flows like water from a faucet. Basically, without a 3-tomo Sharingan, you don't even have the qualification to activate it, and the cost is using it once leaves you with one eye, turning you into a one-eye dragon. Moreover, this is only for our Uchiha clan members. If an outsider wants to use it, the conditions are even more harsh than going to Grandma's house. Look at Danzo's arm. With 10 Sharingan implanted like a skewer, do you think he is really that afraid of death? In fact, it's just that he doesn't have enough ocular power. So he is just filling in the numbers. Furthermore, even if he gathers enough, without Hashirama S cells providing life force comparable to a power bank, his body would get drained by the Sharingan in no time. Are Hashirama S cells cabbages? The cultivation cost of that stuff, any piece of equipment would easily cost millions. And it burns money to the point that even Orochimaru feels the pinch. So the third S worries are purely self-inflicted fear. Enough about him. Let us talk about me. After completing the discharge procedures at the Konoha hospital and bidding farewell to the sweet-voiced nurse, I felt quite emotional. If it weren't for the fear of pretending to be sick for too long and getting exposed, who would understand my family? I really wanted to stay there for a lifetime, primarily for the companionship. This time, being ganged up on by heavyweight players like Scorpion, Danzo, and Orochimaru really sounded the alarm for me. My ability to protect my life is still not strong enough. I understand that only by staying alive can I have DPS. So, I'm pondering that I must do something more. The first thing that came to my mind was the shadow clone technique. But let me tell you, this shadow clone is just a bottomless pit. It sounds impressive with its evenly divided chakra, and even the Byakugan and Sharingan can't see through it. But that's the problem. If you create one clone, your original chakra is directly reduced by half. If you create another, it drops to a quarter. If you make more, the original chakra is in critical condition. This technique is simply tailor-made for someone like Naruto, who has tons of chakra. You might as well just give me your ID. For us ordinary geniuses, using shadow clones for leveling up is fine, but in actual combat, it's purely self-sabotage. Sigh, it's a pity that out of the 5 great elements, only water and earth can create physical clones. I started pondering where I could get an earth clone. This technique is simply my dream technique. As long as I stand on the ground, I can have a quarter of my original strength, can form hand seals, use a sword, and it doesn't weaken the original's chakra. The only downside is that it can't be too far from me. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, I often went outside the village. One day, I was visiting my old friend Orochimaru in the prison at the bottom of the Umbu base. Good grief, what a scene. He was bound in iron chains covered with cursed seals, suspended in midair, like some movie scene. I looked at him, shook my head, and said, "Snake Uncle, immortality is the domain of the gods. You're on the wrong path, and there's no future in it." Guess what he said? He actually started laughing. That golden slit pupil of his filled with mockery, as if to say, "What do you know, little brat?" Then he began lecturing me about how the body is fleeting, life is fragile, blah, blah, blah. Fine, I know there's no way to communicate with someone who's already stubbornly set in their ways. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. I directly tossed a mutual aid ring into his cell and told him, "Just fiddle with this when you have nothing to do. Just infuse it with chakra." Then I turned and left, too lazy to waste more words on him. After leaving the prison, I went straight to the Hokage's office. Good grief, both the third and fourth Hokage were there. As soon as Minato-sensei opened his mouth, I was taken aback. He said, "Roan, we've discussed it and decided to send an assassination team to eliminate Danzo." I was almost wide-eyed at the time. Assassinating Toby? What an international joke. Let me tell you, Toby has joined the Akatsuki now and is hanging out with Nagato. Sending someone to the land of rain to assassinate him? That's not called assassination. That's called delivering a head on a platter. Have you heard of the 6 paths of pain? Of course, I couldn't say that. I could only sigh and say, "To Hokage-sama, are you worried about Izanagi?" As soon as they heard that, their expressions changed immediately. They were probably thinking, "Damn, Uchiha even told this kid about that." Looking at their faces, I estimated that I was already close to becoming the next clan leader of the Uchiha in their minds. I could only grit my teeth and carry on, shrugging my shoulders and saying, "Don't worry, the elders of our clan are already aware of the situation regarding Danzo. We have countermeasures. There's no other way." I had to shift the blame to the elders. After all, I couldn't really let them send my team to the land of rain to die. Seeing the third Hokage still hesitating, I added before I left, "Lord Hokage, it's better to be cautious. Konoha really can't afford any more losses right now." After this incident, I took Aya and applied to leave the village for a journey, mainly to find the Earth clone. Guess what? I actually ran into it in a land of grass. The yellow Earth from Awagakure, the son of the third Hokage. I had to take him down. So, for the next few days, the yellow Earth experienced what hell mode truly meant. I was responsible for close-range high-speed assaults, using my sword techniques to suppress him until he couldn't breathe. Aya was sniping from a distance, shooting at him. This guy was beaten so badly he was rolling in panic, fleeing in disgrace. But I was really frustrated. I had pushed him to the brink several times. And just as his health bar was about to empty, he still wouldn't use the Earth clone. I was puzzled at the time, wondering if this guy just didn't know how to use it at all. The third time I cornered him in a small grove, I directly set the entire grove on fire with a great fire extinguishing technique. Amidst the flames, the yellow Earth looked incredibly frustrated, roaring, "Who exactly are you?" I stood on the tree, watching a black dot in the distance getting closer and closer, and I smiled. I knew the main character had arrived. If that kid Huangtu couldn't be caught, then let's lure out his father, that third-generation Earth Shadow, the Yinmu, who looked like a dwarf. Sure enough, not long after, an old man with a big nose riding a large rock flew in front of me and angrily asked who I was. I couldn't be bothered to say a word. Using the 8 gates technique, I directly opened 5 gates. My body instantly transformed into a green light and vanished from the spot. Not good. That old guy Ohyuki reacted really quickly. As soon as he saw I could fly, and that my speed was faster than his without saying a word, he directly controlled the rocks to smash down to the ground, preparing for ground combat. With a loud bang, as soon as he landed, he immediately used Dust Release, the technique of realm separation, against me. The white beam of light grazed past me. I countered with Water Release, great waterfall technique, instantly turning the area that had been burned to charcoal into a small lake. Ohyuki stood on the surface of the water, mocking me. You young one, using Water Release against me? I wanted to laugh at that moment, but before I could act, I saw that little guy from Huangtu trying to sneak away to ambush Ling. My figure flashed, and I kicked him away. I wanted to enjoy the show. If you move again, I'll take care of you first. When Daimyo saw his son was in danger, he quickly told him to retreat. Now, finally, there was no one to interfere. I was having an intense battle with that old man on the lake. It was a truly high-level match with extreme pulls. After fighting for a full half hour, an opportunity arose when I made a close-range advance. Suddenly, a giant rock hand reached out from the stone platform and grabbed me. Right after that, a clone that looked exactly like Noki rushed over and tightly embraced me. Then the real Noki directly used a technique on that clone, the heavy stone jutsu. Now's the time. My Sharingan under the goggles spun wildly, instantly copying his hand signs and chakra flow. Earth clone got it. Let me tell you, it was only at the moment of successful copying that I realized this thing is not called Earth clone. It should be called Rock clone. It is a B-rank ninjutsu. No wonder so few people can use it, because it requires the user to instantaneously change the properties of Earth into those of Rock, which is a high-level nature transformation. Just when I was getting excited, Anoki had already flown into the sky, ready to send me to the afterlife with his Dust Release. Did he think that by using heavy stone to hold me down he would win? How naive. I looked up at him in the sky and smiled. I can't break free, but why should I? Earth style, subterranean voyage. With a splash, I took that heavy rock clone with me and sank into the ground beneath my feet, disappearing without a trace. Let me tell you, that old man Yuki up there was completely dumbfounded, his eyes bulging out, probably burning up his CPU. I figure out his trick. First, he sent a tough rock clone to cling on to me, holding me tight, while he prepared a big move from behind called Dust Style, World Separation. He aimed to send both me and the clone flying, focusing on a complete annihilation. And what happened? I just used Earth Style to escape with his little brother. You think he was mad? Anyway, no matter how flustered that old man was up there, I was feeling great. I tell you, this rock clone is like a tailor-made divine skill for me. On the way, I kept testing it and found out that its power lies in its physicality. Shadow clones are energy forms and shatter upon contact, just like a glass doll. Water clones, while physical, are weak on land. But this rock clone is different. It fights best in the ground. Its body, I tell you, is like a Pro Max version created by Enwa, with all its organs made of clay and its exterior muscles and bones composed of rock molecules. Its defense is incredible. I tested it, and a C-rank jutsu felt like just a light touch, while a B-rank jutsu might just cause it to shake off the dirt and stand up, showcasing its immense vitality. Though its power is only half of mine, considering its toughness, its overall combat power is at least 70 of mine. In future battles, I'll just use the rock clone as a tank in front while I output damage from behind. It's a beautiful thought. The only downside is it consumes chakra like a sports car, very fuel inefficient, so it's not suitable for reconnaissance. While I was absorbed in my new toy, I unknowingly reached the border of the land of grass. Ling, that girl, touched her food bag and looked at me pitifully, saying, "Long, we're running low on our compressed biscuits." Upon hearing this, I laughed and waved my hand. "Let's go. Into the city. We must have a proper meal tonight." "Absolutely." "Oh, you have no idea." Ling's eyes lit up. After chasing the yellow earth for days and nights, she was almost starving. Once we entered the town, that girl completely unleashed her nature, darting around like a little glutton with a skewer of takoyaki in her left hand and a rabbit mask in her right, shouting, "Wow, Long, this is so delicious. You should try it too." Seeing her lively appearance, my mood improved significantly. After all the fighting and killing, I had almost forgotten what life tasted like. Just as we were wandering around, I caught a glimpse of white hair from the corner of my eye. What the heck? Why does that back look so familiar? My heart stirred, and I immediately chased after it. That guy was also alert, sensing someone was following. He quickly slipped into a crowd and vanished. "Hey, playing hide and seek with me?" I wasn't in a hurry at all, and I turned into a nearby empty alley. Ling followed me, looking confused and asking what was going on. I smiled at her. "It's nothing, just ran into an old acquaintance." As I entered the depths of the alley, a man wearing a kimono and wooden sandals suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking cautious and asking, I glanced him up and down and laughed. You're the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, right? I introduced myself. I'm Uchiha Long, the Fourth Hokage's bodyguard. Ling quickly took off her mask, revealing her signature Byakugan. When Jiraiya recognized us as allies, his wariness vanished instantly, and he burst into laughter. Ah, so it's you two little ones. I've heard quite a bit about you, from Minato. With that, our identities were confirmed, and after some mutual flattery, he invited us to his temporary residence for a visit. Upon arriving, my eyes nearly popped out. Good heavens, this isn't a temporary residence at all. It's an ancient, elegant little manor, with 3 to 5 servants attending to him. This guy has practically settled down out here. It seems the political games between the third and fourth Hokages have really made him want to escape for some peace and quiet. Sitting down for tea and chatting, he first asked a bunch of questions about the village. When he heard that Orochimaru was released but under house arrest, he sighed complexly. I was quite curious about his demeanor. With the third basically retired and the fourth in power, the village needed his high-end combat strength, now more than ever. So why wasn't he returning? Jiraiya smiled wryly and said that he had gotten too used to being lazy outside, and he wouldn't stay long if he went back. I understood then. This guy is a pure ninja, genuinely weary of political struggles, especially since his apprentice is the one in charge now. He didn't want to meddle unnecessarily to avoid awkwardness. Fortunately, even though he wasn't physically there, he maintained contact with the village and secretly helped resolve many issues. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, the two of us strolled back to the village leisurely. When I got home and checked the calendar, it was July 13th, 51st year of Konoha. I had specifically timed my return for this moment to witness a good show. Sure enough, I immediately received a message from Lin Xianyu through the ring. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village has arrived. I couldn't help but snicker at that moment. Hey, these guys from Cloud Hidden Village really came following a script? I just don't know that the current Hokage is Minato Namikaze, not that old politician from the Third Hokage era. What exactly are they trying to pull? But it doesn't matter, no matter what you want to do. This time it's destined to be a one-way trip. In the afternoon, I went to training ground number 7, which we Uchiha had almost completely taken over. I had spent quite a bit of money expanding it over the years, and now it's almost like a private gym for the Uchiha. Along the way, all the younger members greeted me, "Captain, you're finally back." Their shouts were quite comforting. I don't know when Lin Xianyu also joined me and began reporting the situation. Over the years, Lin Xianyu has also made a name for herself, her strength skyrocketing, earning the title of Konoha's female police officer outside, with a reputation far surpassing mine as the Fourth Hokage's secret guard. I asked her if the Yunin people were doing anything sneaky, and she said not at the moment. I told her to keep a close watch, especially on the Hyuga family. Then I asked about the budding organization I had previously set up, which was a ninjutsu research group I created specifically to recruit civilian ninjas with creative talents. I provided the funding and resources for them to focus on developing interesting low-level ninjutsu. Lin Xianyu said they had already selected over 30 individuals, and the progress was going smoothly. After sending Lin Xianyu away, I entered my exclusive training ground and directly opened the 8 gates. 5th gate open. 6th gate open. I stopped at the 6th gate, carefully feeling the violent power within my body. At this point, I could actually open the 7th gate, and with great effort, I could touch the 8th gate as well, but it wasn't necessary. I was pursuing the goal of opening the gates without injury. Now with the 5th gate, I could already control it freely, but for the 6th gate, I had been training for a full 2 years and still couldn't achieve complete injury-free results. After a long time, I would still suffer internal injuries. It seemed that unless my physical strength underwent an epic enhancement, the 6th gate might be my limit. I trained until sunset, took a special grade soldier pill to replenish my energy, and just returned home when Lin Xianyu appeared again, reminding me, "Master, there's a clan meeting tonight. Don't forget." I slapped my forehead. I really had forgotten. That evening, I wore a black fan-pattern kimono and led my more than 100 loyal subordinates into the underground plaza of the Nana Shrine. As soon as we entered, the atmosphere of the entire venue changed. I completely ignored everyone's gaze and swaggered up to the high platform, plopping down in the right side chief seat, which was the logistics minister's position. That's right, I had already taken over the logistics department. Once everyone had arrived, Fujiwara announced the meeting. The first to stand up was the deputy minister under me, who immediately started complaining about our explosive tag business being squeezed to the brink of failure by the Shimura family. He said they were now selling explosive tags of better quality at a price that had been slashed to 250 Ryo, while our 500 Ryo tags couldn't sell at all. As soon as he said this, the venue erupted in chaos. The clan elder Uchiha Yen on the left slammed the table and glared at me, shouting, "Long, what are you doing? You're a Hokage's guard. How can you not suppress a declining Shimura clan? Wow, this old man really knows how to shift the blame. He couldn't compete in business and turn the focus directly on me. I couldn't help but laugh, slowly standing up, my hand resting on the hilt of my blade, looking at him as if he were dead, and calmly said, "Old man, are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" The entire venue fell silent in an instant. I guess no one expected me to speak to an elder like that. The old man was so furious that he stumbled over his words. You are outrageous?" I took a step forward, my voice low but clear to everyone. One must respect their elders. As remnants of the old era, there is no longer a ship that can carry you into the new era. As soon as I finished speaking, Yunxiang immediately stood up, activating her 3-Tomo Sharingan. Following that, over 120 of my subordinates lined up in front and turned to face the remaining few hundred clansmen, many of whom also activated their eyes. The momentum was incredible. Uchiha Yin pointed at the group of young people below, trembling with anger. Are you planning to rebel?" My voice was cold. "Shut up. Old man, one more word and I'll take you down." It looked like a fight was about to break out, and Fugaku's face turned pale. At that moment, another elder from a neutral faction, Uchiha Kei, spoke up. "Yin, stop messing around. This is the era of the young." With his words, the 80 or 90 members of his faction quietly stepped aside. The members of Fugaku's faction looked eagerly at him, but he didn't say a word. Just as the tension was rising, a youthful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Elder Yin, you shouldn't direct external conflicts inward. That's selfish." I looked over, and to my surprise, it was Itachi. He stepped out from the crowd and directly stood by my side, adding, "I believe Elder Yin is no longer suitable for this position," with the young clan leader taking a stand. Those who were still hesitant among the clan members quickly moved away in droves. After all, who would be foolish enough to go against the young clan leader? In the end, less than 100 die-hard supporters of Yin remained in the center of the square, looking like wilted eggplants, seeing the tide turn against him. Fugaku took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a complex expression, and finally announced, "From today, the Elder Council is abolished." Elder Uchiha Yin looked incredulous, finally slumping in his chair like a deflated balloon. Fugaku, perhaps fearing I would take advantage of the situation to seize power, nervously watched me. I smiled at him, sat back down, and my voice echoed throughout the venue. Since there are competitors in the explosive tag business, why not develop new industries? Clinging to the old ways will eventually lead to elimination. As for suppressing competitors, let me tell you, the Shimura clan has already been nearly suffocated by the Hokage faction. If we interfere, it will only raise everyone's vigilance. Once I said this, most people suddenly understood. Fugaku also relaxed, realizing I didn't want his position as clan leader. Understanding this, he became excited. The elder council pressing down on him was finally gone. He cleared his throat and began his speech. "Eng's proposal is excellent. I propose we raise the price of our explosive tags to 700 Ryo." The crowd erupted again. Fugaku, undeterred, continued to shout, "We won't engage in a price war. We only make high-end products, exclusively for those big clients who aren't short on cash." To be honest, this idea was quite good. Then he looked at the RD department. "I'll give you 3 months. I want to see more competitive new products." The middle-aged man in charge of RD looked troubled, just about to say something, when a young man stepped forward behind him. "Father, if you can't do it, I'm willing to give it a try." I tell you, I was right there, and that middle-aged uncle turned pale, unable to speak clearly. As a result, his son, a guy named Uchiha Biaoax, suddenly stood up, all fired up, and shouted directly at the clan leader. "Dad, if you can't do it, I can." Goodness. His dad almost had a stroke right there, pointing at his nose and scolding him for being ridiculous. But this kid is tough too. He directly made a military order, saying that if he couldn't handle the new product development, he would leave the Uchiha family chat group. I tell you, our clan leader Uchiha, Fugaku, instantly fell in love with him, his eyes shining, and without a second thought, he said one word, "Okay." He probably figured that even if this kid really messed up, he could find a reason to let him off lightly, playing the card of cherishing talent. Then, Fugaku turned his attention to me and directly ordered, "In a month, I want to see the proposal for the new industry." Nearby, that guy Uchiha Rong even smiled and asked Uchiha Yuan in the audience if he had confidence. And without saying a word, Yuan stood up and took the task. At this point, the entire clan meeting seemed to be on fast forward. No one dared to complain or hesitate, and all resolutions were passed unanimously. By the time the meeting ended, everyone knew that the Uchiha clan had completely changed. That slow-moving elder meeting had become a thing of the past. But just as we were celebrating, In a small inn in Konoha, a bunch of cloud ninja were secretly plotting something. I'll tell you, those people are as poor as church mice. The guys come out in torn tank tops to show off their muscles, and the girls are all wearing fishnet crop tops. If you didn't know better, you'd think some underground idol group came to Konoha for team building. The one-eyed leader, looking like a pirate, is confirming their primary target. Is the intel confirmed? That little genius from the Uchiha. Has he activated his eyes? His subordinate immediately reports. Confirmed. Graduated at 7. Elite end.At with a 95 accuracy rate for intel. The one-eyed leader slaps his thigh. Good. It's him. Uchiha Itachi. Who understands? I thought they were after Hinata and had specifically asked Hyuga Iane to keep a close watch. But what is the result? These bastards don't even look at the Byakugan. It makes sense. The main family protects the Byakugan like a steel drum. Capturing a branch family member is useless. What they want is our Uchiha Sharingan, which can copy jutsu. That's a bug that could infinitely expand their village's jutsu library. They can't beat the adult Uchihas, let alone those of the level of Shunshin and Suemon, so they can only set their sights on a youngling like Itachi. These people also came fully prepared. If the capture fails, they just play the victim on the spot. They're just looking for an excuse to start a war and boost the performance of their newly appointed Fourth Hokage. The next evening, I happened to catch Itachi secretly training at training ground number 7. This little guy is as wound up as a high school student preparing for the 2025 college entrance exam. I thought this is perfect and said, "Come on, Itachi, let your big brother test your training results." I tell you, my handprints were so fast that they almost left an afterimage. Before I knew it, a B-rank rock clone had directly emerged from the ground. Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan was almost spinning like a fan, yet he still couldn't understand how the chakra was changing. The copying failed, and he was completely stunned. Brother Long, this isn't a C-rank clone, right? I laughed. What a keen eye. This thing's difficulty is comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. As soon as I finished speaking, my rock clone charged forward with a knife. Itachi reacted quickly, casting a jinjutsu as soon as he opened his eyes, but it was utterly useless. He had no choice but to draw his sword and take it head-on. With a clang, his small body was directly sent flying. But he was also a combat genius. Using the force to create distance, he countered with a phoenix fire technique, sending dozens of fireballs raining down like they were free. Guess what happened? My rock clone tanked 2 hits, gaining 2 black marks on its body, and acted as if nothing happened. The expression on Itachi's face was, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. While he was stunned, the rock clone teleported right in front of him and executed a fire slash. Itachi used a substitution jutsu to dodge and gasped for air several meters away. Feeling dazed, is one clone really this strong? Of course, my rock clone's defense was maxed out, plus my ghostly knife techniques and instant movement. Up close, it was just a flurry of slashes. Who could withstand that? Even Kakashi would only last a minute longer. 5 minutes later, Itachi's rhythm was completely disrupted. Looking at the knife pointed at his heart, he dejectedly raised his hand in surrender. I used to pat him and say, "Haha, already amazing. With this skill at 8 years old, you're not worse than Jishui back in the day. Come on, I'll take you home." As a result, something happened on the way home. I'm still nagging Itachi here, telling him to exercise more and not just focus on his eyes. Over at the Hyuga household, Iane is hanging upside down like Batman from the eaves, watching a few cloud ninjas sneak into Hinata's courtyard. Wow, these guys really dared to split up like that. As soon as Itachi and I reached an intersection, I felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that something was off. In the next moment, 4 dark figures jumped down from the roof, surrounding the 2 of us. When I saw the 3 clouds on their forehead protectors, I was speechless. These unlucky guys, of all people, had chosen target Itachi and me. I hadn't fully drawn my sword when, with a swish, 3 heads of the cloud ninja flew into the air. By the time the blood fell, the last one was taken care of by Itachi. We exchanged a glance, and I decisively pulled out a flare gun. With a whoosh, a firework exploded in the sky above Konoha. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang in the Hyuga compound. A cloud ninja who had just infiltrated Hinata's room was stunned on the spot. The Hyuga guards quickly surrounded the yard, and Hinata Hizashi arrived as well. Seeing they couldn't escape, one of the remaining cloud ninjas was shot in the head by Iane from a distance, while the others, terrified, went soft in the knees and obediently surrendered. Yet these guys still had the nerve to shout that Konoha was killing their messengers. And then they all bit their poison pouches and committed suicide. Their technique of causing trouble was professional. Just when Hinata Hizashi looked bewildered, the remaining 3 cloud messengers arrived with the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They pointed at the corpses on the ground, filled with righteous indignation, demanding an explanation from Konoha. Minato was about to ask what happened when a mocking voice rang out. I was with Itachi, casually tossing the 4 cloud ninja bodies that had attacked us onto the ground, amplifying my voice. Hokage-sama, what a coincidence, Itachi and I were just attacked by cloud messengers. What's going on? Does Cloud really want the eyes of our 2 great bloodline clans? At this, the place fell silent. The 3 cloud messengers turned pale. Seizing the moment, I directly asked Minato for permission. Hokage-sama, regarding my clan's bloodline, please allow the Uchiha clan to take action against Cloud and seek justice. Hinata Hizashi immediately followed up. The Hyuga clan supports this. Minato hesitated at first, fearing it might trigger the 4th Great Ninja War. I quickly added, Hokage-sama, rest assured. This is a private matter between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, not a war between villages. With that, Minato had no reason to refuse and nodded. Okay. The 3 cloud messengers slumped to the ground, probably wishing they could die. Now, it was clear they had tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing rice. They had not only failed to obtain a reason for war, but had also angered our 2 powerful clans. Once the Umbu dragged the bodies away, it was just me, Minato, and Hinata Hizashi left. I laid out my plan. I would personally lead the team, supported by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, to conduct a comprehensive hunt of all cloud ninjas on missions, directly strangling their economic lifeline. I recited my summarized tactical 16-character mantra. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is stationed, I disrupt. When the enemy is tired, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. I call this guerrilla warfare. Watergate and Sunfoot's eyes lit up at once, exclaiming that I was quite knowledgeable. I assured them that if Yun-In dared to send a large army to press down, I would dare to take them all out in one go. Watergate immediately decided that no one would leave the village, but the supplies would be sufficient. And so it was settled. The next morning, outside the west gate of the village, a large troop of over 1,000 people had gathered. Uchiha and Hyuga, along with a warrior group of 5,000, created a truly shocking scene. At my command, 100 ninjas formed a vanguard of sharp blades and set off first, each disappearing with their assassination missions. Next, the reconnaissance team followed, clearing out any spies along the way. Our main force, to put it bluntly, was just a mobile logistics supply station. The real killing moves were all outside. After 10 days of rapid marching, the army stationed itself at the border of the Land of Fire. I dispatched all the elites, infiltrating the Land of Soup, the Land of Moon, and the Land of Rice, launching a comprehensive blockade against the Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, I was stuck in the central tent, buried under mountains of military reports every day, utterly frustrated. Just when I was about to be driven mad by these trivial matters, I stumbled upon a piece of intelligence among a pile of scrolls that instantly lifted my spirits. The scroll mentioned that a high-ranking ninja team, led by Uchiha Jun, which included a branch of the Hyuga clan, had discovered traces of someone suspected to be Killer Bee. I was startled at that moment, and I thought, wow, I need to quickly get people involved. Without saying a word, I greeted Hinata and the others and told them that the 8 Tails had shown up, and I had to go in person. Their expressions were as strange as if they had seen a ghost, but I didn't have time to care about them. I turned around and took out Might Together in the same boat ring, and sent a message to the group, just like tagging all members. Assembly at Ingwa Mountain. Received. Received. 3 replies came back instantly, all set. Let me tell you, my swordsmanship is fine for dealing with small fry, but going head-to-head with a tailed beast, a giant unit like that, is honestly a bit much. But since we've discovered it, there's no reason to let it go. I'd already prepared backup. Zhou 1, Yunshang, my capable aide. Zhou 2, Yetsong, yes, the hero from Sunagakure, the master of Scorch Release. This girl has a strong will. She should have been sold out by her own village, but I intercepted and saved her, and now she's determined to stick with me. No other reason. Just because I provide plenty of resources and protect her life. I summon my mount, Big Orange, with a flick of my hand. Who understands, family? This is no cat. With this size, I do believe in a moving little hill. While I was petting the cat, I couldn't help but complain, Big Orange, you're really something. It seemed quite proud of itself, of course, as it is the strongest cat in the clan. Since we had time on our hands, I started to interrogate it, asking if that mysterious cat grandma was stronger than it. But this orange cat was quite stubborn. I then asked about Little White. To my surprise, it went silent and just focused on the road. My heart sank. I understood everything. Little White must be playing dumb. Its strength is hidden so deep. It's like a ninja version of empresses in the palace. What kind of luck did my sister have when she contracted such a big shot at the age of 7? I just can't figure it out. After a day and night, crossing the Land of Soup, We arrived at the land of the moon. I let Big Orange go back first since it was too conspicuous. Then I joined my team. Yunxiang and Yetsong arrived first, and the last one to show up was none other than Uncle Snake, Orochimaru. The moment he spoke, it was in that weird, eerie tone, little row, and I got goosebumps. I shot back, if you keep talking like that, your research funding for the next quarter will be cut in half. He immediately backed down, coughing at him. Rongchan, I was just joking. Family. It's all about managing Uncle Snake with funds. All right, enough chit-chat. Our entire Freemason group is here, and our target is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. We might not be able to kill it, but we'll definitely wear it out. We met with the reconnaissance team and confirmed that Karabi was in the nearby Moonlight Town. I directly ordered Uchiha Itachi and the others to take care of his subordinates when the time comes, leaving the rest to us. The plan was simple. Just wait. We waited until the next afternoon, and that guy finally left the town, heading into a remote canyon. Wasn't he that just delivering himself to us? As soon as it got dark, we moved in. It was clean and swift. His teammates, including the female captain, didn't he even have a chance to react before they went to meet the sage of Six Paths. Karabi, being the emotional type, was stunned when he saw his captain's head drop, standing there motionless, which allowed me to slice off his arm with one blow. When he finally reacted, he let out a furious roar, and his chakra exploded, revealing his tailed beast form. Wow, he went straight to the second stage? Orochimaru tried to intervene, but got knocked back like a snake shedding its skin. It was thrilling, so thrilling. What else was there to say? Let's take him down. Orochimaru, Yakumo, and I surrounded him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. But this guy was the Eight Tails, tough as nails. Just when we were about to beat him back to his original form, he let out a mooing sound, and the complete Eight Tails, that bull-headed octopus monster, was forced out. Hiss, the amount of chakra felt like it was comparable to the Nine Tails. This thing was like a blood cow boss. I used my rock clone to attack. Yakumo threw fireballs from a distance, and Orochimaru poked at him with his Totsuka sword. We were causing chaos, nearly flattening the entire canyon. After more than half an hour of fighting, Orochimaru started shouting for a 30 budget increase. This guy was finally going to unleash his ultimate move and began to gather the tailed beast bomb. That energy fluctuation made my scalp tingle from afar. Orochimaru quickly summoned the 10,000 snakes as a meat shield, and I decided to go all out, opening the fifth gate of the 8 gates and charging at him with my technique, Blade Technique. Ashen Wind. His tailed beast bomb became unstable and shot out. But since we were too close, it ended up exploding and injuring itself. The scene was like the Pro Max version of the 2025 Spring Festival fireworks, creating a huge pit in the center of the canyon. The 10,000 snakes were left covered in dust, howling for 1,000 sacrifices. I thought it was about time and summoned my Big Orange too. Now we had 2 giant summoning beasts beating up a heavily injured Eight Tails. The 10,000 snakes used 1,000 snake constriction to tie him up like a zongzi, while the Big Orange jumped around like a flea, dealing furious damage with its claws, leaving a bloody mess. Just as we were about to take his head, I had a moment of inspiration and thought I'd try my 3-tomo illusion on the tailed beast. But let me tell you, I was careless. I didn't dodge. The moment our eyes met, I exclaimed, and the next second, I was no longer myself. I was directly pulled into Kairabi's spiritual world, experiencing his lonely childhood, being treated like a play god, then meeting a sister who taught him to rap, and finally his gentle female captain, until I watched her head roll in front of me. That sadness, who among my family understands? Even as a bystander, I was brought to tears. Wow, this illusion is too real. Hey, kid, wake up. When I came to, it was Big Orange waking me up. It felt like just a moment, but said a minute had passed. I instinctively asked, how long have I been under this illusion? My voice was so cold it surprised even me. At that moment, I realized I had already been taken away from the battlefield, where the giant snake and Orochimaru were still battling the now half-sized Eight Tails. It seemed like it wouldn't be long. About a minute, meow. Luckily, I saved you just in time from Eight Tails' attack. I tell you, I was completely dazed at that moment. I stood up, clenched my fist, and wow, I felt like a Super Saiyan. My strength doubled instantly. The 8 gates technique that I was using before just shut down my body by itself, without any side effects. But my mind was filled with questions like, what did I just do? How did I evolve like I was using hacks just by glaring at the Eight Tails? There was no time to think. I quickly dashed in front of the Eight Tails. The guy had already been beaten down to half his size. I waved my hand at Orochimaru beside me and said, all right, buddy, you can back off now. I'll take care of the rest here. Orochimaru, understanding the situation, smiled and slipped away. He didn't want to get involved in my mess. Then I clapped my hands and shouted, sealing technique. Suddenly, a bunch of iron chains wrapped tightly around the eight tails. At this point, it was so weak that it couldn't resist at all. Finally, it let out a roar and was directly forced back to its original form, turning back into the injured and nearly unconscious Killer Bee. I stared at him, originally planning to finish him off directly, but for some reason, maybe because I had empathized with him a bit earlier, I felt a bit reluctant. I steeled my heart and thought, let me try this newly opened kaleidoscope Sharingan on you. Let me tell you, a miracle happened. I widened my eyes, and in an instant, Killer Bee's severed arm zoomed back into place. The wound completely healed. I was overjoyed at that moment. My new ocular technique can turn the unreal into reality? Is it directly crushing from the level of rules? But the next second, my face turned green. Oh no, my ocular power was like a water faucet that had been turned on, uncontrollably gushing out. Not only did I save Killer Bee, but even the nearly dying eight tails inside him was fully restored. I instantly felt like my eyes were going blind, and I was completely drained. Who understands, family? I just won 5 million, and the lottery ticket was blown away by the wind. At that moment, I really wanted to stab Killer Bee again. But just when I thought I was going to go blind, something strange happened again. I felt the chakra inside me slowly flowing into my eyes, repairing my ocular power. I was completely stunned. Isn't this the eternal kaleidoscope? I didn't transplant anyone's eyes, did I? Could it be that my body is so strong that I just jumped straight to the finish line? I couldn't understand. It was truly baffling. At that moment, Killer Bee woke up, looking bewildered, and asked if I had saved him. My face darkened. I glanced at him, tossed a ring over, and coldly said, Sakata Yori didn't like you that much either. Feel free to come for revenge anytime. Then I turned and left. I wasn't worried at all about him attacking. My technique life bestow essentially made me his rebirthing parent. He wouldn't harbor hostility towards me, unless he was the type of pure white-eyed wolf, but clearly he wasn't. On the way back, I started to study my new eyes. The left eye, life bestow, can give life to things. I molded a rock clone, infused it with ocular power, and wow, it came to life. It had its own thoughts. It could even absorb energy to replenish itself. Absolutely incredible. But it was useless for ordinary stones or wood. I had to carve it into a human or animal shape first. The right, I was even more outrageous, called divine gift, could transfer anything I had, chakra, lifespan, even luck, to others. Isn't this the ultimate support? I didn't dare to experiment recklessly. The shadow of nearly being drained last time was too great. When I returned to the camp, I heard that the hidden cloud had gathered over 1,000 people to come after me. I just laughed and told Hyuga Aya, don't worry, they won't get here. Then I ordered the main force to stand by and all elite teams to split into smaller units and go wild. Eliminate all their scouts. Cut down anyone out on missions. No need for spies to hide. Fill me in with intel if exposed. Just retreat back. I'll take care of it. I wanted to see how long the hidden cloud could hold out. And guess what? Family, the results were outstanding. In just over 10 days, the hidden cloud had over 200 people assassinated, their mission failure rate skyrocketed, and all their clients fled. Their logistics were completely severed by me. The Fourth Hokage personally escorted supplies and was heavily injured while escaping. How could they fight this war? They were directly beaten into begging for mercy. 3 days later, a messenger from the hidden cloud arrived. An old man brought 2 young people, one of whom was a familiar face, Samui. The old man came right up demanding compensation, wanting to negotiate. I just laughed. Do you think we lack that little bit of money? I made it clear, we want you to pay the price. I ordered them to leave, and the old man had no choice but to reveal his cards, handing over a list. 30 million Rio, 1,000 cows, 10,000 jars of fine wine, and 3 tons of thunderstone, totaling 3 billion. It was indeed a huge loss. But that wasn't enough. I tapped my fingers on the table and told him, I will accept the compensation, but you must publicly apologize to the entire shinobi world, admitting that you came to steal our bloodline limits. This made the old man explode, saying it was absolutely impossible. I raised the stakes. All right. Then declare all those involved in this matter as traitors and expel their entire families from the village. This was even harsher. The old man's face turned pale. I stood up to send him off, not wanting to waste more words. Guess what happened next? Just as I was about to leave, the old man suddenly knelt down with a thud. He hugged my leg and cried, begging me to spare those family members. To be honest, I was initially too lazy to care, but he said he was willing to add another billion. Hey, now I was interested. A billion, and it would be split 3 ways. I had no reason to refuse. I nodded. Okay, but all the money must be converted into our Fire Country silver notes. The old man's face turned green. The exchange rate difference could cost him a fortune, but he could only grit his teeth and agree. After that, I squatted at the border for 10 days, waiting for them to send money. During this time, my assassination team didn't stop, forcing them to gather the money at lightning speed. When we were about to return, I was extra cautious, letting the ninja main force go ahead to scout the way, while I followed behind with the samurai escorting the money, moving slowly. Every night, Minato would come over using Flying Thunder God, quietly transporting the supplies away. By the time we returned to Konoha, the money was divided. Minato got 2 billion, Hyuga 1 billion, the clan 1 billion, and the remaining 2 billion plus went straight into my pocket. Everyone was overjoyed. I also gained a bunch of titles like God of War of Konoha and other such juvenile nicknames, but I couldn't be bothered. Anyway, now I was back in my training ground number 7, continuing my research. Look at this in front of me, a mini version of the Nine Tails. Only its entire body is surrounded by my light blue chakra, looking quite cute. Let me tell you, this little guy is not just cute. I thought for a moment and shouted, "Kai-bai, show me your true form." In an instant, this pet-sized creature transformed into a giant beast the size of a mountain, just like the Nine Tails from a night. However, it was a bit of a knockoff. Once the chakra dispersed, its strength dropped significantly, like a paper tiger. I quickly made it shrink down, finally settling on a height of 10 meters, at which point the chakra concentration barely passed. Its voice was still a crisp female one, calling me master, focusing on a companion-style growth. Simply amazing. However, the biggest gain this time? It's my new understanding of my kaleidoscope. The ability to give life with my left eye is incredibly powerful. I first used a raw clone to take on a Nine Tails appearance, then gave it life, and it was immediately locked into that form. It became a permanent combat pet, capable of growing and shrinking with strong defensive power. Although chakra and lifespan can only be given once and can't be replenished, this is already outrageous. I'm almost touching the threshold of creation. I could even use this technique to save people. I could bring back someone who just died, although the resurrected person might not be the same as before. But think about it. Isn't this just a low-tier version of the impure world reincarnation? I think I understand now. My eyes are a reflection of my inner self, protection. Obito wanted to escape, so he developed Kamui. Itachi was filled with pain and anger, and created Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. As for me, I just want to protect everything. Alright, I've figured out the theory. It's time to put into practice. What is a man-s romance? It must be Gundam. I clasp my hands together. My ocular power erupts. Susanoo, activate. First form, a skeleton frame envelopes me. Ribs and arms provide decent defense, but it falls apart if I move too fast. Poor rating. Moving on. Second form, the skeleton grows flesh and blood, and I wield a 3-meter-long greatsword. I swing it down, and the ground cracks for over 10 meters. The power is decent, but it's about the same as my own swordsmanship. Mobility is still like a turtle crawling. Another poor rating. Let us go again. Third form. The half-body Susanoo dons a set of Tengu armor. Its size skyrockets to 15 meters. I tell you, at this point, I can feel my ocular power flowing. Itachi at his peak could only reach this level, right? I can use it without too much effort. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan is impressive. No arguments accepted. But this isn't the limit. Fourth form, activate. Boom. The half-body Susanoo grows legs, transforming into a complete 30-meter-high armored giant. I'm transported into its head, and my field of vision instantly soars. Now we're talking. This thing deserves to be called a beast slayer. I estimate that purely in terms of ocular power, I could maintain it for a day and night, but considering chakra consumption, it would last only about 10 minutes. Finally, here we go. Ultimate Susanoo. Fifth form, Tengu form. Activate. With a whoosh, massive wings sprout from my back. Blue energy flows over the armor, and the sword in my hand becomes heavier and larger. Its size skyrocketing to nearly 40 meters, almost hitting the training ground's barrier. The pressure. I take off into the air. Then, 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, and my blue energy is depleted. The Gundam disintegrates, and I fall from a height of over 10 meters. After a long pause, I finally get a sense of my current strength. The first to third forms are for daily use. The fourth form is a finishing move, meant for quick battles. The fifth form? That is purely a theoretical skill. I currently don't have enough chakra for it. But regardless, this upgrade has pushed me directly from the initial stage of a shadow to the peak of shadow, with one foot stepping into the realm of pain. And Madara's super shadow threshold. Next, I planned 3 paths to the peak for myself. First, the 8 gates. I can now open the 7th gate without injury. If I can combine sealing techniques with the 8 gates to open the 8th gate without injury, my combat power would definitely be more enduring than Gaius. Second, chakra fusion, merging wind and fire to create scorch release, and then moving on to bloodline elimination and bloodline collection, straight to the 6 paths level. Third, Susanoo, simple and straightforward. As long as I have enough chakra to use the 5th form as a regular weapon, I DB firmly in the super shadow level. The next day, it's my turn to be on duty at the Hokage office. As soon as I walk in, a little blonde kid runs up and bows to me. "Hello, Uncle Rome. It's Naruto. He is already 3 years old, looking lively and cheerful. So great." I smile and want to hug him, but he steps back with a serious expression and says, "I've grown up. I'm going to be the Hokage." That made me laugh. Minato tells him to sit still, then starts discussing serious matters with me. He talks about the unrest in the Land of Rain and wanting to recruit Itachi into the Umbu. I can tell he's grooming me as a trusted advisor. As we talk, he suddenly shifts the topic and asks how my sealing techniques are coming along. I'm taken aback and instinctively glance at Naruto beside me. My heart's sinking. I directly ask, "Has Naruto encountered it?" Minato gives a wry smile. "Yes. Recently it hasn't been very quiet." I understand. The Nine Tails inside Naruto has started to stir. After all, unlike his mother Kushina, who sealed the complete Nine Tails inside her at birth, as the Nine Tails power recovers, the seal must be becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Should I give it a try? I volunteer. Minato hesitates for a moment, but eventually nods. I gently place my hand on Naruto's stomach, and in the next moment, my consciousness descended into a dark and damp sewer. Naruto followed in, terrified, and I quickly grabbed his small hand. As I walked, I analyzed the situation. Wow, the 8 trigram seal that Minato had integrated the power of space-time. No wonder I had been struggling to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Reaching the end, behind a huge iron gate, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly opened wide. It was the Nine Tails. "It's you, Uchiha kid." It actually remembers me. Ignoring its roar, I carefully sensed the chakra leaking from the seal. In that moment, I realized the core of the Flying Thunder God and the 8 trigram seal is yin-yang release. Minato must have known I lacked the yin-yang attribute, which is why he felt at ease teaching me, thinking I wouldn't be able to learn anyway. But he never expected that my Manjiki Sharingan, with the left eye granting me yang release and the right eye granting me yin release, meant I was naturally equipped for it. Understanding this, I directly formed hand seals with both hands and used my own developed 8 trigram seal to reinforce Minato's seal. With a boom, the entire space shook, and the leaking chakra was instantaneously blocked. Done. Back in the office, Minato looked at me with a changed expression, full of joy. Then, he dropped a bombshell along. "Would you be willing to take Naruto as your disciple?" I was stunned. Who would understand the pressure of this? The 4th Hokage, the top figure of the time, wanted to entrust the prince to me. Could I agree? I couldn't. If I flapped my butterfly wings any harder, who would fight Kagami in the future? Me? I didn't have that protagonist halo. I quickly waved my hands, saying I was not knowledgeable enough and was afraid of delaying the child. Minato thought I was being modest and upped the ante. "If you're willing to teach Naruto, I'll give you the 8 trigram seal and all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan." I was dumbfounded. This immense fortune had finally come to me. The complete sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I was torn, but then had a sudden idea and tentatively asked, "I can teach, but can we skip the master-disciple relationship? I can help Naruto reinforce the seal long-term and teach him everything I can, but I really lack experience with special children." Minato thought for a moment and found it reasonable, as many of my techniques relied on the Sharingan. In the end, he nodded in agreement. The deal was struck. That day, I received the 8 trigram seal and a whole bunch of Uzumaki clan sealing technique scrolls. I wasn't stingy either. I rummaged through my belongings and took out several precious medicinal herbs I had collected over the years, personally preparing 10 bottles of foundational, strengthening pills and body refining powders for the child. From that day on, 3-year-old Naruto began a grueling training life. Every day, he soaked in my specially prepared medicinal baths and practiced the body refining punches I taught him. I must say, this little guy had an incredible physique and astonishing recovery ability. He would bounce back from bumps and bruises in no time. As spring turned to autumn, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The little carrot head from before had now grown to a meter tall, with a sturdy lower body. 5-year-old Naruto chased after me every day, asking, "Uncle Long, when can I become a ninja?" I got tired of his questions and could only repeatedly tell him, "Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. If you build a strong physique now, You can refine chakra in just a few days later. Another year passed, and Naruto turned 6. I thought it was time. I took him to training ground number 7, had him sit down and close his eyes. I cast an illusion technique, allowing him to see a sky full of stars. Wow, Uncle Long, there are so many stars. Steady your mind. I called out. Each star corresponds to a cell in your body. Now, use your will to guide those light points and draw out their power. This was my self-created chakra extraction method, star guidance technique. The mainstream methods taught in the ninja school wasted too much talent. My method was designed to help Naruto tap into the deepest potential of his body from the very beginning. To be honest, I was nervous as well, since in the original story, Naruto only had wind release, and my method was a chaotic mix of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. What if it went wrong? But what happened? Let me tell you, just 15 minutes after I finished speaking, wow, the chakra fluctuations from Naruto surged up with a hum. I was shocked at the time. Who understands the family? 15 minutes. Back in the day, I, a genius of the Uchiha clan, struggled for a full 3 days to achieve it. In the original story, Naruto even took a whole month. This kid did it in 15 minutes? I rushed over and told him to quickly shut up, stop showing off, and stabilize it. As a result, over half an hour passed, and I saw the amount of chakra in Naruto rising like a balloon, his face turning green. Is this whirlpool physique a bit too outrageous? My first refinement took me a lot of effort and only yielded 0.05, and he was heading for 0.2, the amount of 2 chunin. And looking at that momentum, it hadn't stopped yet. After another half an hour, I began to wonder if he had practiced incorrectly. And this little ancestor finally opened his eyes. And guess what? His little face was scrunched up like a bun, almost crying, and he said to me, "Uncle Long, it seems full. Am I really that bad?" I almost spat water in his face. Come on, be a person. The first time he refined chakra, he produced the amount of 4 lower ninjas, and you call that mediocre? Are you playing some new kind of Versailles game with me? I really wanted to give him a smack on the head, but to keep him grounded, I could only say with a straight face, "Ahem, it's passable. I suppose it's good enough." As soon as he heard good enough, his eyes lit up, and his little tail was wagging, almost flying to the sky. Fine. Let him be a monster. After all, we invested heavily in the early stages, and those $1,000,000 1,000-year-old blood ginsengs weren't eaten for nothing. Since we have enough chakra, let's not waste time and go straight to the 3-body technique. I silently lit a candle for the second pillar in my heart. Your brother has a halo, but your dad isn't as understanding as I am. You're already losing at the starting line. By evening, I was numb again. The whole afternoon. With the shadow clone technique and transformation technique, Naruto graduated directly. And that shadow clone technique. Sigh, still the same, a pile of inferior products on the ground. Forget it, this is all on you, Kurama. After dropping Naruto off at home, as soon as I stepped in the door, my eternally 7-year-old sister jumped into my arms. Then my mom's voice came, "Long, dinner is ready, go wash your hands." I agreed, and the moment I turned around, my heart was filled with mixed emotions. I'm telling you, this situation is getting weirder and weirder. I'm already 19, my sister is forever 7, my mom is always at home cooking, and my dad is always just a little stronger than me. For the past 6 years, I've noticed something was off, but I didn't want to confront it. I know they won't harm me. After dinner, in the underground training ground, we have our regular program, father-son battle. I looked at my dad's 40-meter-tall Yada, no Kagami system, and I was stunned. I cautiously suggested to him, "Dad, the barrier maintenance costs have gone over budget lately. How about we practice something else today?" He ignored me completely. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." "All right, let us fight then." With my 52 cards, which is about half the chakra of a guardian crane, I can only sustain a Yada, no Kagami, for about 10 minutes, and then it's like a shared bike. It automatically goes out of service when the time mess up. 10 minutes later, I was inevitably knocked down, exhausted like a dead dog. Even swallowing a soldier's food pill felt like too much effort. And my dad? He was not even out of breath, packed up his Susanoo, and disappeared. I lay on the ground thinking, could my father be some kind of independent AI left by the original owner? This eternal kaleidoscope of mine is probably also an inheritance from the original owner. Damn, the more I think about it, the more I feel weak. Don't be fooled by how I can swagger around the 5 major villages now. If I really encounter someone at the super shadow level, I'm just a 10-minute real man. Once the time is up, I can't beat anyone. Fortunately, the budding organization I've been developing over the years has been doing quite well. I've trained underlings like Yakushi Kabuto, Irika, and Uchiha Izumi. The weakest among them is a special J-Nin. The higher-ups are even stronger. Yunshang, Yetsong, Orochimaru, and Killer Bee. And last year, I even brought Itachi and Shisui into the fold. Thinking of this, I calmed down and decided to go check on Itachi and Shisui. Both of them have awakened their Manjiki Sharingan, and tonight, I should arrange for them to undergo the cell transplantation surgery of Hashirama. The location is in Orochimaru's underground laboratory. You wouldn't believe it, but this Uncle Snake is quite the schemer. The lab is right next to the Umbu base, playing the game of hiding in plain sight. I brought Yunxiang, Itachi, Shisui, and another Uchiha genius girl, Chien, and as soon as we entered, Orochimaru's excited golden slit pupils scanned us back and forth. Without saying a word, I opened the kaleidoscope, and the red light directly hit his face. Snake Uncle, don't play tricks, or you won't see a single cent of this year's funding. Orochimaru laughed, but was much more honest. It was smooth sailing for Itachi, Shisui, and Qian's surgeries, as Snake Uncle's skills have matured significantly now. However, there was a problem with Yunxiang. This was her second transplant, aiming to break through a bottleneck. Orochimaru's expression turned serious and said that this thing has a huge risk of rejection with an 80 mortality rate. But this girl Yunxiang was determined to become stronger. Not even blinking an eye, I watched the whole thing through a kaleidoscope, seeing Uncle Snake shove that still twitching lump of flesh into her chest. Family. That scene was truly something. Yunxiang's face twisted in pain, her whole body shaking, and in the end, she just rolled her eyes back. Orochimaru said softly beside her, "It seems she's not going to make it." Half a month later, the person was saved. With the life bestowed from my left eye, I forcibly pulled her back from the brink of death. As a result of misfortune turning into fortune, she also awakened the kaleidoscope. Now it's great. I directly have 5 kaleidoscopes under my command, enough to set up a mahjong table. Yunxiang's ability is a mental attack with illusion blades combined with Amaterasu. Itachi is the same as ever with Tsukumi and Amaterasu. Shisui's Kodoeme Tsukumi has considerable restrictions after testing. It works poorly on strong-willed individuals and may backfire. Qian's ability is the most impressive, with a large-scale illusion of butterfly illusions and a phasing dream similar to Kim Yui, which can be combined for instant movement within the illusion. I watched the 4 of them practicing with Susanoo in my underground training ground, feeling quite satisfied. I warned them not to use it recklessly outside, or it would be troublesome if Obito and Nagato were drawn in early. Once everyone left, only Itachi stayed behind. He secretly approached me and said that his father Fugaka's eyesight had been deteriorating severely lately. I understood what was going on. This must be another donation ceremony set up by some clan elder before passing away. That's why Itachi couldn't fuse into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the original story. Itachi asked for my help, and I patted his shoulder, telling him not to worry. Can I treat him? No way. The current leader of the Fuyu clan is enjoying his position, with most resolutions passed unanimously. If I restore his eye power, he would dare to take the whole clan to storm the Hokage building tomorrow. Wouldn't that just create trouble for myself? I can only promise Itachi that I won't let your father go blind. Time flies. It's the 54th year of Konoha, and Naruto and Sasuke are in school. Let me tell you, the atmosphere is completely different from the original work. Naruto is now the treasure of the whole village, the son of the Hokage. When he introduces himself on stage, a bunch of little fangirls below are starstruck, and no one dares to bully him anymore. This is all thanks to his father, Minato Namikaze, who is so down to earth. Tax cuts, scholarships, helping villagers with farming. He has truly become a beloved Hokage, adored by the common people. I was holding Naruto's hand, and Itachi was holding Sasuke's hand when we ran into each other at the school gate. I playfully pinched Sasuke's little face, and his eyes looked so disdainful. Then these 2 little brats started exchanging glares, clearly not liking each other. TSK, a natural pair. As I watched them walk into the school gate, I realized that Naruto's strength was already enough to graduate, while Sasuke was still just a novice genius. The gap is ridiculous. All right, enough of these 2 rivals. I patted Itachi's shoulder and said, let's go practice. I just finished training with Itachi, and I'm exhausted like a dog. Guess what? That kid Naruto has already started stirring up trouble at school. Let me tell you, the prince has arrived, and it's a complete barren land. Naruto, under the halo of his parents, is practically a walking traffic magnet in Konoha. From the podium to his seat, just a few steps, and wow, his desk is already stuffed with love letters from the girls. Then there's his new desk mate, Shisui Uchiha, whose little face is as dark as the bottom of a pot, muttering stinky bug under his breath, the sourness almost spilling out of the screen. This kid Naruto is also a social terror, smiling brightly, extending his hand and saying, Sasuke, let us get along from now on. Sasuke, locked in by the gazes of a circle of fangirls, can only force a fake smile, extending his hand to shake, nearly breaking his back teeth over the words get along. The two are secretly competing, both wanting to show the other who's boss, but Sasuke realizes, hey, this kid is stronger than him. It hurts, and while he smiles on the outside, inside he's cursing, his eyes sparking with electricity, almost ready to weld something. At that moment, a shout comes from the podium. Everyone quiet down. The homeroom teacher Irika has arrived. He writes his name on the blackboard, but is secretly complaining. Damn, why did the organization assign me this task? Isn't this delaying my development of new ninjutsu? You know, teacher Irika is not just anyone anymore. After a morning of theory lessons that left these little sprouts drowsy, he is ready to unleash his big move in the afternoon. He claps his hands. Line up. We're going to the cafeteria to eat. This afternoon, I'll show you real ninjutsu. As soon as ninjutsu is mentioned, the whole class is like they've been injected with adrenaline. Instantly revitalized. The cafeteria? That has something new. Let me tell you, this cafeteria is funded by me, Naruto's uncle, who casually slipped some money from my fingers to sponsor the school. The contractor is the Akimichi clan, and the food standards are simply incredible. One meal can slaughter 50 cows and sheep, ensuring every student can enjoy meat freedom. Once this news breaks, Choji, the little chubby kid, lights up and immediately approaches Naruto to get chummy. After all, the nephew of the gold sponsor is right in front of him. The other kids are also buzzing. In these times, it's not easy for commoners to get a bite of meat. In no time, the whole class is discussing whether beef or lamb is better. And the scene is mouth-watering. Naruto is the most outrageous, eating 3 pounds of beef along with a big bowl of lamb noodle soup, making me hungry just watching. After filling up, Irika takes these 30-plus little ones to the training ground in the small woods east of the school. He stands in the middle of the field, radiating authority. Everyone, pay attention. His hand seals move so quickly they leave afterimages. These little brats can't keep up. Then he shouts, Earth release, Earth swallowing technique. With a loud boom, a large section of ground collapses into a pit 10 meters wide. The kids go wow. With stars in their eyes, even Sasuke is left agape. But that's not all. Irika follows up with another set of hand seals, water release, fountain technique. Incredible water bursts forth from the pit, creating an artificial lake. And it doesn't stop there. He creates 2 water clones and puts on an amazing show of fighting on the water surface. After this display, the new student's admiration for ninjas is completely filled. Irika feels great inside. He is no longer that frustrated Chunin from years ago. Since joining our organization a few years back and receiving abundant resources for training, he now appears as a Chunin, but his strength has already reached Jonin level. In the world, he is known as Water Master Irika, a colleague of Shunshin and Orochimaru in the same fraternity. He no longer cares about the Nine Tails. His perspective has broadened, folks. While Irika is training the kids in a corner of the forest, one of my rock clones quietly pops its head out of the ground like a whack-a-mole. I glance over at Naruto, who is seriously throwing punches, and then at Sasuke, who looks disdainful and is slacking off. It's hard to watch. Sigh. I'm worried that in the future, that loser will be bullied by that brat. I complain a bit, and the clone sinks back into the ground, conveniently cleaning up a few white zetsu hidden underground. Speaking of which, there are indeed quite a few white zetsu underground in Konoha. But now, in front of me, the master of Earth release, they are merely ingredients. Just as I finish having the rock clone clear the underground trash, that guy, Mato, comes charging like a cannonball. Hey, don't get distracted during battle. Goodness. He is now radiating bright red chakra, looking like a crimson beast, having opened all 7 gates. With a loud crash, our fists collide, and the shockwave nearly uproots the surrounding trees. Guy is sent flying 10 meters, landing with a backflip, still shouting defiantly. How can you not draw your sword now? I was truly speechless and had to open all 6 gates just to suppress him. This guy didn't even know where he learned it from. Merging his bloodlust with the 8 gates, which made him powerful, but the toll on his body was exaggerated. After 5 minutes, he was like a deflated ball, slumped there gasping for breath, and even pulled out a specially made soldier pill to shove into his mouth. Kai, the way you're training, you'll end up ruining yourself sooner or later, I said with a frown. He just chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I couldn't help it, huh? I rolled my eyes, fine. Who told me I had to cheat? I closed my eyes and activated the ability of my kaleidoscope, left eye life bestowal. A massive life force instantly repaired his damaged body. He opened his eyes and grinned. If it weren't for your miraculous medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't dare to go so wild. I really regretted letting him know about my bug-like ability. Now he was just taking advantage of me. Kai felt hungry and dashed off to eat at a ramen shop. Just as he left, 3 kids came in, 2 boys and a girl, one of whom was from the Hyuga clan with Byakugan. The little boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, named Shaoli, had a worried expression and said he would be expelled if he couldn't team master the body flicker technique. Kai was too engrossed in his food to notice. It wasn't until the uncle serving noodles brought over a bowl that looked just like his, a basin-sized ramen, that he finally looked up. Following the bowl of noodles, he saw a cute girl with her hair in a bun. Kai was amazed that such a small one could eat so much. When he turned around, he saw the Byakugan boy, and finally his gaze landed on the third person, the thick-browed, big-eyed Rock Lee. Kai was stunned, his heart skipped a beat. Goodness, could this thick-browed, big-eyed kid be my long-lost son? By evening, Tian and Niji had left, leaving Shaoli alone at the training ground, pushing himself to the limit. He gritted his teeth doing push-ups, motivating himself. Even if I can't use ninjutsu, I will become a qualified ninja. Sweat soaked his clothes. His arm muscles ached to the point of trembling, yet he persevered. 329, 330, all the way to 399. Just one more. He could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground. His little face was covered in mud, and tears mixed with the dirt, spilling out. Why? Why was it just one more? That feeling of defeat was almost crushing, but he was unwilling to give up, struggling to get up. But his arms trembled like a sieve, lacking strength. In the end, he could only bury his face in the dirt and cry. Is this really giving up? A voice came from a tree. Shaoli looked up and saw a tall, green figure. Somehow, finding the strength, he pushed himself up and actually completed the last push-up. Then he collapsed again, crying and laughing foolishly. Mike Guy jumped down from the tree, looking at this silly kid who resembled his younger self, feeling mixed emotions. He remembered his wasteful childhood, recalling the father who opened the 8th gate to save him. Shaoli, right? Kai revealed his signature big, white teeth. Come to training ground number 7 tomorrow morning, and I'll teach you. The next morning, I looked at the two green-skinned creatures in front of me. My face darkened. Rock Lee was so exhausted from Kai's training that he could barely stand, and Kai actually brought him here. Kai, do you really think I'm a mobile spring? I sarcastically remarked, but still helped Shaoli recover from his injuries. Only then did Kai, satisfied, take the fully healed Shaoli to breakfast, and upon returning, he began formally instructing him, even giving him a box of the Uchiha special potion I provided. I watched them from the shadows, rolling my eyes. He even prepared matching tight clothing for him, yet claimed to wait until he met my requirements. What show? Just then, the togetherness ring on my finger emitted a faint blue light. It was a message from the organization. Ship 1 together. Our merchant ship was attacked. Together, Ship 1. Which merchant ship? Ship 1 together. The one on the water country route. My eyes narrowed, and I replied directly. Together. Assemble. Gather at the land of waves. Together. Set sail and use the fog concealment. All right. We might as well resolve the issue with the 3 tails controlled by Obito and the 4th Mizukage along the way. Soon, I, Yunshang, Yetsong, and Orochimaru's subordinate Do, along with the great swordswoman Monica cultivated in my clan, met at the dock in the land of waves. This time, the enemies were 2 ice ninjas, most likely from the Yuki clan of Kirigakure or the Mizuno Kuni clan. After hearing the intel, I sneered, oh, no wonder. Well then, let's pay a visit to these 2 ninja clans' homeland. We transferred boats several times, which was a hassle. We first arrived at the ruins of the country of whirlpools. Looking at this desolate land, I immediately decided, Yunshang, let's draft a plan to build a base here. The profits from this trade route are too substantial for me to give up. After sailing for another day, we finally reached the outermost coral reef island of the country of water. Let me tell you, this place is something else. In just one day, we encountered 3 waves of pirates, and the island was in complete chaos, with robberies and thefts happening everywhere. Yunshang explained that the country of water is resource poor, and many goods have to be imported from the country of fire. However, the government keeps the purchase prices of local specialties extremely low and strictly prohibits private sales, which has led to a surge in smuggling and piracy. Goodness, this is not a country. It's like a large-scale battle royale scene. I thought the blood mist policy of Mist Hidden Village was outrageous, but it turns out the situation among the common people is even worse. So after resting on the island for a day, we hurriedly left. Let me tell you, in this water nation, there are 2 shipping routes. One is the storm route, which is used exclusively by smugglers and pirates, characterized by its life-threatening dangers. My boss's ship was lost there. The other is the golden route that we are taking, which is relatively safe. But guess what happened? Relatively safe means that just half a day after setting sail, a bunch of pirates showed up. Dozens of small, shabby boats surrounded us. Yitsong's face turned dark, and he was about to take action when my boss, Uchiha Rome, stepped forward and said that sailing was too boring and wanted to stretch his legs. I thought to myself, how can you stretch your legs? Then I saw him standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly drawing his soft sword and elegantly waving it over the sea. The next moment I was dumbfounded. The entire sea surface froze in an instant. Every single pirate ship, without exception, was frozen solid like flies in amber, unable to move. Those hundreds of pirates were wide-eyed, probably having never seen such a divine maneuver in their lives. Even my boss was taken aback, muttering, wow, ice release is actually a T0 level skill on the sea. Then this guy got carried away and said he wanted to try boil release. I felt something bad was about to happen, but I didn't dare to say anything. Let me tell you, half an hour later, everyone on the ship, including the crew, was vomiting to the point of losing consciousness. The smell. How should I put it? It was a kind of very unique meaty aroma. Does anyone in the family understand? It smelled good, but made you feel sick to the point of wanting to die. A true cybernetic twist. Even the usually well-behaved Lin Xianyu couldn't help but complain to the boss, begging him not to carry out such biochemical attacks at sea again. Anyway, after we finished throwing up, the boss realized something. It turned out that in the right environment, the power of the bloodline limit could take off directly on the spot. The fact that he could merge 4 attributes in these 3 years was purely due to a bug-level healing ability, which had caused him to die dozens of times before he figured it out. Now he developed 2 ultimate moves for 3 attribute fusion, one called Ash Storm, which directly evaporates a person from the atomic level, super domineering. The other is called Withered Tree Reviving Spring, which plays with parasitism, sucking the enemy dry to grow trees as fertilizer. We finally arrived at the Golden Continent while throwing up all the way. Damn, that place is even messy, eh? The whole island is filled with a stench of blood, and nobody cares about people being hacked on the street. We quickly restocked our supplies and didn't want to stay a second longer, so we set sail to escape. After another day, we finally set foot on the land of the Water Nation. As soon as we landed, Yun Xiang, Yetsong, Do, and Monica seemed to vanish in a thin air, each going off to gather intel on the looted goods. As for me, I just hugged my big black cat and followed the boss inland. Guess who we ran into? Momochi Nozen, and he brought along a little one, Shiro. The boss's eyes lit up, and he said it was interesting, so we followed him. We followed to a dilapidated house, and saw Zabuza throwing rations to Bai, cursing him for eating slowly. Bai was desperately swallowing, his face turning red from choking, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Sigh, this is what hardcore parenting looks like. Just then, as we approached, Zabuza noticed. That kid Bai was tough too, shaking but holding a kunai in front of Zabuza. In the next second, Zabuza struck. Let me tell you, it was a total dimensional suppression. The boss, wearing a monkey mask and holding a kunai, quickly disarmed Zabuza with a few clangs. The ice drill that Bai released from the ground didn't even touch the boss's clothes before it shattered. Then, ice walls rose up all around, and peace returned. We could finally have a good chat. Zabuza was stunned, looking at the boss, then at Bai, probably wondering if today was a wholesale sale of ice ninjutsu. The boss got straight to the point and asked him if he knew a group of pirates who used ice ninjutsu. Zabuza was clever. He immediately realized the boss wasn't from a mist village and wanted to latch on him. He told us that this was likely the work of the Snow Clan's infiltrators, those who hadn't joined the mist village and scattered among the common folk. He even volunteered to help us investigate. Saying this, he made a basin, formed a few hand seals, and directly video called an old man. This old man was the advisor of the Mist Village, Master Yuan. Master Yuan told him that the group of pirates was called the Snow Wolf Pirates. Just as the old man was about to hang up, the boss spoke up. Wait. Master Yuan's face turned pale, thinking Zabuza had betrayed him. But the boss was even bolder, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I know your Mizukage is being controlled. Let's cooperate, and I'll help you break the control." Then, with a snap, the kaleidoscope opened, and Master Yuan fell silent. Finally, the boss made his conditions clear. You want the living Yagura, I want the 3 tails. Master Yuan hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed. I was shocked at that moment. This operation was simply like empty-handedly catching a wolf. While we were arguing with Master Yuan on the other side, Yun Xiang and the others were already on a killing spree. Based on the intel, they found the lair of the Snow Wolf pirate group. The 4 of them. It was like they had activated their ultimate skills, slicing through hundreds of pirates in minutes. Not only did they retrieve the goods that were stolen from us, but they also engaged in a reverse black market operation, making over $1 billion in profit. 3 days later, I followed the boss and the transformed Zait Bujan into Mist Hidden Village. That place was damp and cold. I felt like my rheumatism was about to flare up. When I saw that old man Master Yuan, he still wanted to give my boss a show of force. But the boss was too lazy to waste words with him and directly activated a mini Susanoo, standing under the ceiling. The pressure was such that the old man immediately changed his expression and laughed heartily, saying that young people like to joke. Having strength means you can make others listen to your reasoning calmly. As night fell, the real show began. That old fox master Yuan claimed to be cooperating, but secretly ambushed over 1,000 people, just waiting for us to finish our business so he could take us all out. But who was my boss? He had already known and was completely unfazed. As soon as the people arrived, Yagura, or rather the Obito behind him, attacked directly. The scene instantly turned into chaos, with allies attacking allies. In that split second, my boss instantly appeared behind Yagura and grabbed him, disappearing from the spot, leaving two groups of people staring at each other in confusion. When we reappeared, we were already in a pre-prepared barrier several miles away. The boss, with his kaleidoscope eyes, looked at Yagura with a smile. Yagura was furious and was about to attack, but the boss didn't give him a chance and swiftly unleashed a ash storm right in his face. Yagura's water mirror technique didn't even make a sound. He was directly vaporized along with his technique, fainting on the spot. I was relieved that my boss acted quickly. If Yagura had managed to replicate the ash storm, it would have been a big problem. But let me tell you, the real fun was yet to come. Just as Yagura lay there, not even cold yet, suddenly, red light began to emanate from his corpse-like body. I thought to myself, this guy isn't going to transform, is he? Sure enough, a large turtle covered in spikes suddenly appeared out of nowhere, its three tails whipping around, with the pattern of the boss as kaleidoscope in its eyes. The boss didn't even blink and casually said, "Oh, a three tails." His tone was as calm as if he had just seen a dog on the side of the road. The next second, his chakra exploded, and a Yatagarasu, half a head taller than that big turtle, soared into the sky. The scene was just like watching Ultraman fight a little monster. What followed was even more absurd. The Susanoo flapped its wings and directly knocked the three tails down, riding on its back, swinging the big sword of the Susanoo and delivering a series of punches to the turtle shell. Bang, 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 in less than 3 minutes. The so-called absolute defense of the turtle shell cracked. The three tails screamed in pain, chakra pouring out uncontrollably trying to repair itself. But it couldn't match my boss's speed. As the big turtle was on the verge of collapse, my boss jumped from the Susanoo's head to its chest, pointed his kaleidoscope at the three tails' eyes, and gave it a glare. Illusion technique, end.At. I swear, that 40-meter-tall creature instantly shrank away, leaving only a half-dead Yagura behind. The boss walked over and kicked him. Hey, he still had a breath left. After all, he was a Jinchuriki, tough to kill. At this moment, I noticed that the area outside the barrier was already surrounded by mist-hidden ninjas, including the shadows of Obito and Kurizetsu, those two old schemers. Seeing this situation, the boss knew he couldn't delay any longer and quickly sealed and fled. He took out a scroll he had prepared earlier, clapped his hands, and began to drain chakra from Yagura. I tell you, that scene was like dark red chakra being sucked out by a water pump, crazily pouring into the scroll. By the time he was done, Yagura was almost out of breath. The boss thought for a moment and said this guy might still be useful in the future. So he couldn't let him die like this. Then, he did something even more outrageous. He broke the sealing technique on Yagura. And guess what happened? A palm-sized mini turtle appeared from Yagura's body, unconscious. The boss said this was the true form of the three tails. Without saying a word, he unleashed another ash storm and wiped it out. After doing all this, the boss used the ocular technique of his left eye, called life-granting, and managed to save a person who was almost dried meat. After bringing him back to life, it wasn't over yet. He cast an illusion technique package, installed a firewall against illusions in his mind, and gave him a ring before we escaped. When we reached a safe place, the boss dismissed us and set up a small barrier. He opened the scroll that sealed the three tails chakra, and that chakra turned into a 40-meter-tall big turtle again. But this time it was mindless and could only howl. The boss used life granting on this mass of pure energy. I tell you, after using this technique, his eyes were almost blinded, and he swayed a bit, nearly losing his balance. But he succeeded. He created a brand new, living, and absolutely loyal three tails out of thin air. This operation was like handcrafting an AI pet. This new three tails could change size, turning into a little turtle that crawled onto the boss's hand and called him master in a sweet voice. The boss was overjoyed and named it Sanbei, saying that once his eyesight was better, he would seal this thing inside his body, and he would also become a Jinchuriki, no longer afraid of running out chakra. A few days after this incident, Mist Hidden Village actually sent envoys to Konoha, specifically to thank the boss. Minato called the boss to his office, and his expression, let me tell you, was a mix of anger, jealousy, and amusement. He started off by saying, "You kid are impressive, going to mist-hidden village and exhausting your lifespan to save their Mizukage. While I, the Hokage, was the last to know." The boss was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by exhausting lifespan?" But he didn't explain, and Minato took it as a tacit acknowledgement, handing him a scroll with a sour expression, saying it was a thank you gift from Yagura. When opened, it was filled with top-notch treasures, such as chakra metal, mysterious iron source crystals, and thousand-year-old blood ginseng. All priceless treasures. Then Minato's face darkened as he asked about the Uchiha controlling the Mizukage. The boss, being straightforward, directly revealed, "Oh, you mean Obito? Kakashi's best friend." At that moment, Minato's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and the usually gentle Hokage exploded with curses, calling him a dog that betrays his teacher and destroys his ancestors. This matter eventually passed. The boss's eyesight wasn't too good, so he focused on training Naruto. He first used a wooden clone to bind Naruto, like a rice dumpling, then used the water mirror technique copied from Yagura to create a perfect duplicate of Naruto to fight against himself. Naruto, that little fool, got so into it that he almost used a B-rank ninjutsu to clash with his duplicate, but the boss quickly stopped him. The funniest part was that Naruto shyly relayed a message to the boss, saying that the big fox inside him had been very well behaved lately and asked the boss not to seal it anymore. After hearing this, the boss laughed and told Naruto to inform it. "I just drained the chakra from the three tails and then wiped out its true form. If it doesn't behave, I want mind draining 99 of its chakra for fun." Guess what happened? The 9 tails in the sewers became emo on the spot, curling up in a corner drawing circles, reminiscing about Sage of Six Paths. Who understands, right? That day, when we sent Naruto home, we ran into Kakashi. Wow, that guy was training like crazy on the training ground, looking like he had lost his soul. He probably heard about Obito from Minato when he saw the boss. The first thing he said was that he wanted to return this eye to the Uchiha. The boss looked at him for a long time and then said, "If you have the determination to not be afraid of death, come find me tonight." After saying that, the boss went home. His mom made him a meal, claiming it was good for his eyes. Goodness, after the meal, the boss's eyesight improved significantly. That evening, the boss took Kakashi, who had a determined look on his face, to a secret place. I guess Kakashi was about to power up and prepare for his epic enhancement. I'll tell you, the ideological work before the enhancement was spot on. The boss stood at the entrance of a hidden base with his hands behind his back, playing philosophy with Kakashi. He started by asking, "Kakashi, have you thought this through?" Kakashi was straightforward, simply responding with a yeah. As a result, the boss followed up with a soul-searching question. "Are you sure you've really thought it through?" Goodness, this left Kakashi stunned, his CPU almost overheating. He thought to himself, "For the village, to stop Obito, I'd give my life. What else there to be unclear about?" Then the boss turned around, his Sharingan eyes red like 2 searchlights, staring intently at Kakashi, putting him under immense pressure. Then he began to drop some wisdom. "Kakashi, did you used to think the world is divided into 2 types of people, good people and bad people?" When Kakashi heard this, he thought, "Hey, isn't that referring to me?" The boss shook his head and said, "Your perspective is too narrow. In my view, the world is divided into 2 types of people, insiders and outsiders." As soon as he said this, Kakashi felt a bit shaken, wanted to say something, but unable to articulate it. The boss waved his hand, not allowing him to interrupt, and continued his lesson. "Actually, it can be divided into 2 more types. One lives for themselves, the other lives for others. You say you risk your life to protect the village because there are people you care about in it. But what if one day, the interests of the village conflict with the interests of the people you truly care about? Which side would you choose?" This series of questions left Kakashi speechless. His mind was racing, flashing through memories like a movie, the glory of geniuses, his father's suicide, the death of his mentor, one scene after another. He finally realized, a will without strength is worthless. Just having passion doesn't change a thing. Having understood this, Kakashi's gaze became resolute as he looked at the boss and said, "Lord Rome, I've thought it through. I need power. You see, that is what it means to have an epiphany." The boss smiled with satisfaction. What did his own father end up with after working hard for the village? If he couldn't understand that, he would truly be hopeless. People should live for themselves first. Being a bit selfish isn't a bad thing. If a pure-hearted person can't save the world, then just be a thorny black rose. The boss waved his hand, the stone door opened, and the 2 entered. As soon as they went in, the boss tossed a ring to Kakashi, saying it was the symbol of their brotherhood, and mentioned that this place was Orochimaru's laboratory. And Uncle Snake was now one of them. Kakashi didn't say a word the entire time. In the past, he would have certainly complained about illegal experiments, and Konoha's prohibitions, and other nonsense. But now he understood that rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as he could gain power to protect important people, he wouldn't hesitate to do anything, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. On the operating table, Kakashi lay weakly. That guy Orochimaru, with a delicate hand gesture and a sticky voice, said, "Hee." As expected of Rong-chan, even Minato's disciple has been hoodwinked. My boss's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, gritting his teeth and saying, "Orochimaru, I'll say it again, don't call me that disgusting name." Orochimaru completely ignored him and leaned over to admire Kakashi's Sharingan. Looking fascinated, what beautiful eyes, just like rubies. My boss casually promised, "When I catch a Beto, I'll take his eye out and give it to you as research material." To be honest, when those words came out, Orochimaru's smile became a lot more sincere. Indeed, when dealing with a research fanatic, you have to dangle a carrot in front of him. Give him something to look forward to. Not long after, Kakashi recovered. He got off the operating table and, feeling the chakra inside him no longer flowing wildly, managed a weak smile at my boss. "I'm fine. Just need to rest for a couple of days." A few days later, while Kakashi was still in recovery, my boss's ocular power was fully restored. He locked himself in the underground training ground, tinkering with his newly developed version of the 8-trigram seal, S version. This thing was a heavily modified version of the 8-trigram seal that Minato had given him, specifically tailored for his little three-tailed beast. The ordinary Jinchuriki's seal focuses on confinement, locking the tailed beast in a small room. But my boss's was different. He wanted to merge with the three-tailed beast, eager for it to unleash all its power at any moment. So he deleted the confinement function and instead enhanced the mental link and chakra sharing. Who understands, family? To set up this sealing array, my boss spent a whole day and poured in a full 300 million worth of precious materials. 3 little goals just vanished like that. However, the effect was amazing. Once the seal was complete, the chakra within my boss surged like a flood that had just been unleashed. "Susanoo, activate," my boss commanded. Goodness. The 40-meter-tall Yatagarasu Susanoo rose from the ground, its body swirling with a layer of deep blue 3-tailed chakra, looking stunning like a character with glowing skin. You have to know, each of the 9-tailed beasts has its own chakra attribute, and the 3 tails is the ancestor of water manipulation. Sure enough, my boss controlled the Yatagarasu Susanoo to form a hand seal, performing a simple B-rank water release, water dragon bullet technique. Guess what? A gigantic water dragon over 100 meters long appeared out of nowhere, its momentum surpassing even S-rank ninjutsu. It slammed into the barrier of the training ground, causing the entire barrier to hum. Even more ridiculous was that, after using such a massive technique, his chakra was fully restored in the next moment. This is the value of a Jinchuriki. The chakra recovery speed far exceeds that of ordinary people, and the tailed beast doesn't need to eat or drink. It's practically a perpetual motion machine. My boss crazily tested it out and found that even in high-intensity battles, he could endure for 3 days and 2 nights. Now, my boss was truly a hexagonal warrior with full endurance, no longer just a limited-time experience card. After testing Susanoo, my boss started experimenting with other forms. He tried half-tailed beast transformation, full-tailed beast transformation, like transforming into a Super Saiyan, going through each one. He found that once he donned the 3-tailed chakra cloak, both his speed and strength skyrocketed. Then he fully transformed into a tailed beast, his consciousness taking over the nearly 100-meter-tall 3 tails. The resulting violent will almost overwhelmed him. But fortunately, he left a backup, creating a shadow clone on the turtle's head, which stabilized the situation. 3 days later, Kakashi fully recovered and came to find him. You wouldn't believe it. After transplanting the cells of Hashirama, his entire aura changed, his chakra level surged, and he was no longer the same old Kakashi. My boss was intrigued and said, "Come on, let me test your current strength." Kakashi didn't waste any time, directly lifting his forehead protector, and his crimson Sharingan shone brightly, signaling the start of the battle. My boss immediately formed hand seals, performing water release, water mirror technique, directly copying an identical Kakashi. Things got interesting. Whatever ninjutsu Kakashi used, the copy would use the same, leading to an awkward situation of fighting oneself. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Kakashi realized that conventional methods couldn't work and was pushed into a corner. Goodness, he went all out, glaring with his left eye Sharingan. The spot where the copy stood split open with a crack, directly sucking in half of the copy, while the other half instantly turned into water. Let me tell you, the excitement is just beginning. Just when a space crack was about to close, guess what? I saw a guy wearing a swirling mask flash by inside the crack. Kakashi saw it too. His face turned pale, and he asked the boss, "Was that Obito?" The boss nodded, already covered in a layer of red-tailed beast cloak, smiling as he said, "That's right, you have to be careful with this move from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, he zipped over to Kakashi and slapped him, sending him flying for over 10 meters. Tailed beast cloak. Kakashi was stunned. He had been more shocked today than in the entire past year. The subsequent sparring was purely a one-sided beatdown. The boss activated the tailed beast cloak, moving as if he had cheat codes, relentlessly pummeling Kakashi. Although Kakashi's Kamui is impressive and can tear through space, the activation time is still too obvious. Relying on his keen perception of time and space, the boss was able to predict and dodge each time. I realized that Kakashi's space-tearing technique is practically the father of Obito's phasing technique. A perfect counter. After the fight, Kakashi gloomily admitted defeat, complaining that the boss's tailed beast transformation was too unfair. The boss, however, was quite pleased. He discovered that Kakashi's was practically tailor-made to counter Obito's abilities, making this an epic enhancement. Worth it. After Kakashi left, the boss finally removed the tailed beast cloak. And guess what? His arm had brushed against the space crack, leaving a deep wound down to the bone, and not even the tailed beast chakra could heal it. The wound also bore a strange power that prevented it from healing. The boss was immediately displeased, his sense of security plummeting to zero. If he were to be hit directly in a crucial spot, it would be disastrous. So, he directly entered a 3-month seclusion, focusing solely on researching sealing techniques. When he finally emerged, lo and behold, he had a diamond mark on his forehead, like Tsunade. That's right, he managed to create the end sealing technique, and it was an enhanced version. This technique could store massive amounts of chakra, and, when released in battle, would act like a mobile spring of water, providing infinite healing. Its main feature was being an immortal little cockroach. But that wasn't even the best part. Let me tell you, this enhanced end sealing technique came with a built-in passive called Bloodlock. Normally, nothing happens, but if I take a fatal hit and my life signs change, this thing automatically triggers and instantly revives me to full health. It's practically an official cheat, designed to catch the enemy off guard and let them experience what it's like to have their health bar dance. Moreover, there's even more amazing stuff to come. For Naruto's sake, Minato gave me all the sealing technique manuals from Kushina as secret stash of the Uzumaki clan. When I casually flipped through them during my seclusion, wow, who understands this? The incredible cheat has finally come to me. I actually found the yang sealing technique that pairs with the end sealing technique. The end sealing technique stores my own chakra, but what about the yang sealing technique? It can store external chakra. Isn't this tailor-made for me? I just happen to have a 3 Tails power bank inside me. So without a second thought, I tattooed one on my belly, fire-themed. Now I'm a walking giant power bank, with one on my forehead and one on my belly, dual core drive, explosive endurance. When I confidently stepped out to report back to the Hokage building, Minato saw me and cheerfully said, "Oh, you've recovered pretty well." He must have thought I was just recovering from serious illness after burning my life to save others. I was almost laughing my head off inside, but had to play along with him. Basically fine. The next second, however, the mood shifted dramatically. Minato's face darkened as he said that the guys from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure had heard we got the 3 Tails and were actually forming a coalition at the border to pressure us to return the 3 Tails to Kirigakure. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. I said, "What does the Hidden Mist Village say about this?" Watergate replied, "The 4th Mizukage sent someone to form an alliance with us to fight against them." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. Family, doesn't this operation seem very familiar? The main party isn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious. The people from the Hidden Sand are purely jealous that our Konoha has become stronger again, just looking for an excuse to stir up trouble. Watergate saw that I was pretending to be confused while actually understanding, so he didn't beat around the bush. With a sharp look in his eyes, he stared at me and asked, "So, Rome, where's the 3 Tails now?" I thought to myself, finally it's my turn to perform. I won't waste words and directly stretched out my right arm. With a swift motion, an energy arm formed from the condensed chakra of 3-tailed beasts emerged. Minato's eyes nearly popped out. He was not shocked that I had become a Jinchuriki. The higher-ups had suspected this for a long time. What shocked him was that in just a few months, I had mastered the unruly tailed beast chakra, as if it were my own hand. This completely overturned his understanding. I retracted my chakra hand, shrugged, and wore an expression that said it was enough to have hands. Minato looked extremely awkward. Let me tell you, he was well aware. With a kaleidoscope and a perfect Jinchuriki who could control tailed beasts, our Uchiha clan is no longer the soft persimmon they can squeeze at will. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he directly assigned me a task, to lead my fish squad into Sunagakure, deliver a thunderous strike, scare them, and force them to retreat. I agreed on the surface, but in my heart, it was as clear as day. With such a large military mobilization, Zhu Ludi, Oil Woman, and Inuzuka were all dispatched. Yet not a single Uchiha was moved, and I was completely cut off from information. Isn't this clearly an attempt to exclude us Uchiha from the core circle, preventing us from achieving merit and expanding our influence? The old problem has occurred again. I had just left the Hokage's office when, right behind me, I heard the third generation of those old fossils crawling out from the secret door. They were mumbling to each other, and the main idea was clear. The Uchiha are growing too fast and must be suppressed. They want to restrict us comprehensively in terms of economy and missions. Unfortunately, they don't realize that I'm no longer the small character they can manipulate. Want to mess with me economically? My Masonic Lodge is about to take business into outer space. And both Killer Bee and Yagura are my partners. With these little tricks within Konoha, it's simply a joke. They think they can stop me from going to the battlefield to gain experience. They have no idea that my current strength, even without using the Manjiki, can match the first Hokage in a physical contest. Not to mention, Naruto's 8-trigram seal needs me to reinforce it. Does Minato dare to completely break ties with me? He doesn't. So, I'm not worried at all. With my team, Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Jina, and Hinata Aya, we headed straight out of the village. On the way, I sparred with them to test our strengths. Wow, my rock clone with 50% of my original strength was almost taken apart by the three of them. These girls' combat abilities have all reached elite Jonin levels. Just as we were about to leave the land of fire's border, a dramatic scene unfolded. I heard a commotion in the forest, with the two girls sprinting ahead, followed by a large group of sword-wielding samurai shouting, "The legendary Fat Sheep." Don't run. I focused my gaze and exclaimed, wow. That stunning blonde beauty up ahead is none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. What a stroke of luck. It's like finding a treasure right at my doorstep. I directly had Jinai use a flash to block the path, and with a glance from Uchiha Chien, those dozen or so warriors seemed to be hit by a paralysis technique, collectively entering a trance. Seeing this situation, Tsunade panicked, thinking we were going to go all out, and quickly protected those debt collectors. I slowly walked out, took off my mask, revealing the diamond mark on my forehead that matched hers, and smiled at her. Lady Tsunade. What a coincidence. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately questioned me. How is this possible? Did he actually give you the Een sealing technique? From her expression, it was clear she regarded me as a thief who had secretly learned their family's forbidden secret. I didn't explain either. In front of her, I formed hand seals with both hands and directly demonstrated a sealing technique more exquisite than hers. Then, I revealed my trump card and asked her with a smile. My Een sealing technique has the effect of the 100-hero technique without needing to be unlocked. And I can also cure your hemophobia. Lady Tsunade, would you like to learn? As expected, she took the bait. I directly created a rock clone and let the team continue with the mission, while I stayed behind to accompany this big fat sheep. As a result, when we arrived at the nearby town, ready to find a place to stay, an awkward scene unfolded. Shizen leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, Lady Tsunade, we have no money left. You lost it all? I couldn't help but laugh when I saw their embarrassed expressions. Without a second thought, I took out a large bag of money from my pocket and threw it over. At least 5 million. Then I tossed over a sealing scroll and said, not much pocket money, but there's a bit more in the scroll. Use it for now. The expression on Shizen's face was a mix of shock and joy. But when she entered the room and opened the scroll, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Tsunade's expression changed, and she rushed in. I followed her in. Inside the room, a suitcase was opened, packed to the brim with the largest denomination of banknotes. A whole suitcase, worth 200 million. Cash. The look in Tsunade's eyes was one of shock and disbelief, which finally turned into a gritted teeth remark. The wicked Uchiha really has money. Just then, she pulled me in like a thief and slammed the door shut, locking it with a bang. I was stunned at that moment and exclaimed, hey, Lady Tsunade, please don't do this. Just as he closed his eyes and sighed about losing his virtue, he was met with silence. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shizun and Tsunade looking at him with strange expressions. After realizing the situation in the room, Uchiha Rome shrugged. It's gone. Really gone. I only took a little pocket money just in case when I went out. There's no way I could bring more. While speaking, as if to convince them, Uchiha Roan even pointed to several sealing scrolls he had taken from his waist. This one has explosive tags. This one is for summoning ninja cats. This one is. That's enough. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. She pointed at the suitcase and asked, Uchiha Roan, are you sure all this money belongs to me? Is there a problem? Uchiha Roan was a bit dazed for a moment. Although he admitted that his initial actions of losing both his pouch and the sealing scroll were somewhat motivated by a desire to show off his wealth. Did the reaction really need to be this big? On this journey, he exposed the Een seal and showcased his self-created palm technique, all just to try to improve the impression scores of the two. Is it really mine now? Tsunade took a few steps closer, a bit uncertain, and asked again. It's yours. Uchiha Roan affirmed. It's just 200 million in cash. Although it's not as exaggerated as the little pocket money he just mentioned, it's really not a significant amount. It's just the total revenue for a month. If it can help increase his chances of learning sage techniques, let alone 200 million, even 20 billion, he could sell some treasures to gather it. That's not impossible. So, in the next moment, with style, Uchiha Roan suddenly had a lipstick mark on his left cheek. It was totally unexpected. Before he could react, Tsunade gently cupped his face with her soft, seemingly boneless hands and stared at him for a while. There was another lipstick mark on the right side. Now it was symmetrical. The overly excited Tsunade seemed to realize that it was inappropriate at this moment and stuck out her little tongue. Then she patted the stunned Uchiha Roan on the shoulder and boldly said, Roan, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just use my name, Tsunade. It gives a strong sense of I've got your back. Just at this moment, sob, I can finally pay off my debts. Jingyi directly hugged the suitcase and cried. Uchiha Roan was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Why? He is certainly not a fool who doesn't understand the value of money. He knows that 200 million is a significant amount. Even for ninjas of the level of the three shinobi, it would take years of hard work relying solely on mission rewards. But it shouldn't be that extreme, right? I have provided over 2 billion in funding for Orochimaru's experiments over the years, yet I haven't seen him this excited before. Actually, he has no idea that in the original work, Tsunade is heavily in debt, appearing to run away gracefully. It seems like it doesn't affect her. She eats and drinks as usual. But in reality, she is a woman who has lost her closest relatives and lover, suffers from hemophobia, cannot return home, and is deep in debt. She is often chased and harassed by debt collectors, hiding from place to place. The bitterness in her heart is as profound as the water one drinks. In Uchiha Roan's understanding, a ninja of Tsunade's caliber, especially a high-level medical ninja, should easily be able to earn money to pay off her debts, right? However, it seems that the reality is not that simple. After a long time, the silent cries stopped. Tsunade smiled awkwardly. Stop dazing, hurry up and treat me. Oh. The Uchiha, named Roan, coming back to his senses, quickly had Tsunade find a chair to sit down. Then he activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Instantly, it caused both women to gasp in surprise. The legendary eyes of the Uchiha. At this point, Tsunade finally felt relieved. She knew that her hemophobia could really be cured. However, at the same time, she was also aware of what she would face next. Are you ready? Well, here we go. At this moment, Uchiha Bido suddenly noticed that Tsunade in front of him seemed a bit different. How should I put it? The spirit was a bit different now. It no longer had that sense of despair from their first meeting. Little did he know that the collapse of adulthood often happens in an instant. It could be either a devastating blow of immense pain or the accumulation of tiny despairs. Tsunade experienced both. Yes, she could earn money to pay off her debts and live a normal life. But when hardship and wandering become a habit, and the heart feels empty without a goal, the past pain constantly triggers her, no longer allowing her to diligently pay off her debts for years. Until one day, a light illuminated the dark path ahead. All past debts were wiped clean. Without the burden, she found a moment to breathe and discover the way home. The old shadows dissipated behind her, and the new dawn shone brightly ahead. This was true healing. Chapter 120. Tsunade's return a few days later, at a fork outside the town. One path led east to Konoha, and the other west to the Rain country border. Tsunade stood on the eastern path, looking back. She waved her left hand, adorned with an additional dark ring, towards Uchiha Roan and Shizun on the western path. She was going home, under the real 5-sense illusion of Uchiha Roan, which rivaled Tsukuyami. Tsunade had struggled, been embarrassed, and felt weak. She had lived through life and death. Finally, she had cured her hemophobia. The gambling debts were paid off. Her illness was healed, and the Third Hokage had stepped down. She had no reason not to return. That was Konoha, which held all her past. It was Konoha, built by her grandparents. It was also Konoha, which was currently facing pressure from the three major ninja villages. Lord Rong, Shizen called out somewhat awkwardly. In the past few days, Uchiha Rong had guided Shizen's training during his leisure time, and Tsunade was astonished to find that Shizen's training progress had surged significantly. So, she decided to keep Shizen around. After all, Uchiha Rong had guided hundreds of people at Training Ground number 7. Even many ninjas who were more advanced in certain attributes than he was still lacked his rich experience in guiding others in chakra training. All right, let us go, Uchiha Rong said with a gentle smile. In the original trajectory, Shizen's peak was only B rank, with combat ability even lower at B-. At this moment, she was merely at C, a Mizuki level. At 20 years old, one had to say her talent was quite lacking. This also indirectly indicated that Tsunade probably hadn't been in a good state to teach her properly during her time wandering outside. Most likely, she had treated Shizen like a maid. However, with Kato gone, this niece left alone in Konoha would probably face even harsher days, along with the risk of being sent to the battlefield. It was hard to say whether that was a blessing or a curse. Are we going to the Land of Wind? Yujibo Rong and Tsunade briefly discussed the current situation and the whereabouts of Team Yu. Jingyin asked, well, but there's no rush to get on the road. We can take our time. Okay. The girl was extremely respectful at this moment, no longer displaying the cold demeanor she had at the beginning. In fact, this mission seemed very dangerous on the surface. They were to infiltrate Sunagakure to cause destruction, forcing them to pull back their ninja forces for defense. However, with Team Yu's current true combat strength, either Uchiha Chien or Uchiha Rong could easily accomplish this with Hinata, Aya, and Jina, but it was clear that Namikaze Minato did not know this. At Uchiha Rong's suggestion, the members of Team Yu had kept some hidden cards during their usual missions. This leads to the Fourth Hokage viewing the Fish Squad as follows. Captain Uchiha Rong, codenamed Salty Fish, strength rating S-. After revealing the Mangeki Sharingan and Jinchuriki identity, changed to S. Moonblade Uchiha Zeno, codename Flower Fish, strength rating A, due to quick kills with swordsmanship and impressive achievements. Which Uchiha Chien, codename Red Fish, strength rating A, 3 Tomo and skilled in illusion techniques. Flying Arrow Hyuga Aya, codename White Fish, strength rating A, Byakugan excels in long-distance shuriken sniping. The entire team consists of elite Jonin, plus 1 Kage level. Going to Sunagakure to cause destruction carries risks, but there's a high probability they can all retreat unharmed. However, in reality, the true Fish Squad is as follows. Captain Rong SS, Super Kage, Moonblade Zeno S, Peak Kage level, which Chien SS, Quasi Super Kage. Flying Arrow Aya S, Kage level. And the current situation is that the Creation Life Rock clone S to SS has replaced the captain. What kind of journey is this? Uchiha Rong is simply here for a leisurely trip with Shizun, enjoying the scenery. It's a public-funded tourism. Just waiting for the mission to be completed is enough. A weak ninja village that in a few years can be stormed by Deidara single-handedly to capture the Kazekage. Poor and weak, yet still likes to spend money on in-game purchases. Uchiha Rong isn't interested in causing any destruction. A few days later, at the west gate of Konoha village, on his first day as a newly promoted Chunin, Steel Iron stands straight and full of spirit at 15 years old. Suddenly, his peer partner, Kamizuki Izumi, rubs his eyes. That is, Steel Iron follows his partner's gaze. On the path, in the morning light, a graceful figure draped in a green robe walks towards them. As she moves, there's an overwhelming presence, captivating enough to make the inexperienced young Steel Iron nearly drool. As the woman approaches, Steel Iron suddenly jolts, looking towards his good partner. This woman seems a bit familiar. Familiar my ass. That seems to be Lady Tsunade. What? Is it one of the legendary 3 ninjas? Although these 2 juniors have never met Tsunade, since they are responsible for guarding the gate, they naturally remember the information about these important figures, whether they are allies or enemies. You keep watch, and I will report. Shinazuki Izumo's expression was serious as he quickly took out a wireless earpiece and put it on. Moshi Moshi, this is Shinazuki Izumo at the west small gate. Urgent situation. As soon as a response came through the headphones, he quickly said at a rapid pace, West Small Gate has discovered a suspected member of the 3 legendary ninjas, Tsunade. Shi Xiaomin discovered Tsunade, one of the suspected Sannin. Request for the next step. Repeated several times. Only when the other party replied did he let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Tsunade had also approached. She did not rush to enter the village, but instead gazed at the village in front of her with a somewhat nostalgic expression. She stood still for a long time, until a man wearing the Hokage hat and an old man appeared before her at the same time. "Tsunade, welcome home." Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and smiled. "Tsunade Heim, long time no see." Minato Namikaze nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, Tsunade withdrew her gaze and looked at the two. "Third Hokage, you're still alive? Oh, little Shueimin, you've grown so tall. That hat really suits you. Very handsome." Looking at Tsunade's carefree demeanor and calling herself the old man of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't get angry in time. Instead, he was taken aback. It had been a long time since he had seen such a lively Tsunade. At that moment, a guess formed in his mind. So he asked, "Are you okay?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade naturally knew he was asking about hemophobia. She didn't say anything, just nodded. Then she approached Minato, looking him up and down. "Not bad, not bad. He really looks like a Hokage. That bastard Jiraiya is probably over the moon, right?" There is a disciple of the Hokage. When facing Tsunade's right hand reaching out to pat his shoulder, Minato Namikaze cooperatively lowered his body slightly. Despite the fact that this woman in front of him is young and beautiful, she was already famous in the ninja world when he was still wearing open crotch pants. Minato did not find Tsunade's action rude. Instead, it seemed to bring back the moment when he first met her, when she encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. His gaze became somewhat dazed, as if it were just yesterday. By the time he came to his senses, Tsunade had already walked into the village with elegance. Minato felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was clear from his master's attitude that if he had political disagreements with the Third Hokage, his master would most likely stand by his side. Didn't she even call him teacher when she met the Third Hokage? Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't care about these things. But the Hokage, who has been in power for several years, understands clearly. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, these ancient ninja clans, place great importance on identity and titles. This is a signal. Chapter 121, Divergence. In many people's perception, the bond between Tsunade and the Third Hokage should be very deep. One should respect their teacher and uphold the way. One should be reverent. One should. In reality, only someone from a noble background like Uchiha Obito can understand. The Third Hokage took an Orochimaru to create a friendly image and saw his talent, while Orochimaru was also the Third's most valued disciple, the one with the deepest bond. As for Tsunade, she was merely taken in to solidify the position of Hokage, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the niece of the second Hokage's teacher. With various honors, taking in Tsunade meant gaining both fame and fortune. Looking at Tsunade's abilities, her medical ninjutsu was developed by herself. The Third Hokage, who excelled in 5 elemental ninjutsu, probably couldn't even give good advice. The Yin sealing technique was taught by Uzumaki Mido. The super strength fist to the body technique clearly has no relation to the Third Hokage's specialty in ninjutsu. So what exactly did the old Third Hokage teach Tsunade? True mentorship can be traced back, like Orochimaru, who excels in developing various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, at least before the Edo Tensei. His style clearly bears the shadow of the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage is skilled in ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and so is Orochimaru. Looking at Jiraiya, aside from the various abilities associated with the toads of Mount Myaboku, he also knows many ninjutsu and primarily fights using them. A fighting style is developed from the very beginning. It is clear that Jiraiya did not learn as well as Orochimaru, but he at least learned some of the Third Hokage's style, especially his lecherous tendencies. Similarly, Tsunade's ultimate techniques have been passed down to Shizune and Sakura. Even Kakashi and Sasuke have a lineage of Chidori. The Third Hokage and Tsunade, however, have nothing in common. Their fighting styles are completely different, making their relationship merely superficial as teacher and student. In the original timeline, even Konohamaru harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, believing she took his grandfather's position. So what about Tsunade? Isn't the 3rd generation also sitting in her grandfather's position? In the original storyline, what truly moved Tsunade to return to the village was not the resemblance to Senju Hashirama, but rather Naruto's unwavering heart to protect Konoha. That was the village established by her grandfather, the village she fought so hard to protect. What touched Tsunade the most was that, despite the dirty politics, a pure new generation like Naruto could still emerge. This made her feel that perhaps Konoha was not beyond saving after all. If an outsider can fight desperately to protect the village, how can I stand by and watch Konoha decline? Hokage building. Old man, I'll go guard the border of the hidden cloud. After understanding the general situation, Tsunade directly looked at the Third Hokage. It's not that she doesn't respect Minato, but she knows Minato won't stop her. The resistance lies with the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Although the warships from the hidden mist village can somewhat intimidate the hidden cloud, we really should take precautions. There is no suitable candidate before. Now that Tsunade is back, you can take the position. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't mind Tsunade's attitude. In fact, he was quite happy that she had recovered and returned to the village. This way, Konoha gained another strong leader. In terms of reputation and strength, Tsunade is more than enough. Moreover, to suppress the Uchiha clan in the future, Tsunade's power will also be needed. Oh, there was no suitable candidate before? Tsunade sneered coldly. In that moment, she thought of the Uchiha who prompted her to return to the village. With his Sharingan strength, he was certainly not an inconspicuous figure among the Uchiha clan. With the manpower of the Uchiha clan, could they really not defend a mere border of the Cloud Village? Tsunade dislikes the evil Uchiha. But what she hates even more are those old fools who, for the sake of playing schemes and tricks, allow their own people to die unnecessarily on the battlefield, where fewer lives could be lost. In the midst of thoughts, the water gate has already opened. There's a team of Mist Village envoys at the embassy, and they can contact the Mist Village warships at sea to cooperate with you. The lower ninja village can indeed allocate a batch, but the middle and upper ninjas are a bit tense. As far as I know, the Uchiha clan is not participating in this battle. Tsunade frowned and spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. He was determined not to let Uchiha take the stage, as this would not only prevent the Uchiha from growing stronger with each fight, but also lead other ninja to mistakenly believe that the Uchiha were avoiding battle. This would further isolate the Uchiha, especially the families and relatives of the fallen ninja, who would come to hate the Uchiha for it. So even if more people had to die, it would be worth it. After all, the purpose of war is to achieve certain expected goals. End.At? This is called a strategic objective. However, these words definitely cannot be said to Tsunade. The Uchiha clan has other more important tasks and cannot spare personnel. The Third Hokage took a puff of smoke, thankful for his quick wit. What task could be more important than the current situation? All the strong Uchiha have been sent by me to Sunagakure for a show of force. The Third Hokage is lying through his teeth. Heh, Tsunade sneered, not bothering to point it out. For people, and one of them has Byakugan. Is this all the Uchiha strong people you speak of? What a coincidence, I also encountered. Especially the village where the only faction's dark part infiltrated to cause destruction, which is still guarded by the pig deer butterfly at the sand-hidden battlefield. Is this to reduce the losses of their own team? Old man, you really haven't changed at all. You're still as dirty as ever. When it comes to disappointing me, you truly never fail to do so. Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, staring at the Third Hokage. If you're not going to let me go, just say so. Don't play this game of pretending there are no available hands. She believed that Minato might indeed be unable to mobilize anyone, but she wouldn't believe that the Third Hokage had no one left. Even if each of those small ninja clans sent out one nin, it would be enough to organize a team. Not to mention the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the two major advisor families. They haven't even made a move yet. Have they? How many foundations did the first Hokage leave for Konoha? Others may not know, but Tsunade surely does, including the vassal ninjas and the samurai group. It's possible that Yuan Fei, Shimura, and the advisory group could mobilize tens of thousands of ninjas, but certainly not less than 10 or 20,000. This is the true foundation accumulated over many years by the third generation. Tsunade, after the Third Great Ninja War, the village indeed lost many excellent ninjas. There are many things you are not aware of during these years you were away. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was much more serious. For example, what about Kakashi Hitaki? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. Even a fool, with a slight understanding of the situation regarding Hitaki Tsukumo, would know that he was merely a political sacrifice. Because he saved his comrades, the mission failed, and it caused losses for the village. Was he then despised by the villagers? Until he could no longer bear it, and committed suicide? Is a killing god on the battlefield really that fragile inside? The truth has long been buried by those in power. Regardless of the three generations' dark expressions, Tsunade stared at him with a serious face. If you can't mobilize anyone, then I'll gather the people myself. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen reveal a bitter smile. Indeed, she was still that hot-tempered person from back in the day who would slam the table at any disagreement. He exhaled. Tsunade gradually calmed down. In fact, her original intention of returning to the village was to help share the pressure, not to vie for power. But you don't let the leader say it outright. And it's not like she has to go to the battlefield. Yet the previous statement was, since you've returned, Tsunade, you should go. The next sentence was about the lack of personnel. Are you kidding me? Tsunade obviously can't stand this kind of soft pressure, and for a moment, she's a bit overwhelmed. In the original timeline, she was the kind of fierce person who could directly insult the old man and old woman of the Konoha Council, the most formidable fifth Hokage in history. Chapter 122, The Bond of Monkey and Snake. Is this the change of lightning nature? In a small oasis within the sand dunes, Jingyin looked in surprise at the lightning emerging from her palm, almost moved to tears. Her initial attribute was only water. She never expected that under Lord Long's guidance, she would master the transformation of lightning attributes so quickly. This means that she now has the qualifications to become a Jonin. There's no need to get too excited. You still have potential to tap into. This is not your limit yet. Uchiha Rong stared at the ring on his right hand and said without looking up, Boat 9, I went to the border of the Cloud Hidden Village. Same. Boat 4 is Killer Bee. Boat 9. Same. Cloud Hidden 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Boat 4. Boat 9. Really? Silence, eyes glimmered. Uchiha Rong finally looked up at her and gave her an affirmative glance. In the past few days of guiding Silent, he quickly realized that although her surface talent was not great, she still had potential. It should still be an issue with the D-class guiding technique. If she used her own star guiding technique, Silent should initially possess 2 to 3 attributes: water, lightning, and possibly earth. Moreover, based on the original trajectory, it could be predicted that she would master, which indicates that she has the potential to develop the attribute later on. Thus, at least 3 attributes, including 1 hidden attribute. Therefore, theoretically, Silent's upper limit could at least be an S-level quasi-shadow. Thank you, Lord Rome, for your guidance. Silent deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude. Uchiha Rong nodded and continued to look at the... At that moment, several new messages had appeared on it. Boat 3. Has Tsunade joined too? Boat 3. B. Rong-chan. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong immediately felt the sound of Orochimaru's BGM ringing in his head, shaking his thumbs with both hands, while shouting, Rong-chan is awesome. Boat 9. Which one is this again? Boat 4. The Forbidden City, it won't leak. Boat 2. Boat 4. Handshake. Boat 7. Long, do you need my help? Boat 9. Who the hell are all these people? Boat 1. 3 Snake, 2 Leaf Warehouse, 7 Arrow Warehouse. Boat 7. Tsunade, I have long admired your reputation. Boat 7. From the friendship of the Fourth Hokage. Boat 9. After reading the information on the ring, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but smile knowingly. He actually forgot to tell Tsunade how to chat privately, and didn't expect so many people pop up. Unknowingly, the Freemason Society had already formed a model similar to his circle of friends from his past life. Despite being just a small text message, it contained immense potential and a network of relationships. As Uchiha Rong privately messaged Tsunade to inform her about the private chat mode, the public screen quickly fell silent again. After that, Uchiha Rong sent a private message to Boat 7 Zichong, informing him that there was no need for help for the time being. Joking aside, with Konoha's powerful lineup now, what kind of assistance was still needed? Don't say that Mist Hidden's warship is holding back Cloud Hidden. Even if Mist Hidden joins in, Konoha won't back down against 4. Since Tsunade has returned to the village, that guy should be coming back soon too, right? Uchiha Rong stood up and brushed off the sand from his pants. He continued forward quietly. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to gather enough Chunin and Jonin for Tsunade. There was no other choice. If Tsunade were to gather people herself, he couldn't stop her. With Tsunade's reputation, even after years away from the village, her call might be more powerful than that of the current Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If that happened, the faces of the 2 Hokages would be completely lost. With Tsunade setting off, not long after, another guy who had also been away from the village for a long time hurried back to Konoha, Hokage building. Minato, I heard Tsunade is back. Is that true? Jiraiya-sensei, you... Minato Namikaze looked surprised at the suddenly returned Jiraiya. Yes. Princess Tsunade left a few days ago to lead the troops to the border of the Cloud Village. Although a bit taken aback, he quickly responded to his teacher's question. Hearing this, Jiraiya anxiously scratched his head. Is her illness better? If not, I need to help her. Hurry, give me a Hokage approval document. That evening, after learning that Jiraiya had returned to the village and quickly left again to support the Cloud Village border, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Then, as if guided by fate, he found himself at Orochimaru's residence. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, Orochimaru soon came to the door. Seeing his once most proud disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Where's your main body? As expected of teacher Sarutobi, your insight is still sharp. Orochimaru's clone stepped aside, inviting Sarutobi Hiruzen in. Hiruzen didn't hold back and directly walked into the courtyard. Let the main body come to see me. Don't be impatient. It's already on the way back. So, an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a dark expression, stared hard at Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru, what are you up to this time? Do you really want to be locked up in the dark prison again? Whole study. Teacher Sarutobi is so scary. The clone made a comical, terrified expression. This almost made Sarutobi Hiruzen choke on his breath, just as he was ready to destroy this clone out of frustration. Oh dear, who made my beloved teacher angry? Another figure of Orochimaru finally appeared in the courtyard. It's so late. Do you need something from me? Orochimaru, where have you been? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at him. He actually knew that Orochimaru had probably gone off to do some experiments again. Even the initial research on Hashirama cells was personally approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just like Danzo's route, although there were many unreasonable aspects, it was almost becoming Danzo's private army. It still had its value. That is to say, it handled some dirty work for the Hokage that wasn't convenient for him to be involved in. When these matters blew up, someone would take the blame. Otherwise, if the Umbu did it, it would naturally implicate the Hokage. If it weren't for the Third Hokage's approval, how could Danzo and Orochimaru have researched Hashirama cells for so many years without being discovered? What really angered Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Orochimaru had achieved results in his research, but did not inform him. Instead, he conspired with Danzo to keep it a secret from him. This made him feel the taste of betrayal. However, fortunately, when Orochimaru defected, he didn't join forces with Danzo to try to put him to death. This was the main reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to turn a blind eye and tolerate Orochimaru in recent years. It was said that Orochimaru was strictly forbidden from leaving the village. In reality, aside from the initial period when he was just released from the dark prison and was monitored by the Umbu for a while, after seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention of defecting again, they even withdrew the surveillance. Orochimaru chuckled a couple of times, looking at his teacher with a sly smile. Where have I been? Isn't that something we all know? But such things couldn't be exposed. So, I had too much to eat for dinner. Of course, I just strolled around the village to digest. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded, not probing further into the matter. Instead, he changed the subject. Tsunade and Jiraiya are back. Did you know? Oh, I've heard a little. They're both serving the village now. Orochimaru, what are your thoughts? Orochimaru fell silent. What thoughts could he have? He just wanted to be quiet, quietly do his research, seemingly not expecting him to give any response. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued speaking to himself. You should go to the Sand Village battlefield and take command. The teams from the Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans lack someone who can truly contend with the Fourth Hokage. After saying this, he tossed over an appointment document and a pass for leaving the village. Orochimaru instinctively took it. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. What a competitive old man. With a light laugh, Orochimaru looked at the retreating figure of the Third Hokage, his expression complex. He understood his teacher's intentions. Two of the legendary Sannin had returned to the village, after many years, crossing an entire Third Great Ninja War span to fight for the village again. As his once most proud disciple, how could he continue to stay hidden in the village, unnoticed? It was like a parent watching other people's children shine. Naturally, they also hope their own child can also stand out and be equally impressive. Because he understood this, Orochimaru ultimately did not refuse. Chapter 123. Unexpected joy, just like the prince colluding with the Emperor's shadow, gathering rare treasures from around the world to refine medicine and seek immortality. Completely uninterested in the throne, Orochimaru deeply understood that once he ascended to the position of Hokage, he would lose his reputation. This was the main reason Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Minato Namikaze, this nephew, to rise to power. If only Orochimaru were a bit more diligent and didn't engage in any illusory research on immortality, the position of Fourth Hokage would genuinely have nothing to do with Minato. Soon, Uchiha Rong, who had already penetrated deep into the Wind Country and was about to reach Sunagakure, received news from Yunshang. Oh, have all three Sannin mobilized? This was interesting. At this moment, Uchiha Rong could only think to himself, your brother is still your brother. The other four great ninja villages are all younger brothers. Just how strong is Konoha now? Even without counting the Uchiha, whose strength had multiplied several times, just looking at the Hokage lineage. There are a total of 6 figures of the Kage level, the third, the fourth, plus the 3 Sannin. And there is also a Akimichi Torai iPhone. Beneath them, there are the quasi-Kage level ninjas, Akimichi DT, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Dingza, Yamanaka Hachichi, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shikamaru. There are even more elite Jonin, like Yamanaka Shimi, Inazuka Tsum, Nara Shizun, and so on. It's worth mentioning that in 6 years, many people's strengths have changed significantly. The original Jonin, Nara Shizun, has already been promoted to elite Jonin. Even Nara Shikamaru has been promoted from Special Jonin to Jonin. Due to Uchiha Ron's involvement, Akimichi Toraifone, the second Hokage's bodyguard, did not die in the Nine Tails incident. However, this 52-year-old veteran is from the same era as the third Hokage, and now he basically leave the village to participate in battles. He is currently considered the stabilizing force of the Akimichi clan. Additionally, beneath the Hokage lineage, there are 19 small ninja clans, each led by a leader with Jonin or Elite Jonin combat power. Stronger ones have 3 to 5 Jonin, while weaker ones have 1 Jonin. Representative figures include Yuhi, Kurenai. Apart from these, there are also Jonin like Kakashi, who are solitary figures, and there are 7 or 8 of them. Then there are dozens of civilian Jonin. It must be said that the Nine Tails incident, with Uchiha Ron leading the Uchiha support, indirectly preserved many high-end forces for the Hokage lineage. Not only is Akimichi Choji alive, but even Asuma Sarutobi, Shikamaru's father, is also alive. With these powers, they are enough to take on 2 or even 3 opponents. This doesn't even account for the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. It's important to note that the Hyuga clan is just low-key, not truly weak. In fact, the main branch has 3 ninja with Kaga-level combat power, the clan leader Hayashi and 2 of his cousins. Including Hinata, that makes 4. Therefore, the reason why the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are considered prominent clans and have relatively close clan territories is that they not only have a self-sufficient economic cycle, but also possess a large number of ninja clan members and more than 2 Kaga-level combat power. He also kept a large number of vassal ninjas and samurai. Before Uchiha Ron could get close to Sunagakure, he had already sensed the position of the rock clone. He immediately went to meet up with Silent. When he saw the fish team in a hidden cave, Uchiha Ron showed a look of astonishment. Pointing at the unconscious child on the ground, he said cheerfully, "How did you guys manage to capture him?" Hinata Ayam laughed and said, "When we attacked the sand-hidden village, we just happened to encounter the Jinchuriki going berserk. We took the 2 of them out effortlessly." "Huh, well done. This is truly an unexpected joy." On the ground, there are 2 people, one large and one small, who are actually Gaara and Yashimaru. Who is Yashimaru? Gaara's uncle, who is also Temari and Kankuro's uncle. Speaking of which, the 3 children of the 4th Kazekage, the eldest, Temari, inherited wind release ninjutsu. The second, Kankuro, inherited puppet jutsu. And the youngest, Gaara, is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku and has the ability to control sand. Truly like father, like son. These 3 are all talented ninjas from Sunagakure. I'll take this kid away first. The fat meat is right in front of me. How could I not eat it? Uchiha Ron grabbed Gaara and directly burrowed underground, leaving Shizune at a loss as she looked at the members of Team 7. After diving deep into the earth, they finally found a natural cave. Uchiha Ron immediately summoned 4 rock clones to set up a small 4 red sun formation. Have my rock clones sealed them? Looking at the familiar 7-star pattern surrounding Gaara's sealing technique, Uchiha Ron understood. At first, he thought it was Temari who had suppressed Shikaku. The reason for this thought was that Sunagakure's tailed beast sealing was very special, completely different from the 8-trigram seal of the Nine Tails. Shikaku's sealing technique was quite simple, mainly relying on the Jinchuriki's consciousness to suppress Shikaku. The effect of the sealing technique leaned more towards assisting the Jinchuriki's consciousness in suppressing Shikaku. This allowed Sunagakure, which was not adept at sealing techniques, to find an alternative path for the Jinchuriki. However, the cost was that if the Jinchuriki fell asleep, Shikaku could go on a rampage. Corresponding to this drawback was that as long as the Jinchuriki remained awake, they could relatively stably suppress Shikaku within them. This was a characteristic of Sunagakure's tailed beast sealing techniques. But Jinchuriki are still human. It's impossible for them to stay awake all the time, right? In fact, it was mentioned before, although the tailed beasts do not need to eat or drink, they still need to enter a state of sleep after a certain period of time. Once a tailed beast enters this state of slumber, it cannot easily wake up without external interference. Therefore, once Shikaku falls asleep, it becomes a rare sleeping time for Gaara. However, as a human, following the tailed beast schedule, even with strong willpower, lack of sleep can lead to emotional volatility and anger. Over time, this can result in personality distortion at best or madness at worst. This is basically Gaara's situation. Back to the point, based on this situation, once Gaara loses consciousness, Shikaku will go berserk. That's why Uchiha are upon seeing the quietly unconscious Gaara, would think that Kankuro had suppressed the rampaging Shikaku. But at this moment, seeing the familiar A-rank sealing technique, 7-star seal, he understood that his rock clone had temporarily reinforced Shikaku's seal with the sealing technique, allowing it to remain calm during Gaara's unconsciousness. So let's get started. Uchiha Rong took out a sealing scroll and spread it open in front of him, quickly forming hand seals. As the 8 trigram seal, it was completed, a surge of red-tailed beast chakra began to be drawn into the sealing scroll. Due to the reinforcement of the seal, although it prevented Shikaku from coming out, it also significantly reduced Uchiha Rong's efficiency in extracting the one-tailed chakra. It took a full half an hour before the sealing technique at Gaara's heart finally stopped releasing the one-tailed chakra. This was essentially draining it completely. If he were to increase the sealing power further to extract more, it would inevitably damage Gaara's seal and draw out the weakened state of Shikaku. Therefore, Uchiha Rong stopped the 8 trigram seal. Then, he unsealed the scroll. Boom. A surge of violent red chakra bursts forth. It quickly forms a sand body of over 60 meters tall, resembling Shikaku. Clearly, he has less chakra than the 3 tails, but he's still so strong? Uchiha Rong frowned. Having already encountered the 8 tails, 9 tails, and 3 tails, he quickly discerned that the power of the 1 tail, Shikaku, was likely second only to the 8 tails and far surpassed that of the 3 tails. Although Shoha's chakra amount is only 1/3 of the 3 tails, it is surprisingly solid. This is probably related to its sand manipulation ability. Roar. Shoha has completely taken shape, with only fury in its. Chapter 124. Recreating a guardian crane. Uchiha Rong was eager to test it out, but he wasn't in a hurry to use life to give it form. After all, this place was surrounded by the 4 Crimson Yang formation, so any movements wouldn't be heard outside. With the quick completion of 3 hand seals, he mobilized the yin and yang chakra within his body to form a special technique trajectory. Just as the tail of the guardian crane was about to strike, Uchiha Rong crouched down and formed the Wu seal. Then, he pressed both hands against the ground of the cave. Suddenly, 8 thick chains of talisman seals burst out from the ground around the guardian crane, instantly binding it. This is the recently mastered modified version of the Vajra Lock S by Uchiha Rong. The original version is something he cannot learn, as it requires the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Although he cannot learn it, with the original inheritance scroll in hand, he quickly understood the principles. Unlike the Senju clan's Yang attribute, which is related to physical energy, vitality, recovery, and physical abilities, the Uzumaki clan's Vajra Lock not only includes the Yang attribute, but also involves the creation of chain-like forms through the Yin attribute. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline is a type of bloodline power generated by the combination of Yin and Yang release. It's similar to bloodline elimination, which consists of fire, wind, and earth bloodlines. Noki integrates fire into his core of wind and earth dust release, which is the original realm separation technique. In contrast, Uchiha Rong integrates earth into his core of fire and wind scorching release, which is the ash storm. Bloodline powers are also like this. Even subtle differences can lead to completely different bloodlines. Therefore, Uchiha Rong cannot replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to master the original Vajra Lock. However, he possesses both Yin and Yang attributes and has recently completed the initial stage of Yin-Yang blending. Note, it is blending, not fusion. Thus, he has developed this modified version of the Vajra Lock. SSSHH. The explosive sound of chains being pulled comes forth. Is it trying to break free? As he watched 2 of the 8 chains snap, Uchiha Rong was not surprised but rather delighted. He quickly formed seals again to cast the 8 trigram seal. Several more chains emerged, wrapping around the 1-tail Shikaku. Compared to the A-rank diamond lock, the chains formed by the S-rank 8 trigram seal were clearly stronger in terms of sealing. The previously weak Shikaku was completely powerless under this seal. However, the effect of the adamantine seal was different. It could not only seal-tailed beasts but also serve as a powerful weapon and create barriers. Roar. The iron chains tightened as Shikaku struggled. Crack. In less than 5 minutes, 3 chains had actually snapped. Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up. The physical strength is surprisingly strong. At this moment, he was already certain. Although Shikaku had the least chakra among the 9-tailed beasts, its strength was definitely second only to the 8 tails, ranking 3rd. Immediately, the Manjiki Sharingan activated. Illusion, life bestowal. Shikaku, struggling within the remaining sealed iron chains, suddenly paused. A flicker of intelligence began to shine in its violent pupils. Gradually, the giant raccoon cat crouched down to a height of 60 meters, its head slightly bowed. Master. At this moment, Uchiha Rong felt almost blind again. Hiss. Why have I been using my ocular power to this extent lately? This feeling is really uncomfortable. But this unexpected joy forced him to decisively use his ocular power. 9 years of lifespan? Feeling the feedback from the Meijiki, Uchiha Rong estimated that this level of vitality could allow Shikaku to survive for 9 years. He didn't expect that frequent use of ocular power during this time would actually lead to such a significant increase. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Rong's gaze fell on Shikaku's massive body. From now on, I'll call you Yateli. The raccoon cat's Li Ha. I have a name now. From now on, I'll be called Yateli. Uchiha Rong. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Why does it feel like the Shikaku's life force differs so much from Sanbei's? Crouch. A low shout rang out. Yateli almost immediately crouched down, looking at him with a puzzled and aggrieved expression. Master? Oh, it's nothing. Uchiha Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Although it seemed that this guy's mental state was a bit off, as long as it remained obedient, it was fine. Thus, he pushed through the feeling of weakness from his dimmed ocular power and continued to form seals. With the traction of the 8 trigram seal once again, Yateli's massive body transformed into a stream of gray-yellow sand, diving into the 8 trigram seal within Uchiha Rong's abdomen. Hiss, if this continues, I could gather all 9 tailed beasts. After finishing this, Uchiha Rong revealed a satisfied smile. Yes, as long as the sealing space can accommodate it. He could completely contain multiple tailed beasts at the same time. The most important thing is, with 2 tailed beasts, he could unleash one at any time during a fight to assist. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. Typically, Jinchuriki would suffer a fatal explosion if the tailed beast broke the seal, as the connection among the tailed beast, the sealing space, and the host body was so tight. Usually, these crucial locations would be in the lower dantian or the heart, which would be deadly. Therefore, it was certain death, unless one had an ability like Uchiha Rong's life bestowal, which could instantly provide a large amount of vitality for deep regeneration, like Chiyo's self-rebirth. But with 2 tailed beasts, as long as one tailed beast's power supported the sealing space, nothing would happen. No matter how powerful the sealing technique, it couldn't forcibly confine 2 different tailed beasts. But my situation is rather special. The tailed beasts themselves obediently stay inside. Removing the star from his waist, Uchiha Rong leaned on the star with one hand and carried Gaara with the other. He ordered his rock clone to retract the 4 red suns formation and quickly left the underground cavern. Teacher, you're back. When Uchiha Rong found the fish team again, thanks to his rock clone's position, they had already retreated to the Wind Country's border with Shizen. Why are you still bringing this kid along? Seeing the Yata mirror that Shizuna was carrying, Uchiha Rong was taken aback. To take him back as a hostage. Shizuna replied matter-of-factly. Forget it, just put him back. Oh. With Uchiha Rong speaking, Shizuna naturally complied. Immediately, she dropped the Yata mirror onto the sandy ground. Uchiha Rong also tossed Gaara down next to the Yata mirror. Although Shikaku had lost 99% of its chakra and was nearly dying, it hadn't actually died yet. So Gaara wouldn't have any problems. After walking a few steps, Uchiha Rong paused. Forget it, since I've taken Shikaku's power, I should return something to you. Remembering how pitiful Gaara was in the original story, Uchiha Rong stepped forward and lifted his shirt. A surge of yin-yang release chakra flowed from his hand and attached itself, until he completely solidified the outer layer of the 7-star seal on Gaara's chest. Uchiha Rong finally withdrew his hand. With this, you shouldn't have to stay up late with Shikaku anymore. After thinking for a moment, he also lifted Gaara's eyelid. The 2 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan met. Using illusion, he left behind the control technique and seal sequence for the 7-star seal. Alright, since the task has been completed, let's head back to the village. Thus, the fish team set off on their journey home. Chapter 125. Gaara's Sand. 8-year-old Gaara slowly awakened. Since being freed from the absolute seal at the beginning of the year, he had never slept so comfortably. Uncle. Suddenly, with a clearer consciousness, Gaara jolted up in surprise. He saw the figure of a young man not far away. Uncle. I'm so glad you're okay. Tears welled up in the corners of Gaara's eyes. He had almost killed his own uncle. Haha, you're still as cowardly as ever, Gaara. Uncle. Gaara was heartbroken. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? The uncle who had always taken care of him suddenly disguised himself as an assassin to attack him, saying he hated him. That was all his fault for his mother's death. At that moment, the young Gaara completely lost control and almost killed his own uncle. If Uchiha Rong were here, he could complain for 3 days and nights. Damn it, not letting the Jinchuriki sleep and expecting him to be emotionally stable while testing his control over Shikaku under extreme emotional fluctuations. Just that broken seal. Sunagakure truly has talent. Alright, let us go back. I don't know why those Konoha Umbu let us go. It's not safe here. As he spoke, Yadamir checked the direction and headed towards Sunagakure on his own. Uncle. Gaara was just about to tell his uncle that it seemed he had gained some new knowledge in his head. Shut up. Don't use that disgusting title on me. However, just as Gaara's words were about to come out, they were swallowed back by Yadamir's words. Turning around, Yadamir closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. You must become strong on your own, Gaara. Behind him, the young Gaara followed closely, sobbing as he stepped in time with his uncle's pace. At this moment, he was not the ruthless Shura from the original trajectory, but just a test subject of Sunagakure. Having just had part of his seal lifted, on the way, Gaara started to peruse the new knowledge in his mind while walking. It was a complete secret technique seal sequence. A strange voice told him that in the future, he could open the seal during battles and close it when he needed to sleep. Gaara, half believing, took advantage of his uncle not turning around and tried it out. It was actually true. As the 7-star seal was unlocked, the young Gaara suddenly sensed the familiar presence of Shikaku once again. But why had the power of the small Shikaku suddenly become so weak? He felt that even if he continuously released the seal now, it seemed there was no longer that constant pressure to concentrate like before. The most astonishing thing was that during Gaara's attempts to unlock and then reseal the seal, he discovered that when Shikaku was completely sealed, his sand manipulation ability became even stronger. Uncle. After all, he was just an 8-year-old child, and in his excitement, he wanted to share this secret with his closest uncle. I've told you before, don't use the disgusting term for me, Yashimaru replied without turning his head. Thus, Gaara could only swallow back what he wanted to say, feeling aggrieved. What Gaara did not know was that Yashimaru, after saying those words, was secretly observing him. Strange. He was so fierce before, and Gaara almost lost control several times. Why does it seem like his emotions have stabilized a lot now? If Gaara knew what his uncle was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. After having a good sleep, even if his uncle spoke harshly to him, he only felt a bit wronged. Children are very sensitive. They understand who treats them well. Even though he didn't know why his uncle had suddenly changed like this, he still believed that his uncle wouldn't harm him. The previous outbursts were purely due to long-term insomnia that made it hard for him to think clearly. Now that he had gotten enough sleep, although he still couldn't understand why his uncle was acting this way, he knew that his uncle must have his reasons. The past bits of love were not false. His uncle definitely did not truly hate him. When the two of them returned to the village, even though he had expected it, he still felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The Kazekage Tower had collapsed. The Umbu stationed at the Kazekage Tower suffered heavy casualties. Strangely, other buildings seemed to have almost no damage. The scene shifted to Team U. Roan, why don't we expand the damage to Sunagakure a bit more? Hinata, Aya asked in confusion. Even if they wanted to hide their strength, they were fully capable of teaching Sunagakure a harsh lesson. Uchiha Roan smiled. Just a show of force is enough. With the 3 Sannin involved, this battle is destined not to happen. Since it's destined not to happen, there is no need for us to expose too much strength and make the Third Hokage overly wary. Upon hearing this, the 3 were taken aback. The 3 Sannin? During their mission, they naturally did not have the latest information like Uchiha Roan. So Uchiha Roan briefly explained the recent events in Konoha. Meanwhile, at the border of Kumogakure in the Konoha ninja encampment. We've been waiting here for over 10 days. Is Kumogakure going to attack or not? Jiraiya said, feeling somewhat bored. Tsunade looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, too lazy to respond. Not to mention that Kumogakure was waiting for Sunagakure and Iwagakure to act first. Now, the Mist's warships were approaching the land of Lightning's waters. 2 of the Konoha Sannin were at the Kumogakure border encampment. Through the alliance ring, she even learned that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki had been prohibited from leaving the village for some unknown reason. Given this situation, how could Kumogakure possibly take the initiative to attack? Even if the 4th Raikage came personally, he would have to kneel. Unless the 3rd Raikage was resurrected, it might be a different story. Almost simultaneously, a similar situation was happening at the Iwagakure and Sunagakure borders. And at this moment, in Sunagakure, in a sandcastle training ground, 8-year-old Gaara waved his small right arm, and a mass of sand surged out from the gourd on his back, shooting towards a sand puppet in front of him. Boom! Under the impact of the sand puppet collapsed like it was made of paper. As Gaara extended his right palm and clenched it, a sandstorm buried the puppet completely, turning it into gravel. It was surprisingly twice as fast as before. The power had also increased by at least 70%. Gaara looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Mom, is this the power you left for me? The young Gaara extended his small hand, gently stroking the sand. He then slowly laid down on the floating layer of sand. He rubbed his little head against the sand layer, as if resting in his mother's embrace. Yes, the sand in the gourd on his back was his mother. To be precise, it was the remnants of his mother's will. They would autonomously protect him when Gaara was under attack. Although the young Gaara did not know this at the moment, he instinctively felt a closeness to the sand. He loved to sleep with his head resting on the sand, and he firmly believed that this was the power his mother had left for him. Unbeknownst to him, Gaara had fallen asleep like this. He had never felt so relaxed. Ever since the partial seal of Shikaku had been released earlier in the year, he had not been able to get a good night's sleep. Shikaku only fell asleep for 2 or 3 hours every 2 days. At first, it was manageable, but over time, even with chakra, Gaara gradually fell into the torment of sleeplessness, coupled with the villagers' disdainful gazes and the wary expressions of the village ninjas. Everything seemed to be pushing the young him towards the abyss. Zzz. Zzz. A faint snoring sound emerged. The sand layer floated half a meter off the ground. Just as Gaara fell into a deep sleep, a miraculous scene occurred. The layer of sand that was supporting him began to sway gently on its own, as if his mother was rocking the cradle. Chapter 126. Rumors. A few days later, Team U returned to Konoha to report their mission. Hokage Tower. Well done, Roan. Minato Namikaze smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to blow up the Kazekage Tower directly and retreat unscathed while being pursued by Raza. Finally, we vented some anger. Hee. The issue with the Three Tails was caused by me in the first place. It's best if it can be resolved smoothly. Intelligence from the front lines indicated that Kumogakure had withdrawn the ninjas gathered at the border. It seems Awagakure and Sunagakure would follow suit soon. Minato Namikaze noticed that when Roan mentioned the Three Tails, he deliberately avoided this sensitive topic. By the way, Roan, there's something else I want to discuss with you. At Minato's gesture, the other members of Team U quickly left the office. He then continued, the overall situation in the ninja world has been relatively stable in recent years. The members of your team, you have grown to the point where they can handle things on their own. The higher-ups have discussed it, and excellent ninjas like Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Jina, and Hinata Aya are all qualified to become team leaders. Roan, what do you think? I should just lie down and watch. Uchiha Roan almost rolled his eyes on the spot. If previously distributing Team U's members was to help them branch out, now this was a form of division. The intricacies here were profound. However, politics is a game that values face the most. Even if Uchiha Roan understood what was going on in his heart, he could not directly speak out and expose it. He immediately smiled. I'll leave it entirely to Lord Hokage's arrangements. Good. As expected of Roan. You truly understand the greater good. Minato continued. Don't overthink it. There are many areas in the village that need personnel. Your Team U's members are very capable. Leading a team will allow them to better utilize their talents. The implication was not to hinder their development. What Lord Hokage said is very true. Then it's settled. I will issue the specific transfer documents in the coming days. If there's nothing else, you can leave for now. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Roan headed straight to training ground number 7. He really didn't care about what Minato Namikaze just said. Even if at that time, he arranged 3 members of the Hokage lineage for each of the 3 girls, allowing them to lead the team. It would only serve to divide them and prevent them from spreading their influence. He wouldn't feel any emotions because of that. After all, isn't it the same whether he does missions here or elsewhere? People standing at different heights have different perspectives. His plans were never limited to Konoha. However, just as he was about to turn right onto the main road into the western part of the village, the way the surrounding villagers looked at him made Uchiha Roan frown slightly. With a ninja's keen senses, he quickly overheard the villagers whispering about him. Isn't he the Uchiha who has a monster inside him? How scary. I've heard that monster is as terrifying as the Nine Tails. How could Lord Hokage let such a monster stay in the village? Uchiha Roan. Director, did I get the wrong script? This shouldn't be Naruto Uzumaki's script, right? Uchiha Roan was dumbfounded at that moment. Speaking of which, because of Minato Namikaze's presence, the matter of the Nine Tails being sealed inside Naruto was top secret and had never reached the ignorant villagers. The ninjas, however, had some understanding of the tailed beasts, so they couldn't possibly have a bad attitude towards the son of the Hokage. Thus, the 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki had never experienced such an event. With a cold smile, Uchiha Roan chose to ignore it and continued walking. He then realized that nearly 60% of the villagers avoided him when they saw him, as if he were a plague. The remaining 40% probably hadn't heard the news yet. Wow, I didn't expect that after killing quite a few strong opponents in the Umbu, I wouldn't gain fame, but now I've become a well-known figure. Uchiha Rong was not a powerless and helpless Jinchuriki. He felt indifferent to the villagers' rejection. After all, he was an Uchiha. Once he returned to the clan, would anyone dare to point fingers at him? With that, Uchiha Rong lost interest in going to training ground number 7 and headed straight home. He wanted to find Yunxiang to understand the ins and outs of this matter. Just as Uchiha Rong had just sent a message to Yunxiang and stepped into the clan grounds, a group of little Uchiha kids surrounded him, asking all sorts of questions. Uchiha Rong rubbed his forehead. Outside, he was not well known, but within the Uchiha clan, due to the younger generation of ninjas following him, the name Uchiha Rong was almost a household name. His influence even seemed to surpass that of Fugaku, the clan leader. At least, many little kids didn't even know the name of the clan leader, but were aware of a young big shot in the clan named Uchiha Rong. I will get to the bottom of this matter. You're not allowed to go out and argue with those people, understood? Uchiha Rong said with a serious face. It was just a rumor, troublesome at best, simple at worst. But the premise was, don't escalate the conflict. Oh, understood. But, Lord Rong, I heard that the security department caught a lot of people today. The jail is almost overcrowded. Uchiha Rong. Oh no, he couldn't afford to be slow anymore and immediately vanished from his spot. What the hell is going on? The person involved hasn't reacted. Yet the security department is already taking action to protect him. This left him somewhat amused. After all, having a group of people to protect him, he couldn't really blame them, right? Soon, through a private chat in the Alliance bracelet, Uchiha Rong summoned Yunxiang. I heard the security department caught a lot of villagers? Huh? Yunxiang looked confused. Great, Uchiha Rong instantly understood. It seemed Yunxiang hadn't gone to the security department today and had probably spent the whole day training somewhere. He then briefly explained the situation and asked Yunxiang to handle it at the security department. He himself returned to his own yard. Now that all eyes were on him, it was temporarily inappropriate to move around outside until the situation was clarified to avoid escalating the conflict between the Uchiha and the villagers. Really, rumors are easy to spread, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. I hope you guys aren't the ones responsible for this, or else. Back in his yard, Uchiha Rong glanced towards the Hokage building with a flash of coldness in his eyes. At that moment, the Alliance bracelet lit up. Zhou 9, Rong, you've become famous. Uchiha Rong's face darkened. Give that fame to you, do you want it? Zhou 3, what are you guys talking about? Seeing Orochimaru's message, Uchiha Rong knew that he must have been holed up in the lab all day and hadn't stepped outside. Zhou 8, I checked. It was a spy from outside the village. Uchiha Rong was quite surprised that Yunxiang hadn't sent any news back yet, while Kakashi had already figured things out. So they didn't stop it, did they? As soon as Uchiha Rong said this, Kakashi fell into a long silence. So even though Yunxiang hadn't sent back any news, the general situation was already clear. The 3 major ninja villages retreated, unwilling to accept it, so they spread the word that he was the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. And the Hokage hadn't chosen to immediately block this rumor from spreading within the village. So, was the fact that he was a Jinchuriki just a rumor spread by the 3 villages based on speculation? Or did someone leak it? Uchiha Rong murmured. After all, he had never shown his tailed beast transformation ability outside. The only one who had directly interacted with his tailed beast form was Kakashi. The only one who had heard him admit his identity as a Jinchuriki was Minato Namikaze. But neither of them could have done this. Uchiha Rong frowned, puzzled. It seemed he needed to gather more clues to figure out who the enemy was before he could act. Chapter 127. Escalating situation, brother. Why aren't you happy? The small figure, as usual, burrowed into his arms, but this time it was exceptionally gentle. Rubbing Yizi's little head, Uchiha Rong smiled. I'm not unhappy. Oomph. You're clearly unhappy. Yizi can hear it. Saying this, she pointed at Uchiha Rong's heart. Then, her little hands began to pat his chest, murmuring, Don't be unhappy. Yizi is very obedient. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment his smile froze. Hurry and praise me. Hurry and praise me. Yizi has cured you. As Yizi's voice rang out, a wave of relaxation washed over him from the inside out. Uchiha Rong. He was left puzzled. Clearly, he wasn't unhappy, but why, in comparison, did his earlier state seem unhappy? Being labeled a monster by public opinion. With people avoiding him like a plague, all those disdainful gazes flashed before his eyes. It seemed he really should be unhappy. Uchiha Rong felt that something was off with his current state, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Since you all want to make me unhappy, then no one should have it easy. Muttering to himself, he patted Yizi's head and praised. Yizi is really amazing. Yizi giggled foolishly at the praise. But what followed made Uchiha Rong shiver. Brother's heart tells Yi that those people are so annoying. Kill them all. With a snap, Uchiha Rong felt his jaw drop. Shocked, he instinctively gave the murderous-looking Yeji a whack on the head. It hurts. At such a young age, why learn to kill? The ninja world is not just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships. Therefore, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Ninja hand signs BGM. A large surge of red-tailed beast chakra surged out. Multiple rock clone technique. In the next moment, amidst a burst of smoke, over 500 Uchiha Rongs densely filled the courtyard. Go do it. The 500 rock clones nodded and then one by one disappeared underground. Wow, brother, this clone technique is amazing. Uchiha Rong rubbed her little nose non-committally. In fact, as long as there is chakra, this technique is much simpler than the multiple shadow clone technique. After all, shadow clones would return memories, fatigue, pain from death, etc. The rock clones have no burdens. The next day on the street. Did you know that the Third Hokage has a very powerful ninjutsu? Are you talking about the telescope technique? Huh, you know too? Of course. I heard that the Third Hokage has seen countless women with this ninjutsu, which big girls and young wives in the village Haven Tea been seen. Shoo. I heard one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, often goes to the women's bathhouse. Master and apprentice are of the same character. No wonder he's called the perverted sage. EW so disgusting. I have to make sure my wife and daughter are careful when bathing. What's the big deal? Do you know about the girl who went missing a while ago? I know. I heard that she was imprisoned in a certain advisor elder's yard. So tragic. Over 800 innocent boys and girls. What a sin. Various rumors, true and false, suddenly spread everywhere. Finally, on this day, the Hokage building issued an announcement. Do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors, be civilized to others. Crossed out, it was a statement announcing that recently, enemy village spies have been spreading rumors within the village in an attempt to incite chaos. Those who continue to spread rumors may be invited by the Umbu for tea. Thus, the announcement issued to the whole village at noon quelled the rumors by the afternoon. Even those who could not fit in the guard department cells were transferred to Konoha prison for strict individual screening. This made the guard department, which was often blocked by the families of prisoners, breathe a sigh of relief. Konoha prison. Speak. Who made you spread the rumors about the Third Hokage peeping? I don't know. That image just popped into my head. I really am not a spy. Oomph. Cowardly wretch. I saw it with my own eyes. The Third Hokage peeped at my daughter bathing. Do you dare do it but not admit it? Exactly. If you have the guts, just kill us all. Oh, my poor daughter. After being taken away by Elder Zankin, she has been missing without a trace. Hokage building. Looking at the newly submitted interrogation report, Minato Namikaze felt a bit overwhelmed. Third Hokage, you should take a look yourself. The Third Hokage beside him had a face as black as a pot bottom. After carefully reading it, he slammed it on the table. Zankin abducting young girls? Minion specifically abducting young boys for abuse? Nonsense. What absolute rubbish. In fact, if it weren't for the note that said a villager cried out that the Third Hokage barged into his house and slept with his mother, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have believed it. Ridiculous. The most ridiculous part is that after interrogation at Konoha prison, the conclusion was that the other party was really not a spy, just an ordinary villager. Were they under an illusion? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The one who said the Third Hokage slept with his mother actually had a mother who had long since passed away. Are you asking the Third Hokage to sleep with a corpse? As for the advisor, Elder, who abducted boys and girls, it turns out someone really did go missing at home. Missing persons. The problem is that Konoha has many missing persons every year. Yet, the people who went missing 10 years ago can still be said to have appeared in dreams, claiming that the advisor Elder harmed them. Even more ridiculous is that after the Umbu investigation, it turned out that it was indeed Zankin who caused it. Nonsense. Even if Zankin himself confessed, with a very good attitude. But the Third Hokage knows the nature of several old buddies, so he naturally does not believe it. Third Hokage. This matter is much more serious than the previous rumors. Minato Namikaze had a serious face. These people are clearly under a very sophisticated illusion. And information is mixed with truth and falsehood, shaking people's hearts. Yes, it's too destabilizing for public sentiment. In the fields is an ordinary villager of Konoha. With 3 sons, one became a ninja, and the other 2 opened shop for business. Life is fairly good. Today he heard something. The missing daughter from the Hajong Fengshin family next door appeared in a dream last night, saying she was harmed by the advisor Elder. And that advisor even confessed. Soon, news came that it was a frame-up, and the Hokage building issued a notice to clarify. Phew, spies these days are really everywhere. The villager murmured and entered his house. He found his son sitting in a chair with a frown, mumbling something. Getting closer, he could hear clearly. I witnessed the advisor elder abducting Kuo Naiko 10 years ago. What should I do? What should I do? I hope I want to be silenced. The villager felt as if struck by lightning. Kuo Naiko is exactly the daughter from the Hajong Fengshan family next door who went missing. Chapter 128. Layout. Just as rumors were rampant in Konoha and public opinion was fermenting, Lin Xianyu was comfortably hiding in his underground training ground doing his daily tasks. Accidentally trending on hot searches, but it was negative. What to do? Of course, create an even hotter trending topic. This type of illusion that closely resembles real sensory experiences gives ordinary villagers a memory that doesn't belong to them. It's simply delightful for manipulating public opinion. Although it's a bit extreme, right now Lin Xianyu could completely send a part of Uchiha to the Mist Village or even establish his own ninja village on the ruins of the Whirlpool country. But there is no need. Compared to those desolate places, Konoha, whether in terms of geographical location or resources, is too favorable. Moreover, excellent people cannot avoid some unfair treatment anywhere. Avoidance is not a good solution. When the tricky problem is broken down into many segments, it's like unraveling a tangled mess. In reality, it's not as difficult as imagined. Therefore, creating a hot search for the Third Hokage and the advisor group is just his first step. After all, the essential problem remains unresolved. What is the essential problem with Konoha now? It is that the power of the Hokage lineage is overly inflated, lacking external threats. Plus, the existence of the Uchiha clan itself poses too much of a threat to the Hokage lineage's rule. This has always been a problem. That's why Madara chose to leave. Obito chose to hide in the dark, striving to create a world with Rin. In the original timeline, Uchiha Shisui oscillated between the two factions and ultimately suffered the consequences. Uchiha Itachi, under the pressure of the situation, became a great filial son. But he, Uchiha Rome, will not be like that. At the request of the readers from here on out, I will cancel the protagonist Lin Xianyu's previous life name and only keep Uchiha Rome. Just like what was said when he first met Itachi, the strong should have will like fire, facing challenges head-on. Avoidance does not solve problems, since the Hokage lineage's power is too inflated. Then let us weaken it a bit. Since the three villages alliance cannot shake Konoha, what about the four villages? Since the Uchiha clan itself is too much of a threat to be taken lightly. In his spare time, Uchiha Rome began to break down the problems one by one. In fact, he still hasn't thought of a good solution for the third problem. But it doesn't matter. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's time to take action. He first sent a private message to Yagura using the together in the same boat. The general content was that he, Uchiha Rome, could secretly fund the Mist Village to fill some of the gaps in its resources and finances. The first allocation was directly 200 million in various supplies. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, almost replied instantly. What do you need us to do? Same, Boat 7. The four villages joined forces to pressure Konoha. Boat 7 same good. Yagura has no reason to refuse and agrees very readily. This baby-faced fourth Mizukage appears to be a youthful figure, but in reality, he is an experienced ninja of the same generation as the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. His choice to ally with Konoha is to leverage the trade and reputation from the alliance to alleviate the material shortages within the Mist Village and stabilize the internal morale. If they can secure 200 million in resources right off the bat, it would directly meet their current needs. Additionally, they can join the other three major ninja villages to plunder the rich resources of the Land of Fire while dealing with Konoha. This is undoubtedly a windfall. Moreover, there's also the ongoing financial support promised by Uchiha Rome. As for him, the fourth Mizukage Kakizaki Shikura, he brings much-needed supplies to the Mist Village and provides opportunities for his subordinates to make a fortune and hone their skills. Regardless of the fluctuating sentiments within, both his position as Mizukage will become even more stable. After discussing some specific needs from both sides, Uchiha Rang's gaze finally shifted away from the ring on his right hand. Thus, an external threat emerged. The corners of Uchiha Rang's mouth slightly curled up. Yagura had already promised to contact the other three major ninja villages soon for a training exercise of the new generation of ninjas. This had become a tradition among the 5 major ninja villages. Every certain period, ranging from a year to 3 years, they would send small groups of new ninjas to engage in mixed battles for purposes such as espionage, invasion, or even plunder. This served 2 purposes. First, to train their ninjas, and second, to resolve internal conflicts through small-scale clashes. Third, during this process, They would suppress other smaller ninja villages to ensure the dominance of the 5 major ninja villages. In the face of the unprecedented growth of Konoha, the alliance of the 4 villages was also a customary practice and not surprising. If Konoha were to show signs of decline while Kumogakure was rising, Iwagakure would not hesitate to strike Kumogakure. The root cause can be summed up in 2 words: balance. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Cloud and Rock villages are ranked 2nd and 3rd. As long as they can defeat each other, their own status can rise a level. This would lead to winning more commission tasks and receiving more funding from their respective daimyo. This allows for the cultivation of more excellent ninjas, forming a positive cycle. The reputation of a ninja village is equivalent to wealth and status in the ninja world. Among the 5 villages, whichever ninja village successfully defeats another will see its country's daimyo benefit from the strength of the ninja village's military and the distribution of interests among the 5 countries. Thus, they will also get a share of the ninja village's resources. As for how to weaken the expanding power of the Hokage lineage, after some thought, Uchiha Rong sent another message to Orochimaru. Tong Zhou 3, I have prepared a gift for you. Zhou 3 Tong. In the Konoha ninja forces currently evacuating from the sand-hidden village, Orochimaru looked at the mirror with a puzzled expression. Yes, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi troops had already received the news of the Sand's withdrawal and had begun their return to the village. Subsequently, Uchiha are informed Orochimaru that a more advanced and well-equipped research base had been established for him at the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Boat 3, what did the old man do to you? Looking at Orochimaru's reply, Uchiha Rome smiled. This snake was clearly not so easy to deceive. He guessed his true intentions so quickly. So he did not hide anything and briefly described his situation after returning to the village. That land belongs to me. In the end, Orochimaru proposed a condition. Uchiha Rong understood that he wanted complete control over the ruins of the land of whirlpools. It was obvious that Orochimaru had already realized that if he left Konoha without reason, he would become a rogue ninja. Prior to this, he was willing to join the Akatsuki organization because all of Orochimaru's research and experimental bases in Konoha had been sealed off by the Third Hokage, and his research funding had been completely cut off. In this situation, the Akatsuki organization promised to provide him with some initial funding. Now the situation was different. He understood that even if he was unwilling to leave, Uchiha Rong would not cut off his funding for that reason. This gave him room for choice. Naturally, he had to propose conditions to secure more guarantees for himself. Okay, Uchiha Rong agreed decisively. As for the area of the land of whirlpools, after the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, the population had dwindled and the economy was no different from a primitive society. Even if Orochimaru managed it, he would still have to rely on his continued investment. In the original timeline, Orochimaru controlled the daimyo of the land of rice and established the Sound Village. Clearly, he now had the idea of establishing a ninja village in the ruins of the land of whirlpools and controlling that area. Once the deal was done, Uchiha Rong sent another message to Tsunade. You are welcome to visit the clan territory. Unlike Orochimaru, Uchiha Rong was well aware that Tsunade would never betray them. Therefore, his strategy towards Tsunade was naturally different. Soon, Tsunade, who was far away on the border of the land of lightning, replied, The in-sealing technique hasn't been taught to me yet. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong smiled. From his understanding of the legendary Sannin, as long as he could ensure that Tsunade no longer viewed the Uchiha clan with hostility and even frequently visited the Uchiha territory, then Jiraiya would not be far behind. Now, the only thing left is to minimize the threat of the Uchiha. In the afternoon, at training ground number 7, Uchiha Rong gathered 2 disciples and Yinshan. He opened his mouth with shocking words. I need you to cooperate to create an accident, resulting in serious injuries and retirement. Chapter 129, The Twilight of Uchiha 1 week later. After investigations by Yun Shang and the security department, the mastermind behind the rumor that Uchiha Rong was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails still remained unclear. In the end, only some spies from various villages who spread this rumor were captured. There were spies from Yin Hidden, Rock Hidden, Sand Hidden, and even Mist Hidden. Even Grass Ninja, Rain Ninja, Moon Ninja, and Takigakure were involved. Thus, this matter ended without resolution. On this day, as 2 teams of Umbu returned from their missions, a shocking piece of news gradually spread throughout Konoha's major ninja clans. Shunshin no Jutsu, the renowned Uchiha genius known for his Shunshin no Jutsu, was actually heavily injured by the Umbu of Rock Hidden during this mission. He lost his legs. Even more shocking is that another member of the Akatsuki who returned, Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, also lost his right hand during a mission. The curtain call of two Uchiha geniuses left everyone feeling regretful. There were even whispers of conspiracy theories suggesting that the Uchiha genius ninjas were targeted by someone. Half a month later, another piece of news concerning the Uchiha caused a stir in Konoha. Ujiha Yunsheng, Uchiha Kian, and Uchiha Jina went out of the village together to travel and encountered an ambush led by the Fourth Hokage of Kyumobikure and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. They returned heavily injured. At the southern gate of Konoha, countless people witnessed the four individuals being carried back to the village on a stretcher. Uchiha Yunsheng has become a vegetative state. Uchiha Qian has lost a part of her right leg. Uchiha Jina has completely lost the use of her hands. And Uchiha Long is on the verge of death. Moreover, all four of them have hollow eye sockets, having had their eyes gouged out. Hokage Tower. What? The three tails inside Uchiha Obito has also been extracted? Listening to the reports from the Umbu and the medical team, Minato Namikaze was shocked. At that moment, the silent Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke up. Have you confirmed this? Implied is whether the identity has been confirmed. Is it really Uchiha Rong, or just a physical clone? The Umbu member nodded. It has been confirmed. There are indeed traces of a tailed beast and sealing techniques remaining in his body. The sealing technique has been broken. He seems to have consumed some elixir containing immense life force, which barely keeps him alive. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Uchiha Rong is extremely wealthy and carries some very precious life-saving elixirs, which is normal. Damn it, this must be a deliberate targeting by other villages. Kakashi Ataki was somewhat exasperated. Although the Uchiha clan is an unstable factor in Konoha, they're also a part of Konoha. Losing 6 such excellent jonin in succession is undoubtedly a significant blow. Even for Konoha, go and ask Tsunade to see if there is any possibility of treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time before giving the order. The Umbu immediately complied and hurried to find Tsunade. Soon, the two Hokages, along with Tsunade, went to visit the four individuals. Only Uchiha Ki and Uchiha Haru sat silently by the window with vacant eyes, not saying a word. Yunsheng and Uchiha Ron were still in a coma. How could this happen? Tsunade was also in disbelief upon seeing this scene, especially the empty eye sockets of the four, which were truly shocking. So how is it? Do you have confidence in restoring them? Kakashi looked nervously at Tsunade. His implication was that even a partial recovery would be better than nothing. Given the severity of their current condition, fully restoring them to their original state seemed nearly impossible. Tsunade did not respond immediately. After carefully checking each of the four with a serious expression, she finally said, "Severed limbs can be reattached, and eyes can be transplanted. Restoring normal mobility shouldn't be a problem. As for their ninja careers..." At these words, the expressions of the others changed slightly. Tsunade did not make a definitive statement, adding, "It's hard to say. We'll have to see how the recovery progresses." Although she said this, it was almost equivalent to handing down a death sentence. Moreover, even if they recover from such a severe blow, how much combat power will they have left? The reattached limbs are definitely far inferior to the original ones. It's good enough if they can achieve basic self-care like an ordinary person. Fighting is almost out of the question. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen even personally checked the injuries of the four and touched their bodies. Finally, he sighed and said, "Let's go." This can be left to Tsunade. It seemed he sensed that his words were slightly inappropriate, so he added, "Having so many people here will only disturb the patient's rest." Meanwhile, in Uchiha Rong's underground training ground, the four who should have been severely injured in the Konoha hospital were gathered here in perfect condition. Even Itachi and Shisui, who were the first to be disabled, were present. While outside was in chaos, they were quite relaxed. Shisui, sitting in a wheelchair, rolled his eyes at Uchiha Rong, who was casually doing his daily training. Uchiha Rong smiled and thought, could it be that the clan is holding another meeting to discuss a coup? He said it somewhat jokingly. Itachi forced a smile. "You really guessed correctly. Here, this is what father asked me to bring to you." Looking at the glass bottle that Itachi handed over, inside was a pair of eyeballs soaked in a nutrient solution. Uchiha Rong raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Don't tell me this is a pair of Manjiki." The removed Sharingan wouldn't appear in a crimson state, but rather like ordinary eyeballs. So, there was no way to tell from the outside. "You're overthinking it. It's a pair of 3 Tomo." "Oh, then please thank clan head Fugaka for me." Uchiha Rong was not polite and took it with a smile, putting it away. Since it had already been brought, there was naturally no reason to send it back. Besides, wouldn't sending it back reveal everything? It is obvious that within the Uchiha clan, there is a tradition of preserving the Sharingan of some outstanding clan members who have died in battle or passed away naturally. There is no choice. If the clan does not keep these Sharingan, it is likely that the corpses will be dug up by others that very night. This is, unfortunately, a sad reality. Of course, even if they preserve the Sharingan, they will only keep those from particularly exceptional clan members. The weaker ones, with lower vitality, will have people guard them for a few days, waiting for the eyeballs to completely lose their vitality, at which point they have basically lost their value and can be buried with peace of mind. In fact, many single and double Tomo Sharingan will have completely lost their vitality by the time the corpses are brought back to the village. At this point, the Sharingan is no different from the eyes of an ordinary deceased person. The bloodline power within will quickly dissipate once the organ cells have completely lost their vitality. What do you plan to do next? Brother Rong, Itachi asked. Uchiha Rong laughed as he looked at Shisui in the wheelchair. I don't have any Umbu spies here. Why are you still in a wheelchair? In fact, including the 4 substitutes currently in the Konoha hospital, as well as Itachi and Shisui, who previously had broken legs and arms. They were all created by Uchiha Rong using their respective cells, which he had Orochimaru cultivate. They were directly endowed with life as tools for rebirth. If it weren't for the need to disguise as heavily injured, and he had granted them a bit of chakra, these tools would even be ordinary people without chakra. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's face darkened. He looked at him with some resentment. Isn't this your terrible idea? Now I have to use a wheelchair whenever I go out. Are you stupid? Can't you say that the clan gave you a secret medicine, allowing you to connect your legs so that you can walk normally now? What's the difference? I still have to continue pretending to be useless. Uchiha Rong smiled. Of course not. Heavy injuries are just a temporary concealment of strength. After a while, you will all recover about 50 to 60% of your strength under my newly developed medical ninjutsu. When that time comes, you can do whatever you need to do. Seeing this, Shisui's expression became somewhat better. Uchiha Rong had already analyzed the current situation of the Uchiha with him. Although their real combat power was enough to overturn the Hokage lineage, even if they killed all the Hokage, the Uchiha could not succeed the Hokage position. Don't forget, the system of the 5 countries and 5 villages requires the approval of the daimyo of the Land of Fire for the succession of Hokage. So then what happens? Kill the Hokage, and then take down the daimyo of the Fire Country? Or control him? In this way, it will also involve the alliances of the 5 great nations. It is inevitable that there will be interactions with the lords of the other 4 nations and the ninja villages. And then, will Uchiha Obito display the power of the Sage of 6 Paths to unify the ninja world like the first Hokage? The entanglement is getting bigger, and the consequences are unimaginable and unpredictable. After hearing this analysis, Shisui agreed to the heavy blow plan and went into hiding. Moreover, Uchiha Rong knows that there are even more terrifying existences behind this ninja world. Obito, Pain, and Kagaya are nothing compared to that. Behind them is the Sage of 6 Paths, and then there are the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki. If they are really that stubborn, relying solely on the super shadows is not enough. In the end, the Uchiha clan still has to face extermination. So, the current period of dormancy is the wisest choice. When the enemy is aware and I am hidden, they have enough time and conditions to make more preparations. For example, to create a few more terrifying lower ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 130, Jiraiya takes a disciple. A few months later, it officially entered the 55th year of Konoha. Only 1 year remains until the night of the massacre that deviated from the original trajectory. On the day of the new enrollment at the Ninja Academy, 20-year-old Uchiha Rong finally recovers and reappears in front of people. Even after losing the kaleidoscope and the 3 tails, he, who has reimplanted a pair of 3 Tomo, is still a powerful ninja after recovery. Hokage building. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Rong is here to report. Looking at the young man in front of him, who seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight, Minato Namikaze had a complex expression and felt gratified. It's good to be back. A few days ago, he heard from Tsunade that Uchiha Rong's condition has basically healed. Now that he sees him in person, Minato can't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Having worked together for 6 or 7 years, he was once the sharpest blade in his hands, Team Fish. Now, with the captain severely injured and 2 Uchiha members retiring, it is basically a shell of its former self. In just these few months, several major events have occurred. One of the 3 Sannin, Orochimaru, has gone missing. Yes, missing, not defecting. Until now, the Hokage building has not declared him a rogue ninja. He has merely been placed on the missing list. This inevitably made Uchiha Rong reflect on the profound bond between the Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Just when one of the three Sannin is missing, the four villages of Awagakure, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure have started causing trouble again. Almost every ninja village has sent dozens of new generation ninja squads into the Land of Fire to frequently cause trouble. Some are raiding towns, some are assassinating ministers, and others are attacking various defense fortresses in Konoha. Even the ninjas from Awagakure and Sunagakure have teamed up to capture a military stronghold in the Land of Fire. Thousands of warriors were exterminated, and military supplies worth hundreds of millions were plundered. Under the orders of the daimyo, Konoha had no choice but to dispatch ninjas to confront them once again. It was during the tally of the ninjas on standby in the village and the allocation of personnel for battle that Minato Namikaze was shocked to discover that more than 80 of the originally over 100 active Uchiha ninjas had quietly retired during this period. Only a dozen or so remain, and they're all newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. Then, there's the assessment of upper-level combat power. Orochimaru has gone missing, Tsunade has taken over the medical team, and she has been holed up in the Konoha hospital all day. Jiraiya has once again set out on a journey. Why does it suddenly feel like there aren't enough people? Especially those tasks that the Fish Squad could originally complete with ease. Now, another covert team is taking over. They're surprisingly either getting severely injured or suffering casualties one after another. The retirement of Itachi and Shisui directly put the two Umbu teams in a difficult situation of restructuring. These are still internal factors. The external factors are even more troublesome. The Weasel and Shisui were severely injured and retired from their missions as members of the Umbu. However, Uchiha Roan and his three companions were ambushed and killed in a premeditated attack by the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of the Uchiha situation in Konoha, Konoha must demand an explanation from Kimogakure. Otherwise, it will affect Konoha's prestige, which in turn will lead to a reduction in commissioned missions and a series of provocations from various sides. But just at that moment, Konoha hadn't had the chance to challenge Yunin, only condemning and denouncing them. As a result, Yunin directly came over with three other companions to fight. In a whirlwind of thoughts, at this moment, the Watergate is giving me a headache. I managed to force a smile. Roan, there's a tricky task that needs to be assigned to you. The four major ninja villages are jointly challenging us, and our defensive forces within the country are severely lacking. We just received a letter from the daimyo, requesting us to send powerful ninjas to Kyoto to temporarily reinforce the security of the daimyo's residence. You and Iame will go together and won't return until this invasion is over. Understood. Uchiha Roan nodded and directly took the mission scroll and the pass. This mission scroll also included a specific temporary appointment, which is an important proof for entering the daimyo's residence. Meanwhile, at a training ground near the Hokage building, Siwei Shinhai Wuin Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, with Naruto's control over the vortex. A giant fire dragon over 30 meters long swept toward the open ground ahead. There was a loud boom. Under the bombardment of the giant fire dragon, the ground was blasted open, creating a large pit with a radius of over 10 meters. You should know that this is a special training ground. The elemental resistance is extremely strong. If this ninjutsu were to strike ordinary land, its effect would at least double. Big Fox, did you see that? So amazing. Ha ha ha. Naruto Uzumaki jumped up happily. Just now, he had used the chakra of the Nine Tails to unleash such a powerful fire-style technique. Perhaps with the chakra of the Great Fox, I should be able to use that technique. With this thought, Naruto looked around. He quickly extinguished this idea. The earlier commotion was already considerable. If he were to release the technique that Uncle Roan had just taught him, it would likely attract the attention of the village's Umbu. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. A figure of Uchiha Roan slowly emerged from the ground nearby. Not bad, Naruto. You've grasped the power of Kurama so quickly. Naruto was not surprised at his sudden appearance at all. Excited, he ran forward and said, Uncle Roan, can you take me to the place where you used that technique last time? Oh, are you confident in using the fire extinguishing technique? Uchiha Roan was somewhat surprised. According to his recent understanding, Naruto in the second grade already has a chakra level of 1. 2 cards. To think, he is only 7 years old. Indeed, he truly deserves to be a reincarnation of the Vortex physique combined with Azura's chakra. I only helped him lay a slightly better foundation, and he has already shown such terrifying talent. But even with 1, 2 cards of chakra, it's still not enough to perform the Great Fire Annihilation. This is what truly surprised Uchiha Roan. As a host of the One Tail and Three Tails, he naturally understands how difficult it is to control Tailed Beast chakra. Naruto actually has the confidence to use Nine Tails chakra to unleash an A-rank Great Fire Annihilation. regardless of whether it works or not. It proves that his control over Nine-Tails chakra is already quite proficient. Uncle Rome, is it okay? It's not suitable to perform here. Let's wait a bit. I really put in a lot of effort to bring your teacher here. Oh, he's coming. You can continue training now. Remember to use that wind release technique. After finishing his words, Uchiha Rome's figure had already disappeared. Yes, the one who went to the Hokage to take on a mission was just a creation clone of Uchiha Rome. This one is the real body. Since the creation clone is an independent life form, even a powerful being like Minato Namikaze cannot see through it. At this moment, he had gone through quite a bit of trouble to trick Jiraiya, who was out, to come back. He set up a coincidental encounter for Naruto. After all, with Naruto being so ridiculously powerful now, he couldn't learn anything new at the Ninja Academy. If he didn't arrange for Jiraiya sooner, it would hinder Naruto's growth. Back to the point, as Uchiha Rome's figure vanished, Naruto seriously performed a no-hand sign ninjutsu in front of a big tree. Rasengan. Boom! As Naruto swiftly placed his palm on the trunk of the tree, a flurry of wood chips flew up. The giant tree that 3 people could encircle was not only pierced through, but also left a basketball-sized hole. This is the true power of the spiral sphere. As for who taught this technique, it must be his father. This is also the main reason why Namikaze Minato had such a complicated expression when facing Uchiha Obito at the Hokage building. Uchiha Obito helped him build a solid foundation for his son. He is already fully qualified to surpass his father. Therefore, Namikaze Minato actually feels a sense of guilt towards Uchiha Obito in his heart. Huh? Naruto, did you do all of this? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiraiya's figure appeared. Naruto turned to look, revealing a sunny smile as he scratched the back of his head and said, "It's you, pervy sage." The two had met several times before due to the Watergate incident. Jiraiya, who was initially somewhat anxious, gradually calmed down upon seeing the hole in the tree trunk and a large pit in the ground, becoming serious. Naruto, have you really trained to this level? With his sharp eyes, it was easy for him to see that Naruto's chakra alone was not enough to create such destructive power with the Rasengan. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Naruto had mastered the power of the Nine-Tails quite skillfully. Jiraiya, who was originally eager to meet Tsunade in the Hokage building, had now completely shifted his attention to Naruto. Naruto, would you like to continue training with me? As he said this, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on Naruto. If it were any other Jinchuriki, he wouldn't bother to intervene. But Naruto was different. He was the son of his apprentice, exhibiting such terrifying talent. He couldn't trust anyone else with him. A few hundred meters away, on a large tree, Uchiha Rome watched with a smile. He had already grasped Jiraiya's thoughts. The situation was completely different from the original trajectory of taking care of a disciple's orphan. At that time, the Jinchuriki was facing the threat of the Akatsuki organization, and Jiraiya was entrusted by the Third Hokage to assess Naruto's character before taking him as a disciple. Back then, Naruto, under the interference of the Nine-Tails, had an overwhelming amount of chakra, but lacked notable training talent. But now it was different. At the age of 7, he possessed talent comparable to the top geniuses of the Uchiha clan, and he was the son of his own Hokage disciple. This made Jiraiya see hope for Konoha. 7 years old meant his thoughts and personality were not yet fixed. His monstrous talent represented potential that could rival or even surpass the first Hokage in the future. Wasn't this exactly the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage Fukasaku? A few days later, in the capital of the Land of Fire, 2 young ninjas, one male and one female, arrived. The capital is becoming more and more prosperous, Hinata Aya remarked as she looked at the city before her. It would be more accurate to call it a castle. From a distance, one could see the tallest castle at the center of the city. The city surrounded the castle, divided into 3 concentric walls: the outer city, the inner city, and the Lord's castle. The outer city walls towered over 40 meters high, surrounded by a moat. The inner city walls were slightly shorter but thicker, with staggered battlements. The innermost Lord's castle leaned more toward a luxurious appearance, adorned with exquisite carvings and intricate designs. This was also the only city in the Land of Fire with a population exceeding 200,000. A true center of prosperity. Let's find a secluded place. All my main body come over, the creation clone said, then walked toward a small grove outside the city. Here should be fine. Entering the grove, Hinata Aya checked that there were no other people around. The creation clone immediately began to form hand seals. Boar, ox, tiger, snake, dragon, sheep, dog. Secret technique. Mind resonance technique. Inside Konoha village. Watching Jiraiya take Naruto to meet Minato, and then seeing the duo depart from the east gate with large bags, Uchiha Rome finally felt relieved about a major matter. He was in a good mood. Naruto's training progress had advanced by a whole 5 years. He believed this time there would be no need for risky verbal tactics. As he murmured this, his expression suddenly froze. He then closed his eyes and formed hand seals. Rat, horse, rabbit, monkey, rooster, snake, boar. Secret technique. Mind communication technique. This was a mental technique developed by Uchiha Rome using his in-release abilities, allowing communication with his clones to a certain extent. The farther the distance, the greater the chakra consumption and the blurrier the communication effect. Conversely, within a dozen miles, they could even achieve instant communication. The moment the two sides successfully established a connection, Uchiha Rome felt the thought conveyed by the clone. Arrived at Kyoto. Oh, have they already reached Kyoto? He chuckled lightly, and the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. In the small grove outside Kyoto, a technique seal glowed with chakra on Uchiha Rome's chest. Suddenly, another Uchiha Rome appeared beside him. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. You can go now, the later Uchiha Rome said. The creation clone nodded and gradually sank into the ground, disappearing. I've been to Kyoto many times, but I've never entered the Lord's castle. Uchiha Rome said as he looked at the castle not far away, smiling. After arranging for Naruto, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to meet the Lord. I've heard that the Lord can be difficult to deal with, Hinata Aya said with a pout. In fact, she didn't really want to come on this mission. When she used to go on missions with Rome, the vassals of those noble families they encountered always had a condescending attitude. It was easy to imagine how severe the aristocratic class was in Kyoto. Uchiha Rome patted her shoulder and said, if it were an easy mission, the Hokage wouldn't have sent an Uchiha. To put it bluntly, this incident happened suddenly. Konoha was caught off guard. The Lord's order came hastily. There were almost no idle ninjas in the village who met the strength requirements. That's why they had no choice but to send the two of them. For a mission to protect the Lord during wartime, even if they couldn't send out someone at the level of a quasi-Kage, they at least needed to send the top elite jonin who specialized in protection. It wasn't just about having strong combat power. Under such strict conditions, only the relatively versatile Uchiha, paired with Hinata, was the most suitable. They had the reputation, strength, and specialties to avoid displeasing the Lord. In the end, Konoha Village was essentially a special forces unit supported by the Lord. If they were to offend the Lord and cut off financial support, Konoha would have to disband. Naturally, someone would ask, if ninjas are so powerful, why not directly control the lords? In reality, some small countries do have such situations, like the Sound Ninja Village in the original timeline. But it would be impossible for the 5 great nations to have such a situation. Not to mention that the established military forces in the hands of the lords have the power to wipe out Konoha. They also hold the economic lifeline of Konoha Village. The ninja group in Konoha, although they worship the Hokage, are still citizens of the Land of Fire. If the Hokage were to rebel, it could be expected that many of his staunch supporters might directly turn against him. If a large army were to invade, slaughtering a large number of villagers and cutting off funding, even the top ninjas could inflict heavy losses on the army. But the ultimate result would be becoming isolated and helpless. Therefore, if the Lord were truly determined to support a new ninja village, it was not impossible. However, doing so would be akin to cutting off their own arms and would be a huge blow to the country itself. As long as the Lord isn't foolish, they wouldn't easily do such a thing. Furthermore, according to Uchiha Rome's extensive investigations over the years, he had already learned that the exchange office was backed by the lords of the 5 great nations. This meant that the lords themselves also wielded another force of ninjas. If a situation were to arise that could overturn the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages, the lords of the 5 nations would still stand together. At that time, they would face a joint attack from the armies of the other 4 nations and the 4 villages. In short, the implications are extremely far-reaching, and the consequences are unimaginable. The foundations of these aristocratic families built over hundreds or thousands of years cannot be easily overturned. Even if, hypothetically, the Lord were killed or captured, there would still be new lords to take over within the Lord's mansion. If the entire noble lineage of the Land of Fire were wiped out, the other 4 nations' lords could also pass on their family members to take over. No wonder that with the influence of the god of ninja, Hashirama, they ultimately had to choose to cooperate with the feudal lords, forming the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages. Once inside the city, Uchiha Ling's thoughts raced. Many questions from his previous life that he couldn't understand were validated by the present world, providing answers. The existence of all systems must have its reasons. Even if they seem unreasonable, there is always an internal logic and mystery behind them. Just like the celestial dragons in the pirate world. Aren't they the same? The The two moved smoothly until they were stopped by guards at the inner city gate. Please present your identification. Uchiha Ling rolled up his sleeve, revealing the fan symbol on the cuff of his ninja uniform. The guard's stern expressions immediately softened, stepping back and bowing. We apologize for the offense. Lord Uchiha, please enter. Uchiha Ling, who had visited the inner city multiple times for business, waved his hand and naturally led Hyuga Aya directly into the inner city. The ninja clan of Konoha was also part of the nobility of the Land of Fire. Among them, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were equivalent to the real power leaders and commanders of special military units. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were the lords and military officials, true big shots with territories. Besides the clan lands within Konoha, there were also their territories surrounding the village. Retainers and samurai groups were usually stationed in their respective territories. This identity was generally not something anyone dared to impersonate. If impersonation was discovered, it would lead to a nationwide manhunt. Of course, it wasn't that commoners couldn't enter the inner city. If they had a travel permit issued by a minister or official stating their identity, origin, and purpose of entering the city, and paid a certain deposit, they could obtain a special travel permit to enter. Uchiha Ling naturally didn't need such trouble. It's been a long time since I last came. There have been quite a few changes. The streets of the inner city were completely different from those of the outer city, with clean and tidy surfaces and orderly luxury shops. The passers-by were mostly elegantly dressed celebrities. Yes, without major wars in recent years, the capital has indeed become more prosperous. Hyuga Aya seemed to feel the same. The once weak boys and girls, when they first entered here to buy and sell, were always cautious. The memories were vivid, as if it were just yesterday. Now returning, it was entirely different. Let's go directly to the feudal lord's residence. Uchiha Ling looked ahead at the magnificent castle behind the city wall, his eyes filled with curiosity. That was a realm he had never set foot in before. Chapter 132. Meeting the Feudal Lord, Part 2. After presenting the mission scroll personally approved by the Hokage at the city gate, the two officially stepped into the feudal lord's residence under the guidance of a team of elite guards. This was the most central area within the city, lined with various gardens and separate buildings. At the very center stood a luxurious palace-like castle. Every so often along the castle's curtain wall stood a samurai, their sharp gazes vigilantly watching for any signs of disturbance. Hey, this team seems a bit different, Hyuga Aya whispered as she leaned closer to Uchiha Ling. Since they were already in the feudal lord's residence, she couldn't casually activate her Byakugan, as that would be quite taboo. Uchiha Ling smiled faintly. Of course they're different. I can feel their chakra fluctuations are almost at the average level 1. They were clearly different from the two waves of ordinary guards from the outer and inner city. With his heightened perception after expanding his Yin attribute, he had already roughly gauged the chakra levels of these three waves of guarding samurai. The two teams of 30 guards in the outer city had more than half at the initial chakra extraction stage, and a few were ordinary samurai without chakra. The inner city guards he had just seen had faint chakra fluctuations, and now the elite guards leading or escorting them, 15 in total, average level 1, with 3 just shy of level 1, and 5 ranging between level 2 to level 5. The leader of this elite guard team had reached at least level 6. And to think this was just a small team guarding the gate. Uchiha Rongshin's understanding of the power held by the daimyo has increased to a new level. Is it really that powerful? Hinata Aya was somewhat surprised, although she didn't roll her eyes. A rough glance was enough to estimate that the number of elite guards in this area was at least over 5,000. Does this mean that the Lord's Mansion has at least 5,000 Chunin-level chakra warriors stationed? Under this scale, there probably won't be fewer than 10 warriors with Jonin-level chakra, right? Although the amount of chakra does not fully represent combat power, samurai of the same level usually cannot withstand the ambush of ninjas of the same level. However, it is still a force that cannot be underestimated. If they are attacked head-on, usually 2 or 3 samurai working together can reliably defeat a regular ninja of the same level. Since the defensive power is so strong, why are we still being sent over? Hinata Aya was somewhat confused. Uchiha Rong, however, smiled. There were many reasons, but mainly 2 points. The first was the attitude of the ninja village towards the daimyo. The second was that no matter how many samurai there were, it was difficult to truly prevent the ninjas from infiltrating with their endless ninjutsu. This was a matter of chakra perception. Faced with someone like him who could move underground, the outer samurai group was almost like decoration. Not to mention that within the ninja world, ninjas possessed countless secret techniques and methods. Samurai, who focused more on physical prowess and body techniques, found it hard to anticipate a ninja's infiltration in advance. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the castle gate. The team of guards exchanged a few words with the guards at the castle gate before leaving. Then, another 5 samurai continued to escort the two into the castle. 5 sword masters ranked from 1K to 2K, huh? Uchiha Rong was estimating in his heart. He himself was also a master of swordsmanship, and just by sensing the sharp aura from a few individuals, he roughly judged that these were 5 high-ranking warriors, at least at the swordsman level. As he observed more and more experts along the way, his perception of the power of the daimyo's estate continued to be refreshed. Some aspects were unexpected, yet within reason. Even in the cold and harsh land of the Land of Iron, a large number of warriors could be cultivated with a martial spirit. It seemed only reasonable that the elite guard of the daimyo's estate, the center of the most affluent country in the Land of Fire, would be of higher quality. "Let's rest here for a while," said the leading warrior, whose expression was serious but whose gaze was relatively kind. This surprised Uchiha Rong a bit, as he had always thought that the daimyo's estate would be filled with proud and aloof individuals. "Thank you," he said, expressing gratitude to his guide as the two took their seats on the small couch in the side hall. Soon, a maid brought over exquisite snacks and tea. Although the daimyo's estate was referred to as a castle, what he saw inside was actually a cluster of courtyards. Only the main courtyard was built with exceptionally grand and magnificent halls. The style even bore some similarity to the Uchiha clan's territory, suggesting that it preserved certain traditions from the Warring States period. Seeing that the 5 warriors had not left and were standing on either side of the side hall, Uchiha Rong chose not to pay them any more attention. After a long while, a procession entered amidst a crowd. They set up tables and chairs, along with a screen at the front. Several more teams of the elite guard entered, thoroughly checking every corner of the side hall, filling it with personnel. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a unique hat arrived slowly. The fan-shaped hat had a red flame pattern in the center, with a conspicuous red magatama printed on either side. However, the front of the middle-aged man was obscured by a fan, making it difficult to see his features clearly. On either side of him were 2 sword-wielding warriors, subtly protecting him within their ranks. Following them were 2 rows of attendants, both male and female. What a grand occasion, Uchiha Rong thought. Uchiha Rong's gaze was quickly drawn to the 2 men behind the 2 samurai. Although the chakra fluctuations of the 2 sword-wielding samurai flanking the daimyo were impressive, they barely reached 11 or 12 cards. However, the 2 figures in black, tight-fitting outfits behind them were intriguing. They also exhibited chakra fluctuations of 11 or 12 cards. But the ninja tool pouches at their waists revealed their identities. Ninja, suspected of being shadow-level ninjas. This was indeed somewhat unexpected for Uchiha Rong. Strangely, among this group of followers, there was not a single sight of the so-called 12 guardian ninjas. Not one. More importantly, judging by the demeanor of the 2 suspected shadow-level ninjas in front of the daimyo, it was all too familiar. Vassals. Uchiha Rong suddenly understood. Of course, a daimyo of a major nation would not lack resources, nor would he lack various secret scrolls of ninjutsu. In this case, how could he not cultivate some vassal ninjas? Even the small population of Konoha village, with just over 100,000 people, could possess such a large number of shadow-level combatants. How could the daimyo of the Fire Country, with a population of tens of millions, not be able to train a few shadow-level vassal guards? In that moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly realized, perhaps the daimyo truly had the strength to annihilate ninja villages. It makes sense, no matter how strict the inheritance of ninjutsu is. With the daimyo's financial resources, manpower, materials, and reputation, how could he not acquire it? Since he has the means to cultivate ninjas, how could he possibly have no other ninja forces at his disposal? Damn, wasn't Hashirama giving tailed beasts to the major ninja villages to balance the daimyo? The more he thought about it, the closer Uchiha Rong felt he was to the truth. The daimyos of various countries constrain ninja villages economically, indirectly controlling the number of ninjas and the scale of their forces. Meanwhile, the 5 great villages use the nearly immortal tailed beasts to restrict the power of the daimyo. As long as both sides do not have an irreconcilable conflict, the only outcome can be cooperation. The attacks and conflicts between ninja villages serve both as a training ground for new ninjas and as a means for the various daimyos to control the number of ninjas in the villages. When a ninja village becomes too bloated, they let them fight among themselves, exhaust each other. It turns out that the daimyos of the 5 great nations are the most low-key, behind-the-scenes bosses. In that moment, Uchiha Rong unraveled another mystery. Why did the foolish Hashirama shout for peace while giving out tailed beasts? Because the daimyo definitely did not have the ability to control the tailed beasts. This gave the 5 great ninja villages the power to turn the table when absolutely necessary. Chapter 133. The daimyo's test. Oh ho young Uchiha. Are you the guard sent by Konoha this time? There's even a Hyuga here. Is she for the branch family? The fourth Hokage is indeed much more reliable than the third. In the midst of his thoughts, the seated daimyo had already spoken. His voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, gave Uchiha Rong goosebumps. Although Uchiha Rong had figured out many things, he was still quite displeased with this duck-like voice. But he stood up immediately and performed a 30-degree bow. Hinata, Aya, followed suit. Honorary captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Rong, pays respects to your excellency, the daimyo. Hinata Aya pays respects to your excellency, the daimyo. He was not like Danzo, that fool, who thought he wielded great power and recklessly offended such truly powerful figures. He now strongly suspected that even if Danzo had not been killed by Sasuke in the original timeline, he would not have sat for long in the position of the sixth Hokage under Danzo's pressure. Oh dear, as expected of the Uchiha from a noble family, truly young and accomplished. Uchiha Rong clearly noticed that the expression of the somewhat foolish daimyo of the Fire Country had shifted to a more serious demeanor. He waved his fan, and immediately someone presented a tray. During this time, it will be hard on you, Uchiha Rong. This is a small token of appreciation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the generous gift. It is my honor to serve you. Although Uchiha Rong was annoyed by the duck-like voice, his attitude was very proper. He stepped forward to take the tray, lifting one corner. To his surprise, on top of a stack of silver bills that he estimated to be worth 100 million, there was a piece of chakra metal weighing about 2 pounds. TSK, what a substantial gift. Truly deserving of being the richest daimyo in the ninja world. Uchiha Rong had this disposition. Before he had absolute power, he was definitely flexible. And look, the benefits have arrived. He was sure that if he had acted a bit more aloof just now, not only would he not have received benefits, but he would have faced cold treatment afterward. After all, this daimyo was notoriously difficult to please. It was understandable. Most ninjas prided themselves on wielding great power, and in the face of ordinary daimyos, they inevitably felt a sense of superiority. That was the mindset of the strong facing the weak. So, why would one expect the daimyo to show any kindness? A ruler who commands a nation, no matter how foolish he appears, must possess a certain pride deep down, even if it is not expressed on the surface. Within the rules, he can make your life difficult. After exchanging a few more words, the daimyo finally yawned and said, I am tired. You all may leave. He was quite direct, waving his hand to dismiss them. Uchiha Rong stood up and bowed at 30 degrees before stepping back. The two were then led to a nearby courtyard to rest. The courtyard was not large, but it was exquisitely luxurious and equipped with several servants. After dismissing the servants, Uchiha Rong had just settled down on the tatami in the main room when Hinata Aya could no longer contain her curiosity. Rong, is it necessary to be so respectful to him? It was evident that after seeing the foolish daimyo, Hinata Aya had developed a sense of contempt. You have much to learn. Go take a look at what the daimyo just gave us. Hinata Aya, confused, uncovered the red cloth on the tray. Money and chakra metal. The more Hinata Aya thought about it, the more puzzled she became. It seemed that with Rong's current wealth, he was not really in need of such things, right? Even she, having lived off Rong for the past few years, had accumulated nearly $1 billion in savings. Uchiha Rong rubbed his forehead. He probably investigated all our public information before we arrived. I once applied for chakra metal through the Hokage to the daimyo's estate. They were prepared with several strategies even before we entered, gauging our attitude to determine their offerings. Now, do you still think he is foolish? Moreover, there was one thing Uchiha Rong did not say. The daimyo's phrase, a small token of appreciation, was probably not just politeness. For him, 100 million and 2 pounds of chakra metal were likely just a small token of appreciation casually given. Huh? You mean the daimyo is very calculating? Yes. There's a saying, better offend a gentleman than a villain. My respect for him is not out of fear or dread, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. This guy clearly seems to be calculating and petty. Combining the original timeline and some information from reality, Uchiha Rong had basically grasped the daimyo's thoughts. Not everyone in this world is obsessed with power. After all, it's not like cultivating immortality leads to longevity. Daimyos, who typically feel little crisis, usually do not bother to train chakra hard. Just like historical emperors, most of them were more scholarly, and those who could stabilize the world were usually the first generation. In this situation, each mouse has its own way of survival, and daimyos have their own survival rules. Even if they hold high positions and have powerful guards, they usually wouldn't recklessly provoke some strong ninjas. But if you offend them, they have plenty of ways to make you die without even knowing how you died. This is a calculating politician. One day passed without a word. The next day, Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Aya officially started their duties. They consciously positioned themselves behind the two samurai and ninjas. When the daimyo rested, they found a place outside to stay. When the daimyo went out, they followed the procession. Of course, at this time, Aya had unknowingly transformed into a shadow clone. Uchiha Rong had his creation clone take over. Their real bodies had long since disappeared. In the evening, after the daimyo finished shopping and returned to the mansion with a large number of items, he suddenly became interested and asked the guards to fight for his viewing pleasure. The winner would receive a precious, everlasting snow ginseng from the treasure vault. Thus, the group went to the spacious training ground of the daimyo's mansion and raised a very sturdy barrier to prevent the daimyo from being harmed. Uchiha Rong, do you want to step in and give it a try? I'm quite curious about the legendary powerful Sharingan. I would be more than happy to serve you, my lord. In fact, Uchiha Rong was also very curious about the combat abilities of these samurai and those two ninjas. He immediately agreed. Unknowingly, the real body and the clones switched places again. Coincidentally, his opponent was one of the samurai with 11 cards of shadow-level chakra. This piqued Uchiha Rong's interest. He directly drew the Star Ninja Blade. He had encountered many powerful ninjas, but he had yet to meet a samurai of this level. Undoubtedly, the opponent was also a great swordsman. I am Ueniki 10, please enlighten me. Please. There were no signs of opposition in the sparring between the samurai. After bowing to each other to show respect, they began. Uchiha Rong was slightly surprised after the opponent introduced himself. He knew that the next daimyo of the Land of Fire was named Ueniki Q. Unexpectedly, this samurai with shadow-level chakra was actually a member of the daimyo's own family. Clang! As Ueniki 10 drew his ninja sword, Uchiha Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. It was also a chakra metal weapon. Moreover, judging by the craftsmanship, it seemed to be much more refined than the star. Truly unexpected, yet also within reason. The entire ninja world might lack chakra metal, but the daimyo's mansion certainly did not. Putting away his previously relaxed mindset, Uchiha Rong gripped the star and focused on his opponent. A great swordsman, shadow-level chakra metal katana. This meant that a name could summarize the combat power. Hatake Sakumo. He had indeed underestimated his opponent earlier. Chapter 134. Sword Saint Ueniki armor, a fierce flame, rushed towards him. Uchiha Rong deliberately wanted to feel his opponent's strength and did not dodge. With his right hand, he swept the star from bottom to top, executing a fiery slash that struck the opponent's sword first. With a loud whoosh, flames erupted. The next moment, the star's blade also slashed upward. Clang. A crisp yet exceptionally loud sound echoed out. At the moment their swords met, Ueniki 10 felt a great force coming from the sword, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly jumped back to dissipate the impact force. He then swiftly dodged and swung his sword again. After several hard clashes, Uchiha Rong quickly gauged his opponent's strength. It was roughly a bit stronger than an average J-nin. As for the fire attribute nature transformation, it was still uncertain. The fierce battle continued. After being knocked back multiple times, Ueniki 10 finally gathered his strength from about 10 meters away for a second. In the next moment, a flame-flying slash shot towards him. Uchiha Rong looked at the attack, comparable to the Great Fire Dragon, and simply waved the star. A visible wind wall instantly formed. The flame-flying slash hit the wind wall without causing any significant weakening and extinguished upon contact. Clearly, the samurai's attack techniques were too rough in terms of chakra control. This led to the energy density of the fire attribute chakra nature transformation being low and the power dispersed. Even if the attacks consumed equal amounts of chakra, there would be a one-sided disparity. It should be noted that this was a wind release against a fire release. Logically, fire should defeat wind. But in reality, due to Uchiha Rong's wind wall density completely surpassing the opponent's flame slash, it was like smashing tofu against a wall. Not even a spark could reach Uchiha Rong. Both sides exchanged blows, and a clear sense of pressure began to emerge. At the same time, Uchiha Rong had basically understood his opponent's general combat power. Still not as good as Hatake Sakumo. Even with the enhancement of the chakra metal weapon, Ueniki 10's cultivation progress is still too low. Seeing that his opponent continuously used fire attribute nature transformation attacks, it was easy to guess. He was most likely a great swordsman specializing in fire. Compared to ninjas who needed to develop multiple attributes to prevent being countered, samurai did not have to worry too much about this. Because even if their attribute was countered, their physical strength, taijutsu, and swordsmanship could still kill. For them, chakra nature transformation is merely a means of attack enhancement. This is also the main reason why true masters are rare among the samurai. True strong ninjas involve the final merging and fusion of attributes. Merging is achieved through powerful mental strength, supplemented by precise chakra control, temporarily forcing two attributes to merge into a new nature transformation, thus unleashing stronger attack power. For example, merging wind and fire can create an invisible high temperature similar to steam. This is much stronger than pure fire or wind blades. Merging wind and water involves mastering the power of ice and snow. Although these mergers are difficult, under the enhancement of chakra metal weapons, the difficulty is significantly reduced. Uchiha Rong initially developed the Stardust Storm that could counter some of the Scorch Release with this. Subsequently, after further merging into the Scorch Release bloodline limit, he formed the even more powerful Ashen Wind. Even the Eight Tails Gyuki was severely injured by a single Ashen Wind attack, let alone the much sharper Ashen Storm. Clang. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Rong flicked the opponent's katana away, pointing his sword at his heart. The outcome was decided. Since he had already understood his opponent's techniques and general power, there was no need to continue the fight. I concede. Ueniki Ten was quite straightforward, although he lost. He looked at Uchiha Rong with shining eyes. Upon hearing this, he respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle, as expected of the legendary Uchiha. Oh, that was an exciting duel, but I still haven't seen Sharingan. It's all because Ueniki is too weak. Ueniki Kai, you go up. If you can make Uchiha Rong use the Sharingan, this daimyo will grant you a fief. As soon as these words were spoken, another samurai's fighting spirit surged. Compared to Ueniki Ten, who was in his 30s, Ueniki Kai appeared to be a middle-aged man around 45 or 46, about the same age as the current daimyo. I am Ueniki Kai, please enlighten me. The two sides bowed again and began the duel. Sizzle. Ueniki Kai's first move was undoubtedly also a chakra metal katana. Lightning visibly crackled from the blade. Oh, this is interesting. Uchiha Rong's eyes brightened. Lightning is different from normal lightning attribute nature transformation. It is already somewhat akin to a variant of Earth Release. Unfortunately, the path taken is somewhat misguided. In the next moment, lightning also began to crackle from Uchiha Rong's blade, but his lightning was terrifying like a thunderstorm. The two could not be compared. This is not a sufficient level of fusion. Initially, a faint wind attribute change was infused into the lightning of the lightning attribute, forming a thunderstorm. And then a weak fire attribute change was forcibly infused, causing the lightning to evolve into a thunderstorm. Although the power is much stronger than pure lightning attribute changes, it still cannot match the sharpness of a true new change produced by the fusion of two attributes. Crackle! Bang! At the moment, the two blades intersected. The arm of Yuan Shikai holding the sword was stunned by the dissipated lightning. He quickly burst into speed to dodge. The reason it's said to be the wrong approach is that Uchiha Long knows that the fusion and combination of lightning only works with water and earth. Lightning and water create storm release, a bloodline limit similar to laser techniques. Lightning and earth create explosion release, like Daidara's bloodline limit. This is because the attribute changes of water and earth are relatively gentle, able to accommodate the violent nature of lightning. However, the combinations of lightning and fire, and lightning and wind, are all self-destructive. If fusion cannot be achieved, let alone the combination of bloodline limits. This is the experience Uchiha Long summarized after being severely injured and on the brink of death dozens of times. The duel with Yuan Shikai ended faster than with Yuan Shitian. Uchiha Long quickly realized that the opponent's trump card was the preliminary mixture of lightning attribute with a hint of wind attribute. If the opponent had gone in another direction, perhaps they could have achieved a preliminary fusion of the other two attributes. Unfortunately, it was the wrong approach. Although much stronger than Yuan Shitian, the wind and lightning attributes are also the most suitable for a warrior, capable of increasing the power of swordsmanship while significantly enhancing speed. But how could that compare to Uchiha Long? After awakening the yin-yang attribute, his body has been enhanced to the level of shadow-level combat power simply through physical prowess. Without even needing to use body techniques, he could still easily knock the opponent's sword away with one stroke. Thank you for your guidance. Yuan Shikai bowed deeply. Just now, Uchiha Long's swordsmanship made him, who had stagnated in strength for years, see a path forward. That is to develop the fire attribute change and mix it into his lightning to form a thunderstorm. Seeing the other party's attitude, Uchiha Long roughly guessed their thoughts. He opened his mouth but ultimately closed it again. Forget it. After all, it's just a fusion on the samurai sword, not as life-threatening as fusion within the body. Thinking this way, he chose not to remind them further. In fact, if the other party wanted to make progress, it would be best to abandon the combination of lightning and wind and lightning and fire and redevelop the changes in water or earth attributes. Perhaps in their lifetime, they could still make further advancements. 1A1S-. Finally, Uchiha Long gave both of them a comprehensive combat power rating. Yuan Tian was naturally rated a elite Jonin level. Although he had shadow level chakra, his attack methods were single and his attribute changes were too poor. The reason he could be rated as an elite Jonin is still because of his swift swordsmanship, which does not require hand seals. He could only reach this rating in a direct confrontation. If ambushed, even a regular Jonin might be able to assassinate him. Yuan Shikai, on the other hand, was rated S, quasi-shadow. Relatively speaking, he was the closest to Kakashi, but still quite far off. Kakashi is a true shadow-level powerhouse. The bonus point is that with the enhancement of both lightning and wind attributes, Yuan Shikai could almost cut down ordinary Jonin at a speed they couldn't react to. Against elite Jonin, he could also defeat them in a short time due to this speed and lightning ability. Hence, as quasi-shadow. How could he be so weak? Yuan Shikai, you're a dignified sword saint of Kyoto, yet you lost faster than Yuan Tian? What disgrace. In my opinion, the title of sword saint should be given to Yuan Tian from now on. The loud voice of the daimyo interrupted Uchiha Long's thoughts, making him feel both amused and exasperated. As the saying goes, insiders see the details while outsiders see the spectacle. From the perspective of an ordinary person like the daimyo, the fact that Yuan Shikai lost faster indeed made him seem much weaker than Yuan Tian. Chapter 135. Actual Lord of the Fief. Just as Uchiha Long was turning his attention to the two masked ninjas, he saw the daimyo wave his hand. Uchiha Long, you were able to defeat my two great samurai solely with your swordsmanship. I admire your strength. The next moment, a tray was brought up. This is the prize for this competition, a 10,000-year snow ginseng. It belongs to you. In a few days, during the conferral ceremony, I will grant you a fief. What? Is a Sharingan not working? Seeing the daimyo finish speaking and preparing to leave, Uchiha Long was dumbfounded. He still wanted to test the skills of those two ninjas. The daimyo was quite straightforward. He originally intended to grant the fief to that samurai, but ended up giving it to you. Hinata Aya said with a hint of envy. The fiefs of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are all clan possessions. Personal ownership of a fief is of a different status. Seeing that the people around had already left with the daimyo, Uchiha Long curled his lips and said, straightforward? Nonsense. He just sees me as stronger and wants to befriend me. Ah, is that so? Hinata Aya was reminded and began to understand. Indeed, both great samurai were completely defeated by Uchiha Long with just swordsmanship. Moreover, even an ordinary person like the daimyo knew that Uchiha Long was a ninja, not a samurai. His strength in the ninja realm would be even more terrifying. These scheming individuals are truly annoying. Hinata Aya frowned. As a ninja, she is not stupid. Or rather, anyone who can become a ninja usually has an intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary people. But due to different backgrounds and positions, many things are predetermined. Hinata Aya dislikes dealing with people like the daimyo, who are full of schemes. Having a fief is good. This trip can be considered not in vain. Not paying attention to Hinata Aya's murmur, Uchiha Long was still quite optimistic. The fief here could almost be hereditary, although there is no such term as hereditary here. Once a fief is obtained, the population, economy, and finances within the fief all belong to the lord, with the power of life and death. At that time, he could choose a fief near Kyoto and migrate some Uchiha ninjas to guard it. Don't forget, there are quite a few young Uchiha who have pledged their loyalty to him now. Thus, he could ensure that when the Hokage clan targets the Uchiha, they wouldn't dare to go too far. The extermination of the clan would be completely eliminated. Why was the original trajectory made to let Itachi be a filial son? Because once it is exposed that the internal strife of Konoha led to the extermination of a noble clan, the daimyo would have reason and justification to intervene. After all, Konoha is supported by the daimyo. Reducing the bloated ninja force is acceptable, but exterminating a bloodline limit clan, especially one with the Sharingan, is not just Konoha's private matter. For the daimyo, it would also be a permanent weakening of the armed forces of his own country. He could intervene with full justification. It is not just a matter of being cautious. The fief could also be used to hide soldiers. The more he thought about it, the more potential he saw. Moreover, with my business acumen, I can completely develop the fief into another economic center. Don't be fooled by the daimyo's seemingly casual conferral, which makes it seem like the lord is worthless. In reality, no individual in Konoha has obtained such a conferral. However, there are quite a few lords among the ministers. This daimyo has good intentions. He probably wants me to set the fief near Kyoto. This way, if anything happens, I would have to listen to his orders in name, indirectly seizing ninja power from Konoha. Truly a political player, 100 schemes in mind. It should be known that under the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages, the ninja village is managed by the Hokage, and the daimyo cannot easily intervene in the internal affairs of the ninja village. It is evident that the daimyo has already investigated Uchiha's current situation, and may even have known about my severe injury and the loss of the Mangeki and tail beasts. That is why such an event occurred today. The daimyo is confident that I would not refuse. In this way, it does not count as the daimyo intervening in the internal affairs of the ninja village. In the midst of their thoughts, the two had already returned to their residence. Hinata Aya asked in confusion, "Didn't the Lord say he wanted to see your Sharingan? Why not continue to let you compete with those 2 ninjas?" Ninjas are different from samurai. Once their abilities are exposed, they may become targets. How can they still protect the daimyo? Uchiha Roan realized this on the way back. Truly 1,000 eyes. At first glance, this daimyo looked like a complete fool. His expression was comical, and his gaze was vacant, resembling someone who had indulged too much. If he hadn't shown any signs of violence, Uchiha Roan would have thought he was seeing a celestial dragon. However, as they gradually interacted, he came to understand that he truly had 1,000 eyes. Every seemingly joking, casual, or even somewhat hasty and absurd decision had already been considered from all angles. Uchiha Roan now doubted that even the matter of relocating some Uchiha ninjas after receiving a fief near Kyoto had not already been anticipated by the daimyo. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess. As long as one considers the current situation of the Uchiha in Konoha, what would happen if they gained an additional fief? Of course, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. If it were somewhere else, the Uchiha clan wouldn't dare to relocate. After all, there are too many forces in the outside world coveting the Uchiha Sharingan. It would be very difficult to leave Konoha relying solely on the strength of one clan. They would completely become the next Uzumaki clan. This is also the main reason why the Uchiha clan has been bullied by the Hokage lineage to the point where they all suffer from red-eye disease. Yet they still never thought of leaving Konoha and only wanted a coup. Because once they leave Konoha, the extermination of their clan would truly be imminent. However, it is different near the capital. With the deterrence of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, plus the heavy military presence guarding the capital, and the Uchiha's own strong combat power, who would dare? Thinking about it this way, he must have anticipated my decision to choose a place near Kyoto in advance, right? Uchiha Roan thought carefully and realized that he wasn't just scaring himself. Given his current situation and identity, it seemed that there were no other choices for his fief. It could only be near the capital. Considering this, Uchiha Roan's wariness towards the daimyo has increased several levels. However, he is not flustered. No matter what schemes you have, you will never know my true trump card. Now he possesses the combat power of an extraordinary shadow and has successfully lurked in the shadows. He also holds the powers of the One Tail and the Three Tails. Among them, the power of the One Tail is second only to the 8 Tails, ranking third among the tailed beasts. Even if he truly wanted to unify the ninja world, it wouldn't be impossible. If it weren't for his wariness of the Sage of 6 Paths, who observes the overall situation of the ninja world from the Pure Land, as well as Kagaya, Tsutsuki, and the Tsutsuki clan behind her, he wouldn't need to remain hidden like this. Therefore, no matter how many tricks this daimyo has up his sleeve, we shall reap the benefits. When the true nature of the situation is revealed, Uchiha Roan has nothing to fear. In the face of absolute power, all schemes, strategies, techniques, and even rules become insignificant. Chapter 136, Lord of Snow Bamboo, 7 days later, during a rather grand ceremony. The daimyo of the Land of Fire summoned civil and military ministers to personally confer a territory to Uchiha Roan. The title granted was Lord of Snow Bamboo. The reason for this name is that the day before the conferment, Uchiha Roan chose a place called Snow Bamboo Valley, located several miles southeast of the capital. As his territory, the system of daimyo in the ninja world differs from the Edo period of the past life. There is no shogunate organization above the daimyo. The daimyo is the highest leader of a nation, commonly referred to as a king. The ruler of the Land of Fire has a retinue of advisors. Various civil and military state ministers, local lords, legal officials, financial officials, and divisions of local officials. Among these, local lords are the key to consolidating the daimyo status. Local lords are further divided into actual lords and honorary lords. Among the actual lords, there's a more detailed classification based on whether they hold military power. It is clear that Uchiha Roan belongs to the type of actual lords without military power. Therefore, the complete title consists of the place name Lord, which cannot be changed. Actual lords with military power have a title consisting of their official position Lord. This means that within Uchiha Rong's territory, no soldiers can be recruited except for the Uchiha clan. Even the number of retainers guarding the territory is limited to a certain scale. At the same time, he must regularly pay tribute to the daimyo and accept the daimyo's dispatch when needed. Although there are many rules, there are also numerous benefits. After greeting the daimyo and leaving a shadow clone behind, Uchiha Rong took Hinata Aya to inspect his territory. According to the information from the daimyo's office, Snow Bamboo Valley is surrounded by mountain terrain to the east and west, with entrances and exits to the north and south. The valley has vast forests of medicinal white bamboo, which from a distance resembles a land of ice and snow, hence the name Snow Bamboo. In reality, this area has a suitable temperature and abundant resources. It is not cold at all. The territory allocated to Uchiha Rong is a small mountain range with a diameter of several dozen miles, including Snow Bamboo Valley, located in the southeast after entering the valley. This place is indeed serene, but perhaps a bit too sparsely populated. After half an hour, Hinata Aya jumped up to a high point at the valley entrance and looked around, a bit puzzled. When they were selecting the territory, she had been watching closely from the side. There were several areas near Kyoto that had not yet been granted a lord, and some of the more prosperous ones even included 2 or 3 small towns. Clearly, those places had better economic conditions. Why did Rong choose such a remote place? Uchiha Rong smiled. After all, we are ninjas and cannot recruit soldiers. What's the use of choosing a place with so many people? Every year, a massive amount of resources and money must be supplied to the daimyo. Isn't this just working for the daimyo for nothing? Yes, the more prosperous the territory, the more thriving the population and economy, and the higher the annual tribute to the lord will be, corresponding to about 80 of the territory's normal revenue. If the lord mismanages and the territory's revenue falls below normal, they will have to cover the difference out of their own pocket. Otherwise, they can't be a lord anymore. Oh, I see. Moreover, in the past few days, I have investigated that the Suzugu area is rich in various wild medicinal herbs. Among them, the medicinal value of zuezu is quite high, but it has not been effectively utilized before. 1 pound of zuezu sells for only 1 yuan in the capital, which is very cheap. Therefore, this area has not suffered much damage and still retains a very complete wild environment. In reality, zuezu over 10 years old can be used as a main ingredient for a hemostatic and pain-relieving medicine in my hands. So Ling, do you know how much a good quality healing medicine is worth? Upon hearing this, Hinata Aya answered without thinking. About 100 taels. Various types of healing medicines are also a staple for ninjas, and she has some on her now, so she naturally knows the price. Uchiha Rong smiled. Yes, there are still quite a few century-old snow bamboos here. On average, each pound of snow bamboo, combined with about 10 taels worth of other medicinal ingredients, can be made in a high-quality healing medicine. Around 3,000 taels. This time, Hinata Aya made a direct offer. She stood at a high place, her eyes shining as she looked at the endless snow bamboo forest in the valley ahead. To her, these snow bamboos now looked like glimmering silver bills. This large area of bamboo forest, roughly estimated, must weigh at least over 1 million pounds, right? Among the centuries, even if calculated at 1/10. I didn't realize until I calculated it, and it was shocking. According to the ratio that 1 pound of snow bamboo can produce a dozen or so medicinal preparations. The value of this snow bamboo forest alone reaches billions. Hinata Ayaka remembers that the annual tribute of Suez-Hugu is only 170 million taels. The total value of this snow bamboo forest alone can cover at least 50 years of tribute. Uchiha Rong realized that she had it all figured out, and her smile grew wider. This territory, with only 2 villages, is rich in wild resources. It will be a guaranteed profit in my hands. In her previous life as a merchant, even though she's not short on money now, Uchiha Rong still chooses sustainable development. Moreover, her choice of this territory is not solely based on its material value. As they spoke, the two entered the valley. The entrances on both sides of the canyon are not wide, only about tens of meters across. However, the interior is quite vast, covering more than 10 square miles. Here, a lord's castle can be built, and we will live here in the future. Pointing to a pond behind the snow bamboo forest, Uchiha Rong said, "Ah, what is that? A bear?" However, Hyuga Aya exclaimed. Uchiha Rong smiled, not surprised at all. That's a panda. The locals call them bamboo bears. They have the strength of a bear and the agility of a cat. Their bite is so strong they can eat iron. About 200 pandas live in the snow bamboo valley. Seeing her speak with such familiarity, it was obvious that she had already conducted thorough research. They will be our best guards in the snow bamboo valley. These pandas are a crucial part of Uchiha Rong's plan. Since she cannot recruit soldiers and cannot have too many retainers guarding her, raising some ninja beasts isn't too much to ask, right? This is also a loophole in the rules. Her divine gift ability has already undergone many tests over the years and has been thoroughly mastered. Among them, the divine gift chakra is the main focus. Chakra energy bodies like physical clones basically have no upper limit. At least, Uchiha Rong has not seen an upper limit so far. The amount of chakra she has determines how much chakra she can divine gift to her clones. However, regarding creatures like ninja beasts, the upper limit of chakra they can carry varies greatly based on their size, species, and physical strength. After a series of experiments, she found that mice and small birds can reach a maximum limit of 1 water wood. Common-sized cats and dogs can reach a limit of 5 wood. Larger ones barely reach 8 water wood. But for bears, the limit can reach several cards. Given that there is only one chance to divine gift chakra to the same target, the best approach is to raise this group of pandas. First, use the strengthening pill to further enhance their physique, and then divine gift them. On average, this could achieve a chakra amount of 10 cards. Once they have chakra and gradually awaken their intelligence, they could be further taught body techniques and ninjutsu. Even if their individual combat power does not reach the level of a Kage, the difference will not be too much in the end. At that time, nearly 200 quasi-Kage level ninja bears will serve as the guards of the Snow Bamboo Valley. As long as barriers are set up on both sides of the mountains and the ninja bears block the 2 entrances to the valley, it would truly be a situation where one man can hold back thousands. Even if the daimyo sends a regimented guard army, they won't be able to set foot in the valley. Chapter 137. Tsunade's death necklace. Uchiha Rong has always been an action-oriented person. That day, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to quietly send over 100 non-active clan ninjas, including Yunsham, to the Snow Bamboo Valley. The nearly omnipotent Uchiha ninjas have very strong infrastructure capabilities. There's no need to find a large number of laborers. He also placed many orders for construction materials with the clan's merchant association, which could be delivered to the Snow Bamboo Valley within a week. After all, ninjutsu is not omnipotent. Many materials for daily life and buildings cannot be conjured out of thin air. He then handed over all territorial matters to Yunsham, leaving a creation clone to oversee the Snow Bamboo Valley while he returned to the daimyo's residence with Hyuga Aya. Through sparring with 2 samurai leaders, he gained a clearer understanding of the opponent's specific combat power. Now, Uchiha Rong has a more precise understanding of the true situation in the ninja world. The strongest samurai cultivated by the daimyo with a large amount of resources, the most powerful Yuan City armor, barely reaches Quasi-Kage combat power. Just from the chakra training progress of Yuan City Tian and Yuan City armor, those 2 masked ninjas' combat power fluctuates around the Quasi-Kage level at most. Upon returning to his residence, Uchiha Rong was deep in thought. It is not difficult to guess if the daimyo's 2 retainer ninjas really have good heritage. Yuan City Tian and Yuan City Armor's chakra training would not be so rough. This means that the peak combat power of the Leaf Village ninja still far exceeds that of the daimyo's residence. This should be the balance of peak combat power that various ninja villages have over the daimyo's residence, aside from the tailed beasts. Understanding this, Uchiha Rong's next plan became much clearer. Once the barriers and defensive facilities in the Snow Bamboo Valley are repaired, he can quietly move his family and a portion of the Uchiha clansmen to live in the Snow Bamboo Valley. Given the defensive capabilities he envisions for the Snow Bamboo Valley, ensuring the safety of a few hundred clansmen is certainly achievable. Moreover, the Snow Bamboo Valley is adjacent to the capital, the true heart of the Land of Fire. Even if the 5 great ninja villages wage war, large troops cannot reach here. Small groups of ninjas would not be able to break through the defensive circle of the Snow Bamboo Valley. Perhaps in the future, the Snow Bamboo Valley will be safer than a Leaf Village. Uchiha Rong can already foresee that once the Snow Bamboo Valley becomes a territory with a very high safety factor, it will inevitably attract many refugees and even gentry to settle down. At that time, residential areas can be built at the valley entrance and in the mountains to develop the economy. Thus, the trade ships traveling between the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder will have an additional sales route, significantly increasing profits. The economy is the foundation of everything. With sufficient financial resources, he can later reference the original trajectory of Orochimaru to secretly build ninja villages in the Land of Rice, a country without ninja villages. In this way, the ninjas trained in the future can be dispersed among these small ninja villages. Once necessary, they can be gathered together for substantial support. Having set his basic plan, Uchiha Rong's life continued to progress step by step. A few days later, The daimyo planned to go to the land of hot water to soak in hot springs and needed us to accompany him. When Hyuga Aya came to inform Uchiha Rome, her face was full of displeasure. It's understandable. Doing guard tasks is most annoying when the employer enjoys wandering around the mountains and playing. Frequent outings add complications and difficulty to the guard tasks. Let's go then. Uchiha Rong had no particular reaction during this time spent at the daimyo's residence. He had also learned about the daimyo's daily routine. Every day was either about eating, drinking, and having fun, or indulging in luxury. The real affairs that needed his handling were extremely few. Most were managed by the advisory team and ministers under him. If this were a world without extraordinary powers, such behavior would cause a ruler to lose their authority. But the ninja world is different. Even if the daimyo spends all day eating, drinking, and having fun, he can still maintain his position as steady as a mountain. The scene shifts to Tsunade. In Uchiha Rong's backyard, Tsunade was beaming with joy. Just now, she had successfully completed the enhanced version of the Yin Seal based on the original Yin Seal that Rong taught her, Yin Seal A. The reason she was so happy was that, unlike Rong, who had only recently practiced the Yin Seal, her chakra storage in the Yin Seal had already reached its limit. Tsunade, who inherently possessed nearly 100 cards of chakra, had a reserve of chakra in her Yin Seal that reached as high as 200 cards. This made her chakra reserve equal to that of the three tails. However, the biggest difference between humans and tailed beasts is still their chakra recovery ability. The 100-card chakra of Shikaku, the one tail, can be used indefinitely in normal combat. The fundamental reason is that the energy form of tailed beasts, under the premise of an extremely high chakra capacity, has a chakra recovery speed far exceeding that of humans. Although a ninja with 100 cards of chakra is also quite enduring, they still cannot compare with tailed beasts of the same level. At this moment, with the further improvement of the Yin Seal, Tsunade's chakra storage limit has increased again. The chakra reserve limit is actually twice as high as my original Yin Sealing. Rong, you are truly a genius. Tsunade looked at Rong with great appreciation. Uchiha Rong smiled. Once there is nothing going on at the daimyo's residence, his main body will use the Flying Thunder God to return home for training. At this moment, this is indeed the main body. As long as it helps Lady Tsunade, that is enough. During this time, by practicing the new Yin Sealing A, he attracted Tsunade to the Uchiha clan land. The results have been very significant. Tsunade, who still doesn't know the truth, really thinks Rong was heavily injured and lost his Sharingan and the three tails. She has become increasingly displeased with many of the Third Hokage's actions. Now, she has directly taken on the position at the Konoha hospital, refusing to listen to orders or announcements. With Jiraiya taking Naruto away from the village, the Hokage lineage is now unable to handle many external affairs. With even a shadow-level ninja unable to step up, Akimichi Choza is getting old and is retiring. Orochimaru has gone missing. Jiraiya is traveling. Tsunade is practically non-existent. The third and fourth Hokage, being Hokage, certainly cannot leave the village easily, with the other four great ninja villages causing chaos. Small ninja villages like the Grass and Rain are also taking advantage of the confusion to sneak into the land of fire for profit. This has made both the third and fourth Hokage extremely anxious. At this critical moment, the daimyo still wants to go on a trip. One cannot help but say, what a willful daimyo. For this reason, Konoha has to send out a large number of ninjas again to clear any potential dangers along the daimyo's route to the land of water. In short, the Hokage is overwhelmed, and the daimyo is traveling around, forming a stark contrast. Rong, I really can't thank you enough. The effect of Yin Sealing A is beyond my expectations. And Tsunade is extremely excited. As she spoke, she reached to take off the necklace around her neck. This action startled Uchiha Rong, turning his little face pale. Cough, you don't have to. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Tsunade adjusting the position of the necklace and then removing her hand from it. What did you say? Tsunade looked over in confusion. It's nothing. Uchiha Rong smiled awkwardly. It seems he was overthinking it. After all, that was a relic left by the first Hokage, and it seemed it was once a token of love between Tsunade and Dankato. After several hands, it was worn by Rope Tree, who died. Then by Dankato, who also died. It was known as the Death Necklace. There was no way it could be given to him. However, the change in his expression seemed to have been noticed. Seeing Tsunade's suspicious gaze, Uchiha Rong had no choice but to change the subject. This necklace seems to have a strange chakra fluctuation. What a curious thing. Is it a ninja tool? At this, Tsunade finally withdrew her gaze, revealing a look of nostalgia. This is a relic from my grandfather. It contains his would release power. Uchiha Rong was slightly surprised. Could it be? No wonder there are rumors that this necklace can sense the power of the First Hokage and can suppress the power of the Nine Tails. Having already obtained a type of would release bloodline limit, Rome finally realized something. Unable to help himself, he said, "Can I take a look?" Just as he prepared to be refused, Tsunade hesitated for a moment before taking off the necklace and handing it over. Since it's just for looking, given the relationship from him teaching her the enhanced version of Ian's sealing, she could give him this face. Uchiha Rong took it and gently stroked the diamond-shaped crystal. Wow, it really is. At this moment, he finally understood the true meaning of the death necklace left by Senju Hashirama. It seals a portion of the First Hokage's would release chakra. This is a crucial clue for practicing Hashirama's version of would release. Chapter 138. The True Would Release, Part 1. Sure enough, it's a bloodline limit centered around would release. So this is the property ratio. Uchiha Rong appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already ecstatic. No wonder the First Hokage's would release could not be inherited, because bloodline limits cannot be passed down through descendants. And the would release that incorporates a bloodline limit would lose the ability to be inherited by descendants. This also explains why the First Hokage's would release dominated the world, while later would releases could only be used for greening. Rong, what's wrong? Seeing Uchiha Rong holding her necklace and closing his eyes, Tsunade asked curiously. Clearly, Tsunade, who had not fused with the would release bloodline limit, did not have the ability to decipher the secret of this necklace. Naturally, she also did not know the true significance of the necklace. Faced with Tsunade's inquiry, Uchiha Rong did not answer. At this moment, the would release within his body was entangled with the yang attribute chakra. He was both feeling the chakra in his palm and simulating it within his body. Boom! After a long time, a silent roar echoed in his mind. It's done. Even with Uchiha Rong's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is done?" Tsunade was increasingly puzzled. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong had no intention of hiding it. After all, he might still need to use this would release ability in battle in the future. Hiding it from Tsunade would only create barriers. So, Uchiha Rong straightened his face and said solemnly, "I just completed the fusion of would release. The First Hokage's kind of would release." "What? Rong, you're not joking, are you?" Tsunade was somewhat skeptical. She even thought he was joking. But the next moment, Uchiha Rong opened his palm, and the diamond-shaped pendant crystal he was holding emitted a rich green glow. This, Tsunade's face was filled with shock. How long has it been since she saw this? In her childhood, this necklace had only shown such a reaction when it was on her grandfather. Could it be that Uchiha Rong, he really obtained her grandfather's would release? It should be noted that the First Hokage's would release has always been an unsolved mystery, even within the Senju clan. The Third Hokage even privately had Orochimaru research Hashirama cells. For what? Isn't it just for the First Hokage's would release? That is the power of the God of Ninjas. The power that can unify the ninja world. And at this moment, Uchiha Rong was the most excited one. No wonder it can suppress tailed beasts. This kind of bloodline limit is truly a nemesis to tailed beasts. What does that mean? Tsunade asked rapidly. Uchiha Rong did not hide it and replied directly. Your necklace seals a portion of the First Hokage's would release chakra. If someone who masters would release develops a yang attribute nature transformation, it may be possible to fuse the First Hokage's would release bloodline limit, to possess the same would release ability as the First Hokage. What does that mean? Tsunade was increasingly confused. She recognized every word, but when combined, it left her somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong understood that Tsunade probably hadn't considered the path of fusing bloodlines, so she didn't comprehend the secrets in between. Up until now, in the ninja world, besides the experimental subject Yamato, there isn't even a single person with a would release bloodline limit, let alone someone who understands the deeper aspects of would release bloodline limits. What it means is that the First Hokage's would release is not a bloodline limit. In fact, it is a bloodline limit that incorporates yang attributes. And bloodline limits cause the original bloodline limit to lose the ability to be inherited by descendants. What Uchiha Rong didn't say is that while the ability to inherit is lost, the cells of the bloodline limit ninja themselves may be stripped away to form the core bloodline limit of the bloodline limit. This is the origin of Yamato. So that's how it is. Now Tsunade has understood most of it and finally unraveled the ancient mystery of the absence of would release after the First Hokage. But she still has only a vague understanding of how to specifically merge the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong's expression grew increasingly serious. I believe that the First Hokage did not explicitly inform future generations about this matter and left behind this necklace to prevent them from causing chaos. Huh? Tsunade was once again in a daze. The fusion process of bloodline limits was almost a matter of life and death. To fuse the wood release bloodline limit required talent, strength, and luck, all of which were indispensable. Moreover, to develop the yang nature transformation and then integrate it with wood release, the possibility was extremely low. It was important to know that the two attributes of yin and yang were almost equivalent to hidden attributes. 90% of ninjas did not possess these two attributes, nor did they have a clear direction for development. Even if one had fortuitously obtained them before, having would release and yang nature transformation, the final step of fusing the bloodline limit was exceptionally dangerous. Failure would mean either death or severe injury. A ninja with would release and who has awakened the yang release transformation is incredibly valuable, and there's no need to elaborate on that. If such a ninja were to die in the process of the merging of bloodlines, it would be a heavy blow to Konoha. So that's how it is. It really is something my grandfather would do. After Uchiha Rome's explanation, Tsunade finally understood the good intentions behind Senju Hashirama's actions. He left this necklace hoping that someone among his descendants could use it to recreate the glory of his wood release. However, this matter cannot be made public. Indeed, it cannot be made public. Once the higher-ups in Konoha learn about the secrets of the First Hokage's wood release, the outcome is predictable. Even knowing that it could lead to death, they would still keep trying. How many people would have to die during this process? If it weren't for Uchiha Rome possessing the life-giving, bug-level rule-type Sharingan, he wouldn't dare to be so bold as to fuse bloodline limits, let alone the more advanced bloodline elimination. Thank you for telling me this, Long. After a long time, Tsunade finally digested this piece of information. Her expression became more sincere. She then handed back the death necklace that Ling had just returned. I'll leave this necklace in your care. Huh? No. This is an artifact from the first generation. Uchiha Rome shook his head decisively. Are you kidding? Since you have already obtained the true would release bloodline and eliminated it, what do you need this hot potato for? However, this time Tsunade's attitude was very resolute. Since you have inherited your grandfather's wood release, you are qualified to possess it. Protect it well. Don't let it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rome roughly understood Tsunade's thoughts. Damn it. Now you also feel that this thing is hot to handle, right? Understanding the dangers of practicing the wood release bloodline limit, it's clear that Tsunade has no intention of pursuing it. Moreover, the Senju clan has long been extinct. Whoever obtains wood release has nothing to do with her anymore. Thus, the one who helped her emerge from the shadows and taught her the enhanced version of the Yin sealing technique, Uchiha Rome, has become the best successor of her grandfather. I really don't need this. How about you keep this secret and treat it as a relic of the first Hokage for memory's sake? Uchiha Rome shrugged. As long as he has the materials, he can seal the wood release bloodline limit chakra himself. He has the sealing techniques and the financial resources. Why would he want to take on this hot potato? Seeing this, Tsunade put the necklace back on. All right, then promise me one request. What is it? Let me feel the power of my grandfather's wood release. Come on. Chapter 139. The True Wood Style, Part 2. Uchiha Rome stepped back a few paces to the center of the courtyard. First, he formed hand seals to summon 4 rock clones, instructing them to perform the 4 Crimson Suns formation. There was no other choice. Although the barrier in the backyard was not weak, it definitely couldn't withstand the power of genuine wood style. Be careful, Tsunade. The reason wood style is so powerful is because, as he spoke, Uchiha Rome quickly formed hand seals. A surge of vibrant green chakra, filled with immense life force, spread throughout the area. Just as this chakra touched the ground, an unexpected change occurred. Saplings emerged from the soil, instantly creating a dense forest environment in the yard. This is not the true birth of the world tree. After all, Uchiha Rome has just acquired the genuine wood release. This is merely his preliminary application of imitating the birth of the world tree. However, it still left Tsunade looking shocked. Such a degree of terrain alteration can also be achieved with ordinary wood release, but it is extremely chakra-consuming. Uchiha Rome explained that the wood release bloodline limit, by integrating the vitality of yang release, can achieve this level with very little chakra. This is the biggest difference between Yamato's wood release and the first Hokage's wood release. One relies solely on their own chakra to forcefully cultivate wood release abilities, while the other inherently possesses immense vitality within the wood release, capable of planting trees with just a wave of their hand. In C. Shun Chou Su, High Wood Release. Technique of the Wooden Man, as Uchiha Rome attempted to slowly form hand seals and guide the wood release chakra based on his understanding of the composition of ninjutsu. A 10-meter tall tree beside him began to slowly change its shape, gradually transforming into a 10-meter-tall wooden statue of a monk. Tsunade looked at the somewhat awkward wooden statue and laughed out loud. It was just too abstract. Boom. But as the wooden statue took a step forward, the ground trembled. Tsunade couldn't smile anymore. Although Uchiha Rong's giant wooden man looked very abstract, it still possessed some basic power of the wood release technique. As the wooden man swung a punch, Tsunade instantly became serious. She did not dodge or evade, and threw out a punch of her own. Bang! The huge fist of the wooden man collided with the small fist of Tsunade, producing a loud bang as the wooden man's massive arm shattered. Tsunade was also sent flying, crashing through 3 large trees in succession. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Spit out blood-stained saliva. Tsunade stood up. Such strong power. It is clear that due to Uchiha Rong's initial use being not very refined, there are issues with the structure of the wooden man. As a result, it was directly destroyed by Tsunade's punch, losing its arm. However, the strength of the wooden man should not be underestimated, as it also caused injury to Tsunade. The fact that it could clash with Tsunade's brute strength and knock her back, causing injury, is enough to prove the power of the wooden man technique. If Uchiha Rong gradually improves the structure of the wooden man, this giant wooden man would be comparable to the 4 forms of Susanoo. Moreover, this wooden man only consumed 13 cards of his chakra and did not require the consumption of ocular power. Moreover, once the wooden figure is formed, it possesses strong vitality, allowing it to continue fighting without continuously consuming the caster's chakra. This is the most bug-like ability of the authentic wood release. It is almost comparable to an otherworldly druid. Bring it on. Regaining her composure, Tsunade quickly defeated the wooden figure that had lost an arm. She turned her gaze towards Uchiha Rong. Thus, Uchiha Rong once again used another wood release ability. Wood release, wood dragon technique. This time, a towering giant tree beside her split open directly. A huge wooden dragon with a long, hooked nose and spikes all over its body emerged. As soon as the wooden dragon appeared, it charged directly at Tsunade. Tsunade, wanting to experience the power of the wooden dragon, did not dodge. Instead, she jumped up and threw a punch head-on. With a loud bang, Tsunade was sent flying again. The wooden dragon roared as it passed by, causing her a second injury. When she quickly got up, she saw that the wooden dragon, which only had slight cracks on its head, was attacking again. But at this moment, she had already sensed that something was off. How could she absorb my chakra? The fierce battle continues. In the fierce battle with Mulong, Tsunade was horrified to discover. The reason she cannot defeat the wood dragon with a single punch is that once her chakra overflows from her body, it will be absorbed by the wood dragon the moment it comes into contact with its body. Not only did this indirectly reduce the power of her attacks, but it also allowed the wooden dragon to quickly repair its own damage after absorbing her chakra. This is why I was able to battle her for such a long time. Uchiha Rong, standing on the sidelines, was observing the fight and already had many thoughts about the subsequent structural changes of the wooden man and wooden dragon. This is the secret of how wood release restrains tailed beasts. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the reason why wood release can restrain tailed beasts is that it can absorb the tailed beast chakra. Against ninjas, a physical life form, the wood dragon can only absorb energy that overflows from the surface of their bodies. But when facing tailed beasts, which are energy life forms, it's like a sponge encountering water. It will absorb until completely drained. This is indeed similar to my sealing technique. However, the sealing technique requires suppressing the tailed beasts to be used. But wood release can directly absorb the tailed beast chakra during battle, gaining strength from it and becoming more powerful with each fight. It's simply the nemesis of tailed beasts, this kind of energy life. Moreover, wood release's sealing effect on tailed beasts is even stronger and more direct than sealing techniques. With the ability to absorb energy, once the wood human and wood dragon trap the tailed beast, as long as the tailed beast cannot defeat the wood human in one hit, the continuously absorbed tailed beast chakra will grant the wood human infinite recovery ability. Even the attacks will have part of their power absorbed. It means that once entangled, there is no escape. The caster doesn't even need to spend any more chakra to easily suppress the tailed beasts. The ban on tailed beasts stems from the fact that the source of the wooden man's power comes from the chakra of the tailed beasts. The more you fight, the stronger it becomes, which is quite difficult to deal with. Fear arises from humanity's instinctive awe of the unknown. At this moment, Uchiha Rong has completely deciphered the powerful secret of Senju Hashirama, and at the same time, it signifies that he has reached the same height as Senju Hashirama. Although he does not possess the Senju bloodline, his awakening of Yang release combined with the fusion of true would-release elimination, makes him not much weaker than Hashirama. Yes, he now also possesses the same powerful regenerative ability as Senju Hashirama. This is what the would-release elimination brings. At the same time, he is still an Uchiha. Almost at the moment of successfully fusing would-release elimination, Uchiha Rong noticed that the power of his Sharingan had directly increased by more than 3 times. He even began to doubt whether the kaleidoscope could directly evolve into the Rinnegan over time. The only difference between him and Senju Hashirama now was Sage Art and the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. However, he also possessed the Sharingan, which Senju Hashirama did not have. Considering the explosive increase in ocular power, rounding it off, his overall strength wouldn't be too far off. If in the future, he could truly evolve the kaleidoscope into the Rinnegan due to the power of would release, that would be SSS rank, nearly 6 paths. Chapter 140. Tsunade's friendship. Tsunade truly lives up to the legendary Sannin. Even after being injured time and again in their clashes, she remains incredibly resilient. Facing off against the Wood Dragon repeatedly, the battles between them only bring shock to the spectators. There are no flashy ninjutsu, no extravagant moves, just a raw contest of strength. Oh, the Een sealing technique is taking effect. With Uchiha Rong's voice, a black curse mark begins to flow from Tsunade's forehead, gradually spreading across her entire body. This is the mark of the 100 Healings Jutsu. Unlike the original version, Rong's modified enhanced Een sealing technique does not require manual unsealing and does not affect lifespan. The original 100 Healings Jutsu creates regeneration. As the name suggests, it uses the chakra stored in the Een sealing technique to stimulate body cells for rapid regeneration, achieving visibly powerful healing effects. It is important to note that the number of cell regenerations is limited and directly linked to lifespan. However, Rong's improved Een sealing technique, Type A, incorporates a conversion technique of Een-Yang release into the seal. It directly converts the massive chakra stored in the Een sealing technique into an energy similar to life force, infusing it into herself to achieve cell rebirth. This method was developed by Rong, inspired by the healing forms endowed by life itself. Therefore, while both are classified as S-rank medical ninjutsu, their healing methods are fundamentally different. Is Tsunade about to win? In the end, Tsunade, under the passive healing of the Een Seal's 100 Healings Jutsu, forcefully consumed a quarter of her stored chakra and managed to blow up the Wood Dragon. Huffing and puffing, Tsunade gasped for breath after defeating the Wooden Dragon. It was clear that her stamina had been heavily depleted. However, with the continuous infusion of life force from the passive effect of the 100 Healings technique, her stamina was gradually recovering. In fact, Uchiha Rong was not particularly satisfied with the Een Seal. In his research on sealing techniques, he discovered that the essence of life force is a proportional combination of Een and Yang release. Theoretically, the perfect ratio of Een and Yang release could create a life force identical to that granted by life itself. This would not only heal injuries but also restore chakra and stamina. This is not a mad delusion. Kagaya is a real example. Her bites can not only heal injuries but also restore chakra and stamina. However, at present, Uchiha Rong's mastery of Een and Yang release has not yet reached that level. Rong, you truly are a genius. Taking a breath, Tsunade praised again. It was clear that she had also realized the benefits of the improved Een sealing through this battle. However, at this moment, Uchiha Rong frowned and said, Tsunade, I've noticed some issues with your fighting style. What? Your focus on physical combat abilities has indeed allowed you to leverage the advantages of your powerful Senju bloodline and strong physique. The Een sealing technique and 100 Healings technique have also granted you exceptional stamina in battle. However, this purely body-dependent combat style has made your attack patterns overly simplistic, and fighting at the same level will inevitably lead to injuries, relying solely on the 100 Healings technique to sustain you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. How could she not be aware of this herself? But physical techniques also have their advantages. They are flexible and swift, allowing for a good response to various emergencies. When battling lower-tier enemies, one can easily cut through them like grass. However, when facing enemies of the same level, as Rong said, most of the time, fatigue will show. That's why she is very grateful for the improved Een sealing technique that Rong taught her. The significant increase in chakra storage capacity has enhanced her endurance. The improvement of the Baiken no Jutsu means she no longer has to expend her lifespan to fight. She is already very satisfied with this. Seeing her reaction, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The indigenous people of the ninja world really have a rigid mindset. Have you ever considered that with your current chakra reserves, Your peak state is comparable to the five tails, yet the combat power you exhibit can barely defeat a one-tail level enemy. He was referring to chakra levels, not Shikaku's combat power. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression clearly froze. She suddenly recalled the wooden dragon, purely in terms of chakra. It seemed to only reach the level of a newly initiated Kage, yet relying on absorbing the chakra that dissipated during her attacks. It managed to engage her in a tough battle. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly realized that she seemed to have even greater potential. But how exactly should she go about it? She fell into confusion again. Should she practice some powerful ninjutsu? However, at her current level, even many S-rank ninjutsu are not as direct and effective as her monster strength fist. Knowing that Tsunade can summon the split body of the slug sage, there is no need to worry about being unable to deal with giant enemies. The destructive power of the monster strength fist is also very strong, and there is no awkward situation like when she first learned her swordsmanship. Uchiha Roan continued, I have a B-rank physical clone, which has 50 of my strength and very strong defensive capabilities. Do you want to give it a try? As he spoke, Roan had already formed a hand sign and summoned a rock clone. A rock clone? Tsunade looked at the rock clone with a hint of confusion. However, at that moment, the rock clone had already discarded its weapon and was throwing a punch at her. Looking at the way the chakra was gathered in that fist, it was actually her monstrous strength punch. It was clear that Uchiha Roan had quietly copied the chakra flow of the monstrous strength punch with his Sharingan during the earlier battle. Tsunade instinctively responded with a monstrous strength punch, clashing with the rock clone. In the next moment, both of them were sent flying several meters by the enormous recoil. Huh? A physical clone can actually withstand my monstrous strength punch? Seeing the rock clone, which had been sent flying, charge at her again without a scratch, Tsunade was genuinely surprised. She had never heard of any physical clone in the ninja world having such an abnormal defensive capability. Generally, physical clones are only used to confuse the enemy in battle. What she didn't know was that if it were a cutting attack like sword techniques or other ninjutsu attacks, the effect on the rock clone would likely be stronger than her physical techniques. Against her, a medical ninja specialized in physical techniques, the rock clone's powerful physical defense was perfectly showcased. The fierce battle lasted for 5 minutes. Tsunade finally spotted a flaw and landed a successful monstrous strength punch on the unguarded back of the rock clone, dispersing it into a pile of dirt, thus ending the fight. Just then, Tsunade turned to look at Uchiha Roan. In the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. There, beside Uchiha Roan, stood dozens of rock clones identical to the previous one. Gulp, she swallowed hard, and her fighting spirit vanished instantly. If she struggled against one rock clone, wouldn't she be turned into a pig's head if so many rushed at her? Roan, I want to learn. Teach me. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. She realized that if she could learn this physical clone technique, the boost to her combat power would be immense. After all, her Senju clan bloodline already gave her an incredibly strong physique. Even with only 50 of her original strength, it would still be a significant asset. At the same time, her chakra was abundant. Summoning 3 to 5 rock clones during battle wouldn't be a big drain for her. Even with someone like Roan summoning dozens or even hundreds of rock clones, she could manage it. Most importantly, the monster strength punch is a physical technique. A physical technique that is a chakra explosion skill. The rock clone can nearly fully exhibit the power of her original monstrous strength punch. This technique is just too suitable for her. It's as if it was custom-made for her. Tsunade. On the other hand, Noki asked, Are you being polite? Chapter 141, what? Rehiring Danzo. Huh. What ninja hero? What ninjutsu professor? In the process of guiding Tsunade in practicing the rock clone technique, Uchiha Roan was internally complaining. With someone like Tsunade, if the third Hokage were genuinely teaching her, shouldn't the illustrious Hokage match her with some suitable ninjutsu? As Roan fought against Tsunade more frequently, he felt more and more that Tsunade's lack of ninjutsu was quite severe. However, as the little princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade was making decent progress in chakra training. In fact, she had even surpassed him in water release techniques. This made Uchiha Roan plan to teach her the water mirror technique next. Unlike the direct copying of Uchiha techniques, normally a ninja would take several months to learn a new ninjutsu from beginner to mastery. Although the rock clone is only B rank, its difficulty is comparable to many A rank ninjutsu. Even if Tsunade had already met the standards in earth release, judging by her progress, it would take her at least half a month to fully master it. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, Princess Tsunade spent her days either researching medical ninjutsu at the Konoha hospital or teaching medical ninjutsu. Other times, she frequently ran to the Uchiha clan grounds. For this reason, the third Hokage tried several times to talk to Tsunade, but ultimately was completely ignored. This made the third Hokage furious. On the other side, at Training Ground 7, one of Uchiha Rome's created rock clones was stationed there within a barrier, teaching various new generations. In addition to the Uchiha clan, there were also members of the Mingei under the Masonic Association, the 8 Gates of Doinjia class, and the Swordsmanship class. Yes, the Masonic Association had added 2 new classes. Unlike the Mingei, which could independently develop ninjutsu, the 8 Gates of Doinjia class specifically recruited ninjas with physical technique talent, currently led by Might Guy and Rock Lee. The Swordsmanship class was personally taught and led by the Rock clone. The development of ninjutsu was advancing rapidly, and the Mingei had limitless potential, needless to say. Under Uchiha Rome's pioneering modifications, the 8 Gates of Doinjia class was able to open the 8 gates without injury, and a significant amount of medicinal materials were invested, yielding impressive results. Although Might Guy still couldn't open the 8 gates without injury, he could now nearly open the 7th gate without injury when paired with special soldier pills. Furthermore, even for the same 7th gate, the strength of different individuals varied greatly. At least for now, Might Guy had completely surpassed the 8th gate state of Dai. Afterward, 8-year-old Rock Lee had been practicing 8 gates of Doinjia for a year and could now skillfully open 3 gates. Other beginners had also started to make progress, and if they faced a crisis in the future, they would be a group of warriors when necessary. As for the swordsmanship class, Rome was purely cultivating them according to the standards of Tsukumo Hitaki. Currently, he had a surplus of chakra metal. If he could cultivate a few new generations capable of successfully blending 2 properties in swordsmanship to create new property variations, then the swordsmanship class would not have been in vain. At that time, with chakra metal ninja swords, these subordinates would be born specifically to dominate the battlefield. They could solve a large number of enemy cannon fodder when necessary. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner until the Umbu reported that Uchiha Rome had been granted the title of Lord by the daimyo. Hokage building. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Minato Namikaze was agitated, slamming his hand on the table and glaring at the third Hokage for the first time. If you insist on rehiring Danzo, then I won't be the fourth Hokage anymore. It was easy to imagine the seriousness of the situation that could provoke the usually composed Minato to say such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was piercing as he asked, "Then what do you suggest we do? If Uchiha turns to the daimyo, does Konoha still have a chance of surviving?" This question deeply pierced Minato's heart. It was he who had recklessly decided to let Uchiha Rome guard the daimyo without careful consideration. If it endangered the village, it wouldn't matter if the dirty village was gone. But what would Naruto do in the future? Who could have predicted that the daimyo would directly appoint Uchiha Rome as a lord? This was no different from the sky falling. Once Uchiha aligned with the daimyo, granting the daimyo the heritage of the noble clan, and allowing Uchiha to control tailed beasts. Oh wait, there's no need for the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Rome already has the complete sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Minato was still hiding this from the third Hokage. Otherwise, who knows if the third Hokage would go crazy at this point. These were all just speculations. I believe Rome understands the stakes involved. It is absolutely impossible for him to teach the people of the daimyo's mansion. As long as we treat Uchiha well, even for the safety of Uchiha himself, he would never share the noble clan's heritage with the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Minato, you wouldn't understand. The daimyo is a very ambitious and terrifying person. Even if Uchiha Rome does not actively teach the secrets of deeper chakra cultivation to the people of the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo will have countless ways to obtain them from him. We must prepare for the worst. So I propose to rehire Danzo as the chief advisor of Konoha and restart the route. If it comes to a necessary time, Danzo can eliminate the threat from the Uchiha. With a loud bang, Minato Namikaze slammed the table again, his eyes red. I've said it before, it's absolutely impossible. Danzo almost killed you. Third Hokage, have you gone mad? Or are you under Danzo's control? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he spoke in a low voice. Danzo does have ambitions, but we have no other choice now. Only by bringing him back can we drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. I see it as inviting the wolf into the house, Minato retorted. Even if you want to use Danzo and the route he takes away to eliminate the territory of Rome, do you think he could be a match for Rome? Even if Rome loses the Manjiki Sharingan and the Three Tails, that doesn't mean Danzo has the ability to take him down. Minato. So, we can use Danzo, as well as the rogue ninja organization behind him. They are capable enough to eliminate that territory. And the condition Danzo proposed is merely to be rehired back to Konoha. We don't need to pay any other substantial price. Minato suddenly fell silent, looking at the third Hokage with a strange expression. Third Hokage, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? He suddenly realized that he seemed to not recognize this mentor anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a bitter smile. Minato, you don't understand the seriousness of this matter. Compared to the disappearance of the entire Konoha, collaborating with rogue ninjas is not out of the question. Once we lose our advantage of inheritance, and also lose the tailed beasts, the 5 villages system established with great difficulty by the first Hokage will become a mere name. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally revealed a shocking secret. The exchange markets spread throughout the ninja world were established by the 5 great nations and their feudal lords working together. What? The true purpose of the exchange markets is to continuously collect the corpses of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages and study the inheritance of the ninjutsu we possess. When I first ascended to the position of Third Hokage, I went to Kyoto to receive the feudal lord's conferment, and upon returning, I was ambushed by several S-rank ninjas. Therefore, the Kage of the major ninja villages will not leave their villages unless absolutely necessary. Minato Namikaze was left speechless in shock. Over the years, the feudal lords have already obtained much of what they wanted. Now, they only lack the inheritance of the Kage. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and threw out another shocking piece of information. Otherwise, why do you think the Hyuga clan keeps their clan grounds sealed and doesn't venture out? How many people in the ninja world can threaten them? Who possess the Byakugan? Or do you think that the third Raikage died from being surrounded by 10,000 IWA ninjas? Haha, what a ridiculous reason. Minato Namikaze was completely stunned, and upon further reflection, he felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 142. The buried truth. The third Raikage considered himself the strongest spear and the strongest shield, believing that no one could stop him. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of regret, almost as if saying, those who drown are all good swimmers. During that period, the third Raikage was the most reckless, frequently leaving the village. As you know, he died. In the end, Noki led the IWA ninjas to raid and forcibly retrieved the third Raikage's body from those people, claiming that he died under the siege of 10,000 IWA ninjas. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's worldview was about to shatter. But upon reflection, it was indeed very strange that the third Raikage, with his capabilities, would be exhausted to death by a siege of 10,000 IWA ninjas. If it had been 10,000 nin or above, it might really have been possible. But obviously, if IWA had such strength, the leader of the 5 villages would have long been IWAS. And could a corps primarily composed of ninjas below nin really take down the third Raikage? Not to mention the mobility of a lower ninja corps. The third Raikage had the capability to escape in advance. Even Noki wouldn't be able to stop him. First, let's talk about what a lower ninja is. The standard of the Ninja Academy is proficiency in the 3 body techniques and chakra levels above 0. 1. With throwing techniques reaching the standard line. Such an attack level could easily be defended against by an ordinary nin using chakra to coat their body. It wouldn't even break through their defenses. Furthermore, as for the speed of the third Raikage, saying he is one of the fastest in the ninja world is no exaggeration. Could such a person really be surrounded and killed? The only explanation is that someone had set up a barrier to trap him in advance, and that it would take a large number of nin and nin, or even several Kaga-level fighters to accomplish. And, as old rivals, the third Raikage would never give IWA such an opportunity. At the same time, IWA also does not possess that much high-in-combat power, unless an unforeseen force intervened. Minato Namikaze's expression changed repeatedly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to speak. I know you all think that the death of Kakashi Hatake is suspicious. As the fourth Hokage, there are some things you should know. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his gaze, his expression blank, and his voice low. Kakashi's fame was too great at that time. So you designed it? We? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Kakashi was a very good blade. Being a warrior, his individual combat power couldn't truly threaten the village's Kage. But on the battlefield, he could sweep through everything. If it were you, Minato, would you be willing to give up such a loyal and obedient subordinate? Minato Namikaze frowned. This description reminded him of someone, Uchiha Rome. The original Uchiha Rome was such a subordinate. In terms of individual combat power, he could not threaten the Hokage, but he always completed tasks beautifully. There were no complaints. No rebellions. Only obedience to orders. Who wouldn't tea like such a subordinate? After a long time, Minato Namikaze frowned and said, "So, he lost control later?" No. He didn't tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and exhaled deeply. The feudal lord intended to promote him to the Fourth Hokage. He refused. Then why? Minato Namikaze was puzzled. That is the terrifying aspect of the feudal lords. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on him. Kakashi Hatake refused the feudal lord, and afterward, he had an accident during a mission. To seemingly add credibility to his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards the secret room of the Hokage office. He soon retrieved a mission report and handed it to Minato Namikaze. With a heavy heart, Minato Namikaze opened the scroll and laid it out on the table. In the 42nd year of Konoha, the White Fan team went on a mission, during which they encountered attacks from dozens of unknown powerful enemies. The White Fan team suffered heavy losses. In the face of overwhelming odds, the severely injured Kakashi Hatake had to lead the surviving teammates to escape, and the mission was forced to abort. The records on the scroll were not many, and many details were even glossed over. However, Minato Namikaze could see the danger of this mission between the lines. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. That mission was to escort a batch of tribute to the feudal lords to Kyoto, worth several billion. Afterwards, in the face of the feudal lord accountability, our funding in Konoha was reduced by half during that time. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped. He believed that the Fourth Hokage, who had been in office for several years, should understand the consequences of having their funding cut in half. Minato Namikaze's expression had turned completely dark. Because of insufficient funding, the supply to the ninjas on the roster was reduced, which caused internal dissatisfaction, right? Yes, even as Hokage, I couldn't suppress all the dissatisfaction of everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Minato Namikaze fell silent. He was beginning to believe the Third Hokage's words. In a situation where public anger is directed at him, he seems unable to do anything. It's like how Cao Cao executed the supply officer to quell the soldier's fury with another's head. In the face of public outrage, even the Hokage could be torn to shreds by his subordinates if he makes a mistake. Yet, despite knowing the truth in their hearts, they cannot clarify the situation for Hatake Tsukumo, nor can they explain it. Some matters, once brought to light, can completely infuriate the daimyo. The consequences are beyond what Konoha can bear. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh again. In fact, at that time, Tsukumo had already returned to the village severely injured and could no longer be a ninja. This sentence hit Minato like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. So, he chose to commit suicide? If that's the case, why not help clarify things for him? Just say he died from severe injuries. As he spoke, Minato couldn't continue. The public's anger is hard to quell. Sometimes people don't need the truth. So, Minato, let's rehire Danzo. No, Kakashi's attitude was surprisingly resolute. This time, things are different. Roan won't be so irrational. I also admit that Uchiha Roan is an excellent ninja, but he is still too young, isn't he? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly became very deep. If I am not mistaken, every decision made by Uchiha Roan is now under the plot of the daimyo. The Umbu reported that he has already started using the merchant convoy under Uchiha to transport building materials and supplies to the territory. Next, he is definitely going to secretly relocate some Uchiha ninjas. I have instructed the Akatsuki to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan's territory. If any Uchiha ninja attempts to leave the village without permission, they will be killed on the spot. But this is not safe. We do not know how they will take people away in ways we are unaware of. Once Uchiha Roan successfully takes someone away, he will completely fall into the trap that the daimyo has carefully woven for him. By that time, whether he wants to or not, he will have to hand over the legacy of the noble clan. He will have no choice. Swaymin, you don't want to be the last Hokage, do you? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and became less anxious. It was now up to Minato Namikaze to face a dilemma. Chapter 143, The Return of the King of Pots. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a lot that he hadn't said. For example, Danzo, that fool, was not a concern. Although he had been deceived by Danzo for so many years, similarly, Danzo had also been used by him for many years. The foolish Danzo, ever since he took over this unit, meant that he had completely severed ties with the position of Hokage. Even if he forcefully takes power, the various ninja clans have deep grievances against him, and he will never be able to win their support. It is impossible for him to last long. Why was the Third Hokage able to tolerate Danzo treating Root almost as his private army? Did it even expand to the point of publicly opposing the Hokage and challenging the authority of the Hokage? Even though there are factors of old friendships, It is only in this way that the major ninja clans will believe. Those dirty, shameful, and despicable actions are just Danzo's unilateral behavior. It is precisely because Danzo only listens to himself and has no regard for the Hokage that he often clashes with the Third Hokage, openly confronting him, slamming the table, and shouting. The Third Hokage, out of nostalgia for the past, repeatedly tolerates this behavior. Therefore, the blame is completely placed on Danzo. He has to bear it, whether he wants to or not. After manipulating Danzo for so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still confident that he can play with his opponent at will. The Hokage office, which had been quiet for a long time, seemed to finally have a decision from Minato Namikaze, who slowly spoke up. Third Hokage, I admit that I might have had some biases against you before, but this time, this matter may not be as simple as you think. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a surprised expression, looking eager to hear more. Based on my years of working with Rome, I believe he is not as simple as you might think. Yes, he is young and perhaps lacks sufficient experience in many areas. But don't forget, Rong is someone the old Uchiha guys have their eyes on. If Rong has any hidden cards up his sleeve, or rather, what those old guys have left him that we don't know about. Third Hokage, have you considered the consequences of doing this if it fails? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. If he rehires the rogue ninja Danzo and fails to eliminate Uchiha Obito, what consequences will follow? If Danzo and those rogue ninjas broke into Uchiha Rong's territory and killed his people, but he managed to escape, it would undoubtedly push Uchiha Rong completely to the side of the daimyo. The ninja clans within Konoha would also be extremely dissatisfied due to the re-employment of Danzo. At that time, under both internal and external troubles, it would be equivalent to Sarutobi Hiruzen personally sending Konoha into the abyss. Hasn't he already lost the Manjiki and the Three Tails? I have personally confirmed this. Sarutobi Sasuke seems to be somewhat unwilling. So can you be sure that among his subordinates and followers, there is no second pair of Sharingan? There's something I need to confess to you. Over the years, Orochimaru seems to have had some dealings with Long. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up directly. Due to the decentralization over the years, his control over Konoha had been significantly weakened. Additionally, that guy Uchiha Rong was recklessly establishing barriers everywhere. This made it so that his telescope technique could no longer observe too much. Are you suggesting that Orochimaru's disappearance might be related to Uchiha Rong? This crucial piece of information made Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze start to waver. In an instant, he connected it to many things. Orochimaru possesses relatively advanced Hashirama cell technology. With Uchiha Obito's financial resources, if he spares no expense and disregards the death rate, there might really be a hidden Manjiki Sharingan. I understand. The Third Hokage hurriedly got up and paced. The Watergate has seen Tsunade frequently visiting the Uchiha clan recently. You'd better look into it. As for Danzo, I will personally agree to him first and see if I can use other conditions to get them to act. This way, even if Danzo and his group fail, it won't be related to us in Konoha. Implicitly, the matter of rehiring Danzo will be put on hold for now. The risk is too great, and we can't afford to gamble. After speaking, without waiting for Minato Namikaze to say anything, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly left. Until the Third Hokage left. Minato Namikaze's gaze gradually became cold and stern as he looked in the direction he had departed. Do you want Danzo to come back and help you continue to bear the sins? A Hokage who doesn't even dare to do bad things personally is really weak. I won't believe anyone anymore. Kushina, don't worry. I won't believe anyone anymore. I will definitely protect Naruto in my own way. With a barely audible whisper, Namikaze Minato sneered. If it weren't to provide Naruto with a better environment to grow up in, what would it matter if this dirty village was destroyed? Sitting quietly for a long time, a white-haired figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. Teacher, did you call me here for a mission? Kakashi said. When alone, Kakashi always referred to Minato as teacher. Minato's fingers gently tapped on the desk. Kakashi, I need you to send a message to Rin. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have imagined that Minato would privately pass on all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to Uchiha Rin. Now, Uchiha Obito has a hold on half of Naruto's life. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage building and secretly went to the eastern valley of the village to meet Danzo. Hiruzen, what have you thought about? I have agreed to your terms, Sarutobi Sasuke said expressionlessly. The masked Danzo immediately laughed maniacally. Ha! Monkey, I advised you so many times back then, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, isn't it time to take this step? If we had dealt with that Watergate kid early on, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Facing Danzo's afterthoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth were almost ground to dust. Without further ado, as long as the plan we discuss goes smoothly, I will definitely keep my promise. Just as Kakashi took a sealing scroll and left the village to find Uchiha Bido in Kyoto, his real body was practicing with Tsunade in his own backyard. 3 Tsunades were seen fiercely battling against 2 giant wooden figures. Clearly at a disadvantage, they were still able to support each other at crucial moments, maintaining their unbeaten status against the 2 increasingly perfected wooden figures. This time, even the passive 100 treasures technique of the Yin Seal did not activate. It's obvious that Tsunade still has some strength left. Not bad. It seems that the rock clone fits your fighting style very well. Your combat power has actually increased so much. Uchiha Rome exclaimed. Tsunade, who was in battle, rolled her eyes dramatically. The one who has improved the most is you, right? If it were this wooden puppet, the previous me would not have been able to defeat it even after exhausting all my chakra. When combat power reaches their level, simple power ratings can no longer express it. If before, Tsunade without the rock clone was rated S, then the essence of Tsunade now remains unchanged, still S. However, her actual combat power is already enough to completely defeat her previous 2 selves. This improvement cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rome's eyes smiled. His current wood release truly possesses about 80 to 90 of the first Hokage's power. Among them, the giant wooden statue and the wooden dragon, if infused with maximum chakra, can even be slightly stronger than the 4 forms of Susanoo. Even against the Crow Tengu form, he can exchange a few blows. However, what has given him the greatest boost in combat power is not these 2, but the wood release clone. To be precise, it is the wood release, wood clone. If it were the wood release, bloodline clone, it would only be considered B rank. The wood release, elimination clone is S rank. The wood release's elimination of the creation of all things clone can already be considered an SS level. Chapter 144. The attack of the Shao organization in the snowy Bamboo Valley. More than 10 miles outside Kyoto, the valley has undergone a significant transformation. The once somewhat chaotic bamboo forest has been neatly arranged, and several stone paths have been opened up within the bamboo grove. By following the stone paths through 3,000 meters of bamboo forest, one can see a group of courtyards built around a pond. The changes are not limited to the valley itself. Nowadays, 3 walls have been built at the north and south entrances, with watchtowers standing on both sides of the mountains. Uchiha ninjas are on guard day and night. Interestingly, on both sides of the entrance, 2 panda men nearly 3 meters tall stand erect, each holding a thick iron club. Their tower-like bodies stand straight, resembling transformed bear monsters at first glance. In the ninja world, there are naturally no monsters. These are the first batch of ninja bears cultivated by Uchiha Rome over the past 2 months. These giant pandas from the ninja world are much larger than those in the zoo. What surprised Uchiha Rome the most was that after these pandas received the divine chakra, their intelligence awakened particularly quickly, almost one day to gain wisdom, and by the next day, they could speak human words. In just 2 months, they were already able to read and write. It's absurd, to the point of being ridiculous. It's unclear whether this is a side effect of the divine gift, or if these local giant pandas are inherently gifted. Uchiha Rome stood on a watchtower overlooking his territory, appearing to be in a good mood. However, there were still a few adult pandas missing. Hinata Aya, beside him, expressed some regret. No rush, we can cultivate them slowly. Now, these 6 adult ninja bears are enough to take shifts. My wood clone is stationed here, so there should be no issues. As he spoke, Uchiha Rome disappeared with a whoosh, taking Hinata Aya with him. Currently, in Snow Bamboo Valley, there are 118 Uchiha ninjas. These are the elite among the over 500 ninjas under Uchiha Rome. The lowest rank is Special Jonin. Among them, Yunshang, Itachi, Shisui, and Xian have opened their Manjiki Sharingan. There are also 3 shadow-level ninjas, including Jina. Moreover, Uchiha Rome-S creation, the wood-release clone Rong-E, is stationed here, making it almost impregnable. Konoha probably doesn't have such a powerful lineup. In the central courtyard of the valley, one of the courtyards, someone reported, "Master, our defense facilities have basically been set up. When are you planning to relocate the clan members here?" Yunshang suddenly appeared and said to Longi. Since Longi is a clone of the main body, they look identical and have an independent consciousness. Yunshang treats him almost as if he were the main body. In fact, there's nothing wrong with that, as Longi can communicate with the main body at any time using secret techniques. The only regret is that this powerful creation seems to have touched some kind of rule restriction. When Uchiha Long attempted to create Longsi, he actually failed. Currently, there are only 3 of them. Apart from Longi, who was dispatched by the main body to oversee Suizuku. Longer and Long San are both training in the underground training ground of the clan's territory, honing their wood-release techniques. Although they do not possess the memory-sharing ability of shadow clones, once they make a breakthrough, they can engage in battles with the main body to help it quickly grasp new training progress. It must be said that it is another form of training cheat. There's no rush. Let's first see what other tricks the daimyo has. In response to Yunchang's inquiry, Longyi said expressionlessly, "It's quite interesting to note that after life was bestowed upon the guardian crane, Uchiha Long quickly discovered a fascinating phenomenon. Not only do Ili and Sanbei have different personalities, but Longyi, Longer, and Long San also have distinctly different characters. Longyi is more like an emotionless machine, calm and steady. Longer, on the other hand, has a more lively disposition. Long San is even more of a sentimental and effeminate character. Ahem, in any case, Uchiha Long has already decided that unless absolutely necessary, Long San should not think about going outside for the rest of his life. It's best for him to just be a training cheat." Following Longyi's instructions, Yunchang did not ask any further questions and headed straight to the underground training ground in the valley. Yes, to avoid attracting attention and giving the daimyo an excuse to cause trouble, all the training grounds at Suizuku are built deep underground. On regular days, clan members who are not on duty practice and spar with each other in the training ground. The atmosphere is no different from training ground number 7. In addition to training, the clan members here can also go out to nearby towns or even Kyoto to take a look around. However, similar to Konoha, Uchiha Long strictly controls the number of people allowed to go out at one time. There are also many regulations for going out, including prohibitions on using Sharingan, the necessity to disguise, and the requirement to erase any symbols of Uchiha identity from clothing and belongings, among other rules. One of the most important regulations is that they must obtain a Flying Thunder God technique mark from Yunchang. If they encounter danger while outside, they can use methods such as the Ninja Cat to send a message back to the valley immediately. At that time, Longyi will use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush over and rescue them. This is the main purpose of Longyi overseeing Suizuku. Even with so many regulations, the ability to go out freely during their spare time is still a significant temptation for the Uchiha clan members. It should be noted that during their time in Konoha, the number of clan members allowed to join Konoha's organization was strictly limited. This resulted in most of the new generation clan members, even those in the security department, having hardly seen the outside world. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, the sound of an eagle's cry echoed in the air above the southern side of the valley. The clear voice reverberated continuously in the valley. Some Uchiha ninjas resting inside the watchtower at the valley entrance appeared with alert expressions. The adult bear ninjas on both sides of the valley entrance nimbly leaped onto the cliff, looking out towards the outside of the valley. However, the northern side of the snow bamboo valley remained quiet as usual. Even upon hearing the eagle's cry, no one moved. The ninja eagle was signaling a warning. Was someone approaching here? A Uchiha girl appeared next to a 3-meter-tall ninja bear and asked, "What is it?" The ninja bear, leaning on a large iron rod, replied in a silly voice, "Reporting to you, my lord, it seems. It seems to be a person?" The bear spoke with a somewhat troubled and uncertain tone. "Ah, I almost forgot. Lord Long mentioned that your eyesight isn't good." Murmuring this, the girl took a few steps forward and looked in the direction indicated by the eagle's call. "Oh, it seems to be a member of the Konoha Umbu. What does the dark side come here for?" With a puzzled tilt of her head, the girl made a gesture towards the watchtower. Immediately, the Uchiha members in the several watchtowers on the cliff quickly retreated into the wooden huts. Clearly, the gesture indicated, "Nothing is happening. You should test the opponent's abilities later," the girl said, pointing to the bear ninja from earlier. "Yes, ma'am. Unlike those from the beast clans, these pandas were essentially raised by Uchiha Ro. Therefore, they were particularly gentle towards their own kind and did not possess the arrogance of the beast clans. Even though the girl in front of it had chakra fluctuations that were less than 1/10 of its own, it still remained very obedient. Gradually, the unknown leaf Umbu at the end of the line of sight arrived at the mouth of the valley. At this moment, the Uchiha girl had concealed herself behind the entrance of the valley. Should any unexpected situation arise, she could issue a warning at any time. In fact, even if she couldn't issue a warning, with the strength of the two bear ninjas, any significant commotion from their battle would alert the Uchiha members in the watchtower. Moreover, there was a third layer of warning. Don't forget, the ninja hawks in the sky are also intelligent. If something seems off, they would emit a different call, signaling an enemy invasion. Chapter 145. The attack of the Akatsuki organization. Two Kakashi, wearing a cat-faced mask and carrying white fang, quickly arrived at the valley entrance. To avoid the eyes of the daimyo, he deliberately took a detour to the other side of the valley entrance. As soon as he reached the entrance, a giant bear wielding a large iron rod charged at him. Stop! Kakashi recognized the identity of the opponent's ninja beast with just one glance and immediately shouted. However, the silly ninja bear completely ignored him. It only listened to its own people. A heavy iron rod came crashing down with a sonic boom. Kakashi had no choice but to awkwardly dodge. Although he now possessed the Kimui Eye, he was not a member of the Uchiha clan and had not received the full enhancement of their bloodline. He also did not awaken the Yang attribute that should come with the Mangeki. Therefore, apart from the incredible space-warping ability of the Kamui itself, his actual strength was merely enhanced by a portion of Hashirama's cells, just narrowly avoiding that blow with body flicker technique. Kakashi immediately opened his left eye with 3 tomo and glared at the ninja bear. After all, it is the power of the kaleidoscope. Even if only 3 tomo are revealed, the power is still incomparable to a normal 3 tomo. The iron rod being swung by the giant bear suddenly paused, and with a thud, it fell directly to the ground. The entire bear also stood still. Almost at the same time, Kakashi felt that the speed of his ocular power diminishing seemed a bit fast. He instantly realized that this was due to the opponent's large chakra, which significantly increased the consumption of his ocular power for the illusion. However, it's okay. Kakashi today is no longer the Kakashi of the past. Even without using the Mangeki Sharingan, with his 10 chakra, he has many more techniques at his disposal. He has long since changed. He is not the blue technique star of the past anymore. Yes, in a situation where the Sharingan cannot be turned off, he is a 1-chakra Kakashi. When he transplanted Hashirama cells and closed the Sharingan, without the suppression of Sharingan and the enhancement of Hashirama cells, his chakra amount increased tenfold. This indicates that his true chakra is around 7 or 8 cards. It was just previously drained by the Sharingan, just as he was about to act. Knowing that this ninja beast was most likely raised by Uchiha Bido, Kakashi did not continue to attack. But at that moment, suddenly, another similarly large ninja bear burst out from the valley entrance. Stop! I'm here to deliver a message. Urgent information. Find Uchiha Bido. Kakashi spoke in extremely fast pace, yet his enunciation was clear. However, this silly bear completely ignored him and swung its giant iron stick again. Kakashi didn't dare to block it with White Fang. He could only glare once more. Clang, Bear 2's stick also fell. However, at this moment, Bear 1 had already escaped from the illusion. Uchiha Ran. Kakashi, feeling helpless, could only dodge while shouting towards the mouth of the valley. He had already realized that these 2 bear ninjas not only had tough skin and thick flesh, but their chakra was even slightly higher than his. Without using Kamui to tear them apart, he was definitely not their match. If he resorted to Kamui, he would probably end up either dead or seriously injured. Moreover, his current Sharingan was not convenient to expose. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I would have messaged Rome before coming. At this moment, Kakashi felt extremely regretful. If he had known that the guard at Gugo would be such a hassle, he really should have sent a message in advance using the Tongzhou Gongji ring. Stop it! At this time, a female ninja appeared at Gugo. A clear voice came through. The next moment, Xiongde directly stopped the attack. Just then, Xiong'er, who had just broken free from the illusion, picked up the iron rod that had fallen on the ground, took a few steps back, and protected the girl behind him. Are you the copy ninja Kakashi? The girl's clear voice rang out again. It was obvious that the reason he had the bear ninja stop was because he recognized the identity of this Konoha Umbu. Is Rong not in the valley? Kakashi did not answer the other person's boring question. His mask, his hair, his Sharingan. What else is there to say? What do you want? The Fourth Hokage asked me to hand this over to him personally. Kakashi unfastened a scroll from his waist. Oh, then follow me. Upon hearing it was a matter concerning the Fourth Hokage, the girl no longer made things difficult for Kakashi and directly led the way into the valley. She knew that the Fourth Hokage was Captain Rome's superior. If something went wrong with the captain's important business, it would be problematic. You two continue to guard the entrance, the girl said to the 2 bear ninjas as they passed through the valley entrance. However, one of the bears showed a wary expression as it looked at Kakashi. The meaning was clear. This human was very dangerous. What if he made a move against her without them around? The girl waved her hand, saying it was no problem. Seeing this, the 2 silly bears could only respond in a foolish manner. Along the way, Kakashi followed the girl through a snow bamboo forest spanning several kilometers. This place was quite nice. Kakashi looked around with a bit of envy at the environment. It was indeed nice. Ever since they settled in the valley, all the wild areas had been carefully managed. Now, as far as the eye could see, it was clean and tidy, yet still retained its natural feel. Many places were adorned with exquisite items like luminous pearls and fluorescent stones, which added a touch of luxury during the day and provided illumination at night. Throughout the journey, Kakashi surprisingly didn't see many people. At the valley entrance, he did spot a dozen or so of those black and white bears, but aside from that, there were only some small animals like rabbits, squirrels, and birds in the forest outside the bamboo grove. Where did all the people go? Kakashi wondered. If it weren't for the teacher giving him the scroll to bring over, he wouldn't have known the specific information inside it. Otherwise, he could have just used the communication technique directly. Although he didn't know the exact content of the scroll, Namikaze Minato still roughly told him that Uchiha Rong had been granted a territory by the daimyo, located in Snow Bamboo Valley. As they arrived at the central architectural complex of the valley, Kakashi couldn't help but feel envious. A place like this, all being territory, must be quite nice, right? Until they arrived at the largest courtyard in the center, they saw Long E sitting cross-legged on the tatami, seemingly refining chakra. Due to their identical appearance and clothing, Kakashi directly mistook Ryuichi for Uchiha Ryo. Ryo, this is the information the Fourth Hokage asked me to deliver to you. It's said to be very urgent. Ryuichi looked at Kakashi in surprise. He nodded silently and took the information. Seeing that Kakashi had no intention of leaving, he said expressionlessly, "Is there anything else? The teacher wants you to take a look as soon as possible." "Oh, is there anything else?" Kakashi. Such an obvious act of pushing him away hurt Kakashi deeply. There was no choice. He had to follow the girl out of the valley. Once his figure disappeared from view, Romi silently opened the scroll. "Oh, Danzo is planning to bring rogue ninjas to attack Snow Bamboo Valley. The Akatsuki organization, huh?" Throwing the scroll aside, Romi continued to close his eyes. Clearly, he didn't take it seriously at all. The task entrusted to him was to stay inside the valley, ready to use Flying Thunder God to assist the Uchiha clan members who went out at any time. As for the defense of the valley, unless the enemy reached Romi, he would intervene. Chapter 146, The Akatsuki Organization Strikes. The next afternoon, Snow Bamboo Valley. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the two ninja eagles circling above the canyon issued a warning, two adult ninja bears suddenly burst out from the bamboo forest, rushing towards the southern valley entrance. "Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, do you see who is coming?" Later, the nearly 4-meter-tall bear shouted from a distance. Rounding, who was standing diagonally on the rock wall with chakra attached to his feet, called down, "Uncle Jean, Uncle Foam, I can't see clearly." "Dad, Uncle Foam, I can't see either." The nearly 4-meter-tall bear sighed. "Forget it, just guard the entrance." According to the eagle's call, there should be 6 of them. Almost at the same time, Yunshan's figure had appeared on the watchtower of the first cliff. 6 people in black with red cloud cloaks. It's the Akatsuki organization. Hee. Seems like there are familiar faces. Itachi and Shisui had also appeared beside Yunshan, and from Itachi's words, it seemed he had crossed paths with one of them. Chien and Jina and others also arrived shortly after. It was obvious that the northern valley entrance was relatively guarded against the forces of the daimyo due to its proximity to the capital, and there was currently no conflict with the daimyo. Therefore, the main defensive force of Zuezu Valley was stationed at the southern valley entrance. As for the mountain cliffs, they were already covered by barriers and layered traps and protections, so normally, they didn't worry about enemies coming from the mountains on the east and west sides. "Put on your masks. Let's have the bear test their depth first, and we'll be ready to support at any time." Yin Shang said quietly as he took out a ghost mask and put it on. "Try not to use the Mangeki." Understood. The 7 Uchiha present had a combined combat power above S rank. With 4 tough bears leading the charge, they naturally felt fearless. However, they also understood their current situation. The 7 of them were either retired or not on the roster. Therefore, they had to wear masks to conceal their identities and could not use the Mangeki unless absolutely necessary. Outside the southern valley entrance of Zuezu Valley. "I hate waiting. You better be quick, Yuliang." "Yes, old man." "Haiden, stop dawdling." "Hey, brother Kakazu, don't rush. Praying to the evil god cannot be disturbed." "Danzo, hiding behind others will only make you look weaker." "Shark Guy, you better watch your words." "Who are you calling Shark Guy? I want to see how many Sharingan you old guy still has left to use for resurrection." Seeing Jinchuriki Kakashi draw out the shark skin from his back, Danzo's expression suddenly changed. "Kisame, are you going to betray the organization and cause infighting before the mission?" Without the slightest regard for Danzo's stern demeanor, Kisame Samahata was already eager for battle and struck down directly. Danzo quickly raised his arms, gathering a whirlwind in his palms to block it. However, the whirlwind inexplicably shrank by half the moment it came into contact with Samahata and was then easily shattered. Even though Danzo quickly retreated, he He was still grazed by Samahata on his right arm, blood gushing out. Oomph, this is just a small lesson for you. Let's see if you dare to speak insolently again in the future. The 6 members of the Akatsuki organization were only a few miles away from the valley entrance, and this scene was all witnessed by Yun Shang and the others. Is this an internal conflict? The 7 people exchanged glances. It seemed that it was still Danzo who was getting beaten. A smile surfaced on their cheeks, all looking quite pleased. Later, they could spare this shark-faced guy's life. Just take it easy, the master instructed not to kill them all. Otherwise, the one behind the scenes might act out of desperation. It's just about carrying rice, right? What's there to be afraid of? I don't even know what that guy Long is talking about. What's wrong with carrying rice? Maybe it's some kind of magical S-rank forbidden technique? Are you taking all the supplies from our base? Leave that immortal duo to me. Wait, how did the bear warriors break out? Forget it, it's better to fight further away from the valley entrance to avoid damaging the hard-built defenses. On the other side, when the Akatsuki members were only 1 mile away from the valley entrance, Bear Battle had led Bear Wind and the group charging forward. Among them, the nearly 4-meter-tall Bear Battle used some method while running, and his size suddenly increased significantly. The giant bear, now a full 5 meters tall, rushed straight into the 6 members of the Akatsuki. Bang! Just as the injured Danzo's right arm was hurt, he didn't even react before being struck and sent flying by a thigh-thick iron rod. Meanwhile, the other 5 had already scattered, surrounding the reckless bear warrior. Oh ho ho! Is this a bear demon? Fool! This is clearly a ninja beast. Oh, as expected, Brother Jiao has culture. The bear warrior, holding an iron rod, looked over at the sound. With a roar, a giant bear charged directly at the taunting Haiden and Jiao. At this moment, the 3 ninja bears had also arrived. The bear with the wind and copper bell-like eyes glanced at the group. The one that was knocked down was too weak. Let the cubs handle that. As for the shark-faced one, he was standing alone. The hunchbacked old man and a young man were standing together. No sooner said than done. The bear charged toward Scorpion and Oil Liang without hesitation. The group that followed took a closer look. Dad and Uncle Feng each took one, and now only 2 are left. With some disdain, he glanced at the fallen Tuanzong, who rushed towards Deidara as if to snatch it. While running, he shouted, Yuan Yuan, that old man on the ground is up to you. How outrageous! Tuan, you're too cunning. The slowest round character cried with a bare face, directly losing grip of the stick, and swung the iron rod towards the just-standing Tuanzong. Startled and unable to dodge in time, Tuanzong could only hurriedly extend his palms to create a whirlwind for defense. As a result, the over 200 pounds of iron rod directly knocked both him and the wind flying again. Hey, old man, you're so weak, Round said with disdain. But the hands and feet didn't slow down at all. The bare paw, as big as a fan, was already swooping down. Tuanzong was almost so angry he spat blood. The continuous blows left him with no time to form seals. Once again, he gathered wind release to defend, but it was easily shattered by the round, sandbag-sized bare paw. Tuanzong's expression changed slightly, and he could only raise his arms in defense. Bang! Crack! The next moment, Tuanzong was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his arms were broken. Looking up warily at the charging bear, Tuanzong finally noticed the faint brown sheen on its paw. It could actually utilize Earth-nature transformation to this extent. He finally understood why his hurricane was easily smashed like paper. A bear ninja, with chakra strength even higher than his. This time he was not far enough away that he barely had time to form seals. But his arms were already broken. Tuanzong felt conflicted. Izanagi? Looking at this little bit of fracture, it seemed a waste to use Izanagi. If he didn't use it, at this rate, he would likely die soon. In the end, he glared at the bear with hatred and directly turned to run. Chapter 147. Akatsuki Organization Attacks. For don't look at Round being a bear, but it's a panda. It possesses the strength of a bear and the speed of a cat. So Round's speed is not slow either. However, as a master of wind release, Tuanzong's speed was naturally a strong point. Thus, in a few breaths, they covered a distance of a mile. Seeing that the opponent's speed was about the same as its own, Round was afraid it wouldn't be able to catch up. Looking back at the fierce battle behind, and then at Tuanzong, who had already run far away, it turned back without hesitation. Just in time to see Tuan being beaten to a pulp by Shark Face, Round charged indecisively. At this moment, the expression on Kisame's face darkened. Damn Tuanzong, I'll make you pay for this when I get back. Mainly, this unknown black and white fur bear was just too tough to beat. Its strength was not inferior to his, and it was slightly faster than him. Relying on the advantage of the Samahata, he had managed to land a few hits. However, his previously sharp attacks only inflicted flesh wounds on the opponent, and now there was another one. One can imagine Kisame's mood. On the other side, Bear Wind was already covered in various poison shurikens, but was still smashing fiercely at Scorpion's Haiden. Haiden's little brother, YG, first used a water-style ninjutsu for indiscriminate attacks on both Bear Wind and Haiden. Then, he ignited the water stream with fire release. The result was that Haiden was unaffected by the flames, quickly attacking. Although Bear Wind's fur was charred, it continued to swing the big iron rod angrily at Haiden. This made YG feel very hurt. Seeing that Kisame was being besieged by two bears and was at a disadvantage, he wanted to help. Every time he tried to intervene, Bear Wind would shift its target to hammer him. And although Haiden could withstand Bear Wind's attacks, he couldn't keep up with Bear Wind's speed and power, and he simply couldn't stop it. Helpless, YG had to start a new round of running around the pillar. After all, once he really got too far from Haiden, there would be nothing to help him block Bear Wind. Meanwhile, the battle on Bear Battle's side was the most intense. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge, Fear, tentacles had already fallen all over the ground, and Haiden was already covered in blood. Bear Battle had grown to 5 meters tall, looking like a small giant, with its fur wet in some places and burned in others. It was clear that it was all the work of those masked monsters on Kakuzu. Kakuzu, your fire release has dried up this beast's blood. Leave me some. Haiden was anxious. His evil god ritual required the blood of enemies. But obviously, Kakuzu, who had just teamed up with him, was not cooperating very well. While they were talking, Bear Battle had already completed the hand seals while running. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A ferocious fire dragon roared toward Haiden. This was also the only one among the 4 bear ninjas that used ninjutsu in battle. Following closely behind the fire dragon, Bear Battle's giant paw came crashing down. Crack. One of Haiden's arms was directly torn off by the bear paw and flew high into the air. He himself was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a distant dirt slope. Seeing that the battle situation was not favorable, Scorpion finally erupted. Haiden suddenly pulled out a scroll, densely packed with seals, with A3 character in middle. As Scorpion infused chakra, a humanoid puppet floated behind him. A light blue chakra thread extended from Scorpion's fingers, linking to the humanoid puppet behind him. Third Hokage puppet. In the next moment, a large amount of iron sand began to rise from the ground. Boom! Bear Wind's paw aimed at YG was blocked by a sand wall, appearing to be unable to budge an inch. This scene startled Bear Wind, which instantly retreated several meters, its eyes alertly watching the sand and iron. It had just felt that it wasn't that the defense of this sand and iron was so strong that it couldn't shake it, but at the moment of impact, the sand's tremors had instantaneously dispersed its tremendous strength across the entire sand wall, even directing it underground. This was what caused the phenomenon of being unable to move even a bit. Battle brother, the situation on my side is not good. Realizing that this ability was very restraining to its physical techniques, Bear Wind roared for help. However, at the same time, the situation on Bear Battle's side had also changed. Kakuzu had pulled off his black and red cloud robe, and 5 Earth Grudge Fear masked monsters burst forth from his back. Wind aided the flames, and a fire dragon whirlwind rushed toward Bear Battle. Immediately after, a water stream carrying thunder followed. Then, sharp earth spears began to shoot up from the ground. In an instant, Bear Battle was also overwhelmed, and despite its huge body still being agile, it was hit several times. If it weren't for its strong physique, it would have been taken down long ago. Just then, misfortune struck. Kisame had unknowingly set up a watery environment. He had already realized that although the 2 bear ninjas were incredibly strong and had abundant chakra, they seemed not to know any ninjutsu. Therefore, under the wash of his water release, the bear ninja's speed in the watery environment significantly decreased, and they were rendered powerless against the giant sharks summoned by Kisame. Just as Round was dodging on the water surface with chakra attached to its feet, it accidentally got bitten on the right leg by a giant shark. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Tuanzong shouted, seemingly to prove he was not a coward. He was back, just as an air wave rushed toward the injured Round. About to strike it down, a change occurred. A figure wearing a cat-faced mask suddenly blocked in front of the bear ninja Round. On the forehead of the cat-faced mask, a red inverted triangle pattern was drawn. Zicho Suwushinin, the mysterious person, completed 7 seals in less than a second, as if instantly. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. The inverted sea of fire surged out. Not only did it wrap the airwave with an even greater fire force back toward Tuanzong, but it also evaporated the watery environment that Kisame had painstakingly created. Almost at the same time that Itachi appeared, another masked Uchiha, Izumi, also appeared next to Bear Wind, swinging her standard ninja blade, and a wall of wind instantly formed to block the incoming iron sand. On Bear Battle side was Uchiha Chien. With the same great fire extinguishing, she directly trapped Haiden, Kakazu, and the 5-masked monsters in a sea of fire. Go help the others, Uchiha Chien said to Bear Battle. Seeing Bear Battle hesitate, she added, that kid over there has a curse-like ability and can use the enemy's blood for curse killings. Staying here will only hold you back. Seeing this, Bear Battle finally nodded its massive bear head and rushed toward Tuanzong. Just now, it was clear that this weakest old guy almost ambushed and killed Yuan Yuan. Uchiha Chien watched as Jiao Du and Fei Duan jumped around in the sea of fire, trying to put it out, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She was most skilled at dealing with such ninjas. Zicho Su Mushin Hien Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction Arrow, under the cover of the sea of fire. A highly condensed fire arrow flashed by. Jiao Du's heart was instantly pierced. At the same time, one of the 5 masked creatures also suddenly fell in response, gradually dissipating. Chapter 148, Akatsuki Organization Attack 5. Just after Jiao Du had one heart destroyed, Fei Duan directly rushed out of the sea of fire, holding the bloody scythe, shouting and swinging it at Uchiha Chien. Although he looked crazy, the corner of his mouth revealed his inner thoughts. It was obvious he wanted to obtain Uchiha Chien's blood. Unfortunately, he had just been blocked by the sea of fire and didn't hear the conversation between Chien and Xiongzhan. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been so reckless. Uchiha Chien slightly raised her head. Her pair of 3 Tomo eyes locked onto Fei Duan. Fei Duan, holding the bloody scythe high, suddenly froze. The next moment, Uchiha Chien swiftly drew her sword. The blade flashed. Fei Duan's head fell off. Before the head hit the ground, Uchiha Chien kicked it. Thus, Fei Duan's head traced a parabolic arc in the air. It seemed to have flown at least a mile away. A fool who took a shortcut. In the end, Uchiha Chien gave Fei Duan an evaluation. Actually, this evaluation originally came from Rome. Very fair. Fei Duan not only had a messed up mind, but his physical skills were also just average. His ninjutsu proficiency was even 0. He relied entirely on the evil god power of the ninja world. This kind of ordinary person suddenly gaining power has a mentality of expansion that is very ignorant, foolish, and self-satisfied. Always thinking they're invincible and immortal, they act arrogantly. In reality, as long as someone knows his abilities, there are many who can defeat him. After all, Fei Duan's hard power is truly unremarkable. As his companion lost combat power, with his head who knows where, and this suddenly appeared masked woman with unfathomable strength. Jiao Du quickly retracted the 4 masked creatures and grabbed Fei Duan's headless body, turning and running towards the location of Fei Duan's head. Whoosh, another fleeting fire arrow hit Jiao Du's lower back. Crack, a sound of something shattering came. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Jiao Du's heart inside his body was as transparent as a live target. This was the second one shattered. Now Jiao Du's speed suddenly accelerated again, not daring to stay. On the other side, the swordfish Kisame had already been subdued by Uchiha Itachi, tightly bound. Danzo died under Xiongzhan's explosive hammer. After using Izanagi again, he barely escaped under Xiongzhan's astonished gaze. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chizuna was in a fierce battle with the scorpion of the red sand. Every time the third Kazakage's puppet attacked, it was blocked by Chizuna's wind wall. However, at the same time, it was unknown what materials the third Kazakage's puppet used, as Chizuna's slash couldn't truly harm it, only leaving countless shallow knife marks on the surface. Old man, help! Although both Hiryu and the third Kazakage's puppet were very tough, Scorpion's little brother, Waikai, was soon in danger under the siege of the 3 ninjas. Just as he shouted for help, he was smashed to pieces by the ninja bear. Thus, the first casualty among the 6 Akatsuki members finally appeared. To kill, or not to kill? In response to Itachi's inquiry, Uchiha Chien glanced at the tightly bound Kisame beside her, revealing a look of confusion. Why did you catch him? I find a shark face quite interesting. Oh, then let us find a way to release this puppet master. Uchiha Itachi immediately understood Qian's meaning. Now Yinshang, Shizue, Lei Shu, and Juyue, the 4 hidden in the dark, had not acted. Having already killed a little follower of Scorpion and captured Kisame, it was about time to withdraw. Although they didn't know what Uchiha Rong's plan was or why he didn't want them to wipe out this team. At least here, no one would go against his wishes. They had no idea that Uchiha Rong simply didn't want Nagato to come to Shiuju Valley to carry rice. Although he wasn't afraid, that would expose their own strength. By then, the Hokage lineage would focus on the Uchiha, keeping a close watch every day. What the attitudes of the 5 great feudal lords would be was even more unpredictable. Obito and Black Zetsu would inevitably also keep an eye on them. Perhaps even Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Otsutsuki Ishiki would not go to Konoha, but would come to Shueishu Valley for a meeting. Would life still go on? As a villain, it had to be left for Naruto, the protagonist, to defeat. Just as it was fast, seeing Fei Duan beheaded, Jiaodu escape, Danzo die and revive and escape. Kisame being captured, and Waikai being killed. Scorpion had no fighting spirit left. He immediately controlled the third Kazekage puppet to fend off the attacks of several people, starting to fight while retreating. This was also why Itachi and Shin intentionally let the sea go. Finally, Scorpion sees an opportunity to release thousands of mechanical arms, bringing everyone into the attack range. Taking advantage of this group AoE ability to block vision, he directly escaped. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. 8 golden chains suddenly emerged from the ground, binding the third Kazekage puppet floating behind Scorpion tightly. Damn it! Controlling Hiryu and the third Kazekage puppet to attack once. The effect was minimal. Scorpion could only resentfully glance at those chains and escape alone. This was a huge loss. He actually lost the third Kazekage puppet. Mainly he was scared by the person who secretly attacked, so he didn't dare to linger. After a long time, beneath the chains binding the puppet, a figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was Uchiha Rong's main body. The great name was soaking in hot springs, not doing anything. How could he miss such a good show? He had long been hiding nearby, watching the battle. Let me see the secrets of the Kazekage. Uchiha Rong smiled and formed hand seals, casting an A-level sealing technique called the sealing of tools from the Uzumaki clan's heritage. The next moment, the third Kazekage puppet's struggling movements suddenly froze and stopped moving. What a pity. It turned out not to be a bloodline limit elimination. As one hand touched the core of the puppet, Uchiha Rong quickly revealed a disappointed expression. According to the information, the third Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage, mastering magnet release. The fourth Kazekage also possessed magnet release, but the two had no blood relation. Furthermore, there were obvious differences in their magnet release. One controlled iron sand, while the other controlled gold sand, combined with the fourth Kazekage Raza's son Gaara's sand control. This led Uchiha Rong to initially think that Sunagakure mastered a precise fusion ratio of a bloodline limit elimination, just like how the two Tsuchikage from Awagakure could perform dust release elimination. Inoki was also the disciple of the second Tsuchikage, and it was clear that this mentorship grasped certain regular ratios. After all, only a bloodline limit elimination could possibly show such differences due to different cores. But the result was clearly not the case. Is this the highest secret of Sunagakure? Uchiha Rong shook his head in disappointment. After carefully probing the core of the puppet, he had already discovered that magnet release was indeed just a bloodline limit, not a bloodline limit elimination. The reason for the differences in controlling iron sand and gold sand. It turns out that it's because only by adding a small amount of soil properties in this proportion can the fusion of wind and thunder be completed. Saying this, Uchiha Rong slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, bang, his chest suddenly exploded, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dark seal on his forehead activated instantly. Immediately after, the kaleidoscope opened. Illusion life bestowment. After a moment of haze, Uchiha Rong still had blood at the corners of his mouth and on his chest, and his clothes were torn. But the injuries were gone. What a difference a tiny error can make. Just now, he had attempted to fuse wind and lightning, adding a bit of earth nature to neutralize it according to the ratio in the human puppet core. Just a slight deviation had caused his heart to shatter. If it were someone else, they would have died once already. Another quarter of an hour passed. Uchiha Rong furrowed his brows, his opened eyes filled with astonishment. The process of adding earth nature was actually being continuously consumed by the power of wind and lightning. But clearly, the ratio was wrong, and yet it had successfully fused. What he never expected was that, unlike all previous bloodline limits fusion, the nature of wind and thunder is sharpness and volatility. It cannot be directly fused. From the puppet, he learned that a certain earth nature is needed as a medium. However, upon actually trying, he found out that this was a trap. The first time, the ratio was incorrect, resulting in an explosion and a death. The second time, the soil ratio was correct. But I found that during the process of adding the medium, the energy of the soil as a medium was continuously worn away by the wind and thunder properties. Therefore, this time the fusion had a soil property far lower than that of the magnetic escape chakra on the puppet's body. Yet, unexpectedly, the fusion was still completed. Uchiha Rong slowly extended his right palm, and in the next moment, the gravel on the ground began to rapidly gather. Chapter 149, Magnet Release? Sand Release. I see. Isn't this Gaara's ability? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized. It seems that the amount of medium added is the deciding factor for the final result. He quickly formed hand seals and used a sealing technique to seal this successfully fused magnetic chakra into an acupuncture point in his right palm. Then, he continued to fuse the magnetic chakra again according to the proportion of a human puppet. After an hour, Uchiha Rong, who had died 3 times, finally let out a breath. So this is the 3rd generation Wind Shadow's magnetic release, Iron Sand. I wonder how the 4th generation Wind Shadow's magnetic release, Gold Sand, is. I've heard that its combat power is quite weak and can only be used for gold panning. However, it seems that Gaara's sand release feels more orthodox. With this in mind, Uchiha Rong expelled the small amount of iron sand chakra he had just fused out of his body. The next moment, a chakra ball shot out. The iron sand on the ground nearby was gathered together by this chakra ball, gradually forming a fist-sized iron sphere. Huh, it can be done like this? Interesting. After being astonished for a moment by this strange phenomenon, Uchiha Rong no longer paid attention to it. He extended his right palm again. The sand, iron sand, and fine gold sand on the ground began to float. Yes, he finally realized that it was the original proportion formed by coincidence that was the most authentic. It could control iron sand, gold sand, and ordinary sand. Although it seemed that controlling iron sand was not as precise as magnet release, these could all be partially compensated for through practice. Overall, sand release was obviously more practical than the 2 classifications of magnet release. I wonder what medium is needed for the fusion of lightning and fire? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that, with the deepening of the bloodline fusion, this path was becoming increasingly intricate and complicated. It was easy to take a wrong turn. If it weren't for his comprehensive inheritance of sealing techniques, he might have been stuck on one of the bloodline limits, unable to advance. Now, he directly gave up on less useful techniques like magnet release, sand iron. For useful techniques like scorch release, he could seal them into different parts of his body, allowing him to use them all. As for wood release, he chose to integrate it directly into his bloodline. Even if he discovered one day that he had taken a wrong turn and needed to start over, he could use the divine gift of his right eye to grant the wood release bloodline limit to another target, thus separating it from his bloodline. After all, he had already memorized the fusion ratios and could refusion whenever needed. After completing all this, Uchiha Rong's figure suddenly disappeared. Flying Thunder, God Technique. In Snow Bamboo Valley, after driving away a few members of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi and the others brought the captured Kisame Hoshigaki back to the valley. This Samahata seems to be a living thing. It can still move. Uchiha Shino was a bit curious and was playfully competing with J-Ki. The next moment, a faint emotional awareness came from J-Ki. The gist was it tickles. Stop scratching. This made Uchiha Izuna even more interested. Itachi, how do you plan to deal with him? Yunshang frowned at the dried persimmon Kisame. However, Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly. After I caught him, I discovered something interesting. His mind showed signs of being disturbed by Jinjutsu, and I had already asked Shisui for help with it. Uchiha Shisui nodded. I used Kodo Amatsukami to eliminate the hidden dangers for him. Huh, does your other celestial being have this ability as well? What's strange about this? It's a reminder from Long that led me to develop another method of use. You are the same. The essence of ocular techniques is actually similar to ninjutsu. Just broaden your perspective. For example, can't we greatly change the form and nature of B-level ninjutsu now? With the narration of Shiz, everyone felt their thoughts expand significantly. Just as Uchiha Rong has always emphasized, a C-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique, under the same chakra conditions, can manifest as a dozen fireballs the size of basins or as hundreds or thousands of small fireballs the size of cherries. Even at the level of blending fire release, it can create a dozen smaller fire dragons with higher temperatures or even form a large fire dragon, completely overturning the original model of ninjutsu. The reason this is possible is due to both the proficiency in fire release and a deep understanding of its essence. Finally, and most importantly, is the qualitative change in chakra strength. A person, after reaching adulthood, does not undergo much physical change. With the same body size, 1 unit of chakra and 10 units of chakra will have different densities. This is what is referred to as chakra strength. Moreover, 1 unit of chakra and 100 units of chakra will produce an even greater qualitative change. The same applies to ocular techniques. Shiz's initial ability of Kodo Amatsukami can change others' wills to some extent without being detected. With the initial awakening of the Sharingan, the ocular power is insufficient. Similar to a low-level ninja who can only perform B-rank ninjutsu step by step. Any slight error could lead to failure in casting. As they have grown over the years, their ocular power has also increased. When the ocular power reaches a higher level, there's a certain degree of potential to alter or fine-tune abilities. Following the path that Uchiha Rong suggested, after a period of research, Shiz was amazed to discover that changing others' will is like rowing against the current. But what if instead, one were to align with others' will? In the process of exercising abilities, use one's will to change the initial state of those abilities. For example, make a reclusive crow even more reclusive. For instance, make a crow that doesn't like to fly even less willing to spread its wings. Or make a crow that loves to eat fruit even more fond of eating fruit. After losing many crows, Shisui discovered that by following the opponent's will to strengthen their will, the consumption of eye power was minimal, yet the results obtained were excellent. Later, during a dark mission, a member of the Cloud recognized Shisui Uchiha. At that moment, the Cloud member was very frightened. Shisui Uchiha quietly used Kodo Amatsukami on him, intensifying his fear. Can you guess what happened next? That Yin actually cried directly, like tears and snot everywhere, completely collapsed, both physically and mentally. To get back to the point, just now, Itachi found Shisui and told him that the new capture prisoner seemed to have a mind-influencing illusion ability. Shisui then quietly used Kodo Amatsukami on Kisame Hashigaki. The feedback from the ability made Shisui frown. Clearly, on the surface, Kisame appeared cold and ruthless, but the inner feedback was surprisingly shy, bashful, and gentle. So, Shizuki quickly noticed something off about the other person's mental state. Following the ability of the Ketsuryugen, he continued to delve deeper and indeed found the truest will of the dry persimmon Kisame. However, that was strangely shrouded in a layer of haze. Disappointment, confusion, a desire to escape the current situation, a quest for recognition, and a pursuit of power. Among these, the will to pursue power was the most obscured and had even become distorted to a certain extent. For Shizuki's Ketsuryugen, this was simply a piece of cake. He directly reinforced all of dry persimmon Kisame's existing positive will. He also effortlessly dispelled that haze. Thus, Chapter 150, Absorbing Dry Persimmon Kisame. When Uchiha Itachi's message was received, Uchiha Ron was in the underground training ground familiarizing himself with the newly acquired bloodline limit, sand release. It could be better understood as sand control. No wonder Gaara carries a gourd of sand on him every day. Uchiha Ron discovered that the quality of the sand obtained varied greatly depending on the region and soil, which significantly affected the performance of this bloodline ability. Is the weasel going to recommend Kisame Hashigaki? Is their bond that deep? A love that transcends past and present? Uchiha Ron, who had been watching the entire time, naturally knew that Itachi had captured Kisame. Same boat 5. Kisame? Zhou 5. Tong. He requested to join us. Tong. Zhou 5. There won't be any tricks, right? Zhou 5. Tong. Kisame is under Obito's control. Zhou 5. Same. The still water was resolved. His Uchiha Ron gasped. No wonder in the original timeline, Kakashi was initially arranged by Uchiha Obito to monitor Itachi, because Obito knew that Itachi's identity was a Konoha undercover. In the end, the two ended up together. One sweetly called Itachi-san. The other gazed affectionately. Could it be that it was Itachi who released Obito's control at that time? Speaking of which, I just took a quick look, and it seems that Kisame's chakra is a little over 100, right? Uchiha Ron fell into deep thought. He is not someone who just accepts anyone. Just like Jiraiya, he has enough strength, right? Enough reputation, right? Still possessing. However, Uchiha Ron has never actively sought contact. As the saying goes, those who follow different paths cannot make plans together. Many times, a person's stance is inherently predetermined. A wolf falling in love with a sheep will only starve. A sheep falling in love with a wolf will only give itself up for free. Even with the protection of Naruto's 8 trigram seal, Minato Namikaze has never crossed Uchiha Ron's mind to pull him into the Freemasons, because this is not something that can be controlled. When facing people, events, or things that one cannot control, one must maintain a basic sense of reverence and treat them with caution. Perhaps in terms of hard power, Minato Namikaze is no longer Uchiha Ron's opponent. However, with the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique and the identity of the Fourth Hokage, if he were to join the Freemasons and one day find himself in opposition, it would be difficult to handle. Yagura, on the other hand, belongs to a hostile village. What if the 4th Mizukage betrays the Freemasons? Then let the 5th Mizukage take over. Thoughts flowed, and in that moment, Uchiha Ron thought of many things. There was the life history of Kisame in the original timeline, combined with various information from reality. Betrayed by his superior, Suigetsu, and suffering for being treated as a tool. He was lost and confused. In the end, to protect the secrets of the Akatsuki organization from leaking, he used his summoning beast, the shark, to swallow himself. He should be the same age as me now. At 20 years old, he had over 100 chakra points. Indeed, a talented individual worth cultivating. The issue of loyalty still needs to be assessed. Ultimately, Uchiha Rong replied to Itachi. Tong Zhou 5, you first help him get familiar during the assessment period. Zhou 5 Tong, okay. During the assessment period, it's basically the treatment of a Freemason member. Further on, he will be given the Tong Zhou Gong Gong ring, becoming the 10th executive. In fact, Uchiha Rong doesn't particularly value Kisame's chakra amount at the moment, because during the elimination and fusion of Wood Release, his chakra amount tripled along with his ocular power. Originally 52 chakra points, it later increased to 75. Then it tripled again. Currently, it is an astonishing 225 chakra points. Two tails. According to Uchiha Rong's estimation, Senju Hashirama should be around 3 tails. Although the amount of chakra does determine the strength of chakra to some extent, being slightly behind by a few tails in the later stages does not produce a significant advantage. Just like Kisame, who currently has 105 chakra points. When he appeared in the original timeline, he should have been around 2 to 3 tails. But with his ability to absorb chakra through the Samahata, he was able to overpower the 8 tails. He was hailed as a tailless tail beast. Battles at this level place more emphasis on physical strength and ability, with ability being the more significant factor. And physical strength is the foundation of everything. This sand armor defense is quite good. I just wonder if it can be used on the Wood Golem or Susanoo. After solving the problem with Kisame, Uchiha Rong continued to study the sand control ability. From Shikaku alone, it can be seen that the initial sand control ability may not be very strong, but its growth potential is quite considerable. In the original timeline, Gaara's absolute defense during the Chunin exams was broken by Rock Lee's 5th gate and by Sasuke's Chidori. Now, in Uchiha Rong's hands, even with lightning release overcoming earth release, a sea-level chakra, not even Raikiri could break through Uchiha Rong's sand defense. It must be mentioned that water, earth, and tail are 3 chakra units. The difference between the same level is not significant. The strength of chakra across levels represents a qualitative change. Of course, levels like 9 and 10, or 99 and 100 are not considered cross-level. After all, this isn't a game, and there's no concept of realms. True cross-level is like 1 water against 1 earth, or 5 water against 5 earth, something like that. That is considered cross-level. For 2 tails, at least around 70 or 80 earth-level capacity of a normal human body is needed for that chakra strength to not be considered cross-level. Just a vague concept will do. The bloodline limit of sand release undoubtedly elevated Uchiha Rong's defense by several levels. However, it is unclear how to achieve something like the will of the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Rong frowned. If his sand could also automatically protect its master, that would be wonderful. It should be a form of in-release ability. The scene shifts to Itachi. Itachi, Mr. Itachi, Lord Shisui. Thank you. The previously cold-faced Kisame Hashigaki now had a shark-like face that was flushed red. He instinctively distanced himself from the two, allowing him to speak more clearly. I didn't even realize when I had been controlled. At this moment, Shisui was silent, lost in thought. He felt that perhaps Obito's Mangeki Sharingan had developed some abilities similar to Kodo Amatsukami in terms of controlling mental will. However, this ability was certainly not as powerful as the ocular power of Kodo Amatsukami itself. On the other hand, Itachi Uchiha was quite talkative. With a gentle smile, I said to Kisame, "The leader has agreed to let you join, but you will have to start as a member." I have to say, Itachi's emotional intelligence is quite high. He turned the cold observation period into a passionate start from the grassroots. That's great. Mr. Itachi, you can rest assured, I will never betray the organization. The reason I betrayed Shao. It seems that he suddenly realized the inappropriate nature of his previous statement. And the dry persimmon Kisame anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. He really has cheeks. Haha, I understand what you mean. Kisame, they take advantage of your weak will to control you. Leaving such an evil organization is not betrayal. It's turning from darkness to light. Uchiha Itachi patted the other person's shoulder. For some reason, he found the shark-faced person very pleasant to look at, especially the way his face turned red. It was very interesting and cute. Woo Itachi. Mr. Itachi, you are so kind to me. Dry Persimmon Kisame was so moved that he couldn't handle it. In his anxiety, the words he wanted to say and the meaning he wanted to express got stuck. Just as he was anxious, he didn't expect Mr. Itachi to be so understanding. Beside them, Uchiha Shisui felt embarrassed and quietly left. Kisame, let's go. I'll take you to Kyoto. It's quite lively there. Uchiha Itachi said as he took Kisame's hand and walked out. Unbeknownst to him, Kisame's face turned red, and steam was already rising from his head. Chapter 151. The defection of Danzo again. Although the outer city of Kyoto is not as clean and tidy as the inner city, with its splendid houses, the larger flow of people makes the outer city seem even more lively. Here, you can find all sorts of goods. Seafood from the land of water, beef and strong liquor from the land of lightning, stone-grilled delicacies from the land of earth, tea leaves from the land of tea, fine weapons from the land of iron, and so on. Oh, and the yellow sand from the land of wind? Dry Persimmon Zetsu is wearing a cat mask that Itachi personally put on him, and he is almost in tears. He was born in the Hidden Mist village and suffered cold stares from a young age due to his unique appearance. Later, he was trained as a tool and stood out by killing his companions. However, Dry Persimmon Zetsu, who grew up in an environment filled with the fog of blood, has a heart that is completely different from his appearance. He grows through killing and also suffers through it. Once, there was a female ninja who did not care about his appearance and even confessed her feelings to him. They had agreed to be together after that mission. Light Makeup, who told you to set a flag? It was that mission, in order to ensure that the village's secrets did not leak. Kisame had no choice but to kill his severely injured comrades one by one, including that female ninja. Ninjas who kill their comrades will not have a good death. He has always condemned himself. With a heavy heart, he returned alone to report the task to his boss, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. But he was met with the betrayal of Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. That bastard. They actually sold the secrets they fought so hard to protect to the enemy. This made the deaths of those companions meaningless. At that moment, the image of the female ninja gazing at him with deep affection before her death flashed through his mind. Kisame Hashigaki was enraged. He killed the Watermelon Mountain River Toad Demon and took his fish skin. At the moment when his heart was most unsettled and his inner self was most fragile, Shikazura and the man behind him who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared. Madara promised that he would be his companion from now on. A companion? Huh? These two words touched the deepest desire in Kisame Hashigaki's heart. But later, he realized it was not the case. He continued to do the same things as before. Still just a tool. Yet for some reason, even though he was clearly dissatisfied, he could no longer feel that dissatisfaction. He even gradually began to enjoy the killings. Until this moment, being pulled by Itachi, walking on the bustling streets of Kyoto, Kisame suddenly felt as if he had stepped out of a dark corner and was truly basking in the sunlight. As someone born with a unique fate, he once again experienced the feeling of companionship through Itachi. In the underground training ground of Uchiha Rome, unrolling a scroll sent by the ninja cat, Uchiha Rome fell into silence. This was just delivered by Rome, and it not only notified him of the Akatsuki organization's impending attack on the Snow Bamboo Valley, but also recorded most of the truth revealed by the Third Hokage to the Fourth. The purpose of the exchange gold was to collect the bodies of ninjas from the 5 great nations and study the inheritance of ninjas, the truth behind the death of the Third Hokage, the mastermind behind Kakashi Hitaki's decision to abandon his mission and commit suicide, and the carefully woven web by the daimyos for me. After reading the important points, a cold smile appeared on Uchiha Rome's lips. In this way, the Third Hokage was truly as pure as a white lotus in these events. No wonder he is the most skilled at shifting blame among all the Hokage, still so adept at it. Moreover, it seems that the current Minato Namikaze is also a bit off. Is he really not afraid of me dragging Konoha into the abyss by leaking this information? Do you really trust me so completely? Muttering, Uchiha Rome furrowed his brow. Despite the fact that Namikaze Minato seemed to have a good relationship with him now, even informing him about such matters, Uchiha Rome, with his dual memories and analytical abilities, detected something strange. The original trajectory depicted the bright and sunny Fourth Hokage who died for the sake of the village. Now, he actually seems to be disregarding the safety of Konoha. In his past life, having experienced the ups and downs of the business world for over a decade, he deeply understands the complexity of human nature. A drastic change in a person's character is not a simple matter. It's really becoming increasingly difficult for me to see through you, Fourth Hokage. Yes, The current Minato Namikaze has already made Uchiha Roan feel a strange sense of disconnection. Compared to the old politician, the third Hokage, and the true villain, Danzo, the current Minato is the most unknown and unpredictable in his eyes. Let's assume that he has completely distanced himself from the third Hokage's faction due to Kushina's death, only wanting to protect his eldest son. In that case, today he can feign cooperation with the third Hokage for that purpose. Tomorrow, he might eliminate Uchiha Roan to prevent future troubles for Naruto. Such a person is the one that requires the utmost caution in dealing with. Hokage building, office. So it did fail after all. Minato Namikaze looked at the third Hokage, whose face was as dark as a pan bottom, with a complex expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time. According to the information relayed by Danzo, the Snow Bamboo Valley is guarded by some powerful bear-like ninja beasts, and there are at least 3 Uchiha with unfathomable strength. I didn't expect Uchiha Roan to hide so deeply. I now have reason to suspect that he has very likely reimplanted a pair of Sharingan. At this time, Minato Namikaze chuckled lightly. Isn't that even better? Since Suezugu has such defensive capabilities, it seems that the daimyo currently has no good way to threaten long. No, Minato. You are underestimating the daimyo. Don't forget that the daimyo secretly cultivates quite a few mid-level shinobi. If they get a chance to catch someone alone, even the third Raikage would not be able to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit anxious. In fact, there was something he hadn't told Namikaze Minato. That is, Danzo is currently in urgent need of Sharingan. Not only for Izanagi, but the consecutive uses of Izanagi have nearly caused the Hashirama cells within Danzo to become uncontrollable. What infuriates Danzo the most is that, aside from the few times he died on the surface, he was also forced to use Izanagi 3 more times by members of the Akatsuki. This is the real reason he contacted Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to return to Konoha. If he doesn't come back, his life will be in danger. It's too dangerous out there. Danzo expressed that he misses Konoha and wants to go home. No matter how urgent Sarutobi Hiruzen feels inside, Minato Namikaze just shrugged his shoulders. Lord Third, do you have any good ideas to deal with Yukitake Valley? With a single sentence, Sarutobi Hizashi silenced them. Indeed, the 6 S-rank rogue ninjas have suffered heavy casualties and are now fleeing in panic. What other way is there to deal with the Snow Bamboo Valley now? Unless we can unite the ninja clans like the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly under our command, along with the full support from Minato Namikaze's side, and launch an assault with a ninja army. But this is not realistic. If we really did that, it wouldn't just be a matter of how many ninja clans under the Hokage would turn against us. It would directly provide the daimyo with a reason to intervene. Perhaps the daimyo doesn't have true shadow-level P combat power, but the manpower beneath the shadows may not be any less than that of Konoha. If it weren't for the deterrence of the tailed beasts and the mutual restraint among the other 4 nations and villages, Konoha would have long been completely controlled by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had stayed in the Hokage office for a long time, couldn't come up with a countermeasure. He could only leave. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, a masked ANBU had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time. As soon as he saw Hiruzen return, he immediately stepped forward and asked Hiruzen, "How'd it go? This mission has failed, and I can't go back to the organization. They will definitely kill me." Desperate, Danzo looked pleadingly at his old friend from the past, no longer exhibiting his former arrogance. It should be known that he had to work hard to convince Obito to carry out the plan to attack the Snow Bamboo Valley. He couldn't dare to return after causing such significant losses to the Akatsuki organization. He could only defect once again. Chapter 152, The Third Hokage Returns. 2 shadows rule together. Unknowingly, under the constant harassment of the 4 major hidden villages, time has reached the 56th year of Konoha, the same year the Uchiha clan was wiped out in the original timeline. During the difficult times of 1 against 4, Konoha village also saw the emergence of a new generation of young talents. The Azure Beast Might Guy, the dream-weaving red-eyed Yugao, the executioner Ibiki, and others like Tsukuyami, Yuzuki Yugao, and Mitarashi Anko. Correspondingly, since the curtain fell on the Uchiha twins, Itachi and Shisui, it seems that no more commendable genius ninjas have emerged from the Uchiha clan. Unlike the ordinary ninjas who lamented the Uchiha, the upper echelons of Konoha grew increasingly wary of the Uchiha. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Another year of ninja school enrollment season. Little Sasuke entered the school gate under the watchful eye of his seriously injured retiree brother. Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, a delegation from a feudal lord's residence arrived. Hokage building. What? More budget cuts again. Bluffing Watergate slammed the table, his face darkened. However, the envoy minister across from him showed no fear, wearing a cold smile. The failure of the Konoha village to drive away the invading ninjas had caused significant losses to the entire Land of Fire during this period. If Konoha lacked the ability to defend its territory, then the consequences would not simply be a 10% budget cut. Fourth Hokage, if you do not have the capability to hold this position, the daimyo would not mind replacing you with another Hokage to lead Konoha. After arrogantly throwing down these words, the envoy minister didn't spare Bluffing Watergate another glance and left with a flick of his sleeve. How outrageous! Tobirama Senju slapped the desk with a loud bang. Fortunately, his physique wasn't as abnormal as Tsunade's. Otherwise, the already tight budget would have to stretch even further to cover the cost of a new desk. During the conflict between the ninja villages, the budget was cut. Was the daimyo insane? What on earth was he plotting? Although he did not fully trust what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said at the time, the information revealed contained a high degree of truth. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's perspective was clearly different. If he had previously been unaware of the feudal lord's cunning, he might have thought it was just another absurd stunt by a ridiculous lord. But now, such actions from the feudal lord forced him to think deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned beside him. Regardless of the internal power struggles within Konoha, the reduction in funding was a blow to the entire village. This was something no one wanted to see. There had never been a precedent for this, even in the case of a military defeat. It should have been accounted for after the war. Unless something else we don't know about has happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his opinion. The minister receiving the envoy and the high-ranking officials were all present. At this moment, Tenkai Koharu and Mito Kamen were also there. Mito Kamen picked up on Sarutobi Hiruzen's train of thought. Could it be that there's a new agreement between the 5 great feudal lords that we are unaware of? It shouldn't be the case. Last month, we just pushed the shinobi of the 4 villages back from the heartland. If we were to lose and seek peace at such a moment, it would cost the daimyo a lot of benefits among the 5 countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in denial. The situation in the ninja world is very complex. Konoha and the daimyo are not absolute opposites. While the 5 villages are in competition, the 5 countries are also competitors with each other. Even if the daimyo of the fire country wants to pressure Konoha, he cannot completely disregard his own interests. So what should we do now? Zhuanqin Xiaochun said anxiously. Mito Minion manages logistical supplies, but she is the one truly in charge of Konoha's finances. A 10 budget cut may seem small, but its impact is significant. It's important to know that ninjas don't spend all 365 days a year on missions. There aren't always suitable missions available for everyone. More often than not, idle ninjas focus primarily on training and self-cultivation, much like maintaining an army. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it, and ninjas are no different. Most of the time, they rely on the village for support. Therefore, to attract more talented ninjas to serve the village, all active ninjas receive a corresponding monthly stipend and welfare benefits based on their rank, which is akin to a basic living allowance. A single action can affect the whole body. Especially at this critical moment, you are fighting desperately against the 4 village ninjas outside. But when you return to the village to rest, you find that your treatment has declined. This is a devastating blow to morale. Perhaps someone will say, since that's the case, why not let the ninjas engage in farming and other labor to improve productivity? With the extraordinary abilities of ninjas, wouldn't their productivity be very high? This way, they could break free from the financial constraints imposed by the daimyos, right? Can the combat power be the same as that of elite soldiers? This is a truth that even ordinary armies understand, let alone special forces. Have you ever seen a country using special forces for production work? If you really do it this way, it won't take a few years. Konoha, having lost its strong combat power, will be destroyed under the siege of the other 4 villages. While others stockpile weapons, you stockpile food. If you don't perish, who will? In the end, the powerful combat abilities of ninjas are cultivated through 99 of their time spent training. It can't be said that they do not engage in production. Rather, it's that the ninja community has nothing to do with production at all. Allowing freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy to take on some low-level farming tasks to assist in production is already the maximum effort that the ninja village can make in this regard. Moreover, not all residents of Konoha are ordinary people without chakra. There are also retired ninjas among them due to various factors such as age and injury. No matter how efficient you are, there is only so much land. Once you finish, can you really stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Back to the point. In response to Xiaochun's question about the dormitory change, the Hokage office fell silent once again. In the end, It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke the silence. At this moment, we absolutely cannot reduce the supply of active ninjas. What a joke. Now is the critical moment of conflict with the 4 villages invading ninja team. Various ninja tool supplies shouldn't be paid for by the ninjas themselves, right? The minimum guarantee must also be issued monthly. Even a penny less will undermine morale and people's hearts. This statement received unanimous agreement from everyone. But the immediate question is how to fill this gap. A slight increase in the commission for some tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed another suggestion. However, Kurai, who was in charge of the finances, frowned and said, "It's not easy. If we reduce it too much, it won't be enough. If we increase it too much, it will also cause unrest. At the same time as increasing the task commission, we should cut the funding for the security department." In the end, after much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw out another suggestion. No way. Minato Namikaze directly refuted. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is already very tense. This might escalate the conflict again. If it triggers unrest among the Uchiha, the consequences will be equally severe. Fourth Hokage, you must understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped closer, staring directly into Minato's eyes with a sharp gaze. A reduction in the village's funding means we must make trade-offs. If we don't cut the security department's funding, we will have to reduce the supplies for the active ninjas. As Hokage, you should understand the principle of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. I disagree. Minato Namikaze still shook his head firmly. Although the Uchiha had basically withdrawn from the Anbu, with only our being left, Minato had many capable subordinates under him now, including Yuzuki Yugao, Moonlight Night Breeze, and over 30 newly promoted Anbu. Additionally, he had support from ninja teams like Might Guy and Yuhi Kurinai, all excellent ninjas from Training Ground number 7, closely tied to the Uchiha. No matter what, he could not issue the order to cut the security department's funding. That would be tantamount to severing his own arms and causing his subordinates to become disloyal. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a shrewd old politician, surely understood the key issue. He sighed bitterly, put on a serious face, and said solemnly, "Fourth Hokage, I cannot stand by and watch you hesitate and harm the interests of the Leaf Ninjas. Now, I, in the capacity of the Third Hokage, order a reduction in the security department's funding to overcome this crisis." Upon hearing this, Minato's face turned ashen. This was a significant oversight. This old guy had been waiting for him. He knew that with the Third Hokage's words, there would be no turning back. From this moment on, the Third Hokage officially returned to power, and Konoha entered an era of dual leadership. Chapter 153, Reform of the Security Department. That day, the Hokage building drafted new funding details for the security department and sent them to the department. Uchiha Kazama, the former captain of the first squad who had retired due to age and then been re-employed after Yunsong's retirement, flipped over his desk on the spot. How outrageous! Are you kidding me? Last year's budget was 300 million, and this year we only get 90 million. Are you sure you're not joking? Faced with Kazama's pair of crimson Sharingan, the messenger, Ebisu, nearly wet himself. This is the Hokage's intention. Ebisu's voice trembled, seeing Ebisu's quivering demeanor. Kazama temporarily suppressed his anger. The proud Uchiha looked down on venting anger on the weak. "Are you sure there's no mistake?" he asked, still somewhat incredulous. It was the Third Hokage's direct order. Caught off guard by Kazama's crimson Sharingan, Ebisu accidentally let it slip and quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, the Third Hokage. Then it's not surprising. I understand now. You may leave." Ebisu left with a dejected expression, almost fleeing. In the afternoon, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha R, who was teaching Tsunade the water mirror technique in the backyard, frowned. "What's all the commotion outside?" Why don't you go out and take a look? I'll familiarize myself with this technique," Tsunade, who had fully mastered the rock clone technique, said understandingly. The new water mirror technique made her ecstatic. If used well, it could genuinely turn the tide of a peak battle. As long as you have a chakra reserve, you could even replicate the enemy's bloodline limits, making them fight against themselves. Using 1 or 2 rock clones to assist in the attack at that moment would be fantastic. Coincidentally, Tsunade, coming from the Senju clan, also had a chakra reserve thanks to the improved In seal. It was just tailor-made for her. "Shut up." Uchiha nodded and went outside to check the situation. "Oh, the security department's funding has been reduced by 70? Upon learning the ins and outs of the matter, Uchiha was bewildered. "That's right, it's been reduced by 70. Not reduced to 70. As the news spread, Kakashi did not respond immediately. He must have been busy. A quarter of an hour later, he replied, The daimyo has cut Konoha's funding by 10. Regarding the invasion of the 4 villages. I see. Uchiha are suddenly understood. This was indeed going to stir up trouble. That night, the Uchiha clan convened an emergency clan meeting. Sitting at the rightmost seat, Uchiha are looked down at the sparse crowd of around 200 Uchiha in the square. Compared to the time when Elder Yin was still alive, the number of attendees had drastically decreased, no longer holding the former grandeur. To our right was the logistics deputy minister, Uchiha FK. The captain of the first squad had changed from Yunsang to the nearly 50-year-old Uchiha Kazama. The captain of the second squad was still Uchiha Senyu, but the captain of the third squad had changed to Uchiha Y. Fugaku sat in the main seat, glancing at the 3 empty seats on the left with a melancholic expression. Esta has passed away, and Yin has also passed away. Among the 3 clan elders, the youngest, Uchiha K, was still alive but no longer participated in clan affairs, living in retirement. Moreover, given Uchiha K's age, even if he had strength in his youth, he would likely struggle to fight an ordinary Genin now. Silence. Today's atmosphere was unusually noisy, just like the 200 Uchiha in the square. Despite the significant decrease in numbers, they were still making enough noise to give Fugaku a headache. Oh, why are there fewer people? Because Uchiha's followers had all gone to Yukitake Valley, a total of 583 eligible elite members had participated in the clan meeting. That represented 80% of the younger generation of the clan over the years, with the older generation retiring or living in retirement. Fugaku had originally integrated over 300 elite ninjas from the clan, but now only 250 remained. At this moment, Fugaku's gaze towards Uchiha was filled with resentment. I believe everyone has heard about today's events. The Third Hokage has returned and ordered a reduction in our security department's funding to only 30 of last year's budget. Let's discuss it. What are your thoughts? As Fugaku finished speaking, an unusual silence fell over the crowd. Pairs of Crimson Sharingan were all focused on Uchiha, or at the rightmost position. Cough, cough. Why is everyone looking at me? This left Uchiha feeling awkward. If looks could speak, many in the crowd would be expressing sentiments like, "You took our kids away. Why don't you come up with a solution?" Cough, cough. Fugaku lightly coughed to ease the awkwardness. In fact, his own child had also been taken away by this rascal. Fugaku naturally knew about Itachi's fake injuries. Or why don't you speak? As our clan's most outstanding young ninja, your mind is surely more agile than us old folks. Was the trend of the times. This is the trend of the times. Back then, our had hundreds of subordinates, and there was almost an internal conflict at the clan meeting. Now at the clan meeting, Uchiha stood alone, and everyone was waiting for him to take the lead. Seeing this, Uchiha slowly stood up. I'm very pleased that the Uchiha are no longer the clan that only knows how to shout and kill. I thought that with such a significant matter today, you would still need to argue and shout for a while before calming down. In an instant, Uchiha Rong suddenly understood why the principal would go on stage and talk so much nonsense. Because this feeling is really refreshing. Having culture allows you to calmly reason with others. Having strength enables others to listen to your reasoning calmly. Just like now, many people in the audience had red eyes that turned white, yet no one dared to interrupt his nonsense. In fact, many of the clan members were nodding in agreement, as if they had heard some profound saying and looked like they would benefit from it for life. This made Uchiha Rong think of a short article he had accidentally read in his previous life. A student had inserted Mr. Lu Sun's words verbatim into his own composition, only to be scolded by the teacher for the passage being nonsensical. The student felt very wronged. Why is it that the same words become a profound saying when prefixed with Zhoshurin? Without Zhoshurin, it turns into nonsense? As his thoughts returned, the entire venue was silent, all waiting. Uchiha Rong nodded in satisfaction and continued. I propose that the security department double its size again. Wow. The previously quiet crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves. But the voices were not loud. Surprisingly, no one questioned why they should expand when the budget had been cut. Uchiha Rong ignored this and continued to project his voice with chakra into the ears of every clan member. After expanding by 3 new teams, the new squads will recruit ninjas from various clans and civilian ninjas into the security department. The numbers will be based on our current standards. In the future, the monthly allowance and all existing benefits for members of the security department will be increased by 30%, funded by the clan. As for the 30 from the Hokage building, let it go the newly formed 3 teams. And let them take on the troublesome tasks of the security department. You all could just sit back and direct. Once these words were spoken, most of the audience cheered. They didn't care about anything else. They only heard that their share would not be less, and that was enough. On stage, Fugaku seemed to be pondering. The logistics deputy minister and others did not show any particular expressions. Oh, right. Remember to tell the new team members that their funding comes from the cuts at the Hokage building. Upon hearing this, Fugaku directly applauded and then made a decisive statement. That's how it will be. As for the funding, after the last industrial transformation, the Uchiha clan's production types had long diversified, covering all aspects of ninjas. Additionally, a group of retired seniors had even established an industrial chain, striving for product excellence, commonly known as, it has rolled up. They were almost putting the other ninja clans in Konoha out of business. Whether there was more or not, they could still take out 300 to 500 million a year. Chapter 154. The Security Department Lying Flat, Part 1. This temporary clan meeting ended quickly, and every clan member left with a satisfied smile. After the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku kept Uchiha Rome behind. Rome, do you mean to shift the contradictions? Pretty much. Uchiha Rome appeared very relaxed and content. As the saying goes, this time is different from that time. If it had been before the territory of Zuezu Valley, when he proposed that the security department recruit outsiders, even with Uchiha Rome's current prestige and power, he would inevitably encounter a lot of opposition. Even among the younger generation under his command, there might have been differing voices. Betrayal was not impossible. This had nothing to do with loyalty and betrayal. After all, every Uchiha clan member is a living person with their own thoughts and beliefs. It's not like loyalty means they are robots that won't change for 100 years. But now, everything is different. The truly elite young adults have all gone to Zuezu Valley, and they can often visit the bustling capital. Besides training in the valley, they can also enjoy the surrounding towns. They even started taking on internal missions, escorting Uchiha Rome's merchant ships and carriages. Initially, they did encounter dangers. But with Rome 1 and Rome 2 using Flying Thunder God to escort them, every support was timely, and not only did no clan members die, but they also didn't let any attackers escape alive. Gradually, no one came to seek death anymore. The current situation is that the older generation and the young generation who have not yet matured are serving in the security department. With new opportunities, the importance of the security department has become optional. Being able to receive a salary without working and being able to focus on growing is what both the old and young in the clan wish for. Those who are truly ambitious and capable have all gone to Zuezu Valley. Naturally, no one opposed it. The scene returned to Fugaku. This is indeed a powerful counterattack. So how will the specific details be arranged? Uchiha Rome rolled his eyes. You're the clan leader. Why are you asking me? Hehe, I just wanted to hear your young people's thoughts. Fugaku smiled. You can do it however you want. By the way, if you find some time tonight, I'll take you to the land of whirlpools to transplant Hashirama cells. Okay. Fugaku felt a little happy inside. Since the goal has been achieved, he did not keep Uchiha Rome any longer. He had two purposes for talking to Rome, and now he had gotten the answers to both. The next day, the big moves of the security department completely shocked the entire Konoha. The original 3 teams of the security department merged into one, renamed as the Security Department Command Office. They also posted a notice recruiting people from the entire village. Anyone with a combined battle strength of C rank who passes the security department's assessment, regardless of what clan they belong to or if they are civilian ninjas, can apply for a job. This news spread quickly, and within half an hour, a long line formed at the entrance of the security department. It should be noted that there are quite a few non-registered ninjas among the major ninja clans, relying solely on family support for various reasons. Even among registered ninjas, many do not have a good life. They're not like the main characters, graduating straight into the Jonin class. Not to mention salary and benefits. Just the various low to mid-tier ninjutsu scrolls and resources within the security department are enough to attract those lacking in ninjutsu training. In the ninja world, who doesn't know about the Uchiha clan Sharingan? In terms of ninjutsu comprehensiveness, you can't find a second clan in the entire Konoha. Even though everyone understands that what the security department can offer these outsiders will definitely be some common goods. The channels for merit exchange between outsiders and the clan are absolutely different. But for these unsatisfactory ninjas, the common goods from a noble clan can become their family treasures. Therefore, in less than half a day, they were fully recruited. What? The monthly allowance is only 25,000 Ryo? What? A big breakthrough in wind release requires 100 merits plus 180,000 Ryo. During this time, in response to the posted salary and benefits, some still gritted their teeth. A little less in monthly allowance is fine. At worst, the wool comes from the sheep. But after joining the security department and arriving at the logistics department, when they saw the ninjutsu exchange price list, one by one was dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan member in the logistics department shrugged and patiently explained to them. This year, the Hokage building allocated 90 million Ryo to our security department. Our full staff is 300 people. You could do the math. Speaking of this Uchiha clan member without chakra proudly added, this is still the clan leader's directive to allocate all funding to you. As for our Uchiha clan, we haven't taken a single Ryo or any ninja tool from the village. We purely contribute to the village. Now, the 300 new members from different ninja clans or simply civilians had nothing to say. Since they dared to say so, they were not afraid of being checked. Moreover, such things can be easily found out by asking around at the Hokage building. The truth cannot be hidden at all. Sigh, never mind. At least there's hope of gaining new ninjutsu practice in the security department. Yes, I'm of the lightning water attribute. Apart from the security department, there's nowhere else to find suitable lightning and water release ninjutsu. Some ninjas who aren't too tight on money and came here for ninjutsu are the first to accept reality. At this point, that ordinary Uchiha clan member spoke again. If anyone regrets joining now, I can contact internal staff to help withdraw your employment information. This move undoubtedly endeared him to many who were conflicted. When did the Uchiha become so easy to talk to? So humane and considerate. You, the one in front, just shut up. Uchiha is only fierce when catching criminals. When did they ever make things difficult for civilians? Why can't they just talk? Yes. Uchiha has given all the funds to us and is working as a volunteer himself. I don't want to withdraw. I want to stay in the security department. This wave of goodwill has made some people choose to stay. After all, a job isn't just about the salary. The comfort of the work environment is also very important. For what the Uchiha clan currently conveys, staying in the security department should not lead to any difficulties. Thus, the Uchiha staff processed the withdrawal of a few individuals. Once these positions were released, they were immediately filled again. Therefore, the new recruits in the security department, under the leadership of various Uchiha captains and squad leaders, began their first day of work. Soon, someone reported the happenings in the security department to Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong affirmed the detailed changes made by Fugaku, considering them very thoughtful. Having captains and squad leaders as clan ninjas effectively prevents the risk of being sidelined. The staff handling matters has all been replaced with outsiders, thus creating conditions for shifting the contradictions. This is similar to a temporary worker system. If the villagers have any complaints, they will definitely be directed at the individuals involved. If there truly is negligence or a significant incident, the worst that can happen is to dismiss the person involved and recruit someone new to fill the position. Chapter 155. After the security department goes idle. Part 2. On the first day, nothing happened. On the second day, nothing happened. Until the 8th day. On this day, after the squad leaders familiarized the outside team members with the work content of the security department for a week, they simply let go. Each one either hid in the training room of the security department to cultivate or was in the office drinking tea and chatting. They directly avoided decades of detours and started living a retirement life early. However, the streets of Konoha village exploded. Hey, old man, I suspect you have contraband hidden in your store. What? You won't let me search? Arrest him. He must be a spy. A group of fierce new recruits, some of whom come from ninja clans, immediately began to impose the unspoken rules on the shopkeepers. They managed to catch 2 shops like this. The remaining shop owners quickly learned their lesson. Sir, it's so sunny outside. Please come in. Have a cup of tea before you go. As we were talking, a bulging purse was handed over. We won't drink tea anymore. Our security department cannot break the law, and we absolutely must not get involved with the villagers in any way. The shopkeeper's face twitched. You don't take a single needle or thread, only real money, right? But he still forced a smile on his face. Yes. You, as an upright and honest person, are selfless and impartial. Therefore, the next family. This is still rough. There are even more meticulous ones who leave no trace of corruption. In fact, it's not surprising that such results occur. There has been a saying since ancient times about high salaries to keep integrity. What can a monthly salary of 25,000 do? It should be noted that with a comprehensive combat power of sea level, these individuals, if they were to seriously evaluate their titles, would at least be chunin. Moreover, the average annual income for a genin is already 430,000. 20,000 a month adds up to only 300,000 a year. There's ch-nin. The average annual income for normal missions is 1,000,000. Isn't this forcing people to take advantage of their positions to gain benefits? At first, the civilian ninja team members were indeed hesitant. The first batch to act so recklessly were mostly from ninja clans, believing they had some background. Bah, how despicable to rely on power. The shopkeeper, who was just smiling moments ago, turned around and closed the store door, heading straight for the Hokage building. The reason for paying was out of fear that the other party might deliberately vandalize things during the search for contraband process, which would lead to significant losses. Meanwhile, in a dead-end alley on East Street, two members of the security department cornered a thief inside. I surrender. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The young thief was cornered and realized he couldn't escape. He quickly crouched down with his head in his hands, pleading for mercy. To his surprise, he didn't receive the expected punches and kicks. When he mustered the courage to look up, he saw two members of the security team looking at him with a smirk. One of them even extended a hand, palm up. The young man, quick on his feet, hurriedly took out the stolen goods and placed them in the man's hand. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The member of the security team opened his pouch. Wow, there are actually more than 12,000 taels. As he said this, he took out 10,000 taels from the pouch and threw the pouch back. The young thief took it in confusion, feeling a bit at a loss. Then he heard another member of the security team say, "What are you standing there for? Quickly put it away. You can steal with confidence here in the future. Just provide us with the supplies according to this distribution." Upon hearing this, the young thief's eyes lit up. All right, my lord, I understand." At this moment, another person with a fierce expression said, "If you dare to betray us brothers, be careful of losing your life. Do you understand? Do you understand?" How could the young thief dare to refuse? If the ninjas are really determined to take his life, it's not a joke at all. Another team member from the security department has arrived. They took the few people who had just fought into the small woods. When they came out again, both sides wore satisfied smiles and left separately. In any case, working in the security department is really an easy way to make some extra money. With ninjas being able to master complex pharmacology, study profound ninjutsu, and be well-versed in various tactics, most of them can do it without any future troubles. 23-year-old Uchiha Inahoko is 8J Nin from the Fugaku line. His talent is actually not very good within the clan. He barely reached B-level combat power with his double Tomo Sharingan and hasn't made any progress in years. This time, he was selected to become a sub-team leader of an external security team. Well, being a team leader is really comfortable. Previously, as a member of a first team, he had to patrol everywhere, every day. Now he can train in the training room at any time and also drink tea in the office. Just then, a member of his sub-team came to find him. This made his heart skip a beat. Could something have happened? After being led to an empty corridor by this mysterious team member, Captain Inazuma. "This is a token of respect for you." The team member handed over a bulging and exquisite pouch. Uchiha Inazuma immediately became alert. These team members had only joined a few days ago, and their monthly allowances were still so low. Where could they have gotten the money to show their respect? He guessed a few points and immediately lowered his voice. Where did it come from? The team member chuckled and was about to shove the pouch into his hand. If Dawa still didn't understand at this point, he would truly be a fool. He immediately pushed the pouch back. Seeing the team member getting anxious, he calmly said, "I appreciate your kindness, but as long as you all do your job diligently and without mistakes, that's enough." The team members are not fools. One of them smiled and said, "Okay, Captain, I will definitely work hard and will not cause you any trouble." The Hokage building. It's simply audacious. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, angrily slammed the table. At this moment, there were two desks in the Hokage office, with two Hokages present. On the other side, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, glanced calmly at the furious Hiruzen Sarutobi and continued to review his documents. After all, having been the fourth Hokage for 8 years, he was no longer the naive Hokage who could be easily manipulated by the third Hokage and knew nothing. Even now, with Hiruzen Sarutobi trying to make a comeback, he had only taken away a small portion of his functions. Many important positions under him had long been filled with Minato's people. As the saying goes, 30 years of the River East, 30 years of the River West. Now was almost a role reversal. If anything major occurred, Hiruzen Sarutobi would still need to seek Minato's support to implement it properly. Just like in the past, if Minato could not gain the third Hokage's support, he would not be able to handle major matters, no matter how trivial the minor ones might be. After the anger subsided, Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed his fury and spoke in a calm voice. "Fourth Hokage, the Uchiha are simply out of control. They have already caused public discontent." "Oh, what has made our third Hokage so angry?" Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, seeming to have a sense of share the joy with me. Hiruzen naturally could not take his attitude into account. No matter which emperor, when faced with a situation where the former emperor wanted to participate in governance, if there was no resentment at all, one should be cautious. This is simply outrageous. Just look at this. Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he accurately threw the documents in his hand onto the desk opposite him. Minato opened it and found it even more amusing. Well, isn't it just that some newly recruited members of the security department are abusing their power? How serious can that be? What does it have to do with the Uchiha? Rest assured, Third Hokage, I will notify the security department to remove these few troublemakers immediately. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi clutched his chest and was unable to catch his breath for a long time. Is this a matter of troublemakers? The entire security department is rotten to the core. Minato, listening to the Third Hokage's roar, Minato spread his hands and said, "Then what do you want? Third Hokage? After all, the internal affairs of the security department cannot be intervened by the Hokage, as established by the second Hokage." This ancestral system directly infuriated Hiruzen Sarutobi to the point of nearly fainting. "Help! The Third Hokage has fainted." Minato was shocked and exclaimed, but there was a hidden smile in his eyes. Chapter 156. The schemes of the feudal lord as the Fourth Hokage sent some lists over. The Uchiha gentleman in the security department finally had something to do. This team member is suspected of extortion. Iron Fire, this is your sub-team. You go verify with the villagers on West Street. This one is suspected of encouraging theft. 8 Generations, this is one of your subordinates. You go investigate. This Uchiha gentleman, it's him. He came to my shop yesterday, smashed things, and insisted that I was hiding contraband, with neighbors stepping up to identify him. Uchiha Iron Fire directly apprehended the person. Rest assured, our security department will handle this fairly. If there are any similar incidents in the future, everyone can report directly to the security department's reporting office. Uchiha Iron Fire immediately had the team member return the extorted money, which drew applause from the onlooking villagers. In the past, the Uchiha had never had incidents of seeking personal gain while on duty. Yes. After all, the Uchiha are a noble clan, and they would never stoop to oppressing ordinary people. They are the ones who enforce the law fairly. As the Uchiha enforcement teams checked various streets, apprehending those with solid evidence and returning stolen money, the Uchiha's reputation among the villagers improved significantly. As the saying goes, no harm without comparison. With the actions of these new team members, the villagers finally remembered the good of the Uchiha. Though they were fierce against criminals, they never oppressed the common people. The proud Uchiha would never covet their wealth. In the future, be more cautious. Fortunately, that thief was beaten half to death and did not slander you. Otherwise, I would have to enforce the law fairly today as well. Since there is insufficient evidence, I cannot punish my subordinates without proof. Right? Yes. Thank you, Captain 8 Generations, for your keen insight. As the Uchiha sub-team leaders walked through the streets and received waves of praise, the remaining team members who had not been caught became increasingly cautious. Gradually, half a month passed. Under the scrutiny, the less cautious team members were replaced one after another. Those remaining were all upright and incorruptible individuals. This turmoil finally passed, and everything seemed to return to calm. However, if one observed closely, they would notice that, without knowing when it started, the security situation in Konoha village seemed to be deteriorating, but strangely, the number of reported cases was decreasing. Wherever the Uchiha ninjas went, they were met with heartfelt gratitude and respect from the villagers. Just like how Ultraman is nothing without monsters. Ultraman always arrives late, ultimately defeating the monsters amid ruins and becoming the hero in people's hearts. In the underground training ground of Uchiha Rome, the storm over the budget cuts has passed. But why hasn't the feudal lord made any further moves? After completing his daily tasks, Uchiha Rome took advantage of his break to communicate recent intelligence with several shadow clones made from the creation rock. Yes, the budget cuts for Konoha are a well-calculated scheme by the feudal lord. The reason it is called a scheme is that a 10% reduction is simply too perfect. According to Uchiha Rome's intelligence, last year, the feudal lord of the land of fire allocated 3 billion ryo to Konoha. This year, with a 10% reduction, it has decreased by 300 million, leaving only 7 billion. This 300 million ryo shortfall is not something easily covered by a noble clan like the Uchiha, which has nearly 10,000 clansmen. If it weren't for the fact that the Uchiha had already undergone a production transformation, this 300 million alone would be enough to cause chaos. So, what is production transformation? It involves having some older ninjas retire early and using their Sharingan and years of training in chakra control to refine ninja tools. By pursuing excellence, they can produce higher quality products at lower prices, effectively putting competitors out of business and creating wealth to support the active ninjas in the clan. Now, one might ask, why can't Konoha use this model to have retired ninjas engage in production and escape the economic constraints of the feudal lord? It should be noted that Konoha is a ninja village composed of dozens of small and large ninja clans along with even more civilian ninjas. Balancing the interests of all parties is very challenging. Moreover, to achieve this, relying solely on the strength of retired ninjas is far from sufficient. A large number of ordinary people are still needed as the foundation. The two major noble clans can support their ordinary clansmen within their territories because there's an external threat coveting their bloodlines. This is something Konoha could never achieve. Furthermore, let us not forget that chakra is not exclusive to ninjas. Samurai have it too. The feudal lords of the 5 great nations are the largest weapons manufacturers in the ninja world, producing the vast majority of market share for tools. With the existence of the Land of Iron, the wholesale country for arms, trying to surpass them in these products to grow stronger is less viable than having ninjas farm. Even if all the above conditions are ignored, the daimyo would never allow his own ninja village to completely detach from his control. It is not easy to obtain the inheritance of a shadow, as it is something that major ninja clans would protect with their lives. However, it is quite easy to strike a village's economy with the power of a nation. Understanding this is fundamental. Let's take a look at the daimyo's ulterior motives. The 300 million gap is cleverly designed so that it won't immediately plunge Konoha into economic hardship. They can still resist the invasion of the 4 villages. However, as the shadow of the village, one must prepare for the future. Before the budget runs out, one must think of ways to fill the gap. And 300 million. Apart from the 2 major clans, no other ninja clan in Konoha has such a large amount of liquid capital. The only possible outcome is to cut expenses, which means reducing costs. Does the Hokage dare to cut the supply for the active ninjas? If the gap increases further, the Hokage will have no choice. Cuts must be made, and everyone must be called upon to weather the storm together. However, it just happens to be 300 million. And the brilliance of this figure lies in the fact that it can only be chosen from the active ninjas and the security department. If it is taken from other ninja clans, it will inevitably affect the interests of many clans, causing a chain reaction that would lead to dissatisfaction among all clans. The consequences of which the Hokage cannot bear. When this choice is presented, it is no longer a choice. Therefore, the reduction of the security department's budget becomes inevitable. Now, looking back at the result to deduce the purpose behind the daimyo's cut in Konoha's funding, all the mysteries are revealed. That is to deepen the conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage. The 3rd generation, can't you tell? Uchiha Rong's lips curled slightly. In fact, from the perspective of the old politician Sarutobi Hiruzen, he must have already seen the daimyo's intentions. However, he was willing to take the bait, as he had no other choice, so he simply decided to make a big deal out of it. He wrapped himself in righteousness, creating a legitimate excuse for his return. So this is the open scheme. According to the daimyo's methods, he wouldn't just let it go like this. There must be a backup plan. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Rong suddenly froze. In the next moment, his hands began to form seals. Secret technique. Mind communication technique. A few minutes later, Uchiha Ron slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. What a brilliant plan. It was actually another overt strategy that the 3rd Hokage couldn't refuse. Chapter 157. Long's wall-climbing ladder. A few days later, another delegation of envoys from the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha. However, this time it seemed they were not there to hold anyone accountable. Along with the envoy, a large supply of goods came as well. The grand procession of carts and horses slowly entered through the southern gate of the village, attracting countless onlookers. When the envoy reached the Hokage building, the senior officials of Konoha had already come out to greet them. The leading middle-aged minister directly ignored the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and approached the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a beaming smile, saying, "Respected 3rd Hokage, it is truly a great fortune for our Land of Fire and a blessing for the people to witness you rise again and step forward. In recent times, several ninja villages have recklessly trampled upon the sacred territory of my fire country. The concerns of the daimyo hang like a dark cloud, causing sleepless nights and an anxious heart. Hearing that you're willing to stand up and lead the overall situation of the Hidden Leaf Village again despite your age, the daimyo feels deeply gratified and grateful. Therefore, His Excellency the daimyo has specifically ordered us to prepare valuable resources worth 1 billion ryo to provide support. We sincerely hope that under your leadership, Hokage, the Hidden Leaf Village can quickly expel these reckless enemy ninjas from our territory and restore peace and tranquility to the Land of Fire." This minister clearly possesses strong speaking abilities. A long string of words not only resonated powerfully, but was also clearly heard by the surrounding villagers, inspiring them. Most importantly, he delivered it all in one breath, without pausing for air. Sarutobi Hiruzen was excitedly covering his hands as he listened, and he also revealed a refreshing smile. Although I'm old, I'm still willing to go through fire and water for the peace of the land of fire. Please convey my regards to the esteemed lord. With your generous support, the ninjas of Konoha will ensure that those invaders will never dare to step foot into the territory of the land of fire again. Two people were talking loudly as if no one else was around, their voices and words resonating in the ears of those nearby. This made the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, blush with embarrassment. Yet, in such a situation, he had to maintain a smile. If his expression showed any obvious signs of discomfort, who knows how people would interpret it? Meanwhile, among the crowd, an inconspicuous villager slightly raised the corners of his mouth. What a keen sense of smell. The third Hokage has just made a comeback, and the daimyo has already sensed the rift between these two disciples. It was clear that the order to cut the security department's budget came from the third Hokage. This indirectly proved that the fourth Hokage was on friendly terms with the Uchiha clan. Thus, Minato was caught in the crossfire. The fourth Hokage faced reprimands and budget cuts, while the third Hokage was rewarded with a generous 10 billion. This not only deepened the rift between the two Hokages, but also boosted the morale of their allies. While enhancing the reputation of the third Hokage, it quietly undermined Minato's authority, and then, through Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands, continued to apply pressure on the Uchiha clan, forcing them into a desperate situation that would push them into the arms of the daimyo. Unfortunately, this was something Hiruzen Sarutobi could not refuse. Nor would he refuse. Even Uchiha Rong, who had transformed and hidden in the crowd to watch the drama unfold, began to admire the methods of this daimyo. Truly impressive. In the eyes of the uninformed public, this scene is simply harmonious. They can only think that the name is great, the name is wonderful, the name is top-notch. In the eyes of the uninformed ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image is infinitely elevated. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appears somewhat incompetent in comparison. They might even secretly sigh. The fourth is indeed still too young, lacking the maturity and composure of the third. Please, your excellency, come in. After a round of mutual flattery, Sarutobi Hiruzen welcomed the envoy into the Hokage building. As the onlookers gradually dispersed in the Hokage office, this time when the envoy returns, it seems we will have to trouble you to convey a message. Lord Hokage, please speak. I will definitely bring it to you. Previously, Shimura Danzo was secretly dispatched from the village to investigate a group of rogue ninjas, and at that time, I had no choice but to declare him a rogue ninja. This has caused great damage to Shimura Danzo's reputation, and now calling him back recklessly may cause turmoil within Konoha. However, with the four villages teaming up to invade our land of fire, I need his assistance. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. The envoy chuckled and boldly stated, I see. I can now clear Shimura Danzo's name. Just then, the late-arriving Namikaze Minato happened to hear the last sentence, and his expression changed immediately. He instinctively exclaimed, no. The envoy frowned and reprimanded without any courtesy, since the fourth Hokage is unable to drive away the enemy. Stop making reckless comments. Get out. Seeing that the situation was unchangeable, both Feng Shui men could only leave with a dark face. In this situation, staying any longer would only lead to humiliation. On the other side, Uchiha Rong had already returned to his own yard. At this moment, he frowned tightly. In the 56th year of Konoha, isn't this a bit too coincidental? In the original storyline, is it because of the constant pressure from the daimyo and the third generation that the Uchiha clan was about to side with the daimyo, only to be betrayed by the great filial son? As soon as this thought arose, Uchiha Rong could no longer suppress it. In the original trajectory, the content of the clan meeting is, the daimyo supports the Uchiha to become Hokage and promises something. Thus, the Uchiha coup occurs. This behavioral logic makes sense. At this point, the third Hokage informs Itachi, who was originally sent by the Uchiha clan to be an undercover in the Umbu, about the ambitions of the daimyo. If the daimyo succeeds, Konoha will cease to exist. Thus, Itachi's complete alignment with the third Hokage becomes reasonable, because he knows that even if the coup succeeds, it ultimately serves the daimyo's interests. At the same time, as long as the Uchiha clan exists, the daimyo will never give up on trying to subvert them. Therefore, in order to protect Sasuke, Itachi can only turn against his clan. At least compared to the idea that the Uchiha acted impulsively without recognizing the power gap and initiated a coup, Itachi's betrayal, driven by brotherly love, seems to lack humanity in exterminating his entire family. Such reasoning appears very forced. After all, if it were a faction of radicals preparing for a coup, Itachi had no reason to leave even his conciliatory father behind, right? Even Uchiha Makoto wasn't spared. No, wait. Uchiha Rong has realized the biggest problem. In terms of strength comparison, perhaps the weakened Uchiha clan indeed lacks the power for a coup. However, the Hokage lineage definitely should not have the strength to annihilate the clan. After all, exterminating a ninja clan is something that violates all ninja clans' taboos. It is likely that even the staunch supporters of the Third Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, would oppose such an action. In other words, the Night of Annihilation 3 cannot involve any ninja clans. In this way, the Uchiha may indeed lack the power for a coup, but the Third Hokage likewise lacks the power to exterminate them, relying solely on the dark parts and roots, plus an Itachi. Perhaps we can win, but definitely not without leaving anyone behind, unless unexpected forces intervene. The daimyo is involved. Seeing the Uchiha coup plan leak, the daimyo's forces, which were originally prepared to assist the Uchiha coup, turned against them. Thus, Danzo obtained the desired Sharingan, and the Third Hokage fulfilled his teacher's wish. The daimyo received the legacy of the shadow. Therefore, in the aftermath, with the maintenance of various parties, peace was restored, and the daimyo didn't even inquire about the downfall of a noble clan. Perhaps, in this way, Itachi was initially standing with the Uchiha. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, in order to protect Sasuke and Itachi, the Fugaku couple committed suicide, allowing Itachi to eliminate his family for the greater good, and take the blame for the defection to protect Sasuke. After Tsunade took office, the Bei Lyohu incident occurred. The daimyo boldly declared that he would change to another ninja village. It's also connected, because at that time, the daimyo already had the strength of a shadow-level ninja capable of destroying ninja villages. The only concern left is the tailed beast. It doesn't matter anymore. Uchiha Rong let out a deep sigh. The truth is no longer important, because the events from the original timeline can no longer happen. Shaking off the speculations in his mind, Uchiha Rong shifted his gaze to the ring on his right hand. Boat 7, 1 billion, for villages pressing in. As soon as the message was sent out, Yuzuki Sakura replied instantly. Boat 7, same, 20 billion, we need to split them. Same, Boat 7, then I'll contact Cloud Hidden. Boat 7, same, 1 billion is fine, deal. Uchiha Rong's lips curled slightly. Since you have a plan like Zhang Liang's, I naturally have a ladder to scale the wall. You want to elevate Sarutobi Hizashi, right? Konoha will surely win, right? Chapter 158. The Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo, with the envoy, carrying the will of the daimyo. Danzo was officially recognized for his return with the legitimate authority of the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen could finally justify his actions, and, under the pretext of expelling the invading ninjas from various villages, replaced certain positions with his own people. Shortly after, the envoy publicly announced Danzo's heroic deeds in front of the Hokage building, legitimizing him. A few days later, with the official appointment letter from the daimyo arriving in Konoha, Danzo finally achieved his long-desired goal of reclaiming the position of assistant to the Third Hokage and reappeared in public. In the Hokage building office, Hiruzen stated, Danzo, the root organization urgently needs reinforcements. I require funding, materials, and personnel transfer authority. At this moment, the spirited Danzo seemed to have completely forgotten his previous humility during his desperate times, immediately demanding everything. Surprisingly, Hiruzen also appeared to have forgotten that Danzo once sought to bring about his demise. He showed exceptional leniency, waving his hand. Koharu, allocate the funds. Hamura, open the materials list. I will approve the personnel transfer documents right now. At the desk opposite him, watching these four old men preparing to make significant moves, Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, showing no signs of urgency. He was no longer the inexperienced Fourth Hokage who had just taken office with no foundation or understanding of politics. Previously reprimanded by the envoy, Minato had indeed felt quite angry at that time. Once he calmed down, he quickly realized the key point. What does it matter to have the recognition of a great name? What does it mean to temporarily occupy the moral high ground? The system of the 5 countries and 5 villages destined the major ninja clans not to take the daimyo seriously. The daimyo support is important, but at the same time, it doesn't mean much. If the daimyo were truly that effective, Konoha would have been under their rule long ago. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the daimyo's olive branch and rehired Danzo. These actions have already violated the taboos of the Konoha ninja clan. While it seems impressive, it also places him in a precarious position. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands the implications, which is why he wants to restart Danzo and the route. Because at the moment he accepted the daimyo's olive branch, he he realized that he would likely not receive much support from the major ninja clans for this battle. Only the relentless Danzo can help him gather manpower and take the blame. Huh, what a restless old man. Wave Wind Minato, not wanting to bother with it, directly left the Hokage office. As soon as he returned home, he found a dozen people standing at his doorstep, all leaders of major ninja clans. Seeing this, his smile widened. Fourth Hokage. As Wave Wind Minato approached, the group of clan leaders bowed and respectfully said in unison. Wave Wind Minato waved his hand, indicating that they could discuss whatever it was inside. All right, the group filed in. The third Hokage has gone too far this time, actually bringing back that traitor Danzo. The first to speak was Inuzuka Tsume, whose face was marked with a red inverted triangle clan emblem. She is the mother of Inuzuka Kiba, one of the 12 guardians. Appearing to be in her late 20s, she is currently the leader of the Inuzuka clan. Wrapped tightly in a high-collar trench coat, Oil Woman Shimizu spoke succinctly. We, the Oil Clan, are willing to support the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku's declaration was even more imposing, almost openly denying the third Hokage's identity. However, none of the clan leaders present showed any signs of surprise. The Uchiha clan had refused to follow the third Hokage's orders and assignments more than once or twice. It was indeed inappropriate for Danzo, a cancerous presence, to hold this position. Yumino Irika nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke this sentence. Behind him stood Haruno Sakura and Takayama Tsubasa, clearly indicating that the three of them were in a state of mutual support. Once the three clans of Sea-Land and Air guarded the portal of the Hokage building. They were once a powerful clan in Konoha, but during the Nine Tails incident, due to the third Hokage's inaction and the orders given by Danzo's route to their clans to guard the portal and prevent the Nine Tails from stepping into the closed circle, the three clans rushed to the front line against the Nine Tails. It lasted a full half hour. They did not wait for reinforcements, nor did they wait for orders to retreat. They fought to the death. The elegy echoed. The Springfield ninja fights with incredible vitality, unwilling to fall until the last drop of blood has been shed. The Seafield ninja unleashes water techniques until their chakra is depleted, engaging in close combat with the Nine Tails while wielding kunai. The Eagle of the Hawkfield ninja circles around its master's lifeless body, crying out in sorrow. In the end, only one Seafield ninja remains, while fewer than 10 Springfield ninjas survive. The once proud HY clan has lost its pillar of strength and all its elite jonin, falling into the ranks of minor ninja clans. It is important to note that they were once a clan that stood alongside the Inuzuka and Nara clans, staunch supporters of the third Hokage. However, after their decline, they were treated as expendable. If not for the intervention of Uchiha Rong, the HY clan would have been completely annihilated, with only Haruno SH and his wife left to retire and blend into civilian life, making a living through business. Meanwhile, Irika Yumino would become a disheartened ninja school teacher. The name H, Riku, and K has completely faded into the past. Minato Namikaze looked at Irika with some surprise. With his extraordinary perception, he noticed that the chakra fluctuations revealed by this young man in his moment of emotional agitation were already very close to that of a shadow. Looking at the two people behind him, based on their chakra fluctuations alone, they also appeared to be around the A-rank level. Minato's expression became more serious. A trio of elite Jonin-level fighters was already worthy of his attention. At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Lord Fourth, are you home?" As Minato stepped outside and returned, the figure that followed him caused the clan heads present to show expressions of surprise. "Fugaku, I knew you would be here." Hige Hizashi ignored the varied expressions of the others and stood beside Fugaku. In that moment, the heads of the two great clans of Konoha stood side by side, delivering an unparalleled shock to the others. Minato scanned the crowd, already formulating a plan in his mind. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans had once served Danzo under the third Hokage. After Danzo's defection, they did not follow him. Now that Danzo had returned, these two clans would naturally be the least accepting. The conflict between the Uchiha and the third Hokage, as well as Danzo, was needless to elaborate. The survivors of the H, Riku, and K clans could be brought under his wing given the opportunity. As for the others, they mostly loathed Danzo's past actions of stealing people, which led to today's situation. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Minato smiled kindly. "Gentlemen, I know your intentions. Even if Shimura Danzo serves as the advisor to the third Hokage, as the fourth Hokage, I will not tolerate him forcibly seizing from you." If the third Hokage's return could barely allow for a dual leadership, the re-establishment of the advisor position for the third Hokage would formally challenge Minato as the fourth Hokage. What followed would be a direct confrontation between the daimyo and the Third Hokage, as well as between the Fourth Hokage and the ninja clans. From then on, there could only be one between the Third and Fourth Hokages. The victor would control Konoha, while the loser would retreat into obscurity. Chapter 159. The win for Minato Namikaze. If one were to ask Minato if he felt frustrated, the answer would be, of course, yes. Whether it was the Third Hokage personally stepping in for dual leadership, or the daimyo's envoys repeatedly undermining his authority as Hokage, along with the revival of Danzo as Hokage advisor, each felt like a thorn piercing deeply into Minato's heart. But life is often full of dissatisfaction. Compared to the death of Kushina, what did this frustration matter? Yes, he did not anticipate that Sarutobi Hiruzen would use budget cuts as a pretext to gain favor with the active ninjas, criticizing him with indecisiveness and thereby returning to power. As mentioned earlier, this was a public strategy. Even if everything were to start over, Minato would not be able to choose between cutting the budget for the security department or the active ninjas. Reducing the former would mean self-inflicted harm, while cutting the latter would make him vulnerable to manipulation, perhaps even jeopardizing his position as the Fourth Hokage. Compared to these outcomes, the fact that Hiruzen returned and ordered cuts to the security department's budget seemed frustrating, but in reality, it was the best outcome for Minato. Therefore, regarding the situation of dual leadership, although Minato felt resentment, he would not take any drastic countermeasures. As for the humiliation from the envoys, it only insulted his pride and the authority of Hokage. This was unavoidable, as they were the representatives of the daimyo's will. If Minato were merely a powerful individual, he could easily retaliate. However, he was Hokage, and his every action represented more than just himself. This is the burden of those in power. As the Fourth Hokage, he too must possess the composure and broad-mindedness to remain unperturbed by such slights. However, Danzo's revival had already crossed Minato's bottom line. What is the Hokage advisor? Across the 5 great ninja villages, the Hokage advisor is the second in command, the first person under the Hokage. In many cases, they would succeed the next Hokage. For instance, Senju Tobirama was the advisor to the first Hokage, Hashirama, before becoming the second Hokage. Although Hiruzen and Minato both understood that Danzo, a fool, led the roots and acted ruthlessly, completely alienating the major ninja clans, he had effectively severed any chance of holding the Hokage position. Even if he forcefully ascended, he would be like a rabbit's tail, short-lived. But if the Third Hokage were to return and a Third Hokage advisor were to be established, did they truly think Minato, the Fourth Hokage, would simply accept this? Coming from humble beginnings is not a shame. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a man. After 8 years as Hokage, Minato was no longer the hot-blooded youth he once was. If he tolerated the dual leadership for the greater good, it was also because the Third Hokage had helped him solve a significant problem. Thus, he could not express his anger as he was tightly bound by the Third Hokage. As for the humiliation from the envoys, he tolerated it because circumstances were stronger than individuals. Showing anger now would only hand the daimyo a knife handle. As for Danzo's revival as the Third Hokage advisor, he remained silent. This time, his tolerance was waiting for what? For the right moment. Danzo's revival would inevitably provoke a backlash from the various clans in the village. The daimyo's support would further incite the ninja clan's wariness. Now, upon seeing these clan heads, Minato knew he had waited long enough. Even if Narashikaku took charge of finances and Mito Gate K managed supplies, with the old subordinates of the Third Hokage like Inuzuka and Yamanaka, plus the daimyo's support, they seem to have all the advantages. However, in reality, the daimyo nurtures Konoha, not the ninja clans. The ninja clans are the true backbone of Konoha's resistance against the daimyo. On this day, half of Konoha's power holders gathered at Minato's residence. After a full hour of discussion, when everyone departed, the gloom that had hung over Minato for days was instantly lifted. To cherish one's reputation, even lacking the courage to do bad things. For the will left by the second Hokage, you were willing to gamble everything? Was it worth it? Minato murmured. He had already seen through the key behind this series of events. The daimyo wanted the Uchiha's loyalty. The Third Hokage was aware of all this but chose to take risks, even at the cost of turning against Minato, staging a dual leadership showdown to regain power and sanction the Uchiha. The root cause lies in the ever-growing Uchiha, which had begun to show signs of soaring. As a loyal follower of Senju Tobirama and the inheritor of his will, the rise of the Uchiha was what Hiruzen least wanted to see. For this, he was willing to readmit Danzo. For this, he was willing to completely sever ties with his own disciple whom he had personally supported. For this, He even gambled with his most cherished reputation. Similarly, Minato could not retreat. He needed strength, and thus he needed the Uchiha. Only by controlling greater and more powerful forces could one have the qualification to carry out their own will and protect those they wish to protect. Wolfing Shuemin only regrets understanding it too late. If he had realized this principle earlier, he wouldn't have naively believed in the Third Hokage and worshipped him, ultimately leading to Kushina's death before his eyes. A few days later, outside the small gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, 1,000 ninjas gathered. A total of 4,000 ninjas spread out in teams, heading towards the borders to hunt down the invading enemy ninjas from the Land of Fire. However, faced with such a grand departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't feel any happiness at all. How could this be? These bastards actually dared to refuse the summons from the roots. Shimura Danzo's face darkened like a pot bottom. A series of poisonous schemes began to emerge in his mind, making him appear even more sinister. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It was as expected. Although most of them were merely lower-ranked ninjas, this time the casualties were bound to be heavy. But it should be enough to repel them. It can't just end like this. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. These disobedient ninja clans should. Shut up, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed wearily and scolded. Danzo was good at everything, ruthless, venomous, and unscrupulous in achieving his goals. Most importantly, he was foolish. A little manipulation was enough to get him excited to do the dirty work. Just like this time, helping Danzo return to the position of advisor. This fool actually thought he still had a chance to become Hokage, and energetically offended all the ninja clans that even Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't dare to offend. But success and failure both rely on the same factors. He was just too foolish. At this critical moment, targeting any ninja clan was equivalent to pushing all those who were still observing into opposition. Considering this, Sarutobi Hizashi calmly looked at Danzo's angry eyes and said softly, "This time, it was thanks to the reputation of the daimyo that you were able to return to a position of assistance. They're already quite dissatisfied. At this moment, don't provoke them. I'm afraid they might turn against you." Upon hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. His angry expression gradually faded. He muttered, "I understand." After a pause, Danzo lowered his head, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. "Hizashi, thank you for forgiving me. Without you, I would really be doomed this time." In the next moment, he lifted his head, his eyes shining. "But becoming Hokage is also my dream. Don't expect me to give up." After saying that, he turned his head away with a hint of arrogance. Watching Danzo's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curved slightly with a coldness. "Fool, do you think I would give you a second chance to betray me? If it weren't for carrying out the teacher's will." Chapter 160, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Gamble. Hee, this is really crazy. They actually mobilized the strength of all the villagers and gathered 2,000 Konoha ninjas. In the backyard training ground, Uchiha Ryu received the news and was in a very good mood. "Isn't it 4,000? On the side, Tsunade, who was in training, asked in confusion. She had just gone to watch the scene of the ninja team departing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rome rubbed his forehead. "It's surprising that you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, yet you don't even understand the most basic situation in the village. The total population of Konoha is just over 100,000. In a situation where all major ninja clans are avoiding war. Where would the third Hokage find 4,000 Konoha ninjas? Oh, did he mobilize the vassals?" Tsunade is not foolish and quickly realizes the issue after being reminded by Uchiha Rome. She understands a basic demographic ratio. The standard ratio of regular soldiers in the ninja world is 1 soldier for every 10 people, meaning that the productivity of 10 people supports 1 soldier. During the Ninja World War, due to the large number of soldier casualties, this ratio might drop to 8-1 or even 7-1. The ratio for ninjas is undoubtedly much higher than that of regular soldiers, usually around 20-1 or even more than 20-1. This means that at least 20 ordinary people's productivity is needed to support 1 ninja. Among civilian ninjas, this ratio is even higher, with 20 to 30 people supporting 1 ninja. Thus, it can be concluded that the maximum number of civilian ninjas in Konoha is only about 5,000, even with the annual funding from the daimyo. This ratio can improve significantly, but no matter how high Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation is, he cannot expect a universal response. Being able to recruit 2,000 people is already the limit under normal circumstances. Uchiha Rong naturally does not tell her that his rock clone secretly investigated these 4 ninja teams to arrive at the accurate information of 2,000 Konoha ninjas. He simply nodded and then shook his head. Not all of them are vassals. There are certainly many ninjas from the Sarutobi, Shimura, and other clans among them. Otherwise, Relying solely on civilians and vassals would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Tsunade agrees with this. In fact, Uchiha Rong has even more detailed information. Over 2,000 civilian ninjas, more than 1,200 vassals, and over 700 clan ninjas. There are also dozens of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams. It's worth mentioning that the Shimura and Mito clans are somewhat special. Strictly speaking, they are considered ninja clans. But not quite. This peculiarity arises because both Tsunade and Mito Kaiden are of civilian origin. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen took in Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Senju Tobarama. To cultivate his image as a leader close to the people, could not have all his personal guards come from prominent clans. He also needed to recruit some civilian ninjas to enhance his persona. Even to this day, the clans of Tsunade and Mito do not have a unified surname, so they're collectively referred to as the Shimura clan and the Mito clan. Although they do not have a unified surname, they're indeed a collective group and have a certain number of ninjas. Initially, distant relatives and cousins responded to the first Hokage's call to intermarry with other civilians. And after several decades of living together, they formed an open clan area, developing into a certain scale. After all, having been an advisor to Konoha for so many years, how could they not benefit from cultivating their own clan members? This is also the main reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen let these two handle money and provisions, because they have shallow backgrounds and are easy to control. At least Danzo shouldn't even think about touching money and provisions. It seems that Uchiha Rin thought of something clever, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oh, Rin, you look so cunning. What are you thinking about? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Rong showed a happy smile. I was thinking, with the third Hokage mobilizing so many people and placing such a large bet, if the stakes are all lost, can he afford to pay the compensation? It can't be, right? I heard that each ninja village only deployed a dozen small teams. Even with the scattered teams from other minor ninja villages, we still have an absolute advantage in numbers. Tsunade said with confusion. If it weren't for these scattered teams hiding and launching surprise attacks everywhere, in the large area of the border region, Konoha wouldn't have to send out several times the number of ninjas to clean up. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Uchiha Rong replied calmly and continued with today's lessons. Sarutobi Hiruzen really put in a lot of effort this time. It can almost be said that he has mobilized the entire clan, even though Sarutobi and Shimura are considered large clans. Along with the additional members from the Uchiha and Mito clans, they managed to gather over 700 ninjas from their clans, which is definitely reaching their limit. Regardless of the Konoha high-ranking officials and the resources available, just looking at the population and the originally allocated clan land area can reveal Sarutobi and Shimura's maximum limits. According to Uchiha Rong's intelligence, the total population of the Sarutobi clan does not exceed 3,000. The Shimura clan has even fewer, at most around 1,000. Based on the usual ratio of 20-1 for ninjas, it should be 150 for Sarutobi and 50 for Shimura. However, this time in the Third Hokage's joint ninja force, there are a full 300 Sarutobi clan members and 200 Shimura clan members. This can only be said that the Third Hokage is too generous. Uchiha Rong could guess with his little feet that he had always regarded the Uchiha clan as a hypothetical enemy in order to carry out the second Hokage's will. Therefore, he must have been diligent in cultivating the ninjas of his clan. No wonder the Third Hokage is so determined to protect Danzo. It seems like Danzo is in a better position. The Shimizu clan, with a total population of 1,000, actually dispatched 200 ninjas. That ratio is just absurd. How much funding has Konoha consumed over the years? As for the rumored Sarutobi's 3,000 ninja army, it was purely an exaggerated tale based on hearsay. Not to mention that no official data has been provided, even within the original setting. A 3,000 ninja army from the Sarutobi clan is completely unreasonable. Even the two major clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, cannot muster 1,000 clan ninjas. 3,000 clan ninjas would imply that the total population of the clan must be at least 30 to 40,000 for it to be possible. While ninjas might be able to hide, ordinary people cannot. If the Sarutobi clan had 30 to 40,000 members, they wouldn't just be a major clan. They would qualify as a royal family. Even if you count the retainers, the Sarutobi clan could not possibly have 3,000 ninjas. This is because clan ninjas can be trained more effectively through additional resources, but retainers require a foundation built over hundreds of years. At the very least, the total number of retainers and their overall strength usually do not surpass that of the main family. This also reveals some clues. As the Uchiha clan continues to grow stronger, the higher-ups of Konoha, with their coalition of 4 clans, do not have an advantage in numbers. not to mention the quality of their ninjas. No wonder Sarutobi Hizen is getting anxious. Furthermore, the new territory of the Uchiha means potential population growth. This gives the Uchiha clan the possibility of being an enemy to a whole village. If left unchecked, it can be foreseen that in a few decades, the rapidly growing Uchiha clan will become the uncrowned king of Konoha. So he became red-eyed, like a gambler who has lost everything, betting it all. Chapter 161. Danzo. The disaster blocker Uchiha, Rong acted like a behind-the-scenes manipulator, becoming increasingly low-profile after the severe injury. He would rather spend a lot of financial resources to hire someone to act than personally get involved easily. Outside, everyone thought he was guarding the daimyo in the daimyo's mansion. Internally, he secluded himself in the clan territory, attempting to explore the powers of the six paths. If nothing unexpected happened, life would continue in this mundane manner. Just as he was practicing with Tsunade in the training ground at the back in the front yard. That old Hokage is so hateful. It seems my brother really dislikes him. A little girl, still maintaining her 7-year-old appearance, muttered something under her breath. At this moment, a young woman appeared silently. Then let's go kill him. But, will my brother be unhappy? Another figure, a towering man, emerged. Then let's cripple him. Oomph. How dare you encourage me to snatch my brother's prey? Uchiha Yeji frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing. Her slender right hand was enveloped in a wind-style chakra, piercing through the heart of the towering man. The body of the towering man fell to the ground with a thud, but strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Uchiha Yeji's eyebrows were almost knitted together. Oh no, this is troublesome. The toy is broken. Yeji, what are you doing? Just then, a towering man identical to the one on the ground appeared. TSK, TSK. Yeji stuck out her little tongue. Hurry up and take out the sealing scroll to store that corpse. Uchiha Jin came forward and gave her a whack. Don't play with Dad like this. Oh, got it. Almost as soon as Uchiha Yeji finished speaking, the figure of the young woman transformed into a puddle of water. And you can't pretend to be Mom to tease brother either. Uchiha Miho's gentle voice came from inside the house. Only her voice could be heard without her being seen. Yeji, who was caught in the act, had a baffled expression on her little face. The figure gradually dissipated. At the Sarutobi clan's territory, Hizen. When can you help me get a Sharingan? I can hardly hold on. Facing Danzo's inquiry, Sarutobi Hizen was almost rolling his eyes. Did you fail to assassinate them? Those Uchiha are strange. All the root members I sent out have gone missing. I changed several targets, but the result was the same. No information came back. Sarutobi Hizen asked in surprise. Seeing Danzo nod, Hizen's brows furrowed tightly. This is going to be difficult. The defensive strength of Suez Hyugu has already been tested by Danzo and the others. That's a tough nut to crack. Now, they can't even kill the Uchiha who are out and about. Then there's no way around it. Sarutobi Hizen sighed. On Konoha's side, the Uchiha clan's ninjas are all inexperienced. The security department members don't leave the village. As for the clan territory, forget it. Without an invitation from the Uchiha, outsiders can't get in at all. The current Uchiha clan is like a turtle shell with no place to bite. Hizen, think of a way for me. I'm going to die, Danzo said in an almost pleading tone. If it weren't for his physical condition, he would definitely be with the main force out of the village to fight. Even if I assign a task, they won't accept it. Unless it's an order from Minato. Sarutobi Hizen chuckled bitterly. He even tried to have his own Umbu members directly say, the Hokage assigned you a task. The result was that the Uchiha's next response was, which Hokage? If you don't clarify, they won't pay you any mind. Once clarified, they ignore you even more. In the end, helpless, Sarutobi Hizen even tried to forge an order from Minato, but the Uchiha directly went to the Hokage building to look for the Fourth Hokage. They insisted that they wouldn't accept the task unless it was from the Fourth Hokage in person. This made Sarutobi Hizen so furious that he couldn't eat for a day. The Uchiha seemed to have been on guard against us for a long time. Sarutobi Hizen warned seriously. You once used Izanagi in front of Uchiha Rong. Danzo, I'm very worried about your safety. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face turned dark. Yes, how could I almost forget that I've already been exposed? At this moment, Danzo suddenly felt that Konoha was not so safe anymore. No, I must obtain a Sharingan to suppress. Hee. Bad old man, do you want my eyes? Danzo's words were interrupted by a crisp child's voice. He felt a flash in front of his eyes, and suddenly there was a 7-year-old girl with crimson double pupils. Just as the shocked expression appeared on Danzo's face, he felt the ground suddenly getting farther away from him. Oh, it turns out the ground isn't sinking. I'm flying. Izanagi, activate. The next moment, Danzo felt everything around him becoming hazy. The process of just dying turned into a dream. When he reappeared, he immediately hid behind Sarutobi Hizen. Phew, I almost died. At this moment, Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Relying on a large number of Hashirama cells, his Izanagi could record his physical state from a day ago. As long as it was within this time frame, he could turn any unfavorable reality into a dream. Fortunately, the death-fearing Danzo had just recorded his state today. Moreover, Danzo knew that Izanagi was not omnipotent. For example, in the situation just now, it was too sudden and too quick. He almost didn't have time to realize that he had already died. If he had reacted just 0.1 second slower, he would have really died. How is that possible? Sarutobi Hizen took a defensive stance, his face still showing shock. Such a small child actually has a Manjiki? Is the Uchiha clan really that favored by destiny? Daybreak. Kill her. Hurry and kill her. Tobirama roared in anger. The Hashirama cells that were already on the verge of being suppressed had even less time left after losing another Sharingan. Just now, that was his last Sharingan. However, no matter how much Danzo screamed in anger, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not move. Uchiha, you broke into the Sarutobi clan's territory and assassinated the Hokage's aide. Do you know the consequences? Hizashi, what are you wasting time talking to her for? Kill her quickly. I'm about to collapse. Sarutobi Hizashi really wants to curse. What a useless teammate. Just now, this kid's movements were so fast that even he couldn't see them clearly. How can he dare to take action? Hee hee. So if we kill everyone here, will there be no problem? Uchiha Yazi blinked her crimson eyes and smiled at the two. With a whoosh, 2 shurikens suddenly flew from her hands. Gradually, the bodies of 2 Umbu appeared next to the sidewall. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrow once again. I've confirmed your gaze. You're someone I can't defeat. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing ever happened. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was deep. That's not going to work. Too many people are coming this way. It's safest to kill them all. Yi Ziqing's clear and innocent voice rang out, but the content was chilling. Earth style, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seals were almost instantaneous, just as the earth style wall appeared. A blazing flame, at the peak of its intensity, struck the rock wall. Oh no, I got blocked. Let's take out the other annoying people first. The worst old man should definitely be saved for last to enjoy slowly. Chapter 162, Super Shadow, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. A seal. And a surge of mud rushed towards EZ, but it was dodged. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bullet. Almost at the same time that EZ dodged. Sarutobi Hiruzen had completed the hand signs for his second technique. In the next moment, a fierce dragon head suddenly emerged from the stagnant mud. The mud bullets shot out like a machine gun, continuously firing towards EZ, who was constantly teleporting. Bad old man. Is it my turn now? At the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen threw a shuriken, a clear childlike voice rang out again. Shadow Kurun Technique, Shuriken. The shurikens shot out, transformed in the air from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. By the time they reached EZ, they were already overwhelming. But at that moment, fire release, great fire annihilation. The heavens seemed to have been pierced open, and an overwhelming flame poured down. Just as the words were spoken, in an instant, a sea of fire spread across half of the Sarutobi clan's territory. The short, piercing screams continued endlessly. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned red, but he didn't dare to approach the little girl, only able to keep pulling away, using ninjutsu to constantly defend and attack. From the speed at which the opponent attacked Danzo and killed the Umbu, once he got too close, he had no chance of winning. Unless, after forcing the opponent back with a fire dragon flame bullet, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped onto a nearby rooftop, using the obstacle to buy a moment of time, and quickly bit his finger to form a seal while running. He crouched down and pressed both hands against the eave. Ninja A, Summoning Technique. Monkey King, Inma. Come fort. Huh, monkey, who can make you so embarrassed? There's no time. Quickly transform into the golden Rui Bang. Seeing this, the monkey demon finally realized the seriousness of the situation and transformed into the Vajra Rui staff, which fell into the hands of Sarutobi Sasuke. Almost at the same moment, the Vajra Rui staff was grasped. Ding. Sarutobi Hizashi barely swung his stick to block a claw strike from Yeezy. He could see the sharp wind blades emerging from her slender fingers. What hard stick! Yeezy shook her right hand and pouted her lips high. It was obvious that the previous hit had hurt her. At that moment, a dozen figures from the dark suddenly burst into the sea of flames. Oof. Damn stick. You made me angry. Yiziki pouted as she spoke, dodging various ninjutsu attacks from Sarutobi Hizashi. In the next moment, her movement suddenly paused. A torrent of chakra surged forth. With the power of the eyes, a 100-meter-tall, dark purple Yatagarasu Susanoo instantly took shape. At the same time, Sarutobi Sasuke's Fire Dragon Bullet also arrived. The Fire Dragon Bullet struck against Yatagarasu's armor and was instantly extinguished. This is, watching the nearly materialized chakra that formed the female giant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were about to pop out. But at that moment, the Susanoo's giant sword had already come down. The range is too wide to avoid. Realizing that there is no escaping, Sarutobi Asuma jumped up directly with the King Kong Rui staff in hand. Clang! In midair, the Rui bang and the Susanoo giant sword collided, and the immense force instantly transformed into kinetic energy, sending Sarutobi Hiruzen flying hundreds of meters away. Finally, the roof in the sea of fire collapsed. Yeezy did not rush to pursue, and Susanoo's giant sword swept horizontally once again. A dozen members of the Umbu, who just arrived, directly took the special car to the Pure Land. As the commotion here completely spread out, dozens of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan hurried over. How about we play a whack-a-mole game? A crisp child's voice came from the sky, and the next moment, the Crow Tengu giant flipped the Susanoo great sword over. Bang! A giant sword nearly 100 meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide was used as a bat, instantly smashing down a large number of houses. Among them, 7 or 8 ninjas from the Sarutobi clan who couldn't escape in time died on the spot. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen, bloodied and battered, finally crawled out from the ruins. He saw his fellow clan's ninjas being slaughtered in groups. At this moment, even though he knew he was at a disadvantage, he did not hesitate any longer. Gripping the adamantine staff, he charged forward. During his run, his figure blurred. End.At shadow clones appeared. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. 5 elements, Great Escape Technique. 5 running Sarutobi, each spitting out flames. Thunder, water, mud, and hurricanes. These chakra nature transformations instantly condensed into a giant dragon, charging straight at the Susanoo. However, with a flap of the wings on the back of the giant woman, her massive figure surprisingly evaded the frontal attack at an eerie speed. Moreover, with the flapping of her wings, the giant woman's figure instantly soared. She took to the sky. Is this the ultimate power in the legend of the Uchiha? Ignoring the heavy losses of his clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. Now that the enemy had taken to the skies, the ninjas on the ground had little they could do. Sigh. Just as he let out a sigh, it seemed he thought of something. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed dramatically. He shouted urgently to the surviving members of the clan, "Run! Get away from clan grounds!" However, it was all too late. Suddenly, a bright light flashed across the sky, like a star. Gradually, the star grew larger and larger. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tremor in his heart. He knew that the Sarutobi clan was finished. His figure swiftly dashed between the sea of flames and the ruins of houses, leaping agilely like a monkey. In no time, he had left the boundaries of his clan's territory. At that moment, looking back, the star that had once been in the sky was now blotting out the sun. Given this size, I'm afraid it won't just be the Sarutobi clan at risk. The surrounding clans are likely in danger as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully closed his eyes. He had already said not to mess around. At that moment, a gentle and delicate woman's voice sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes in confusion. He witnessed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The meteor that blotted out the sun was constantly extinguishing at a position about 100 meters above the Sarutobi clan's territory, as if there were an invisible barrier in that location. Soon, the meteor was completely extinguished. Everything returned to calm. The winged giantess disappeared. Even the sea of fire in the Sarutobi clan's territory seemed to have extinguished at some unknown time. When Sarutobi Hizashi returned to the clan, he found charred corpses of clan members everywhere along the way. Some surviving clan ninjas are spontaneously rescuing people at this moment. When Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his courtyard, his movements suddenly froze. He saw that the debris and rubble caused by the battle had all been cleared away. The area within 100 meters was extremely tidy. And where Danzo once stood, a tree-like monster's corpse lay quietly. Is this how it ends? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings were extremely complicated. There was confusion, hatred, nostalgia, and even a hint of sadness. In his eyes, that terrifying Uchiha girl was drawn in by Danzo. It was all due to Danzo's Izanagi that led to the pursuit from the other side, resulting in heavy casualties for the Sarutobi clan. If he knew that it was Danzo's words about wanting to obtain the Sharingan that caught Yeezy's attention, thus saving Sarutobi Hiruzen from a disaster. I wonder what Sarutobi Hiruzen would think. Bastard, did you just die like that? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shouted at the corpse of the monster. After witnessing that power comparable to the original would release, he suddenly realized how ridiculous he was. Everyone has underestimated the current strength of the Uchiha. In the face of the power of the Super Shadow, all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous plans lost their meaning at this moment. Chapter 163. Aftermath. Chapter 163. Aftermath. The moment the Sarutobi clan's territory was engulfed in flames, it had already alarmed the entire Konoha. From a distance, one could see the glow of the fire illuminating the sky. Villagers gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Who knows what happened over there? That's in the direction near the Hokage building. Could it be that the terrifying monster like the Nine-Tails Fox has appeared again? Ignoring the villagers' panic, a large number of ninjas had already begun to gather towards the Sarutobi clan's location. The fleeting figures on the rooftops were becoming more and more numerous, like a school of fish. However, before they could truly get close, a female giant with wings made of condensed chakra appeared. The towering figure, over 100 meters tall, clad in magnificent armor, left everyone witnessing this scene in a daze, including Uchiha Roan. What's going on? I don't know, but that seems to be the location of the Sarutobi clan. I'll go take a look first. On the roof, Tsunade's expression was serious as her figure vanished. Uchiha Roan furrowed his brow, looking completely confused. The Yatengu Susanoo. He immediately recognized what it was. But precisely because he recognized it, he felt even more puzzled. Due to the distance and the nearly solid form of the Yatengu obstructing his view, he couldn't find the caster's figure. Just then, the Yatengu giant spread its wings and flew up. Its massive body gradually became a small black dot in the sky. Immediately after, a huge meteorite fell. Damn, this is going to be a big deal. Looking at the size of the meteorite, Uchiha Roan could already foresee that the area around the Sarutobi clan would turn to ashes once it completely landed. However, at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The falling meteorite began to gradually vanish from the bottom up. That was Uchiha Roan, who had already activated his Sharingan, saw a layer of energy shield that was invisible to the naked eye. It is a powerful barrier that has never been seen before. As the meteorite was completely extinguished, the sky that had just been ablaze in flames returned to normal in an instant. What exactly happened to the Sarutobi clan? Uchiha Roan's expression was serious. This level of power had clearly reached the level of Super Shadow, making him, who was usually cautious, reluctant to take risks and investigate easily. I'm back. At that moment, a tiny figure dashed onto the roof and, in the next instant, dove into his arms. Looking at Yizi's innocent little face and then glancing towards the direction of the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha Roan suddenly had an absurd guess. Yizi, that just now. Could it have been you? Pointing in the direction of the Sarutobi clan's territory, Uchiha Roan asked uncertainly. In fact, as soon as he asked this question, he was about to deny it himself. The reason for such a fantastical speculation was mainly based on his knowledge that at this stage, Uchiha Madara had already fallen, and besides himself, there shouldn't be anyone else from the Uchiha clan capable of summoning the Tengu. Even if it were Ki, Itachi, and Shizuna Yunsong, they currently did not meet the conditions to activate the 5th form of Tengu for combat. As for Nagato, since he is not of Uchiha blood, even if he possesses a higher tier Rinnegan, he would still be unable to activate Susanoo. After ruling out these external factors, even the most unlikely possibility might be the truth. But it doesn't make sense. Even if Yezi had the ability to summon the Tengu, there would be no reason for her to go to the Sarutobi clan's territory for no reason. Brother, you won't be angry, will you? Uchiha Roan was recalling whether he had overlooked anyone when Yizi directly admitted it. Uchiha Roan, is it really you? You went to the Sarutobi clan for no reason. Halfway through the sentence, Uchiha Roan seemed to think of something, and his pupils instantly widened. You didn't kill the third Hokage, did you? No way. It's all the fault of that bandaged old man who said he wanted to dig out our eyes. It made Z accidentally expose himself and fail to take down the Hokage old man. While saying this, Yi-Z was waving his little fists, looking quite indignant. Huh. Uchiha Roan let out a sigh of relief. The third Hokage is certainly despicable, but if he died during this period, many subsequent developments would become even more confusing. However, it seems that that bandaged old man has died. It wasn't Yi-Z who did it. He turned himself into a tree. Yi-Zen's eyes darted around as he repeatedly defended himself. The bandages, that's right. Ever since Danzo defected and returned, half of his body has been wrapped in bandages. It was obvious that during those years of defection, he had transplanted the Sharingan he had accumulated over the years onto his right arm. This kind of thing is not allowed to happen again. Staying at home, My brother is going out for a while. In the Sarutobi clan territory. As the initial sea of fire spread, more than half of the houses were reduced to ashes. If the sea of fire hadn't suddenly been extinguished, the entire Sarutobi clan territory would have likely been burned to the ground by now. Sarutobi Hisashi has moved the surviving clan members to a small area that was less affected, and, at this moment, he is listening to reports from the Umbu and the clan members in one of the courtyards. Third Hokage, the casualty statistics for the Umbu have been compiled. This time, we lost 17 people, with 6 seriously injured and 7 lightly injured. Even though he knew the casualties were heavy, Sarutobi Hisashi stumbled slightly as he looked at the detailed list of the fallen in his hand, nearly losing his balance. These 30 Umbu members were his close bodyguards, his most trusted confidants, many of whom were from his own clan. 2S rank, 5A rank, and 3A rank. All casualties. On the contrary, those who were severely and lightly injured were all elite Chunin. Because they lacked the ability to confront enemies of that level directly, they managed to survive by keeping their distance. Soon after, the casualty list from the clan was released. Upon seeing the enormous number of casualties, the already aged Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear the blow and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Third Hokage, the surviving Umbu and clansmen around gasped. I'm Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly waved his hand. In the Sarutobi clan, the number of injured is uncounted, and 981 ordinary clansmen are dead. 36 ninjas from the clan have also died. Ordinary clansmen are the foundation of a ninja clan. With such significant casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen could already foresee the decline of the clan. One Umbu hesitated and said, additionally, the Fourth Hokage and the others are outside the clan territory and have been stopped by our men. Let them in. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling a severe headache. Just then, another Umbu suddenly appeared. Third Hokage, Shimura Danzo has come back to life. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just sat down, stood up in shock. His eyes wide. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. He doubted if he was hearing things. The Umbu hesitated, but reported truthfully. We were about to take him to the Shimura clan, as you instructed, but halfway there, he came back to life. How did he come back? Has his mutation healed? Where is he now? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he had 1,000 questions and didn't know which to ask first. The Umbu also sounded somewhat puzzled. We're not sure. He just suddenly came back to life. The mutated parts on him are gone, completely healed. And what? And our sensory ninja said that Lord Danzo's chakra fluctuations are nearly 10 times stronger than before. What? Chapter 164. Return to youth. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Shimura clan and saw Danzo again, his jaw nearly dropped. Is this really Danzo? At this moment, Shimura Danzo had no bandages on him, and his skin was smooth and radiant like a newborn. Apart from that familiar face, there was hardly any trace of the original Shimura Danzo. But even that familiar face was from over 40 years ago. It was the face buried deep in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. Danzo at 18. Who the hell are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's shocked expression suddenly darkened as he said in a low voice. He couldn't believe in any miracle of rejuvenation. The young version of Shimura Danzo pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with one hand while holding his stomach with the other, laughing uncontrollably, spitting everywhere. Monkey, look how scared you are. What? Do you still doubt who I am pretending to be? The mocking laughter instantly made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel dazed. This demeanor, this tone, this appearance. It's Danzo. But how is that possible? Old man, this time I can say it's a blessing in disguise. TSK, monkey, look at you. You've aged into this ghostly state. What? What happened to you? Oh, you want to know? I want to tell you. Another burst of hearty laughter followed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. What? Do you want to fight? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm pretty strong now. Looking at Danzo's 18-year-old body, calling him old man, left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling very awkward. He immediately stopped hesitating. 2 shuriken appeared in his hands. Seeing this, the 2 Umbu members behind him cleverly stepped back. Whoosh! As the 2 shuriken were released, they instantly transformed into countless shuriken filling the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing such an unavoidable large-scale attack, Danzo showed no signs of panic. Rat hair dog. The hand seals were performed so quickly that if one wasn't paying attention, they would think he only made one seal. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. As Danzo's abdomen swelled and contracted, he expelled a massive amount of wind chakra from his mouth. At the moment the wind chakra completely left his mouth, it condensed into solid-looking spheres. They shot out like a machine gun at a speed of several rounds per second. Amidst the sound of clanging, Danzo stood still, but all the shuriken aimed at him disappeared in a puff of smoke. Danzo was surrounded by a dense cluster of shuriken, but the area where he stood was completely unharmed. At this moment, his vacuum sphere had not stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure was in a state of disarray as he dodged under the relentless onslaught of vacuum spheres. Alas, monkey, you've ultimately aged. Danzo extended his arms, palms facing upwards at a 45-degree angle. The wind chakra rapidly gathered, and two spheres of super large vacuum sphere, each with a diameter of over 10 meters, instantly formed in midair. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. No seals needed. Geez. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed drastically as he narrowly dodged the last wave of small vacuum spheres. Earth release. Earth flow wall. 3 walls of rock rose up from the ground. At the same time, the two super large vacuum spheres collided. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and stones flew everywhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen was blown away by a powerful force, crashing into the courtyard wall and leaving numerous cracks. When he looked up, at the center of the explosion, the 3 rock walls had turned to dust, leaving a pit over 10 meters deep in the ground. Danzo, how can you possess such strong wind release? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a ghostly expression. Compared to Danzo's appearance returning to 18, his noticeably increased strength made him feel even more incredulous. It is well known that mastering nature transformation gives ninjutsu additional characteristics and power. Ninjutsu at this level belongs to C rank. The standard power is akin to that of a handgun. Mastering form transformation combined with nature transformation is B rank, with standard power equivalent to a rifle. Perfectly merging nature transformation and form transformation results in A rank, with standard power equivalent to a cannon. Natural disasters can change the terrain within a certain range. The fusion of multiple attributes creating a new characteristic change is S rank. The power of S rank is hard to quantify. For instance, the S rank Earth Explosion Star is S rank because it is the highest classification of ninjutsu. Likewise, Lightning Cutter is S rank because it has indeed completed the preliminary fusion of wind and lightning, giving birth to a new change, electricity. The electrical form is also an advanced version of a lightning type of the Sword Saint's armor. Afterwards, whether it's lightning release, thunder transmission, lightning cutter double kill, or lightning tiger through kill, they're essentially all electricity. The distinction lies in the different forms of electrical power and the way ninjutsu is released. In simple terms, the development of nature transformation to the point of merging into a new characteristic means that any ninjutsu using this new chakra energy is S rank. Nature transformation, or the essence of energy, mass, determines the level of ninjutsu and standard power, that is, the lower limit of power. Form transformation determines the upper limit of power. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe at this moment is that Danzo was able to release such a massive superform vacuum sphere, and he was doing it with one hand each in double shots. This is not simply a matter of becoming larger. It involves chakra quantity, chakra intensity, chakra control, and other comprehensive abilities. Without a super high chakra quantity, one cannot instantly release such a vast amount of wind chakra. Just like a person's strength is 100, the maximum explosive power of a full force punch is 10. A person with a strength of 10 or even 20 cannot instantaneously unleash a power of 10. This also involves the body's self-protection mechanism. Without a super high chakra intensity, one similarly cannot create effective destructive power. The higher the energy density, the greater the power. Without sufficient chakra strength, forcibly enlarging ninjutsu will result in consequences akin to sand scattering, losing its power and being of no use. The control of chakra at the end is needless to say. Without super strong mental power for chakra control, one cannot manipulate such a massive and intense release of ninjutsu. Ha, monkey, do you think I can only be a weakling in your eyes and am not allowed to become stronger? Danzo mocked as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was spitting blood from the impact. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in anger. He felt the rage of being mocked. How could someone leap from A to at least S in such a short time? Is this normal strength growth? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extraordinarily furious. It was all Danzo's fault that the Sarutobi clan suffered such a massacre. It was all Danzo's fault that he almost died again. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer distinguish whether it was anger, sadness, or fear of Danzo's current power that made him even angrier. It was clear that Danzo had fallen from the level of Hokage due to aging, but now had returned to that level, even stronger than he was at his peak. Even if he was still as foolish, he was no longer the Danzo he could handle. He had suffered such great losses. Now he had even lost his most useful weapon. How could he not be angry? Why did you come back to life? Why did you become stronger and younger? Why was only he the one to suffer losses? Clearly, that Uchiha girl was brought by Yuri Izanagi. Danzo, open the barrier. I want to smash your head. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury boiled, and his fighting spirit soared. Danzo innocently shrugged his shoulders. As you wish. Chapter 165. Wind release that can cut through Susanoo. At the moment Danzo completed the hand seals, a terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from the ground of the courtyard, shaking the entire space momentarily. In just an instant, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, this courtyard had been enveloped by a 5-elements sealing barrier. As the name implies, this is a barrier created by sealing techniques. Its main feature is that it continuously generates 5 types of chakra energy, possessing extremely strong defensive power, and has a certain degree of the effect of a mustard seed in the Sumeru. From the outside, Danzo's courtyard was now covered by a transparent light curtain, with a diameter of about 100 meters. Inside, if one flew upwards, they could actually reach 200 meters high before encountering the barrier wall. However, Danzo, who activated the 5-element sealing, was still performing hand seals. As chakra lines spread from him, 5 seals lit up at the 5 corners of the courtyard. This time it was a 5-seal formation, similar to the 5-seal barrier. Within this barrier space, any material destruction is prohibited. While it is said to be prohibited, there are actually limits. It is not true area protection in the strict sense, but at the very least, most S-rank attack-type ninjutsu will have their damage to terrain and buildings reduced to an exaggerated extent within this barrier. Come on. After finishing these, Danzo provocatively raised his chin towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. To be honest, after becoming younger, the cross scar on his chin added a few points of masculinity to him. Just as Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were in a solo battle, Uchiha Roan, who had stealthily used transformation technique to go out, was quietly returning to his courtyard. Oni-chan, I'm back. Uchiha Roan. He was quite confused. He had clearly sneaked back, but as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he found himself with an extra child in his arms. However, when the scenery in the courtyard came into view, Uchiha Roan was stunned. He saw his mother smiling and standing in the courtyard looking at him. Roan, I prepared afternoon tea and snacks for you. Thank you, mother. Uchiha Mihue, however, did not go back into the house as usual, but continued to stare at him. Until Uchiha Roan was filled with question marks, Uchiha Mihue's figure faded, leaving behind a voice. The trouble caused by Yeji will be resolved soon. No need to worry. Huh? Uchiha Roan was bewildered. What does that mean? However, he was too lazy to dwell on this now. He had just made a significant new discovery during his outing, which might involve the thing Orochimaru had been pursuing. So after calming Yeji down, Uchiha Roan went directly to the underground training ground for research. In the core area of the Shimura clan, a courtyard was currently enveloped by a light curtain. Inside, 2 figures were engaged in fierce combat. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. A surging mudslide came rushing in, covering a distance of over 10 meters. Danzo did not have Yeji's terrifying speed and could not dodge it at all, but he lightly jumped and stood steadily on the rushing mudslide. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrow. What terrifying chakra control! Walking on water and climbing trees are the basics. Only those with strong chakra control can do what Danzo was doing now, standing on the rushing flow as if it were solid ground. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a hand seal for one ninjutsu after another, releasing 2 ninjutsu in succession. A dragon's head emerged from the mudslide, beginning to spit out mud projectiles like a machine gun. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped several meters into the air, spitting out scorching flames from above. Unlike the freely controlled fire dragon of the Great Fireball Technique, which has a wide attack range and long distance, the Great Fireball Technique does not have such a large coverage, but focuses more on high temperature and destructive power. It is one of the secret ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. Faced with the high-frequency mud projectiles and the flames raining down from above, Danzo chuckled softly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 shadow clones had already appeared beside him. The 3 figures dodged the attacks while performing hand seals. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Wind Release, Vacuum Continuous Wave. The 3 figures completed their hand seals with nearly identical movements, each drawing in their abdomens and almost without pause. Their mouths puffed up and releasing wind release chakra. quickly forming the corresponding ninjutsu. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, fist-sized vacuum spheres accurately intercepted the incoming unavoidable mud projectiles. A large, invisible scythe-like wind attack flashed by. One could only see a ripple faintly appearing in the air. In the next moment, the descending flames were actually torn apart to both sides by this wind-release vacuum wave, brushing past Danzo's figure from both sides. This is the brilliance of a vacuum wave. It not only can attack enemies, but also can cut off chakra. Thus, it is not afraid of fire release and will not be restrained by fire release. When encountering other ninjutsu, it will cause the effect of cutting the opponent's ninjutsu. One must understand that ninjutsu takes shape under the control of the user, and chakra only has lethality when condensed. Once the original ninjutsu form is cut open, only the basic characteristics of scattered fire release remain. Just like now, the temperature of the cut great fireball instantly dropped several levels. Even if it brushed past Danzo, it could no longer cause him severe burns. All were protected by the chakra on Danzo's surface. Just as quickly as it was said, at the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen's great fireball was cut open, Danzo's main body unleashed the vacuum continuous wave towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. One could see visible air wave fluctuations appearing, yet they were formless and intangible. Waves continued to surge towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and due to the invisibility of this ninjutsu's form, combined with the characteristics of wind-release ninjutsu, cutting and speed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's falling figure dodged two small vacuum waves before quickly being hit by the subsequent vacuum waves. With a bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure dissipated in the smoke. Shadow Clone. When Danzo's pupils constricted and he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen, he saw 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen standing at the 5 corners of the courtyard. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. 5 Nature, great technique. It was exactly the powerful technique Sarutobi Hiruzen had used against Ye's Susanoo earlier. 5 roaring fire dragons surged from 5 directions, leaving Danzo with no way to evade. And he was instantly hit. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. The 5 elemental dragons collided at the spot where Danzo stood, and a violent energy erupted, sweeping across a diameter of more than 30 meters. Raging currents, thunder, blazing flames, mud, and hurricanes. The intertwining of these 5 energies triggered a chain reaction of explosions. At the epicenter of the explosion, various mixed elements such as electric currents, lasers, magma, and steam flashed and disappeared. The scene was extremely spectacular and dazzling. As the brilliant elements gradually subsided, only a pit 1 meter deep and 3 meters wide remained, with remnants of magma flowing faintly within. It should be noted that despite the continuous release of so many ninjutsu, they had not caused any damage to the barrier surface. This demonstrated the power of the great technique. Just from the destructive effect within the 5-point barrier, it could be confirmed that although this technique was classified as A rank, its clever utilization of the complementary and opposing principles of the 5 major attributes made its power even surpass many S-rank attack-type ninjutsu, especially the magma, laser, electric current, and steam that erupted at the moment of the 5 dragons colliding. Their damage far exceeded that of ordinary 5-attribute ninjutsu. After all, steam is the intrinsic energy of boil release, electric current is the intrinsic energy of lightning cutter, laser is the intrinsic energy of wind release, and magma is the intrinsic energy of melt release. Monkey, are you looking for me? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and scanned the center of the explosion. Try to locate Danzo's body. A slightly teasing voice sounded from behind his main body. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instinctively preparing to turn around, suddenly froze. A kunai imbued with wind release power was silently pressed against his neck. In that moment, his life and death were in Danzo's hands. Having lived for 62 years and served as the third Hokage for so long, it was the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen felt so close to death. Swallowing hard, cold sweat began to slide down his forehead. Having fought alongside Danzo in their youth, he knew all too well how sharp this old partner's wind-release kunai could be. Throughout the ninja world, there were many wind-release shurikens. But for wind-release kunai, there was only this one. Danzo had once used this unique secret technique to cut through earthen walls, slice through water dragon bullets, and even tear apart the great fire dragon. Its greatest strength lay in Danzo's ability to slice through chakra with the vacuum wave principle, which he integrated into the wind-release kunai. If not for his old age and declining strength, even tearing apart Susanoo would not be impossible. After all, Susanoo is also made of chakra energy. It could be said that at least in terms of wind release, Danzo had mastered the transformation of form to an extreme level. The reason he didn't develop true A-rank wind release was that he was following the path of wind release form change. With just the few B-rank wind release techniques passed down from the Shimura clan, he had reached S-rank combat power during his peak youth. What's wrong? Monkey, do you also have moments of fear? Danzo smiled as he put away the kunai. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart finally relaxed. He looked at Danzo with an extremely complicated expression. He had no doubt about Danzo's murderous intent. It was just that Danzo had never had the strength to kill him until now. Until this moment, the opportunity to kill him was right in front of him. But Danzo held back. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized he couldn't understand the current Danzo. Chapter 166. The unexpected discovery of the key to longevity. Without a doubt, the rejuvenated Danzo now possessed S-level comprehensive combat power. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling hurt. The two had fought side by side, sharing a deep bond akin to that of Naruto and Sasuke. At their peak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had achieved S-level peak combat power through his extensive knowledge of ninjutsu. At that time, Danzo had reached S-level Hokage-level comprehensive combat power with his mastery of wind release and his most adept wind release kunai. As they turned 50, their bodies began to weaken. It must be understood that physical condition is the foundation of everything. Therefore, inevitably, their strength began to stagnate, and gradually they even started to decline. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen's age and frailty dropped him to S-level. Danzo, on the other hand, suffered severe injuries while saving Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth, and his combat power fell from S-level to A in his old age. The feeling of such a significant decline in power drove Danzo nearly insane. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually realized that Danzo had changed. He began to resort to any means necessary, becoming ruthless and vicious. Anything that could potentially enhance his power, he would go to any lengths to seize. Feeling indebted to his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking advantage of his position, tried to indulge him and satisfy him, until the insatiable desire took hold. Human nature is like this. When one feels indebted, they strive to repay it. But when they feel they have repaid enough, and the other party continues to demand more, the original kindness gradually transforms into hatred. With complex emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to utilize his understanding of Danzo. Exploiting Danzo's insatiable ambition to make him carry out deeds he was unwilling to touch himself. The intertwining of debts and enmities became entangled, until they could no longer be separated. Eventually, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself could no longer clarify whether he was using Danzo more, or if it was more of a bond, or even more of a grudge. Until that day, when Orochimaru defected, at his most vulnerable moment. The vacuum wave that struck tore Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeve, ripped through the skin of his arm, and also shattered the last bit of their bond and affection. Time flies. 62-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen consumed a large amount of precious medicine, barely maintaining S-level combat power. Meanwhile, 61-year-old Danzo, after transplanting the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan, returned to a fool who could be easily crushed. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw him only as a tool. If it weren't for Danzo, he could obtain the resources and manpower of the Shimura clan. If Danzo weren't ruthless, toxic, and foolish enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have saved him. But now, looking at the beaming Danzo, who had returned to 18, all the past flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He let out a deep breath. Do you still want a Sharingan? I will go get it myself. Sure enough. Still that arrogant fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly smiled, showing sincerity. If you need my help, just ask. No need for help. But I do need to inform you of something. What? I have already ordered the Shimura ninjas and those 1,000 Shimura retainers to withdraw. They are probably on their way back to the village now. Danzo. The originally sincere expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned furious. That so-called 1,000 retainers were actually the preparatory members. They were all funded by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo indifferently dug at his ears. Don't shout so loudly. I can hear you. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Because I suddenly don't want to be the darkness of the ninja world anymore. In the past, I had no choice. But now I just want to be a good person. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils bulged out, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? Danzo, stop messing around. Who is messing around? Danzo rolled his eyes, leaned in and pointed at his own face, saying, Monkey, look. What? My entire face is written with the two characters serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I really didn't notice. Collagen really does keep one youthful. Looking at this young face, it's impossible to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't jealous. Only those who have aged understand the value of youth and health even more. Forget it. If it's withdrawn, then it's withdrawn. But what exactly happened to you in this state? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Even without the 200 members of the Shimura clan and those 1,000 vassals, our numbers are still 5 to 6 times that of the enemy. It just means the cleanup will be a bit slower. It doesn't matter. He was now more concerned about the secret of Danzo's youth. Could it be related to the cells of Hashirama? Remembering the time he saw Danzo's tree-like corpse, it was clear that the person was dead. Yet the body was still filled with a strange vitality. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But at that moment, Danzo shrugged. Actually, I don't know either. I just woke up like this. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, believing half of it. After all, if Danzo had mastered such technology, there would be no reason not to use it on himself earlier. He leaned towards the idea that during Danzo's death, something unpredictable happened with the Hashirama cells. Thinking this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eagerness quickly diminished. God knows what the state of Danzo really means, even though he looks younger. What about his actual lifespan? It can't be that he has returned to 18 years old. In a secret room of the underground training facility. This is possible? It worked. Uchiha Rong held a youthful little white mouse, sensing its vigorous vitality. A smile blossomed on his face. The 4-symbol seal, combined with Hashirama cells, along with life bestowal and divine grace. I can actually achieve such an incredible thing. However, I need to ponder the details more. With my current would-release bloodline physique, is it equivalent to Hashirama cells? If it is, then if I create a clone with a lifespan of a few years before I die of old age, and then have that clone transplant my Sharingan after I die, using the same method to bestow life on me. No, I don't even have to wait until I die of old age. I could just commit suicide when my vitality is almost exhausted, then do the same thing on myself. Could I also replenish my lifespan? The more he thought, the more excited Uchiha Rong became. It was as if he had found the deepest mystery of life, the possibility of immortality. He also wondered if the remaining fragments of Danzo's memory would be enough to trick that old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Forget it if I can't trick him. I'll just have the little clone take the Shimura clan to join the Fourth. It's not a loss anyway. As Uchiha Rong's thoughts drifted, something strange happened at the Sarutobi clan. The earlier deceased clan members had their funerals being prepared. The bodies were ready to be buried. Yet, they all suddenly came back to life. Oh no, it should be said they collectively resurrected. Even the half-destroyed remains blinked and restored to their original state. The most outrageous part was that the damaged buildings also returned to normal. If it weren't for the fact that only ordinary clan members were revived. With the bodies of the ninjas and Umbu still there, all Sarutobi clan members might think that the terrifying sea of fire and the female giant were just a dream. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having bid farewell to Danzo, was on his way back to the Sarutobi clan. Meanwhile, a large and small figure in the front yard were whispering, "Mom, it seems the trouble you caused is bigger than mine." How could that be? Helping them restore their houses should be a good thing, right? But you, just be careful not to let them see through your toys. As long as I don't suffer a fatal injury, I should be fine, right? Yatsuki really helped them find their lost loved ones. Yatsuki is such a saint. Silly Yatsuki. Saint is a derogatory term, not a compliment. Is that so? Yatsuki blinked with innocent eyes. Then how about I go again and kill off the others who aren't dead? Turn them all into toys. Chapter 167. New situation. It was hard to finally leave the yard and move around the village. If you cause more trouble, be careful your brother won't let you out. Alright, so it really failed. Watching the little white mouse that had just been full of life inexplicably die, Uchiha Rong sighed. Speaking of which, this was quite unexpected. He originally just wanted to see if Danzo was still salvageable, but found that the life bestowal only created a new conscious life. This indicated that Danzo's soul had already gone to the Pure Land. The new life had only a short lifespan of a few days and no chakra, just a waste. Uchiha Rong was ready to give up, but then he told himself that he had obtained a part of the remnants of Danzo's memories from the deepest part of his mind. Furthermore, he said there was a strange seal within Danzo that contained a massive amount of vitality. Thus, with Uchiha Rong's current sealing technique, he easily broke open the already closed 4-symbol seal space, and the next moment, a shocking change occurred. After this originally closed seal was broken, a large amount of vitality surged out, counteracting the vitality of the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body. Under the conflict of two similar yet different life forces, Uchiha Rong's keen perception immediately sensed that this body, which was a dead object, had been granted a few days of life and was pulsating with vitality. At that moment, the commotion was enough to awaken the Umbu who had silently been under a Jinjutsu. Uchiha Roan couldn't afford to stay longer, so he had to leave first. Continuing to observe from the shadows, he then discovered that Danzo had actually returned to his youth. Moreover, the new conscious entity had inherited Danzo's complete lifespan, a full 76 years. Yes, it wasn't the remaining lifespan. Instead, after returning to youth, he directly acquired the complete original lifespan of the body. So Uchiha Roan began to recreate all the conditions from that time and started experiments on the little white mouse. Although he couldn't perfectly replicate Danzo's accident yet, he wasn't in a hurry. Throwing the dead little white mouse into the corpse dissolution liquid, Uchiha Roan composed himself. After all, he was still young, and since he had found the key to immortality, finding the correct way to open the door was just a matter of time. Everything could take its time. That night, the surface of the cooperative ring suddenly lit up. Boat 10, same, successfully passed. Same, Boat 10, try to stay hidden. Yes. Seeing that the new consciousness born from Danzo's body had returned to youth and gained over 70 years of lifespan, Uchiha Roan decisively used the ability of his right eye, Divine Grace, on him. To facilitate contact, he granted the new Danzo the 10th cooperative ring. As Divine Grace ended, the resurrected, ordinary Danzo instantly filled with chakra, far exceeding his former peak. He could actually handle one. 2 tails? Uchiha Roan was quite surprised when Divine Grace ended. Danzo's body could withstand nearly half of his chakra, which he had never expected. Normally, even a peak shadow-level ninja would only have 30 to 40 cards of chakra. Only those with special bloodlines or unique encounters could surpass 50 cards. Usually, only top bloodlines like Senju and Uzumaki, famous in the ninja world, possessed tail-level chakra amounts. Back to the main point. Since the unexpected situation turned waste into treasure, Uchiha Roan naturally didn't mind using it. Looking at the message sent by the new Danzo, Uchiha Roan pondered for a while and sent a message to Kurigane Shikura. Same, Boat 7, withdraw the siege on Konoha. Kurigane Shikura also seemed to have not slept, almost replying immediately. Jo 7 Tong, can't withdraw, we're on the road. Tong, Jo 7, I'll take action from my side. Without further quarreling, Uchiha Roan finally reminded Itsong and then ignored him. 1 billion supplies have already been sent to the hidden mist village via merchant ships. If they insist on continuing with the previous plan, they shouldn't blame me for being rude. This is a different time. Previously targeting the Third Hokage was because once Konoha successfully expelled the ninja from the 4 villages in this battle, the Third Hokage's prestige would completely overshadow the Fourth, thereby naturally grasping most of Konoha's power. By then, the attitude of those ninja clans who didn't go to see Minato would be hard to say. The competition among the 5 countries, the competition among the 5 villages, the competition between the 2 shadows of Konoha. Could the ninja clans of Konoha really be united? The noble clans, when facing the daimyo issue, are naturally united against external threats. But some smaller ninja clans would love to see the world turned upside down, as it would give their groups a chance to rise. Even small clans, once their numbers increase, can form a power strong enough to counter the 2 major noble clans on Minato's side. In this grand situation, while Uchiha is not afraid, it will inevitably be full of troubles, trapped in various schemes and being manipulated. That's why Uchiha Roan wants to take the gamble against the Third Hokage. But now it's different. Danzo unexpectedly became one of his own, an absolute subordinate to his will. As the saying goes, times change. In this situation, if the Third Hokage directly falls and Watergate dominates, it may not be a good thing. Human hearts can never be fully satisfied. Having experienced the ups and downs of the business world for over a decade, Uchiha Roan understands this principle well. When the biggest obstacle, the Third Hokage, is taken down, who will be Minato's next opponent once he holds all the power? Without a doubt, it will be Uchiha. This is actually easy to understand. When facing a strong enemy, you need help. Naturally, the stronger the help, the greater the assistance. But once you defeat a strong enemy, if the original help is stronger than you, wouldn't you be wary? Sigh. Everyone has their own stance. Minato, I can only apologize to you. Uchiha Roan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Having worked together for 7 or 8 years, the 2 naturally had some personal connections. People aren't wood or grass. Who can be without feelings? But when it comes to a position like Uchiha Roan and Minato Namikaze, friendship is friendship, but when it's time to take ruthless action, there will be no hesitation. After all, since ancient times, it has always been a victor takes all, nothing more to say. For me now, the best scenario is to maintain the co-rule of the 2 shadows. If it really comes to it, I would rather let Sarutobi Hiruzen win than Minato. Stepping out of the secret room, Uchiha Roan arrived at the training ground, doing his daily tasks while pondering. In the previous situation, he would definitely support Minato. Because once the Third Hokage and Danzo completely take power, it's easy to imagine how troublesome it would be. Various schemes would be endless, a real headache. But now, due to Danzo's change in stance, the situation has quietly undergone a huge transformation. Compared to the Fourth Hokage, who is still in his prime and can use the Flying Thunder God technique, the Third Hokage is clearly easier to deal with in terms of strength and means. Especially when Danzo, this piece, falls between the two. The balance in Uchiha Rong's heart quietly tilted towards the Third Hokage's camp. You must know that if Minato were to hold all the power when the young him faces Uchiha, it would definitely be a thunderous force. And if the Third Hokage gains power, who will do the bad things? It will be Danzo. Just ask if you want me to hit myself. Should I hit lightly or heavily? Chapter 168. The Third Hokage's retirement, however, human calculations are not as good as the heavens. Before Uchiha Rong could arrange for his subordinates like Iruka and Tobi to turn against him and send out support troops to completely resolve this 5-village exercise, the next day, the Third Hokage publicly announced his retirement. Unlike the previous retreat from power, this public form of retirement means that from this moment on, Konoha only has one Hokage, and that is the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. On the afternoon, the Third Hokage announced his retirement at the Sarutobi clan's residence. Have you found out everything? In the main courtyard, Sarutobi Hizashi sat at the head, coldly inquiring. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt beside him in silence, reporting to the head of the family. All the revived clan members have been checked one by one, and no problems were found. We even invited ninjas from the Yamanka and Inazuka clans, but still couldn't find any abnormalities. This result clearly made Sarutobi Hizashi frown. His gaze involuntarily fell on Hiruzen beside him, and he quietly said, "Hiruzen, what do you think?" Yes, this low-key Sarutobi clan head, who was not even mentioned in the original timeline, is actually the cousin of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are of the same generation, they're actually quite different in age. Unlike the 62-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hizashi looks only in his 20s. A single idiom can describe him: exceptionally gifted and talented. Looking at his young clan head, the gloom that enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was also greatly dispelled. He said solemnly, his voice clear to everyone in the room, "Release everyone. We cannot detain these clan members for a long time, as it will cause more panic and unrest among the clan. But we must secretly monitor the every move of these resurrected clan members to prevent them from doing anything harmful to the clan." Indeed, that's true. Additionally, such a major incident has occurred in the clan. I propose to recall the ninjas sent out from the clan. Seconded, with Sarutobi Hizashi's decisive hammer. The voices of agreement flowed continuously from below, almost unanimously passed. It can be seen that this young Sarutobi clan head, although not well known outside, has prestige within the clan that rivals Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is also the norm among the major ninja clans. Usually, if high-ranking figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo appear in the clan, the position of clan head is filled by selecting another outstanding ninja. This can effectively avoid many issues. Just like Danzo's betrayal, although the Shimura clan also faced significant suppression because of it, the entire clan would not be held accountable because of it. So when Uchiha Rong initially captured that Shimura clan member who was being a rogue, saying that Danzo was the clan leader, it was actually not true. But since the villagers didn't know the inside story, many still believed it. The clan meeting made many detailed supplements to the direction given by Sarutobi Hizashi. Soon, everyone dispersed. Only Sarutobi Hizashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the room. "Hiruzen, as you said, where should our Sarutobi clan go from here?" Once everyone left, Sarutobi Hizashi no longer had a calm expression. His face was troubled. The information provided by his clan brother was simply too shocking. Let's try to keep a low profile and fade out of the sight of the major ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Previously, according to the information Danzo had grasped upon returning to the village, that rogue ninja organization is called Akatsuki. Its leader is a terrifying figure with the eye of God, and among them is someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara. This time, the Sarutobi clan has also suffered the massacre by a little Uchiha girl. All signs indicate that the Uchiha have mastered a terrifying power beyond the shadow level. That is a power comparable to the first Hokages would release. Coupled with Danzo's sudden surge in strength and the nearly 1,000 resurrected clan members, it all seems rather strange. And the source of this strangeness points to Uchiha Hizashi. From now on, the clan grounds are prohibited from allowing Danzo to enter or exit. I suspect that he is no longer the Danzo he used to be. If Danzo were here and heard this, he would surely curse the old fox. Clearly, he acted so convincingly in front of him. Who would have thought he would turn around and question his identity? On the other side, the Shimura clan also began a clan meeting. After all, the Third Hokage's retirement is such a major event with far-reaching implications. Every ninja clan needs to redefine the new direction for its future development. Whether it's the positioning among the major factions in Konoha or the resource allocation plans within the clan, everything must adapt to the changing times and be reestablished. Shimura Danzo knelt at the end of the table, looking at the elderly man in the main seat with a sense of speechlessness. Yes, the glamorous Hokage advisor from outside, who once served as a consultant for Konoha, Shimura Danzo, is now merely at the end of the clan meeting. His status is clearly not that great. With some of Danzo's memories, the new Danzo has already pieced together this phenomenon through memory and guesswork. In the ninja clans, status is determined first by background and second by personal strength and capability. Danzo's background in the clan is not noble, and as for his abilities, just look at how he was toyed with by Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years, which is quite telling. In his younger prime, he did wield significant power in the clan through bloody means. However, with a severe decline in personal strength, his status has long since faded. Danzo, what information do you have about the retirement of the Third Hokage? At this moment, the elderly man in the first seat turned his gaze towards him. This was a man even older than the original Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly close to 70 or 80 years old. Upon hearing this, Danzo shot back with a flippant look, spreading his hands with an arrogant attitude. "Old man, you ask me? Who should I ask?" However, strangely enough, the others in the room seemed to have long been accustomed to Danzo's attitude. The elder merely frowned slightly and ignored him, since Danzo has nothing to add. "What about you all? Our Shimura clan situation has not been good in recent years. This clan meeting will determine the future of the clan. Speak up." Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan is also holding an emergency clan meeting, still in the familiar underground square. At this moment, Uchiha Rong, sitting in the right seat, is filled with frustration. Why did he voluntarily retire? Damn it. One can only say that plans can't keep up with changes. Uchiha Rong is not like the feudal lord of the Land of Fire or the Third Hokage who is adept at reading people's hearts. The reason he has been able to easily resolve these plots against the Uchiha recently is purely due to the advantage of intelligence. With the foresight of the trends in the ninja world from his past life, and similar intelligence to the white Zetsu scattered throughout various rock clones in the present world, various pieces of information have granted him a strategic layout comparable to Zhuge Liang. But this time, it is clear that he has miscalculated and has been caught off guard. An even more surprising event is about to unfold. First, the funding for Konoha was cut by 10%, and then, through a series of reductions and strikes, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire helped the Third Hokage suppress the Fourth Hokage. Another move has been made. At the same time, the second wave of ninja troops from the 4 major hidden villages is about to enter the Land of Fire. The future direction is becoming increasingly unclear. At this critical juncture, the Akatsuki organization is on the move. Chapter 169. The intentions of the Fourth Hokage in the Hokage building office. Despite having inexplicably emerged victorious and successfully KO'd the Third Hokage to become the only legitimate Hokage, Minato Namikaze does not feel any joy. Instead, he has to face the many messes left behind by the Third Hokage, feeling overwhelmed. Kakashi, how is the investigation going? What really happened at the Sarutobi clan that day? According to our investigation, the enemy is a mysterious little girl. A little girl? Yes, a girl about 7 or 8 years old. She first attacked Danzo, and then had a battle with the Third Hokage, because Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed the information. The truth of what happened that day in the Sarutobi clan has not leaked out. Sarutobi Hiruzen claims they encountered a mysterious enemy's infiltration and does not know the identity of the opponent. At that time, various ninja clans and Minato's people were too far away, so although there were speculations, many things still lacked concrete intelligence for evidence. So they did not dare to jump to conclusions. What about the border clearance team now? After pondering for a long time without deriving any meaningful intelligence, Minato put this matter aside and turned his attention to a purple-haired female Umbu beside Kakashi. The border clearance team engaged with various invading ninjas a few days ago and successfully eliminated most of the intruders from the smaller ninja villages. However, it seems the invading ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages received some command and have temporarily retreated to the border. According to reports from spies, the 4 villages have gathered a second batch of ninja troops and are about to depart, heading towards our border. After gathering all the intelligence, Minato rubbed his temples. Ever since the Third Hokage publicly announced his retirement, he hasn't closed his eyes for a day and a night, constantly dealing with various political affairs from all directions. Since the Shimura and Sarutobi ninjas have retreated, Kakashi go and form the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. Let the various ninja clans quickly gather their forces and set out to the border to confront the enemy. In contrast to the headache-inducing situation of the four villages pressing in, Minato finds this task to be the easiest to handle because he currently has the support of the major ninja clans in Konoha. In Konoha, although civilian ninjas are numerous, the true soul of a ninja team still relies on the leadership of the ninja clans. Otherwise, no matter how many civilian ninjas there are, due to the disparity in strength, it is difficult to form effective combat power. In addition, after the ninja forces arrive at the border, they will withdraw the first batch of 2,000 civilian ninjas sent by the Third Hokage in groups. Understood. Kakashi accepted the order and quickly left. After responding to and deploying this matter, Minato looked toward the male Umbu whose eyes showed signs of fatigue. Kitsune, as a ninja, you also need to pay attention to moderation. Cough cough. This statement almost choked the male Umbu. The purple-haired female Umbu beside him turned her face away. Minato, however, remained calm. He was genuinely worried that his subordinates hadn't rested well, which could lead to accidents during missions. This time, the domestic clearance operation of the ninja forces must have the Umbu ready at all times for support and intelligence work. This responsibility will be entrusted to the two of you. Yes. He then assigned more specific tasks to the two of them. Both Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao left in unison. Sighing, Minato rubbed his temples and slumped slightly in his chair. I hope there won't be any more unexpected events. Currently, although there are many political affairs, they can be summarized into three main tasks. One is the clearance work against the invading ninjas from various ninja villages at the border and the phased evacuation of those 2,000 civilian ninjas. The former involves national border stability, as the feudal lord may take this opportunity to further reduce Konoha's funding. The latter is the mess left behind by the Third Hokage. With the retreat of the Third Hokage's faction, it effectively leaves those 2,000 civilian ninjas as cannon fodder at the border. They may encounter sudden attacks from the enemy's elite forces at any time. If there are heavy casualties, it will still affect the overall prestige of the Hokage lineage among the people. After all, among them, only about 100 or 200 are Chunin. Most are Genin. This amounts to using lives to quell this five-village exercise. The second task, of course, is to investigate the truth of the events that occurred on the day of the Sarutobi clan. If an attack can cause such a large disturbance in Konoha, how can Minato, as the Fourth Hokage, feel at ease without getting to the bottom of it? Could it be that Obito is up to his tricks again? Reflecting on the chakra giant that appeared that day at the Sarutobi clan, Minato fell into deep thought. Why does he oppose the Third Hokage and insist on protecting the Uchiha? Apart from differences in background and stance, the most important reason is that he wants to wield power and take revenge on Obito. As long as we can unite the ninja forces of Konoha and ensure that Konoha speaks with one voice, it may not be impossible to catch that elusive rat, Obito. This is the third thing. Secretly investigate the Akatsuki organization, the Sarutobi clan's territory. After the clan meeting a few days ago, the Sarutobi clan officially entered a semi-closed state. The originally open clan territory is now guarded by clan ninjas at various key points. Of course, the external reason given is, due to the previous attack, the clan has entered a state of alert. Sarutobi Hisashi stands in his restored courtyard, looking up at the sky. Since the Uchiha possess power that surpasses that of the Hokage, there is no need to worry too much about the schemes of the daimyo. Having suffered a silent loss, he has not publicly revealed the identity of the attackers and has tried to minimize the impact of the incident. This is precisely because of his fear of that nearly invincible power. The will of his mentor is certainly important. But another reason for pushing him to take risks before also stemmed from the daimyo's covetousness towards the Uchiha. Now, the former can no longer impose sanctions, and the latter, having learned of the Uchiha's hidden divine power, no longer needs to worry. Now his thoughts are focused on the future of the clan. Even if he cannot compete with the Uchiha for the time being, strong individuals will eventually grow old. The likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also disappeared into the past, didn't they? Sarutobi Hisashi firmly believes that the Sarutobi clan will one day rise again, delivering a fatal blow during the true decline of the Uchiha clan. It resembles the ambition of General Xiang Yan, who vowed that the fall of Qin would lead to the rise of Chu. In Kyoto, at the feudal lord's residence. Upon receiving intelligence that the 4 ninja villages were dispatching a second batch of ninja forces to expand their achievements in the Land of Fire, as well as news of the Third Hokage's voluntary retirement, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire could no longer sit idly by. Bound by the agreements of the 5 nations, he could only rely on the strength of each ninja village for resource distribution. Even though the feudal lord's forces were capable of defeating all invading ninjas, to avoid disrupting the established rules among the feudal lords of the 5 nations, he had no choice but to turn his attention to Konoha. Increasing resource support for Konoha was imperative, otherwise he would suffer greater losses. However, given the feudal lord's nature, how could he possibly be willing to spend money without gaining something in return? So while spending money to support Konoha in completely defeating this invasion, the daimyo is definitely going to use this investment to put even more pressure on the Uchiha clan. Come here, appoint Lord Shueju, Uchiha Rong, as an envoy, carrying 2 billion in supplies to set out for Konoha Hidden Village, in the boundless desert, in the endless sea of yellow sand. For figures in black cloaks with red clouds are slowly moving forward against the wind and sand. What a cursed place, Scorpion. You used to live in a place like this? Chapter 170. The True Hyuga Fist, Part 1. Early in the morning, as the sky was still dim, 5 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in an empty courtyard of the Uchiha clan's territory, to say that I practiced medical ninjutsu with Lady Tsunade and healed you all. Remember that? Understood. As Uchiha Rong spoke, Chien, Itachi, Jina, and Shisui all responded. Recent events have been happening one after another. The Third Hokage has retired, and Danzo has once again been demoted to a powerless advisor in Konoha, uncertain about the next move of Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Rong did not want to sit idly by and had to take the initiative. He decided to restore the 4 of them, bringing them back into the ranks of Konoha ninjas. Although 3 of them would definitely have to hide their Manjiki Sharingan, even without using it, Chien, Itachi, and Shisui were more than capable of combating or even killing S-rank ninjas. If they encountered danger and activated their Manjiki Sharingan, they would undoubtedly reach SS level. However, since they had been severely injured and retired, they had only recovered about 50 to 60% of their strength. Therefore, their roles this time would be as a level elite Jonin without Sharingan. He sent a message to Kakashi using the same boat seal, asking him to lead the 4 to meet Minato Namikaze for their assignment. Uchiha Rong then used Flying Thunder God to return to the courtyard of the daimyo's residence. They're really causing trouble by sending me as an envoy to Konoha to comfort the troops, he muttered as he pushed open the door. At this moment, Hinata Aya was practicing Gentle Fist and 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven in the courtyard. Oh, the main house actually passed this on to you? Uchiha In had unknowingly activated his Sharingan, looking at the new chakra energy that carried an aura of yin and yang, yet was profound and difficult to understand. He exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his voice, Haijie Ain paused her actions. Her clear white eyes looked over, and she smiled. A few days ago, feeling bored, she secretly returned to the clan. Recently, there have been significant changes within the clan. It seems the elders of the main family have been stimulated by something. Many ancestral traditions and systems have been overturned, and under the leadership of clan leader Hizashi, many new policies have been implemented. Oh, it's not surprising then. Uchiha Rong realized. The Hyuga clan is often seen by outsiders as being self-contained. Despite having a powerful bloodline limit, they have gradually become a vassal of Konoha, only able to provide reconnaissance for ninja teams. At first, Uchiha Rong thought the same way. It wasn't until Hinata Ayaka began to gain the main family's attention and started to learn the true Gentle Fist that he truly realized the Hyuga clan's real strength. Because the Hyuga clan has a method for developing and practicing yin and yang attributes. This hidden attribute, which originally could only rely on talent and was possessed by a small percentage of people by birth, is systematically developed by the Hyuga clan's main family. If we say that the half-baked Gentle Fist of the branch family can only create advantages at the CH Nin or lower level, and begins to fall short at the J Nin level, becoming merely a tool for reconnaissance relying on the Byakugan, then the Gentle Fist of the main family is truly a powerful martial art that incorporates yin-yang release and chakra. As we all know, the combination of the 5 major attributes produces new changes in properties and characteristics. This energy already falls within the realm of S-class ninjutsu. Similarly, with the yin and yang attributes, as long as one masters one of them and develops combat techniques from it, one can dominate at the elite Jonin level. This shows how strong the minimum average strength of the Hyuga clan's main family, which masters techniques from both yin and yang attributes, can be. Cool, me. Let me test the true power of. With this in mind, Uchiha Roan became interested. Under his guidance, he successfully developed the 5 major attribute changes and pushed the wind release transformation to a peak. Hinata Aya, who has entered the shadow level combat power, piqued his curiosity with her current strength. If Hinata Aya also develops the yin-yang attribute, it would mean that she has gathered all 7 attributes. This possesses the potential of being beyond the shadow level. At Uchiha Roan's current level of strength, he can see through many essential aspects of chakra. Just like Uchiha Susan, it is a creation that combines yin release, ocular power, and chakra. The reason Uchiha is powerful is that the Uchiha bloodline's yin release Sharingan is one of the strongest bloodline limits. The reason it can be one of the strongest bloodline limits is that it integrates yin release, regardless of how the 5 major attributes fuse in pairs. At least at the level of bloodline limits, the successful fusion of one of the yin-yang attributes creates new special energy that is on par with the Sharingan. The fusion of yin and yang is the realm of the creator. The blending of 7 attributes can create a Tao-seeking orb stronger than Tail Beast Bombs. The fusion of 7 attributes is the bloodline collection. Many ninjas stop at the J-Nin stage, and besides their innate talent, the biggest limitation is their lack of this high perspective. They cannot see the path ahead, so they can only tread water for many years. Based on the above understanding, the scene shifts to Hinata Aya. Alright, Roan, you need to be careful. As she spoke, Hinata Aya's figure moved like the wind, arriving in an instant. Hee. It seems that you have successfully applied the characteristics of your wind release to the body flicker technique as well. Uchiha Roan's eyes lit up. Today, Hinata Aya's speed was surprisingly on par with Chizuna's wind thunder flash. However, physical prowess was the foundation of everything. With the support of his strong physique, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid Hinata Aya's punch. He saw a mysterious blue chakra erupting from her fist that had missed its target, then dissipating in the air. Oh, is that the fluctuation of a sealing technique? Just as the moment passed, with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Uchiha Roan keenly sensed the essence of the gentle fist in this fleeting attack. Eager to understand it better, he intentionally allowed Hinata Aya to hit him with a punch during the subsequent evasion. Instantly, he felt the chakra network in his struck left shoulder was sealed. Any chakra flowing through that point will be blocked. Hiss! After receiving a punch, Uchiha Roan's speed suddenly dropped significantly. During Hinata Aya's subsequent attacks, he gradually appeared somewhat flustered. Stop! With a burst of speed, Uchiha Roan created some distance and directly called for a halt. If this continued, without using some hidden cards, he would truly be captured. But this is the Lord's mansion, so he definitely couldn't use any big moves. Now you know the power of my gentle fist, right? Indeed, it is a very tricky ability. Uchiha Roan affirmed this. The level of gentle fist he witnessed was completely incomparable to what he had in mind. If the sealing effect of the ordinary Hyuga branch's gentle fist relies on the user's chakra and the convenience of the Byakugan to temporarily seal the opponent's chakra flow through acupuncture techniques, thereby causing the enemy to lose part of their ninjutsu capabilities and even significantly weakening their taijutsu, then when faced with opponents who have greater chakra volume and strength, this acupuncture will be greatly diminished or even ineffective. This leads to the lackluster combat abilities of Hyuga branch ninjas at the Jonin level. However, the main family has developed a technique that utilizes yin and yang attributes, shaping through yin and injecting energy through yang, forming a sealing technique akin to a seal. This is quite extraordinary, as it can essentially ignore the differences in chakra volume and strength, applying acupuncture equally to enemies. Even with Uchiha Roan's current massive chakra volume of 7 tails, he could still be successfully targeted. This demonstrates the terrifying nature of the main family's gentle fist. The Hyuga clan has been dormant, and it is likely related to the Tsutsuki on the moon. The Hyuga clan seems to have some records about this. They appear to exist in the ninja world in some sort of guardian role. At that moment, Uchiha Roan suddenly recalled some secret tales of the Hyuga clan from the original work of his previous life. However, as time has passed, it is likely that such ancestral teachings have been regarded as legends by many members of the Hyuga clan. It should be the ancestral teachings of guarding the lunar passage and the potential threat from the prominent clan that led the Hyuga to become reclusive. Clearly powerful to a frightening degree, yet also incredibly low-key. They allowed a group of pretenders to roam freely, creating the illusion that the Hyuga, one of the 2 great eye-technique clans of the ninja world, seems to be far inferior to the Uchiha, thus allowing the truly remarkable main family to lie in wait and become the guardians of the ninja world. Now let me see your true 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Uchiha Roan was thoroughly intrigued. The application of the yin-yang attribute in Gentle Fist, I believe it must involve far more abilities than just the ability to hit chakra points, right? Well, there are indeed many magical aspects. However, this might not be the right place to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Roan's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Hinata Aya's meaning. It means that the destructive power is too strong, and it can't be displayed in the daimyo's mansion. Uchiha Roan suddenly felt a sense of sorrow for Niji in the original timeline. Vision determines fate. He realized that Niji was lost in the praise of being a genius. What are the 8 trigrams palms, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the 8 trigrams 128 palms? It's clear that these physical techniques, when used with normal chakra, possess a certain level of power. They can barely be considered family secret techniques. But the real core is not these flashy physical techniques themselves. Instead, it's about combining them with the developed yin-yang attributes to truly unleash the power of these gentle fist techniques. It can be roughly understood as the branch family using internal energy to perform gentle fist, while the main family uses spiritual energy. One practices martial arts, while the other is equivalent to cultivating immortality. It's important to know that when yin-yang release is cultivated to a profound level, it becomes something like black and white zetsu, possessing some abilities of a creator. Saying it's cultivating immortality is not an exaggeration. Chapter 171. The True Hinata Gentle Fist, Part 2, Underground Training Ground. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, air palm. Boom! A gust of air flashed by, and the ground was struck, creating a circular pit with a 3-meter diameter and half a meter deep. Hiss! Uchiha Roan, who successfully dodged this palm strike at high speed, gasped in shock. It should be noted that, in order to reduce maintenance costs, he had already set up an ultra-large 5-seal barrier A in the underground training ground. Even with most S-rank attack methods, it was impossible to leave any trace on the surface. Despite being over 100 meters away, a single 8 trigrams air palm still managed to deliver destructive power exceeding S level, which was quite terrifying. However, it wasn't over yet. Hinata Aya swiftly crossed 100 meters and directly appeared beside Uchiha Roan, executing the 8 trigrams palm. Huitian. A powerful chakra suddenly burst forth from Hinata Ayaka's body, forming a high-speed rotating circular energy field with a diameter of 30 meters. A half-meter deep, 30-meter diameter circular pit was left on the ground again, while Uchiha Roan was also blasted away. In front of Uchiha Roan was a scene of blood and flesh, and he directly fell to the ground, turning into a pile of rubble. Did you mix both yin and yang attributes into wind release? Uchiha Roan's main body appeared on the other side, looking surprised. Hee. Impressive, right? As they spoke, Hinata Ayan launched another palm of the 8 trigrams. Uchiha Ryu hurriedly dodged and appeared hundreds of meters away. At that moment, Hinata Ayan extended her right palm, gathered her strength for a second, and once again swung out a palm strike. This time, the palm of the 8 trigrams was different from the previous ones. Under the gaze of Uchiha Roan's Sharingan, a highly condensed deep blue wind-style chakra formed into a nearly tangible cone shape, flashing before him in an instant. With a clang, Stardust unsheathed. A slash of the sword shattered the incoming attack. Uchiha Roan was also pushed back by the kinetic energy brought by this force, retreating 50 to 60 meters. Wow, you no longer need to use a hidden weapon for sniping, right? The Gossip Air Palm can achieve the effect of a sniper shot, which he never expected. There's even something more powerful. Facing the charging Hinata Aya again, Uchiha Roan felt the hair all over his body stand on end. A surge of chakra erupted, forming a 3-meter-tall, half-body armored Susanoo. Although small in size, the armor of the Susanoo had completely materialized, showing no traces of being an energy creation. It was clear that Uchiha Roan had not been idle during this time. The 10 Shadow clones and 3 Wood-style clones had proven to be quite effective in his training. Just as he thought, Hinata Aya closed in and directly unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms. It was at that moment that Uchiha Roan finally understood the true meaning of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. In my past life, I thought watching anime was just silly. Watching the enemy stand there foolishly while the Hyuga ninja continuously strikes them. But in reality, that's just the slow-motion effect of anime. The enemy isn't standing still. They are unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms in an instant, unable to move at all. It's like a bullet time effect. Under the dynamic vision of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Rong clearly sees every move of Hyuga Aya. However, his body can't keep up with the instantaneous explosion of her attack speed. By the time he mentally controls his Susanoo to slice down, Hyuga Aya has already completed her 64 palms attack and dodged the giant Stardust Ninja Blade. Crack, crack. At this moment, Uchiha Rong is horrified to discover that there are numerous cracks appearing on the surface of his Susanoo armor. Truly, the Hyuga Gentle Fist. For the first time, Uchiha Rong begins to reassess the Hyuga clan. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't understand why Hyuga Aya's series of attacks were so powerful. Breaking through Susanoo's defenses. Why don't you go up to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? However, with the help of the Mangeki, Uchiha Rong understands. The initial strike that shattered the ground with the 8 trigrams empty palm possesses the characteristics of Danzo's vacuum wave. The difference is that through Yin attribute shaping and Yang attribute infusing life energy, along with chakra, that gust of wind release chakra almost has the properties of a physical entity, just like a real kunai. Undoubtedly, this is the main reason for its immense power. Moreover, after striking the ground, the moment the highly condensed wind release chakra structure is destroyed, it produces a strong, explosive effect. Thus, it creates a visual effect of area attack on the ground. The heavenly return technique is even more so, with the incorporation of Yin and Yang attributes. The explosive power is incomparable. Then the long-range sniping strike, after Hyuga Aya's charge, with a highly condensed Yin-Yang wind release chakra combining peak-level transformation, is almost indistinguishable from a real kunai, even stronger. At least kunai can only penetrate. The conical energy sphere possesses strong penetrating ability, while the highly condensed Yin-Yang wind release chakra behaves like a bomb. It explodes upon contact. As for the final 8 trigrams, 64 palms, the terrifying attack speed of unleashing 64 strikes in less than a second leaves Uchiha Rong somewhat bewildered. He can only roughly guess that it might be a utilization of Yin-Yang attribute physical technique power. But he understood when his Susanoo armor was broken. The combination of Yin-Yang attributed wind release clearly has a stronger cutting effect on chakra-based energy bodies. Each strike of Hyuga Aya's chakra is replaced with this wind release chakra. Although it loses the effect of sealing and striking points, it possesses terrifying lethality. It specializes in penetrating the chakra defenses of ninjas and energy bodies like Susanoo. It may even have extremely strong lethality against tailed beasts. Unexpectedly, your research on wind release has hit the nail on the head. Uchiha Rong lets out a breath and retracts the half-damaged Susanoo. If it were Itachi or Shisui with that level of Susanoo, it would probably be more than just breaking armor. Indeed, Elder Tian Kue also said so. He told me that the strongest Hyuga clan head recorded in the clan's history primarily practiced wind release, supplemented by Yin-Yang release. Hyuga Aya's eyes glimmered. Oh, Tian Kue. Is he the old guy of the same generation as Tian Zong? Clearly, Aya is referring to the clan elder who taught her Yin-Yang Gentle Fist. Wind release is indeed very suitable as the main focus for Gentle Fist. Uchiha Rong only thought for a moment before understanding the reasoning behind it. Wind release and lightning release are famously fast. For body technique ninjas and sword technique ninjas, wind and lightning attributes are almost essential. Furthermore, the transformation of wind release reaching the level of Hyuga Aya and Danzo has derived such a wind release characteristic that counters energy protection. Against people, it can almost ignore the chakra defenses of their bodies. Against Susanoo and tailed beasts, it also possesses a strong countering effect. Even most energy form ninjutsu can be cut through by this power. Coupled with the 8 trigrams palm of this level, the heavenly return truly embodies absolute defense. Indeed, a reputation well-deserved. After the spar with Hyuga Aya, Uchiha Rong finally understands what allows the Hyuga clan to stand alongside the Uchiha as the 2 great ocular jutsu clans in the ninja world. He also finally understands why the Hyuga clan disdains practicing other ninjutsu, sword techniques, and illusions. Even the development of potential branch families outside of body techniques is strictly prohibited by the main family. It all makes sense. It's not that the main family is complacent or arrogant. It's that truly powerful Hyuga ninjas genuinely do not need other ninjutsu. They are versatile warriors, just like the Uchiha. Just look at Hyuga Aya now to understand. Gentle Fist for close combat, 8 trigrams empty palm for long-range attacks. Heavenly Return for absolute defense. And 8 trigrams 64 palms for instantaneous explosions. Capable of group attacks, single strikes, and reconnaissance. What more do you need? What other ninjutsu do you need? To put it simply, The Sharingan and Byakugan are just the surface. What is truly powerful is Yin and Yang. To be precise, if the Uchiha inherited the Yin release power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, then the Hyuga inherited the Yang release power of Otsutsuki Himura. Therefore, one is famous for Genjutsu, while the other is famous for Taijutsu. When the Hyuga and Uchiha clans developed the dual Yin-Yang attributes, there were slight differences. The Uchiha leaned towards a strong Yin and weak Yang application, while the Hyuga leaned towards a strong Yang and weak Yin application. Specifically, the Uchiha focuses on Yin release Sharingan, whether in Mangekyou abilities or Susanoo, leaning towards the use of mental power supplemented by enhancements from other attributes. The Hyuga, on the other hand, is based on Yang release Taijutsu, and the true development of the Yang attribute has significantly increased Hyuga Aya's physical strength, coupled with Yin release shaping. It makes Gentle Fist even stronger. Just as Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Aya are validating their abilities in the underground training ground, a team of Sand Village ninjas arrives outside Konoha. This leaves many Konoha ninjas puzzled. Aren't they still fighting? Why did the Sand Village send ninjas to Konoha? Chapter 172, The Sand Village's Plea for Help. Kankuro, when you see the Fourth Hokage later, don't act impulsively. Leave everything to me. On the way to the Hokage building, the 11-year-old Temari said seriously. Understood. Usually quite rebellious, Kankuro is surprisingly obedient at this moment. At the same age as his older sister Temari, he carries the puppet Crow on his back, looking dejected. Notably, Kankuro has admired Sasori since childhood. Even his current 3 puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, are all creations left by Sasori. Under the guidance of Konoha ninjas, the 4 Sand Village ninjas finally step into the Hokage building, while the other 2 Jonin are stronger. The leader of this team is Temari. This is naturally due to their status. As the child of the 4th Kazekage, Temari and Kankuro hold a position in the Sand Village akin to that of a princess and a prince. At such a young age, they already have their own Jonin retainers. In the underground training ground, a 100-meter-tall 4-form Susanoo is rampaging, chasing Hyuga Aya. This time, Hyuga Aya is fleeing in a rather disheveled manner. Although the occasional explosion of the 8 trigrams 64 palms still causes cracks on Susanoo's armor, compared to Susanoo's current size, her attacks feel like mosquito bites. It's not to say they have no effect, unless Susanoo completely refrains from counterattacking and just stands there to let her hit. It's almost impossible for her to instantly shatter Susanoo's armor like before. Niji's 8 trigrams 128 palms has been praised as incredibly powerful, but in the eyes of the clan, it is also a kind of misguided path. While chasing Hinata Ayaka, Uchiha Rong reflected on this. In fact, at Niji's age in the original timeline, being able to independently develop the 8 trigrams 128 palms is indeed impressive. However, it is evident from the battles depicted that his so-called 8 trigrams 128 palms, although shown in slow motion, clearly is not completed in an instant, as seen from the opponents being continuously pushed back, sent flying, and the recovery time of various movements. Moreover, at Niji's stage, it is clear that he could not have developed Yin-Yang attributes so early. In simple terms, it is likely just a speed enhancement technique using wind release or lightning release. In reality, through Hinata Ayaka's 8 trigrams 64 palms, Uchiha Rong has already understood that the power of this move does not come from how many palms can be struck in an instant. To truly defeat an enemy, 1 palm is enough. The 8 trigrams 64 palms is more oriented towards area attacks when dealing with ninjas, executing fierce attacks on 64 positions around the user in an instant. The number 64 is nearly enough to encompass all enemy units around. Even if there are more than 64 enemies, they cannot exceed that number, even if they crowd together. Therefore, adding more palms becomes insignificant. It is only when facing a massive and tough enemy like Susanoo that it becomes a single target instant burst output ability. Looking back at Niji's so-called 128 palms, focusing on one person and striking them 128 times, yet still not defeating them, is laughable, isn't it? Even if you poke someone with a needle 128 times, they would probably be so hurt they would faint. Furthermore, after finishing the 64 palms, if one wants to continue attacking, can't they just connect it seamlessly to the previous 64 palms? That's also 128 palms. This is a misunderstanding that many ninjas have in their cognition, leading to their hard work and training not yielding the expected increase in combat power. At this moment, Uchiha Rong raised the giant sword of Susanoo and slashed down at the fleeing Hinata Ayaka. Even though Hinata Ayaka used the heavenly spin, it only held for 7 or 8 breaths and that so-called absolute defense was broken. If Uchiha Rong had not stopped in time, she would have been severely injured. Phew! This legendary power of the gods is too strong, Hinata Ayaka gasped. However, she was not discouraged. Although the heavenly spin is claimed to be absolute defense, it depends on the type of attack. The giant Susanoo sword, which is 100 meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide, came crashing down. At first, the heavenly spin did indeed block it, but this was not an attack of the same magnitude. The falling giant sword could not be deflected, turning it into a continuous struggle between the Susanoo sword and the chakra shield of the heavenly spin. Hinata Ayaka's chakra was insufficient to maintain the heavenly spin against such a massive attack, which is why she lost. So from a certain perspective, theoretically, if there is enough chakra, the heavenly spin truly deserves its name as absolute defense. Hey, Ayaka, don't be disheartened. You are barely at SS now, and you have a 2 to 3% chance of defeating Itachi and their Susanoo, Uchiha Rong encouraged. Both are Susanoo with the same form, but different individuals wielding their powers can make a world of difference. For example, the 4 forms of Susanoo typically correspond to S-peak shadow level power. However, due to the advantage in size, they are much stronger in destructive power and range than typical shadow level strongholds, hence being rated SS- near Super Shadow. Uchiha Rong's 100-meter 4 forms Susanoo, aside from not being able to fly, is essentially not much different from the 5 forms Yatagarasu. Therefore, Hinata Ayaka was actually fighting against a Super Shadow just now. Even so, she was still able to crack a small part of the Susanoo armor, demonstrating the strength of the Yin-Yang Gentle Fist. Although this damage range can be instantly repaired by Susanoo and does not cause any substantial harm, at least the destructive power was enough to breach Uchiha Rong's SS-level Susanoo's defenses. Just as Uchiha Rong was retracting Susanoo, the ring on her right middle finger lit up. Sand Village requests assistance. Exercise cancelled. This is quite an unexpected event. With the continued communication with Kakashi, Uchiha Rong learned what had happened. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building office, even the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen was called back to discuss the request for assistance from the Sand Village. Of course, retirement only means he shed the Hokage identity. He is still a member of Konoha, just declaring that he will no longer actively intervene in Hokage affairs. The situation is as follows. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku and Sunagakure has been taken away by members of the Akatsuki organization, and even the Fourth Hokage has been severely injured. Namikaze Minato recounted the events, looking at those present. In the Hokage office at this time, aside from Kakashi, Utsuki Yuin, and other Umbu around the Fourth Hokage, there were also the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, who had been demoted to a consultant, the still financially managing Tsunade, and the still supplying Mito Gaiden. Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hizashi, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka, along with other great ninja clan heads, were all gathered together. We should immediately dispatch a support team to rescue the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Danzo was the first to speak, drawing many surprised looks. However, aside from personal dislikes, no one opposed Danzo's proposal this time. The tailed beasts are crucial to the stability of the 5 villages. Fourth Hokage, please draft the rescue team roster, Tsunade added. Although Tsunade and Mito Gaiden often acted like seniors, it must be said that a healthy high-level structure sometimes truly needs some differing voices. If it is a one-man show, mistakes can easily occur. This is also the main reason why Namikaze Minato did not take the opportunity to kick them out of the Konoha management. Moreover, just like the Third Hokage, Namikaze Minato also believes that these 2 individuals have shallow foundations, and if serious disagreements arise in policy, they are relatively easy to manage. Alright, I will recall Uchiha Rong and Hinata Ayaka to join this rescue team. Additionally, Kakashi might guide Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Kurenai. Namikaze Minato directly dispatched 12 Jonin at once and divided them into 3 teams. It was evident that he was aware of the previous failure of the Akatsuki's attack on Yuzuki Valley. This time, the dispatch was very targeted, directly requesting the recall of Uchiha Rong, and all the Uchiha in the Umbu were dispatched. Meanwhile, when a request for assistance from Sunagakure was fully transmitted, the armies of the 4 great ninja villages that had originally gathered to enter the Land of Fire also withdrew from their ninja villages in tacit agreement. Therefore, the order from the Daime to send Uchiha Rong as an envoy was naturally retracted, in the face of the Akatsuki organization stealing the tailed beast from Sunagakure. The 5 great ninja villages rarely showed a unified stance against external threats. Not for any other reason, but once Sunagakure loses its only tailed beast with its strength, it will inevitably be swallowed up by the daimyo of the Wind Country. This is a result that the 5 great ninja villages cannot accept. Chapter 173, Rescue-gura, Part 1. This time, the Fourth Hokage's recall order was directly conveyed to Hinata Ayaka through the Umbu's ninja dog, Shiro, the little cutie. Shiro was also the ninja dog that Hinata Ayaka adopted in the Umbu. Once a tiny pup, now it stood tall and could match Hinata Ayaka's height. Your little Shiro has grown quite sturdy. Keep raising it, and I'll enhance it with secret techniques in a while, Uchiha Rong said, looking at the ninja dog that was snuggling in Hinata Ayaka's arms. This Samurai-like ninja dog had not only grown into a giant dog, but also had chakra fluctuations exceeding 2 cards. It is evident that Hinata Ayane has spent a considerable amount of money on it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a normal ninja dog to grow so quickly in just a few years. Well, good. Now, let's return to the daimyo's residence. After Hinata Ayane sends back the little one, oh no, it should be called the big one now. Uchiha Rong grabbed Hinata Ayane and used the Flying Thunder God to return to the daimyo's residence. The two tidied up, putting away all their personal belongings in the house, and went directly to meet the daimyo. Daimyo, I just received a summons from the Fourth Hokage. I need to return immediately. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong took out the Hokage's decree sent by the big one. Oh, what a pity. It would have been great if you could stay by my side, Rong. It makes me feel much more at ease even when I sleep. The daimyo's voice was hoarse, displaying an exaggerated expression of regret. It is indeed very regrettable. Thank you, daimyo, for your hospitality during this time. Uchiha Rong replied calmly. He didn't believe the daimyo could have any sense of crisis. The safest place in this ninja world was none other than the daimyo's residence. Although the daimyo's residence didn't have true shadow-level combat power, the high-end military force below that level was far greater than that of Konoha, not to mention the heavy guard. With vast wealth, it was impossible to know how many powerful barriers were hidden beneath. The daimyo might even have some 6 pads level ninja tools in hand. After all, even a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, the high-ranking warriors within the daimyo's residence were definitely not ants. Uchiha Rong doubted that if Nagato dared to come to the daimyo's residence to act tough, he probably wouldn't be able to leave unscathed, and it wouldn't be surprising if he ended up sleeping there forever. Otherwise, why didn't Nagato simply eliminate or control all the daimyos of the 5 countries in the original timeline? At that time, without the financial support of the nation, the 5 great ninja villages would have to disband on the spot. After bidding farewell to the daimyo, Uchiha Rong and Hinata Ayane left the daimyo's residence, passing through the inner and outer cities and headed directly to the Land of Wind via the official road. The next day, they met up with Uchiha Chien and Chino in the western part of the Land of Fire. Thus, Team U was fully mobilized again. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi and Shisui formed a temporary team with Might Guy and Kakashi also on the move. The third team was interesting. The leader was the 18-year-old looking Danzo, who was actually 61. The members included 24-year-old Yamanaka Ryoma, 30-year-old Inazuka Kiba, and 17-year-old Irika Yamano. The first 2 were former members of the Root. Don't be afraid. I want to eat you. Danzo laughed maliciously, looking like a big demon king. Lord Danzo, unlike Inazuka Kiba, who felt a bit unnatural. Yamanaka Ryoma was visibly excited to see Danzo again. If it weren't for the need to consider clan interests back then, he would have defected with Danzo long ago. Good. Ryoma, you are now an excellent J-Nin rated A. Having obtained a lot of information about original characters from Uchiha Rong and combining it with some remnants of Danzo's memories, Danzo now appeared quite natural. It is worth mentioning that Konoha's official titles are Jinin, Chunin, Special J-Nin, and J-Nin. Beyond that, there is the village's shadow. There is no title like Elite. However, in the compiled ninja data, there are similar comprehensive combat power ratings. For example, D for newly graduated Jinin, D for Jinin who have completed a year of internship, and D for what is commonly referred to as Elite Jinin. The same applies to Chunin, with C representing newly promoted, C representing the average combat power of Chunin who have been promoted for a year, and C for Elite. At the J-Nin level, there are 2 sublevels, B and A, indicating a significant gap in combat power at this stage. Special J-Nin B can also be called Preparatory J-Nin, meaning they have a specialty that meets J-Nin standards in one aspect, but have not yet reached the J-Nin standard in other areas. The true meaning of the Special J-Nin title, as its alias Preparatory J-Nin suggests, is to select talents with J-Nin qualifications from a large pool of Chunin and provide them with resources beyond those available to Chunin. hoping they can grow quickly and become real Jonin soon. With the existence of special Jonin, there is no classification of newly promoted Jonin at this stage. B represents the average combat power of regular Jonin, indicating a group of people who can use B-rank ninjutsu as a standard combat means. B is for seasoned Jonin who have initially grasped some A-rank ninjutsu. A is considered the threshold for elite Jonin, having mastered an A-rank ninjutsu as a trump card. A represents elite Jonin who have truly mastered the power of natural disasters, capable of altering local terrain. A is the pinnacle among elite Jonin, typically possessing unique signature abilities or having created some A-rank ninjutsu, able to confront some shadows directly. The bottom tier of the Akatsuki organization is at this level. S is quasi-shadow, having created an S-rank ninjutsu or mastered an S-rank ninjutsu that poses a threat to shadows. From this, one can see Kakashi's talent. Having created the S-rank Raikiri, he possesses quasi-shadow level combat power. However, the Sharingan greatly reduces his chakra endurance, making it impossible for him to use Raikiri as a standard means. S is Shadow, referencing the Third Hokage's appearance in the original work. S is Shadow Peak, referencing the Third Raikage, Fourth Hokage, and Inoki. SS is Super Shadow, referencing the elderly Obito without the Rinnegan and Sage Mode Jiraiya. SS Super Shadow references the young peak Obito, Nagato, and Pain. SS Super Shadow references Hashirama Senju. U6 Paths refers to the pinnacle figures of the Otsutsuki clan. S. Originally, I wanted to introduce Yamanaka Ryoma's A to give everyone a sense of combat power. Since we've reached A anyway, and there aren't team many words left, I might as well complete it. The scene returns to Ryoma. It's all thanks to Lord Danzo's guidance that I have become what I am today. Yamanaka Ryoma looked at Danzo with admiration in his eyes. Very well. After this mission, come to my side as my personal guard. Thank you, Lord Danzo, for your support. Yamanaka Ryoma excitedly agreed. Listening to their conversation, Irika couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. He really wanted to tell Ryoma that his master had changed his core. Of course, Irika, who had also been blessed by Uchiha Rome, wouldn't betray his leader. It was purely a complaint. Thus, the three teams arrived at the border of the Land of Wind in just a day and a night, moving at an incredible speed. With the information provided by Uchiha Rome, the three teams, having their own insiders, were not worried at all about Gaara's safety. Although he had been captured, it should be uneventful in the short term. Don't forget, Gaara's Shikaku had 9/10 of its tailed beast chakra extracted, and it was still in a weakened state. If the Akatsuki were to extract more at this time, aside from potentially killing Shikaku and putting it in a revival cooldown, they wouldn't be able to extract much more chakra. They were probably scolding their mothers right now, realizing that if they captured Gaara, Nagato and Obito would discover this matter. Their current options for dealing with Gaara were only two. One was to release him, and the other was to keep him. Chapter 174, Rescue Gaara, Part 2. With the arrival of the Iwagakure and Konoha rescue teams, the intelligence personnel of the three major ninja villages, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha, were all mobilized. Soon, they uncovered traces of the Akatsuki organization. After thorough investigation by the intelligence analysis team, they ultimately locked down a general area, a group of lava caves in the northeast border of the Land of Wind. When this information was relayed through the ninja beasts raised in the Umbu to the three teams, the three groups of people suddenly changed their direction and surrounded the same position. Inside a larger cave in the cavern, 5 figures in black and red cloud cloaks were looking at the 10-year-old Gaara. Among them was the masked man Obito, who secretly called himself Madara, showing a face of anger at this moment. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Why is the guardian Crane so weak like this? His voice was deep, suppressing his anger. His right eye suspiciously scrutinized the other 4. He now doubted whether these guys had gone too far during the capture and had broken to Shoha. Although this little brat's sand control ability was unexpectedly strong, Shoha had never shown any signs of going berserk. At this moment, Kaidi explained that the 4 of them were acting together, and there was a sense of mutual supervision among them. Hey look, what is this circle of seals outside the little brat's sealing technique? Just when Obito and the others were at a loss, a pitcher plant head popped up from the ground and spoke. It seems to be the 7-star seal of the Uchiha clan. The pitcher plant monster said to itself. If Uchiha Rin were here, she would definitely burst out laughing. Isn't anyone going to call out Black Zetsu's terrible acting? How ridiculous. It must be the Leaf Village ninjas intervening. The Sand Village doesn't have such advanced sealing techniques. Indeed, based on the battle that led to the extinction of the Uzumaki clan. Although each village managed to acquire some sealing techniques, the most complete inheritance of sealing techniques was taken to Konoha by Kushina. Under the guidance of Zetsu, the group quickly identified the culprit. Obito's face behind the mask turned dark. It's him again. It's him again. Why did they start capturing the tailed beasts so much earlier? It's not because someone made the three tails disappear from a ninja world that Obito got anxious. During this time of lacking people, money, and everything else, they started capturing the tailed beasts ahead of schedule. To ensure absolute safety, they weren't even going in pairs anymore, but with the remaining four acting together. On the other side, Uchiha Rong, who was already very close to his destination, had a smile on his lips. With me around, if you want to gather all the tailed beasts, you're just dreaming. Why did he want to eliminate the three tails in the first place? It's just a precautionary measure to prevent the organization from capturing the tailed beasts and summoning the 10 tails. By the time Uchiha Rong and the four of them arrived at the cave cluster area, Kakashi and Danzo's teams were already waiting at the designated location. You guys go in, be careful. Uchiha Rong directly manipulated a layer of floating sand, sitting on it and drifting into the air. The elevated position provided him with a broad view, allowing him to observe potential dangers in advance. This is called holding the line. If any teammates need support, they can break through the rock layers and come to the ground. Inazuka Kiba, you stay outside to keep watch. The rest of you go down. Danzo was the first to dive into the cave. Ryoma followed closely behind. Then came Kakashi, Might Guy, Itachi, Shisui, Chien, Chizuna, Hinata, Aya, and Irika. Under Hinata, Aya's Byakugan guidance, the group quickly locked onto Gaara's location. Outside the cave, Inazuka Kiba and his ninja dog had unknowingly fallen asleep, wrapped in a layer of sand. The reason Danzo instructed him to stay outside wasn't for surveillance, but because he found him a nuisance. Among this group of 12, Kiba was the only outsider. With him around, everyone had to keep many abilities hidden, which was quite inconvenient. Uchiha Rong controlled the sand layer to wrap around Kiba and his ninja dog, binding them to his back, much like Gaara's gourd. This was also a form of protection for him, to prevent any unexpected situations from taking him out. Inside the cave, thanks to Hinata, Aya's Byakugan's perspective, the group headed straight for Gaara, only to find a young Gaara alone in an open space, snoring soundly. What is going on? Tuanzong looked confused. It seemed that there was no one else around. Hinata, Aya, said uncertainly. The reason for her uncertainty was that in this situation, there shouldn't be a lack of enemies. But her white eyes scanned the surrounding area within a kilometer, and there wasn't a ghost in sight. How could this be possible? I still arrived a step too late. Surprisingly, it was Danzo who reacted first. It was obvious that when Obito and the others realized that Gaara's tailed beast still needed to be nurtured, they knew that there would be pursuers behind them. Who the hell would be willing to fight to the death for a useless Jinchuriki? If we don't release them, are we really going to take them back and keep them? So, before the Konoha team arrived, Obito and the others made a quick escape. After everyone dispelled the illusion on Gaara and came out, Uchiha Obito showed a bitter smile upon seeing this. What's going on? Isn't the normal script supposed to have an exciting battle here? In desperation, he had no choice but to undo the bindings on his back and release the dog Tomb Owl from the sand layer. What happened to him? The old girl Ryoma asked curiously. Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Danzo reprimanded. Yes, Danzo-sama. What should we do now? Should we send this child back? Hinata Aya was somewhat at a loss. It was indeed awkward. They hadn't encountered the enemy at all, and the target they were supposed to rescue was saved directly. Since they were already there, they might as well visit Sunagakure. Uchiha Rong shrugged. Thus, the team quickly split into two parts. The Fish Squad and Kakashi Squad of 8 took Gaara to Sunagakure, while Danzo, Irika, and Ryoma carried the sleeping Inazuka Kiba back to the village. As for the task feedback from this side, Kakashi had already sent his ninja dog back to the Umbu base with the current task record scroll. This is nice. It seems we can regularly extract the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki in the future. Uchiha Rong thought along the way. To be honest, this was a kind of indirect protection for the Jinchuriki from each village. In fact, with both yin and yang sealing techniques, he no longer had much need for the tailed beasts. In Uchiha Rong's view, whether it was the 9 tails or the 10 tails, they were all external powers. Having one's own strength was more reliable. Rong was just returning the Jinchuriki. Did they really need so many people for that? Hinata Aya was a bit confused. Isn't it that they're afraid of having too few people, and that the ninjas from Sunagakure might act recklessly in a moment of impulsiveness? Uchiha Rong wouldn't say it. It's rare to have a public-funded trip. He brought everyone along. Hinata Aya, however, believed it to be true and nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Rome, you're really thoughtful. More than an hour later, while a few of them were talking as they traveled, Hinata, Aya, suddenly changed her expression and reminded them. Be careful. We are surrounded. There are a lot of people. At least 1,000. Chapter 175, Ambush. Almost as soon as Hinata, Aya, finished speaking, a large number of figures appeared at the end of the desert in sight. Judging by their attire, they looked like sand bandits, said my guy. No. The Land of Wind shouldn't have sand bandits of this scale. Itachi, who had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, replied solemnly. Everyone be careful. These sand bandits are suspicious. They all possess considerable chakra. In fact, without Hinata Aya's reminder, Uchiha Rong had already noticed. This is clearly a regiment of samurai disguised as sand bandits, with each possessing at least the chakra level of a genin, including at least 200 with a level above 1 water, and a dozen or so with a level above 1 card. He smirked slightly, stretched lazily, and his right hand already reached for the hilt of the Stardust sword. It was just the right opportunity to stretch his muscles. Seeing this, the others also appeared eager to try. Originally, they thought they would have a big battle with the Akatsuki organization, but it turned out to be a bust. In this way, there are no regrets. While a few people were talking, they were already surrounded by a dense crowd of sand bandits. Not just 1,000, but at least 3,000, and more people kept gathering. Hinata Aya's expression was serious as she reported what she saw. My guy was the first to charge in. There was no doubt that the enemy was coming for their group, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Guy directly used the body flicker technique to enter the crowd of sand bandits, knocking one person away with a punch, and then jumped up to sweep his leg, knocking down 3 more. Kakashi also drew his white fanged short blade, with wind blades swirling around the blade, creating a spray of blood. The few of them worked very well together, using taijutsu and sword techniques without immediately unleashing any powerful ninjutsu. The exact number of enemies was unclear, and recklessly using ninjutsu could cause a lot of damage, but also easily lead to excessive chakra consumption. Among them, Chiyo wielded her siye, constantly weaving through the sand bandits, practically turning into a god of death. In just a few minutes, the number of sand bandits she alone killed was almost catching up to the total of the others combined. Only Uchiha Rong, with the Starlight Ninja sword shining with crimson specks of fluorescence, rushed to the dense area of sand bandits and swung his blade, unleashing a storm of ashes that swept away 2 to 30 people each time. The sand bandits blown by the ash storm have all weathered into dry corpses, with only a layer of charred human skin wrapped around their bones. They look extremely horrifying. The first batch of 1,000 that surrounded them turned into skeletons without even raising a single wave. Suddenly, a significant portion of the field of vision was cleared. The surroundings no longer looked like a dense mass of enemies. This scene finally frightened the sand bandits who arrived later, and they began to stop in their tracks. Even though a few individuals suspected to be supervising the battle chopped off several heads of the sand bandits, they could not force the remaining bandits to continue surrounding them. Are they really that scared? It is evident that real bloody slaughter is not the same as playing a game. Even the most trained soldiers will feel fear and hesitate on such a hellish battlefield. At this moment, more than 30 people suddenly charged out from the group of sand bandits, who were unwilling to take another step forward even 100 meters away. Just sensing their chakra fluctuations, it was clear that each of them was a sword master with at least 1 card of strength. This quality is far inferior to that of the Daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. The slaughter on such a battlefield with thousands of troops is completely different from battles between a few powerful ninjas. It often tests not the flashy ninjutsu, but rather the more enduring combat capability. The opponent's intention was also very clear. The first batch of people was there to deplete their chakra. Uchiha Rong, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards, glanced at the still unconscious Gaara, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He took Gaara from Chiyo's back, lifted the opponent's shirt, and pressed one hand on the sealing technique. Instantly, streams of the same source of Shikaku's chakra were infused into him. Just as he infused about half a tael's worth, the tailed beast cloak began to emerge from Gaara. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong immediately stopped. During this process, the more than 30 sword masters had all been killed by Kakashi and the others, with Chiyo alone killing 12 of them. However, it was evident that this time, they had also caused a certain degree of exhaustion to Chiyo and the others. Roar at the same time, as Uchiha Rong released the 7-star seal on Gaara, Shikaku finally emerged. To be precise, it was the chakra of Shoha that emerged. It quickly condensed into a large tanuki over 40 meters tall. It's you, lousy. The fierce pupils of Shoha immediately locked onto Uchiha Roan. However, before it could take any action, under the gaze of the Mangeki Sharingan, a pattern of the Mangeki appeared in Shoha's pupils in an instant. Roar controlled by Uchiha Roan, Shoha charged directly into the group of sand bandits 100 meters away. With a sweeping tail, body slamming, and claw strikes, in just a few breaths, Shoha caused nearly 1,000 casualties among the sand bandit ranks. As the sand bandits began to panic and scatter in all directions, a surge of wind release chakra gathered in its mouth, and vacuum bombs shot out, resulting in a large number of long-range kills once again. Truly, it is the tailed beast that instills fear on the battlefield. My guy was in shock. If Chino's swordsmanship kill speed is the sum of others, then Uchiha's Ash Storm's area of effect is the sum of Chino and the others. In that case, the damage caused by Shikaku's appearance exceeded the total kills of all of them just now. Shikaku dares to confront the Nine Tails. Uchiha Roan laughed. I remember in the anime from my past life, Shikaku was mocked by the Nine Tails as the weakest tailed beast with the fewest tails. In fact, in Kurama's eyes, a few tails are all the same. They are all weaklings. However, this mockery deeply hurt Shikaku's pride. At that time, Shikaku had fought a fierce battle with the Nine Tails, and on the surface, it seemed like an evenly matched situation. However, it was also clear that in a prolonged battle, Shikaku would definitely be the one to perish. From this, it's not difficult to see that Shikaku's combat power is actually not weak. At least among the other tailed beasts, aside from the 8 tails, there are really not many that can challenge the 9 tails. They retreated. Just a little over 10 minutes after Shikaku's appearance, Hinata Aya reported. These people, are they the feudal lords of the Wind Country? Kakashi said with a serious expression, it could be possible, but it might not be. How so? Within the borders of the Land of Wind, there are such a large number of organized samurai legions and so many swordmaster-level warriors. The suspicion against the daimyo of the Land of Wind is quite high. However, he seems to have no reason to assassinate us. After all, even if he successfully kills the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the freed one tail will eventually be recaptured by the 5 great ninja villages and handed back to Sunagakure. So, could it be a frame-up by the daimyo of another country? Well, this possibility cannot be ruled out. But it could also be forces from outside the 5 major countries. Uchiha Roan frowned and thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't come up with a reason. Simply put, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has the means to commit the crime, but lacks the motive. As for the other 5 countries, it seems unnecessary for them to do such a thing. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that our 8 members are significantly overpowered, a normal ninja team encountering this level of ambush would indeed be in serious danger. This makes everything even more confusing. Chapter 176. Return to Sunagakure after defeating this group of sand bandits using Shikaku. Uchiha Roan easily sealed Shikaku again. Did it cause such serious injuries in such a short time? Under the gaze of his kaleidoscope, the damage to young Gaara's body and meridians could be clearly seen. These injuries were caused by the violent chakra of the tailed beast, infused into him unconsciously as a Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki of Sunagakure really treat their hosts as expendable. Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. A thick layer of green chakra had appeared in his hands, continuously flowing over Gaara's body to repair the damaged meridians. This was a technique developed based on yang release, possessing a kind of life energy capability. Ordinary medical ninjutsu does not have the ability to repair meridians. Naruto's 8 trigram sealing technique allows the tailed beast chakra to leak slightly from the sealing gate, effectively controlling the output amount, making it much safer in comparison. In contrast, Gaara's unknown and crude sealing technique is quite brutal in this regard. This was also the main reason why Gaara was afraid to sleep before. If this unconscious state of being infused with Shikaku's chakra occurred a few more times without timely treatment, Gaara would be completely ruined. The subsequent journey did not encounter any more accidents, and the 2 Konoha teams quickly arrived at Sunagakure. The news had reached Shikamaru and Kankuro, who arrived early with a group to welcome them. The assistance from Konoha is deeply appreciated by our Sunagakure. Unexpectedly, the ones leading the group were clearly not Shikamaru, but 2 elderly figures, a man and a woman, Chiyo and Ebizo. They first glanced at Gaara, who was being carried on the back of Might Guy, and upon confirming that his breathing was steady and he seemed unharmed, they performed a formal gesture of thanks to the Konoha ninjas. Unlike the invasion of Sasori and Deidara in the original timeline, this time, with the intrusion of 4 Akatsuki members and the interference of Zetsu, Sunagakure found themselves powerless against this enemy. With too few people, they couldn't fight back, and if they mobilized their entire force, it would put the village in great danger. After all, as one of the 5 great villages, they were under the watchful eyes of many. We in Konoha love peace and only hope that after this, Sunagakure can cease its hostilities. That would be our greatest gratitude. Kakashi stepped forward to respond to Sunagakure's gratitude. Chiyo looked at Kakashi with a complex expression, her aged face devoid of emotion, but her tone carried some sincerity as she said, "That is only natural. Sunagakure is willing to establish an alliance with Konoha and will no longer initiate hostilities." It was clear that this was the final decision made by the higher-ups of Sunagakure. Realizing that there was such a terrifying rogue ninja organization outside the 5 villages that could threaten Sunagakure, they finally changed their previously desperate and ruthless stance and became much more amicable. According to Uchiha Rong's understanding, among the 5 villages, apart from the most warlike Kumogakure, Sunagakure was known for causing trouble and being unpredictable. But there was no helping it. They were poor. Whenever internal conflicts arose that they could not resolve, they could only stir up external conflicts to stabilize the internal situation. Kakashi naturally understood Sunagakure's situation, so he wasn't particularly moved by Chiyo's formal words. That's for the best. While speaking, my guy had already handed Gaara over to the Sunagakure side. The 8 of them received the treatment befitting an envoy and were warmly welcomed into the village by the citizens. Regarding the alliance proposed by Chiyo, apart from my guy, who showed excitement, the others reacted with indifference. Sunagakure's predicament dictated that whether to fight or not was beyond their control. Even if they signed an alliance with Konoha, once the threat from the Akatsuki was eliminated, if internal conflicts arose that they could not resolve, a treaty could be torn up at any time. And it wouldn't be the first time. Tsunade is here too? Suddenly, while Chiyo was giving Gaara a simple check, she turned around and asked. In fact, there were only 8 people from Konoha, and whether Tsunade was among them was quite evident, wasn't it? Or perhaps, among you, who is Tsunade's disciple? Chiyo's gaze became sharp. In response, Kakashi and the others were quietly on guard, their faces showing confusion. Why is this old lady acting so crazy? The reason for their reaction was due to the overwhelming chakra fluctuations emanating from Chiyo. It was definitely at the level of Kage. To still retain such strength at such an old age indicated that she must have been a top-tier ninja in her youth. Uchiha Rong, however, smiled lightly and stepped forward. Are you referring to the creation rebirth technique? That's me. However, I am not Tsunade's disciple. Looking at the young ninja before her, who was barely in his 20s, Chiyo's face showed suspicion. Then how did you learn the creation rebirth technique? I figured it out on my own, Uchiha Rong replied calmly. This was something he had no intention of hiding. His persona was that he developed a technique similar to creation rebirth on his own, which earned him Tsunade's favor and guidance, laying the groundwork for possibly using the life transfer technique in the future. Oh, so Konoha really has a lot of talented people. After carefully examining Uchiha Rong, seemingly confirming something, Chiyo's sharp aura instantly receded. The others were baffled by Chiyo's reaction, but Uchiha Rong understood. Despite Tsunade's youth and beauty, her alluring and sexy appearance was due to the eternal youth seal. In reality, Tsunade and Chiyo were from the same era of ninjas and were old rivals. During the Second Shinobi World War, on the battlefield between Sunagakure and Konoha, the puppet master Chiyo and the medical ninja Tsunade often clashed both openly and covertly. Chiyo signaled to hand Gaara over to a nearby Sunagakure ninja, indicating that Gaara had no issues. The group continued walking forward. As they walked, looking at the sand castles amidst the wind and sand, the Konoha group was very curious and observed quietly. In terms of village scale, Sunagakure was about half the size of Konoha. After all, Konoha had undergone numerous expansions outside its initial enclosed circle and with the prosperous environment of a land of fire. Its population had steadily increased. This was where Konoha's strength lay. A larger population brought a more prosperous economy and continuously supplied fresh blood to the ninja village. Their chakra fluctuations seemed quite weak, Hinata Iane whispered beside him. Uchiha Rong smiled slightly. It definitely can't compare to us in Konoha. When Hinata Iane referred to weakness, she was talking about those hurriedly passing ninjas and the villagers of Sunagakure who had chakra fluctuations. This was naturally thanks to the Senju clan. The integration of the Senju clan greatly improved the physical condition of the common people within Konoha's enclosed circle. This was what allowed excellent ninjas to continuously emerge among Konoha's civilian ninjas, with figures like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze being representative examples. If the superior conditions of the Land of Fire created Konoha's prosperity and strength, Then the commoners of the Senju descendants were the ones who truly laid a solid foundation for Konoha, outstanding descendants and a complete inheritance. In that moment, Uchiha Roan began to vaguely understand the intentions of Hashirama Senju. The disappearance of the Senju clan was like a blazing fire, burning itself out and leaving behind a glow. One clan accomplished one village, allowing the new leaves to sprout and grow strong. Perhaps this was the true will of fire. Chapter 177. Observations in Sunagakure. Uchiha Roan and the others were finally brought to an area within Sunagakure that was clearly a clan residence. The emblem at the entrance featured a vine with an orange pattern in the center. Kakashi and Uchiha Roan were not surprised by this. Might Guy, however, asked curiously, "Is this Chiyo's family residence?" "Yes, they are from the Orange clan of Sunagakure," Kakashi quietly explained. This ninja clan was famous for their puppet techniques, and it was rumored that one of the two ancestral puppet masters active during the Warring States period came from this family. Two ancestral puppet masters? Uchiha Roan interjected, explaining, "One is Orange Zaman, and the other is Shinmatsu Zaman." There were rumors that Shinmatsu Zaman was actually a pseudonym for Orange Zaman while he traveled. It seemed very likely to be true. Huh? How is that possible? This time, it was Kakashi who was surprised. Uchiha Roan, however, smiled calmly, purposefully glancing at the leading Chiyo ahead. "Don't you all know about Chiyo's Shinmatsu Ten? Each puppet can exhibit the combat power of a Jonin, and 10 puppets working together possess S-level combat power. The Orange Clan, Shinmatsu Zaman, Shinmatsu Ten. Now makes sense?" Kakashi murmured, coming to a realization. Might Guy looked at Uchiha Roan with admiration at this moment. "Roan, you know so much." "Hee. I just read some records about the Warring States period in the clan's miscellaneous books." As they spoke, they were already brought into a 3-story sand castle. "You all must be tired from your journey, so please rest here for now. Tomorrow we will host a banquet for everyone. Thank you all for your timely support to our village," said Ohibizu with a lowered brow. "All right, thank you for the hospitality," Kakashi responded. As the Sand Village group departed, only the 8 from Konoha remained, looking at the various exquisite household items and decorations inside the Sand Fortress. Might Guy once again displayed a look akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. "Wow, these furnishings and tables and chairs are obviously quite valuable. Didn't they say that Sunagakure is poor? Only the commoners are poor." Uchiha Roan chuckled lightly. "Look at those puppet masters from Sunagakure. Which one of them is poor?" That's true. The already established Jonin, Might Guy, has clearly dealt with the puppet users from the Sand Village." Somewhat astonished, he said, "Roan, let's go for a walk." Hinata Aya's eyes sparkled. Although it wasn't her first time visiting Sunagakure, the last visit was a raid. And this time she could really enjoy the scenery and experience the exotic atmosphere. Uchiha Rin also seemed quite curious about all aspects of Sunagakure. In the end, Tsubaki, Chizuna, Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi chose to stay in the sandcastle to rest. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin, Hinata Aya, and Might Guy headed outside. As they lifted the thick curtain at the entrance of the sandcastle, a gust of wind carrying sand hit them face on. "The wind has picked up again," Hinata Aya frowned. "The environment in Sunagakure is truly harsh. It's hot during the day and cold at night. When the wind picks up, it brings a storm of sand." Fortunately, everyone had prepared beforehand, wrapping their mouths and noses tightly with cloths. "Are you all heading out? Do you need me to be your guide?" As Uchiha Roan stepped out of the sandcastle, he saw a ninja from Sunagakure standing on each side. One of the female ninjas spoke at that moment. "Thank you for your trouble." As a Konoha ninja, Uchiha Roan was quite impressive and did not refuse the other party's accompaniment. In fact, even if he refused their company, there would definitely be Umbu from Sunagakure secretly monitoring their every move. Uchiha Roan headed straight toward a marketplace he had seen upon arrival. With Hyuga Ayaka and Might Guy beside him, Toyotomi Sakana hurriedly jogged to catch up and introduced herself. "I am Toyotomi Sakana, from Konoha. Lord Chiyo instructed me to assist you with anything you need." "Oh, you're from the Toyotomi family?" Until he heard the other person's surname, Uchiha Roan took a moment to examine them. With his keen sensitivity to In chakra, he clearly sensed about 7 points of chakra from the other person, indicating they were likely just a CH Nin. However, the fucking clan of Sunagakure was quite remarkable. They were a ninja clan on par with the Chiyo family. Although there hadn't been any notable outstanding ninjas from them in recent years, as far as Uchiha Roan knew, the third Kazekage was named fucking Mayata and hailed from the fucking clan. In fact, the human puppets made from their corpses were still lying in his sealing scroll. "Yes, my lord, you actually know about our fucking family?" Toyotomi Zanaiko was surprised to reveal her baby teeth. To be honest, she hadn't noticed before. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized that this sand-hidden ninja was at most 11 or 12 years old and looked very cute. Uchiha Rong also remained silent, lifting his sleeve to reveal the fan pattern on the inside of his collar. Toyotomi Zeniko respectfully took a step back, showing a look of realization as she bowed and said, "So you are an esteemed member of the Uchiha clan. You don't have to call me esteemed if it sounds awkward. Just call me Rong." Here, Darren is a term of respect for guests and does not imply a hierarchical relationship. So Uchiha Rong also felt it was awkward after hearing it many times. "All right then, Mr. Rong. Are you planning to visit our village's ninja tool shop first?" Looking at the direction Uchiha Rong was walking, Toyotomi Zeniko asked, "Oh, so that's the commercial street selling ninja tools?" Uchiha Rong's interest grew stronger, and his steps quickened. "Huh, why are there slight grooves and gaps in the middle of these shurikens?" Mike I picked up a shuriken from a roadside stall, curious. Toyotomi Zeniko smiled and explained, "That's a reserved spot for some solid poisons. Actually, most of us still use regular shurikens with poison, but some ninjas do have this kind of need. It's common knowledge. Not a secret." She explained it very naturally. However, to Mike Guy, it felt chilling. He quickly tossed the shuriken back onto the stall as if it were something dirty. "If you want to see ninja tools, I recommend checking out the Ninja Tool Fortress up ahead. The quality of these street items is quite average and probably won't catch your interest, my lords." "Well, let's go take a look then." At this moment, Uchiha Rong also noticed a giant sand fortress ahead, with many ninjas coming in and out. It was a 5-story tall fortress, covering a large area. Compared to the surrounding residences and shops, which were at most 3 stories, it was quite conspicuous. "Is this ninja tool fortress established by the village?" Hinata Aya asked at this moment. This prominent building seems to be specifically selling various ninja tools. It is clearly not something that a single clan could afford to establish. Konoha doesn't have such mall-like buildings. After all, if any clan were to build such a magnificent and large shop, would other ninja clans still be able to do business? It's almost the same. The Ninja Tools Fortress is jointly established by the village's Elder Council. When it comes to high-level issues, Toyotomi Zeniko clearly has no intention of providing a detailed explanation. It's just briefly mentioned in a vague manner. Seeing this, the 3 of them also wisely chose not to ask further. However, after taking a tour of the shops inside this giant fortress, Uchiha Ling couldn't help but be surprised. The materials of the ninja tools are surprisingly good, but the craftsmanship is just average. Could it be that Sunagakure has high-quality minerals? Chapter 178, Purchasing Puppets. Lightning, it must be said that Sunagakure's marketing in terms of ninja tools is surprisingly advanced. They even have the concept of a marketplace. However, this is a result of geographical conditions and internal benefit distribution, given that the village is constantly subjected to sandstorms. Although they have tried to build high earthen walls around the village to block the fierce winds from the desert, it is still difficult to completely prevent the suffering from sand and wind. This has led to many shops in Sunagakure being located within sandcastles. Coupled with a sparse population and a shortage of resources, if Sunagakure were to operate like Konoha, with each clan having its own shop, to be honest, most would end up going out of business. After all, not many people are interested in shopping in the sandstorms. Most just need something and hurry back to their residences. Therefore, the marketplace model of ninja tool forts is quite necessary. Is it really an issue with the smelting process? After wandering around again, the 3 not only spent over 1 million taels extravagantly, purchasing a large amount of ninja tools and refined metals. At the same time, Uchiha Rong finally understood the reason for the superior quality of these ninja tools. Yes, many puppets have high requirements for materials. Our ninja tool fortress even has several masters stationed here, and the raw materials for these ninja tools are all forged by them. While Toyotomi Zeniko was still introducing, a surprised exclamation from Hyuga Aya came from the other side. "What? A puppet like this is actually priced at 10 million taels?" Uchiha Rong looked over in response to the sound. He saw Hinata Aya standing in front of a neighboring stall selling puppets, looking surprised. In front of her was a puppet that resembled a leopard about 1.5 meters long. What kind of puppet is so expensive? Uchiha Rong curiously walked over. Since the interior of the sandcastle was an open-style shop, the shops were separated by earthen walls, but there were no doors or other barriers. He immediately spotted the puppet. "It's 17 million ryo. This is already the best price." Hinata Aya wasn't actually planning to buy. She was just curious and wanted to ask about the price. As a result, she was shocked by this price. "Oh, can you tell me why this puppet is worth so much?" The previously indifferent bearded shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw the suitcase that Uchiha Rong casually opened. revealing a box full of Fire Country banknotes. It's called Lightning. The bearded shopkeeper raised the puppet's forelimb. See? Its claws are made of Titan alloy, extremely sturdy and sharp. It's enough to tear through a standard earth flow wall. The soles of its limbs are also equipped with vibration gold, allowing it to run without making any noise. The shell is forged from a type of memory metal, which has some recovery ability. Most importantly, its hind legs provide the power to run like lightning. It can spit poison needles for ranged attacks, and there's a groove to store venom. After enthusiastically introducing the puppet, the bearded shopkeeper looked at Uchiha Rome with sparkling eyes. This B-rank puppet is the treasure of my shop. No bargaining. Oh, it's actually a B-rank puppet? Uchiha Rome raised an eyebrow in surprise. They had previously visited several puppet shops and learned some related information. This was their first time seeing a B-rank puppet for sale. Before, they had only seen D-rank and C-rank puppets, which typically sold for hundreds of thousands, with the highest not exceeding 2 million. No wonder it was so expensive. It was a B-rank puppet. Of course, I can have a shop in the Ninja Tool Fortress because all the products are certified by the fortress. The quality is guaranteed, and there's no deception, the bearded shopkeeper said proudly. The products in the Ninja Tool Fortress have strict quality control, Toyotomi Zonai whispered. But 17 million Ryo is still too expensive. My Chakra Metal Ninja sword only costs 12 million. Uchiha Rong touched the stardust at his waist and began to haggle. The bearded shopkeeper squinted at the half-drawn stardust, instantly wearing a flattering smile. You look extraordinary. I'll consider you a friend. Let us make it 17 million. I really can't go lower. It was clear that his earlier statement about not bargaining had been forgotten. Titan alloy is expensive, but you don't use much for these claws. As for vibration gold, it's probably just a thin layer, right? This price is still inflated. 15 million Ryo, if you're willing to sell. We can exchange money for goods right now, Uchiha Rong said, pushing the suitcase forward. At this moment, Hinata Aya gently tugged at his sleeve. Rong, why are you buying this? You don't have to spend so much money just to prove a point. Uchiha Rong smiled and continued to look at the bearded shopkeeper. The bearded shopkeeper hesitated for a long time, seemingly wanting to discuss the price further. But after hearing Hinata Aya's words, he hesitated again and gritted his teeth. Deal. Immediately, Uchiha Rong took out 450,000 Ryo in Fire Country banknotes from the suitcase and handed them to the bearded shopkeeper, who then handed over the leopard puppet. Why 450,000? Because 450,000 Ryo, according to the current exchange rate of 1.33, is 15 million Ryo in Wind Country currency. If it were to go to some black markets, the ratio would be even higher, easily exchanging for 16 million or more. This was the main reason the bearded shopkeeper agreed so readily. There's no business without deceit. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction and immediately left the Ninja Tool Fortress. Rong, why are you buying this? Hinata Aya was quite confused. A B-rank puppet means it can reach a maximum of B-rank combat power. Generally, it belongs to the trump cards of CH Nin Puppet Master or one of the puppets of AJ Nin Puppet Master. The specific combat power it can exhibit still depends on the puppet master's skill. Uchiha Rong placed a leopard puppet named Lightning on the ground and shrugged. It's not expensive anyway. I bought it as a toy. As he spoke, 5 chakra threads extended from his right hand's fingers, connecting to Lightning. Immediately, Lightning began to awkwardly take steps as if it were a marionette. Hinata Aya, truly rich and willful. In fact, puppets that are quite common here are hard to find elsewhere. Not to mention encountering such an excellent B-rank puppet. Uchiha Rong just found it novel and bought it for fun. However, with his years of training in the 8 gates and sealing techniques, his chakra control quickly allowed Lightning to move more gracefully. By the time they left the Ninja Tool Fortress, Lightning was already able to jump around flexibly. This scene shocked Toyotomi Zonai, who knew that Lightning had been for sale in that shop for many years without anyone buying it. Because to truly unleash Lightning's B-rank combat power, one would need the relevant puppet's secret techniques, which puppet masters with such techniques prefer to trust their own creations. Therefore, Lightning being in that shop had more significance as a brand effect, as the bearded shopkeeper said, a treasure of the shop. Of course, if someone really wanted to spend big, he wouldn't refuse to sell. Chapter 179. The Advantages of Puppet Masters After Returning to the Temporary Residence of the Orange Clan. Uchiha Rong was already able to control Lightning to perform some basic attack actions. After some experimentation, he successfully launched the poison needles from Lightning's mouth. Although the accuracy was somewhat lacking, the speed and power of the 1,000 needles shot out were indeed at the level of a B-rank J-Nin. This is the advantage of puppet techniques. Just like a crossbow, a normal heavy bow requires high physical strength to draw, without systematic years of training. An average person can't use it well. But with a crossbow, you just pull the trigger to unleash a powerful attack. Puppet techniques are similar. Usually, some Nin puppet masters can rely on high-quality puppets to unleash attacks comparable to Nin. Moreover, through the cooperation of multiple puppets and the poison weapons installed within them, it's not impossible to defeat Nin. At this moment, Uchiha Rong was in the sand fortress of their residence, his fingers continuously tapping. The light blue chakra threads were constantly shaking as he controlled lightning to climb the wall. It's not too hard, Uchiha Rong said with satisfaction. As the saying goes, mastering one method leads to mastering all. Even though he hadn't learned the relevant secret techniques of puppetry, his super strong chakra control easily allowed him to create chakra threads. After some exploration, he had already understood lightning's various abilities quite well. He could even use lightning to climb walls and trees. The principle was simple. By attaching chakra to the soles of the puppet's limbs, it could adhere to walls and ceilings. The bearded shopkeeper wasn't lying. This puppet really did move silently. Hinata Aya was a bit astonished. A puppet that walks so silently is simply perfect for assassination. Phew, it's indeed a nice toy. It's just a bit mentally taxing. I really don't know how Chiyo manages to control 10 puppets by herself. Sasori's Hunter Machine performance is even more outrageous. Hearing this, Hinata Aya rolled her eyes. They must have some secret techniques passed down, unlike you, a freak who can get started so quickly with zero foundation. With your current operation, if you familiarize yourself for a few more days, won't you really be able to exert B-level combat power? Hinata Aya has already noticed that with the current speed of lightning's actions, it is already comparable to some Chunin. With its claws and the poison needle launch device in its mouth, it can easily handle many Chunin. Long, is it really that fun? You've been back for quite a while. You don't understand. Mechas are a man's romance. Uchiha Rong replied without even turning his head. In fact, his ability to quickly master puppetry is mainly due to the powerful mental strength granted by the Uchiha Sharingan. The stronger the mental strength, the greater the resistance to illusions. The stronger the illusion abilities, and the better the control over chakra. Beginners still have to learn how to condense chakra into threads step by step. They have to practice hard, but he directly skipped this stage relying on his massive chakra and extraordinary chakra control. What if we change the core energy? I roughly understand the advantages and weaknesses of puppets. Uchiha Rong activated his Sharingan and stepped forward to grab the 1.5 meter tall body of lightning. With a click, the mechanism at lightning's jaw was opened, revealing the puppet core inside. Since puppets do not have human meridians, nor flesh and blood cells, each puppet requires a core to store and convert chakra in order to move. This is the power source of the puppet. At the same time, the formation on the puppet core is also very important, as it allows the core to only recognize the chakra of its owner. This way, it will not be easily seized and controlled by other puppet masters. This is also why high-level puppet masters generally do not use purchased puppets. Although the puppets can be modified after being brought home, the location of the core is very difficult to change. If the enemy knows where your puppet core is installed, it would undoubtedly be very deadly. At this moment, Uchiha Rong slightly observed the sealing formation on this core. What a rudimentary chakra sealing technique. It really is consistent with Sunagakure style. Uchiha Rong slowly closed his eyes and placed one hand on the core. In the next moment, the faint blue glow of the core began to gradually turn red. To be precise, it was crimson. Once the ordinary chakra energy within the core was completely converted to crimson, Uchiha Rong formed seals to reinforce the sealing technique on the core. He even casually replaced the inefficient energy conversion technique. A quarter of an hour later, Rong, what are you doing? Just extracted a wave of chakra. My guy came down from upstairs and asked curiously, hey, Kai, you're just in time. Uchiha Rong seemed a bit excited. Let's go practice at the door. No. I don't want to get hit. My guy shook his head like a rattle. I'm asking you to help me test its strength. Saying this, he pointed at the lightning lying on the ground. Oh no, that's not right. It's now renamed as Red Leopard by Uchiha Rong. Well then, seeing this, my guy didn't want to disturb his enthusiasm and had to agree. Fortunately, the entrance of the sandcastle at their temporary residence was not on a street, but there was quite a large open space. Mr. Rong? Seeing them come out, Toyotomi Zanaiko looked over in confusion and asked if they had any needs. Uchiha Rong waved his hand, directly standing at the door, controlling the red leopard to the open space. Might Guy's figure also appeared. In the next moment, under Uchiha Rong's control, the red leopard launched an attack, swiftly pouncing towards Might Guy. However, due to Uchiha Rong's control, The red leopard couldn't even display its speed at the Janine level and was easily kicked away by the reacting Might Guy. His so tough. Might Kai actually had the leisure to rub his instep under the attack of the red leopard. At that moment, a startling change occurred. The ground around the red leopard began to reveal grains of sand iron. The sand iron quickly transformed into shurikens that shot toward Might Guy. Faced with the flying shurikens, Guy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What the hell? In a moment of urgency, he directly opened all 5 gates. Only then was he barely able to successfully evade the large-scale attack and extreme speed. What? The magnetic escape of the third generation lord? No, not the same. The sand iron ability of this puppet is more refined than the magnetic escape sand iron of the third Hokage. With Toyotomi Zanakiko's exclamation, another older ninja also voiced his disbelief. It seemed as if to confirm his words. In the next moment, countless shurikens transformed into small senbon, and the sharp tips of these needles caused cold sweat to bead on Might Guy's forehead. It wasn't that he wasn't strong. It was just that this ability was too restraining against his taijutsu. Long, I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. However, tens of thousands of shuriken had already been shot out. Chapter 180, Puppet Technique, Magnetic Sand Iron. In the end, the densely packed shuriken stopped in front of Might Guy, scattered into a sky full of iron sand, and then coalesced into a form-fitting armor that enveloped the red leopard. Thus, when using the ability again, even in an environment without sand iron, there would be no fear of lacking sand iron. In fact, the magnetic sand iron wasn't very strong. At least in Uchiha Rong's view, a large-scale water release could render this ability mostly ineffective. However, for a taijutsu specialist like Might Guy, this ability was a hard counter. Unless he exposed all his strength to open the 8 gates and used powerful chakra to protect his entire body, he would only have the courage to fight. But that was also uncertain. Mr. Rong, this. Toyotomi Zanako hesitated. Uchiha Rong simply shrugged and shifted the blame. I'm not sure either. This puppet seems a bit special. It looks like I've hit the jackpot this time. He wasn't afraid of being seen through. Because the chakra of the magnetic sand iron was on the red leopard, his main body did not possess this ability. Scorpion, having not delved into the fusion of bloodline limits, could not apply this bloodline limit to his puppets. He could only indirectly use this power through the corpse of the third Kazekage. But he was different. His understanding and fusion of bloodline limits had reached a very deep level. With the magnetic sand iron chakra from the puppet core, combined with a solid chakra sealing technique and energy assimilation technique, he could infuse his chakra into the puppet through the chakra strings while the chakra underwent assimilation through the puppet core, allowing the corresponding ability to be used. This is how to manipulate and use the bloodline limit. It seems to consume quite a bit. Uchiha Rong thought to himself. It was consumption, not expenditure. This meant that when transferring a chunk of chakra, less than 70% remained after true assimilation. However, it wasn't a big problem. In fact, it didn't need to be that complicated. Once he left the sand-hidden village, he could directly use life granting to give the puppet independent life. Then, with divine gift, bestow the corresponding bloodline ability to the puppet. In the future, he could completely disguise himself as a puppet master. Just pretending to connect a few chakra strings would suffice. Not to mention Scorpion's 100 machine manipulation. Even 1,000 or 10,000 wound T seemed to be an issue. Suddenly, Uchiha Rong discovered a wide road ahead. Lord Rong, we, the Sand-Hidden Village, are willing to buy back this puppet at 10 times the price. We sincerely hope you can agree. The older Sand Village ninja, who was nearly 50, suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Rong responded to him with a look of disbelief. After his modifications, the red leopard could barely be rated an S in terms of puppet level. Dealing with a taijutsu ninja like Might Guy, whose abilities are restrained, can still reach S level in combat power. If it weren't for the lack of material, it could even be rated S. Is this a matter of money? Am I, Uchiha Rong, really short on cash? It seems that he also realized that his words were inappropriate. The Sand Ninja hesitated for a long time and could only lower his head in shame. He didn't want to take action directly, but it was clear that the Leaf Ninjas who could rescue Gaara from that group of rogue ninjas were definitely not opponents he could handle. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Rong took Might Guy back to the Sand Fortress. Soon, the news from this side was relayed to Chiyo and Eyes. Even the severely injured Fourth Hokage, who was recuperating, received the news. Uchiha Rong, however, had a nonchalant attitude towards this. He was merely acting on a whim, conducting a small experiment. With his current level of power, as long as he wanted to, he could even give every Leaf Ninja a bloodline limit. That's how awesome divine gifts are. The only ones who could truly pose a threat to him now were those few Otsutsuki. As for Kagaya and Black Zetsu, who couldn't blow things up, it's just not necessary for the time being. In the evening, as expected, Chiyo came to visit. She also brought many valuable items. This is a token of gratitude for saving my arrow. Oh, how polite. Kakashi looked at the dozens of century-old medicinal herbs, the dozen or so fist-sized wind crystal stones, and the 10 pieces of 100-pound refined gold with a strange tone. These items have one characteristic. Their total cost value is only about 3 million Fire Country silver bills. However, they are rarely circulated in the market and are hard to come by, especially the 10 pieces of refined gold, which they had just purchased today at the Ninja Tool Fortress. Now they're still lying in the sealing scroll. Although it's called refined gold, it actually refers to the metal gold, not the gold of currency. This material is usually used in Sunagakure to create the shells of puppets, and its texture is surprisingly sturdy. Bringing it back to have craftsmen forge various ninja tools would also be beneficial. Additionally, I heard that there is a puppet master in your team whose puppet can utilize magnetic sand iron. I would like to see it. Chiyo was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. She did not mention any nonsense about 10-fold or 100-fold repurchases. It was clear that she had done her homework before coming, confirming that the puppet called Lightning did not possess the ability of magnetic sand iron. Given your generosity, of course, I can show it to you. Uchiha Rong stepped forward. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Since the other party came in a friendly manner, he certainly wouldn't be stingy about showing it. Under his control, the red leopard leaped down from the ceiling. The iron armor that enveloped it instantly transformed into a mass of sand iron, floating above its head. What? It really is the ability of magnetic sand and iron. When I truly witnessed it and reported to my subordinates, the shock was completely different. Chiyo's expressionless face showed a clear look of shock. After her surprise, she fell into silence. After a long while, as everyone waited for her reaction, her deep voice finally spoke again. I'm sure you all understand the significance of magnetic sand and iron to our sand-hidden village. Let's negotiate. Kakashi, Hinata, Aya, and my guy all looked towards Uchiha Rong. They saw Uchiha Rong chuckle and say, "It's not magnetic sand gold, so why make it so serious?" Upon hearing this, Chiyo's expression clearly showed a moment of shock. This statement was indeed not false. Gold dust could greatly alleviate the weak finances of Sunagakure. Iron Sand was more focused on combat. The reason they coveted this puppet was something they all knew well. It was for the technology of the puppet core. Just like how Sasori obtained the body of the third Kazekage to create a human puppet. This was because he lacked the ability to decipher the secrets of bloodline limits and did not possess strong enough sealing techniques to seal bloodline limit chakra. So he could only rely on human puppets to utilize Iron Sand abilities in battle. Not to mention that obtaining this puppet would directly increase the combat power of a puppet master to an S or even S rank level. Transplanting the core into a better puppet body and having it controlled by a powerful puppet master would be hardly different from the resurrection of the third Kazekage. This thing could also be passed down through generations. When a person dies, their combat power does not diminish if they can decipher the technology on the puppet core. This is their true goal. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, even a bit like a confrontation at the end of a road. Just then, Uchiha Rong's words shattered Chiyo's fantasies. Even if we gave it to you, you absolutely wouldn't be able to replicate such a puppet. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan's core are beyond your ability to crack, let alone this unique magnetic chakra source, which is one of a kind in the world. Chapter 181, Chiyo's Jinmatsu 10. At this moment, Chiyo's heart was anxious. She really wanted to snatch it directly in her eyes, although the 8 opponents were very strong. This time it was on their home ground. Eliminating these 8 Konoha ninjas would definitely not be a problem, but the losses would surely be significant. She even wanted to take the opportunity to seize this puppet and avenge her son and daughter-in-law. That's right, she recognized Kakashi long ago. That damn White Fang. The only offspring of White Fang. But reason told her that she couldn't. Konoha is too powerful. The village cannot bear the wrath of Konoha afterwards. Moreover, there are several Uchiha on the opposite side. Not to mention the recent unwritten rules among the 5 villages and the training of the new generation of ninjas. Even when facing a coalition of 4 villages, Konoha still manages with ease, although each village only sent out a dozen teams. At most there would only be 70 or 80 ninjas from one village, and the strongest among them would only be at the Jonin level. But with the 4 villages united, that would mean 200 to 300 ninjas. In addition, with other small ninja villages taking advantage of the situation during this period, the number will at least double. If the Land of Wind encounters such a situation, Sunagakure knows it has no ability to resolve it. Even if they send out the older generation of strong fighters, it would still cause serious injuries. The Hidden Leaf Village not only easily endured it, but also used only the new generation of ninjas to defeat them 4-1 and drove them out of their territory. With such a stark contrast in strength, what does it matter if they obtain this puppet? In the end, it couldn't be preserved. Uchiha Rong looked at Granny Chiyo's face turning from green to white, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He directly said, "What you want is actually not impossible." Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo's gloomy expression immediately brightened. She was originally an old woman who rarely showed her emotions, but this matter was too significant. Even her heart was affected. What are the conditions? Just say it. We in Sunagakure will definitely meet them if we can. Just when she thought Uchiha Rong was going to set conditions, she saw him wave his hand. As for the conditions, there are two ways. Let's try the first one. As long as you can beat me, this puppet will be yours. Really? Chiyo was overjoyed. Among these Konoha ninjas, there were the copy ninja Kakashi, the instantaneous water stop, the genius Uchiha Itachi, the witch Uchiha Q, the moon blade Uchiha Hirano, the azure beast Might Guy, and the flying arrow Hyuga Aya. She knew them all. The only one whose name was not well known was Uchiha Rong, even though the other party seemed to hold a decent position in the team. After all, they were just in their early 20s. There are even rumors that the other party has lost the kaleidoscope and the three tails. Could it be that they think I am old and arrogant, looking down on me? More genuine than real gold. Upon confirming with Uchiha Rong, Chiyo hurriedly walked outside. It can't be done here, right? Oh, then let's go to the training ground. Chiyo originally wanted to say that this amount of space is enough to deal with you. But fearing that the opponent would find a reason to refuse if they lost, Chiyo had no choice but to bring a group of people to the training ground. The training ground of the Nara clan. After arriving, Chiyo directly activated the barrier in the training ground. Are you ready? She asked kindly and politely. Kid, you go first. I don't want to be accused of bullying the younger generation, Chiyo said proudly, seeing that her opponent was slow to make a move. Oh, are you sure? Sure. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past. Chiyo felt a flash in front of her eyes, and a ninja blade appeared at her neck. Chiyo, I concede. Chiyo really wanted to curse. She wasn't prepared. She really wasn't prepared. She had been careless. If she had known how powerful her opponent's body flicker technique was, she definitely would not have been so easily defeated. But as a senior, how could she say such things? Just then, Uchiha Rong's calm voice sounded. How about another round? You don't seem very satisfied. Chiyo gritted her teeth. But with the matter concerning the magnetic puppet, she couldn't afford to lose face. She could only nod vigorously. Then she distanced herself. Uchiha Rong smiled faintly and did not stop her. She watched as Chiyo took out a sealing scroll and released 10 puppets. The Jinsong 10 were dressed in white robes, each with a gate symbol on their foreheads, symbolizing that these were the works of Jinsong Zaman. It was like a writer's signature. Uchiha Rong looked over. One puppet had red hair and wielded 2 large knives. Another was blue-faced with a hole on its head. Then there were a red-faced puppet, a white-faced puppet, a white-haired puppet, an ox-headed puppet, a horse-faced puppet, and the remaining 3 were all flower-faced masks, with big eyes, green cheeks, and a single eye. At this moment, knowing how powerful the opponent's body flicker technique was, the ox-headed and horse-faced puppets stood guard beside Chiyo. The other 8 puppets rushed towards Uchiha Rong in unison. The blue-faced puppet extended a mass of steel cables from its head, reaching out to grab him. The red-haired female puppet was the fastest, jumping directly behind Uchiha Rong and slashing down with her knife. The red-faced and white-faced puppets held hands, connected by a chain, with the red-faced puppet opening its long jaw to reveal a spinning chakra blade. The remaining 4 had already flanked from both sides, ready to support the attack at any moment. At a glance, it looked densely packed, like being surrounded on all sides, making one quite nervous. Uchiha Rong swiftly drew his blade and blocked the dual knives coming from behind. With sheer brute force, he swept away the red-haired female puppet, the blade's arc flashing in front of him, as the red glow on the blade flickered, turning the incoming mass of steel cables into ashes. The red-faced puppet that was thrown by the white-faced puppet was the most miserable, directly falling to the ground in a poof as electric sparks erupted from its body. It was evident that the internal components had been rendered useless by the high temperature of the ash storm. At this moment, the red-haired female puppet attacked again, but was covered by a large amount of iron sand, producing continuous clanging sounds from within, yet she could not escape. Once the iron sand dissipated, the red-haired female puppet's dual knives fell to the ground, her body riddled with holes. Clearly, this was due to the Iron Sand's comprehensive attack, which had broken the core of the puppet. TSK. These puppets are good, but they seem not to have the strong defense of the Scarlet Flow Jade. Uchiha Rong skillfully dodged the attacks of 6 puppets. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken out the white-faced and white-haired puppets with the Ash Storm. He remembered that the white-haired, green-cheeked, and big-eyed puppets could be combined to use a sealing technique called the 3 Treasures Collapse. So he purposefully took out one of them while Chiyo had not reacted. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to use the Ash Storm again while pursuing the blue-faced puppet, Chiyo's voice rang out. "Stop, I concede." At this moment, Chiyo was heartbroken. 4 of the Jinsong 10 had been taken out at the start. How could they still fight? Even a fool could see the huge gap in strength. The advantage of a puppet master lies in fighting more with fewer, relying on the invulnerable shell of the puppets to instill despair in the enemy. Once the opponent has the strength to easily break through the puppet shell and inflict real damage, losing the numerical advantage and facing defeat is only a matter of time. I hope they can be repaired when brought back. At this moment, Chiyo no longer thought about the magnetic puppets. She just hoped that the damage to her Jinsong 10 was not too severe. Then I will propose the second method, Uchiha Rong said with a smile. Only after having a match to make the other party realize the gap can they obediently hand over what I need. At this moment, Chiyo understood the other party's intention. With the incredible swordsmanship displayed, it was several times stronger than the White Fang of Konoha. Not to mention the other 7 notorious Konoha ninjas. Just this one person alone could cause heavy losses to Sunagakure. Immediately, Chiyo said with a bitter face, "Speak, what do you want?" She understood that from now on, whatever the other party asked for, they had no right to refuse. Chapter 182. Puppet Master's Legacy. I want the Puppet Master's legacy of the Curry clan. Impossible. Chiyo directly rejected. Even though she was already prepared for this young man to take a stab at her, she refused very decisively. A magnetic sand iron puppet core, plus a magnetic sand gold core. Uchiha Rong smiled, completely unconcerned about her attitude. This, Chiyo was shocked. You can also produce a sand gold puppet core? Is that true? Hee, face-to-face delivery, what is there to doubt? Uchiha Rong was full of confidence. Indeed, after researching magnetic control of sand and magnetic sand iron, it was not difficult to derive the ratio of magnetic sand gold. After making progress with his sand control ability recently, he practiced controlling sand gold a few more times and quickly deduced the ratio of magnetic sand gold. Chiyo's expression changed again, showing signs of struggle. She knew what this meant for the Curry clan and Sunagakure. As long as the puppet core is well maintained, although it cannot last nearly forever like the shell, it can definitely last for hundreds of years. This meant that they could obtain a long-lasting S-level combat power while also acquiring an untiring gold mining machine. If she had known before this battle that the opponent had the technology for magnetic sand gold puppet cores, she would have unhesitatingly gathered all the sand shinobi to eliminate these Konoha ninjas. But now, it was still possible, just without certainty. And once she gambled and lost, not only would they lose the sand iron and sand gold, but Sunagakure would probably also be doomed. Uchiha Rong silently waited, not in a hurry at all. He understood that for those in power, they would not gamble on things they were unsure of. Only in this way could the family continue to pass down through the ages. After a long time, Chiyo's expression became despondent. Forget it, you can leave. We don't want a magnetic sand. Implicitly, she meant that the deal was off. The Curry clan's puppet legacy was absolutely not to be given. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong was not anxious at all and said leisurely, "Well, if that's the case, I can only go find Chiyo to get the puppet legacy." His words carried a sense of, "My lady, you wouldn't want your grandson to get into trouble, would you?" Sure enough, Chiyo's expression changed upon hearing this. "Young man, I admit you are very strong, but don't go too far. The puppet master legacy concerns the foundation of my clan. Even if I die, I will never give it to you. All right, then we will take our leave." Uchiha Rong maintained his smile and turned to leave. Wait, just as he was about to leave with Kakashi and the others, a hoarse voice came from behind him. In the end, the safety of his grandson triumphed over the glory of the family. There was no way around it. Scorpion was now a rogue ninja, and Sunagakure would not provide him with protection. This was something that Chiyo could no longer change, given the strength that this young Uchiha had displayed. Although Scorpion's abilities might not necessarily allow him to escape from his pursuers, ultimately, the other side had the entire Uchiha clan and Konohagakure backing them. If they were determined to obtain this puppet master heritage and seek out their grandson, Chiyo dared not think any further. Her son and daughter-in-law were dead, and only this one grandson remained. seeing the other party call out to her, yet remain silent. Uchiha Roan deliberately showed a puzzled expression. Finally, Chiyo lowered her proud head and almost gritted her teeth as she said, "Add one more sand gold core." "No. Do you think such things are like cabbages at the market?" Uchiha Roan said, without hesitation, as he prepared to leave. At the moment he turned, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He knew he had succeeded. Now, the other party was just testing the cost of producing such cores. Could they be easily manufactured? A sand iron core would do as well. None left. After being refused again without hesitation, Chiyo finally realized that her side had no bargaining chips in this negotiation. "I want to see the sand gold core you mentioned first." "Deal." Uchiha Roan turned around, showing a harmless smile. Seeing Chiyo's eyes turning red, it was a sign of extreme anger. Uchiha Roan also understood the principle of knowing when to stop, and took a few steps forward to whisper, "Since Lady Chiyo is so principled, the next time I see Scorpion, I can give him another puppet core for self-defense. You know, like Gaara's sand manipulation." Upon hearing this, Chiyo's pupils constricted, and she silently nodded. She did not propose to ask for another sand manipulation core. This reaction made Uchiha Roan secretly sigh. Scorpion really has a good grandmother. While magnetic sand gold can be used for gold mining, magnetic sand iron can be both offensive and defensive. But it was clear that even Chiyo understood that sand manipulation was the true, strongest defense. At least the sand manipulation that could control all types of sand was not afraid of water release ninjutsu. Simply put, magnetic release, as the name suggests, relies on the newly generated property of magnetism from chakra fusion to manipulate various metals. When encountering a large amount of water, the positive and negative ions in the magnetism can fail. This is also why the magnetic bloodline limit ninjas of Sunagakure rarely leave the desert environment. Not long after Uchiha Roan and the others returned, night had fallen. This time, Chiyo came alone. The next day, Sunagakure held a grand banquet to entertain the support team from Konoha. After accepting Sunagakure's gratitude, Uchiha Roan and his group received a gift from the Fourth Hokage, Raza. It was still some century-old medicinal herbs and some alloy products processed from metal ores. They then left Sunagakure. "Roan, what do you need puppet techniques for?" Hinata Aya asked curiously on the way back. To learn from the structure of advanced puppet techniques." "Huh. Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters." "Oh." Uchiha Roan was in a very good mood. After obtaining the puppet technique heritage scroll from the Orange clan last night, he had studied it all night and benefited greatly. Many structures could be applied to wood release puppets. There were structures to reinforce the design, various methods to install mechanisms, various puppet core manufacturing techniques, and everything from the basics of puppet techniques to advanced stages. It seemed that even if Chiyo had some reservations, what she held back wouldn't be much. What he wanted was not just the core content of the inheritance. What he truly needed was the various structural knowledge of puppets, the result of countless generations of research by the Orange clan. Once applied to wood release puppets, just thinking about it made him happy. Most importantly, once a puppet core was installed on a wooden body, it would be significantly different from a direct divine gift. Without a doubt, once a wood release creation like the wooden puppet was given independent life, the elimination effect of the divine gift on wood release would be the best. Just like Rong I, Rong 2, and Rong 3. First, install puppet cores of other attributes on the wood release puppet, then proceed with life bestowal and divine gift. Under the rules of divine gift, different bloodline energies would not conflict, which would be like adding wings to a tiger. Smaller wooden puppets could be used as human puppets to conceal their identities. The larger ones could be used to destroy the world. Chapter 183. The Sand Emperor, just 3 days after leaving Sunagakure, the 8 of them finally stepped into the Land of Fire, where the scenery was no longer endless yellow sand, but lush forests and fertile soil. Who knows what is going on in this world? It seems like the Land of Fire is the favored child. Although the Land of Wind is not smaller in territory than the Land of Fire, it often has dozens of miles without a trace of people. It is truly a case of vast land with sparse population. This is mainly because there are too few areas in the desert with water sources, and the lack of resources cannot support a large population. Wait a moment. Uchiha Roan stopped in the woods. With a wave of his hand, a rich life force gathered, and a towering tree 10 meters high grew out of thin air. The next moment, the tree seemed to come alive, twisting and changing shape, accompanied by the sound of wood scraping against each other. Over the past few days, Uchiha Roan had been researching puppet techniques during rest periods, and he now had a preliminary concept. The tree kept shrinking in front of the astonished eyes of everyone, ultimately transforming into a wooden human about 2 meters tall with a face that was very realistic in its features. If it weren't for the wooden texture on the surface indicating it was a puppet, it would be indistinguishable from a real person. Not bad. Uchiha Roan looked at his first masterpiece with his crimson eyes, feeling very satisfied. He then opened the mechanism at the puppet's dantian, revealing an internal hollow cavity that had been left empty. Soon, an extremely condensed wind release was sealed within the puppet's dantian cavity. Looking at the sealing technique, it surprisingly contained parts of the 8 trigram sealing pattern and even a diamond-shaped sealing mark. This way, I don't have to worry about the core getting damaged. Uchiha Roan smiled with satisfaction. Unlike the puppet masters of Sunagakure, who went to great lengths to hide their puppet cores, he directly created a small sealing space on the wooden puppet that was connected to it. The energy core was hidden in the sealing space. Unless the wooden puppet was completely destroyed, the core would be absolutely safe. He then used Life Bestowal and Divine Gift on the wooden puppet. He didn't give much, just 1 day's lifespan. Transform, Sand Emperor. Under Uchiha Roan's somewhat mystical command, the wooden puppet gradually unfolded and transformed into a wooden bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters. All right, let us fly back. Kakashi and the others looked at all of this in shock and awe. Roan, was that what released just now? Finally, it was my guy who asked. You can't tell anyone. As the group stepped onto the back of the giant wooden bird, a magical scene occurred. The massive wings of the wooden bird began to circulate wind release, and everyone felt a gust of pressure pushing them down, causing them to crouch down. When they looked up again, they were already hundreds of meters in the air. Wow, we're flying. Hinata Aya shouted excitedly. It truly felt like standing on top of the world, overlooking all the mountains. This scene left everyone who had never experienced flight before in awe. Seeing this, Uchiha Roan felt even more satisfied. He named this life puppet Sand Emperor. Of course, with the continuous improvement of puppet techniques in the future, there will certainly be ongoing modifications and enhancements. Currently, the Tsar has 2 abilities and 3 forms. One of them is Wind Style, which comes from the puppet core. It is important to know that the puppet core is not just a storage place for energy. It is also the control center. The more concentrated the core energy, the higher the chakra intensity. The chakra transmitted through the chakra threads, after being assimilated by the core, will possess the strength of the core chakra origin. In other words, theoretically, if the Tsar allows a lower ninja to control it, when using wind-style ninjutsu in the wooden form, the power of the wind-style ninjutsu will be S rank. This is also a major characteristic of puppet masters. However, in reality, it wouldn't be so extreme. Because if a lower ninja were to inject chakra to control the Sand Emperor to release ninjutsu, then consuming 1 water-level ninjutsu and converting the chakra strength of a lower ninja into the level of Uchiha Roan's wind release strength would require at least several cards. And lower ninjas clearly do not possess that amount of chakra. Even for upper ninjas, the conversion rate is not high. Therefore, without chakra C, one would not dare to use it this way. 99% of puppet masters still use their own chakra group as the core source. The second ability of the Sand Emperor is indeed related to its name. That's right, it's sand control. This is a power granted by the gods. Uchiha Roan has already tested it, and even when the lifespan given by life is exhausted, the ability bestowed by the wooden man will still remain. Because it is a wooden creation, possessing a large amount of life force, controlled by Uchiha Roan. If it were a true puppet, that kind of lifeless object would not be able to control sand. Finally, there are 3 states. This is based on a transformation ability from a type of folding technique within puppet jutsu. The first state is a 2-meter-tall wooden man, with a body made from a 10-meter giant tree, having extremely high density, at least not weaker than Filiu, whose shield. The second form is the current wooden bird, which has the weakest body strength, but is still stronger than a human, similar to the ironwood during training. The third form is the complete release of the folded and compressed parts, becoming a normal 10-meter-tall wooden man Arhut. In terms of defense, it is stronger than the wooden bird, but lower than the first form. The advantage is that its large size can create greater destruction and is particularly effective in clearing out hordes of small enemies. It won't be much weaker than a tailed beast. Moreover, with the ability to control sand, it can encase itself in a layer of sand armor, making its defense even more terrifying. That is the true Desert Emperor. Interestingly, the Tsar might not be able to defeat Gamabunta, or they might be evenly matched, or even have a Pyrrhic victory. However, he can definitely suppress all tailed beasts, including the 9 tails, because the toad text is too physical. I can't be sure of the result, even if I haven't fought against Uchiha Roan. But the tailed beast, the wooden man feels as a natural counter. Uchiha Rong is stroking the back of the wooden bird, and his most satisfactory design is actually the sand armor combined with the energy absorption characteristics of wood release. It's almost immune to energy attacks, isn't it? Physical attacks, with the addition of sand armor and the wooden figure's hardness comparable to that of Crimson Flow Jade, can be incredibly strong, coupled with the rapid recovery ability due to the wooden figure's immense vitality. Most importantly, the high-end combat power in the ninja world is almost entirely composed of energy attacks. Flying is fast, and I've already seen Konoha. Uchiha Rong is in a good mood. The Czar is his trump card. When necessary, he can even add a layer of Susanoo to the Czar. Yes, there's space left. The hollow area in the chest of the giant wooden man is just enough to fit him. I wonder if he can add a layer of tailed beast cloak. But that might not work. It should conflict with the energy of Susanoo, right? No, wait. The armor Susanoo is just the tailed beast suit Susanoo. So why can't I do it? Take some time to study first. The wooden bird landed a few miles away from Konoha. It transformed back into a 2-meter wooden figure, crouching on Uchiha Rong's back, wrapping its arms around his neck and folding its legs. It was just like carrying a puppet that was about 1:3 to 1, 4 meters tall. Hiss. Rong, your puppet is really too practical. Mike Kai seems to have noticed something, his eyes shining brightly. When there's nothing to do, he carries a burden on his back to exercise. When traveling, he can fly, and given your personality, his combat strength must also be impressive. Ha! I hit it so well, yet you saw through it. Uchiha Rong lifted his foot, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He momentarily failed to adjust. As he continued to walk, his figure became lighter and lighter, and the footprints on the ground gradually became shallower until they disappeared completely. If it weren't for his superhuman physique, he might not have been able to carry the wooden puppet. After all, even though it had shrunk, its essence remained the same weight. It just folded and compressed its size, but the weight hasn't changed. Among those present, probably only my guy could carry it. He might even need to open a few gates to manage it. Uchiha Rong's eyes glinted as he looked towards the Leaf Village ahead. This trip finally combined a series of abilities into one, creating a truly trump card weapon, SSR. Chapter 184. The new situation in the Leaf Village, Hokage building. Rong, you are still as reliable as ever. Kamikaze Minato looked pleased. He had sent Rong out to protect the daimyo, and half a year had passed in a flash, during which many things had happened. I did not disgrace my mission. Uchiha Rong remained calm and composed. However, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. What is this? At this moment, Kamikaze Minato noticed the puppet on his back. Oh, when I went to Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo praised my talent for puppetry and insisted on teaching me the art of puppetry. It's hard to refuse such enthusiasm. I see. Minato responded casually, rolling his eyes. I believe you, sure. Can that old hag Chiyo really pass her puppet technique onto you? Aren't you just extorting or simply robbing? I have to say, after 7 or 8 years of working together, I do have a certain understanding of him. My guess is pretty close to the truth. So, are you planning to recruit disciples in the village? Without getting entangled in the source. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up as he spoke. He was well aware of how troublesome puppet techniques could be. One could say that once there's a systematic method for practice, puppet techniques, aside from being expensive, really have no other significant drawbacks. Perhaps at the S-rank level, a truly outstanding puppet master relies heavily on talent. However, at the CH Nin and even the ordinary J Nin levels, puppet techniques are one of the few methods in the ninja world that can allow the weak to defeat the strong. They can definitely serve as a supplementary means to enhance overall combat power. One can imagine that the puppets carried by Rome would not be too weak, even if they didn't acquire the complete inheritance from Sunagakure. Otherwise, based on Minato's understanding of Rome, he wouldn't have a toy on him that would get in the way. He might not have the energy for that. If you're interested, I can teach you a part of it, Uchiha Rong said with a smile. At this moment, it was clear that they were talking as friends. Minato excitedly clapped his hands, saying, that would be great. By the way, since the Akatsuki has already taken action against Sunagakure, I have discussed with the other ninja villages to intensify the search for them. Rong, I want to send you to investigate alone. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong did not respond immediately. He began to ponder. The reason he gave Chiyo the core of the sand iron was actually to intentionally strengthen Sunagakure's peak power a bit. You have to know that currently, apart from the Fourth Hokage Chiyo, and at most one more like Chiyo's younger brother, there's nothing left. The rest are just a few weak ninjas without any other shadow-level powerhouses. Among these 3 shadow-level ninjas, 2 are old and 1 is weak. The combat ability of Suna is honestly not that great. They can't even defeat the likes of Ikomo. It should be noted that although the 5 great ninja villages compete with each other, they are also interconnected. Once Sunagakure is beaten down to the point of its original trajectory, Konoha cannot possibly provide support every time, right? As for the core of the sand gold, the same logic applies. With one more puppet capable of mining, Sunagakure can greatly reduce its financial dependence on the daimyo of the Land of Wind, ensuring better autonomy. This can effectively prevent Sunagakure from continuing to be a troublemaker in dire situations. Anyway, even if they were given 1 or 2 more shadow-level combatants, Sunagakure would still be the little brother. Just look at Konoha, the 2 major clans, and the Hokage lineage. Any one of them is not weaker than Sunagakure alone. More importantly, what Uchiha Rong sends out, how could it not have a backup plan? The sealing techniques are encrypted, and decoding them would only damage the core. Even the control of the core has a backdoor. If Sunagakure uses its own puppet core to create a puppet to deal with itself, that would be seeking death. I believe Chiyo understands this point as well. Now, investigating the Akatsuki organization. It just so happens that I need to find Scorpion for something. How coincidental. With this in mind, Uchiha Ron looked up at Minato. Alright, this moment is different from the past. Back then, I was just a time-limited super shadow, naturally unwilling to step into the land of rain. But now it's different. Not to mention my own wood release ability, which is at least in SS, with the various buffs from the Sand Emperor on my back. Even if I'm not as strong as Senju Hashirama, I can at least squeeze into the SS ranks. There's no need to worry too much about Nagato, that fool. Good, you can rest for a few days before setting off. Namikaze Minato was in a very good mood. Now that the third Hokage has retired, the 4 villages surrounding Konoha have withdrawn, and the daimyo's targeting has been thoroughly disrupted by Sunagakure's request for help. Several major troubles have calmed down, and he, although the process was bumpy, has truly gained the recognition of the major ninja clans in Konoha because of this series of events. Now he truly holds all the power of the Hokage. Now that Roan can investigate the Akatsuki organization once he finds Obito's location. Kushina, wait a little longer. I will soon send him to the Pure Land, and let Obito repent for his actions. Watching Uchiha Roan leave, Namikaze Minato felt excited and invigorated. However, it wasn't long before 3 people entered the Hokage office, which wiped the good mood off his face. 3 advisors, what do you want this time? The leader, Danzo, had a warm and sunny smile, but his voice was old and heavy. Minato, have you considered the matter of Root being transformed from dark to light? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You wish. Namikaze Minato's mood instantly turned from sunny to gloomy. If there is anyone or anything in the village that can make the 4th Hokage feel irritated, it would probably be Danzo. Although the Hokage's power has basically been firmly grasped, the Hokage is not someone who can do as they please. Just like Danzo, who was personally appointed by the daimyo as the 3rd Hokage's assistant, although he was naturally demoted to a powerless advisor after the 3rd Hokage stepped down. This guy recently managed to recruit Tsunade and Mito, making these 2 listen to him. Concerned that the various clans in the village have just settled down, Namikaze Minato hesitated to use overly aggressive means against them. At this moment, however, Danzo smiled, but the Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi Yamanaka, and other clans have expressed great support for my proposal. What? Namikaze Minato's face was full of disbelief. You can ask them yourself, now that Root is fully staffed. If you, 4th Hokage, do not agree to our restructuring, it will be very difficult to handle. Danzo, you are seeking death. This was the first time Namikaze Minato was so angry. He snapped his hand, launching 3 flying Thunder God Kunai towards Danzo. In the next moment, he appeared beside Danzo, pressing a Rasengan towards his abdomen. However, Danzo remained completely unfazed. He gathered Wind Release in his hand and directly countered Minato's Rasengan, ignoring Minato's look of surprise. Danzo smiled and said, "This is the Hokage building, 4th Hokage. It would be better for you not to get so angry." Namikaze Minato's expression darkened. Since Danzo dared to be so brazen, the defection of these ninja clans was likely true. In this case, it seems that the only supporters left on my side are the Uchiha and the Hyuga. What shocked him the most was Danzo's own strength. He was no longer someone Minato could easily defeat. Chapter 185. Would release Puppet Brother. Take me out to play this time. During these few days of rest, Uchiha Rong has been tinkering with various puppets in the yard. Now, the puppet heritage of the Orange Clan, which can be directly applied to the Wood Release Wooden Man through various reinforcement structures, has been integrated. The remaining task is to start from scratch to deeply study the puppet technique, understand subtleties, and aim to put the tailed beast's exterior on it as well. Sure, I will set off the day after tomorrow. Uchiha Rong thought for a moment and agreed. His sister had been cooped up at home all day and was bored, and since he knew she could summon the Yatagarasu Susanoo for battle and was safe, it was naturally good to take her out for some fresh air. Brother, this big raccoon is so cute. At this moment, Uchiha Ye pointed at a white-headed tiger claw puppet among a pile of puppets and said, "Oh, you mean Lin Xianyu?" Uchiha Rong had a strange expression. Ye's aesthetic sense is really peculiar. Lin Xianyu, designed specifically for combat, can only be described as fierce, not cute at all. The structural design and name of Lin Xianyu were taken from Monster in the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. The text states, "It looks like a raccoon, with white head and tiger claws, called Lin Xianyu. It is a fierce beast, and it is said that whenever Lin Xianyu appears in a country, it signifies that war will occur there." This perfectly aligns with Uchiha Rong's design philosophy for this puppet. He wanted a medium-sized puppet equipped with various weapons. Born specifically for combat, as a conventional combat means a puppet technique. "Oh, its name is Lin Xianyu? That's a cute name. Brother, can I touch it?" Uchiha Rong, intending to tease Ye a bit, chuckled and shot out 5 chakra strings, connecting to Lin Xianyu. In the next moment, Lin Xianyu's sturdy forelimbs and tiger claws reached out to grab Ye. Ye exclaimed and instantly faded from view, dodging Lin Xianyu's attack in a split second. "Hee hee, so fun, what a fun big raccoon." Ye was not frightened, but rather delighted, appearing not far away, hopping and clapping her little hands. As she spoke, she formed 5 wind-release short blades in her palm, and, at a speed that even Uchiha Rong could hardly see, slapped Lin Xianyu's paw away. Boom! The 1-meter-long Lin Xianyu had no time to react and was slammed against the courtyard wall with tremendous kinetic energy. However, strangely, the wall made a loud crashing sound but showed no signs of damage. Clearly, the courtyard had also been set up with 5 ceiling barriers by Uchiha Rong, prohibiting the destruction of any material. Wow, what impressive big raccoon. So fun. Ye saw the half-foot-long scratch on Lin Xianyu's side quickly healing, and her eyes instantly lit up. This is clearly one of the significant features of combining wood release with puppet techniques, the terrifying healing ability inherited from wood release. After being injured, Lin Xianyu's eyes suddenly turned red. The blood-red kind, very frightening. A woo with a howl, its mouth tore open, revealing a gaping hole the size of a basin. A series of densely packed shuriken shot out. Judging by the greenish color of the needles, they were clearly poisoned shuriken, and their shooting speed was comparable to that of a rifle, meaning even high-ranking ninjas would find it hard to dodge. However, Ye easily dodged again. As Yizi once again approached with her chakra short blade, Lin Xianyu suddenly had dozens of tubes extend from his body, nearly covering all directions. Each tube launched balls that were attached to explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions forced Yizi to retreat. This scene made Yizi's pupils sparkle with excitement. What a fun toy. Brothers' toys are much more fun than others. Just as Yizi spoke, Lin Xianyu opened his mouth again. This time, however, it was incredibly swift. With just a slight opening of his mouth, a terrifying wind-release chakra wave had already coalesced. Dozens of sunbon, completely formed from wind release, shot towards Yizi in a covering scattering array. The speed was far beyond that of a rifle bullet, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, making it almost impossible for the naked eye to capture. This was Lin Xianyu's trump card. Although its movement speed was completely crushed by Yizi, its attack speed at this moment was not weaker than Yizi's movement speed. But clearly, the distance of several dozen meters was enough for Yizi to react. She easily dodged the attack. Easy. Dozens of wind-release sunbon needles pierced the ground where Yizi had been standing, creating a dense array of holes like a shotgun blast. Within the 5 ceiling barriers, Lin Xianyu's attack had already surpassed the protective limit, reaching S rank. Seeing Yizi preparing to attack again, Uchiha Rong quickly called for a stop. "All right, don't really break the toy." Hearing this, Yizi finally halted. In terms of overall combat power, Lin Xianyu was an A-level puppet. There were still many conventional weapons it had not displayed, such as tiger claws infused with 30 chakra metal and a retractable tail, among others. Its strongest killing move was the wind-release Senbon attack, just seen, comparable to Hinata Iane sniping. It could scatter Senbon at mid-range and form kunai for long-range attacks, specifically targeting various chakra energy defenses and capable of penetrating energy armor. Thus, it was evident that Lin Xianyu's puppet core was the wind-release core of Uchiha Rong's own chakra strength. Lin Xianyu served as a means for Uchiha Rong to conceal his other abilities while undertaking missions with puppet techniques, thus achieving the goal of hiding his strengths. It was also the pinnacle of his initial practice of puppet techniques, truly combining would release and puppet techniques. Unlike the bug creations that combine divine gifts and bloodline chakra like the Tsar. So fun. Brother, all your toys here are so much fun. Yizi iklemet ikchitidli started to shift her gaze to other puppets. One looked like a pig, but its limbs had grown claws, resembling a serrated tanuki. Another had 4 horns, resembling a white deer called Fuju. Heh, your taste is quite sharp, Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. If Liang Chu was an agile wind release attacker, then Tanuki was a tank skilled in earth release, adept at defense and protection, and also carried some poison-infused ninja tools. Fuju, on the other hand, was an output turret combining water release and puppet mechanisms, covered in far more mechanisms and weapons than Liang Chu, capable of sustained high-frequency long-range output support. These 3 puppets each had combat power reaching a rank, with Liang Chu even at A. Under Uchiha Rong's control, they possessed the strength to rival an elite J-Nin. If facing Chiyo's 10 puppets, they could manage 1 against 2 or even 1 against 3. Together, they were already enough to contend with shadow-level ninjas like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Chiyo, having a 7-3 chance. Even against Minato, Noki, or the Fourth Hokage, they could hold their own for a while. They could provide Danzo with abundant resources to attract various clans, drawing Minato's attention and establishing a new political enemy for him. Creating puppets to enter the ninja world with puppet techniques would help conceal his would release and Sharingan abilities, thus diminishing the traces of Uchiha on him. This was Uchiha Rong's subsequent plan. Days passed quickly, and Uchiha Rong was ready to set off. Just then, news arrived that delayed his journey. Uzumaki Naruto, who had been traveling with Jiraiya for over a year, had returned early. Chapter 186. Naruto's Growth, Part 1, at the south gate of Konoha village. 8.5-year-old Naruto stood alone amidst the bustling crowd, looking nostalgic. Why alone? Because Jiraiya had just slipped away again. In his words, he was off to continue gathering materials. Returning to familiar Konoha village after nearly 2 years, Naruto looked at the passing people and the familiar streets, feeling a strong sense of a wanderer returning home. In the past year, he had grown taller and stronger. At just 8.5 years old, he already had the height he would reach at 12 in the original timeline, and his physique was dozens of times stronger. Making his way unobstructed to the Hokage building, Naruto headed straight for the Hokage's office. With a creak, the door opened. Already excitedly waiting was Namikaze Minato, who had received reports from the Umbu in advance. Father. Naruto beamed a bright smile, reminiscent of the youthful foolishness of Namikaze Minato. You're back. 1,000 words ultimately condensed into this one sentence. A woman's love is subtle, a man's love is profound, and a father's love is rarely spoken. Minato extended a trembling hand, but then lowered it. He longed to pat his son's head like he used to, but feared that such affectionate gestures would make his child dependent on him and never grow up. Finally, he pointed to the sofa beside him. Have a seat. Okay. Naruto complied and sat down. Once I'm done, I'll check your training results from the past year. Oh, hearing this, Naruto was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit disappointed. He vaguely sensed that his father had changed, no longer lifting him high and telling him stories to help him sleep like before. But he did not realize that it was actually he who had grown up. The Hokage taking time amidst his busy schedule to check his current strength was, in fact, a reasonable way to create space and time for a father-son moment. On the other side, the current Freemason organization had truly infiltrated all aspects of Konoha. It was somewhat like the former Roots. By collecting information on the village's outstanding ninjas, they privately dispatched members who had interactions with them to test, engage, and eventually absorb them. Unlike Roots, the Freemason often used helping others grow as bait, allowing new ninjas to choose whether to join or not. With the resources provided by the Freemason, they gradually experienced rapid strength improvement and naturally became more reliant on it. What will of fire, what protection, love, and peace? No matter how enticing the promises, nothing is more compelling than tangible benefits. Perhaps benefits could not make these members betray Konoha or abandon their ideals and goals. But a slight inclination was all too easy. For example, timely delivery of useful information. Just now, Uchiha Rong, who had finished packing and was ready to leave the village, changed his itinerary upon receiving this intelligence from his subordinates. Naruto had returned so early? Uchiha Rong secretly clicked his tongue. The fact that he could return to the village early indicated that Naruto had likely reached a level where even Jiraiya felt there was little left to teach him. Truly the protagonist of the world. Then let me lend you a helping hand once again. Uchiha Rong smiled. It was not difficult to see in the original timeline that Uzumaki Naruto's combat style leaned heavily towards taijutsu close combat. Whether it was the no-hand sign ninjutsu Rasengan, the multiple shadow clone technique, or the enhanced abilities developed from these foundations. Even with the tailed beast transformation, he is more accustomed to melee combat. In fact, the Spiral Sphere, this A-rank ninjutsu with no hand seals, does not have exaggerated power, at least compared to many high-power A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu. The Spiral Sphere can even be considered low in power. Its biggest characteristic is its no-hand seal execution, rather than its power. The true reason for Naruto's strength lies in his physique. The Uzumaki clan's physique, the all-around enhancement brought by the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and the addition to his physical condition from being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails since childhood. In reality, whether it is nature transformation, form transformation, or the fusion of multiple attributes, the personal signature abilities ultimately developed through these training paths are not something Naruto possesses. And Uchiha Roan is preparing to exploit this shortcoming. Haha, it's truly exciting. Witnessing the birth of the strongest Ashura reincarnation in history. If nothing goes wrong, after Naruto meets his father and passes the test, he will have a bowl of noodles cooked by Minato Namikaze and then come to find Uchiha Roan, training Ground 7 of Konoha. Come on, let me see your growth. Uchiha Roan casually took down a scroll and released Liang Chu, Li Li, and Fuju. Huh, Uncle Long, do you have new abilities again? Naruto's eyes lit up. Among the people close to him, the one who left the deepest impression on him was not his father, Minato Namikaze, who raised him from a young age, nor the perverted sage who had guided him for over a year. It was actually Uncle Roan, who truly led him into the world of ninjas. His Uncle Long has an endless array of skills, extensive knowledge, and wealth that rivals nations. It seems there is nothing he cannot do. Every time we meet, after a while, Uncle Long always showcases even more completely different abilities. Uncle Long, who can do anything. Hee. If you can defeat any one of them, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen for a month. Unlimited. It's a deal. Naruto's eyes lit up. He actually doesn't lack money. But this prize still motivates him greatly. Then he pointed to the smallest one, Liang Chu. I can give you a chance to choose again. Uchiha Roan said somewhat speechlessly. Although he knew that Naruto now was definitely not the same as before. It was impossible to reach the level of a shadow in less than 2 years, right? Although Liang Chu's overall combat power is only A, its wind release output ability barely reaches S level. However, to defeat it, one must have an overall ability at the shadow level. Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled. Then I'll choose this pig puppet. Listening to advice leads to a full meal. From Uncle Long's reaction, it's clear that someone as wise as him knows he has unfortunately chosen the strongest one. Since the smallest one is the strongest, then I guess I'll choose the largest one, right? Alright, let's begin. Uchiha Roan shot out 10 chakra strands with both hands, connecting to Riki. To be honest, after excluding the strongest Liang Chu, Riki is the one most likely to be defeated by Naruto. Fuju is a long-range artillery, and if Naruto, who excels in close combat, doesn't have extremely strong defense or astonishing burst speed, he will likely be overwhelmed by Fuju's fierce firepower. As soon as Uchiha Roan finished speaking, Naruto moved. With a blur, he used the body flicker technique to appear directly on Riki's right side. Rasengan. A Rasengan was directly pressed against the Tanuki's abdomen. Oh, so they can actually use the Rasengan as a regular combat technique now? Uchiha Roan was slightly surprised. This meant that at this moment, Naruto had at least reached the threshold of an elite jonin in terms of offensive techniques, graded A-. Unlike before, when he relied on shadow clones to gain an advantage, the current Naruto could truly unleash the Rasengan with one hand during the instantaneous technique. Just with this ability, he was already on the same level as Kakashi when he first appeared. Facing Naruto's Rasengan, Tanuki leaned to the side and used his fangs to block it. The Rasengan was directly deflected, and even Naruto was sent flying several dozen meters by the immense force. What strong defensive capabilities! Landing firmly, Naruto was surprised to find that the wild boar puppet was actually covered by a layer of rock armor. Even his Rasengan could only leave a shallow dent. Chapter 187, Naruto's Growth, Part 2. However, Naruto was not discouraged by this. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Just as he was about to charge at Riki again, a hole suddenly appeared on Riki's forehead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of thousands of arrows shot like bullets from a rifle, sweeping towards him. Caught off guard, Naruto tried his best to dodge, but still got hit by 2. The next moment, he felt his body starting to lose control. The nerve toxin was taking effect. How despicable! That treacherous Uncle Roan. Noticing the deadly poison from Sunban, Naruto felt a sense of indignation. He knew that if he didn't use his trump card soon, as his condition continued to deteriorate from the toxin, he would surely lose. Upon this, a massive scarlet chakra began to emerge from his body surface. Tailed Beast Cloak. Oh, can you actually freely control the Nine Tails chakra now? At this moment, in Uchiha Rong's eyes, Naruto's combat power has officially risen to A. This is already quite impressive, surpassing his peer Itachi and being on par with Shisui of the same age. Will there be any surprises? Uchiha Rong is looking forward to it. An elite jonin at the age of 8, although it seems outrageous. However, with Shisui as an example and the protagonist's identity, it still falls within his expectations. His original estimate was that if Naruto, who had 3 years of training in the original timeline, was at a rank and could unleash some S-rank abilities, then the current Naruto's regular combat power should at least be A, or even A. As for S-, it should be impossible. No matter how monstrous Naruto becomes, it is unlikely for an 8 or 9-year-old to reach the level of a quasi-Kage. Combat power evaluation is not like playing a game. The gap between A and S is enormous. This is the dividing line between Jonin and Kage. Unless the protagonist bursts forth in a crisis, anything is possible. Right now, it's just a spar, so it shouldn't be the case. Just as he thought, Naruto, transformed into a tailed beast, reappeared beside Tanuki Lee at nearly supersonic speed. Rasen Shuriken, a giant spiral sphere over 10 meters in size, instantly formed and struck the unprepared Tanuki with a bang. With its nearly 2-meter-long stout body, rolled on the ground, coming to a stop after rolling over 30 meters. When it got up, one side of its body revealed a small portion of its internal structure. The battle between ninjas and puppets was that simple and brutal. Once the hard strength was insufficient, no matter how much one consumed or strategized, it was difficult to achieve the same effect as against a real person. That had its body partially destroyed, but still stood up tenaciously, and the damaged areas began to repair rapidly. Seeing this, Naruto, who had just shown a hint of joy, suddenly looked dejected. Damn it, how can there still be such strong resilience? Having already borrowed the power of the Nine Tails, he could only attempt to accelerate the destruction frequency. So he used the body flicker technique to move forward again. However, this time, the raccoon power extended its serrated forelimbs and struck at the giant Rasengan. Its jagged forelimbs swung down while attaching a very concentrated earth-style chakra. With a whoosh, a thick rock wall 10 meters high surged up from the ground. This is the enhanced version of the earth-style Earth Wall. The tailed beast bomb is indeed incredibly destructive, but after breaking through the rock wall, the figure of the Tanuki disappeared. Thus, with one person and one puppet exchanging blows, the sound of explosions continued to echo on the battlefield. After using a dozen tailed beast bombs in succession, Naruto finally showed signs of fatigue. Huff, huff, this pig is really tough to deal with. At this moment, his chakra was still abundant, but the prolonged infusion of the high-powered Nine Tails chakra had already overloaded his body. He knew that if he couldn't make any breakthrough progress soon, he would likely reach his limit. Immediately, Naruto, with a serious expression, launched another Rasengan to send Tanuki flying. Taking advantage of the opening, he quickly formed hand seals on the spot. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Sumonin technique. With a loud bang, a red-skinned toad with a giant knife at its waist appeared. It's Toad One-Tai at your service. Phew. When Naruto saw that it was Gamabunta who arrived, the tension on his face visibly eased. Boss Toad, quickly defeat that wild boar puppet. In response, Uchiha Rong smiled and did not mention the other's violation. The summoning beast itself is one of the ninja's strengths. Being weaker than the summoned beast only indicates that potential has not been fully developed, and that there is an asymmetry in chakra levels and combat power. Naruto is only 8 years old, so there is no need to be so harsh. Additionally, when meeting Gamabunta for the first time, Uchiha Rong finally learned about the other's data. Gamabunta currently has a chakra level of about 70 to 80 cards and a body length of nearly 40 meters, officially listed as 17 meters. But it is obviously unreasonable when sitting on the Nine Tails. He is indeed a very powerful summoning beast. If a defensive wood-style puppet like Riki is used and Gamabunta carelessly uses a powerful ninjutsu without knowing the situation, it is not entirely impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Almost at the same time that Uchiha Rong had this thought, Gamabunta moved. Water-style, iron cannonball. A gigantic water sphere fell from the sky. At that moment, the dissatisfied voice of the toad echoed. Little Naruto, summoning this lord for a spar is quite against the rules. However, before the words were finished, it got stuck. Because the giant water sphere crashed onto Tanuki's body, not only did it not shatter it, but it instead caused it to emit an even stronger chakra fluctuation. What the hell is this puppet? Why is there a presence of wood release? Gamabunta's scarred eyes narrowed slightly, his voice booming like thunder. At this moment, Naruto felt numb. Why did the opponent's chakra fluctuations increase more than twice after a single attack from the Toad Boss? How are we supposed to fight now? Just as the words were spoken, the action was swift. The raccoon didn't need to form any hand signs. The chakra within him was already activated. Earth-style, mountain collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The giant toad's massive body suddenly began to shake. Oh no! Little Naruto steadied himself. I'm going to jump. Without waiting for the Naruto above to react, Gamabunta leaped directly. With a leap, it soared over 100 meters. At the same time, countless soil spikes burst forth from the ground where it originally stood. The toad Winta in midair was sweating profusely. If he had been a moment slower just now, they could have set up a fire and started roasting toad skewers. At this moment, Naruto was thrown several meters away by the impact, but fortunately, he was caught by Winta with a toad palm when he fell. Little Naruto, prepare for fire style. In midair, the toad Winta spoke anxiously. The next moment, it spewed out a large amount of toad oil from its mouth, directly impacting Riku and sending it drifting along with the current. It was unclear what was mixed into the toad oil, as it couldn't be absorbed by wood release. At this moment, Naruto, who finally reacted, successfully unleashed a simplified version of the fireball jutsu. A fan-shaped flame descended from the sky and ignited the entire barrier area of the training ground upon touching the toad oil. ZZ, Lily only lasted a breath in the sea of fire before collapsing with a bang, as most of its internal components were damaged. Very good. You won, Naruto. Uchiha Rome smiled with satisfaction. Being able to defeat the A-rank Tanuki, he now had a more concrete understanding of Naruto's current combat power. Originally at A, as a newcomer elite Jonin, after using the Nine-Tails chakra, he could leap to A, reaching A. After summoning Gamabunta, he possessed the strength to contend with S-ranked opponents. However, this meant that Naruto was essentially a support and was overly reliant on Gamabunta's combat power. It's important to note that both Minato and Jiraiya used Gamabunta more to leverage his massive size advantage or to have him play a supportive role in battle. The main combat powers still came from themselves. Naruto, follow me, Uchiha Rome said with a smile. I will give you a gift that will elevate your combat power beyond your father's. To surpass Minato, one must at least be SS-. Upon hearing this, Naruto's small face showed shock. What gift? Chapter 188. Let's go. Naruto. After Naruto sent Winta back, Uchiha Rome looked at him with a smile. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Naruto eagerly followed the instructions. Soon after, he felt a tremendous vitality begin to burst forth from within him. As Naruto involuntarily opened his eyes, he saw Uchiha Rome's pair kaleidoscope Sharingan looking at him with great interest. How do you feel, Uncle Long? Are you a fairy? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were filled with stars, revealing a look of admiration. This is just too incredible. He stared blankly at his hands and suddenly clenched them. Bang! A loud explosion sound came from where his fist was tightly clenched. The sonic boom generated by the rapid compression of air. Power. An unprecedentedly strong power. Naruto only felt that his previously overloaded body had now fully recovered. Moreover, it was filled with nearly endless power. At this moment, in Uchiha Rome's eyes, Naruto, who originally had more than 20 chakra and had barely reached over 50 after returning from his training, suddenly experienced a surge in chakra to 1. 3 tails. This is his own power. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Rome's perception, Naruto's life fluctuations at this moment are more than 10 times stronger than before. Even the height has increased by 2 centimeters out of nowhere. Is there really such a significant improvement? Without waiting for Uchiha Rome's surprise, the figure of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him had already moved. He let out a yash and clashed his fists together in front of him. A light green chakra surged from his body, enveloping him in a wooden armor that resembled Susanoo. When it was fully formed, what appeared before Uchiha was a giant wooden figure about 17 or 18 meters tall. Uchiha Rome's mouth twitched. Does Ashura really enjoy playing with mechas this much? That's right, he just used the divine ability of his right eye to directly grant Naruto the wood release bloodline. Senju Hashirama's wood release. From this moment on, Naruto only needs to learn the Sage mode to basically possess all the abilities of Senju Hashirama. The difference might just be between the Senju bloodline and the Uzumaki bloodline. In a way, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline potential is actually stronger than that of the Senju, because the Uzumaki clan has both yin and yang attributes, while the Senju only have a yang attribute. Uncle Rome, I request to fight again. From the chest of the wooden giant, Naruto's voice filled with fighting spirit rang out. Uchiha Rome nodded in response, not surprised. In an instant, several green chakra threads shot out from his hands, connecting to the damaged Tanuki power. In less than a minute, the puppet structure within the Tanuki, which had been damaged by high temperatures, was instantly restored. This is another major advantage of combining wood release with puppet technique. The puppet personally crafted by Uchiha Rome has every structure naturally understood. The power of wood release can directly allow the puppet to be quickly restored to its original state. After all, essentially speaking, whether it's Tonli, Fuju, or Liangxiu, 90 of their materials are made of sturdy wood created by wood release. They are puppets, but also similar to wooden beings like wooden arhats and wooden dragons. Immediately afterwards, under Naruto's shocked gaze, Ricky agilely stood up and used a body flicker technique to appear in front of Fuju and Liangxiu. So fast, Naruto exclaimed. The speed of this wild boar puppet was at least twice as fast as when it fought him just moments ago. He didn't realize that the wood release puppet had two control modes, in addition to the traditional chakra thread manipulation of puppet techniques. It also retained the intent manipulation of wood release creations. In the latter mode, it could be understood that Ricky was a small-scale wood release creation. Its explosive power, attack power, and movement speed were clearly unmatched by the puppet mode. This was understandable, as the former relied on the puppet core as a power source, controlled by chakra threads like a marionette. The latter, however, was a type of ninjutsu creation, a lifelike existence with combat awareness. The smoothness of its movements, reaction speed, and explosive power were on an entirely different level. Are you ready? Uchiha Rome asked with a smile. Yeah, Uncle Rome, I'm going, Naruto shouted, and the wooden giant banged its fists together before charging towards the three puppets. At the same time, countless chakra threads shot out from Uchiha Rome's fingers, connecting to the three puppets. This was the complete liberation mode of the wood release puppet, while manipulating the wood release creation with intent. He used chakra threads to fine-tune its movements, allowing it to truly unleash its strongest combat power. Ricky fearlessly gathered a full suit of earth armor and charged towards the 17 or 18-meter-tall wooden giant. Liangxiu, arriving late but in advance, leaped up to the wooden giant's waist and fiercely clawed with chakra-infused tiger claws. Crack! A shower of wood chips flew as the wooden giant's waist was ripped open by the wind blades attached to the tiger claws. At the same time, a stream of water struck the wooden giant head-on, causing its forward momentum to stall. It began to slip backward. Just then, Ricky, clad in earth armor, slammed his hefty body into the unsteady wooden giant. The wooden giant crashed to the ground. In the next moment, a large volume of rushing water quickly formed a water vortex, and an unparalleled tearing force caused the wooden giant to disintegrate instantly. It was one of Fuju's killing moves. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Although the water attribute is initially gentle, once its form changes to such an extent, it possesses powerful lethality. Just like natural disasters such as tsunamis and water vortices, its destructive power is no less than that of other elements. Having already partially tailed Beast transformed, Naruto used the wooden giant as cover to escape the attack range, appearing several dozen meters away. So amazing. Uncle Rome, are these three puppets really this strong together? The psychological inflation from Naruto's recent acquisition of power vanished in an instant. His small face became much more serious. He began to exude even more vigorous green chakra energy. This meant he had started to draw upon the Nine Tails chakra. At the same time, this was also the greatest strength of the Nine Tails. The nearly all-attribute Nine Tails chakra could transform into any homogeneous energy for the Jinchuriki. This was something the other eight-tailed beasts could not do. The plants around Naruto began to grow wildly, and in the next moment, a 100-meter-tall wooden giant instantly took shape amidst the lush greenery. Oh, you can achieve this level so quickly? Uchiha Rome was once again astonished. The toughness of this 100-meter wooden giant's body was already comparable to the wooden monk he had summoned the first time. However, it was indeed a bit reckless. Even with plenty of chakra, it shouldn't be wasted like this. This was truly Naruto's style of ninjutsu. Uchiha Rome sighed with a wry smile. Merely gathering this wooden giant would consume at least 1/3 of the Nine Tails chakra. It is known that while the Nine Tails is said to have endless chakra, its upper limit is still the Nine Tails chakra. This time, 1/3 was already used. However, this also indirectly proved that wood release is indeed a natural counter to tailed beasts. Uchiha Rong understood what this meant. If the Nine Tails had previously been coerced into cooperating with Naruto due to his threat, then from this moment onward, the Nine Tails had truly become Naruto's chakra battery. Under the wood release ability, Kurama could only be at Naruto's mercy, with no power to resist. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if Naruto extracted 1/3 of the Nine Tails' power, Kurama would undoubtedly resist. Uncle Rong, be careful. Naruto's voice came from the sky. In the next moment, the 100-meter wooden giant, comparable to a tailed beast, charged forward with overwhelming might. Its pressure was already faintly comparable to the Yada mirror of the Susanoo. Chapter 189. The Bond of Naruto and Sasuke, 15 minutes later, looking at the three puppets whose toughest outer shells had been smashed to pieces. Uchiha Rong was not angry, but rather pleased. Well done, Naruto. Your growth has greatly exceeded my expectations. Hee, thank for the gift, Uncle Rong. Is this the legendary wood release? Naruto, having retracted the wooden giant, scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. This is our little secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it. I definitely won't spill it. So if someone asks you how you obtain wood release, what will you say? Naruto looked at Uchiha Rong in confusion, his face puzzled. What would release? Seeing this, Uchiha Rong burst out laughing. He hadn't expected the fool to take the act so seriously. His performance was incredibly convincing. It was clear that Naruto intended to play dumb to avoid suspicion. This seemingly clumsy method was actually the best approach at the moment, reflecting Naruto's cleverness. After all, he was the son of the Fourth Hokage. Could anyone force him to reveal the secret of wood release? What a joke. Uchiha Rong had originally expected that after obtaining wood release, Naruto would have initial SS-level combat power, approaching a quasi-Kage level, like Itachi or Shisui. However, in reality, just within 15 minutes, he had easily breached Ricky's defenses, defeated Fuju and Lin Xianyu, and finally smashed Ricky to pieces. This combat power, while perhaps not on par with the Yada mirror of the Susanoo, was not far off. Uchiha Rong believed that with a little more time to develop, Naruto would soon officially enter the ranks of SS-level fighters. With such personal power, who in the entire ninja world, aside from himself, could take him down? Very good. Let's go. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen. Hee, thank you, Uncle Rong. Naruto was incredibly excited at this moment. Gaining the divine gift of wood release was not just about the surface-level wood release ability. In fact, the largest improvement was the true awakening of his yang attribute. The surging vitality within him now, whether for post-injury recovery, lifespan, or physical strength, had undergone a tremendous leap. He even felt that, relying solely on taijutsu, he could defeat many elite jounin, even quasi-Kage. His own combat power had also fully reached the peak of S-Kage level. After just a little more honing, he might even surpass his own father. Once he borrowed the power of the Nine Tails, little Naruto could hardly imagine who could stand against him besides Uncle Rong. After all, he was still not even 9 years old. Uchiha Rong held Naruto's small hand all the way, feeling quite hopeful. Such a Naruto would undoubtedly grow into the strongest Ajura in history. Since arriving in this world, aside from his supportive family, if Uchiha Rong were to name the person he trusted the most, it would naturally be the world's protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. He was not only a key player in dealing with the Otsutsuki in the future, but his personality also ensured he would be a highly trustworthy partner. This world is not just black and white. From the original trajectory of the Naruto-Sasuke rivalry, we can see a lot. Even though Sasuke did many wrong things to gain power, Naruto never resorted to killing him. What kind of person is most worthy of trust? Naruto is just that kind of person. He is not the type of protagonist who sees things in black and white, blindly helping the righteous while abandoning his loved ones, or easily resorting to righteous indignation against his own kin. It can be said that even if you are covered in blood and have committed numerous wrongdoings, once you develop a deep bond with Naruto and are willing to change, he will remember the past and shield you from all pressure, giving you a chance to start over. At least compared to those protagonists who preach righteousness and morality, standing on a moral high ground to judge former companions. Naruto appears to be much more flesh and blood. This is also what Uchiha Rong appreciates most about Naruto. After experiencing the ups and downs of the business world for over a decade in his past life, he has witnessed the betrayal of good brothers, suffered the warmth and coldness of the world, and seen through human nature. He is good at binding allies with interests, compared to the elusive nature of emotions. He trusts the solid ship that interests provide more. Only when facing someone like Naruto can Uchiha roam slightly lower his guard and experience a true sense of ease. This is especially evident in marriages of the 1980s and those in the new era, where human nature is vividly reflected. Because of constraints, the cost of betrayal is unbearable, creating a community of shared interests among families, allowing couples to unite and overcome difficulties together. However, when the call for freedom sounds, and the cost of betrayal is reduced to an acceptable level, those pursuing so-called happiness begin to stage absurd performances that are hard to watch, like killing wives for insurance money, scheming against husbands for wealth, and raising others' children. There are countless examples. Everyone has a demon locked within them, and without constraints, human nature's lower limit is boundless. The ignorant can only see the surface and lament over each tragedy. The truly insightful, however, are the loneliest ones. In the dirty political struggles of Konoha, a unique person like Naruto becomes even more precious. At Ichiraka Ramen, Uzumaki Naruto just finished 2 bowls of supersized tonkatsu ramen, loaded with extra toppings. The arrival of a familiar face caught his attention. "Handmade uncle, I'll have it." "Huh, you stinky guy, you actually came back." The 8.5-year-old Sasuke's gaze instantly met Naruto's. "Oh, it's you." Little Sasuke. Naruto stood up from his seat, looking down at Sasuke with a height that was a whole forehead taller, his smile bright and cheerful. "Let's see, it's been some time, so you're in 3rd grade now, right? Have you mastered the transformation technique?" Arrogant Uzumaki Naruto. "You left the ninja school without reason, so your training progress is likely to be behind everyone else, right? Do you want Lord Sasuke to give you some tutoring?" "Oh, then I can come back to class tomorrow. I hope Lord Sasuke will give me a lot of guidance at that time," Naruto, Uzumaki said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, taking on a senior's demeanor. Sure. Hey, uncle, 1 large portion of beefsteak ramen, please." Uchiha Long watched the entire scene with a smile, feeling overjoyed inside. Speaking of which, Naruto's journey this time is similar to a leave of absence from the Ninja Academy. He can return to continue classes at any time. This is indeed a privilege of the Konoha Prince. In the first half of the first year at the Ninja Academy, the focus is usually on physical training to lay a foundation for students. In the second half, they begin to learn how to extract chakra. Starting from the second year, they begin to cover techniques like the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. By the 3rd year, most of the preparatory ninjas at the academy can grasp the 3-body technique to a certain extent, which fulfills the requirements for applying for early graduation. The following 3 years are more about consolidating what has been learned and starting to teach some theoretical knowledge about commanding in battle. In simple terms, aside from studying theoretical knowledge, it's a 3-year buffer period for the students of the Ninja Academy to develop and grow better. A year and a half ago, Naruto, staying at the academy, would have hindered his development. Now that he has returned, he needs this environment to settle down. I'm really looking forward to Naruto and Sasuke's daily life at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Long murmured with some regret. Tomorrow, he would also set off to investigate the current status of the Akatsuki organization members in the Land of Rain. Chapter 190. The Land of Water. It was raining continuously, and the atmosphere was not harmonious. Under the same roof, a thin family of 3 looked at the unexpected guest who suddenly barged in with fear. Uchiha Long also felt embarrassed. He had specifically chosen a cloudy day without rain to enter the Land of Rain, but unexpectedly, the rain fell just like that. Unable to find shelter, he stumbled into a nearby house to escape the rain, only to catch the occupants in a compromising situation. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue. Uchiha Long had to leave immediately. At this moment, he was dressed in a raincoat and straw hat, moving forward in the rain. After gathering some information and summarizing details from his previous life, he had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the Land of Rain. First of all, the Land of Rain is in a perpetual rainy season. Although it doesn't rain every day, it doesn't differ much. Out of the 365 days, it rains for more than half of the time. This makes the Land of Rain a swampy country. Poverty, humidity, disease, and hunger are the norms of this nation. Unlike the steampunk-style buildings of Amage Cure, other areas of this country mainly consist of stone houses. After all, given the financial state of the Land of Rain, it cannot afford to popularize metal buildings nationwide. Furthermore, various battles fought by the ninja villages have almost always turned the Land of Rain into a battlefield. This has led to the country being ranked as the most miserable in the entire ninja world, with no exceptions. During Hanzo of the Salamander's reign, although the policies were not as extreme as those in the Land of Water, they were still far from gentle. Heavy taxation further burdened this nation. In recent years, the emergence of Nagato and Pain has brought a glimmer of hope, but it is limited to the influence of Amigakure. Another misconception Uchiha Long initially had about the constant rainfall was proven to be incorrect. After careful investigation, he learned that the rainfall in areas outside of Amigakure has little to do with Pain's Deva path. Only the rainfall within Amigakure is influenced to some extent by Pain's Deva path. Through the Rain Tiger Free technique, Pain concentrates the rain within Amigakure over several days into Sundays, allowing ninjas to have more time for outdoor activities while intermittently monitoring the situation within his territory. When the rain on Sunday touches a ninja's body, it can roughly sense the amount and strength of their chakra, as well as the nature of their chakra, etc., allowing for the identification of potential intruders. Of course, the Rain Tiger Free technique is not fixed exclusively to Sundays. If Pain has business outside, he will also irregularly initiate continuous rainfall to ensure that he can still monitor the situation in the village after leaving. A few days later, on a hillside more than 10 miles outside Amigakure, Uchiha Long observed the unique architectural style in the distance, filled with punk aesthetics. "Brother, it seems like it's not raining as frequently here as before," Uchiha Yuzi said, while holding a small white creature sitting on the big orange cat. Hearing this, Uchiha Long looked up at the sky. He saw dark clouds overhead, clearly indicating that a large amount of rain clouds were brewing. That is quite a creative ninjutsu. It actually uses the properties of water release in gas form to gather clouds without dispersing them and condensing them without falling. Faintly, he has caught a glimpse of the essence of the Rain Tiger's free technique. It seems that Pain has also reached a certain peak in his progress with water release. Although Uchiha Rong's water release has not yet reached its peak, it is evident that this gaseous rain cloud is a product of the combined changes in the nature and form of the water attribute. He has even reached a level of controlling natural rainfall to a certain extent, reflecting on what he has seen and heard in the land of rain along the way. Uchiha Rong gazed at the hidden rain village ahead, feeling inexplicably conflicted. He is indeed a person full of inner contradictions. Hearing his murmurs, Yizi curiously asked, "What contradictions?" Their leader, on one hand, wanting others to feel their pain, and on the other, exhausting himself for a village that is fundamentally beyond saving. If that's the case, isn't he a good leader? Yizi said, somewhat confused. Cruel to outsiders, gentle to insiders, even dedicating himself to the cause. Isn't that the mark of a good leader? Uchiha Rong smiled slightly, but the outcome hasn't brought any substantial change. Looking at the increasingly low-hanging dark clouds above, Uchiha Rong seemed to see Nagato burdened by this rain cloud, gasping for breath under the pressure. Is it results-oriented thinking? Yizi blinked her big eyes, seemingly in thought. It seems so. He has worked so hard, yet this place remains impoverished. Yes, poverty. This kind of poverty is like an abyss. Uchiha Rong sighed again. Now, he finally understands where the Akatsuki's money has gone. Undoubtedly, it has all been poured into this bottomless pit of the land of rain. It seems that Nagato and Obito are not of one mind at the moment. They probably realized years later that this model of completing missions to earn money to support the village cannot save the people here. Thus, they were eventually persuaded by Obito, leading to a series of subsequent events, clearly possessing great power, yet mired in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. It is indeed sad and lamentable. After taking a last glance at the hidden rain village at the end of his sight, Uchiha Rong did not rashly enter the village. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction. The information he needed could easily be obtained by finding any member of the Akatsuki. There was no need to resort to inefficient methods like infiltration. From his recent observations, he had already gathered some of the information he wanted to know. The fact that it wasn't raining in the hidden rain village was enough to indicate that Nagato and Pain were both in the village. At the same time, he could roughly guess the structure of the Akatsuki. It should be equivalent to Nagato providing refuge and various resources needed for training to the rogue ninjas, while the rogue ninja members executed the tasks he assigned and served him. With his powerful force of ninjas, Nagato has also managed to support the hidden rain village. Although the large sums of money earned by the Akatsuki members have not changed the overall environment of the land of rain, they have indeed alleviated some pressure on the economy of the hidden rain village. However, in Uchiha Rong's view, this behavior is quite foolish. Given the pressure caused by the Rinnegan on Nagato, how long can he maintain this temporary protection? It is somewhat stubborn, akin to not shedding tears until one sees the coffin, waiting until the very end, when they can no longer hold on, to start the final desperate revenge, attacking Konoha for rice. To this, Uchiha Rong could only say that the indigenous mindset is truly too constrained. Since the Akatsuki can temporarily maintain and alleviate the finances of the Hidden Rain village with peak power, and even the daimyo was taken down by Hanzo of the Salamander, why don't they use their powerful strength to change their approach to infrastructure and economic development? Must ninjas complete missions to earn money? Even punk-style steel buildings can be popularized throughout the village, yet they still act as mercenaries. They could directly organize all the village ninjas for transportation and alter the terrain according to the characteristics of rainfall, which could cultivate arable land. There are so many directions for development. One can only say that an incompetent general exhausts the troops. Chapter 191. Rural encirclement of the city a few days later at the small village of Hihi on the eastern border of the Land of Rain. This is a small fishing village with only about 30 households. When Uchiha Rong entered the village with his convoy, poverty was evident everywhere. Almost everyone wore patched clothing, and the fabric was all made of durable coarse cloth. The villagers were mostly elderly and children, each with a sallow complexion. "Sir, are you passing by and need a rest?" Soon, the village chief came out with people, kneeling on the ground with an extremely humble attitude, to inquire. Watching the old man, who looked to be at least 50 or 60 years old and was leaning on a cane, leading a group of villagers to kneel before him. Uchiha Rong's expression remained calm. The class consciousness is particularly severe in the Land of Rain. A merchant convoy like his, with its strong and imposing bodyguards, could easily lead to the slaughter of the village if they were offended. Thus, the old man's bowing was indeed a helpless act. Uchiha Rong understood that if he did not clarify his intentions at this moment and directly ask the other party to rise, these people would probably feel more anxious. So he simply said, "Prepare a few clean rooms for us to stay in. Hurry up." After saying this, he waved his hand. Immediately, a warrior took some cloth and money from the cart and threw it in front of the old man. This little bit is more than enough for accommodation. Seeing this, the old man trembled as he stood up, his face showing joy. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. People living in a Land of Rain are not afraid of you being fierce or having a bad attitude. What they fear most is being killed without a word." From Uchiha Rong's actions alone, the old man understood that they had encountered a big benefactor. In less than 15 minutes, a villager ran over to report that the rooms were ready. So, the group was welcomed into the village. The village was entirely made up of stone houses, as wooden houses cannot withstand the humid environment caused by years of rainfall in the Land of Rain. Moreover, these stone houses have their own characteristics. The roofs are mainly thatched, covered with several layers of palm-like plants in a multi-layered structure. The eaves are built very long, almost entirely covering the walls. Even with many moisture-proof and waterproof facilities in place, these rudimentary stone houses still cannot completely avoid dampness. Living conditions can be said to be extremely harsh. The stone houses here are not those magnificent marble constructions, but rather made of slightly larger stones that have been roughly polished and stacked together. Uchiha Rong frowned deeply as he looked at these stone houses that could collapse at any moment. At this moment, the old man, leaning on a cane and supported by a young man, walked over. "Sir, the village's houses are simple. These few rooms are the best we have. I hope you won't blame us." Uchiha Rong glanced at a few thatched houses nearby that were nearly decayed, but still had people living in them, and sighed inwardly. This place is indeed too poor. Even such rough stone houses are considered the best accommodations in the entire village. "Come here, I have something to ask you." Upon being summoned, the old man trembled as he entered the room. "Please, sir, give your orders. What does your village rely on for a living?" Uchiha Rong inquired. In fact, he and Yizi had already understood this to some extent beforehand. The people of the Land of Rain rely on the mountains and rivers for their livelihood. If a place's food production is insufficient to support the existing population, then a certain industry will emerge: flesh. In the Land of Rain, in a standard family of 3, the man does labor while the wife engages in the sex industry, sometimes even bringing along their daughters. This is a very common phenomenon among the people. Similarly, for those living here, dignity is extremely cheap. They only strive for one goal: to survive. If possible, to survive with their families. In order to live, the luxury of dignity is no longer something they can afford to demand too much. In response to your question, we rely on a river nearby for our livelihood. The old man pointed to it. Is there no other way to make a living? The old man let out a bitter laugh. Those who couldn't survive left to seek a new path. Uchiha Rong nodded. So, if I invest in your village and provide meals, will you help me process some items? What do you think? At this moment, Uchiha Rong truly revealed his intentions. Yes, he was interested in the cheap labor in this land. As long as he provided meals, they would work hard for him. In this land free from the control of the daimyos, it relied solely on the leadership of Amigakure, a nearly chaotic nation. Nagato saw despair, but Uchiha Rong saw fertile ground for development. A spark can start a prairie fire. The indigenous upper class cared the least about the lowest level. But in his eyes, they were the essential foundation of the ninja world. Build factories, recruit laborers. Use the surplus materials to support a large number of commoners. Given the harsh conditions in the Land of Rain, he could quickly acquire a loyal population. And these people could continuously provide him with soldiers in the future. What? The old man was stunned, even doubting if he was hearing things. Uchiha Rong was not angry and patiently said, "I will provide your rations, and you will work for me. If you perform well, I might consider helping you build better houses and even improve the living environment of the village." This time, the old man understood clearly. He immediately knelt down again and said without hesitation, "The people of Kawaguchi village are willing to follow you, my lord." Although Amigakure was their nominal ruler, Nagato's influence weakened the farther they were from Amigakure, because the people here had not received any substantial benefits. Moreover, Uchiha Rong only proposed an employment relationship. Such a good opportunity falling from the sky. How could they refuse? "All right, let's get started tomorrow," Uchiha Rong said with a smile. The supplies his convoy brought this time were prepared for this village. To put it simply, this strategy was not complicated. It was rural encirclement of the city. By using employment relationships, he would insert his people into the Land of Rain. With a large influx of supplies, even Nagato could not easily drive them away. Thus, subsequent intelligence gathering would naturally become easier. Furthermore, in the long run, the material scarcity of the Land of Rain meant it would have to rely on long-term external supply. Once Uchiha Rong's model truly expanded, as long as he could manage the food supply for 1/10 of the Land of Rain's population, even Nagato would have to treat him with respect and would not dare to offend him easily. Because at that time, if Uchiha Rong stopped supplying materials to the Land of Rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was the true way to grasp the lifeblood of the Akatsuki organization. After the old man left joyfully to notify the other villagers, the figure of Uchiha Yaozi slowly appeared in the room. "Brother, do you want to become the daimyo of the Land of Rain?" Uchiha Rong rubbed his sister's little head and smiled. "I just want to be the financier, not the daimyo." "Is there a difference?" "The difference is significant. The daimyo has to bear the burden of this country. The financier only needs to ensure that the returns exceed the investment." Uchiha Rong chuckled. Yes, his rural encirclement policy would ultimately create a territory almost indistinguishable from that of a daimyo. Once he truly controlled the livelihood of the Land of Rain, he would naturally become the financier of Amigakure. Just like the daimyos of the 5 great countries, he would use economic power to constrain the ninja villages. At that time, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization would also have to work for him. Supporting the military while maintaining dignity is the best way to hide soldiers. Before that, the hidden dangers of the Rinnegan must be resolved. Uchiha Madara's resurrection dream should also come to an end. Chapter 192. The weapon plan of Roots. At the moment Uchiha Rong was mobilizing resources to enter the Land of Rain, Konoha village was also undergoing a major transformation. Originally hidden within the Umbu, the Roots had completely separated from the Umbu after sharing some of its power. Although under the firm opposition of Minato Namikaze, the Roots did not manage to turn from dark to light. They established their own base next to the Umbu base. The full name of the Roots was officially changed to Konoha's Roots Safety Investigation Force. Although the abbreviation remained as Roots, the full name indicated a distinction from the Umbu. The Umbu's full name was Assassination Tactics Special Force. As the name suggests, they were responsible for carrying out assassinations while also guarding the Hokage. In contrast, the Roots were more focused on a series of internal responsibilities, but they would also have some operations that involved leaving the village. At this moment, in a conference room in the underground base of the Roots, Danzo sat confidently at the head of the table. The heads of various major ninja clans in the village sat on either side. Yes, the reason the Roots were able to separate from the Umbu and become their own department was naturally due to their support. The elderly Akimichi Torufu was also rarely present. Sitting next to Akimichi Ding, he was the first to speak. "Danzo, since the Roots have successfully separated, shouldn't the promises made to us now be fulfilled?" "Haha, Torufu, you are still so impatient," Danzo teased with a smile, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Elders of the Roots, have you all received the first batch of supplies?" Seeing that no one spoke, Danzo continued. "Then let's take a look at the Roots weapon plan." As he said this, Danzo waved his hand. In the next moment, A member of the Roots wearing a ghost mask slowly appeared. Almost as soon as this member appeared, the heads of the ninja clans felt a chill. Such powerful chakra fluctuations. Before anyone could think of anything else, this Roots member, at Danzo's signal, extended his right palm. Thus, an unexpected scene occurred. First, a mass of non-attribute chakra appeared in his palm, and then this chakra quickly transformed into a block of solid ice. Ice release, bloodline limit. Inuzuka, Zaku exclaimed. Danzo looked at their surprise, his smile unwavering. He waved his hand again. Remove your mask. The Roots member hesitated slightly, but eventually complied. At the moment his mask was removed, gasps and exclamations echoed almost simultaneously. What? You are Iruka? How could Hayama Iruka have ice release bloodline limit? Could it be that Danzo has mastered the fusion method of ice release bloodline limit? As they gradually quieted down and focused their attention on him, Danzo smiled and said, Don't be anxious. The Hayama clan head has completed the full weapon plan, which is why he possesses such abilities now. With a clap of his hands, another member of the Roots wearing a ghost mask appeared, still exuding overwhelming chakra fluctuations. However, this time, the newcomer directly removed the ghost mask before showcasing any abilities. Nara Suzaku. Many people exclaimed. Nara Shikaku stepped forward and asked with concern, Are you doing well during this time? Nara Suzaku blinked. Nara Shikaku relaxed and nodded before returning to his seat. Danzo continued to introduce. This is the result of the weapon plan. Next, like a fashion show, the young generation from the Inuzuka, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, and other clans showcased their training achievements during their time in the Roots. The elders of the Roots were completely ecstatic. Although among them, only Hayama Iruka and Yamanaka Ryoma had completed the full weapon plan training. They had gained explosive chakra reserves and acquired ice release, bloodline limit, and nano-level poisonous insect abilities, respectively. Others have only completed the instrument plan training. The amount of chakra has surged. However, this magical training method at the root, which can significantly enhance a ninja's strength in just half a month, still gives all the clan heads of the ninja families hope for the rise of their families. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsum pointed at Inuzuka Kiba among the group, as well as the ninja Dogyaku beside him, and said to Danzo, Lord Danzo, our Inuzuka clan is willing to pay any price for this secret technique that can enhance the strength of ninja dogs. It's no wonder she was so excited. Previously, Inuzuka Kiba's overall combat power rating was A class, even with Yakimaru. Yakimaru himself was only B class. But now, just from the overwhelming chakra fluctuations, it was easy to see that Yakimaru's physical strength and chakra volume had increased by more than 3 times. Inuzuka Kai's chakra amount has jumped from 5 cards to 11 cards. Such a significant change in strength happened in just half a month. How can Inuzuka Zwin not be excited? However, Danzo shook his head with a smile. This is a unique training method that can only be enjoyed by those who join Root. It is a contribution I made to the entirety of Konoha, not something that could be monopolized by any one family or clan. Seeing this, the other heads of families, each with their own thoughts, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although this method is indeed miraculous and powerful, if Danzo were really willing to hand it over to a certain clan, it would be something that everyone would not want to happen. Alright, the Root organization is now fully staffed. The positions for the reserves can start to be auctioned. Danzo smiled as he officially moved the meeting into the 3rd phase. After all, no matter how many resources Uchiha Rong has, they are still limited. It's impossible to provide endless supplies to the Root organization. So the first phase was to send resources and bring various clans together. The second phase was to help every family joining the Root Elder Council to quickly cultivate a high-level combat force capable of standing on their own. And the third phase, naturally, is to harvest the resources from the various clans. Want your family's genius to get a spot in the weapon project. Then offer resources to buy the spot. The reserve members can receive a customized training program. Official members who rank in the top 3 in the monthly assessments have the opportunity to receive training under the weapon program. Those who perform exceptionally in executing Root tasks can also spend contribution points within the Root to exchange for the complete weapon program training. Abilities like those of Oil Girl Ryoma may be envied by various families, but that's about it. However, abilities like Ice Release Bloodline Limit, as seen with Yumino Iruka. It's important to note that it has the potential to allow descendants to awaken Ice Release abilities as well. The enthusiasm of the various clans in Konoha was completely ignited. After the auction ended, Danzo was grinning from ear to ear with the profit list in hand. Not to mention that each clan took their people back. In the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Shimi and Oil Woman Shurhei were sizing up Oil Woman Ryoma in front of them. Ryoma, what on earth have you been through during this time? Although they understood that since Danzo dared to be so fearless, the detailed training content of the weapon plan was certainly not easy to obtain. However, the two still adopted a try-and-see attitude and began to interrogate Ryoma. Oil Woman Ryoma expressed her admiration, saying, "We received direct guidance from Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo is simply amazing. No matter which clan's secret arts, he seems to be able to point us in the right direction." When asked about the process of developing the explosive chakra and nano-poison insect abilities, Nerurima was bewildered. "I don't know. I just slept and woke up with them." After confirming several times, both Nerurshurhei and Nerurshurwei's expressions changed dramatically. A similar scene also took place in other territories. Chapter 193, CH Nin Exam. Chinyuan Jianyue is a commoner genin from Konoha who graduated from the Ninja Academy in the 54th year of Konoha. After 2 years of task training, she finally gained the recognition of her team SCH Nin teacher, Sasaki, who recommended her to participate in this year's CH Nin exam. Jianyue, with your swordsmanship, passing the practical assessment shouldn't be difficult, but you need to put some effort into the written exam, Sasaki advised. Chinyuan Jianyue nodded seriously. At that moment, she unexpectedly encountered a boy around 14 or 15 years old. The boy was dressed like a rice shop worker, staring at her in a daze, not even noticing that the rice bag on his shoulder had fallen to the ground. "Paitskun." Chinyuan Jianyue greeted him casually and continued to walk forward. "Jianyue." Sato Shige hesitated to say more. Chinyuan Jianyue paused slightly, touched her ninja tool pouch at her waist, and kept moving forward. Some say that choice is more important than effort. Others say that effort is more important than choice. But Chinyuan Jianyue believes that both choice and effort are equally important. Both Jianyue and Shige, coming from commoner backgrounds, were childhood friends, but in the year they graduated from the Ninja Academy, they each took completely different paths. Lacking talent, Shige gave up on becoming a ninja and became a rice shop worker. Although he wasn't talented, Shige, possessing chakra, could always carry heavy objects more easily than others, and his stamina recovery was also significantly better. This allowed him to live a fairly decent life now. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. At least compared to being a ninja, he didn't have to risk his life. And while his income wasn't as high as a ninja's, it was enough. Shige was quite satisfied with his stable life. However, it was precisely this contentment with mediocrity that created a gap between him and Chinyuan Jianyue. At that time, Jianyue was out on missions with her team leader, Sasaki, and faced several crises, returning with serious injuries. Shige was very worried about her. That feeling was like having a loved one who is a narcotics officer. You feel proud of them, but also anxious for their safety. But Jianyue's mindset was different. Becoming a powerful ninja was her lifelong ideal and goal. Getting injured was just part of the job. She loved the feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade. Only the blood of enemies could give her a sense of purpose. So, after months of repression, Shige's suppressed emotions finally erupted. "I can't stand seeing you get hurt every time. Choose between being a ninja or me." Faced with this choice, Chinyuan Jianyue struggled for a long time, ultimately choosing her ninja path. Thus, the two went their separate ways. Little did they know, when they met again, it would be such a scene. Like the closest of strangers, a simple greeting and they brushed past each other. On the other side, in the heart of the land of rain, in Hanami Town, watching the young couple part ways outside the sauna, Uchiha Ron chuckled softly. Foolish. As a bystander, he had just witnessed the entire process of this young couple going from intimacy to breakup. It all started with the man and woman coming out hand in hand, chatting and laughing. They coincidentally ran into a rich young master at the entrance. The rich young master wanted the woman to serve him, but she informed him that she was off work and was preparing to go on a date with her boyfriend. The rich young master was quite polite, congratulating the couple, and then extravagantly prepared to have the woman meet his performance goals. This made the man jealous. He refused the large stack of cash the rich young master offered and insisted on paying himself. After fumbling for a long time in his wallet, he ended up feeling quite embarrassed. At this moment, the woman handed him his coat. The man, still trying to save face, claimed he didn't have money today. Seeing this, the rich young master awkwardly smiled and, after being rejected again, decided not to embarrass himself further and left. Meanwhile, the man began to question the woman about her relationship with the rich young master. As the conversation escalated into harsh words, they decided to part ways. Huh? Suddenly, Uchiha Rong let out a soft exclamation. The man picked up the coat that had just fallen to the ground and a stack of banknotes fell out of the inner pocket. The man was left stunned. It was obvious that the woman had secretly slipped money into his coat. This was quite dramatic. Hee, brother, this is so interesting. Uchiha Yeji's eyes sparkled. Uchiha Long gave her a light knock on the head. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Little kids shouldn't watch such romantic things, Uchiha Long admonished. Oh, I got it. After just scolding his sister, Uchiha Long couldn't help but reflect. Different paths, no collaboration. Each follows their own aspirations. In the Konoha No, one training ground. Unlike the original trajectory of Naruto's Chunin exam, this time it was merely an internal Chunin title assessment for the village of Konoha. Any genin who had completed a year of mission training met the corresponding number of C-rank missions, and participated in at least 3 B-rank missions could register for the exam through the recommendation of their team leader. At this moment, the training ground was filled with thousands of seats, all occupied by candidates. The first round was a written test. The supervising teacher responsible for distributing the exam papers placed the test in front of him, and Minato immediately began to read the questions. The first thing that came into view was 20 multiple-choice questions. The first question was, which of the following belongs to the Earth attribute nature transformation? A. Rock. B. Mud. Gravel. D. Metal. It started off with a multiple-choice question. There were no single-choice questions to leave to chance in the ninja exam. After reading the first question, Minato was completely flustered. She first filled in B in the parentheses, the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, which is one of the most well-known nature transformations of the Earth attribute. So, mud must be the correct answer. Then her gaze wavered between A's rocks and C's gravel. Gravel shouldn't be it, right? But seems like rocks. It shouldn't be, right? I'm nervous. The questions for this session are too beyond the syllabus. Holding the principle of better to earn 1 point than none, she ultimately chose B and C. This way, even if the final answer is ABC, she can at least earn 2 points. Otherwise, if she chose ABC and the answer was actually BC, she would not earn any points for that question. Then, she continued to look at the second question. Facing the enemy's wind release, great breakthrough. Which of the following ninjutsu can be used for effective counterattack? A. Wind release, great breakthrough. B. Lightning release, earth walk. C. Earth release, earth flow wall. D. Water release, water clone. E. Water release, water dragon bullet. F. Earth release, earth spear. This question is so difficult, and there are so many textual traps. Minato, who had average scores in liberal arts, felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. After hesitating for a long time, she chose B and F. The question asked which ninjutsu could effectively counterattack, not just defend or negate, but counterattack. Although B's lightning release is restrained by wind release, it can effectively avoid direct collisions with major breakthrough ninjutsu by attacking the enemy from the ground. F's earth spear is also obviously a good choice for counterattacks. As for the water clone, such a physical clone would likely dissipate immediately upon being grazed by a large-scale ninjutsu like a major breakthrough. Minato had her own logical analysis. As she filled in what she believed to be the correct answers for each question, she quickly completed all 20 multiple-choice questions. These 20 questions covered various aspects of ninjas, including nature transformation, basic form changes, practical combat responses, on-the-spot decision-making, and how to lead a team under difficult conditions. The questions were very tricky, and upon seeing the 40 fill-in-the-blank questions that followed, beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. The first fill-in-the-blank question was, when you lead a ninja team on a mission and discover that there may be a traitor among your teammates, you will. Later, you find out that the traitor is another teammate, not him. How will you remedy the situation? After experiencing this, which do you think is more important? The mission or your comrades? Chapter 194, Practical Training, Part 1. Finally, just as the time was halfway through, Minato completed all the answers on her exam paper and let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her nose. She knew that, historically, there was another way to complete the written exam in the Chunin exams. That was through the ability to gather intelligence, observing and copying. Observing to find the top students around her, and copying by using methods that wouldn't be noticed by the invigilators to obtain the answers of those top students. I only excel in swordsmanship and don't have the ability to peek at others' answers right under the invigilators' noses, so I won't take the risk. With such tricky questions this time, I have a good chance of passing the written exam. She thought to herself as a faint blue chakra began to appear in her hands, protecting her exam paper. Unlike the previous trajectory, this written exam did not allow for early submission. The ample time allocated for the lower ninja candidates was precisely for the intelligence battle in the latter half, even if you did not intend to obtain answers from others. You still had to protect your own paper. It would be one thing to have your answers peeked at, but if, in the final moments, someone swapped your hard-earned answers with a random one, it would be too unfair to be eliminated for that. Qinyuan Zhanyue was quite confident about this. Coming from commoner background and only excelling in swordsmanship, she might not have the ability to steal answers in this situation. But her chakra level could effectively fend off most of the methods used by others to swap papers. After all, regardless of the ability, anyone wanting to swap her exam paper would have to break through her chakra protection and touch the paper within the protective barrier. In this regard, she was quite confident in her hard strength. Time ticked away second by second. Finally, the moment came when the invigilator called for the papers to be submitted. Until she completed the submission, Qinyuan Zhanyue finally felt her heart settle. After a brief rest, the second practical training session was about to begin. The rules for this second practical training session of the Chunin exams were: the chief examiner deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. The group would be decided by drawing lots, with 3 people in each team. To pass the assessment, they must protect the captain and ensure they safely reach the villa in the forest to submit either 2 captain signatures or 1 captain signature and 3 team member signatures. After the chief examiner's detailed explanation, Qinyuan Zhanyue gasped in shock. Indeed, the CH-NIN exams during peacetime are becoming increasingly difficult. I remember the CH-NIN exams 3 years ago, where the pass rate for the written test was as high as 80. The pass rate for the second round of practical combat projects was also around 70. However, according to this time's requirements, not only do we need to protect our own team members and captain's tags intact, but we also have to seize the captain's tag from other teams or 3 team members' tags. The pass rate this time is likely less than half. After looking at the initial more than 500 genin, only about 900 remained after a round of written exams. Qinyuan Zhanyue suddenly felt a surge of pressure. I must pass this exam and become a CH-NIN, she secretly encouraged herself. It is important to know that different job titles come with completely different. The annual income for a lower-ranked ninja is generally 430,000 Ryo, while a middle-ranked ninja earns over 1,000,000 Ryo. The gap is too big. Being able to buy more resources to assist in training is one thing. But for someone like me, a commoner genin, the only way to possibly receive guidance from a jonin is to become a chunin. This is also the main reason why Qinyuan must pass this exam. Once he obtains the title of chunin, he will have the opportunity to participate in the selection for the Umbu or the security department. These are currently the 2 most prominent paths for civilian ninjas in Konoha. Even if he ultimately becomes just a chunin team leader, like Teacher Sasaki, if he performs excellently during the missions, he may catch the attention of important figures and be taken on as a subordinate or disciple. It's also a way that doesn't really count as a way out. If none of the above options work, the chunin captain can also apply directly to the Hokage building for the required ninjutsu scrolls by accumulating task completion rates. And the prerequisite for all this is to first become a chunin. Soon, it was time for Qinyuan Zhanyue to draw lots. She reached into the wooden box and randomly picked a stick. It read, Team D Jia Bing Captain, Qinyuan Zhanyue. She was stunned. Did she draw the captain's lot? The most dangerous captain's contract. In an instant, she felt countless gazes focused on her. The drawing was public. At the same time, her teammates approached her. One was an ordinary boy with glasses, around 16 or 17 years old, and the other was a girl of 13 or 14, accompanied by 3 ninja dogs. Almost as soon as she saw the girl, who was about the same age as her, Qinyuan Zhanyue felt a surge of joy in her heart. The iconic Inuzuka clan symbol on her face is simply too recognizable. This is a powerful teammate. Qinyuan Zhanyue is just one step away from shouting, Big Boss, please carry me. Hello, Captain, my name is Do. Hello, Captain, I am Inuzuka Hana. Well, I am the older sister of Inuzuka Kiba and the eldest daughter of Inuzuka Tsum, Inuzuka Hana. Her ninja dogs are the rare triplets, the Haimaru brothers. Hello, everyone. I am Qinyuan Zhanyue. Please take care of me. Qinyuan Zhanyue's gaze swept over the 3 robust ninja dogs, finally landing on Inuzuka Hana. Just these 3 ninja dogs would probably be enough for him to drink a pot. Although Qinyuan Zhanyue did not possess the powerful sensory skills of a ninja to judge the specific strength of chakra fluctuations, he could still see the explosive muscles of the 3 ninja dogs up close. During their rest time, the 3 of them got to know each other preliminarily. Qinyuan Zhanyue excelled in swordsmanship. Inuzuka Hana specialized in close to mid-range combat, could scout, and had some medical skills. Do expressed that he was a medical ninja, knew a bit of lightning release techniques, and could serve as remote support and logistical healing. This is great. Qinyuan Zhanyue finally re-evaluated Do. A medical ninja is an extremely rare character, and it must be said that it's a pleasant surprise. Little did she know that if it weren't for avoiding drawing too much attention, Do could easily take on the title of a Jonin. He is truly a big shot. So, Sister Hua, I will take the lead in offense, and you will handle reconnaissance and assist in the attack. Brother Do, you stay in the middle during the advance, and Sister Hua and I will protect you. Seeing Do nod, Qinyuan Zhanyue felt greatly encouraged and full of enthusiasm. She called the same-aged Inuzuka Hana's sister because she clearly came from a powerful clan. As for calling Do brother, that was purely because Do was obviously older than her. Once the team had basically perfected their contingency plans for various situations and developed specific plans labeled B, C, D, etc., the main examiner was already arranging for candidates to be sent into the forest. Suddenly, figures rushed in one after another, flashing into the dense forest ahead. Naturally, the Zhanyue team was among them. Chase. My Gray Pill has locked onto the scent of that team. Inuzuka Hana leads the Gray Pill three brothers, charging ahead. Do is a few meters behind on their right side, adjusting his glasses. Qinyuan Zhanyue is positioned a few meters behind Do on his right. This diagonal formation effectively protects the medical ninja Do, who is currently in the center of the trio. However, a glimmer of light flashes across Do's glasses. They are indeed two very capable ninjas. Let's observe a bit longer. Perhaps we can recruit them into the organization. Chapter 195, Practical Training, Part 2. With the tracking of Inuzuka Hana and the Gray Pill three brothers, the Zhanyue team soon catches up to another trio of examinees. This was the target team they had identified during their rest, and it was also the one with the most accurate intelligence. 2 males and 1 female. All are civilian ninjas, students from the same cohort as Inuzuka Hana and Qinyuan Zhanyue with average talent. Among them, the long-faced male excels in swordsmanship and was once defeated by Zhanyue. The long-haired male is skilled in shuriken throwing, but only meets the standard of a regular lower ninja. The only slightly troublesome one is the long-haired female, a member of the Yamanaka clan, who masters the mind-body switch technique. This secret technique can be understood as a sort of betrayal ability in a game. Once successfully hit, it directly controls an enemy unit. The only obvious weakness is that the user also loses consciousness, becoming the biggest flaw. However, in this 3v3 scenario, if Yamanaka can successfully control the opponent's main attacker, as long as her teammates can hold off the other two, keeping her body safe, it is easy to imagine that this secret technique could play a decisive role in determining the outcome of the battle. The Yamanaka secret technique is more troublesome in one-on-one situations. If your mental will is not as strong as your opponent's and you fall victim to the mind-body switch technique. Although Yamanaka clan members wouldn't dare harm the body of the affected, since damage would also be transferred to their own body. It doesn't mean they can't bind themselves, right? Based on this information, Inuzuka Hana directly ordered the three brothers, the Inuzuka siblings, to attack Yamanaka Ino the moment she surrounded them. From a certain perspective, Inuzuka Hana, with her triplet Inuzuka dogs, has a strong advantage over Yamanaka Ino. Because even if Yamanaka Ino can control Inuzuka Hana at this moment, the ninja dogs are not mindless beings. They won't obey the new master just because their owner has changed course. So at this moment, Yamanaka Ino's team is facing 6 enemy units, suddenly attacked. The 3 ninja hounds hadn't rushed over yet when a figure of a knife-wielding girl arrived first. She caught Yamaguchi Q off guard. When his 2 teammates came forward to assist, Qinyuan Zhanyue directly switched targets and faced a long-faced man who was also skilled in swordsmanship. The other long-haired man, proficient in throwing techniques, was struck by a lightning technique from Do, instantly falling into a paralyzed state. Just as Yamaguchi Q escaped the tiger's den, he plunged into the wolf's lair again. Armed with kunai, he faced the perilous assault of the Gray Pillar brothers. Qinyuan Zhanyue was practically overpowering the long-faced man, having already inflicted several deep knife wounds visible to the bone on him. During the battle, she still had the energy to observe the fights of others. Seeing this situation, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. The overall situation was already decided. Although Yamanaka Ino is very strong, 2 fists ultimately cannot defeat 4 hands. Additionally, the Gray Pillar triplets are identical siblings who cooperate seamlessly with each other, with Inuzuka Hana providing support. Yamanaka clan secret techniques are basically rendered useless in this situation of being besieged. Not to mention that there is no chance to form seals at this moment. Even if there were, as soon as one successfully shifts, the next second their main body would be in trouble. Therefore, It is no surprise that after Chinyuan Jianyu successfully defeats the long-faced man, Inuzuka Hana immediately steps on Yamanaka Ino. At this point, Do leisurely lifts the limp body of the long-haired man and tosses it to the ground with a thud. "Well done," Chinyuan exclaimed in admiration. Just as the words were spoken, the three had already taken the specially made ironwood tokens from each other. 1 captain token and 2 team member tokens. Now, as long as they could protect their own identity tokens and bring the captain token of Yamazhong Ing to the villa in the forest, they would pass this practical training assessment. The 3 of Yamazhong Ing, who had lost their identity tokens, still had a chance. If they could retrieve any identity token from the same team in Heaven and Earth, Mysteries in Yellow, for example, 1 captain token and 1 team member token, and then defeat any team to obtain any captain token or any 3 team member tokens, 2 of them could still pass the assessment. If they obtained 1 captain token and 2 team member tokens from the same team, that would also compensate for the loss they suffered from encountering the Jianyu team this time. Additionally, if they could acquire another captain token or 3 team member tokens, the entire team could pass. "Someone is coming. Retreat first." Suddenly, Inuzuka Hana's expression changed as she let out a low shout. The person had already slipped into the jungle with the greyhound. Chinyuan Jianyu reacted quickly, sheathed her sword, and vanished in an instant, her movements fluid and seamless. As for Do, he had long since disappeared without a trace. There was a ninja in the team skilled in reconnaissance, and this advantage was now evident. The Inuzuka clan, second only to the Hyugas Byakugan and the Oil Girl clan's insect reconnaissance, was on par with the Yamashiro clan in terms of sensory reconnaissance. Their ninja dogs did not need further elaboration on their abilities in smell and stealth. As the saying goes, a dog's nose. This was the strongest ace scout of Konoha, one of the gold medal scouts in the second tier after the Hyuga Byakugan, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. In just a few minutes, the 2 teams of 6 reached the location where Inuzuka Hana and the others had just fought. "Brother Yuta, a battle just happened here with traces of ninja dogs, sword techniques, and lightning release ninjutsu. Chase. As the saying goes, every rat has its own way," excluding Chinyuan Jianyu, who had a unique skill and was among the best of the civilian lower ninjas. What should the other civilian lower ninjas, who were aware of their inadequate combat abilities, do? Give up? Of course not. Since 3 people couldn't defeat the other team, what about 6? Or 9? The rules for the second round of the Chunin exam were clearly more relaxed, not restricting cooperation between squads. After all, ninjas are not solely about strength, at least for the vast majority. A flexible mind, broad thinking, and calmness in the face of danger are often more important than individual strength. Humans dominate the world and feed on myriad races, relying on anything but brute force. Woof, 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 with a low bark from one of the greyhounds. Inuzuka Hana's complexion changed. "Let's go. They've come after us again, and they have in numbers. It's best for us to avoid the confrontation. Go." Chinyuan Jianyu had barely settled down, but decisively stood up. During the chase, the contest of tracking and counter-tracking was exceptionally thrilling. Although there had yet to be a direct confrontation, from the textbook-like standard of tracking and counter-tracking techniques, neither side could underestimate the other's strength. The opposing team had a skilled hunter with solid foundational skills. 2 Inuzuka Hana and Yuta from the 2 different teams spoke almost in unison. "Brother Yuta, what should we do now?" They watched as every time they almost caught up, they were misled by traces deliberately left by the other side, resulting in a long chase without success. Someone in the rear team said anxiously. Yuta pondered for a moment, his gaze firm. "Continue the chase, but you few scatter out. If you encounter other teams, we will also act. As for this team ahead, perhaps we can collaborate when we catch up." Ito Noga nodded at the words and led a few people to spread out in formation to search for other teams. He was small and weak, so his companions jokingly called him Mouse. Meanwhile, after fleeing for half a day, they still hadn't shaken off their pursuers. Chinyuan Jianyu was furious. "Tonight, we'll turn back and launch a night raid on them. Hanado, what do you think?" Chapter 196, the 3rd round of personal showcase that night. Jianyu's team executed a counterattack and ambushed the 6 pursuing Yuta. Due to the element of surprise, Jianyu, Inuzuka Hana, and Do each successfully took down one opponent. The subsequent 3v3 match immediately lost any suspense. Thus, Jianyu's team, with their strong overall strength, successfully entered the villa in the forest before noon the next day, submitting their identity signatures. "Congratulations, you have passed the 2nd round of the Chunin exam. Next, we will give everyone ample time to rest. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, gather at the Konoha main venue for the 3rd round of individual battles. As the chief examiner announced the rules and left, the remaining candidates exchanged glances. After the second round of jungle combat drills, as expected, the number of lower ninja candidates had sharply decreased from over 900 to less than 300. At this rate, after the individual showcases, those who could truly advance to Chunin would likely be fewer than 200. In Izuka, Hana frowned. Though smiled lightly, that's true. This number is quite close to last year's retirement figures. Hearing this, Chinyuan Janue's heart shook. The Chunin exam is typically held every 3 years during peacetime. During wartime, there's no need for such trouble. Many are promoted directly. But even in peacetime, the Chunin exam isn't the only way to advance in rank. This has led to the current situation where there's a slot for every candidate. After all, Konoha's financial situation is what it is. While the reserve of lower ninjas might be manageable, the various benefits for Chunin are much higher than for lower ninjas, making it necessary for Konoha as higher-ups to carefully budget the number of Chunin. This is also quite understandable. In peacetime armies, relationships often play a larger role. During war, positions are made for those who truly dare to fight. The same goes for Konoha. With a fixed annual budget for the village, there will naturally be more ninjas from various clans idling around. The distribution of interests among ninja clans also includes a portion of title quotas. Of course, if one can be like the Uchiha, not relying on the village's extra funds, the titles for the guards can be appointed at will by the Uchiha upper management. In fact, once the budget is fixed within a certain range, even the extravagant Uchiha must limit the number of Chunin. Otherwise, the clan's funds will be drained. Still, Konoha never lacks new talent. What truly limits them is resources. At this moment, Chinyuan Janue was beginning to realize this point. Her feelings were difficult to express. If the number of Chunin titles is already so strictly limited, what about special Jonin and Jonin? Thinking of this, she became even more uncertain about her future. The path of a ninja is not just about hard work and bravery. The materials for physical training, the tools for daily training, and the treatment after injuries. How can any of these not cost money? How can they not require vast resources? The next morning, the Konoha main venue was bustling with voices, and the audience seats were already filled. There was not a single empty seat. In addition to the high-ranking officials of Konoha on the high platform, there were many ninjas from small clans and various ninjas from different backgrounds who came to join the excitement. There were also many villagers from Konoha. Even outside merchants and local nobles came to watch. After all, the Chunin exam was also a moment for Konoha to show off its strength. By showcasing excellent new talent, it could intimidate other ninja villages while demonstrating its own power to local factions to gain more commission tasks. Amidst the roaring cheers, the individual showcases began in earnest. Nearly 300 lower ninjas who passed the second round of assessments first drew lots. Soon, several arenas began their matches simultaneously. Chinyuan Janue was among the first batch of contestants. Her opponent at this moment was a young ninja from the Hayanoya clan. Hayanoya Akira versus Chinyuan Janue begin. As the examiner's voice fell, the two formed opposing seals. With a whoosh, Hayanoya Akira's ninja hawk launched the first attack on Chinyuan Janue. Chinyuan Janue's small face became serious as she quietly drew her ninja sword. A slash from her blade collided with the descending ninja hawk's sharp claws, marking the opening of her individual showcase. In the center of the high platform, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wore the Hokage hat and sat up straight. Beside him were the seats of advisors like Danzo. On the left and right sat the leaders of various ninja clans. This year's Chunin exam has indeed brought forth many outstanding civilian ninjas. Tuanzong chuckled lightly, a smile appearing on his youthful face. At this moment, Namikaze Minato naturally would not expose the rift between the higher-ups in public. He also wore a beaming smile. Indeed, this is all thanks to the achievements of the First Hokage. As they conversed, several arenas below had already determined their winners. Although most of the arenas were still dominated by the new generation of ninja clans easily defeating civilian ninjas, there were a few civilian ninjas who managed to defeat clan ninjas, catching everyone's attention. In a fierce battle, Chinyuan Janue was drenched in blood and finally had her ninja blade pressed against the neck of Takayama Akira. The opponent's ninja hawk was also knocked down, injured and unable to rise. However, just as she thought she had won and felt relieved, a shocking change occurred. Takayama Akira, with a ninja blade at her neck, gave a strange smile, and with a puff of smoke, his figure disappeared. It was a shadow clone. Chinyuan Janue's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively prepared to use the body flicker technique. Unfortunately, she was still a step too slow. Earth style, Earth Spear. Large stone spears shot up from the ground, surrounding Qin Yuan Zhan Yue in the center. With a clang, her ninja blade fell to the ground, and she hung her head in defeat. It was clear that the opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, the earth spears would have pierced her instead of merely surrounding her. Stepping down from the arena, she quickly adjusted her mindset, starting to recover the chakra she had just consumed, gearing up for the next match. The reason this arena competition is called a personal showcase is that it is a display of individual combat power. Simply winning or losing is not the standard for advancing to Chunin. Every Genin has at least 2 opportunities to compete. If they lose the first match, they enter the defeated group and can still participate in the second match. Even if they lose the second match, if their performance in both battles is outstanding, they still have a chance to advance to Chunin. This ultimately depends on the decisions of the higher-ups on the platform. At this moment, in the audience, the only high platform was occupied by the host, who commented, "It's a pity for Qin Yuan Zhan Yue, who is so skilled in swordsmanship." Uchiha Fugaka nodded, saying, "If Takayama Akira hadn't relied on his B-rank Shadow Clone and B-rank Earth Spear to dominate with ninjutsu, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue might not have lost him. At such a young age, she can exhibit this level of combat power purely with swordsmanship. She is indeed a talent worth cultivating." The head of the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Taichi, praised. Their Miyamoto clan is also famous for swordsmanship, second only to the former Hitaki clan. It was evident that, although Qin Yuan Zhan Yue, a civilian-born genin, lost this time, she was still honored in defeat. She was able to force Takayama Akira to use 2 major trump cards solely with swordsmanship, which had already caught the attention of the higher-ups. Chapter 197. 3 days of guidance at the same time. In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, Uchiha Rome, transformed into an ordinary uncle, smiled calmly. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to watch the excitement at such a grand event in Konoha. As soon as he received the news, he flew back using the Flying Thunder God technique. "She's quite a good seedling. The swordsmanship class can try to recruit her." "No need," said Uchiha Chizuna, who had also used the transformation technique and had a rare differing opinion. "Oh, teacher, if she makes it into the top 64, I would like to take her as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rome chuckled lightly. "She's a lucky girl." In the subsequent arena matches, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue did not encounter any more bad luck with clan children. Not only did she emerge from the defeated group, but she also successfully gained eligibility for her third match. After defeating 2 opponents again, she smoothly entered the top 64. However, judging by her last battle, where she barely won through sheer willpower, it was unlikely she would advance past the next round of 64 to 32. Fortunately, the top 64 was indeed the standard for Chizuna to take her as a disciple. Given the intensity of today's matches, with even 3 people dying in the arena and the proctor unable to rescue them in time, the next round of matches was postponed for 3 days. Dragging her exhausted body, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue left the main venue with a blank expression. At that moment, she looked at her charred right arm, feeling disheartened. This was from a previous match where she had been burned by fire style. She could barely hold a blade now. With injuries of this degree, even with 3 days of rest, she felt incapable of participating in the next match. Just then, while walking alone on the street, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue suddenly froze in surprise, because right in front of her, a female ninja with a ninja blade at her waist blocked her path. Sensing the overwhelming chakra fluctuations emanating from the woman, even though Qin Yuan Zhan Yue's perception ability was not strong, she instantly understood that this was a significant figure, a person far beyond teacher Sasaki. Moreover, with her intuition in swordsmanship, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue vaguely felt that the other party was also a ninja skilled in swordsmanship. Combining this information, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, having roughly guessed the other party's intentions. However, she still displayed a puzzled expression and asked, "Excuse me, esteemed one." Uchiha Chizuna did not like to beat around the bush and stated directly, "Qin Yuan Zhan Yue, I have seen your performance in the arena. Do you wish to become my disciple?" Uchiha Chizuna. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue's heart trembled. "Uchiha, it was actually one of the 2 great clans of ocular jutsu, the Uchiha. I am willing." Disciple Qin Yuan Zhan Yue pays respects to the teacher. Almost without any hesitation, Qin Yuan Zhan Yue directly bowed at a 90-degree angle. In a ninja world, it is rare to see kneeling bows. A servant greeting a master usually involves just a bow. A disciple greeting a teacher in a formal setting typically involves a 90-degree bow, while in private meetings, a 45-degree bow suffices. Qin Yuan Zhan Yue was very self-aware. Although her talent in swordsmanship was considered outstanding, it was still far from the true geniuses of the various ninja clans. Being accepted as a disciple by an Uchiha who was suspected to be a Jonin left no room for hesitation, even if the other party were merely a special Jonin. The level of Uchiha clan members was not something ordinary ninja clan Jonin could compare with. Seeing this, Uchiha Chizuna smiled with satisfaction. In fact, she had begun to pay attention to this disciple since the first round of the written exam. Skilled in swordsmanship, mature in mindset, and decisive in action. Especially her status as an orphan resonated with Chizuna. Well, come with me. Qinyuan Zhanyue followed, as instructed. What she saw and heard afterward made her admire this teacher even more. She saw her teacher inexplicably find a medical ninja who used healing techniques to quickly heal her injuries. After resting for a night, the next day, she had a special training plan for her that lasted 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third round of the personal showcase continued. Unlike the previous days, all the arenas in the main venue had been dismantled for this round. The remaining 64 genin would compete in 4 rounds of battles on this larger stage to determine the top 4. Once the top 4 were decided, it would signify the conclusion of this Chunin exam, with no subsequent semifinals or finals. After all, the Chunin assessment is not like other competitions that require a champion and runner-up. When the competition reaches the top 4, there is no need for further matches. Each of these outstanding new generation ninjas is a valuable asset to Konoha. If any of them were to be harmed for the sake of a meaningless title of champion, it would be a loss for Konoha. Qinyuan Zhanyue versus Yamakawa Yui. Please welcome the 2 competitors to the stage. With the change in specifications, the proctor for this round was a Jonin from Konoha. As noon approached, it was finally her turn to take the stage. Qinyuan Zhanyue gently caressed the ninja blade Zhanyue given to her by her teacher at her waist. With confidence, she leaped into the arena. This ninja blade, named after her, although not made of chakra metal, was still worth nearly 3 million ryo and was a superb blade with 4 attributes. Her teacher, being from a noble family, truly gave her an extraordinary meeting gift. Qinyuan Zhanyue was immensely proud of her new ninja blade. The fact that she named it after herself showed her determination that the blade is as important as the person. This symbolizes that this blade is as important to her as her own life. It wasn't until she saw the appearance of her opponent that Qinyuan Zhanyue's attention shifted from the ninja blade. It's you. What a coincidence. ISNT, this the Yamanaka clan member who was the first to be defeated by her team in the second round of the assessment. Clearly, after being defeated by the Zhanyue team, Yamanaka was still able to regroup with her team and break through the encirclement, passing the second round of the assessment. Compared to Qinyuan Zhanyue, who just recognized Yamanaka, Yamanaka herself was gritting her teeth in anger. This time you don't have Inuzuka Hana to help you. Let's see how I beat you to the ground, Yamanaka said, waving her small fists. In the second round of the jungle practical combat, her team was first ambushed, and then she was targeted by Inuzuka Hana and 3 ninja dogs. Coupled with the incompetence of her randomly matched teammates, she was humiliated and defeated. Now, Yamanaka could finally take revenge. As the referee left the arena, the battle between the two was about to begin. Facing Qinyuan Zhanyue, who excelled in close combat with her blade, Yamanaka charged forward instead of retreating. As she ran, her figure split into 2, then 4. She actually summoned 3 shadow clones. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the tricks. This scene drew gasps from the audience, not to mention the onlookers. Even the ninjas who understood the techniques were secretly amazed. 3 shadow clones, just from the chakra fluctuations averaging over 1. 5 water levels from the 4 Yamanakas. It was evident that her chakra amount was very close to 1 card. The specifications of this battle clearly exceeded the normal level for Chunin. In an instant, many people showed pity for Qinyuan Zhanyue. It seemed that this talented civilian ninja would stop here. Although in the later stages, a few cards of chakra difference wouldn't determine the outcome. At the Chunin level, such a disparity in chakra amount was no longer something techniques could bridge. Only in an inconspicuous corner of the audience, Uchiha Rong, disguised as an ordinary uncle, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Let me see the effectiveness of Chi Nai's guidance over these 3 days. Chapter 198. Recruitment from all sides standing at different heights allows one to see different sceneries. Qinyuan Zhanyue's mindset at this moment was completely different from 3 days ago. Back then, she was still striving to advance to Chunin. Now, she was clearly no longer worried about promotion. Facing Yamanaka, who was attacking from 3 angles, along with another Yamanaka who was slightly behind and beginning to form hand signs, Qinyuan Zhanyue couldn't tell which was the real body. However, her expression remained confident and calm. Suddenly, she drew her ninja blade, and the blade was entwined with both lightning and fire attributes, slashing through the Yamanaka in front of her at a speed that left an afterimage, heading straight for the Yamanaka at the back. Due to the rapid action, the two Yamanakas on either side missed their targets completely. What? Such a fast body flicker technique. Such a fierce swordsmanship. As the Yamanaka in front was cut down, confirming it was a shadow clone, the audience erupted in cheers. At the same time, displaying both lightning and fire attributes on the blade, though not an exceptionally advanced technique, was noteworthy among newly promoted units. The destructive power unleashed by the violent intertwining of lightning and fire undoubtedly resulted in a qualitative change in attack capability. This was evident as the 1-5 water-level shadow clone of Yamanaka was easily shattered by a single strike, with a buffer in distance. The Yamanaka, who completed her hand signs, successfully released her ninjutsu just before Qinyuan Zhanyue's blade reached her. Fire release, fireball. This C-rank fire release ninjutsu was essentially a single-shot version of Phoenix Fire. Yamanaka slightly parted her lips, and a concentrated fire chakra was expelled, rapidly forming a fireball that shot towards Qinyuan Zhanyue. Due to the close distance, the launch speed of the ninjutsu was clearly faster than the ninja's movement speed. In response, Qinyuan Zhanyue, unable to dodge, swept her blade upward, and the lightning and fire attributes on the blade instantly transformed into a torrent. With a splash, the torrent surged forward, meeting the fireball head-on. The water burst forth, drenching her completely. The tight ninja outfit clung to her form even more, accentuating her graceful figure. Luckily, there was an additional layer of protection inside her outfit. Otherwise, she would have been exposed, despite Yamanaka's preparation and her significantly higher chakra amount. Even though fire release was countered by water release, the fireball still broke through the torrent and struck Qinyuan Zhanyue's blade. The erupting flames nearly dried her drenched outfit, but ultimately they were extinguished. Clearly, the water release had effectively shielded her from the high temperatures at close range. Meanwhile, Qinyuan Zhanyue had closed the distance. When she swung her blade again, a water blade had formed on it. Yamanaka held a kunai in each hand, beginning a close combat fight. She was waiting for her two shadow clones to come and support her. Although the physical clones were fragile, their 1-5 water-level chakra concentration still had considerable offensive capability. Once they formed a pincer attack, Yamanaka's chances of winning were clearly higher than Qinyuan Zhanyue's. Qinyuan Zhanyue understood this as well. Thus, both sides were racing against time. Zhanyue's attacks became increasingly fierce, and after a series of exchanges, strong lightning chakra began to manifest on her blade. The lightning attribute was precisely developed under teacher Chinai's guidance over the past 3 days. Initially, she only had water and fire attributes. As the lightning erupted and shot from her blade, even though Yamanaka managed to block her strike with kunai, she was still jolted by the surging lightning, causing her arms to go numb. Her movements became increasingly stiff, and blocking became more difficult. Finally, just as Yamanaka's two shadow clones arrived behind Qinyuan Zhanyue successfully struck Yamanaka's chest with the back of her blade. At that moment, a bang echoed, and the Yamanaka in front of her dissipated in a cloud of smoke. When did this happen? Clearly, the one who fought just now must have been Yamanaka's real body. If it were just a shadow clone, the unleashed lightning would have been enough to defeat her. But when exactly did she quietly swap places with her shadow clone? There was no time to think further. Facing the strong wind coming from behind, Qinyuan Zhanyue executed a large spin with her blade, shooting out several water blades that shattered the two shadow clones rushing to assist Yamanaka. However, Qinyuan Zhanyue showed no signs of joy, because further away, dozens of meters away, another Yamanaka had completed her hand signs. Yamanaka Secret Technique, Mind Transference Technique. Qinyuan Zhanyue attempted several times to execute the body flicker technique, trying to escape the range of Yamanaka's hand signs. But all attempts failed. The next moment, Yamanaka revealed a victorious smile as her body slowly slumped down. Yet almost simultaneously, Qinyuan Zhanyue's running motion suddenly halted, and her body gradually transformed into a puddle of mud. On the other side, just as Yamanaka was about to fall, she stabilized her body as if suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. At the same time, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the result of a failed secret technique, which backfired. Before she could regain her composure, she felt a gust of wind pass by. A sharp blade was already pressed against her heart. I give up. Shan Zhongying reluctantly raised her right hand in surrender. There was no choice. In this situation, if it were a life-and-death battle, she would have already died. Under the gaze of so many big shots, she had no option but to admit defeat. In this battle, Qinyuan Zhanyue wins. One exciting showdown. Let's give a warm round of applause to send off the two contestants. It was indeed wonderful. Anyone with sharp eyes can see that in terms of hard conditions, Yamanaka Ino clearly surpasses Qinyuan Zhanyue. In terms of chakra amount comparison, it's nearly a card, about 1 to water. In ninjutsu, Yamanaka's secret techniques, shadow clone, fire release, etc., are superior to the 3 attribute sword techniques. Even in terms of physical strength, being able to use kunai to counter sword-wielding ninjas at close range and hold out until the support of shadow clones arrives is enough to prove that Yamanaka Ino's physical strength is significantly greater than that of Qinyuan Zhanyue. This is a typical case of the weak defeating the strong. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Danzo said, "This promising talent cannot be given to you. She is more suitable for the Umbu." Minato Namikaze's attitude was resolute. However, Danzo remained unhurried and said with a faint smile, "The swordsmanship class at the root is more beneficial for her development." His light remark directly left Minato in silence. Following Tsukumo Hatake, there was the emergence of Uchiha Obito's swordsmanship, and then there was Uchiha Izumi's moon blade that intimidated all around. Additionally, a group of sword-wielding ninjas secretly trained under the Freemason swordsmanship class shone brightly in foreign battles. The high-ranking officials of Konoha had already raised their emphasis on ninja swordsmanship to several levels. Sword-wielding ninjas had clearly become another major weapon on the battlefield, second only to tailed beasts. Therefore, the competition for the new generation of talented individuals in swordsmanship is particularly fierce. Upon seeing the situation, Takatoshi Miyamoto hesitated for a long time but couldn't help but speak up. "Our Miyamoto clan swordsmanship is more suitable for her." As soon as these words were spoken, a group of clan leaders erupted in an uproar. Miyamoto Taichi actually intends to teach the Miyamoto clan swordsmanship to an ordinary commoner. This is the first case in the history of the establishment of Konoha among all the major ninja clans. Chapter 199. The CH-nin exams come to an end regardless of the arguments among those on stage. The matches in the arena continued. In the end, Qinyuan Zhanyue was narrowly defeated by Hinata Kenrin due to her weak foundation, stopping her progress at the quarterfinals. However, this achievement showcased the prowess of a civilian ninja, as she was one of the only 2 civilian ninjas among the top 8. Subsequently, Dote defeated Narashiro and advanced to the semifinals. Inuzuka Hana achieved a narrow victory over Aburame Tetsu, also making it to the semifinals. Uchiha defeated Sarutobi Waita, securing a spot in the semifinals as well. Both Uchiha and Hyuga successfully maintained their positions among the top 4, a standing they had held for many years. Inuzuka Hana also brought glory to her clan, marking the Inuzuka clan's return to the top 4 since the CH-nin exams 9 years ago. On the other hand, Dote emerged as the biggest dark horse of this CH-nin exam, having come from civilian background. Ultimately, due to Do's unclear background as an orphan, he was recruited by the Root organization. As a result, Danzo withdrew from pursuing Qinyuan Zhanyue. The next step for her would be to choose between joining the Umbu or aligning with the Miyamoto clan, a decision that rested on her shoulders. Logically, given Miyamoto clan's background, the clan head, Miyamoto Taichi, was a swordsman second only to Hatake Tsukumo. The Miyamoto clan was indeed the best choice for Qinyuan Zhanyue. It is worth noting that the previous clan head, Miyamoto Musashi, was once renowned alongside Sarutobi Sasuke. Back then, they were not inferior to the prominent clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Sarutobi. However, after Miyamoto Musashi's passing and the subsequent Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, the Miyamoto clan fell into decline and no longer considered themselves a major clan. Nonetheless, their heritage should not be underestimated. With the conclusion of this CH-nin exam, the discussions on the streets of Konoha about the various thrilling battles showcased during the event reached a peak. Those fortunate enough to witness the matches live had plenty to talk about over tea and meals, embellishing their favorite ninjas with praises. Ira Karaman. This CH-nin exam was truly impressive, and one day I want to showcase my skills too. Little Sasuke said while slurping his noodles, dreaming big. Naruto stifled a laugh, looking at Sasuke, who had been beaten into a pig's head. "You got a long way to go. Just keep training hard." "Oomph. Who would compare with a monster like you?" Uchiha Sasuke let out a somewhat thunderous snort. During this time, he had gone from being unwilling to accept it, shouting that he would teach Naruto, to being reluctant and challenging Naruto repeatedly. Ultimately, he had come to seek Naruto's guidance. It was clear that under Naruto's physical education, He had gradually come to terms with reality. At least in this year's Chunin exam's third round personal showcase, Sasuke felt that apart from the outstanding top 8, many below them were not even as good as his current third-year self. On the other side, the Leaf Orphan's resentment. After successfully advancing to Chunin as one of the top 4, T left the conference hall and headed straight back here. A woman with long, brown-gray hair and a hood had been waiting at the orphanage entrance for a long time. Director Yano. T stood straight in front of the woman. She gently patted his head. "You're back, T. I saw everything. Our T is amazing. You are already a very excellent ninja." Pharmacist Yano Yu's smile is very approachable. Her charming appearance, reminiscent of a friendly older sister next door, captivates countless otaku. Since Danzo returned to the village, she has come back as well. It wasn't until the new Danzo gradually took control of Root that Yano Yu recently emerged from the shadows and returned to the Konoha orphanage. Now, she is officially the director of the orphanage, while secretly serving as a high-ranking official in the Root base, leading a large team. Speaking of which, Yano Yu can be considered a significant asset under Danzo's command. She was once adopted by Danzo as a foster daughter and was assigned to the Konoha orphanage to train reserves for Root. However, after Danzo was injured and his personality changed drastically, a conflict arose between the father-daughter duo due to the cruel training of the orphanage children. Under threat, Yano Yu continued to help Danzo manage the Root reserves, but privately, she had already begun to contemplate leaving. Fortunately, with Danzo's return, not only did he regain his youth, but he also underwent another personality change. He supported Yano Yu's various suggestions to treat the children well and made significant efforts to improve the environment and resources of the orphanage. This action finally made Yano Yu, who had complicated feelings towards Danzo as a foster father, return to him once more. Mom. The usually cold Kabuto suddenly had tears in his eyes and buried his head in Yano Yu's embrace. This call made Yano Yu's heart tremble. It turned out that this child had already regarded her as a mother. Yano Yu gently patted his back and began to hum the lullabies she used to sing to put the children to sleep. "Don't cry when you sleep, my baby. Sleep now, sleep now." If only Uchiha Roan were present at that moment, his jaw would have dropped to the ground. However, it is also true that Yano Yu is Do's obsession. That is the maternal love he lacks. The Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan, stationed in the eastern part of the Closed Circle village, has an open clan territory. Although there are a few clan ninjas on guard, they do not obstruct the entry and exit of civilians. The Inuzuka territory is also quite unique, with many neighborhoods decorated with dog-themed designs and various pet shops everywhere. Here, not only are excellent ninja dogs sold, but also various pets, including pet cleaning, maintenance, treatment, boarding, training, and other related industries. At the same time, this is also the main source of income for the Inuzuka clan, at least in terms of training ninja dogs. There is no one in the entire Leaf Village more professional than Inuzuka. At this moment, Inuzuka Hana led the 3 brothers, Gray Maru, on foot to a very unremarkable pet clinic. There, she saw her mother, Inuzuka Joie, attentively applying medicine to an injured ninja dog. Hana is back. Inuzuka Joie caught a glimpse of her eldest daughter entering the shop and casually greeted her before focusing again on treating the ninja dog. Hee mother. This time I made it to the top 4 in the Chunin exam personal showcase. I knew our Hana was the best. Wait, let me finish applying the medicine to Steel Maru, and then we can go buy groceries together. I'll make a big table of your favorite dishes today. Inuzuka Joie didn't look up while speaking. Inuzuka Hana didn't mind. When treating ninja dogs, one must not be overly distracted. Naturally, she wouldn't be jealous of the ninja dogs, as she cherishes them deeply. As the Chunin exam came to an end, the Genin candidates, whether they achieved excellent results or not, each returned home to find their families. Just like students receiving their final exam results, those who did poorly hoped for comfort from their families, while those who performed well naturally sought praise. The fierce battles in the ninja world are undoubtedly thrilling, and the variety of ninjutsu is indeed dazzling. But no matter how brilliant the fireworks are, they are ultimately fleeting, just like life itself. The ultimate destination for ninja missions is to return to the village, and the final destination is to go home. Returning to that harbor provides rest for the weary, healing for the wounded, warmth for the increasingly cold and cruel heart, and a chance for forgiveness and redemption for hands that wield weapons. Chapter 200. Gifts and the road ahead. Like everyone else, Chinyuan Zhanyue returned home. She lived within the closed circle of Konoha, in a standard 2-story Japanese house with a rooftop. Solar panels were set up on the roof. The modern concrete building had eaves made of orange wood. The two-story building was also connected to a single-story kitchen with no courtyard. However, there was a small patch of lawn in front of the door. Chinyuan Jianyue stood at her doorstep, staring blankly at the lawn. Scenes from her childhood began to surface in her mind. A little girl playing on the lawn, surrounded by various dolls. A woman busy in the kitchen. A man coming home and joyfully lifting the little girl high, making her laugh uncontrollably. The scene shattered, and Chinyuan Jianyue returned to reality. It was still the same lawn, but things had long changed. Her parents were both ninjas and sacrificed themselves during a mission. This was one of the main reasons she was determined to become an excellent ninja. Click, the key went in. With a creak, she pushed the door open. Chinyuan Jianyue looked at the empty house. Tears had unknowingly filled her eyes. No matter how excellent she was, her home was left with only memories. No one spoke to her, no one praised her, and no one comforted her. Once, she thought Sato Ishikai would be her new home. But soon she realized she was wrong. Human emotions are not that simple. Ishikai-kun is a good person and treats her sincerely. But precisely because of this, the differences became even more painful. In that moment, Jianyue finally understood a truth. Everyone has their own path, and no one can help you walk it. People on different paths may accompany you for a while, but in the end, you cannot force it. Sooner or later, everyone must walk their own way. Perhaps you will feel regret, or perhaps you will feel lost. But companions are never given. They are those who meet along the way. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice rang from behind her. Chinyuan Jianyue instinctively turned around. At that moment, she was at the entrance of the house, suddenly looking back. A man and a woman were outside on the lawn, both smiling. The darkness inside the house contrasted sharply with the brightness outside. The lonely expression on Chinyuan Jianyue's face gradually brightened with joy. Teacher Jina. She broke free from the gloomy shadow and rushed toward the light. She threw herself into Uchiha Jina's arms. So soft. She didn't expect her teacher to be so generous and soft. Just like her mother. Uchiha Jina's cheeks flushed. She wanted to push her away, but seeing the girl's teary eyes, she had to stop. What is this all about? She is still a big girl herself, and you're rubbing against me like this. What is this all about? The constant sensation made Jina's fists tighten, and her ears turned completely red. Luckily, she was a female disciple. If it were a male disciple, she was sure she would have punched him. Ahem. Eventually, it was Uchiha Rong's light cough that broke the awkward situation. Uchiha Jina quickly said softly, "This is my teacher, Uchiha Rong. Jianyue, come and greet your grandmaster." While speaking, Jina finally managed to push Jianyue away from her. At this moment, Chinyuan Jianyue also realized her inappropriate behavior. Blushing, she immediately called out in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Grandmaster." Uchiha Rong looked at the somewhat dim interior environment and sighed inwardly, already guessing something. Her smile became even gentler. "Well, good girl. This is a welcome gift from your grandmaster. This ninja tool, when worn for a long time, can accelerate your chakra refinement." Looking at the silver necklace handed to her, Chinyuan Jianyue cheerfully thanked and accepted it. It was only when Jina helped her put it on that she suddenly reacted. "Wait, ninja tool? A ninja tool that helps refine chakra? This is too precious." Chinyuan Jianyue panicked a bit. Even if she was inexperienced, she knew just how valuable such a ninja tool was. It might even be a treasured possession among some major ninja clans. Jina then advised, "A gift from an elder should not be declined. Just accept it." "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Thank you, teacher." Seeing this, Chinyuan Jianyue's earlier gloom was swept away. She felt sweet inside. Since her parents passed away, no one had treated her this well. "Teacher, don't just stand there, come in and sit down." Coming back to her senses, Jianyue hurriedly invited the two into the house. Due to her long-term solitude, she was busy turning on lights, boiling water, and tidying up the messy house all at once. When she saw the discarded underwear in the corner of the sofa, Uchiha Rong had no choice but to turn her face away. In fact, ninjas, especially those dedicated to their craft and living alone, are no different from otaku, or people focused on their careers. Expecting them to manage their lives in an orderly manner is clearly unrealistic. Just like Naruto drinking expired milk and eating expired bread, which drew criticism from countless netizens, some even claiming it was unreasonable. If you look at those hermits with mountains of takeout boxes in their rooms, you can understand. Fortunately, Jianyue had already learned a weakened version of the Earth clone technique from Jina. With several clones working together, they finally finished the chores in less than 15 minutes. She stood a bit shyly in front of the two, her fingers constantly rubbing the hem of her clothes. Ahem. Uchiha Rong coughed and kept giving Jina meaningful glances. "Underwear. Put the underwear away." Jina rolled her eyes and plopped down on the couch. Xianyu, we came to see you this time, not only to let you meet your grandmaster, but also to tell you some things. Upon hearing this, Qinyuan Xianyu's anxious expression finally eased, and she looked at them seriously. Your performance in the personal showcase this time was very good. Currently, Lord Hokage and the Minato clan are very optimistic about you and intend to recruit you. What are your thoughts? Huh? Qinyuan Xianyu was stunned. The Fourth Hokage? The Minato clan? Seeing the little girl's foolish expression, Uchiha Roan could no longer hold back and explained. The Fourth Hokage wants to recruit you into the Umbu, while Miyamoto Taichi wants to take you as his disciple. This, Qinyuan Xianyu looked a bit awkwardly at Uchiha Chizuna. She had already taken a master, although there is no rule in the ninja world that one can only have one teacher, generally speaking. Aside from the enlightenment teacher like the ninja school teacher and the assigned instructor like the team leader teacher, true mentorship is still very rigorous. Either the disciple surpasses the teacher, and the teacher has nothing left to teach, or, with the teacher's consent, in order to develop better, the disciple seeks out a stronger master. Alternatively, the disciple may have multiple talents, learning swordsmanship from one teacher and different skills from another. Otherwise, it is no different from betraying the master. Clearly, while the Minato clan swordsmanship is not weak, the Uchiha swordsmanship is even more renowned and surpasses that of the Minato clan. Wouldn't that conflict with teacher Chizuna? For a moment, Qinyuan Xianyu was somewhat unclear about the intentions of the two elders. Seeing this, Uchiha Chizuna chuckled lightly. Teacher, don't tease my Xianyu anymore. Well, Xianyu, then you should accept the Fourth Hokage's invitation to join the Umbu. Yes, teacher. Qinyuan Xianyu agreed readily. This feeling of having elders pointing the way forward was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Chapter 201. Sister's Toy. Although the team leader, Sasaki, also cared for Xianyu, it was more due to his recognition of an excellent subordinate. Just like Kakashi in the original timeline teaching Sasuke Chidori, that was true recognition, carrying a bit of mentorship significance. And as a Chunin, Sasaki certainly had one or two hidden B-rank ninjutsu techniques. However, he had never taught Xianyu even a C-rank ninjutsu. While there were factors concerning Xianyu's more suitable development in swordsmanship, the root reason was still that ninjas valued their own ninjutsu. They wouldn't easily share it. I worked hard for many years to exchange for this ninjutsu scroll. Why should I let you obtain it so easily when we are not related? Moreover, mentorship is not a simple relationship. The honor and disgrace of the disciple are linked to the teacher. Once a teacher imparts their unique skills, the disciple's actions can reflect on the teacher to some extent. In short, this is a very rigorous and solid relationship. Disciples are usually viewed by others as belonging to the teacher's faction. This makes ninjas even less willing to easily share ninjutsu to avoid unnecessary troubles. After leaving the Qinyuan Xianyu's home, Uchiha Roan returned to his own courtyard. Rarely. This time he entered the door without triggering the usual rush of Yeji into his arms. He only saw Xiaobai lazily curled up under the eaves. He almost forgot that Yeji should still be out playing in the land of rain with the rock clone. Uchiha Roan's eyes twinkled. Suddenly, he sneaked up to Xiaobai with a sinister smile. Meow Xiaobai only realized what was happening when it was caught, causing its fur to bristle. It let out a surprised cry as if its tail had been stepped on. In the next moment, the surroundings flashed, and they had already arrived at the underground training ground. What are you doing? Once Xiaobai saw it was Uchiha Roan, it looked dissatisfied. Uchiha Roan grinned mischievously and directly activated Susanoo. With his sister not at home, he had to seize the opportunity to test Xiaobai's true strength, right? Even the physically powerful Orange Tabby showed great respect for Xiaobai. He had long been curious about Xiaobai's true combat power. Bastard, you actually set up an anti-space barrier? Xiaobai seemed to sense something was wrong and tried to summon back, only to find it failed. It questioned angrily. That's right, ever since being injured by Kakashi's space tear. Although he developed an enhanced version of the Een Sealing, Uchiha Roan had not given up on researching abilities to restrict space-time. After countless days and nights of development with 10 shadow clones and 3 wood clones, he finally managed to create this barrier ability. Within the barrier, except for him, who wears a special ninja tool, all other space-time ninjutsu will be ineffective. Xiaobai, let's have a big battle, with the ability to revive. Uchiha Roan did not hold back at all. He swung the 100-meter Yatagarasu, Susanoo great sword directly at Xiaobai. The next moment, a stunning change occurred. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, Xiaobai's already plump body suddenly inflated. Before the Susanoo giant blade could fall, It transformed into a giant black cat over 100 meters long. Its claws flashed like lightning, striking the Susanoo giant blade first. The next moment, meow, a piercing cat cry, sounded as Xiaobai's giant claw shattered, and it was sent flying by the immense force, blood, and flesh flying. Oh, does it actually have the combat power of a novice super shadow? Uchiha Ron was surprised. His previous slash had shown no mercy at all. With his current ocular power and chakra, the Yatagarasu had already fully materialized, and its slashing power was enough to annihilate an SS rank quasi-super shadow. Yet Xiaobai had managed to block it despite being heavily injured. Did it actually have such a capability to change size? What a strange physique. With his kaleidoscope activated, Uchiha Ron's expression became serious. He realized that the giant black cat over 100 meters long was not an energy-concentrated entity like Susanoo, but a true flesh and blood body. This was a bit unbelievable. It's important to note that even tailed beasts, despite their seemingly solid massive bodies, are essentially entities formed by the condensation of tailed beast chakra, just like shadow clones. Only the chakra of the tailed beasts is so massive that it allows the energy entity to possess physical attack capabilities comparable to a real flesh and blood body. But Xiaobai's kind. Now, that was truly unheard of. No, wait, it doesn't seem like normal flesh. Soon, under continuous pursuit, Uchiha Ron discovered more anomalies. The wounds on Xiaobai's body looked terrifying, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. Could it be a puppet-like existence? For a moment, he thought of his would-release puppets. But clearly, Xiaobai's completely real biological appearance was fundamentally different from his would-release puppets. I see, you're a creation of Yeji, right? Although Uchiha Ron couldn't understand how Xiaobai's physique was created, he had roughly grasped a lot of information. Xiaobai probably leaned more towards the creations like Kagaya's white Zetsu. Suddenly, many things he didn't understand before became clear. Why could Yeji, at such a young age, obtain a powerful ninja cat like Xiaobai? Because it was indeed Yeji's creation. At this moment, Xiaobai was almost crying. Don't chase me, Meow. I admit defeat. Please heal me. I'm going to die. Really going to die? Its four limbs trembled. How desperate. It didn't know if its master would destroy it out of anger when they found out it was exposed. Its master was indeed a temperamental person. After getting the answers he wanted, Uchiha Ron no longer troubled Xiaobai. He immediately stopped and used his life force to completely heal its injuries. Nowadays, he didn't think much of Xiaobai, who barely stepped into the SS level threshold. You should know that his 3 wooden clones, which have been eliminated, each possess peak SS level combat power. When the 3 of them work together, they could even contend with the resurrected Senju Hashirama. Bizarre is even SS. Even the 20 creation rock clones accumulated over the years have SS combat power. Aside from a bit of respect for a few unknown UR6 path level Otsutsuki, there is nothing left in the ninja world that can threaten him. Hee, Xiaobai, come here. Let me take a little bit of your blood and flesh cells to study your structure. After unveiling Xiaobai's mysterious veil, Uchiha Ron became even more curious. Could it be that Yi Zi's Sharingan ability is also related to creation? However, it seems that there are some differences compared to my own life bestowal. Yi Zi's creation is clearly more inclined towards the yin-yang escape, like Baiju. As for my life bestowal, it mainly depends on the media material. The rock clone, for instance, has a physical essence that is essentially rock life. The wood clone, on the other hand, has a physical essence that is essentially plant life. Danzo's method of bestowing life to corpses is the true essence of flesh and blood life. Whoa along. This time you really got me into trouble. Xiao Bai had a mournful expression on his face. Don't worry. Considering your long-standing contributions in protecting me, I promise EZ won't do anything to you. As he spoke, Uchiha Ron's wicked hands had already reached out towards the big black cat, which had returned to its original size. Chapter 202. Yin and Yang create the immortal body. What is this? The moment Uchiha Ron felt a huge shock upon observing the white blood cells through the microscope. Just by looking at this small piece of flesh sample, the energy of the cells is actually being continuously replenished. It's as if the energy is being born out of thin air. In the next moment, Uchiha Ron closed his eyes and fully activated his perception. Thus, in his perception, an invisible energy in the surrounding environment was faintly gathering towards the fleshy mass before him. Natural energy? Sage body? Uchiha Ron was shocked. He never expected that the essence of a creation like Xiaobai was actually a type of Sannin body. After years of research, Uchiha Ron, combining various information from past and present lives, has a much deeper understanding of natural energy than the natives of the ninja world. If chakra is a kind of internal force, a supernatural power generated by the combination of human spiritual strength and cellular energy, then the so-called natural energy is actually an external energy that exists everywhere in nature. It can also be understood as the energy of the origin of life. This is a native energy that existed in the ninja world before the Tsutsuki clan descended and the Sage of Six Paths established the chakra cultivation system. Whether it is the growth of plants or the birth of new life, it is inseparable from this ubiquitous natural energy. When seeds are sown in the ground, they can grow because they can gather a certain degree of natural energy. Thus, food can fill people's stomachs and provide them with the energy to act. Herbivores obtain energy from consuming plants to survive, while carnivores acquire more pure energy through hunting, allowing them to develop stronger muscle tissue and a more robust physique under greater energy support. Humans also eat in a similar way. In Uchiha Rong's understanding, the seeds of the divine tree are a higher-level crop. They can absorb countless times more natural energy than ordinary crops, thus producing the fruit of the divine tree. Ultimately, this allowed Kagaya Tsutsuki, who consumed the fruit, to ascend in place and become one of the strongest members of the Tsutsuki clan. Clearly, the civilization of the Tsutsuki clan far surpasses that of the ninja world. Rather than saying that the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja religion and brought chakra to the ninja world, a more accurate statement would be that the Sage of Six Paths brought a method of cultivation, because both spiritual energy and cellular energy already existed in the ninja world. What Tsutsuki Kagaya did was merely spread the method of combining spiritual energy and cellular energy to produce chakra throughout the ninja world. Essentially, the source of chakra is also natural energy. Natural energy, as the name implies, is an energy that exists everywhere in nature. With this understanding, Uchiha Rong is now very excited as he observes the cells in this flesh and blood under a microscope. Ha ha ha! It really is true that after searching everywhere, one can find it effortlessly. No wonder Xiao Bai can grow to such an extent. Thinking about it, the three sacred places of practicing the native powers of the ninja world, whether it's snakes, toads, or slugs, their sizes are comparable to tailed beasts, right? Moreover, they are not energy entities. They are real flesh and blood beings. Next, Uchiha Rong began to prepare the corresponding cultivation liquid, attempting to nurture this type of cell. However, after countless cultivation methods, all failed. In desperation, he ultimately had to use the life-given restorative ability to restore the flesh and blood of this small white creature. With the nearly rule-based power of his ocular technique, this time it was successful, and a large black cat that looked almost identical to the small white creature appeared before him. Strangely, this large black cat's heart was beating, and its body was alive. Yet it was like a vegetative state, lacking a soul. At the same time, Uchiha Rong sensed that the natural energy in the surrounding environment was more clearly flowing toward the clone of the small white creature. It was precisely this continuous influx of natural energy that kept this soulless body alive. It turned out that this was the complete sage body. This spectacle, even after having shocked several times, still feels astonishing upon seeing it again. It's the kind of shock that shatters one's worldview. Uchiha Rong is certain that Nagato's naturally born sage body is definitely not as perfect and powerful as Xiao Bai's. Having successfully replicated it using his ocular technique and gathered sufficient samples, Uchiha Rong immediately began a new round of research experiments. He wants to understand what exactly is the foundation for constructing the sage body. If this problem can be deciphered, then his six paths will truly be smooth sailing. To put it simply, the six paths level is the sage body sage chakra. Based on this, the ninjutsu developed is sage technique, which is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki is stronger than the Sage of Six Paths, she is essentially still at the Six Paths level. The difference is that Kagaya, who consumed the chakra fruit, far surpasses her two sons in terms of the magnitude of her power. It's like the difference between one-tailed chakra and one-tailed chakra. Fundamentally, they are both chakra. They both use the same type of energy. Therefore, no matter how powerful one is, they are still in the same tier. The sage mode of the three great sacred lands is a special method that allows a portion of gifted individuals to undergo long-term training in the three sacred lands, which are rich in natural energy, to enhance and transform their own bodies, thereby mastering the use of natural energy. By temporarily borrowing natural energy to merge with internal spiritual energy and cellular energy, the three merge in a sage chakra, achieving an all-around enhancement effect. This is what is known as sage mode. Therefore, the summoning beasts of the sacred lands, in this sage mode, can surpass the limits of a conventional body and reach the combat power of a Kage. Similarly, in the case of someone like Shiro, who possesses a sage body, can slowly accumulate natural energy over time. When needed, they can also unleash Kage-level combat power. When the sage body matches with sage mode, that is the true, complete 6 paths level power. Is it really another yin-yang escape creation? At this moment in the laboratory, Uchiha Rong dissected several little whites. He also dissected several of his own rock clone creations. Finally, I discovered some similarities among them. At the same time, I roughly understood the origin of the little white. Just as different amounts of earth attribute chakra mixed into wind and thunder can merge into sand gold, sand iron, and sand escape. The different proportions of yin and yang escape also create beings that are completely similar, yet different. It seems that little white is still not the perfect sage body. I can only say that it has already possessed 90 of the characteristics of sage body. Unknowingly, Uchiha Rong spent 3 days and nights in the laboratory. It wasn't until his internal organs began to protest that he paused his current experiment. At this moment, his research and understanding of the sage body had deepened significantly. It seems that to obtain a truly perfect sage body, like Otsutsuki Yui, one must first completely merge the two attributes of yin and yang. Yes, after 3 days and nights of research, this is the result he obtained. Although it is not entirely satisfactory, it is not without gains. At least, with the sample possessing 90 of the sage body characteristics, as long as he has the opportunity to acquire the method for practicing sage mode. Uchiha Rong is very confident that he can achieve a sage mode even more perfected than that of Senju Hashirama. What toad traits or snake traits? They are all weak. Those are distortions caused by the inadequacy of their own genetic cells, leading to assimilation by natural energy. With this sample, as long as I modify my body to the same extent, my sage mode will definitely be the most complete original form. Moreover, it will be much stronger than theirs. Uchiha Rong is full of confidence. At this moment, he is just missing the training method for sage mode. Once he obtains it, cannot say for sure, but the quasi-6 paths, that is certain. Once one day his yin-yang attributes truly merge successfully, and he creates a truly perfect sage body based on yin-yang release. Comparable to the physique of Kagaya Otsutsuki, that will be the true Chapter 203. Orochimaru in action. The current situation in the ninja world seems peaceful, but there are many ambitious individuals who are unwilling to remain in obscurity. Just as Uchiha Rong unexpectedly discovers the secret of Shiro and begins researching the sage body, Orochimaru is also diligently working on new research materials for himself. The year has quietly arrived in Konoha, 57. A year has completely passed since the night of the Uchiha massacre in the original timeline. In a certain wasteland in the northern border of the Land of Grass, a young man wearing a headband with a musical note pattern respectfully reported, "Lord Orochimaru, everything is ready. The target is expected to pass by here in half an hour." Beside him stood 5 other teenagers of varying ages, all gazing at Orochimaru with admiration and reverence. "Good job," Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. At 47 years old, nearing 50, Orochimaru's fair face had already developed a few wrinkles. Yet, a simple praise of good brought joy to his subordinates, indicating that his capabilities remained strong. "Now, go and prepare your ambush. This operation must not have any accidents." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." After his subordinates left, Orochimaru's confident brow flashed with a hint of worry as he reached out with his right palm to gently stroke his face. It seemed he needed to find time to visit Ronchan and get the yin sealing technique. Recently, he had felt a stagnation in his own strength. Even the activity of his bodily cells had begun to decline significantly. If it weren't for Rong reminding him that the consequences of not using the corpse reincarnation technique were quite severe and would greatly weaken his own spiritual power, he would have already started preparing for his first reincarnation plan. Yes, the corpse reincarnation technique is essentially a low-tier version of Otsutsuki's Q. It is an S-rank forbidden technique that transfers one's own consciousness and memories to another body to achieve longevity. That's right, longevity, not immortality. If the body is the vessel of the soul, then the soul is the vessel of consciousness. The corpse reincarnation technique, in fact, not only abandons the practitioner's own body, but also relinquishes the soul as the vessel of consciousness. The consciousness directly integrates into another person's soul, thereby achieving the miraculous effect of reincarnation. This point, of course, was deeply discussed between Uchiha Rong and Orochimaru, which was what convinced Orochimaru. One can understand that a person's soul and body are a match set. The saying form comes from the heart, refers to this heart as consciousness. Consciousness influences the soul, and the soul then influences the body, thereby affecting external appearance and forming a complete person. An unmatched soul is like a nested doll that cannot fit into a body. Forcing it in would only result in the body collapsing or the soul vanishing. Thus, the corpse reincarnation technique achieves consciousness transfer rather than a broad sense of soul crossing. Similarly, Otsutsuki's Q operates on the same principle. Because it is a transfer of consciousness, even if the original vessel's consciousness accepts this fate and does not resist, the instinctual fear of obliteration is something that cannot be resisted. Just like those who seek to end their lives, no matter how determined they are to die. At the very moment before true death, the vast majority experience regret, fear, and struggle. Orochimaru's vessel is no different. During the process of forcibly occupying another's body, if the other party does not resist, it certainly allows Orochimaru's consciousness to enter without obstruction. However, once it enters the other person's soul, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The first thing Orochimaru's consciousness must do is naturally to obliterate the other party's consciousness. Thus, an unavoidable internal struggle will ensue. At this point, there will be consumption, coupled with the spiritual power loss during the consciousness transfer process of the forbidden technique. This leads to Orochimaru being particularly weak after each instance of corpse reincarnation. This weakness is essentially a permanent weakening of his original spiritual power. Therefore, corpse reincarnation cannot achieve immortality, only relative longevity. The price of the permanent weakening of spiritual power brings not only this consequence. There is a significant reduction in resistance to illusions, a weakening of chakra control, and all capabilities related to spiritual power are permanently weakened. This is the most deadly aspect. Once upon a time, Orochimaru had no choice. But now that he has learned in advance that this is not a method for eternal life, he naturally won't use it unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Orochimaru has set his sights on the tailed beast, Mei, the seven tails from Takigakure. Of course, he doesn't intend to capture the tailed beast, as that would attract the attention of the 5 great ninja villages. After all, just recently, the Akatsuki organization committed a crime, and Orochimaru certainly doesn't want to act against the wind. He simply wants to obtain some physical structure of the chakra condensed from the seven tails Mei for research purposes. Aware of the flaws of the Edo Tensei technique, what he now seeks is no longer the special abilities of a vessel, but a more enduring vessel. Thus, the immortal tailed beast naturally came into Orochimaru's sight. If he could uncover the secrets of the tailed beast's immortality by studying its physical structure, then his long-cherished wish for immortality would be realized. If Uchiha Rome were here and learned of Orochimaru's idea, he would definitely laugh to death. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with the concept that Orochimaru is starting from. However, the secret of the tailed beast's immortality clearly lies in the conversion of natural energy. The fact that tailed beasts can efficiently convert natural energy into tailed beast chakra is the truth behind the near-infinite supply of tailed beast chakra. Whether it is this conversion ability or the ability for the consciousness of the tailed beast to be preserved permanently, even Uchiha Rome today is not qualified to explore such mysteries, let alone Orochimaru, who is merely at the peak of the shadow level. When combined with Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ability of the Sage of Six Paths to let his own consciousness separate from his body and exist eternally in a pure land. It is not difficult to see that the eternal consciousness of the tailed beast is also the work of the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the ability of the tailed beast to efficiently convert natural energy into tailed beast chakra is undoubtedly also a masterpiece of the Sage of Six Paths. This ability involving the six paths of power, even with Uchiha Rome relying on the life-giving power of her left eye, can currently only replicate a tailed beast with a limited lifespan. She still cannot achieve immortality, let alone eternal life. Not to mention that Orochimaru is still at the level of a shadow. In the original timeline, Orochimaru only managed to clone one horn of the 8 tails. Although, given enough time and resources, it is possible to replicate the 8 tails. But what is the use of shell of the 8 tails that has lost its ability to convert natural energy and lacks consciousness? Can a few tailed beast balls turn it into a weakened state, requiring years of recovery? This tailed beast, which has lost its supercharged chakra recovery ability, can be easily defeated by any shadow-level ninja. What significance does that have? Half an hour quickly passed, and soon a team of ninjas approached from a distance. Meanwhile, The sound ninja from Orochimaru's ambush had already begun to form seals in secret. As several fire dragon balls opened the curtain of battle, Orochimaru, wielding the Tengu sword, stepped forward, directly targeting the Seven Tails Jinchuri. At the same time, 6 of Orochimaru's subordinates activated Curse Seal Level 1. Their chakra, originally at levels 1 and 2, surged to levels 5 and 6. During the battle, one of them even activated Curse Seal Level 2, growing a pair of strange wings from their back. This was a distortion caused by the invasion of natural energy into the body, similar to the Sage Mode of the 3 major sacred lands. Instantly, this subordinate's chakra increased again to levels 8 and 9, reaching the level of S-rank Quasi-Shadow. Even their muscles and bones were enhanced several times over. It was clear that the development of the Curse Seal meant that Orochimaru had visited the Dragon Cave over the years and even encountered the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. But for some reason, it seemed he had not been able to master the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, ultimately only developing a weakened version of the Curse Seal. Chapter 204. Transaction. Under the enhancement of the Curse Seal, the 6 sound ninjas unleashed a power far exceeding that of the 4 opponents. Not only did they have superior individual combat power, but they also had the advantage in numbers and the element of surprise from the ambush. Within just a few minutes, the team from Takigakure lost 3 members, leaving only the Seven Tails Jinchuri. At this moment, the remaining Jinchuri was severely injured under Orochimaru's Tengu sword. Orochimaru did not even give her a chance to take flight. Just as she was about to lose her life, the Jinchuri fully released the chakra of the Seven Tails. The next moment, a giant insect over 60 meters long appeared. It had a body resembling a beetle, 3 pairs of dragonfly-like wings, and a long tail. The tail and wings added up to 7. However, despite its comical appearance, the chakra emitted from it was extremely abundant. In terms of chakra quantity, it was second only to the 8 tails. Trying to escape? Orochimaru snorted coldly and quickly formed seals. Several snake whips swiftly bound the 7 tails, who attempted to fly away. At the same time, the subordinate who had activated Curse Seal Level 2 and grown wings surprisingly took to the air, forming seals from above and launching a sonic wave ninjutsu attack on the Jinchuri. The sound waves not only caused the Jinchuri to hold its head and roll on the ground, but also severed 1 pair of its wings and a large portion of its abdomen. Clearly, this flying subordinate was Orochimaru's backup plan to prevent the 7 tails from escaping. Although tailed beasts belong to energy life forms, this strange creature also had a physical form. To prevent the Jinchuri from turning its severed limbs into energy and recalling them, Orochimaru immediately commanded several large pythons to swallow these experimental materials, severing their connection to the Jinchuri. With the objective achieved, they quickly retreated. Only after successfully sending the pythons back did Orochimaru signal for withdrawal. He certainly could not capture a tailed beast. Right now, during a sensitive period for all villages, capturing the 7 tails would be a hot potato. But a surprise attack to collect some experimental materials was still feasible. The 7 tails, being the weakest tailed beast, only managed to break free from the bindings after Orochimaru and his 7 subordinates had disappeared. It no longer dared to stay, flying away immediately. It felt very frustrated. It was like walking down the road and suddenly being blocked by a few thugs, getting humiliated before they left. It was an utter disgrace. A few months hurriedly passed. Just as Xinyuan Jianyu unexpectedly joined the Umbu, and the Root completed the 2nd batch of weapon training, Naruto and the other 12 young ninjas entered the 2nd half of their 3rd-year class at the Ninja Academy. One morning, just after getting up, Uchiha Rong received a message from Orochimaru. "Zhou 3 same. I want the Een sealing technique." Can't hold back any longer, huh? Uchiha Rong felt a sense of joy at the good news. Why didn't he proactively suggest to Tsunade that he wanted to meet the Sage of the Slugs? Because he was still young, and he had plenty of opportunities to wait for Tsunade to summon the Slug for battle. Why didn't he bring up wanting to learn the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave from Orochimaru? Similarly, he was still young. The one who should be anxious was Orochimaru. After years of ups and downs in the business world, Uchiha Rong understood the importance of holding the initiative. To achieve great things, one must remain calm and composed. It was clear that Orochimaru was anxious about his increasingly aging body. "Same Zhou 3. Give me a satisfactory price." "Zhou 3 same. What do you want?" Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. Facing Orochimaru's quick reply, he took his time to get up and wash up first. After feeling refreshed, he replied, "Same Zhou 3. What do you have?" Now, it was Orochimaru's turn to fall silent. Uchiha Rong was not in a hurry. He took his time to head to the backyard to begin his daily lessons. Recently, His yin-yang release had progressed well. He could already shape simple forms from nothing and infuse them with energy. Without forming seals, a fire dragon over 3 meters long materialized out of thin air and crashed into the wooden figure before him. Boom! The flames exploded, but the wooden figure only charred a small portion of its fist-sized area. This was certainly not due to the weakness of the fire dragon's power, but rather the effect of the 5 sealing barriers. Being able to cast the great fire dragon without seals and cause such destruction to the wooden figure within the 5 sealing barriers was already comparable to an S-rank Raikiri. Soon, another fire dragon appeared out of thin air. Then came a water dragon, and within just one breath, a lightning dragon, earth dragon, and wind dragon followed in succession. 5 elemental dragons frolicked around, almost as if they were living beings. Secondary life forms? Uchiha Rong's lips curled up. The 5 elemental dragons, infused with his yin-yang release power, not only increased in power, but also exhibited agility comparable to living creatures. They even faintly began to possess a weak consciousness similar to that of the jellyfish, although they could only exist for less than 15 minutes. Such godlike means were simply astonishing. To know that this was not the ability of the Sharingan's ocular technique, but the true mastery of yin-yang creation by Uchiha Rong himself. With this ability alone, applied to various ninjutsu, his original body could be said to possess the combat power of entering the SS rank, already stepping into the highest tier of the Super Shadow. The daily lesson process was enjoyable. Immersed in his thoughts, Uchiha Rong hardly felt the passage of time, until the ring on his right middle finger emitted a faint blue light once again. "Zhou, 3 same. Let's talk in person." It was obvious that after some time to consider, Orochimaru had prepared what he believed was a sufficient offer. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong rarely interrupted his daily lesson midway. In a wave of space-time ninjutsu fluctuation, his figure vanished into thin air. On the other side, at the ruins of the land of whirlpools, oh no, it should now be called the land of music, the Sound Ninja Village. Since Orochimaru arrived in this land, he had not only used the resources provided by Uchiha Rong to nurture a large population, but also supported a puppet daimyo, rebuilt the nation, and named it the Land of Music. He dispatched his subordinates to escort Uchiha Rong to and from the merchant ships of the Land of Water to earn commissions. On the other hand, he also took a different approach by cultivating batches of singing and dancing boy bands and girl groups, touring everywhere to gain fame, develop fans, and earn wealth from other countries. Nowadays, he has managed the Land of Sound quite well. At least, the old citizens of the Land of Whirlpools can have a stable and prosperous home here as long as they work hard. They no longer suffer from hunger or have inadequate clothing. Orochimaru has also gained a large number of loyal citizens, which has allowed the Sound Ninja Village to flourish and develop rapidly. With a group of subordinates and retainers taken by Orochimaru, the Sound Ninja Village now has more than 500 registered ninjas. Although most of them are new generation lower ninjas, there are only a dozen or so upper ninjas. However, there are 3 quasi-Kages, along with Orochimaru, who is at the peak of the Kage level and operating from behind scenes. After repelling several waves of invaders, the Sound Ninja Village has firmly established its footing, and its reputation is no less than that of the Grass Ninja, Hot Water Ninja, and Moon Ninja, second only to the Rain Ninja Village and the Waterfall Ninja Village. At this moment, in an underground laboratory of the Sound Ninja Village, as Orochimaru activated a flying Thunder God seal in his hand, Uchiha Rong's figure instantly appeared. "Let's talk, Orochimaru. What chips have you prepared?" Upon seeing Uchiha Rong, Orochimaru's smile was as warm as spring. He pointed to a row of objects on the table beside him and confidently said, "This is a scroll recording genetic modification technology, and that one is my improved new type of cooperation ring, which can project a screen to transmit more text, images, and even sounds. And this, the scroll for cell transplantation technology, as well as artificial human cloning technology. The cloning technology is not yet perfect and can only clone ordinary people without chakra. Finally, this one records my newly developed curse seal technique, which is an S-rank forbidden technique. It can temporarily seal one's power into the target's body to enhance the ninja's physique and chakra. The second form of the curse seal can also absorb a small amount of natural energy for a comprehensive enhancement." Seeing Orochimaru take out so many research achievements at once, Uchiha Rong remained composed, but inwardly he was secretly impressed. Truly, he is the mad scientist of the ninja world. With sufficient resources and conditions, the output is surprisingly high. Orochimaru then added, "Rong-chan, you can choose any 3 to take with you. I just want the Ein seal, the improved version you have." All right, then I'll choose these three. Uchiha Rong decisively unfastened a scroll from his waist, then took 3 scrolls from the table. The genetic modification technology, the imperfect cloning technology, and the S-rank forbidden technique. The snake curse seal. Hee, truly cunning Rong-chan. Seeing that he did not choose the new type of cooperation ring, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Uchiha Rong was in a better mood. He already had the cell transplantation technology and believed it was not inferior to Orochimaru's. As for the new type of cooperation ring that could transmit more text, images, and even sounds, since Orochimaru had developed it, would it run away? Therefore, among the 5 options, what was truly useful to Uchiha Rong were the 3 he chose. The genetic modification technology might be useful for his subsequent in-depth research on Sage Body, while the cloning technology, he remembered that in Orochimaru's original trajectory, he had cloned a Sage Body and adopted it as his son, naming it Mitsuki. This thing would definitely be useful for his future Sage Body research. As for the Curse Seal, isn't it just a weaker version of the Sage Mode? Uchiha Rong did not care about Orochimaru's teasing and said solemnly, Orochimaru, I must remind you that my improved In Seal requires both Yin and Yang attributes to practice. This statement immediately froze Orochimaru, who had been smiling just a second ago. Although he and his teacher were known as all-attribute ninjas, in reality, that referred to the normal 5 chakra attributes. They did have Yin attributes. Sarutobi Hiruzen treated Yin attributes as a talent, focusing on learning related forbidden techniques like the corpse reanimation technique. Orochimaru had developed some abilities based on Yin attributes, such as the Impure World Reincarnation, Heaven's Curse Seal, and Earth's Curse Seal. However, as for the Yang attribute, just looking at Orochimaru's pale and frail body made it easy to guess. Clearly, he did not possess it. Rong-chan, are you messing with me? Orochimaru's expression instantly darkened. It was evident that he believed Uchiha Rong had known all along that he had not awakened the Yang attribute. It still did not inform him until the deal was done, just to disgust him. Although he could not defeat Uchiha Rong, that did not prevent Orochimaru from showing his displeasure. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong laughed heartily. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. You didn't clarify, but I did give you both Tsunade's In Seal and my improved In Seal. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression softened. He quickly opened the scroll to check, and after a quarter of an hour, he nodded, reluctantly accepting reality. Although he could not practice the improved In Seal without awakening the Yang attribute, he could still practice the original Tsunade's In Seal. After all, what he primarily wanted was the function of the In Seal that ensures eternal youth, allowing his body cells to regain the vitality of his youth, thus enabling his stagnant strength to continue growing. In this regard, there was not much of a difference. Just as Orochimaru was accepting reality, Uchiha Rong's tempting voice sounded. Actually, my Yang release ability has made some progress recently, and I could assist you in completing the improved In Seal. What conditions? If Orochimaru had not reacted by now, he would truly be foolish. So this was what he was waiting for. Orochimaru felt indignant in his heart, but Uchiha Rong was unconcerned about his expression and calmly said, I am quite interested in the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. How do you know? Orochimaru's words were cut off, and he fell silent, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Over the years, he had secretly attempted to practice the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave several times, all ending in failure. The natives of the ninja world did not have as clear an understanding of talent as Uchiha Rong did. In simple terms, Orochimaru had repeatedly failed to practice Sage Mode because he had not developed the Yang attribute. Each failure came with serious consequences, risking being eaten by the Snake Sage. Even though Orochimaru had strong self-preservation abilities, each time was fraught with danger, and he had to pay a huge price to survive. This was a pain in Orochimaru's heart. He did not want to tell others that his talent was not enough. The great Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, lacking talent? Wasn't that a joke? With a dark face, Orochimaru immediately created an information scroll. Take this. This is the method to practice Sage Mode in the Dragon Cave. Uchiha Rong did not hold back and began to read it on the spot. Simply put, Yin attributes shape the body, while Yang attributes represent abundant vitality. Practicing Sage Arts is a process of evolving the body. For instance, the toad oil of Mount Mayaboku, the shedding technique of the Dragon Cave, and the medical abilities of the Wet Bone Forest are all strong aids when practicing Sage Arts. Coupled with the rich natural energy environment of the 3 Great Holy Lands, the biological gene cells that would originally take millions of years to slowly improve and evolve under natural energy can achieve evolution in a short time, thus better adapting to absorb natural energy and advancing towards the sage body. Once the body can autonomously absorb and store external natural energy, it signifies that sage mode has been achieved. The duration of sage mode, the so-called talent, actually lies here. The closer the immortal body is to perfection, the stronger the physique becomes, and the more efficiently it absorbs and stores natural energy. A stronger physique is better adapted to natural energy, allowing it to endure the duration of natural energy bursts for a longer time. At the same time, the more natural energy stored, the longer the duration of the sage mode, until one reaches the perfect immortal body like that of the sage of six paths. One can maintain this sage mode indefinitely, which is the true sage. At this moment, what Orochimaru provided in the scroll records the complete process of practicing the snake sage mode in the dragon cave. First, to practice the snake sage mode, the snake sage must directly inject their sage chakra into the body of the person wishing to learn the sage technique. Then, the individual is confined in a place called the Great Snake Cave. As the name suggests, this place is also the true snake cave of the dragon cave, rich in natural energy. Countless snakes that have survived in this environment for a long time are filled with natural energy in their blood and flesh. What the practitioner needs to do is to devour. By continuously consuming other snakes, they promote their own cellular evolution in this environment rich in natural energy. When they can no longer endure, they shed their skin to save their lives. Then they continue to devour, shedding skin, eating an infinite cycle, until the body fully adapts to the natural energy and can begin to absorb natural energy on its own. Orochimaru, due to not awakening the yang attribute, although he avoided being overwhelmed by natural energy multiple times through shedding his skin, promoting cell evolution also requires a significant amount of vitality. With insufficient conditions, Orochimaru's transformation was too slow, until his body was pushed to the limit by natural energy in that environment. He still failed to achieve the initial stage of the sage mode. He had no choice but to withdraw. At this time, according to the rules of the Dragon Cave, the loser has no value in surviving. Elder Shinya, who granted him chakra, has appeared. At this moment for Orochimaru, he is an excellent source of nourishment. Naturally, there was no reason to let this opportunity slip by. Unfortunately, Orochimaru himself not only possesses peak shadow-level combat power, but also has relatively comprehensive abilities with few shortcomings. In terms of self-preservation, even the barely surpassing shadow-level Shinya couldn't do anything to him for a moment. It was clear that continuing to fight would lead to a situation where even if they successfully defeated Orochimaru, it would still be a loss. In the end, they could only extort a hefty sum from Orochimaru before stopping. Phew, as fate would have it, in less than 15 minutes, Uchiha Rong had already obtained the information he needed. He kept his word and immediately began assisting Orochimaru in constructing the Ein sealing technique, A's formula seal. In fact, the participation of outsiders in assisting with the Ein sealing technique, which is an S-class forbidden technique, is highly frowned upon. After all, at that moment, it was equivalent to having one's life in someone else's hands. However, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. What a joke. If Rong Rual wants to harm him, just a glare is enough. Is there still a need to tamper with the shadow seal? I have to say, this is a rather unique form of trust. At the same time, Uchiha Rong began to contemplate. Through the method of practicing sage arts recorded by Orochimaru in the Dragon Cave, he summarized 3 conditions for practicing sage mode. First, the proportion of sage chakra. It is clear that the proportions of sage chakra in snake sage mode, toad sage mode, and slug sage mode are different. Moreover, this proportion cannot be conveyed through recorded information, which is why there is a prelude where the snake sage, Shin, injects Orochimaru with a dose of sage chakra. It is meant to let him personally experience the proportion of sage chakra. That is, the proportion of the fusion of natural energy, spiritual energy, and cellular energy. The second condition is a place rich in natural energy. Currently, the only known places that meet this condition are the 3 Great Sage Regions. The title of the 3 Great Sage Regions comes from this. There was originally a place called the Land of Training, which also had abundant natural energy, but unfortunately, it has long been destroyed. The third condition is the talent for sage arts, specifically the awakening of both yin and yang attributes. In this regard, he has already exceeded the standard. It seems that going to the 3 Great Sage Regions is a must, Uchiha Rong thought to himself. The sage mode of the Dragon Cave, the more perfect it is, the more the body approaches snake transformation. Although it has the strongest attack capability, it is clear that this proportion of sage arts is not very suitable for humans. In contrast, the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain, the more perfect it is, the less the body undergoes toe distortion. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is not easy to deal with. After some contemplation, Uchiha Rong set his sights on Tsunade again. It seems I need to think of a reasonable and natural way to have Tsunade take me to the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 206, A New Cooperative Ring. In a land of fire, near the capital city of Kyoto, in the Snow Bamboo Valley, Uchiha Yunxiang sat in the courtyard, playing with a red gemstone ring engraved with the character 1. As she infused the ring with non-attribute chakra, a beam of light shot out from the ring face. On the light screen, the task hall, friend list, contribution store, member list, and other functional buttons dazzled her. It has indeed improved a lot. Yunxiang began to curiously explore the usage of this new ninja tool. First, she controlled the pointer on the interface with her chakra and opened the task hall. It was empty. Clearly, this interface has not released any tasks yet. Then she opened the friend list. To her surprise, from boat 2 to boat 10, along with 10 others, were all listed there. Oh, it even allows for changing nicknames? Yunxiang accidentally clicked on her own name, Zhou 1 at the top, and surprisingly found that it seemed possible to change her name. Immediately, she tried changing Zhou 1 to Yunwu Shinzi. The next moment, she saw her nickname change to Yunwu Shinzi Zhou 1. Yunxiang was somewhat speechless. It seemed that no matter how she changed her nickname, the note Zhou 1 would always remain. Looking at the list of names available to add friends below the friend list, Yunxiang felt a bit dazed. After all, there were suddenly so many more people. If nicknames could be changed freely without any identifiers, it would be chaotic. It would be impossible to tell who was who. The list of friends that could be added below displayed. Total 1, Total 2. Total 50. Yi vienas yidu yitris. Yi set. A total of 550 friends could be added. It is clear that the only Tong is the leader. Tenja represent the high-ranking officials. 50 Gong are the lower-level officials. 500 Jar, the core members of the fraternity. In fact, as it has developed to this day, including the budding organizations under its command, such as the 8 Gates of Duinjia class, Swordsmanship class, and so on, the total number of members of the Tongzhou Gongji Society has expanded to 2,000 or 3,000 people. Among them, the more than 500 who possess the Tongzhou Gongji ring are the true core members of the fraternity. Figures like Might Guy, Yao Shidu, Yao Shinai Kaya Irika, Yuzuki Yuin, Mitarashi Anko, and Kisame Hashigaki, among others, are gone. The new generation represented by Rock, Lee, Is-G. Different rings naturally come with different privileges. Just as friends can be added below the friend list, Yunxiang's Zhou ring can see 550 people. The Gong ring can only see the direct subordinates of those with the G ring. The G ring can only contact their direct superiors and a few colleagues, with no authority to bypass ranks. Correspondingly, the task hall and contribution mall also have tasks and exchange channels visible according to their permissions. Moreover, what Yunxiang doesn't know is that only the Zhou ring can freely change nicknames, while the Gong and G rings do not have this privilege. After glancing at the member list, Yunxiang casually added a few people she usually interacted with. Then she opened the contribution mall. Instantly, a large number of material names appeared on the screen, and even hovering the pointer over a name for a while would show the corresponding physical image. Introduction to the effects of mechanical sound items. Wow, so amazing. This scene left Yunxiang stunned. She directly selected the medicinal herbs category and stopped the pointer on the first century-old blood ginseng. Suddenly, an image of the blood ginseng appeared, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Century-old blood ginseng, one of the main ingredients for high-quality body-strengthening pills and high-quality body-refining liquids, suitable for C to A level stage auxiliary cultivation. Do you want to spend 100 contribution points to purchase? 1,000-year Snow Lotus. Its efficacy is 10 times that of the century-old one. This specimen is actually 130 years old and can be formulated into various secret medicines suitable for B to S level. Do you want to spend 10,000 contribution points to purchase? Qifeng, a ninja sword with attributes of wind, fire, thunder, and earth. It can normally and without loss conduct the 4 corresponding attribute chakras and is sharp and sturdy, cutting iron like mud. Do you want to spend 280 contribution points to purchase? Flame, a ninja sword with attributes of fire, wind, and thunder. 120 contribution points. Treasure silver glow necklace. Wearing it for a long time can accelerate the chakra refining speed of mid to low ninjas by 10 to 30. 50,000 contribution points. Wood puppet Gujiao, a flying puppet with long horns, capable of performing water and wind techniques, combat power C to B, and can fly thousands of miles a day. 200 contribution points. Purchasing includes the first volume of Puppet Technique from Beginner to Burial. The Basics section. The dazzling array of goods left Yunxiang in awe. Mainly, her permissions were too high, so there were many items visible to her. Even the same Jodai's Yuzu Shikura had lower permissions than Yunxiang. The flying puppet is quite interesting. Looking at her substantial 110,000 contribution points in the lower right corner, Yunxiang, without blinking, chose to purchase the wood puppet Gujiao. This puppet, also modeled after the strange beast Gujiao from Shanhai Jing, appeared extremely fierce and imposing. It is known that the strange beast Gujiao is a man-eating ferocious beast. The original text in Shanhai Jing. Its shape is like a jiao but has horns. Its sound is like that of a baby, and it eats people. It is called Gujiao. No wonder Yunxiang picked it at first glance. Of course, the main reason Yunxiang chose to purchase Gujiao was its flying capability. In the future, whether for traveling or escaping, it would be a great helper. Just after Yunxiang successfully purchased it, a line of text appeared on the light screen. Congratulations, you have successfully spent 200 contribution points to purchase wood puppet Guangdiao. It will be delivered to you shortly. Please wait in place for 1 minute. Do not move rapidly. Upon seeing this prompt, Yunxiang was clearly taken aback. What does this mean? Isn't it's supposed to wait for the merchant team to deliver? Before she could think more, in the next moment, she felt a flash before her eyes. A wooden puppet over a meter tall had already appeared in front of her. The flying thunder god of the master? Now Yunxiang finally understood. Clearly, the new Jodai had been further improved by Uchiha Rong, with the flying thunder god technique seal added within it. This function of ordering any time and having it delivered immediately is truly fantastic. She just didn't know which unfortunate clone bore this heavy workload. One could easily guess that Uchiha Rong's main body would never do something like delivering with the flying thunder god. While Yunxiang was examining Gujiao, she finally discovered a mechanism slot on its abdomen. Opening the mechanism, a scroll lay quietly inside. It was the user manual and the complementary puppet basics. At Yunxiang's current level, she figured out the secrets of chakra line control in less than a quarter of an hour. Soon she got the hang of it, controlling Gujiao to fly her into the sky. TSK. Now she could fly even without the Yatagarasu. Yunxiang was clearly very happy flying. She knocked on Gujiao's shell. Very sturdy. No wonder it was the product of the Master S would release. Although it had a wooden shell, it was harder than many alloys. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Finally, Uchiha Yunxiang took a sideways shot of herself sitting on Gujiao flying over the snowy bamboo valley and sent it to the public hall. Yunwu Fairy, Zhou 1 image. Yunwu Fairy, Zhou 1 cool, right? Chapter 207. Konoha Hospital Uchiha Rong looked at the small light screen on the ring and smiled lightly. In fact, due to the framework of the permission group not being fully constructed yet, the information sent to the public hall could only be seen by Uchiha Rong. It must be said that Orochimaru is a genius researcher. A few years ago, Uchiha Rong only proposed some concepts, and Orochimaru combined biological communication technology with dozens of other technologies to complete this epic-making communication ninja tool. Essentially, the current Jodai is like a small communicator. Basic text, image, and sound transmission have been realized. The core signal tower is still Uchiha Rong's ocular chakra, but naturally, the kaleidoscope-level ocular power now is incomparable to before. Uchiha Rong not only added the Flying Thunder God technique seal internally, but also microscopically carved a kind of magical array illusion array with ocular power. This resulted in the ring face being able to project a high-tech operating interface like a projector. Essentially, its technological level is still at the level of a small communicator, not even reaching the level of a smartphone. There is no rush to visit Tsunade. Uchiha Rong didn't pay much attention to the more than 500 Jodai rings just issued and headed straight to Konoha Hospital. These rings were, of course, offered voluntarily by Orochimaru through additional research funding. Since Orochimaru is so obsessed with longevity, once I thoroughly understand the secrets of returning to youth, he could be the first test subject. With this thought, Uchiha Rong had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. The overall structure of Konoha Hospital, at first glance, is almost indistinguishable from a modern hospital. Only in the subtle details of the architecture can some stylistic differences and Konoha's characteristics be seen. Konoha Hospital is not small, consisting of a large area of 6 to 7-story buildings. It is also divided into inpatient departments, emergency departments, internal and external medicine, etc. However, the divisions are not so detailed, and there is no finer classification like proctology. After entering the hospital, Uchiha Roan walked straight towards the experimental building behind the inpatient department building. Tsunade, now, spends all day in the experimental building conducting research. Of course, her research is different from Orochimaru's. It's all serious case studies and the development of medical ninja techniques. Unlike in the original work, Konoha Hospital is not exclusive to healing ninjas. Its existence is more about addressing various ailments of the villagers. In this bizarre ninja world, the technology tree is quite crooked. In some aspects, the technology is not inferior to modern society, but in other aspects, it still retains a lot of ancient social structures. This has led to the living conditions of the common people remaining relatively primitive, and various diseases continue to be a major problem limiting population development. The existence of Konoha Hospital not only greatly increases the survival rate of newborns, but also has an undeniable contribution to people's livelihood. It is also a major reason for Konoha's prosperity. The superior medical conditions have attracted many wealthy residents from the Land of Fire, leading to better economic development. After settling in Konoha, these wealthy ninjas often have various needs. For example, losing a cat or dog and other trivial matters of life. With no shortage of money, they are always very willing to pay a considerable reward for ninjas to help them solve their problems. Moreover, there are some foolish wealthy women who make exorbitant requests for Tsunade to sell the secret of eternal youth. Stop. This is the medical team's research department. Nopasi. Not long after, Uchiha Roan was stopped by two Umbu. Seeing this, he was not surprised. Konoha is loose on the outside, but tight on the inside, and many sensitive areas are guarded by Umbu. Uchiha Ri also stopped moving forward and instead took a few steps back, waiting in place. Before coming here, he had already sent a message to Tsunade. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. A stunning beauty in a white lab coat with a green coat over it walked out of the building, with her flawless, delicate skin and alluring figure. Who else could it be but Tsunade? Step back, he's my esteemed guest. With Tsunade's voice, yes, Lady Tsunade. Two members of the Umbu left the scene. Roan, what brings you here today? Tsunade approached closely and linked her arm with his as they walked inside. Uchiha Roan was startled and quickly pulled his arm away. Cough, cough. It's nothing, just came to see how your water mirror technique practice is going. Once Tsunade gets familiar with someone, her carefree personality often leads her to do things that are both amusing and exasperating. Essentially, she's a tomboy. Uchiha Roan had long been accustomed to her suddenly displaying a more feminine side and her intimate arm-linking behavior. There have been even more outrageous moments. When she completely mastered the rock clone technique and successfully defeated 3 wooden statues, she even joyfully stuffed Uchiha Roan's head against her ample bosom. That time nearly suffocated Uchiha Roan. She is a combination of a girl with a youthful heart, a woman with the experiences of an old lady, and a rough, tough girl. Upon hearing about the water mirror technique, Tsunade's attitude instantly changed. Just a moment ago, she was acting like a gentle woman, but now she regained her serious demeanor. Well, she has basically mastered the water mirror technique. Recently, I've been researching a drug that delays cellular activity. The lady of the Tea Mountain Lord has put up a bounty of 300 million Ryo for it. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wearing a white lab coat over a green jacket, she looked particularly energetic, her steps brisk and lively as she led the way. Roan, you're just in time. Help me take a look at my research results. As she spoke, Tsunade's entire aura transformed into that of a career-driven woman. Uchiha Roan, who was already accustomed to Tsunade's ever-changing style, could only smile wryly and hurry to keep up. The term changeable was vividly embodied in Tsunade. 1 second she was in one state, and the next second she was in another. If it were someone else of the same age, they might not be able to handle it. Uchiha Roan didn't rush to reveal her intentions and followed Tsunade into a laboratory in the research building. Soon, with her own experience in pharmacology, she began to seriously assist Tsunade in researching this new drug. It must be said that the medical class has plenty of benefits. Other than her daily training, Tsunade now spends most of her time immersed in the research lab at Konoha Hospital. The various new medical ninjutsu and drugs she developed have earned her a fortune. It seems she has taken this as her career. Uchiha Roan even faintly felt that after returning to the village, Tsunade had a particular obsession with making money. Earning money and researching medical ninjutsu seemed to have become her few hobbies. Coupled with her Senju Hashiramas would release inheritance. In the connection of teaching the rock clone technique and water mirror technique, Tsunade's attitude toward Uchiha Roan had also undergone a significant change. She often displayed unguarded affectionate gestures, subtly considering him akin to a close relative like Rope Tree. Should I directly propose going to the wet bone forest? Uchiha Rong suddenly felt that perhaps he had been overthinking some things. Looking at Tsunade's current attitude, it seemed that if he brought it up directly, there was a good chance she would agree. Watching Tsunade busying herself, Uchiha Rong showed hesitation. Chapter 208. Finally appearing in the end, Uchiha Rong restrained his eagerness and did not directly propose his request to go to the wet bone forest to Tsunade. Currently, his research on Sage Mode had not yet been initially perfected, and the gene modification and cloning techniques he had just acquired from Orochimaru were still pending research. With so much still to digest, there was really no rush to obtain the Sage Mode from the wet bone forest. As for the research on Tsunade's new medicine, there had been unexpected breakthroughs with Uchiha Rong's help. Honey and peach pulp combined with dextrin surprisingly managed to lock in a certain degree of life energy. Rong, you are truly a genius. Adding some ginseng powder to this pill should make it even more effective. Uchiha Rong's expression was calm. He just happened to have some insights into various types of vitality research, which could be applied to this kind of medicine. If we consider different types of vitality energy as a kind of water, then there must be some natural substances that act as filters in nature. Among them, ginseng and honey have already shown a characteristic in Uchiha Rong's research when using yang attribute chakra for nature transformation. Injecting the chakra into ginseng and honey will allow some substances that nourish the vitality of living cells to be captured by these materials. This is also one of the main reasons why ninjas who awaken yang attribute chakra tend to live longer. They themselves are a kind of vitality converter. And the awakening of the yang attribute has already touched upon the tip of the iceberg of the source of life. I will give you half of the 300 million reward. Tsunade patted her chest confidently. Uchiha Rong smiled and did not refuse. Just as the two continued to research the new medicine, on the other side, in the land of tea. Lord Kisame, the goods have been loaded. Then let's hurry up and set off. Don't delay the schedule. The voice of Kisame Hoshigaki came from the carriage. He had officially become a capable cooperative officer. This time he took on a mission from the Snow Bamboo Valley, escorting a batch of top-quality tea worth up to 100 million to the land of snow. Thanks to Itachi's recognition, Kisame felt an extraordinary sense of belonging to the organization. He worked very seriously. On this trip, Kisame not only brought along a dozen new subordinates, but also an entire 100-man samurai corps. Uchiha Rong was not stingy with his subordinates. Kisame had earned enough commission through his own efforts to train so many subordinate ninjas and samurai, which is quite telling. Compared to struggling for basic sustenance in the Akatsuki organization, Kisame was truly enjoying a superior treatment now. This further strengthened Kisame's sense of belonging to the organization. After all, nothing is more tangible than actual money in hand. During the mission, Kisame either practiced with Itachi and the others in the Snow Bamboo Valley or returned to his estate he purchased outside to enjoy life. It is worth mentioning that recently Kisame got married. His wife was a wealthy young lady who was rescued from mountain bandits by Kisame. Therefore, Kisame's life has become increasingly prosperous. The caravan was loading goods in the land of tea, setting off grandly towards the northwest. They would cross the land of fire, the land of grass, and the land of earth, ultimately reaching the land of snow. It was precisely because of the long journey and the instability in the ninja world that the profits from this trade route were very considerable. A little over half a month later, just shortly after the convoy entered the land of grass, they finally encountered an enemy that his subordinates could not handle. When Kisame arrived at the front of the convoy and saw two figures in black robes with red clouds surrounded by his subordinate samurai corps, his expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground, all of his trained ninjas and samurai. Scorpion, long time no see. Kisame Hoshigaki stepped forward with his sword drawn. The reason he didn't call out the other person's name was naturally because he didn't recognize them. He was a thin young man with a mustache, wearing the forehead protector of the rogue ninja from Rain Hidden Village. It seemed he was a newcomer who had recently joined after leaving the Akatsuki organization. Clearly, this guy was a ninja trained by Nagato from Rain Hidden Village. The term rogue ninja was just for show. It's you, Zetsu. You have indeed betrayed the organization. A deep voice came from Zuki. Betray? It was that fraud calling himself Madara who deceived me, and he used his Manjiki Sharingan to manipulate my mind. Kisame retorted defiantly. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have wasted words. But now, the more cheerful Kisame was reluctant to suffer such slander. He controlled you? Upon hearing this, Scorpion's voice revealed surprise. Normally, Scorpion was not one to be chatty. The reason he acted directly was due to his wariness of Kisame's strength. Having lost the advantage of the third Kazekage puppet, his combat power had significantly decreased. At this moment, Facing the monster that was Kisame, he had no confidence of victory. If he had known that this merchant convoy was being protected by Kisame, he might not have even attacked. Take a good look, Scorpion. After leaving the Akatsuki, I'm still taking on missions. Yet I can have all of this. Saying this, Kisame pointed to the surrounding warriors and ninjas. Though there were only about 100 warriors, they all had nearly comparable chakra. Among them, there were even 3 elite J-nin. Additionally, among the 17 ninjas, aside from the 2 Chunin corpses lying at Scorpion's feet, there were also 2 J-nin and 13 Chunin among the encircling crowd. It was precisely because of the delay caused by these 2 J-nin and the 3 warrior leaders that Scorpion and his companion had not inflicted significant damage on the merchant convoy before Kisame arrived. Are they all your subordinates? Now Scorpion was genuinely shocked. Damn, the disparity in treatment is too great. His group had to fight desperately just to barely gain the protection of Rain-Hidden Village, and the training resources could only be said to be barely sufficient. Kisame had been rogue for such a short time, yet he had surplus resources to support such a large number of subordinates. How about it? The new leader not only provides protection, but is also much more generous than that fraud from the Akatsuki. Kisame laughed. In reality, he was stalling for time. He had already sent a message to the leader using the J-nin ring. J-nin 7. Leader, I have discovered Scorpion's whereabouts. Picture. Not only had he sent a message, but he had also taken a picture without Scorpion noticing. After all, the light screen of the J-nin ring was essentially a type of illusionary information communication panel, specifically targeting the wearer's own illusion. Thus, outsiders could not peek at the screen. Kisame, who didn't he seem to love talking nonsense before? At this moment, Scorpion seemed to realize something was off. Without further ado, he prepared to make a run for it. Bang! In the next moment, before his eyes could even register, he was sent flying by Kisame's sword. Zigon attack. Seeing that escape was impossible, Zuki shot out a flurry of poison needles while calling out to another companion in a dark red cloud robe. Yes, Elder Scorpion, however. Before he could finish forming his hand seals, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Among them, a large raccoon-like figure shot out an air cannon, directly blasting Zigon's head into pieces. Scorpion. Long time no see. Chapter 209. Wooden Puppets versus Puppet Technique. Who are you? Zuki raised his shield, his voice low. His new partner was at least an elite J-nin, yet he was instantly killed by the opponent's puppet without any ability to resist. Scorpion's vigilance instantly peaked, and his heart sank. One Kisame is already troublesome, and now there's another powerful enemy capable of instantly killing elite J-nin. Scorpion knew that today, his chances of survival were slim. Oh, you don't need to care about who I am. Just make your move. Uchiha Rome smiled lightly, his chakra threads connected to the puppets starting to move rapidly. Previously, he had faced Scorpion directly while wearing an Umbu mask. Now, he didn't even reveal his swordsmanship and instead used puppets. No wonder Scorpion couldn't recognize him. It was my fault for recklessly attacking your merchant convoy. Would you let me go? Unlike Uchiha Rong's indifference, Scorpion didn't dare to act rashly and listened as Zuki spoke again. Uchiha Rong looked at him with interest. If you can defeat these 3 puppets of mine, I will return your human puppet to you. How about that? Don't worry, Kisame and the others won't interfere. With Uchiha Rong's words, Kisame had already led his subordinates away. Is that true? Though Scorpion's face showed no expression, his voice clearly had a hint of temptation. If the opponent rushed in all at once, Scorpion would surely be in trouble today. But if it was just a contest of puppet techniques, who could compete with the Scorpion of Red Sand? Stop dawdling. Uchiha Rong, somewhat impatient, directly commanded the raccoon puppet to charge forward. At the same time, the large raccoon Liangchu also flashed to Zuki's right side, and a barrage of water arrows came raining down indiscriminately. Bang! A loud metallic clash rang out as Zuki raised his shield to block the charging raccoon, only to be attacked from behind by Liangchu, leaving 5 deep scratch marks on Zuki's back. As for the rain of water arrows, they did not inflict any significant injuries on the 3 puppets. However, this surprise attack made Scorpion feel a wave of dread. He never expected that the claws of the raccoon puppet could attach such sharp wind blades. They could even break through Zuki's strongest back defense. To be clear, Scorpion's main body puppet was right at Zuki's peak position. Thus, in the ensuing battle, whenever he encountered Liangchu's claw attacks, Scorpion would immediately use his shield to block. The steel tail continuously stretched and contracted, defending against the attacks while occasionally counterattacking. Zuki's left arm also retracted to reveal holes, continuously firing various poison needles and bombs with explosive tags. For a time, the surrounding trees began to collapse in the fierce battle between the two sides. The ground became uneven, and flames began to spread as water started to flow. Just as both sides' puppets were sustaining damage, Zuki's movements gradually started to slow down, causing Scorpion to be alarmed. What's going on? Could it be those water arrows? At this moment, he finally noticed the puppet that had been hiding in the distance, continuously firing water arrows. Fu. It resembled a white deer with 4 horns, named Ju, which brings great water to its city. Ju's water arrows were not that simple. After splashing into water, while Scorpion was unaware, the water gradually seeped into Zuki from the gaps, starting to corrode his chakra flow. This was the main reason for Zuki's gradual slowing down. It's even stronger than Chio S10, Shin S10 puppets. Uchiha Rong stood on a distant treetop, his fingers moving, looking pleased. In combat against lower-tier opponents, Scorpion Zuki indeed possessed shadow-level AoE capabilities and could output for a long time. However, in battles of the same tier, Zuki's flaws became very apparent. Once he encountered enemies capable of withstanding his attacks, aside from that incredibly solid large shield and the hardness of the puppet shell, his other aspects of individual combat power might not even reach the level of a quasi-shadow, especially when facing multiple targets attacking at once. Zuki's disadvantages became even more pronounced. At this moment, after his movement slowed, Zuki was caught off guard by Liang Chu's air cannon, successfully breaking through from the front. Half of his body exploded into countless parts. Hee, I didn't expect playing with puppets to be quite fun. Uchiha Rong smiled to himself. The feeling of controlling puppets to fight from a distance using chakra strings is surprisingly exhilarating. After watching Filiu, who explode into a pile of wreckage and not move for a while, Uchiha Rong's eyes gradually narrowed. In his perception, there was actually no trace of life nearby. Don't hide anymore. It's just the regeneration core, right? Almost at the same time he spoke, an anomaly occurred. A metal can with the character Scorpion suddenly shot towards Liang Chu. As a result, it was caught in midair by a thick branch that suddenly stretched out from the ground. Oh, so disgusting. Looking at the countless holes on the iron canister extending into dense coronary arteries, Uchiha Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. However, he noticed that the tentacles on it struggled a few times and then gradually became still. Uchiha Rong quickly manipulated Liang Xiu to pry the true body puppet of Sasori out from the peak of Hiryu, and then stuffed the regeneration core back into the hollow in the center of the puppet's chest. A few minutes later, "Stop playing dead," Uchiha Rong said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. It's no wonder, after losing the third Kazekage puppet, the strongest thing Sasori had left was Hiryu. Once Hiryu was defeated, the fragile true body would have no power to resist under the siege of Liang Xiu, Fuju, and Ruriki. As for the 100-puppet jutsu, in this situation, it was clear that Uchiha Rong had not given Sasori the chance to pull out the scroll. What exactly do you want to do? Once again pretending to be dead and getting exposed, the true body of the Scorpion finally sat up helplessly. Uchiha Rong shrugged his shoulders. I want to make a deal with you. Are you interested? If the puppet had expressions, Scorpion would definitely be in a state of collapse at this moment. In this situation, where he is at the mercy of others, can he refuse? What do you want to get from me? While speaking, one of Scorpion's hands was already pressed against the core of regeneration on his chest, giving off a tragic air as if he was ready to commit suicide at any moment. This action caused Uchiha Rong to roll his eyes. As you can see, these puppets are taught to me by Granny Chiyo. If you are willing to give me your regeneration core technology, as well as your puppet technique, I will not only return you the third Kazekage puppet, but I can also give you this. At this point, the jaw mechanism of Tanuki opened, revealing a hidden compartment. A piece of unknown metal emanating a grayish-yellow glow gradually appeared before Scorpion. What? This? How is this possible? The Scorpion, already prepared for death, let out a cry upon seeing the piece of metal. Before he could react, Uchiha Rong had already taken out a scroll and tossed it in front of him. As the scroll landed and gradually unfolded in the midst of the densely packed seals, the character 3 was written. What is possible and impossible? I don't like waiting for people, so make your choice quickly. Is it death or a transaction? Chapter 210. Scorpion's rebirth core. Hearing the disbelief and a hint of hidden joy in Scorpion's exclamation, Uchiha Rong knew he had secured the deal. So he was quite direct and did not beat around the bush like he did with Chiyo. Hand it over to me first. Scorpion spoke without hesitation, directly opening his mouth. Uchiha Rome shrugged, indicating that he should take it himself. Then, he saw Scorpion trembling as he held the Sanjutsu puppet core, and he rummaged through the discarded H-Rin's body to find some scrolls, opening them one by one. He immediately started tinkering with them. I said, I don't like waiting for people either. You're not planning to wait until you've made a suitable puppet before giving it to me, are you? Uchiha Rome said impatiently. Scorpion didn't respond and firmly stated, before I have a certain level of self-defense power, even if you kill me. Don't think you can get the secret of the rebirth core. All right, now Uchiha Rome was at a loss. He could only wait in place. He was quite curious about how Scorpion was crafting puppets on the spot. He saw Scorpion busily working inside and out, quickly dismantling the scrapped Filyu into a pile of puppet parts. He then released hundreds of bizarre puppets from his sealing scroll. His rebirth core extended countless chakra threads, connecting not only to the hundreds of puppets, but also, after checking, to the third Hokage puppet. Witnessing the entire process of Scorpion repairing Filyu, Uchiha Rome rolled his eyes again. This kid is just stubborn. He let himself see the complete structure, and even if he reassembled Filyu, it was clear that it no longer posed any threat to him. Scorpion naturally understood this. It was purely a matter of being unable to fight back, just giving up in the end. After a whole hour, Filyu was finally restored to its original state. The difference was that the puppet core that was originally destroyed was replaced with the sand release core given by Uchiha Rome. Moreover, during this process, Scorpion clearly paused and thought for a long time, making many modifications to the original structure of Filyu. After finishing these, Scorpion's main body re-entered the position on Filyu's back. Filyu's green eyes stared at Uchiha Rome for a long time. Finally, he took out a blank sealing scroll and began recording information on the spot. Another quarter of an hour passed. Everything was in there. A hoarse, aged, deep voice rang out. Uchiha Rome took the scroll and began reading it on the spot. What he wanted was the manufacturing method of the rebirth core. What he was really interested in was the consciousness sealing and the energy transformation technique sealed within it. Clearly, Scorpion's rebirth core had similarities to the tailed beasts, an almost everlasting consciousness and chakra that could recover infinitely without needing to eat. Another quarter of an hour passed. Uchiha Rome slowly put away the scroll and let out a breath. He actually managed to achieve this level. At this moment, he looked at Filyu with a complicated expression again. To put it simply, all puppet masters from Scorpion's lineage have the custom of transforming parts of their own bodies into puppets, including Chiyo, who modified her own arms. Scorpion was even more thorough, directly replacing his entire body with a puppet body, except for his heart. He had nearly sealed all his consciousness and memories into the heart organ. Then, he transformed the heart into the rebirth core. You are truly a genius puppet master, Uchiha Rome sighed. It's a pity you chose the wrong direction. At this moment, he understood that Scorpion had taken a different approach to achieve the technology of converting the puppet core's natural energy into chakra. Relying on the ubiquitous natural energy, it continuously transformed through the rebirth core into a special, life force-like energy which nourished the soul within the heart, thus achieving longevity. Yes, longevity, not immortality. Because it was obvious that at Scorpion's level, he still could not convert life force perfectly. Therefore, this nourishment still had flaws. In the short term, it was not noticeable. Over time, after decades or hundreds of years, the spiritual power within his rebirth core would gradually weaken. Until the soul was completely exhausted, he would die. And this process is hard to say. Perhaps it could be 200 to 300 years, or maybe 600 to 700 years. Uchiha Rome could only roughly estimate that according to the rate at which Scorpion's puppet longevity's spiritual power gradually weakened, the final lifespan would be within 1,000 years. Therefore, the technology of consciousness sealing was very extreme. It did not hold reference value for Uchiha Rome, because it was not the kind of eternal consciousness like that of the tailed beasts. However, the transformation of natural energy into chakra through the rebirth core did have some similarities with sage body techniques. It still had certain reference value. This trip wasn't a waste after all. A genius, huh? Hee. Scorpion seems to have noticed the sigh in Uchiha Ling's tone. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, "Let's have another match." Uchiha Rome showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect Scorpion to make such a request. Aren't you afraid that I will completely leave you behind? My perception tells me that you are strong. Help me test the current power of Filyu. At this moment, as Scorpion's voice fell, he had already made a move. The third generation of the wind shadow puppet floated up, and a large amount of iron sand floated as well. At the same time, a significant amount of sand also floated around Filyu. A layer of earthen armor quickly condensed on Fei Liuhu's body. Interesting. Uchiha Rong saw the sand around Fei Liuhu and the iron sand of the third-generation puppet resonating with each other, and his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the combination of sand release and iron sand could produce such a change. Immediately, the burly Li Li charged directly at Fei Liuhu, but was hit hard by a wall of iron sand. Even Liang Chu's instantaneous air cannon was successfully blocked by a layer of sand wall. However, Fu Zhu's instantaneous waterfall technique unexpectedly dispersed the iron sand wall. The rushing water was only stopped by a solid round sandball right in front of Fei Liuhu. Fei Liuhu actually used Gaara's signature technique, known as the absolute defense, the sand shield. As expected, seeing the rushing water successfully blocked by the sand shield, Uchiha Rong was not surprised at all. The bloodline ability of sand release combines wind, lightning, and some earth attributes, and its density far exceeds that of ordinary water release. It is reasonable that the water flow condensed by water release could not break through. The reason iron sand can be easily washed away by water release is that the magnetic positive and negative ions are disturbed by the water flow, causing the iron sand to lose control, which allows it to be washed away. However, sand release is clearly beyond the scope of magnetism. This is a true sand control ability, not just a manipulation of sand iron and sand gold through magnetism. This is a bit troublesome. In less than 5 minutes of fierce battle, the 3 wooden puppets had suffered varying degrees of damage from the attacks of the 2 bloodline abilities. Yet they had not caused any harm to the opponent. Even Liang Chu's wind release, which could cut through all energies, lost its effectiveness in front of the solid sand. Uchiha Rong frowned. At this rate, the 3 puppets would be defeated. With Liang Chu's wind release ability, even against tailed beasts, it could cause considerable damage. But it was countered by sand. One must admit that the ability conflicts in the ninja world are quite serious. Many times, combat power levels really don't represent much. It seems the only option is to activate the imperfect backup puppet core to give it a try. Although this battle does not involve life and death. And even if the puppets are defeated, Uchiha Rong can easily handle these 2 puppets of Scorpion. But he obviously also has a competitive spirit. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands. The next moment, the movements of the 3 puppets, Li Li, Liang Chu, and Fu Zhu, stopped, and their eyes darkened. When the eyes of the 3 puppets suddenly brightened again, large amounts of magma appeared around Li Li. A scorching wind rose from the flat ground around Liang Xiu, while countless ice spikes hung suspended above Fu Zhu's head. At this moment, the fierce battle escalated once again. A decisive battle between bloodline puppets is about to be released. Chapter 211. The peak battle of bloodline puppets. The 3rd generation of Wind Shadow's puppet instantly condensed sand and iron into a massive diamond-shaped hill, descending from the sky and crashing down onto the 3 puppets of Uchiha Rong. Li Li manipulated a large expanse of magma to surge upwards. Boom! As magma and molten iron splashed, and the iron sandhill was dissolved by more than half, a gust of hot wind swept in. With a loud crash, the iron sandhill completely disintegrated, transforming into scattered droplets of iron that fell like rain. Hiss! A thick layer of ice formed above Liang Chu and Li Li's heads, continuously hissing as it came into contact with the falling iron droplets. Under the high temperature, the ice melted into water, the water vaporized in a mist, and eventually both were completely dissolved, leaving only a veil of hazy fog. On the other side, facing the indiscriminately splashing iron droplets, Fei Liuhu and the puppet quickly gathered a layer of sand above their heads. The sand layer easily withstood this wave of battle's aftermath. This disaster-like battle had completely altered the surrounding environment. The scorching magma eroded the pockmarked ground, with ice blocks, puddles, iron droplets, and magma scattered everywhere. The trees along the roadside formed a spectacle. One part was engulfed in raging fire. Another part was frozen in ice crystals. And large areas of trees were pockmarked from being splashed by iron droplets. It resembled a scene from a hellish battlefield. It was evident that this disaster-level force could almost ignore the numerical gap between combatants. It had truly reached the peak of shadow-level power. The battle was still ongoing, with the 5 puppets engaged in fierce combat, while Uchiha Rong observed comfortably from a distance away from the center of the battle. The sand iron had already revealed its disadvantages in this level of combat. Whether it was the melting magma or the scorching high temperature, it seemed to severely restrain the sand iron. On the other hand, the sand release was indeed, as I expected, exhibiting excellent abilities. Whether it was resistance to high temperatures or defense against physical attacks, it was outstanding. The development of abilities requires practical combat to validate them. It was clear that the current practical performance of Sand Release was balanced and excellent in all aspects, with almost no obvious weaknesses. In contrast, Li Li's Melting Release and Liang Chu's Scorching Release were more attack-oriented, lacking in defensive capabilities. However, Fu Zhu's Ice Release also demonstrated practical abilities second only to Sand Release among these 5 abilities. Although its elemental defense was not as strong as Sand Release, its physical defense was not weaker and might even be stronger. Its attacking capabilities were similar to Sand Release, differing only in attack forms, each having its strengths and weaknesses. Sand can gather to create sandstorms for burial or disperse into endless yellow sand, becoming intangible. Ice Release possesses sharpness and terrifying low temperatures, along with powerful elemental damage and physical attack capabilities. The battle of the 5 puppets lasted for a full hour, and just as the Scorpion's regeneration core was struggling to maintain the high chakra consumption, Liang Chu's puppet unexpectedly turned into a pile of ashes without any warning. Li Li's robust wild boar body had also melted more than half from the inside out, crashing to the ground. Only Fu Zhu remained, whose exterior had cracked but was still controlling Ice Release to fight against the Scorpion. Indeed, even the strong wooden puppets could not withstand such prolonged high temperatures. Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly. This was his current technical bottleneck. It should be noted that the puppet shell made from wood release was as hard as steel in terms of material. Its heat resistance was not significantly worse than that of many metals. Yet, it still could not withstand the high temperatures brought about by bloodline limits for an extended period. If one had to express it in terms of temperature, the flame temperature of burning paper is around 180 degrees. The flame of a lighter is between 300 to 500 degrees. Normal firewood for cooking is around 600 degrees. A coal stove is 800 degrees. A gas stove can reach over 1,000 degrees. The melting point of pure iron is 1,538 degrees. Therefore, the regular C-class fire release, Great Fireball, has a maximum outer flame temperature of about 600 degrees. B-class Great Dragon Fire is in the range of 800 degrees. A-class Great Fire Extinguishing C reaches up to 1,000 degrees. The melting releases Magma and the scorching releases Hot Wind are clearly very close to the melting point of iron, which is 1,538 degrees. With Uchiha Rong's chakra strength, it could even reach over 1,700 degrees. After an hour of intense battle, it was no wonder that the wooden puppet body could not hold up. Fortunately, the wooden puppet's resistance to low temperatures far surpassed that to high temperatures. Thus, even though Fu Zhu's exterior was cracked for being frozen by ultra-low temperatures, it could still continue to fight under the repair capabilities of the wood release. At this moment, under a massive onslaught of gravel, Fu Zhu completely enveloped himself with thick ice walls, while large ice cones and spikes continuously attacked Fei, Lu Hu, and the human puppet. The scene was not only spectacular and dazzling, but also equally matched. This was also the reason why Scorpion, who had just gone through a prolonged high-intensity battle, found it difficult to keep up with the chakra consumption of his regeneration core, as the battle once again fell into a stalemate. It was uncertain whether Scorpion would exhaust his chakra first, or if Fu Zhu's puppets would be unable to withstand the low temperature. Just then, with a hand seal from Uchiha Rong, a shocking change occurred. The Liang Chu, which had just turned to ashes, suddenly emerged again from the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, the nearly scrapped Lily also restored itself in an instant, rejoining the battle. Stop, I concede. Seeing this, Scorpion directly gave up struggling. Uchiha Rong's would release puppet regeneration technique was as miraculous as a 3D printer. The only downside was probably the high chakra consumption. The instantaneous revival of Liang Chu and Lili alone consumed a full 50 chakra. This consumption was enough to condense an SS-level wooden Buddha. With double the chakra, it would be enough to condense an SS-level wooden Buddha as well. However, Scorpion naturally did not know this. He couldn't even understand how these two puppets had restored themselves. He only knew that his opponent was unfathomable. He was no match for them. Hee, your strength has increased greatly now. Thus, I have fulfilled my promise to Chiyo. We may meet again by fate. As soon as the words fell, after a wave of spatial fluctuations, Uchiha Rong and the 3 would release puppets disappeared without a trace. Only Fei Lu Hu and the 3rd Kazekage puppet remained in place. Looking around, there was nothing but ruins. Even the dry persimmon Zabuza and the merchant caravan had long since left. As for fulfilling Chiyo's promise, after a long while, the day's Fei Lu Hu's low mutter came out. He had always had one doubt since the beginning. Why didn't the other party kill him? Not only did they return the human puppet, but they also gifted him such a great present. What about the secrets of the regeneration core or his puppet technique? When that branch had grasped his regeneration core, he had already been at the mercy of others. The other party could completely obtain this technology by studying his regeneration core. Similarly, studying the 100 puppets in his sealing scroll could also yield the essence of his puppet technique. Yet the other party spared him. At this moment, Scorpion's heart, which had already been turned into a regeneration core, couldn't help but beat a couple of times. Damn! A weak whisper escaped, and a human puppet had already been collected into the Wind Shadow Scroll. Fei Lu, whose figure gradually disappeared into the ruins. If before, Scorpion had possessed some shadow-level abilities, such as defense and sustain large-area AoE damage capabilities, his actual comprehensive combat power was merely barely reaching the level of a quasi-shadow. Only by releasing the third Kazekage puppet and utilizing sand and iron abilities could he barely reach S level. Coupled with the performance of numerous puppets in the 100 machine manipulation, he could stand out even among shadow levels. In the original work, he was defeated by Chiyo and Haruno Sakura, making Scorpion's combat power seem below shadow level. But it was actually greatly underestimated since he had unleashed a lot. Now, relying on the sand, iron human puppet, and the sand release coordination with Fei Lu, who, even at the S stage, he was comparable to Noki's combat power. This improvement was not insignificant. Unlike Scorpion's current joy, Uchiha Rong felt quite regretful about him. A genius capable of developing the technique to convert natural energy into puppet core chakra, and who could develop in perfect sealing techniques for consciousness without much inherited reference from sealing arts. If Scorpion hadn't completely turned himself into a puppet one day, with the combination of natural energy, spiritual energy, and cellular energy, he could have the opportunity to step into the realm beyond shadows. Because he could achieve these things, it was clear that he had awakened both yin and yang attributes. He possessed the conditions to learn Sage Chakra, and his regeneration core also involved the domain of Sage bodies. If he hadn't completely abandoned his flesh and blood, thus losing the cellular energy aspect. With Scorpion's ability and talent, if he continued down the path of yin and yang release, even without Sage Chakra, he would have had the chance to reach beyond shadows. What a pity. Back in his own courtyard, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but sigh again. Chapter 212. Reconstructing Liang Chu after all, with only a half-damaged heart left. Even Uchiha Rong's life bestowal couldn't restore Scorpion's body. While the life bestowal was miraculous, it still needed to adhere to its most basic principles of ocular techniques. Bestowing life, regeneration, and giving life to inanimate objects. Except for someone like Shiro, who had an abnormal sage body, to restore a body with life bestowal. It needed to have a relatively complete tissue of flesh and cells. Even if only 1/3 of the body remained, it could still potentially be restored with life bestowal. But clearly, Scorpion's situation, with only a part of his heart left, was impossible. The same goes for inanimate objects, damaged puppets, broken ninja blades, and incomplete statues could not be repaired with life bestowal. However, Uchiha Rong soon put this matter aside. Regretful as it was all Scorpion's own choice. What does it have to do with Uchiha Rong? These 3 puppets still had a lot of room for improvement. Uchiha Rong's attention quickly shifted to his 3 puppets. Previously, they could unleash 3 bloodline limit abilities because they all had a second spare puppet core installed within them. Specifically, Liang Chu's Blaze Release Core, Lily's Melt Release Core, and Fu Zhu's Ice Release Core. Lily didn't need much modification, but Liang Chu's shell and core could be improved. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Rong recalled the performance of the puppets during battle and quickly came up with a new modification plan. These 3 puppets formed a small team, configured according to the basic 3-member structure of a ninja team. The wild boar Li was positioned as the MT tank, attracting enemy fire while also taking on the duty of shielding allies from unavoidable damage. The raccoon cat Liang Chu was positioned as the ADC Agile Warrior, providing the main mid-to-close range output for the team with high mobility. The white deer Fu Zhu was positioned as the AC Mage, providing long-range support while also taking on key moments of control, defense supplementation, and last-hitting duties. At the same time, Fu Zhu was also the puppet most adept at group AoE attacks. Facing an overwhelming number of enemies was Fu Zhu's stage. After filtering through the improvement plan his mind again, Uchiha Rong directly summoned a dozen rock clones to begin busying himself. First, he made slight adjustments to Li's internal structure, then replaced its melt release core with a sand release core. Thus, after the modification, Lili's defensive capability was directly elevated to nearly the level of a super shadow. Its body possessed the regenerative ability of wood release constructs. With its surface covered in sand armor, it could also utilize sand release for defense. In terms of defense, it had nearly reached the extreme of what Uchiha Rong could achieve at present. It's worth noting that the property of wood release constructs, which can absorb energy, made Li's defensive capabilities against various ninjutsu nearly magic immunity, coupled with the enormous vitality contained in the wood release body, along with sand control abilities. Wanting to break through these defenses, even Uchiha Rong himself would at least have to use a giant wooden Buddha to potentially achieve that. After slightly testing Li's abilities, Uchiha Rong put it away. Well, with the level of power that Riri possesses, even when facing Nagato, it would be enough to shield my main body from much unavoidable damage. It could be considered a great achievement. Uchiha Rong murmured, shifting his gaze to Fuju. Fuju's ice release is quite comprehensive, and the only issue exposed in this battle is that the shell cannot withstand ultra-low temperatures, leading to cracking problems. In response, Uchiha Rong made some subtle modifications to its structure, enabling it to be relatively more resistant to low temperatures when using ice release. For now, there is no other perfect solution, but there is no rush. After all, practical combat has proven that Fuju can rely on the recovery ability of wood release to continue fighting for an extended period. Finally, Uchiha Rong's expression turned serious as he looked at Liangchu. The issue exposed by Liangchu this time is the most severe. Due to prolonged use of scorch release, Liangchu was directly reduced to ashes from the inside out. The Liangchu that appeared afterward was secretly reshaped by Uchiha Rong using wood release. Out of 50 chakra units, 35 were used to reshape it. If it were replaced with a sand body, its heat resistance should be significantly enhanced. The only uncertainty is whether the sand body can withstand the elimination power of the ash storm. Yes, this time Uchiha Rong is preparing to attempt to incorporate the bloodline elimination into Liangchu's puppet core. Previously, the wooden puppet shell could not withstand both scorch release and melt release for a long time, not to mention the ash storm of the bloodline limit. This bloodline ability, similar to the scorch release of the leaf warehouse, is formless and shapeless, with an extremely high temperature. It is an invisible wind that can truly turn all things to ashes. In terms of temperature, it is at least above 3,500 degrees. The technique of releasing ninjutsu with a puppet is slightly different from that of a ninja. Just like a ninja uses fire release, great fireball, the chakra gathered in their mouth is not hot by itself. It only becomes high-temperature fire release after being expelled, with the nature transformation and form transformation occurring instantly during the hand signs. At that moment, it truly possesses the high temperature of fire release. Therefore, through high-precision control, a ninja will not be burned by their own fire release. However, puppets are different. The puppet master controls the puppet with chakra threads, which cannot achieve the same level of precision as normal ninjutsu release. Even though the difficulty of control is greatly reduced through the puppet core, a 3,500-degree ash storm means that the puppet body itself must endure at least half of that high temperature, which is 1,750 degrees. This is the temperature that can melt pure iron and most alloys. It is important to know that many alloys, although far superior to iron in hardness, usually have melting points that are lower than those of the pure metals that make them up. Fortunately, with the acquisition of Scorpion's regeneration core technology, it can be tried out. Uchiha Rong smiled. Although he couldn't learn from Scorpion and seal his own soul into an organ to create a regeneration core, he could create sentient life through life bestowal. He first manipulated the sand, shaping the exterior and internal structure of the Liangxiu. Then, he opened two sealed spaces at the head and right arm of the Liangxiu, installing the wind release and scorching release chakra cores for elimination. At this moment, once the core of this Liangxiu was activated, it would instantly turn to ashes. This was because Uchiha Rong had already made a similar attempt before. Therefore, he did not rush to activate the puppet core, but instead created a regeneration core and installed it into the sealed space at the head of the Liangxiu. Life bestows. In the next moment, the sand body beam channel, given a day's life, instantly transformed from a grayish-yellow surface to a bright red, just like it could melt at any moment. At this time, Uchiha Rong's hands turned into afterimages, continuously forming hand seals. Sealing technique, 7-star seal. This A-rank sealing technique, passed down from the Uzumaki clan, is far inferior to the 8 trigrams sealing technique in terms of sealing energy. However, It has its unique strengths when it comes to sealing consciousness. Just as Liang Chu's increasingly lively eyes revealed a glimmer of wisdom, the 7 light points on his forehead flashed and disappeared, causing the brilliance in his eyes to dim instantly. This newly born life form's consciousness and soul have already been sealed by Uchiha Ling into the regeneration core of the sealing space in the forehead. After completing this, Liang Xiu's surface gradually began to emit a crimson hue, and the sandy body gradually dissipated amidst the floating ashes. Uchiha Rong frowned, still not working. In the next moment, Liang Xiu completely turned to ash and scattered. This is the difference between a puppet and a human body. A human body can integrate the successful bloodline limit of fusion into its bloodline or seal it within its chakra points, thus mastering this power. The chakra of the bloodline limit will not harm the body before it is released from the body. However, for puppets, once the bloodline power leaves the core of the puppet, it will begin to exhibit its characteristics. If the puppet's body cannot withstand it, it will collapse. The heat resistance of the sandy body is indeed astonishing. If it had been a wood release shell just now, it wouldn't have left me any time to use the sealing technique. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong not only did not feel discouraged, but instead his eyes lit up. He repeated the previous operation. This time, he set 3 sealing spaces at Liang Xiu's forehead and arms. This is also a difference between puppets and human bodies. Although a human body can seal some of its own power in chakra points, the space created by the 8 trigram sealing technique can only exist as one. Otherwise, under the mutual pulling of spatial forces, the flesh and blood body simply cannot withstand it. But a puppet's sturdiness allows it to withstand multiple 8 trigram seals. This time, Uchiha Rong sealed the regeneration core and the wood release elimination core in the sealing space at Liang Xiu's forehead. The right arm contained the wind release core, and the left arm contained the scorch release elimination core. Life granted. After Liang Xiu was given a day of life, the sealed puppet core power within his body was also activated at the same time. This time, with the restorative power of wood release. He finally managed to hold on until Uchiha Ling sealed his consciousness into the regeneration core. In the next moment, Liang Chu's eyes regained the glimmer of wisdom. This was a sign that the consciousness within the regeneration core was beginning to take control of the shell. At this critical moment, Uchiha Ling also became tense. Whether it would succeed depended entirely on the other party. If this consciousness can balance the 3 forces, then the body will not turn to ashes again. Under the tense gaze of Uchiha Rong, Liang Chu's sand body gradually fell away, revealing a wooden puppet with a metallic sheen. It actually worked. Uchiha Long was overjoyed. In his perception, the surrounding natural energy began to slowly converge towards Liang Chu. Uchiha Long quickly equipped a pair of chakra metal claws, which he had long prepared, onto his front limb tiger claws. He then fully activated his perception, carefully sensing the changes in front of Liang Chu. The power within him was gradually increasing as the natural energy continued to gather. The consciousness entity of Liang Chu, which originally had only a 1-day lifespan, was continuously growing stronger under the nourishment of the regeneration core's endless absorption of natural energy. This meant that its lifespan was no longer just 1 day. As time passed, it would be like Scorpion, gaining a long lifespan of hundreds of years. This is the greatest gain for Uchiha Rong this time. For a full quarter of an hour, Liang Chu's dazed gaze finally shifted towards Uchiha Rong, who was on all fours, slowly lowering its head. A deep, hoarse metallic voice sounded, "Master." This indicated that the regeneration core had fully adapted to the body and mastered its reactions. Uchiha Rong nodded and pointed to a nearby wooden stake, saying, "Use the scorch release to eliminate it." As soon as the words left her mouth, Liang Chu's figure flickered and its left claw swung fiercely. At that moment, its entire left arm transformed into a sandy form, and the gray-yellow sand instantly turned bright red. The 5 chakra metal claws of the tiger palm shimmered with specks of ashen fluorescence, and then a storm of ashes surged toward the wooden figure ahead. There was no sound of collision, not even the sound of wind. The wooden figure silently turned to ash and floated away. When Liang Chu retracted his claws, his left arm had already returned to a grayish-yellow sandy color. Next, the surface gravel of his right arm fell away, revealing the wooden texture of his left arm once again. Well done. He actually managed to grasp the balance of 3 types of chakra so quickly. Uchiha Long stepped forward, forming hand seals with both hands, and reinforced a 7-star seal on Liang Chu's left arm and between his eyebrows. Immediately, The divine light in Liang Chu's eyes dimmed, reverting him to a puppet devoid of consciousness. This was because Uchiha Long had sealed 2 energy cores of the bloodline elimination. Along with that, Liang Chu's consciousness was sealed back into the regeneration core, entering a state of slumber. In this way, in regular combat, he could still control Liang Chu's combat using chakra threads and wind-style abilities, when needed, as long as he formed seals to unlock the 2 seals. Liang Chu's consciousness could regain control of the body, providing Uchiha Long with powerful combat strength. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence to obtain an SS-level combat force again. Uchiha Long was in a very good mood at this moment. Due to Liang Chu's petite size, the new Life S chakra storage was limited, with less than 50 cards. Therefore, the combat rating could only reach SS. However, in reality, considering Liang Chu's technical level, if the size were expanded to that of the Sand Emperor, using would release, it would definitely be an SS combat force. Of course, Uchiha Long would definitely apply the regeneration core technology and the bloodline elimination core to the improvement of the Sand Emperor later on. By then, the Sand Emperor would only be stronger than Liang Chu. Just as Uchiha Long completed these tasks and was about to leave the underground base, the ring on his right middle finger emitted a faint blue glow. Boat 7, same. All ninja village delegations have already headed towards Konoha. Boat 7, same. The decade-long ninja tournament. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Long was first taken aback. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. They actually moved it up? He remembers that in the original timeline, it was held during the 60th year of Konoha. At that time, the Chunin exams and the ninja tournament were held together, which is why there was a joint Chunin exam among the villages. It seems that recently, Danzo's actions have become too bold, and the other ninja villages can no longer sit idly by. Chapter 213. The butterfly effect caused by the weapon plan. Yes, just as Uchiha Rong speculated, Danzo's weapon plan is the main reason for the ninja tournament being held ahead of schedule across the ninja world. To put it simply, the cause is not complicated. Uchiha Rong aimed to prevent the Hokage lineage from continuing to target the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he established another political enemy for Minato, the Konoha Advisory Council led by Danzo. To help Danzo quickly gain support, Uchiha Rong not only secretly mobilized a large amount of resources for Danzo, allowing him to buy off Tsunade, Mito Gate, and various major ninja clans. He even personally intervened, using his divine gift ability to help some members of Root's special training enhance their chakra. This is what Danzo referred to as the weapon plan, to stimulate the enthusiasm of various ninja clans for the weapon plan. He even established Iriki Yumino and Ryoma Aburame as the results of the weapon plan. However, as Root formally separated from the Umbu and became an independent entity, everything in Root began to proceed in an orderly manner. Naturally, Uchiha Rong was also thinking of ways to find new means to replace the weapon plan. After all, it cannot be the case that he goes to Root every month to use his divine gift, right? This is like starting a business. Initially, one must be hands-on. After achieving success, one must find a way to extract themselves and let it operate on its own. Just recently, after obtaining Orochimaru's Snake Curse Seal, the weapon plan finally had an alternative. It is important to note that Uchiha Rong not only awakened the nature transformation of both yin and yang attributes early on, but also mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With such a solid foundation, the essence of the curse seal was quickly deciphered by him. The Snake Curse Seal is essentially a type of cell organization sealing technique, similar to a method used by Jinchuriki. By sealing external powers, it allows the recipient of the technique to gain an amplification of external force. Orochimaru combined this with the impure world reincarnation and also sealed part of his own cells and chakra within the heavenly curse seal, enabling the target of the curse seal to become a vessel for the impure world reincarnation. The principle of the curse seal involves Orochimaru extracting body fluids containing natural energy from J-Go and turning them into enzymes. By injecting these enzymes into a ninja's body through a snake bite, such as on the neck, once the seal is activated, the enzymes will merge with the host's cells, causing physical mutations. The first curse seal, the Earth Curse Seal, allows the target to enter the Earth Curse Seal state, initially releasing the sealed enzyme cells, thus granting the host a partial enhancement of Sage body abilities, significantly increasing strength and speed. The degree of enhancement varies from person to person and is greatly related to their constitution and compatibility with the enzyme cells. The most exceptional targets of the Curse Seal can even achieve combat power that surpasses their level. The second Curse Seal, the Heavenly Curse Seal, builds upon the first Curse Seal by further releasing the second form of the Curse Seal. it can completely release the sealed enzyme cells, achieving an effect akin to a pseudo-sage mode. This allows the host to initially absorb natural energy, further amplifying their physique and chakra. It can also elevate the host's own abilities and ninjutsu to a level comparable to pseudo-sage techniques. Consequently, the second form of the curse seal will exhibit obvious mutations, such as the growth of extra limbs and organs, similar to the snake transformation in sage mode. Typically, hosts capable of bearing the power of the second curse seal are also Orochimaru's vessels. After obtaining the snake curse seal, Uchiha Rong made certain improvements. After all, his understanding of natural energy and mastery of sealing techniques far surpassed Orochimaru's. He directly replaced the cell sealing with a more versatile type of tailed B sealing space. In an organ on the host's body, he opened a sealing space that not only sealed part of Uchiha Rong's own chakra, but also some of the sage white cells. The sealing space also has the functions of storing and converting natural energy, among others. The first curse seal, by initially releasing Uchiha Rong's sealed chakra, achieves an effect similar to that of a Jinchuriki, through a type of life force energy derived from energy conversion in the sealing technique. It enhances the host's physical strength and speed, while also converting the host's chakra into Uchiha Rong's chakra intensity through the chakra conversion technique in the sealing technique, thereby indirectly enhancing the host's chakra strength. This significantly boosts the power of their ninjutsu. The second curse seal releases the sage cells within the sealing space, allowing the absorption of external natural energy to transform it into Uchiha Rong's chakra. This greatly alleviates the host's chakra burden, achieving more sustained combat power. This is a natural energy conversion technique that Uchiha Rong developed before obtaining Scorpion's regeneration core. The improved curse seal, while slightly weaker in enhancing the host's combat power compared to Orochimaru's snake curse seal, loses the effect of amplifying the host's own abilities with natural energy. However, the advantage is that it does not pose the risk of cellular rejection and is applicable to a wider range. There is no risk of mutation, and no changes to mutated limbs occur. Moreover, since Uchiha Rong is truly all attribute, as long as he matches the corresponding chakra attributes to different hosts, it can also enhance the host's own abilities to some extent. For example, if a root ninja skilled in wind release has Uchiha Rong's wind release chakra sealed within them, then the host can use Uchiha Rong's wind release power to perform their own wind release techniques. The power and effectiveness of a ninjutsu are naturally incomparable. Most importantly, the casting of the curse mark no longer requires Uchiha Rong to do it personally. A raw clone can accomplish this. This has completely liberated him. Consequently, thanks to the diligent efforts of the clone, a large number of weapon ninjas have recently appeared in the route. A typical C-rank Chunin can exhibit B-rank Jonin combat power after receiving the weapon mark. Although this level of ninja can usually maintain the weapon state for only a few minutes to half an hour, and once the second form of the weapon is activated beyond capacity, they require several days to recuperate. It has still made Root famous in recent missions. Particularly, some Root Jonin with abilities that are especially compatible after receiving the weapon mark can briefly unleash S-rank quasi-shadow combat power. This sudden increase in Konoha's war potential has drawn the attention of various factions. Therefore, the ninja tournament that was supposed to be held 3 years later, once every 10 years, has been advanced due to the push from various powers. Uchiha Rong's attitude towards this is very indifferent. Even after acquiring the regeneration core technology, he has new research directions for the subsequent improvements of the weapon mark. Once he thoroughly understands Scorpion's natural energy transformation technique, combined with his own developed natural energy transformation technique, he is confident in developing a capability superior to Orochimaru's curse marks. This will truly apply the pseudo-sage mode to the main force group, ushering in a significant transformation in the ninja world, and firmly establishing an unshakable foundation for Konoha's own forces. By then, quasi-shadow ninjas will be everywhere, and shadow-level ninjas will be as numerous as dogs. Under such a trend, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, and even the top powerhouses of the Otsutsuki clan will have to be wary of the overall strength of the ninja world, no longer daring to act recklessly. Just as Uchiha Rong completed the reconstruction of Liangxiu and learned that the ninja tournament would be held in Konoha ahead of schedule, he was once again immersed in the research of the new weapon mark. At this moment, the Sand Hidden delegation, en route from the Land of Rivers to participate in the ninja tournament, encountered an attack from the Akatsuki organization. Watching the 4 Akatsuki rogue ninjas in black cloaks with red clouds opposite him, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, leading 13 Sand Hidden ninjas, looked serious. Kankaro's gaze toward Scorpion was particularly complex. Hold on. The distress signal has already been sent. The Konoha reinforcements will arrive soon. Temari swung her 3-star fan, generating a whirlwind to block the attack from a rogue ninja from the rain-hidden village, shouting loudly. At the same time, Gaara has faced off against Scorpion's Hiryu. Kankuro is leading 10 sand-hidden ninjas against Kakuzu and Haiden. As more and more sand-hidden ninjas fall, the situation is clearly very unfavorable for Gaara's side. The situation is extremely critical. Just after Faden cursed and killed a sand-hidden Jonin, Kankuro suddenly shouted, "You guys go deal with that monster from Takigakure. This bastard is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took out a sealing scroll and unfolded it. In the middle of the densely packed black seals on the scroll was the character, Xiao. In the next moment, a humanoid wooden puppet appeared. A large amount of iron sand swept across the area, and the gathered iron sand wall not only blocked Haiden's bloody 3-headed scythe, but also helped other sand shinobi resist Kakuzu's fire release technique. This was actually a puppet with the ability to manipulate iron sand. It is indeed the puppet made from the sand iron core that Uchiha Rong entrusted to Chiyo. In an instant, the appearance of this powerful trump card made the battle even more. Chapter 214, The Owl of Kanjuro. Almost at the same time that this humanoid puppet unleashed its sand iron ability, the crimson flow of Jade, who was fighting Gaara, slightly narrowed its sandstorm funeral. Having partially transformed into a beast, Gaara's sand-covered right arm reached out and grasped fiercely at H-Ka. H-Ka, holding a giant shield, easily escaped from the massive sandstorm. A long steel tail struck towards Gaara. Throughout the encounter, Sasori did not utilize H-Ka's sand techniques, nor did he summon the third Kazekage puppet. It was clear that Sasori was concealing his newly acquired abilities from his Akatsuki comrades at this moment. This was a deliberate act of restraint. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily defeat Gaara. On the other side, Kankuro, having revealed his trump card, repositioned the crow puppet onto his back under the protection of a large wall of iron sand. A closer look would reveal that this puppet, utilizing iron sand abilities, bore a striking resemblance to the crow, being a new type of crow puppet created based on the iron sand puppet core. It was named Iron Owl. Under Kankuro's control, the iron sand easily repelled Haiden and blocked most of Kakuzu's ninjutsu. Only when Kakuzu's water techniques came to the iron sand dodge, allowing other sand shinobi to combine their techniques to counter the attack. During these moments, Kankuro would condense part of the iron sand into several sharp spikes, bypassing the water techniques to strike at the 4 Akatsuki members. This significantly alleviated the pressure on Temari. At this moment, Temari's fan had fully opened. As the eldest daughter of the 4th Kazekage, Temari's fan was clearly no ordinary weapon. It was a sacred artifact of the Sand Village, a legacy ninja tool similar to the Uchiha fan, infused with a large amount of high-quality wind crystal stones. When 1/3 of the fan was opened, revealing 1 star on the fan surface, it could unleash a gale comparable to C-rank ninjutsu with minimal chakra. When 2 stars were revealed with 2/3 of the fan opened, it could produce a hurricane equivalent to B-rank ninjutsu. When fully opened, with all 3 stars visible, it was evident that the 13-year-old Temari could not fully control it, but it allowed her with a B rank to barely fend off an A rank unknown rogue ninja from the Rain Village. Combined with Kankuro's occasional support from iron sand attacks, the battle situation on Temari's side remained relatively stable. On Gaara's side, due to Sasori's restraint, they fell into a stalemate. Haiden had been gravely injured by the large-scale attacks of the iron sand, relying on his immortality to continue fighting. Only Kakuzu, with his powerful all-attribute ninjutsu capabilities and the melee abilities provided by his threads, still held a slight advantage against the iron sand puppet. As time passed, Kakuzu gradually began to exploit the weaknesses of the iron sand. The powerful torrents infused with lightning continuously depleted the iron sand under Kankuro's control. Gradually, the amount of iron sand Kankuro could manage became less and less, and the walls of condensed iron sand grew thinner. This forced Kankuro to relocate, leaving the original battlefield to reclaim more concealed iron sand from the land. However, this meant that the iron sand puppet could no longer assist others for the time being. Temari's side was still manageable, and Gaara's side was also doing okay. But the Sand Shinobi team was thus vulnerable, and Haiden took the opportunity to strike again, killing 2 more people. As this cycle continued, the battle situation once again tilted unfavorably for the Sand Village. Damn it, Sasori, stop playing around. If this continues, the mission will fail again. In the midst of the intense battle, Kankuro shouted loudly. It was evident that Haiden was being forced back by the iron sand and was already heavily injured. He had done his best. The newly joined member from the Rain Village also seemed to be nearing his limit. The only one left on the battlefield who might be able to turn the tide was Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion could only manipulate the various mechanisms on his Hiriko, instantly launching a large number of poison needles and explosive tags. In an instant, half of Gaara's sand armor was blown off. The situation on the battlefield intensified once again. Roar finally pushed to the limit. Gaara completely unsealed the 7-star seal, unleashing the full power of Shikaku. It is worth mentioning that after the infusion of Uchiha R's origin power last time, Shikaku's period of weakness was greatly reduced. Now, Shikaku has already regained about 70 to 80% of its strength. Under Gaara's control, a large amount of Shikaku's chakra surged forth, forming a sand body. In an instant, a sand-bodied giant raccoon cat, over 40 meters long, appeared. Its body was covered in black curse marks, giving off an aura of evil and immense power at first glance. As its giant claws swung, it easily swatted H-Key away over 100 meters. Fortunately, H-Key had also manifested a layer of sand armor on the surface at that moment, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Seeing this, Kakuzu's expression darkened. Now, even Sasori had done his best. However, the battle situation still hadn't seen any substantial turnaround. If this stalemate continued, although the opponents looked like they were on the verge of exhausting their chakra, their reinforcements were clearly about to arrive. Just as Kakuzu was thinking this, 4 figures appeared at the eastern end of his line of sight, and a large number of figures began to emerge from the west. These were the reinforcements from the Konoha direction, as well as the ninja troop stationed at the border from the Wind Country coming to aid. Retreat. Seeing this, Kakuzu could only reluctantly shout the retreat order. However, while they wanted to run, Sunagakure was not prepared to let them leave easily. Temari's large fan fully opened to reveal 3 stars, and a disaster-like hurricane suddenly swept up. The hurricane, filled with yellow sand, obscured the sky and forced the 4 Akatsuki members to stop and defend themselves. Kankuro stuffed a military rations pill into his mouth, while the Suna iron puppet manipulated the sand and iron to form countless sharp spikes, attacking the group. On the other hand, Shikaku, as Sasori retreated, began indiscriminately attacking Sunagakure's ninjas with a massive sand body. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. It was clear that Gaara had truly reached his limit and had fallen into a deep sleep. As a result, Shikaku lost control. This unexpected turn of events provided an opportunity for the Akatsuki members to escape, just as Temari and Kankuro turned around to stop Shikaku. The 4 figures in black cloaks with red clouds had already slipped away without a trace. The battlefield was always changing rapidly. Now it had turned into Temari and Kankuro's group, who were somewhat overburdened with chakra, facing life-threatening situations under Shikaku's attack. Fortunately, at that moment, a Konoha team arrived from the east. The leading ninja with pineapple hair, seeing the situation, immediately formed a tiger hand seal. The next moment, a pitch-black curse mark began to appear on the left side of his collarbone, and in the blink of an eye, the curse mark spread all over his body, covering even half of his left face. This directly activates the second form of the weapon seal, Nahasuka Technique, Shadow Bunding Technique. Immediately, the shadow of the pineapple head rapidly extended to the shadow of the guardian crane. Suddenly, the rampaging guardian crane abruptly paused its movements. At that moment, Shikaku's giant claw had just paused a meter above the head of a sand-hidden jonin. Finally saved, the sand-hidden jonin was sweating profusely, exclaiming how dangerous it was. Just as the words left his mouth, among the 3 members of the Konoha team who arrived closely behind, a plain-looking young man with black hair and black eyes also had large purple curse marks appear on his body. In an instant, he used body flicker technique to arrive on top of Shikaku's head. With one hand pressing down, the 4-symbol seal technique was activated. The massive sand armor of Shikaku continuously transformed into quicksand and eventually revealed Gaara's unconscious figure within the huge sand pile. Once the cursed seals on the members of the Nara and the Shimura clans were retracted to their hearts and the left side of their collarbones, the crisis was finally averted. Thanks to the timely support from the Konoha Umbu, Temari led the surviving sand ninjas to express their gratitude to the 4 ninjas wearing demon masks and Konoha headbands. Nara Shikasuk did not explain and calmly said from beneath the mask, "You're welcome. Our mission here is to escort the sand delegation." Clearly, the fact that the Konoha route had separated from the Umbu was an internal secret that had not been communicated to the outside world. Nara Shikisuk did not clarify the misunderstanding that Temari had about them being Umbu. In order to ensure the safety of various ninja village delegations on their journey, Konoha had also dispatched a large number of personnel to provide support, not to mention ensuring the safety of all teams. At least for a grand event like the Chunin exams, unexpected incidents on the way should not occur too frequently. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face for Konoha. After both sides took a brief rest, a large group of sand ninjas from the west finally arrived. After Temari explained the situation, those stationed at the border quickly departed, leaving only the 8-member sand delegation to set off toward Konoha with the 4 from the route. Along the way, Temari and the others were naturally very curious about the cursed seal abilities that the 4 from Konoha had demonstrated earlier. The shadow binding technique could even briefly control Shikaku. The 4 symbols seal directly suppresses the Shikaku back into the Jinchuriki's body. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, Hinata and Kanjuro wouldn't dare to believe it's real. If Konoha sent a team to support the 4 great ninja villages with such strength, what hope do the other ninja villages have? Even though Shoha was heavily consumed in the previous battle, to achieve this, these 2 Konoha Umbu must at least be rated a level, right? Form a team composed entirely of elite jonin to carry out the transportation of ninjas from various villages. Shumaru and Kanjuro both felt that this idea was simply too absurd. But unfortunately, reality was right in front of them. The 4 members of the Umbu, with 2 of them displaying the strength of elite jounin, left little reason to believe that the remaining 2, who had not yet made a move, were significantly weaker. Otherwise, there would be no need for a team. They would just be a liability. If Uchiha Rong knew their thoughts, he would surely be laughing to himself. In fact, Nara Shikamaru's small team was classified as an elite jounin team within the root organization. Aside from Nara Shikamaru, the team leader who was a jounin, the other 3 members, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara, all held the title of Special Jounin. The entire team's elite jounin combat power could only be unleashed through the use of weapon seals. Such teams were, in fact, present in 3 other groups within the root organization, each dispatched to escort envoys from Awagakure, Kyomogakure, and Kirigakure. As for the smaller ninja villages like Kusagakure and Amigakure, the escort teams consisted of Chunin squads made up of 3 root Chunin with temporary jounin-level combat power. The reason for needing Konoha's escort was naturally to maintain order in the Land of Fire. The escort teams not only ensured the safety of the envoys during their journey, but also had a supervisory role to prevent these foreign ninjas from causing chaos within the borders of the Land of Fire. Historically, the ninja tournaments have always been hosted in Konoha because only Konoha had the strength to guarantee stability within its borders during the tournament period. Chapter 215, Pre-Competition Assembly Preparation. The 7th Ninja World Tournament is about to be held in Konoha. This decade-long grand event has brought unprecedented excitement to Konoha. The origin of the Ninja World Tournament was established by the first Hokage when he set up the 5 nations and 5 villages system. Since the establishment of Konoha, the first tournament has been held every 10 years, and now, 57 years into Konoha's history, it is already the 7th tournament. The first Hokage had 3 main purposes for hosting the ninja tournament. First, to promote the exchange of ninjutsu among the entire ninja world, continuously innovating and preventing the major ninja villages from becoming stagnant through healthy competition, thereby fostering the development and advancement of new ninjutsu. Second, to ease conflicts among the villages, providing all the ninja villages with an opportunity to sit down and discuss matters calmly, thereby resolving enmities to some extent. It is important to note that countless ninjas have been injured or killed due to ongoing conflicts between the 5 villages. Continuing to harbor hostility will only deepen the grudges between villages. The ninja tournament provides an opportunity for academic exchange, allowing the new generation participating in the competition to broaden their horizons and move beyond their grudges. Just like women confined to their homes, endless domestic disputes arise from their isolation. Wealthy families, focused on the fortunes of the older generation, can lead to conflicts within their walls. A person's vision determines their capacity. The ninja tournament gathers the new generation of ninjas from all over the ninja world, expanding their perspectives. It allows these young talents to realize that ninjutsu can be so diverse and have numerous development directions, and that there are many outstanding ninjas in other ninja villages as well. As the new generation of ninjas expands their view from a clan to a village, from a village to a country, and even to the entire ninja world, their commitment to developing new ninjutsu and striving to become stronger will gradually shift their focus away from hatred. Lastly, the third point of the ninja tournament, which is also the most important reason for attracting ninja villages from all over the ninja world to gather in Konoha, is the division of interests. The results of the battles among the new generation of ninjas were used to determine the interests of each village for the next 10 years, thus avoiding large-scale conflicts to a certain extent. This was the original intention of Senju Hashirama in establishing the Ninja World Tournament. However, with the passing of Senju Hashirama, many things changed over time, and quite a few alterations occurred quietly. At this moment, the south gate of Konoha welcomed the first group of ninja envoys. Over 20 ninjas wearing forehead protectors adorned with an pattern escorted several horse-drawn carriages slowly into Konoha. This three-cluster grass pattern on their forehead protectors is the symbol of the Grass Village Ninjas. Hurry up and keep up. What are you dawdling for? A grass ninja girl kicked down another companion who was around 13 or 14 years old, scolding her. The red-haired girl who was kicked down didn't dare to argue and quickly got up to catch up. Shinshia, this is Konoha Village. Don't be so rough with her. TCH Hanazawa-kun, mind your own business. Are you interested in this bitch? Shut up, Shinshia. Hanazawa is right. It's best for you to be a bit more restrained on someone else's turf. Yes, teacher Suzuki. With the leader's words. The female ninja, known as Chika, reluctantly admitted her mistake. Seeing this, Takasuji Suzuki did not continue to blame her and shifted the topic. Hanazawa, take a few people to find a stall to sell the daily necessities we brought. Chika, go find out which pharmacy offers the highest buying price. Let's also deal with the medicinal materials we brought. Yes, teacher Suzuki. The two immediately accepted their orders and left. This event is a rare occasion, and each village brings some local specialties to sell in Konoha. Such good opportunities do not come often. After all, running a business in the ninja world was pioneered by Uchiha Rome. It's not that no one had thought about doing this before, but either their strength was insufficient or their influence was lacking. This led to very few ninjas engaging in trade. Most trading teams are still mostly controlled by the nobility. Therefore, starting from an unknown edition of the ninja competition, each ninja village has taken advantage of this opportunity to have their participating teams bring various popular or high-value local specialties to Konoha for sale, alleviating the financial pressure on their own villages. As the team from the Grass Ninja Village arrived first in Konoha, soon the teams from Takigakure, Yugakure, and Amigakure also arrived one after another. These villages are the closest to the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, the first batch of ninja village delegations has entered the village. There haven't been any issues, right? Namikaze Minato inquired. Not for the moment. They're all relatively well-behaved. The guard department has increased personnel to patrol various streets, and the route is actively assisting with the village's defense work. With the reports from Yambu, Namikaze Minato nodded in satisfaction. Although Tuanzang's sudden rise had troubled him greatly, the current route, under Tuanzang's leadership, was also sharing a significant amount of pressure with the Yambu. At least it wasn't like the original trajectory, where nothing was done. This made Namikaze Minato gradually accept the current situation. Moreover, while the major ninja clans supported Tuanzang in separating the route, they were not completely bowing to him. In many matters, the major ninja clans were still very compliant with Namikaze Minato's policies. This also meant that although Namikaze Minato was still at odds with the advisory council, the conflicts had not escalated. After all, Tuanzang's presence indeed brought great value to Konoha. Not only was there an unprecedented strength in combat power, but there was also a subtle trend of Konoha gradually breaking free from the constraints of the daimyo economically. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Minato was thinking of the advisory council, Tuanzang, Tsunade, and Mito came and arrived together. Fourth Hokage, we just received intel. The delegations from the 4 villages have already been received and have entered the country. Among them, Sunagakure and Kirigakure have been attacked. The attackers on Sunagakure were from the Akatsuki organization, while the identities of those who attacked Kirigakure have yet to be determined. As soon as they entered, Tuanzang spoke first. Tsunade followed up, saying, according to past customs, there will be a large gathering before the matches. The venue still needs to be decided by you. The 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment and said, the Akatsuki organization and an unknown force. Since it hasn't caused much damage. Let's put this matter aside for now. The venue for the Grand Assembly will be set at Training Ground number 3. Clearly, as the host of the ninja tournament, Konoha currently lacks the resources to investigate the forces behind the attack on the envoy. What is more important at the moment is to ensure that this tournament goes smoothly without any incidents. The personnel adjustments and elimination of safety hazards are the top priorities. In matters concerning the overall honor of Konoha, regardless of the internal conflicts, we must present a united front externally. Training ground number 3. Will be a bit too small? Mito Min frowned. There are a total of 10 public training grounds in Konoha village, not counting the non-open training grounds within the Ninja Academy. Among them, the number 1 training ground is the largest and is usually used for the CHNIN exams. The adjacent number 2 training ground is the second largest. The larger the number, the smaller the ground. The 3 largest training grounds, number 1, number 2, and number 3, are located in the civilian mixed area and are the main public training places for civilian ninjas. The legendary Forest of Death is a piece of primitive forest outside the village, adjacent to the number 1 training ground, located to the southeast of Konoha village. At this moment, Minato Namikaze let out a wry smile. It may be a bit small, but the location of the number 3 training ground is also the most suitable. That's true. We'll limit the number of people entering a bit. Danzo pondered and agreed. The 3 largest grounds, with no 1 training ground close to the Forest of Death, are near many sensitive areas. It is clearly not suitable for a large gathering. The no 2 training ground is located in the heart of the civilian mixed area, and if any trouble arises, it would be a big deal. Only the number 3 training ground, located next to the south gate, is on the edge of the village and near the main road, making transportation convenient. So it's settled then. I will arrange for people to set up the venue. By the way, have we confirmed the main product for this gathering? Is it still the same old 3 items? The barbecue from the Akimichi clan, the medicinal herbs from the Nara clan, and the fresh flowers from the Yamanaka clan? Minato Namikaze sighed, feeling a bit speechless. Isn't there anything new? Uchiha has indeed brought out some new types of explosive tags, as well as some high-quality ninja tools. The Sarutobi clan has also developed some new types of explosive tags, just after Mito Minyin listed some new products from various clans in recent years. Tsubaki Koharu hesitated for a moment and added, Tsunade submitted an application a few days ago, preparing to include her newly developed anti-aging pills as the highlight product of this gathering. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up. He slammed his right fist into his left palm with a loud clap. I approve. This is great. It will definitely be very popular. It is important to know that the ninja tournament attracts not only ninjas from various villages. Such a grand event will also see many nobles and gentry from various countries come to observe. They are the biggest customers. Chapter 216. The Grand Gathering, Part 1. 3 days later, with the arrival of Kumobikure, Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure at Kanagakure, other ninja villages such as Otogakure, Tsukigakure, Subakigakure, and Hashigakure followed suit. Even the farthest villages, Yukigakure, Sakakure, and the overseas Takigakure and Fukuzakure, gathered in Kanahagakure on this day. Meanwhile, the setup at venue number 3, located next to the south gate of Kanahagakure, was also nearly complete. The originally vast open space was now arranged with neatly lined stalls, and the edges were surrounded by earthen walls, leaving only 1 entrance and 1 exit. Another day passed. The next morning, before dawn, many ninjas had already arrived at the entrance of venue number 3, waiting with their horse-drawn carts. Among them, the female ninjas from Fukuzakure formed a striking scene in the crowd. There was no helping it. This ninja village from the land of women had only female ninjas, and each one had excellent looks and figures. Teacher Shizun, the textiles and spices we brought this time will definitely sell well. Facing the gazes of many males, the female ninjas from Fukuzakure remained composed, and one beautiful girl with long black hair dreamily said to another girl with 3 ponytails, Absolutely. What we brought are the finest textiles and spices from our country. Those big shots will definitely snatch them up. A group of girls chattered excitedly. It's no wonder they were so happy. Among the ninja world, the 5 great nations were the wealthiest, with the Land of Fire being the richest. The same goods typically had a much higher value in the Land of Fire than in smaller countries. Not to mention the issue of currency exchange rates. Although the currency of the Land of Wind had depreciated significantly among the 5 nations, it could still appreciate considerably when taken to other smaller nations. It was a currency with strong credibility in the ninja world. Many smaller countries didn't even have the capability to issue their own currency, and even if they did, it would become worthless once it left their borders. Thus, even if they sold their goods at a relatively low price, as long as they received currency from the Land of Fire, it would still be a significant profit. This was also one of the reasons many remote small countries were eager to participate in the ninja tournament. Under normal circumstances, the import taxes on goods and the tolls for passing through each territory would lead to layers of exploitation. Even if they could eventually sell at a good price, it would be a blessing just to break even. If they were robbed midway, they would suffer total losses. Unlike Uchiha Rome, whose merchant caravan displayed the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. They could pass through the land of fire without any hindrance. They didn't have to worry about taxes. Even in the other four great nations, they enjoyed a 50% reduction in commercial taxes. This was a major reason why merchant caravans were usually controlled by the powerful. So, one might ask, if it's so profitable, why don't other ninja clans run businesses? The issues involved are numerous. Weak escort forces make it easy to encounter problems, while strong escort forces lead to thin profits. Even Uchiha Rong's merchant ships had experiences of being robbed, which illustrates the hardships involved. Looking at the entire ninja world, only the two major clans with ocular jutsu could afford to maintain so many warrior groups and send ninjas along with their caravans. Aside from the nobles of the five great nations, in the past, members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would not easily venture out. Without Uchiha Rong's 3 would release clones providing support with Flying Thunder God, his caravan would not have been able to grow to its current wealth. Hey look! At this moment, a female ninja from Fukuzakure exclaimed. That gear pattern forehead protector. It's from Takigakure. I wonder what new ninja tools they will bring this time. Last time, they seem to have developed a chakra perception amplifier, but unfortunately, it was too expensive. The time before that, the laser sword was very practical and easy to carry. TCH, just a flashy toy. Its attack power is not as practical as a C-rank ninjutsu. With the arrival of the ninjas from Takigakure, ninjas from various villages began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Uchiha Rong, hidden among the crowd, couldn't help but be drawn in. Takigakure. Many of their ninja tool development concepts are quite advanced. It's a pity they pursue external things too much. Their own level is a bit too low. With his extraordinary perception, he had already sensed the strength of the group from Takigakure. In terms of chakra, they were almost at the bottom among small ninja villages. The strongest among them had only about 700 chakra. With no jounin in the group, how could they develop truly powerful ninja tools? However, Uchiha Rong was very interested in their concepts for developing ninja tools. If there was an opportunity, perhaps he could learn a thing or two from them. In fact, not just from Takigakure, but also from Sokugakure's interrogation techniques that surpassed the Yamashiro clan and the star techniques from Hoshigakure. Uchiha Rong was very interested, especially the star techniques. This item, which contains radioactive material, allows the ninjas of Hoshigakure to practice the peacock method, using chakra to shape various animal forms for attack, even utilizing chakra wings to fly. This might be a key item for awakening the Een property transformation. Uchiha Rong thought to himself. Clearly, with his current knowledge and experience, he had already seen the true use of the star technique. As for radiation, with the life it grants him, he naturally wouldn't fear it. The rigid thinking of these small country natives was even more severe. They held treasures but didn't know how to utilize them. Uchiha Rong was already considering making a trip to the Bear Country. The Uchiha clan's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan allowed for the development of Een properties, and using the so-called star could directly grant the ability to shape chakra, which is extremely advanced among Een properties. Such a thing is the real treasure. If used for long-term training, it would naturally be unprofitable, but if used to help others develop Een properties, its value would be immeasurable. In the midst of these thoughts, the entrance to venue number 3 opened. 2 full rows of Konoha jounin lined up on either side. For sellers, they paid the stall fee here and received their stall number. For buyers, they queued behind, waiting to enter shortly. As the leader, Kakashi Hitaki spoke up. Several teams of Konoha Chunin appeared to help maintain order. Seeing this, the ninjas from these villages did not dare to act recklessly and began to line up in an orderly manner. The arrangement was quite good. In the crowd, Uchiha Rong nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that venue number 3 could not accommodate so many people at once. By having them queue to enter and assigning fixed stall locations for sellers, it effectively controlled the number of people in the venue, preventing overcrowding. Not long after, the ninjas who arrived with carts of goods paid their stall fees and received their numbers, entering in order. After they all went in, another quarter of an hour passed before it was opened for others to enter. Uchiha Rong followed the crowd and transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man as he walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw that all the stalls were arranged in neat rows, with ample walkways left between them. Barbecue. Our Akimichi clan's famous barbecue is fresh out. Uchiha Rong looked towards the shouting and saw a chubby Akimichi member skillfully calling out to customers. Beside his stall, one with a pineapple head displayed various herbs, while another with a ponytail showcased different bouquets. It must be said, the flower shop from the mountain tribe is indeed a well-known leader in the industry. It's unclear what methods they use to cultivate them, but these flowers are delicate and stunning to behold. Moreover, These specially cultivated bouquets do not wilt for months, and their fragrance lasts a long time. Looking further inside, many ninjas from various villages who had just entered were still setting up their stalls and organizing their goods. It was evident that the various clans from Konoha had already taken the back door and entered early to set up. Uchiha Roan wandered around and was soon attracted by a stall featuring silk and incense. Is this a ninja outfit made of fire silkworm silk? Oh, this is, sniff sniff, agarwood. His eyes brightened, and he began to inquire about the prices. Fire silkworm silk is not only tough and durable, but also resistant to water and fire. It is easy to clean and has a certain degree of elemental resistance, providing ninjas with a level of protection. It is simply a must-have for ninjas on the go. Agarwood is even rarer, aside from being supplied to the daimyo's residence. It is seldom circulated in the outside world. Seeing someone inquire about the price, one of the female ninjas from Fuzumura, who was still busy organizing the goods, stepped forward enthusiastically and replied, "Uncle, you have a great eye. The fire silkworm silk ninja outfit is 300,000 ryo each, and we only brought 10 this time. Once they're gone, they're gone. As for the agarwood, ours is top quality, a bit pricey at 1,700 ryo per gram. Oh, wrap it all up for me. I'll take it all." "What? Uncle, you're not joking, are you? We have a total of 132 pounds of agarwood here." The female ninja's red lips parted in disbelief. 10 fire silkworm silk ninja outfits are indeed not expensive, totaling 3 million ryo. But 132 pounds of top-quality agarwood would amount to over 100 million ryo. Chapter 217, The Great Gathering Shopping, Part 2, from the budget of the Security Department. It is not hard to see the influence of money in the ninja world. 300 million ryo can keep a nearly 300-member Uchiha Security Department operational for a year. Among them, the lowest rank is Chunin, and there are over 20 jonin. To some extent, it can even be understood that 100 million ryo is enough to hire 100 Chunin for a year. Such military power is enough to incite an invasion war. This is the concept of money converting into military power in the ninja world. It's no wonder that the female ninja from Fuzumura was so surprised, seeing the tense expression on the other side. Uchiha Roan calmly lifted a suitcase he was holding and slowly opened it, saying, "Please count it." Okay, please wait." As soon as the suitcase was opened, a neatly arranged box full of Fire Country banknotes came into view, all with a maximum denomination of 100,000 ryo. The female ninja quickly agreed, fearing that she might offend such a big customer. At this moment, Fuzumura Shizuka had already started directing a few others to dig out the agarwood from the mountain of goods and place them neatly on the stall. 10 sets of fire silkworm silk ninja outfits for 3 million ryo and 132 pounds of agarwood for 111,200,000 ryo. The total comes to 115,200,000 ryo. Let's round it down to 115 million ryo. Shizuka carefully counted out the money from the suitcase, glancing at the remaining 2/3 of the Fire Country banknotes in the suitcase, unable to suppress a gulp. "Do you need anything else?" Uchiha Roan, satisfied, closed the suitcase and took the sealing scroll that was handed to him. The female ninjas from Fuzumura really knew how to do business. They rounded down 20,000 ryo and even gave away a medium sealing scroll worth 2 to 300,000 ryo for free. It is worth mentioning that the value of sealing scrolls varies greatly depending on their type and the size of the sealed space. Generally, sealing scrolls for storing items are categorized as follows. Micro sealing scrolls, which have a space about the size of a ninja tool bag, are valued at around 10,000 ryo. A small sealing scroll with a standard backpack space is about 50,000 ryo. A medium scroll with the space of a regular wardrobe is about 2 to 300,000 ryo. A large scroll with the space of a standard carriage is about 1 million ryo. A giant sealing scroll with a 30 cubic meter storage space is about 5 to 6 million ryo. This is the approximate market price for sealing scrolls, and there can be some price fluctuations depending on the region and market. Additionally, items that carry chakra or other energies cannot be stored in sealing scrolls and typically require higher-level spiritual sealing scrolls, which can cost 2 to 3 times more than regular sealing scrolls. Hearing this, Uchiha Roan carefully examined the other items at the stall and, finding nothing else that attracted him, immediately said, "No need." He tucked the scroll into the belt at his waist and prepared to continue shopping. Yes, shopping. Don't be fooled by the fact that he just spent over 100 million ryo. In reality, whether it's the fire silkworm silk or the agarwood, with his channels, he could easily double the price by reselling them. The value of many items in the ninja world is difficult to estimate accurately. For instance, fish in coastal areas may be so cheap locally that they are almost worthless. But once transported inland, Under the conditions where the transportation system for ninjas is underdeveloped and fraught with difficulties, their value can multiply tenfold or even dozens of times. Items like fire silkworm silk and agarwood, which are produced in such low quantities that they are almost non-existent in the market, can easily triple or quintuple in value once supplied to those with greater demand. Of course, Uchiha Rong himself is also one of those who have demand, so he naturally won T-Cell. However, just as he turned around to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Stop." A plump man dressed in luxurious satin spoke up. "I'll pay a premium for the agarwood." Uchiha Rong turned his gaze towards the voice and saw a man who somewhat resembled Kato, but was 2 or 3 times heavier. The first stop was directed at him, while the second was aimed at Shizuka. This man was followed by 2 square-faced warriors who looked quite formidable. Uchiha Rong was taken aback at first. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Since crossing over, this was the first time he had encountered a situation that seemed straight out of a novel. "I'm willing to pay a 30% premium." "I'm very sorry, my lord, but our agarwood has already been sold out," Shizuka said, looking troubled. Based on the pricing management regulations for the Konoha Grand Gathering, their agarwood was already priced quite high. Moreover, since the transaction was already completed, they could not afford to offend a major customer capable of producing over 100 million ryo. Uchiha Rong was not one to indulge the other party and prepare to leave. "I'm telling you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The next moment, a stern shout came from behind. At the same time, the 2 warriors suddenly moved, blocking Uchiha Rong's path from both sides. "Oh, are you planning to resort to coercion?" Uchiha Rong said with some surprise as he turned around. Since he was currently using the transformation technique, it was inconvenient to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would have dragged this fat pig to the security department for a few days of detention. "Consider yourself lucky I won T-Force you. I'm willing to pay a 50% premium. Hurry up and hand over the agarwood. Get lost." Seeing the other party's arrogant demeanor, Uchiha Rong couldn't be bothered to continue talking. He directly collided with the 2 samurais, causing them to stagger back a few steps, and then he stepped away. The 2 samurais, each possessing about 1 chakra, were easily knocked aside and dared not obstruct him any further. The fat pig was instantly enraged and stomped his feet in place. "Damn! Useless! All useless! Lord Kabu, this person is not to be trifled with," one of the samurais whispered as a reminder. But was there even a need for a reminder? Someone who could easily take out hundreds of millions of ryo was not someone to provoke lightly. Anyone with a normal brain would not easily pick a fight. Yet Kabu, this guy, had been rampaging on the overseas islands for so long. If he didn't know, this was Konoha Village, where Konoha ninjas were constantly patrolling for security, he wouldn't have merely called for a price increase. Instead, he would have resorted to killing and looting. Such a minor episode did not affect Uchiha Rong's mood. If it weren't on his home turf, given the situation just now, he would have drawn his sword and attacked. He was just a brainless foreign merchant. With a ninja's keen senses, he had already roughly deduced the other's background through subtle details such as clothing, behavior, and demeanor. That kind of attire was not from the local nobility of the Land of Fire. Being so arrogant in Konoha also indirectly proved that the other party was more likely a local tyrant from some remote place. Figures like Kato, who exploited the common people, still had considerable financial power. But that was about it. If the peak power of the 5 great villages was the Kage, then the peak power of the 5 great nations' feudal lords was the quasi-Kage. Local gentry or lords usually relied on their wealth to hire a few fallen jonin at most. They mostly kept samurais, as wandering ninjas were not as obedient without a certain foundation. It was not uncommon for wandering ninjas to turn against their employers. Such forces might pose a threat to some jonin, and were generally not willing to offend them. But in Uchiha Rong's eyes, they were no different from ants. Because simply relying on numbers was already hard to threaten someone at the peak level of a Kage, let alone Uchiha Rong. After browsing around, Uchiha Rong bought some refined gold at the Sunagakure ninja stall. He purchased some explosive stones and earth-veined body-enhancing lotion from the Iwagakure ninja stall. He also bought a large quantity of fresh seafood and some dragon saliva incense from the Kirigakure stall. He even bought some thunderstones and thunder essence crystals from the Kimobikure stall. It must be said that although other countries did not have the superior geographical environment of the Land of Fire, many extreme geographical conditions could still produce a considerable variety of strange materials and items, like the moonstone from the Land of Moon, which could absorb moonlight for illumination. Shining beautifully, it was most suitable for decorating courtyards. The newly developed washing barrel from the Konoha Craft Ninja Village delighted Uchiha Rong. It was practically no different from a washing machine. He also bought dozens of various bird pets and ninja beasts brought by the Tori Ninja Village, planning to raise them in the Snow Bamboo Valley. It is said that technology changes lives, although the ninja world is lagging behind in many aspects. The lives of those in power are not at all inferior to modern society. The first day's grand gathering had already allowed Uchiha Rong to encounter many interesting and novel things, and he was increasingly looking forward to the pre-competition exchange meeting 3 days later. Although it was called a pre-competition exchange meeting, it was actually divided into two parts. The first half involved various parties presenting some highlight items for auction, where the highest bidder would win, such as the rare beast meat carefully raised by the Akimichi clan, the 1,000-year elixirs from the Nara clan, the famous flowers and herb from the Yamanaka clan, Tsunade's longevity pills, and various specialty products from other villages. These were all good items that would only be presented in the final exchange meeting of the grand gathering. The second half was even more exciting, featuring ninjutsu exchanges, with each of the 5 great ninja villages contributing a prize, plus 10 of the funds obtained from the first half's auction, as a reward for the second half. There would be debates and demonstrations of ninjutsu, with comprehensive scoring and ranking based on the practicality and creativity of the techniques. Notable ninjas on the list could receive rewards donated by the villages. Thus, after a 3-day break, the great ninja tournament across the ninja world would officially begin. Chapter 218. Karen and Sai. Upon returning home, Uchiha Rong immediately took out a pure black fire silkworm ninja outfit and changed into it. What makes this fire silkworm ninja outfit worth 300,000 Ryo so special? In terms of practicality, it not only possesses a certain degree of elemental resistance, providing protection for its wearer, but also has the property of being impervious to water and fire. As long as it is washed with flowing water or burnt with flames, it can instantly be renewed with all dirt removed. It is very convenient and an essential item for ninja travel. Regular C-rank ninjutsu, whether fire release or water release, cannot damage it. However, the high temperature of fire and the impact of water flow cannot be completely offset. Therefore, its protective capability is not extraordinary, but it is still quite rare. Externally, clothing made from fire silkworm silk and floating light brocade have similar effects. Thin as a cicada's wing, smooth and beautiful, with bright colors and excellent luster, especially in the land of women, where Fuzi village is located, known for its pure handmade textiles and embroideries. On the black ninja outfit, there is a lifelike, shimmering black dragon embroidery that appears to move in the sunlight, looking almost alive. Quite stunning. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. In front of the large floor mirror in the wardrobe, Uchiha Rong slowly turned his body, feeling increasingly satisfied. At this moment, he had already canceled his transformation technique. At 22 years old, with his already extraordinary appearance, combined with his fire silkworm ninja outfit, it was simply priceless. It is worth mentioning that fire silkworm silk has another wonderful use. It is highly elastic and can almost ignore clothing sizes. This standard-sized, ready-made garment can fit anyone who is not excessively overweight or underweight. After putting on the new clothes, Uchiha Rong happily lit a small piece of ground agarwood powder in the room's incense burner. The expensive items have their reasons for being costly. Just this small amount of powder is enough to burn for a day and night. Agarwood not only purifies the air, repels mosquitoes, and soothes the body and mind, but also improves sleep quality and sharpens the mind. Don't underestimate the effect of this small agarwood. Due to the high-intensity training and battles ninjas undergo for years, their spirits and muscles are often in a tense state. This small agarwood, when used long-term, has undeniable benefits. Many have heard of the phrase living in luxury, but few truly understand it. In any world, those at the bottom are always busy making a living and plagued by illnesses. The middle class is exhausted from socializing. Only true upper-class individuals can enjoy life and strive for perfection in the details. It is also strange that since Yeji went to the land of rain, every time Uchiha Rong returns home, he doesn't even see his father or mother. Subsequently, feeling relaxed, Uchiha Rong summoned several rock clones to categorize and store the refined gold and other items from the pile of scrolls into his home storage room. The fresh seafood can enrich his diet for a while the refined gold, thunder essence crystals, and explosive stones can be used for future research on puppet techniques and forging tools. The earth vein body-enhancing lotion can be used to concoct high-quality strength pills. The clothes he changed out were thrown into the washing barrel for automatic washing and drying. Finally, for the living creature's sealing scroll, Uchiha Rong used the Flying Thunder God technique to make a trip to Snow Bamboo Valley and handed over the dozens of birds and ninja beasts inside to Yunshang for processing. This was one of the two things he had spent over 100 million on. Among them were not only carrier pigeons skilled at delivering messages, but also fighting eagles like the sea eagle, etc. They were all relatively rare species. After a bit of training and a little infusion of chakra, they could become another asset for Snow Bamboo Valley. The next morning, Uchiha Rong arrived early at the Grand Assembly, and today it was clearly more bustling than yesterday. Not only had more local nobles from the Land of Fire arrived, but many villagers who got the news also started to join in on the excitement. After all, the items sold here were diverse and not limited to ninja tools. There were also many rare daily necessities that were hard to come by on ordinary days. Observant Uchiha Rong quickly noticed a phenomenon. The staff at various stalls today had been rearranged compared to yesterday. It was evident that due to the restrictions on the number of entrants to the Grand Assembly, ninjas from all sides were taking turns setting up stalls for their respective villages. That red-haired girl. Suddenly, Uchiha Rong noticed a red-haired girl at a stand in the Hidden Grass Village. The girl looked about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, and her small face looked very haggard. Is it Uzumaki Karen? In an instant, Uchiha Rong realized. Many memories from his previous life were too fragmented and cluttered, and after nearly a decade in the ninja world, it was difficult for him to recall many details unless they were triggered. Karin's talent could be considered among the top, even within the Uzumaki clan. It was obvious that the Kagaya's Byakugan and the ability to heal others through bites were two distinct abilities. From Uchiha Rong's current perspective, the former was a sign of the awakening of Yin attributes, while the latter indicated the awakening of Yang attributes. Considering that the Uzumaki clan's bloodline possesses both Yin and Yang attributes, it was not surprising that Karin's awakening occurred. Having both Yin and Yang attributes was a quality of surpassing the Hokage level. Yes, originally in the 60th year of Konoha during the Chunin exams, Karin participated as part of the team from the Grass Village. The long-sealed memories were triggered, and Uchiha Rong began to contemplate. If the awakening of Yin and Yang attributes were divided into 3 stages, the initial awakening, where one shows superhuman potential, manifested as outstanding perception abilities, mental strength, chakra control, and even the ability to perform jutsu without hand signs for Yin attributes. And for Yang attributes, it would be infinite vitality, recovery abilities, and chakra reserves. The second stage would involve further development or practice of corresponding abilities. Tsunade's creation rebirth technique is a hallmark of the second stage of Yang attributes. Clearly, Kagaya's Byakugan is also a sign of the second stage of Yin attributes. The extraordinary vitality that overflows when healing others through bites is a hallmark of the third stage. This illustrates just how outstanding Karin's talent is. He thought he would find a way to make contact later. After taking one last look, Uchiha Rong did not linger. In this situation of the Grand Assembly, approaching Karin rashly would only raise the alertness of the Grass Village. If you remember correctly, during this period, Karin was essentially a mobile medical kit for the Grass Ninjas, a tool for them. Her significance to the Grass Ninjas was no different from that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Konoha. Anyway, now that he had arrived in Konoha, would the duck that was already in his mouth fly away? Uchiha Rong is very calm. Speaking of which, it seems that there are some good talents in the route as well. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rong quietly sent a message using the ring face. Same boat 10. Is there a child named Sai in the route? Around 10 years old. He has an older brother named Shin. As soon as the message was sent, Tuanzo almost replied in seconds. Zhou 10 Yes, both brothers have good talent. They are currently participating in my weapon project. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong let out a light breath. Shin is not dead. That's great. Because of his intervention, he has avoided another tragic event from the original timeline. His mood is still very cheerful. Why does seeing make him think of Sai? Because Sai is also a talent who has awakened the Yang attribute. His Super B Pseudo Paint uses painting as a medium to shape. This indicates that Zai has not awakened the Yin attribute's nature change. However, he can use chakra to paint and infuse it with life force. Isn't this a sign of the awakening of the Yang attribute, including Xiaonan's paper techniques? They also use origami to shape and inject life into paper, developing various paper-based abilities. It could be said that, apart from the bloodline limits, almost all abilities comparable to bloodline limits are secret techniques developed from Yin and Yang release. Nara's secret techniques belong to Yin. Yamashiro's secret techniques are also Yin. Akimichi's multiplication technique is Yang. The difference is that some people use the fixed abilities of secret techniques through their bloodline and family traditions without understanding the underlying principles. Others truly awaken the corresponding yin and yang release abilities and develop even stronger powers. The chance encounter with Karen made Uchiha roam somewhat distracted during the gathering. Where should he be arranged? Although there has been some improvement at the root, it is clearly not suitable for someone like Karen, who has suffered severe childhood trauma. For a moment, it was quite a dilemma. Chapter 219, Sai's Super Beast Imitation. Let's just hand it over to Kakashi. In the end, Uchiha Roan made a decision. He immediately sent a message to Kakashi. Same boat. There's a member of the Uzumaki clan in the Grass Ninja team. After sending this message, Uchiha Roan no longer paid attention. He believed that Kakashi would know what to do. After all, Uchiha Roan is not Orochimaru from the original timeline. Karen's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan is still too sensitive. Directly taking her under his wing would be difficult to arrange. Moreover, it could easily arouse suspicion from other ninja clans in Konoha towards the Uchiha. It is known that the Uzumaki clan is recognized as the best host for tailed beasts. Even the village of Yuzushiogakure was destroyed because of this, which is a significant matter. Through Kakashi, representing Konoha as Minato's disciple, taking in Karen. This lost member of the Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. As long as they can keep Karen in Konoha, there will be plenty of opportunities to guide her away from the path of the Super Shadow in the future. These are all the foundations that Uchiha Roan has accumulated for Naruto as the main character. Who is more suitable than Naruto to save the world? Anyway, Uchiha Roan just wants to live a stable life and doesn't want to be some kind of hero saving the world. After completing these tasks, he procured some rare foreign materials and then left the grand assembly venue. He returned home to store the purchased materials. Uchiha Roan used a transformation technique to become a root member, wearing a Tengu mask and headed to the root base. This was the identity that Danzo had arranged for him in root, commanding a squad just like Non-Y, codename 10. Normally, this identity was maintained by a rock clone handling various affairs. At the same time, it also granted curse seals to members of the weapon project. When needed, he could naturally use his true body to assume this identity at any time. Smoothly making his way through, Uchiha Roan arrived at the training ground deep underground at the root base. Danzo had been waiting for a long time. Master, that is the person you're looking for. Well done. Following the direction indicated by Danzo, Uchiha Roan saw two boys practicing against each other. One had short black hair and fair skin. The other had short gray hair and normal yellow skin. Although there was a significant difference in skin color, their attire was surprisingly similar. Both wearing cropped ninja shirts that exposed their navels paired with jackets. In fact, one could tell from their skin colors that Shin was not Sasuke's biological brother. Even their names were merely code names within Root. Former Root members were a group of people without names and without a past. However, human hearts are made of flesh, and no matter how loudly slogans are shouted, people cannot completely abandon their own emotions. Therefore, Shin began to take care of Sasuke early on, allowing the young Sasuke to gradually develop a clear definition of the identity of brother. At this moment, after a fierce close-quarters battle with their ninja blades clashing, the two instinctively retreated to create distance. Shin's hands began to form seals, while Sasuke quickly untied the scroll and brushed tide at his lower back, painting with the speed of the wind. Just as the words were spoken, in the blink of an eye, as the seal was completed and flames erupted from his mouth, Sai swung his brush forward, releasing a large amount of ink. Instantly, a thick wall of ink formed, briefly blocking the incoming flames. In the next moment, just before the ink wall shattered and the flames reached him, Sai had already appeared several meters away, successfully evading the attack. Throughout the entire movement, he kept his brush moving, continuing to draw. Once the seal was completed again, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball. As the basketball fireball came rushing in, Sai finally completed his painting. With a flick of his brush, a vibrant green chakra was infused into the scroll, and a majestic black lion leaped out from the painting. The black lion moved swiftly, easily dodging the incoming fireball and pouncing towards Shin. Sai used the body flicker technique to evade the attack once again, continuing to paint with great speed. This time, with the black lion's interference, Sai had an easier time creating his second painting. Soon, with a long cry, a dark-colored eagle soared into the sky from the scroll. Oh, is it a form of change produced by a mixture of some soil properties and water? Uchiha Roan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he encountered a ninja with such talent in attribute fusion. Clearly, Sai's ink essentially blended some earth attribute chakra nature changes, causing the water attribute chakra to undergo a transformation and form ink. Just like the rock clone technique, which essentially incorporates some fire nature, causing the earth attribute chakra to change its form and become rock-like. Although this type of ninjutsu isn't on par with bloodline limits, it can already be considered a level of secret techniques. Do you have high hopes for him? Tuanzong had a curious expression on his face. Uchiha Rome exclaimed without hiding his amazement. I didn't expect there to be such a genius hidden in the root. The properties of water and soil are most suitable for shape-shifting, and the ink chakra formed by their fusion possesses extremely high plasticity. Using this to paint, and then infusing it with yang-type chakra. Wonderful. It's truly amazing. Genius. Simply a genius of creative ideas. Unlike Tuanzo's chakra fusion, Uchiha Rome was amazed because he completely understood the essence of the super beast imitation drawing. Is it really that powerful? Tuanzong was quite puzzled, his expression showing confusion. It didn't seem strong at all. Shin was clearly holding back on purpose. From Tuanzang's perception, Shin's chakra fluctuation was about 8 water levels, while Sai was at 5. The lion and eagle formed from ink were only slightly stronger than normal wild beasts, and their attack power didn't even reach the level of C-rank ninjutsu. The advantage was merely having 2 additional lower-tier combat units. If Shin were to summon 2 shadow clones with 1 water-level chakra, they could likely offset the combat power of the lion and eagle. You don't understand? Uchiha Rome shook his head. What's strong isn't the present, but the potential. You see, the structure of ninjutsu hand seals basically solidifies the power range of a jutsu. It's like building with blocks. If a C-rank ninjutsu is a combination of 3 blocks, forming the most stable structure with those 3 blocks can unleash maximum power. To further enhance the power, one needs to output more chakra, increasing the density of the structure, thus exceeding the conventional power limit of C-rank ninjutsu, expanding attack range and destructive capability. A B-rank ninjutsu is a combination of 5 blocks. It is more difficult and has a higher foundation, with both the lower and upper limits of power exceeding that of C-rank. An A-rank ninjutsu is like a combination of 7 blocks. Essentially, it has already surpassed C-rank ninjutsu. In this case, the power limit of conventional ninjutsu is locked within a certain range. The combination of multiple attribute chakras is like transforming blocks into iron. This is a qualitative change, which is S-rank. In other words, the reason Sai is still weak now is that he only has the basic conditions of a CH nin. However, he has already grasped the essence of S-rank ninjutsu, ink release. By infusing it with yang attribute chakra, he brings life to the ink release drawings. This is already a power of exceeding limits. Yes, Super Shadow. Right now, what Zai lacks are only the hard conditions, physical strength, chakra quantity, and battle experience against higher-level strong opponents. Danzo, let me personally train these 2 children. That letter seems to indicate that there are some issues with his body. Uchiha Rome suppressed the joy in his heart, his voice calm. However, Danzo looked at him with disbelief. Is it really that exaggerated? Do you really need to come personally to guide? The incorporation of soil changes the properties of water into the form of ink, giving this new type of chakra energy extreme plasticity and even injecting it with life. It's simply ingenious. I don't know if this was developed by him alone or if he inherited something. Uchiha Rome was once again amazed. If Keirin has the potential for a super shadow because she possesses both yin and yang attributes, then Zai, relying solely on yang release, has already developed a unique path to super shadow. If such a genius is left unchecked, there's a high possibility he will end up stuck at S-. Just like the original trajectory. If they hadn't encountered him, it would have been fine, but since they did, Uchiha Rome naturally couldn't bear to waste such talent. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rome's next words almost made Danzo drop his jaw. With this child's talent, under my guidance, he will not be weaker than the first Hokages would release. Chapter 220, Disciple of Heaven, ignoring the conversation between Rome and Danzo for now. The sparring between Shin and Zai continued. With Zai's chakra level at 5, the lions and eagles, although fierce, were actually just slightly stronger than ordinary beasts in terms of power and speed. Soon, after Shin really put in effort, they were all cut down into a puddle of ink by his swordsmanship. Subsequently, Zai unsurprisingly lost. In fact, with Zai's current level, once he has 1 card chakra, the summoned lions and eagles will truly possess the ability to threaten a CH nin, just as the 2 determine the outcome. A root member with a ghost mask suddenly appeared. Shin, Zai, Lord Danzo summons you. In another small cave in the underground base of Root, Uchiha Rome stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a Tengu mask. Without any visible movement, a puddle of pitch-black ink gathered in front of him, growing larger until it reached a diameter of over 10 meters before stopping. Then, a 3-meter-long, ink-colored five-clawed dragon emerged from it. The ink puddle instantly shrank by half. Indeed, it possesses strong plasticity. Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled as he commanded the ink dragon to dive down and grasp the ground. Sizzle. A harsh sound erupted, and the ground was scratched with dense claw marks. This form seems to have no power. Through the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Rong successfully copied Sai's ink ninjutsu by seeing through the ratio of ink, earth, and water. At this moment, he shook his head while watching the ink dragon. The next moment, the ink dragon remerged into the ink mass, and then a fierce tiger sprang out from the ink mass. The tiger landed, its claws striking the ground. Boom! The ground is sunken, with cracks spreading across a diameter of 10 meters. It seems to match the power and speed of the Big Orange. This time, Uchiha Rong finally revealed a satisfied smile, because he possesses the ability to shape with Een attributes, and his Een attributes have been developed to a high level. Naturally, there is no need to rely on brushes and scrolls to paint. He can directly condense the creation of the Super Beast pseudo-painting out of thin air. The results of the recent test are also evident. Although the five-clawed dragon is majestic, it is clear that this form is not suitable for the Super Beast pseudo-painting. Essentially, the ink made from the fusion of soil and water possesses not only the variable characteristics of water, but also the stickiness and plasticity of soil. The ink infuses life into creations, resulting in physical attributes of extraordinary strength, far surpassing the shadow clone and earth clone of the same level. Ultimately, the characteristic of the earth clone lies in its surface hardness, making it less susceptible to being shattered, thus providing some auxiliary combat power to the main body. Strength and speed are not its strong suits. However, the nature of this ink-like chakra energy truly enables the creation to embody both physical resilience and explosive power. In this context, the mythical dragon structure is less capable of exerting greater power compared to the structure of Western dragons. The five-clawed golden dragon from mythological legends is described as indestructible and immensely powerful, with its strength stemming from divine power. The body structure of Western dragons, on the other hand, is more suited for explosive physical power. Thinking of this, the tiger dispersed into ink and returned to a blob of ink. Immediately afterward, the entire ink blob transformed into a massive magical dragon over 10 meters long. The dragon was entirely black, with dual wings sprouting from its back, a lizard-like body, half-meter-long vicious claws, and exposed serrated edges. It looked extremely ferocious at first glance. Roar the magical dragon let out a silent roar towards the sky, spread its wings, and surprisingly took to the air. It then dived down and struck the ground with its claw. Boom! The entire training ground's barrier shook. The ground struck by the magical dragon sank more than a meter, with cracks spreading across the entire area. Hiss! This is troublesome. Uchiha Rong's expression was quite peculiar at this moment. His brows were slightly furrowed, yet his eyes were filled with joy. The trouble was, the foundation of his training ground had been destroyed, rendering it almost unusable. If it weren't for the barrier holding it up, it would have collapsed long ago. The joy stemmed from the fact that the power of the magical dragon exceeded his expectations. Although it couldn't spit dragon fire like the legendary dragons and lacked strong long-range attack methods, its power was comparable to that of the wooden man. Simply terrifying. This truly took him by surprise. It should be noted that the condensation of this magical dragon consumed only 50 chakra points. Although it lacked the chakra absorption traits and recovery capabilities of the wooden man and couldn't utilize ninjutsu like the wooden man, its physical strength was already second only to that of a wooden man of the same level, with negligible differences. It also had its advantages. At least the wooden man couldn't fly and didn't have such a diverse range of transformations. It seems he was indeed correct. The application of ink escape chakra energy is not much weaker than that of wood escape. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Rong dispersed the magical dragon. The ink splattered on the ground gradually dissipated into nothingness, leaving only cracks everywhere as evidence of what had just occurred. Uchiha Rong's joy was naturally not only due to confirming the future direction of Sai's development. More importantly, the ability of ink escape was also very useful to him at present. Although the combat power of the magical dragon was inferior to that of the wooden man, the arbitrary transformation of its form also provided him with many more means, indirectly enhancing his overall combat power. In this way, he felt indebted to that kid Sai. After all, he had stolen someone else's ink escape secret technique, Uchiha Rong thought with a wry smile. After Uchiha Rong summoned several earth clones to drill into the ground and painstakingly rebuild the foundation and restore the surface, the training ground finally welcomed two young boys. Lord Tian, Sai, and Shin approached him, somewhat nervously bowing. Just now, Lord Danzo summoned them and transferred them from Captain A of the 3rd Division to Captain Tian of the 2nd Division. Currently, there are 3 major divisions in the route, each with 100 members. The captain of the 1st Division is codenamed Kong. The captain of Uchiha Rong's 2nd Division is codenamed Tian. The 3rd Division is codenamed A. Recently, with the encouragement of various clans, news has emerged about the establishment of a 4th Division in the route. Potential captains will be selected from Yumino Irika, Yamanaka Ryoma, and Kabuto. One will be chosen from these 3. While you're here, Sai, I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Uchiha Rong stated directly, not bothering to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Sai was visibly taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay your respects to your teacher. Shin was the first to react, even more eager than Sai himself, hurriedly nudging him and urging him. Although it was sudden and he was unprepared, Sai quickly knelt down. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. All right, don't bring those old habits from the root here. Get up. Yes, teacher. Sai quickly stood up. The old habits that Uchiha Rong referred to were, of course, the slave-like shadow left on the root members by Danzo. In this environment where bowing was the norm, many root members still performed kneeling bows to Danzo. Even now, the new Danzo had repeatedly issued orders for reforming the customs, but the results were minimal. After all, many of the older members of the root had developed habits over the years that had almost become instincts. As for you, Shin, while speaking, Uchiha Rong had already placed a palm on Shin's chest. His movements were not particularly fast, and Shin had ample opportunity to evade, but he didn't dare to move. The next moment, a rich green chakra surged forth. Healing palm. A full quarter of an hour later, Sai stood by, not daring to breathe. Initially, he was very worried about his brother's safety, but upon seeing that rich green chakra, he vaguely understood what was happening. Shin's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Rong finally withdrew his palm, and his voice slowly echoed. All right, your lung issue? Come see me every morning for a week, and you'll be healed. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. Well, from now on, you'll follow Sai. Yes, Shin was undoubtedly lucky. Many people knew the healing palm technique, but very few mastered it. His lung injury could only be treated by Uchiha Rong in the entire Konoha. Aside from Tsunade. Chapter 221, Teaching and Clarifying Doubts. As usual, a set of secret medicine gift packs was prepared for Sai and Shin, with the only difference being that Sai's portion included an extra bottle of earth vein strengthening liquid and 3 top-grade strengthening pills. These were 2 types of secret medicines made from the invaluable earth vein strengthening milk. Uchiha Rong then began to guide the 2 in their training. He first had Sai demonstrate the abilities he was currently proficient in before he began to offer guidance. Ink clones, huh? A bit rough. Uchiha Rong looked at the lifeless black clone beside Sai, unable to suppress a smirk. It reminded him of the first time he saw Naruto's bizarre clone lying on the ground. Immediately, without forming hand seals, he conjured a clone that was indistinguishable from his main body. At this moment, Sai sensed the familiar chakra fluctuation and looked at Uchiha Rong's clone with a somewhat uncertain expression. He was surprised to feel that it was indeed an ink clone, but he was puzzled as to why the ink clone had the same appearance as the main body. Shouldn't it be ink-colored or paper-colored? Uchiha Rong didn't tease him and directly entered teaching mode. How much do you remember about the 3-body technique learned in ninja school? Sai, who was 10 years old and had been selected by the root at 9 and graduated early, was considered to be in the same cohort as Rock Lee, Tenten, and Niji. He immediately replied without thinking. The 3-body technique consists of the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. The clone technique creates an illusion of oneself using formless chakra to confuse enemies. The transformation technique uses a similar principle to the clone technique, covering the body with chakra to create a layer of indistinguishable illusion outside the body. The body double technique combines the principles of transformation techniques, using prepared wooden stakes to create an illusion of oneself, guiding the enemy to attack the illusion. Because the wooden stakes have a physical presence, they are harder to detect in a fast-paced battle compared to shadow clones. At this point, Sai looked at Uchiha Rong with some anticipation. Could the teacher have any new insights? Uchiha Rong, however, smiled faintly, looked at him with interest, and asked in return, so why is your ink clone ink-colored? Upon hearing this, Sai was clearly taken aback, but he quickly smiled wryly and said, because maintaining the ink clone consumes a lot of mental energy, and with my current level of chakra control, I can't yet condense a layer of the original illusion on the surface of the ink clone. That would be too difficult. Indeed, maintaining an ink clone requires a very high level of chakra control from the user. To manipulate the blended powers of earth and water to form an ink clone while simultaneously condensing a layer of non-attribute chakra illusion on its surface is not as simple as adding one and one together. It's like adding a layer of water over the ink. A careless mistake could lead to the original form of the ink being destroyed, causing the ink clone to collapse. Simply put, all C-rank clone techniques are essentially based on the shadow clone technique, applying property changes to create solid clones. It's like replacing materials. Replacing a non-attack, non-substantial, non-attribute chakra sphere with water attribute. This way, the clone has the substance of water, making it a water clone. Replacing it with earth attribute chakra creates an earth clone. Replacing it with earth attribute chakra mixed with fire attribute makes it a B-rank rock clone. In other words, sizing clone is essentially a B-rank clone technique, and its difficulty is not comparable to that of a C-rank technique. Therefore, with his current level of chakra control, he cannot yet layer a transformation technique over the B-rank ink clone, making its appearance indistinguishable from the original. Seeing the somewhat troubled expression on Sai's face, Uchiha Rome smiled. So, what if you use Super Beast imitation? This statement awakened Sai from his reverie. As soon as these words were spoken, Sai trembled all over, as if waking from a dream, although he was shocked that his newly appointed teacher understood his ink techniques so well. And it seemed the other party could also use ink techniques. At this moment, Sai had no time to think about these things, and immediately took out a scroll and brush to start drawing himself. This is the most interesting part of ninjutsu. Changing the approach can open up a path that was originally difficult to navigate. Using ink release chakra for drawing and infusing life into the imitation with yang release chakra is like putting a layer of membrane over the ink, stabilizing the form it creates, no longer requiring Sai to expend mental energy to maintain it. Thus, it's much easier to apply a transformation technique over the clone surface. In fact, Sai's drawing took about a quarter of an hour to complete. After all, under conditional circumstances, the more complete the form drawn, the more complete the structure of the Super Beast imitation creation. Naturally, the solid creation can be stronger as well. With the final stroke of the brush, another ink outline emerged, and a Sai with the skin tone of white paper climbed out of the scroll. Almost simultaneously, under Sai's control, the appearance of this imitation ink clone completely transformed into one indistinguishable from Sai's original after a moment of visual blur. Xin, come over and test this clone's combat capabilities. With Uchiha Rome's words, Xin decisively threw a punch at the imitation ink clone. After a flurry of exchanges, the detailed data of the ink clone was revealed. It possessed 80 of Sai's original power and speed, already having C-rank combat power. The only drawback was that the clone's defense was only about 50 of the originals. In the end, under Xion's full burst of physical abilities, the clone was shattered into a puddle of ink. However, Sai was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. It is important to note that compared to traditional solid clones that shatter upon contact, this level of solid clone truly possesses decent independent combat capabilities. It is no longer just a means to confuse the enemy. However, it is clear that Sai still needs some time to practice using the imitation clone in actual combat. He needs to improve his proficiency in drawing character images to more quickly depict his own likeness, as well as familiarize himself with the use of this chakra, etc. Otherwise, relying solely on the ink clone summoned by ink release, not only would its appearance be ink-colored, but due to the form not being as stable as the imitation clone, its power and speed would only be about 25 of the original. This is still due to the fact that the ink release chakra energy is very viscous, with a chakra density far exceeding that of the conventional 5 attributes, allowing for 25 of physical power. When you use the ink clone, you can also transform your original into an ink color using the transformation technique, making it difficult for others to distinguish between the original and the clone. Uchiha Rome then continued to guide Sai on many techniques regarding various abilities. After sending Sai off to digest the newly learned content, he finally shifted his gaze to Xian, who had been waiting for a long time. You have both lightning and fire attributes, right? It seems you're also quite skilled in sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Xian couldn't hide his excitement. It is rumored that the leader of the second team of the route, Lord Tian, is proficient in lightning release and sword techniques. He has even recorded defeating enemy shadow-level strongmen during missions. although it seems that Lord Tian has no intention of taking him as a disciple. Even occasional guidance would be a tremendous opportunity he previously wouldn't have dared to imagine. Well, then I'll teach you a technique called Thunderstorm Slash. Watch closely. After saying this, Uchiha Rong drew the star from his waist. The star's appearance is that of a standard issue ninja sword, with no extra features. It is basically indistinguishable from the ninja sword in Xian's hand, so it wouldn't be easily recognized. In the next moment, crackle, crackle. Lightning snakes began to appear on the sword blade, accompanied by the sound of thunder and fire explosions. With a single swing, the Ironwood man in front had not even touched the blade before being blasted into small pieces of wood by the attached thunderstorm. Witnessing this sword technique with destructive power comparable to B-rank ninjutsu, Xian's eyes were filled with desire. The biggest difference between sword techniques and ninjutsu is that they do not require hand seals and can be continuous. Sword techniques with the destructive power of B-rank ninjutsu. Their practical effect is not inferior to many A-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 222. Undercurrents rising the next day. The third day of the Grand Assembly. As the pre-competition exchange meeting would officially begin tomorrow, Konoha had already become lively. Not only had all the teams from the ninja villages across the ninja world arrived in Konoha, but many nobles from various countries had also come. Just then, in the underground training ground of the second team at the root base, Sai and Xian, who were practicing their daily routine, were interrupted by a sudden appearance of a root ninja. There's a disturbance on South Street, and Lord Danzo has ordered you to quickly head to the scene to escort the mission target to the Hokage building. Yes, after receiving the mission, Sai immediately packed his things and set off with Xian and two other root jonin. As Tian's disciple, the three members of this team, including Xian, were nominally team members but were actually size guards. This is the huge change brought about by identity and status. The four of them traveled through the underground passages of the route, quickly crossing the underground tunnel where Hokage Rock is located and entering Konoha. Emerging from the Umbu building next to the Hokage building, they jumped forward along the rooftops on both sides of Konoha's Central Avenue. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the scene of the incident on South Street. A group of troublemaking grass ninjas had already been detained by the security department, and some Konoha ninjas were calming the villagers nearby. Several Umbu, wearing animal masks, also arrested some instigating ninjas from other villages. When Team Sai arrived, the scene was already surrounded by a dozen Umbu and a dozen root members. At the center, the leader of the grass ninja, Takasuji Suzuki, was fighting a white-haired masked ninja. The area had been isolated by a barrier set up by the Umbu. How dare you? You from Konoha have taken my grass ninja village's ninja without cause. Are you declaring war on us? Takasuji Suzuki's angry roar faintly transmitted through the barrier. Huh? What's going on? Sai indicated he found it a bit amusing. The conduct of the root ninjas is well known. They generally don't laugh unless they can't help it, mainly because the opponent's shout was indeed too funny. Grass ninja? Déclarava? Any large detachment from the Umbu or root could easily wipe out Grass Ninja Village. Or even any major clan from Konoha would suffice. At this moment, however, Kakashi couldn't smile. The mistake this time was too significant. He had thought it would be easy to take away Karen, but she was discovered, triggering multiple factions to intervene and causing such a huge uproar. Moreover, he couldn't use his Manjiki Sharingan ability, so he couldn't swiftly subdue the opponent. As the leader of the Grass Ninjas team for this competition, Takasuji Suzuki had some strength. It was not hard to see from his battle with Kakashi that he was at least in A-level Jonin, commonly referred to as an elite Jonin. Ninja of this level, if they don't encounter countermeasures, can even exchange blows with a Kage. This is also why, despite the many Umbu, Root, and Konoha ninja teams present, including Uchiha from the security department, Takasuji Suzuki was still able to move so freely. After all, he was the representative leader of a ninja village. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to rush in and attack all at once. If they truly did that and injured him during the assault, the repercussions would be even greater. Grass Ninja Village might not be significant, but if it led to dissatisfaction from other ninja villages, it would not be a small matter. Thus, Kakashi's shout followed. You Grass Ninja Village are illegally detaining members of the Uzumaki clan. Do you wish to be enemies with us, Konoha? Upon hearing this, many onlookers were astonished. What the hell? Are these Grass Ninja crazy? They openly brought Uzumaki clan members to Konoha? Yeah, with the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Even if they wiped out Grass Ninja Village, no one would dare intervene, right? As Karen's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan was revealed, some who had intended to take advantage of the chaos quickly extinguished their own thoughts. In the original timeline, Karen's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan was revealed later on. If Konoha had known about it early on, there would have been no reason to let Karen leave. Those who had previously stirred up trouble also clearly realized the severity of the situation. Causing trouble with the Grass Ninja Village at this time would lead to no good outcome. Meanwhile, Team Sai was getting closer to the red-haired girl protected by a team of Umbu ninjas. Is this the target of our mission? Sai curiously observed Karen. However, his line of sight was quickly blocked by another female Umbu wielding a sword. You from Root. Don't force me to draw my sword at this moment. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from her, Sai involuntarily took a few steps back. So strong. At the same time, the two Root, Jonin and Sai's team positioned themselves on either side to shield him. Their abundant chakra surged, although it didn't have the sharp, cutting aura of the opposing female ninja. The mere fluctuation of their chakra made her take a few steps back, even bumping into Karen behind her. So strong. Xinyuan Zhanyu was secretly alarmed. The chakra fluctuations of these two Root ninjas are at least a level or higher. Let us go. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Xinyuan Zhanyu coldly snorted, leading his team to protect Karen as they headed toward the Hokage building. Seeing this, the two Root Jonin then returned to stand behind Sai. Thus, Team Sai formed another protective circle around themselves on the outskirts of Xinyuan Zhanyu's Umbu team. In this way, under the escort of a team of Umbu and a team of Root members, Karen entered the Hokage building. On the other side, Kakashi, having activated his Sharingan, finally succeeded in capturing Takasugi Suzuki. Thus, a disturbance initiated by a Grass Ninja, propelled by multiple factions, ended with the Grass Ninja team's confinement in the embassy and other troublemakers being detained by the security department, bringing the incident to a close. However, from such a small matter, one could still glimpse the hidden undercurrents in this ninja tournament. At this moment, Konoha, gathering nearly all factions in the ninja world, could face severe consequences from any single spark. The undercurrents were truly surging. Hokage building. Tsunade, then this child will be entrusted to you. Minato Namikaze's expression was serious. Tsunade also changed from her usual boisterous self, silently accepting this arrangement. Now that Uzumaki Mito had passed away and Kushina was dead, considering the connections to the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, besides the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Naruto, only Tsunade remained. The former, as Hokage, was busy with affairs. Naruto was still at the Jonin Academy, let alone taking care of Karen. Thus, Tsunade was the most suitable choice. Throughout this, Karen remained silent, like a puppet, allowing herself to be maneuvered without any resistance. For her, it was all the same wherever she was. Her fate as a tool had never changed. This realization had already set in on the day her mother died. After Tsunade led Karen away, Minato's expression darkened. Who were the troublemakers this time? Upon hearing this, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared beside him. A ninja from Takigakure discovered Kakashi's actions and informed the Grass Ninja. Takasugi Suzuki thus clashed with Kakashi. Among those who took advantage of the chaos to attack our ninjas were Yunin, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and even Amigakure. The samurai who caused trouble were from the daimyo of the Five Nations. The Snow Ninja and Moon Ninja also acted behind the scenes. Among those who attacked civilians to create chaos were Ronin, samurai, and attendants from the wealthy and powerful of various countries. Minato's head was starting to hurt more and more as he listened. The number of factions involved was simply too many. He could only hope that once the ninja tournament officially began, nothing else would go wrong. Chapter 223, Schemes from All Sides. Although Konoha was under immense pressure with all factions gathered, the benefits were also evident. The stall fees for the Grand Assembly over just a few days had generated a significant amount, and due to the limitations on the number of attendees at the main venue, more foot traffic had flowed into other districts of Konoha. This indirectly boosted the businesses in those areas as well. All major ninja clans in Konoha benefited greatly from this. Each small ninja clan was expected to earn in 3 days what they would normally make in half a year. The earnings for the larger clans would be even more. Hokage building. Tomorrow is the final auction of the assembly. How are the preparations going? Early in the morning, Konoha's high-level officials filled the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze inquired. At this moment, not only was the advisory council present, but also the heads of various clans had gathered together. Mizunoto Menin, responsible for coordinating logistics, handed over a document and said, "We will focus on the longevity pills developed by Tsunade. Each bottle contains 7 pills to be taken 1 a week, showing significant effects after 7 weeks. According to the clinical results from the medical team, it can extend the lifespan of ordinary people by 10 years. The price is set at 1 million Ryo per pill. To truly achieve the effect of extending life by 10 years, one must continue to take a pill every month thereafter. Upon hearing this, the entire room was astonished. Even many heads of households counted on their fingers, unable to help but gasp in shock. One pill costs 1 million taels, and 7 pills show effectiveness. Subsequently, 1 pill must be taken every month. This means a down payment of 7 million taels and an annual payment of 12 million taels thereafter, at least for a duration of 10 years. In total, that's an average of 127 million taels per person. At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked at the specific data of the longevity pills in his hand and couldn't help but feel ecstatic upon seeing the production capacity. With the current output of the medical team, over 100 longevity pills could be produced each month. The cost is less than 20 of the selling price. Huge profits. Enormous profits. The annual budget for the daimyo is only 30 billion, and just the longevity pills are expected to generate 1 billion in annual profits for Konoha. Moreover, it's clear that these things will sell like hotcakes. At this time, Mitarashi Anko continued. The list of items reported by other ninja villages has also been compiled, and there are quite a few good items. I believe this will be very popular. This was the main reason the exchange meeting would start 3 days after the Grand Assembly. It was reserved for other ninja villages to submit their item information and for Konoha to make corresponding arrangements. This news lifted Namikaze Minato's spirits, and he joked, "Senju Tsunade is truly our Konoha's god of wealth." This immediately brought knowing smiles to the faces of those present. Now, regarding the various security issues for this conference. Let's all work together. Don't worry, Fourth Hokage. Our Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are already spread throughout the southeastern district, constantly monitoring the village's situation. Our Aburame clan's insect have also spread throughout the southwestern district. 300 members of the Hyuga branch family are already in position. Every street in the southwestern area has Uchiha guards assigned. The route has already established 12 temporary support points in the mixed residential area, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The Umbu's overall deployment has also been put in place, as everyone stood up to respond and report their respective defensive arrangements. Namikaze Minato felt somewhat reassured. At this moment, Konoha village could be said to be as solid as a fortress. The closed circle had already prevented outsiders from entering. Moreover, with Umbu's sentries, there was no issue. The mixed residential area was temporarily divided into southeastern and southwestern districts. The southeast was mainly led by the Hyuga clan, with the Inuzuka clan as support, implementing overall control. Additionally, there were security department patrols day and night, support troops from 6 route bases, and Umbu support all on standby. The southwest was led by the Uchiha clan, with the Aburame clan as support, also monitoring day and night, with 6 route bases support troops on standby, plus security department patrols. Furthermore, during the competition, Konoha had tried to gather the ninjas on active missions as much as possible. Ninjas not on the active roster from various clans and idle ninjas from Konoha's ninja teams were all potential support forces. However, while some were happy, others were worried. In the Southeastern District's embassy, a minister from the Land of Fire gathered the advisors of the envoy team, discussing something. This task assigned by the daimyo is not easy to handle. Besides, the identity of the household registration inspector is probably impossible to implement. And there's also the count of ninjas. Damn it, let's not even mention the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. We can't even easily enter the closed circle. How can we count? A group of officials sat around the table, sighing. In fact, a long time ago, the daimyo of the Land of Fire proposed arranging a financial inspector in Konoha, and it had already been implemented. How about we take the number of active ninjas and add a few to make it look good? No way. This number is not easy to control. If we write too few, it will be easily noticed. If we write too many, who knows if the daimyo will completely fall out with Konoha because of it. Just as a colleague proposed a suggestion, it was immediately rejected. The main issue was that the gap of ninjas not on the active roster was really a thorn in the daimyo's throat. Although according to the 5 nations, 5 villages system, the daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages if the ninja village wants funding. It inevitably needs to submit basic data like the number of active ninjas. Only then can the daimyo's office make a budget based on personnel data to allocate funds. It could also control the size of the ninja village with this. Some might say, isn't it said that the daimyo has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages? Why question this? The daimyo certainly has a legitimate reason. If you want funding, you have to tell me how much you need, why you need so much, and where it's going to be used. You can't just say 30 billion and expect me to give you 30 billion. If you say 100 billion, am I supposed to give you 100 billion? There has to be a basis. Then someone might say, The rules set by the First Hokage state that the daimyo has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages. The daimyo also has something to say. Then don't ask me for funding. How many years has Senju Hashirama been dead? He has been gone for a long time. It's reasonable. This is called having a legitimate reason. Since you want to manage people and ask for money, there has to be a set of procedures. You not only need to submit an application report in advance, but you also have to specify how much funding you need and why you need that much. It's only reasonable. Then someone might ask, isn't it said that the daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages? Is this considered internal affairs? Can't the financial backer ask about the funding's whereabouts? In this way, the daimyo can continue to find ways to insert themselves. Once the application is approved and the money is granted, can I send an inspector to oversee the flow of funds? What? The daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages? I'm giving you money, so you must let me see where my money is going, right? What if someone is embezzling? Isn't that reasonable? As the saying goes, a weak country has no diplomacy. Cooperation is the same. In the original timeline, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gradually eroded Konoha this way. From overseeing funding, establishing financial inspectors, to overseeing household registrations and establishing household registration inspectors. Until Konoha was weak, you tell me the daimyo can't interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages? Isn't that funny? How many years has Senju Hashirama been dead? Konoha is the eldest brother among the 5 great ninja villages, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire is also the head of the 5 great daimyo offices. As long as they don't openly tear up the 5 nations. 5 villages system, there's nothing the daimyo office wouldn't dare to do. In the original timeline, the 5th Hokage Tsunade was scolded by the daimyo, feeling extremely aggrieved. The usually strong Tsunade, when faced with the daimyo threatening to destroy Konoha and replace it with another ninja village, didn't dare to say a word. Not at all. But now it's different. With the arrival of Uchiha Obito, this time it's Konoha's rise. Especially in recent years. Financial inspectors who stirred up trouble have died one after another, either from heart attacks or various terminal illnesses. And they all died peacefully and naturally, with no traces of foul play to be found. So now, the financial inspectors are behaving like ostriches, staying in their own yards every day without stepping out. Officials can endure, but the daimyo cannot. They want to arrange a household registration inspector, mainly because over the years, Konoha has played tricks with non-active ninjas. Everyone in the Snow Bamboo Valley is a ninja, and not one is on the active roster. The number of non-active ninjas in various clans has also swollen to an unignorable degree. This keeps the daimyo awake at night. For the same reason, the daimyo's office is strong and can point at Tsunade's nose and say, if Konoha doesn't listen, let the Land of Fire change to another ninja village. And when Konoha is strong, similarly, if the daimyo doesn't listen, then let us replace them with a more obedient daimyo. Facing the increasingly powerful Konoha village today, the daimyo really finds it hard to sleep. On the other side, in the embassy located in Kumogakure, the higher-ups of the village have already issued orders regarding the capture of the Uzumaki clan members from the Grass Ninja team. We must ensure to bring the people back. To the Fog Hidden Embassy. The auction tomorrow must sell our items at a high price to secure more funds for the village. Yanin, we must take advantage of the opportunity during this ninja tournament to ascertain the true strength of Konoha. We need to collect as much information as possible to bring back. Suna, the daimyo has once again cut our funding. This time, we must find an opportunity to establish trade cooperation with Konoha. Gaara and Kankuro, this time the spots in the competition rely on both of you. Make sure to strive for a better ranking for the village and secure more benefits. Yuri-nin, have the spies been sent out? Once Konoha is in chaos, we'll make these bastards feel our pain too. Wind Country's envoy, closely monitor every move of the sand-hidden ninjas in this competition. Only by completely controlling the ninja village can our country find a way out. A certain inn in the southeastern district of Konoha. Damn it. Haven't we found out the identity of the bastard who stole my Garo fragrance yet? I want him dead. I want him dead. On the eve of the grand auction, various factions began to plot their own agendas under the cover of night. In a moment, the village of Konoha was filled with turmoil hidden under the surface. No one knew what events would unfold next. Chapter 224. A bit of banana plant and a bit of sorrow. The rain fell ceaselessly, and the wind howled like a ghost. Every drop weighed heavily on the heart. That night, many people had trouble sleeping. In the embassy near South Street, more than 30 rain ninjas, each with dark circles under their eyes, were busy cleaning carriages and organizing goods. Although the Land of Rain was poor, they still brought many high-value items this time. various fresh seafood, heavy timber suitable for furniture and construction, mushrooms, black fungus, enoki mushrooms, and other materials. In addition to daily necessities, there were also many rare items suitable for ninjas, a wide array of poisons, and various ninja tool materials. Among them, Jianzhu, sword bamboo, was the most notable. The Jianzhu from Rain Ninja Village was as famous in the ninja world as the abundant seafood. With a hardness comparable to steel, a lighter weight, and excellent flexibility, Jianzhu had almost become the mainstream material for ninja swords from Rain Ninja Village. Among the treasures, the 1,000-year Jianzhu stood out. In terms of hardness and flexibility, it even surpassed many alloy materials. Although it was called 1,000-year, it was of course impossible for it to have truly grown for 1,000 years. This was a carefully cultivated premium selection, merely named for its 1,000-year title. In the early morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Xia Pu Qianjing, looking drowsy, was wiping his bamboo sword while cursing, "Damn it, these damn leaf ninjas. Why can I easily take away our high booth fees? We shouldn't have come. A bunch of idiots. We've made a wedding dress for the leaf. Qianjing Kun, keep it down." The vigilant Chunlin Fania glanced at the neighboring courtyard where the team from Longing Village was staying and reminded them. Shui Mai pouted, looking somewhat helpless. "There's nothing we can do about it. At least this trip can bring back a lot of funding for the village. It's really frustrating." Dongshan Xiaoli, sporting a handlebar mustache, sighed. The four of them were the leaders of Yunnan Village this time, representing the four largest ninja clans in Yunnan Village: Chunlin, Xiapu, Chioi, and Dongshan. It's not hard to see the relationships between these four clans from their surnames. They were originally vassals of the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Rain. After the mansion was destroyed by Hans the Salamander, the four clans struggled to survive under Hans's iron-fisted rule. It wasn't until Nagato's arrival that they were brought together and reorganized into Yunnan Village. "Move a little faster." Xiapu Qianjing was a bit annoyed and shouted at the subordinate who was loading the vehicle, "Hurry up and load the car. If we get to the gathering place earlier, we can all catch up on some sleep." "Yes, Lord Qianjing." Upon hearing his voice, the Yurin were all invigorated. Although the rain had stopped, the sky was still overcast, and there were still puddles on the road. The rain from last night made the Yurin feel as if they had returned to the environment of their hometown. After getting up early, looking at the prosperous streets and buildings of Konoha formed a stark contrast with their memories of their impoverished hometown. As the saying goes, a little banana leaf brings a little sorrow. This scene thoroughly stirred the melancholic feelings deep within the Yurin. If we talk about who in the ninja world hates Konoha the most, it would be the Yurin village. To the people of the Land of Rain, Konoha's prosperity is completely built on their suffering. Originally, although the geographical environment of the Land of Rain was harsh, with the existence of ninjas possessing extraordinary powers, it was not impossible to survive. The special geographical environment also meant some unique resources. Although it can't be said to be wealthy, it was not so destitute as to reduce the national situation to the level of male thieves and female prostitutes. The root cause lies in war. To maintain the stability of its borders, Konoha controlled the battlefield at the border. Every time the 5 villages went to war, they intentionally brought the flames of war to the Land of Rain, turning it into a battlefield. There was no way around it. The Land of Rain was just that unfortunate, being situated right in the center of the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire. This world is not purely black and white. One's background determines their stance, and their stance determines their personal sense of justice. Nagato wants peace, Konoha wants peace, and even the most radical Kyumogakure, are they really that warlike? There is no way to avoid war. The 5 great nations must engage in a ninja war to limit the size of the ninja villages. Is it the fault of the feudal lords? In fact, the Land of Rain also desires peace. A harmonious and prosperous society is the highest aspiration of every ruler. Only then can they enjoy the luxurious life that comes with their power and status. However, the truth of the world is survival of the fittest, and things do not always go as one wishes. Resources are limited. When you enjoy more, others naturally have less. Right and wrong can only be judged by future generations. This is the ninja world, a place where the tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. Those who cast aside prejudice can look from one family to a village, from a village to a country, and from a country to the entire ninja world. They will eventually discover that human nature is inherently good. There are no truly bad people in the world. It is merely the trend of the times and survival of the fittest. Of course, those who can see this clearly are ultimately in the minority. More people remain trapped in cycles of grudges and enmity, just like the Rain ninjas at this moment. They tread through puddles, sporting dark circles under their eyes. driving their carts, gradually arriving at the venue for the grand assembly. While harboring hatred, they also bear heavy responsibilities. The final price of the items at today's auction will determine the economic conditions of the village for the coming years. If the Land of Rain is strong, then the Village of Rain will thrive. This is the belief of most Rain ninjas. Nearly 10 years since the Third Shinobi World War and the restructuring of the Rain Village, although the overall conditions of the Land of Rain have not changed. The living conditions in the Rain Village have improved significantly, gradually showing signs of stability and prosperity. If Nagato's health does not continue to deteriorate, perhaps the Rain Village will indeed get better and better. Well, the goods match. You may enter. After being checked by the Konoha ninjas, they are allowed to pass. A group of Rain ninjas then drives their carts into the venue. Before long, a light rain begins to fall again. Even though the grand assembly venue is covered by a barrier, the sound of raindrops falling heavily on the barrier is still distinctly audible. There are noticeably more Konoha ninjas patrolling the market today than yesterday. The building in the center, which was surrounded just a few days ago, has now been completed. That is the auction venue for today. Each ninja village can send 2 representatives to enter, and the same goes for each powerful faction. Even with the number of participants limited, the auction venue is still crowded. Here are your number plates. Please take your seats according to the numbers. On this side of the rain, it was ultimately decided to let Lin Xianyu and Xia Pu Qianjing enter. At this moment, they received their number tags at the entrance and began to look for their seats. Oof. I can't believe we were arranged in such a remote corner. While trying to find her seat, Xia Pu Qianjing once again voiced her dissatisfaction. Does she really think she is in some kind of hidden village of tolerance? Beside him, Takasugi Suzuki sneered. Their grass ninja team was restricted from entering other districts of Konoha, and they were filled with anger with no place to vent it. This guy from the Rain Ninja village was sitting next to him, saying something about corners and crevices. Wasn't this mocking their grass ninja village? You. Seeing this, Xia Pu Qianjing was about to take action, but was stopped by Lin Xianyu. Today's auction is of great importance. Don't cause trouble. The words were double-edged, seemingly directed at Qianjing, and also at Takasugi Suzuki. Upon hearing this, Takasugi Suzuki turned his head away, clearly unwilling to create any more conflicts. At this moment, several Konoha ninjas began distributing a series of lists among the seats. When a list was handed to Xia Pu Qianjing, his pupils suddenly constricted. This was the introduction and auction order of all the items up for bid. Konoha's longevity pills, Yunin's Biji giant beast horns, Iwagakure's 5-color clay, Kirigakure's deep sea black iron. Wait, has Sunagakure gone mad? They actually brought out more than a dozen B-class puppets? On the densely packed auction list, many items made Xia Pu Qianjing's eyes shine with desire. Among them, the items presented by the 5 great ninja villages were particularly shocking to him. The beast horn from the Hidden Cloud village was even more precious than chakra metal. It was the main material for forging artifacts of the lightning attribute. The 5-color clay from Iwagakure is a remarkable material that can be shaped into any form and controlled by infusing it with chakra. It could transform into any insect, fish, bird, or beast possessing combat strength around B rank. The deep-sea black iron from Kirigakure is also a top-tier material comparable to beast horns. On the other hand, Sunagakure has produced many items, but their quality is generally low. The only surprising aspect is the dozen or so B-rank puppets, which raises the question, with so many high-quality puppets circulating, aren't they afraid of others figuring out the corresponding puppet techniques? Finally, Konoha's longevity pills made all the ninja from other villages feel a sense of unease. It seemed that Konoha's rise was unstoppable. Without keeping people waiting for too long, Kakashi, wearing an Umbu mask, stepped onto the high platform. At the same time, a dozen members of Konoha's Umbu moved the first batch of auction items up. Therefore, I announced that the auction for the first half of this pre-competition exchange meeting officially begins. Kakashi's voice echoed throughout the venue, amplified by chakra. Chapter 225, The Auction Incident, Part 1. Once the audience quieted down, Kakashi stepped aside. A stunning woman in a white kimono slowly ascended the stage. It was Miss Watanabe Sia. She is the youngest gold medal treasure appraiser in the Land of Fire. Miss Sia, as the woman slowly approached the center of the stage. The entire audience of dignitaries was in an uproar. Even many young ninjas joined in the chorus, constantly shouting, Miss Sia, Miss Sia. Everyone please be quiet. Watanabe Sia pressed her hands down, her voice clear and pleasant. Though her volume wasn't loud, her unique voice allowed almost everyone in the audience to hear her clearly amidst the noise. As a result, the auction venue quickly fell silent. Occasionally, A few people who were still shouting would have their mouths covered by those around them. Seeing this, Watanabe Sia revealed a sweet smile. I am honored to be invited by Konoha to host this auction. Without further ado, I believe everyone is eager to begin. Let's get straight to the point. At this, she glanced at the many items laid out on the table in front of her. She picked up the first porcelain vase and held it high. The auction item list in everyone's hands has detailed descriptions, so I won't repeat them here. Our first auction item is the anti-aging medicine developed by Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, the Elixir of Youth. This bottle is to warm up the auction. Those who do not win should not worry. We will provide 30 bottles in our grand finale items. The Elixir of Youth contains 7 pills per bottle. The starting bid is 5 million Ryo, with a minimum increment of 500,000 Ryo. The bidding starts now. As Watanabe Sia's voice fell, a hammer struck. Immediately, someone raised a placard to bid. 6 million taels. 6,500,000 taels. The atmosphere in the auction house suddenly became lively. This made Kakashi, who had retreated to a corner of the high platform, sigh, as expected of professionals. Indeed, the concise introduction was straightforward and free of tedious talk, especially the remark that those who didn't win shouldn't be anxious, which seemed to be a kind reminder to everyone that there would be more longevity pills available for bidding later. In reality, it was a reminder to those with insufficient funds that missing the first auction meant the subsequent sessions would be dominated by the big players. Moreover, with Watanabe Sia's reputation, her presence as the host also carried a bit of celebrity effect. Sure enough, the first auction stirred the enthusiasm of the entire crowd. 13 million. After a fierce competition, the price finally eased at 13 million. Those who have reviewed the auction item list are well aware that this miraculous medicine must be taken continuously over a long period to be effective. Thus, when the price reached this level, many who knew they lacked the financial means stopped raising their paddles. Immediately, Watanabe Sayaka's pleasant voice rang out again. Lord Ishizawa from the Land of Rivers bids 13 million. Is there any higher bid? As soon as these words were spoken, the elegantly dressed Lord Shizuo stood up proudly and cupped his hands towards the stage. It seemed that being mentioned by Watanabe Sia was something quite prestigious. However, the charm didn't last long. Under the current circumstances, it seemed he was somewhat stimulated. The previously subdued bidding suddenly became intense again. 15 million taels. 15,500,000 taels. 17 million taels. Finally, the bidding fell silent again at 18,500,000 taels. At this point, Watanabe Sayaka no longer provoked them. She directly struck the gavel. Lord Ishimoto Mayumi from the Land of Earth bid 18,500,000 taels. 18,500,000 taels going once. 18,500,000 taels twice. Just as the third hammer was about to fall, a Lord Minister from the Land of Fire, who had previously participated in the bidding, once again offered 20 million Ryo. This time, there were finally no surprises. After the third hammer, Watanabe Sia placed the porcelain vase back on the tray. A member of the Konoha Umbu immediately approached that lord with the tray, while Watanabe Sia's voice rang out. Congratulations to Lord Asano, the Lord of Inari Bay in the Land of Fire, for successfully acquiring the first auction item, a bottle of Eternal Youth Elixir. May you remain youthful and enjoy health and longevity. It is obvious that, since the seats were predetermined, Watanabe Sia had already memorized all the positions, identities, and names of everyone in advance. This is why she can easily state the identity and name of each bidder. Just this alone is not something an ordinary person can easily achieve. No wonder the internal pricing of the longevity pills is set at 1 million taels each, with a bottle costing 7 million. Yet she was able to auction them off for an astonishing 20 million taels. Now let us begin the bidding for the second item. This is a famous sword provided by Yunin Village, the Thunderblade, Cracked Rock. As Watanabe Sia struggled to lift a completely black short blade, the next moment, when she infused chakra into the blade, dazzling lightning patterns began to appear along the edge. The audience gasped once again. Yunin had actually brought out this famous sword? It was simply unbelievable. This sword is said to be the weapon of the first Hokage. Is it really being auctioned off? Regardless of the discussions among the crowd, many connoisseurs had already excitedly stood up. It should be known that so-called famous swords start at least with 4 attributes. In terms of blade quality, if single attribute ninja sword are considered to be at the level of fine iron, capable of easily cutting through ordinary iron blades, but also prone to minor nicks, then dual attribute ninja swords can be said to cut through iron like mud. They would need to sever a dozen swords before sustaining any damage. 3 attribute ninja swords are considered precious swords. When clashing with the previous two types, they would not show significant damage. 4 attribute swords can cut through fine iron like mud, without suffering damage under normal use. Some peak creations among 4 attribute ninja swords can be termed famous swords, even in the hands of ninjas who are not specialized in sword techniques. Such a sword can significantly enhance their strength. The reason why famous swords are called famous is that their materials are difficult to damage. They have typically passed through the hands of many strong individuals and survived numerous battles. While people have died, the sword has been passed down through generations. This is a true family heirloom, including 5 attribute ninja swords. Most also belong to the category of famous swords. The peak among 5 attribute ninja swords are even referred to as divine weapons. The 3 swords from the Kusanagi series, including Orochimaru's Tenzu Cloud Sword, a Chinese longsword, Sasuke's Tenbu Flow Sword, Itachi, and Itachi's Shikatsu Sword, an energy sword, are all considered divine weapons. At this moment, seeing a famous sword brought out in the second round of the auction, the discussions in the room surged, but for a moment, no one dared to place a bid. Even when Watanabe Sia repeated, starting bid, 5 million. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 million. Still no one raised their cards. If common 4 attribute ninja swords are valued at 2, 3, 4, or 5 million ryo, with exquisite ones reaching 7 or 8 million ryo, all falling within the range of several million ryo, then a famous sword must start at over 10 million ryo. It wouldn't be surprising if it sold for over 100 million ryo. Many people's gazes turned towards the 2 representatives of Yunin, trying to find some answers in their expressions. The lack of bids was not because no one wanted the famous sword, but because they were intimidated. There are not 1,000, but at least 804 attribute ninja swords. However, famous swords are few and far between in the entire ninja world. Especially, this is the weapon of the first Raikage. What does Yunin mean by this? Without understanding this point, who would dare to bid? Seeing this, one of the middle-aged men representing Yunin stood up and clasped his hands towards the crowd, saying, "Due to the rush, we did not prepare other treasures to participate in the auction. At the behest of the third Raikage, this Raijin, Rending Rock, is indeed an item we Yunin village voluntarily offered for auction. The highest bidder wins, and everyone can bid with confidence." Chapter 226, Auction Incident, Part 2. The first Raikage weapon is up for sale? Not to mention that most people present felt incredulous and puzzled. Even Uchiha Rome, who was hidden among them, frowned. He sensed a conspiracy brewing. Not to mention the value of the famous sword itself. Merely the significance represented by Raijin, Rending Rock, is quite extraordinary. No matter how financially strained Yunin village might be, it stands to reason that they shouldn't be auctioning off such a thing. However, after the explanation from the Yunin representatives, although the crowd remained suspicious, someone finally couldn't hold back. 5 million ryo. A young noble from the Land of Fire raised his card and called out the base price. 6 million ryo. I bid 7 million ryo. 8 million ryo. This famous sword must belong to the Miyamoto clan. 9 million ryo. It has to be ours, the Kirigakure clan. You already have 7 famous swords. Why are you still joining in? 10 million ryo. It must belong to the Miyamoto clan. I bid 20 million ryo. Quite lively. We Uchiha are also interested. 50 million ryo. As Uchiha Fugaku raised the bid to 50 million ryo, the intense bidding suddenly came to a halt. Though the famous sword is great, its value is ultimately limited. A sky-high price of 50 million ryo, coupled with the involvement of the Uchiha clan leader, made many people start to hesitate. The characteristics of Raijin, Rending Rock, had long been known since the first Raikage made a name for himself in the ninja world. Besides its nearly indestructible nature as a famous sword, it also possesses enhancements of the 4 attributes: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Among these, the enhancement of the lightning attribute is not weaker than that of most chakra metal weapons. The enhancements of the other 3 attributes are relatively weaker, only about 10. Therefore, if one does not possess or excel in lightning nature transformation, bidding above 50 million ryo may not be worth it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rome, transformed into the Root Captain Tion, wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. What's going on with Raijin, Rending Rock? Don't buy it. Although Karabi didn't say it explicitly, Uchiha Rong had already made some guesses. Yunin was indeed trying to stir things up. This famous sword certainly has issues. At this moment, after a brief pause in the bidding, the representative from the Kirigakure clan raised the bid to 51 million ryo. Miyamoto clan elder Miyamoto Kiyoshi immediately followed with a bid of 52 million ryo. Since Uchiha Fugaku had already mentioned that the Uchiha were also interested, there was naturally no reason to back down. He raised the bid to 70 million ryo. Just then, the noble side also entered the fray. 100 million Ryo, 200 million Ryo, with the delegation of the land of Fire's daimyo bidding 100 million. The delegation of the land of Water's daimyo raised it to 200 million. The scene once again fell into an eerie silence. TSK. Interesting. Quite interesting. Uchiha Rome quickly understood. In itself, Raijin, Rending Rock, is considered to be at the bottom among famous swords, valued at around 70 to 80 million. Even with bidding premiums, 100 million would be the ceiling. However, with the title of the first Raikage weapon, given the wealth of the daimyo's manor, even 200 or 300 million for collection would be worth it. Furthermore, if they could take the opportunity to pit the Uchiha or Kirigakure against each other, both the land of Fire and the land of Water's daimyo would be very willing to see that. These two sides were there to drive up the price. In terms of value comparison, even Uchiha Rome, wielding the Star Sword, would find it hard to damage a famous sword. Similarly, given Uchiha Rome's level, although the Star Sword's blade toughness does not yet reach the indestructible level of famous swords, even shadow-level ninjas wielding famous swords would find it impossible to destroy the Star Sword. If it were the bladed Stardust, although the blade toughness could only rival that of a 3-attribute ninja sword, the attached chakra enhancement would be sufficient to cut through a famous sword like Raijin, Rending Rock. This comparison may not be entirely valid. In other words, if two shadow-level powerhouses were to wield them, the Star Sword would be able to exert power comparable to that of Rending Rock. While Rending Rock may have a slight edge in blade quality, it would also struggle to damage the Star Sword. If using bladed Stardust, there would be a chance to cause damage to the blade of a famous sword like Rending Rock. Similarly, if Rending Rock successfully strikes the Star Sword's blade, it also has a chance to damage the Star Sword. In terms of value comparison, the forging cost of a Star Sword is 12 million Ryo, and bladed Stardust is about the same price. However, Rending Rock is as high as 70 to 80 million Ryo. Why is it so much more expensive? Because if it were at the Jonin stage, in the case of prolonged, intense battles, both the stars and Stardust would surely be destroyed. As Watanabe Saki struck the first hammer, Miyamoto Shion raised the bid again, 200 million. Keizuki Satsuki, unwilling to back down, followed closely with an increase of 1 million. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to speak, the representative from the land of Water's daimyo's residence calmly raised their sign, 300 million. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was rendered speechless. It wasn't that he couldn't afford this 300 million, but it was clear that this value far exceeded the worth of the famous sword itself. Although famous swords are hard to come by and often have inflated prices, this was a situation where continuing to bid would make him a fool. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku no longer wanted to continue, Miyamoto Shion also took the opportunity to back down. In fact, when she had called out 200 million and won, she was already feeling a bit strained. Although the Miyamoto clan was wealthy, truly spending 200 million on this famous sword would undoubtedly put the family in a difficult position. Sigh. Miyamoto Shion let out a deep sigh. If it weren't for, just as she was halfway through her thought, she instinctively closed her mouth, as if there were unspoken reasons. At that moment, Uchiha Rome also glanced over. As a member of Konoha, he had actually been quite puzzled when Miyamoto Shion called out 200 million and won. To his knowledge, given the financial power of the Miyamoto clan, it didn't seem likely that they would spend 200 million on a famous sword. They already possessed 2 famous swords. So is it really worth such an effort for this one that didn't match their attributes? Puzzled as he was, when a representative from the land of Water's daimyo's residence bid 300 million and no one else continued, Watanabe Saki quickly struck the second hammer. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Uchiha Rome, wearing a Tengu mask, slowly raised his bidding sign. A shocking figure came from his mouth. I bid 1 billion too. Wow. The entire venue was in an uproar. Who is this person? Does Konoha's Umbu really have this much money? Hiding behind a mask. Are you too ashamed to show your face? Verify funds. I suspect he doesn't have the ability to pay. As various voices of surprise rang out, the representative from the land of Water's daimyo's residence requested a verification of funds. Suddenly, a root member wearing a ghost mask flashed onto the stage and whispered something to the somewhat bewildered Watanabe Saki. After the root member left, Watanabe Saki's expression had already returned to calm, her unique and clear voice cutting through the noise, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, please be quiet. Regarding the verification request you raised, Lord Nanahong from the land of Water's daimyo's residence. At this point, Watanabe Saki paused, took a deep breath, and continued. This gentleman is a high-ranking member of Konoha's Umbu, and they have already confirmed that he has sufficient payment capability. Upon hearing this, The noisy venue gradually returned to order. Uchiha Rong's indifferent voice rang out at the quietest moment. So, is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Uchiha Rong directly looked at Watanabe Saki on the stage and urged, since no one else is bidding, please strike the hammer, Miss Saki. Seeing this, Watanabe Saki curiously sized him up. It was then that she was shocked to discover that the identity information she had received about this person seemed to be fake. Lord Sano Ten, the Lord of Tsangju Mountain in the Land of Fire, but he was clearly a member of Konoha's Umbu. A high-ranking one at that. Time was of the essence, and hearing the urging, Watanabe Saki quickly nodded. All right, your request is within a reasonable range. It's no wonder Watanabe Saki stuttered. Who knows if the name Sano Ten is some kind of secret? For a moment, unsure of how to address him, she could only say this. Immediately, she no longer spoke further. 1 hammer, 1 billion 2 once. 2 hammers, 1 billion 2 twice. Wait, I bid 2 billion. The representative from the Land of Water's daimyo's residence, Lord Nanahong, said through clenched teeth. Kid, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by the bidding voice. 2 billion and 1 million. Hearing Uchiha Rong's calm bidding voice, Nanahong Cannon was about to explode with anger. At this point, Watanabe Saki didn't even need him to urge. Seeing no one bidding for 10 seconds, she directly struck the first hammer. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong's indifferent voice came through. I advise you, don't contest with me. However, a sudden change occurred. Before the representative from the Land of Water, Nanahong Cannon, could speak, the representative from the Land of Fire's daimyo's residence raised their sign and bid 30 billion. Crazy. The entire auction house went insane. Everyone felt their scalp tingle. At this moment, even the dullest person could see that something was amiss. 30 billion for a famous sword? That's enough to buy a divine artifact. Just as Uchiha Rong's voice was almost simultaneous with the word billion that fell from the other party's mouth, he immediately countered. 30 billion and 1 million. If anyone else bids, I will immediately give up. He shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Uchiha Rong looked at the representatives from both daimyo's residences as if they were fools. The reason he bid for this problematic famous sword was to prevent it from falling into someone else's hands and causing any danger, creating chaos at the auction site. After all, if it ended up in his hands and there were any issues, he could just seek compensation from the Cloud Village. No matter how much he spent, he could get it back. But these two fools? He was beginning to doubt whether Cloud Village could afford to compensate him if the bidding continued. Don't forget, 10 of the funds from this round of bidding would be taken as a bonus for the second half. So he reminded them. He said that if anyone else raised the bid, he would give up. Yet, someone didn't believe in evil. Although I don't know what secret this famous sword has that makes Konoha's Umbu so determined to acquire it, I happen to be quite interested in it as well. Therefore, I'd bid 40 billion. After Nanahong finished speaking, he still felt a bit proud, looking at Uchiha Rong with disdain and provocation. Then he was stunned to see that the guy wearing the Tengu mask slowly sat down. Nanahong Cannon. Congratulations to Lord Nanahong from the Land of Water, successfully purchasing the Thunderblade, Liu Yen, for 40 billion. It wasn't until Watanabe Saki struck the hammer 3 times and announced the auction's success that Nanahong Cannon, called by name, regained his senses from his daze. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything in front of him was so surreal. Amidst a dizzying whirl, he fell backward. Chapter 2:27. Genuine and fake famous swords. However, whether he was genuinely dizzy or feigning it, the payment for the item still had to be made. If it were merely an auction held by Konoha, perhaps he could still default. But don't forget, 10 of the total revenue from this auction goes towards the rewards for the ninjutsu exchange in the second half. 40 billion, that's 4 billion. This concerns the interests of all ninja villages, let alone the Land of Water's daimyo's residence. Even the Land of Fire's daimyo's residence would not dare to default on their bid. Immediately, another representative from the Land of Water's daimyo's residence, looking distressed, took the famous sword Thunderblade, Liu Yen, from the tray. They completed the payment for the item on the spot. It is worth mentioning that the Land of Water's daimyo's residence naturally brought Water Country's silver notes, based on the current exchange rate of 1:7 between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The 4 billion Fire Country silver notes are equivalent to exactly 10.8 billion Water Country silver notes. Once the transactions were settled, Nanbin Shihong woke up at the right moment, looking at the 20 billion funds brought this time, and was shocked that the second item alone had taken half of it. He realized that his career path was likely at an end. He immediately fainted. Next was the third item for auction. Just as Watanabe Saki began to speak, she was interrupted. A representative from the Earth Country's daimyo's office suddenly stood up and said, "Wait. Miss Saki, We request to temporarily add another item to the auction. Oh, Lord Hikawa side-eye. Such matters can be privately discussed with the staff. Please do not disrupt the auction order. Although Watanabe Saki's tone was relatively polite, her content did not offer much face. The other party's actions were clearly against the rules. Hikawa side-eye chuckled lightly, bowed slightly with some apology, and said, "I apologize, Miss Saki. I know this is against the rules, and I have no intention of disrupting the auction. However, the transaction price of the Thunderblade was truly astonishing, so after discussion, our Earth country is also willing to present a famous sword to join the auction. We hope it can become the third item." Upon hearing this, Watanabe Saki looked towards Kakashi at the edge of the auction stage. Although she was responsible for hosting this auction, she was not from Konoha. Therefore, the real decision-maker on the spot was still Kakashi, the high-ranking Umbu. When she saw Kakashi slightly nod, Watanabe Saki's attitude turned around, and with a smile, she gently said, "Lord Hikawa side-eye, your country's generosity is admirable." Saki expresses the most sincere gratitude on behalf of the participating team. Watanabe Saki bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. She then continued, "Now, please introduce the third item." At this moment, it wasn't just Watanabe Saki who changed her attitude. Many people present were quite displeased with the Earth country's interruption of the auction process. However, with Hikawa side-eye proposing to add a famous sword, most of the people from a ninja village showed a change in expression. If the added item was a famous sword of such high value, the more the merrier. It concerned the interests of all ninja villages, so interrupting the auction process was nothing. Ahem. Hikawa side-eye cleared his throat and handed a sealing scroll to the Konoha Umbu beside him. As the Konoha Umbu opened the sealing scroll and took out a somewhat katana-like broad long sword to hand to Watanabe Saki on stage, Hikawa side-eye's voice rang out. "This famous sword was purchased yesterday by me from a wandering ninja for the price of 100 million. So I must trouble Miss Saki to authenticate it first. According to the seller, this sword is named Abruzukyo." Upon hearing this, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Even Watanabe Saki, for the first time, looked pale. She nervously looked at Kakashi again. The scene erupted into a flurry of discussions. Abruzukyo? Is it famous? It can't be true. How could it be Abruzukyo? Haha, interesting. This auction is truly interesting. Some were confused, some were in disbelief, and some were gloating. Meanwhile, many people's gazes turned to the already dark-faced Minato Namikaze. The long sword Abruzukyo and the short sword Muzu are known together as Abruzukyo Nin Muzu. This is the heirloom famous sword of the Minato clan. The long sword Abruzukyo can create a large area of mist that obscures the five senses with its swing. The short sword Muzu can instantly turn the mist into sharp wind blades. These two famous swords are both top-level swords with 5 attributes. The combination of the two swords, end.At Abruzukyo, was once the ultimate technique that made the Minato clan feared in the ninja world during the Warring States period. Now, with the long sword Abruzukyo appearing at the auction, the shock it brings can be imagined. At this moment, wait, the over 40 Minato Shine's gaze was sharp, and her voice was undeniable. Our Minato clan demands the immediate halt of this auction and the sealing of the venue. Upon hearing this, the already noisy venue turned into a marketplace. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a young man who looked only 18 or 19 slowly appeared on stage. The thick chakra fluctuation comparable to a tailed beast instantly attracted the attention of all the ninjas present. With a slight glance, he froze Xia Pu Qianjing, who was preparing to take action, in place. When his gaze shifted to Minato Namikaze, this elder, who had a significant say within the clan, immediately lowered her head. The auction continued, and any disruptors would be captured. Leaving this sentence, Danzo then retracted his chakra and stepped back to Kakashi's side. It was clear that the appearance of the Minato clan's heirloom Abruzukyo at the auction was a premeditated event. The most suspicious party was the Earth country's daimyo delegation. Moreover, judging by Minato Shine's reaction, this Abruzukyo was likely genuine. What a fool. The Minato clan is just getting worse. Danzo coldly snorted with dissatisfaction. Kakashi beside him shrugged helplessly. It was indeed unwise. This was equivalent to cooperating with the behind-the-scenes mastermind, telling everyone that this famous sword was genuine. And indeed, as the chaos was quelled, the enthusiasm for bidding on Abruzukyo reached an unprecedented high. Although the Thunderblade was also a famous sword, it was of the bottom tier among the 4 attributes. Its only highlight was its identity as the first Raikage blade. However, in reality, each Raikage was not particularly skilled in swordsmanship. So this layer of halo was quite limited. Abruzukyo was different. Not only was it a top-level famous sword with 5 attributes, but it also had the ability to emit mist that obscures the 5 senses. Whether for offense or escape, or in one-on-one or group battles, it was a significant weapon. If one day the short sword Muzu could be obtained as well, its deterrent power on the battlefield would only be second to that of the tailed beasts. These 2 famous swords were the greatest heritage of the Miyamoto clan. It's no wonder Miyamoto Shion was crazy enough to want to stop the auction of Abruzukyo. But just as Nanben Shihong of the Water Country wouldn't dare to not pay, Konoha might be able to use force to retrieve the heirloom for the Miyamoto clan. However, they would also offend all ninja villages in the process. If the Thunderblade sold for 40 billion was an accident, then Abruzukyo selling for 20 to 30 billion would still be in line with its value. Concerning the interests of all ninja villages, even if Konoha could take on 4, they wouldn't be able to pay for the Miyamoto clan's own mistakes at the expense of the common interests of all ninja villages. At this moment, Watanabe Saki took out several items to assist in the authentication and, after some operations on the long sword Abruzukyo, had a difficult expression and said, "This sword is indeed a treasure sword with at least 4 attributes, but whether it is the legendary famous sword Abruzukyo, I am afraid I am not knowledgeable enough." To this, those who truly understood swords were not surprised. They knew that Watanabe Saki was being modest. Identifying such a top-level famous sword clearly exceeded the normal appraiser's scope. Unless one was a great swordsman or a ninja of the same level or higher, it would be impossible to differentiate it in a short time. At this moment, Hikawa Side-Eye from the Earth Country laughed loudly. "Isn't that simple? I trouble Lord Shihong to temporarily borrow the Thunderblade and find 2 swordsmanship masters to each wield a famous sword in battle, and the result will be clear." It was evident that the mist obscuring the 5 senses from Abruzukyo required a very high level of chakra mastery. It was not something ordinary people could use. In this way, the clash of the 2 famous knives becomes the simplest way to verify authenticity. Have you finally revealed your true colors? It has been confirmed that Uchiha Rong has a problem with the famous sword Lien, and at this moment, he sneers coldly in his heart. It is obvious that the hidden problem of the famous sword Lien stems from the schemes of the Cloud Hidden Village. What remains unknown is whether this action by the daimyo of the Land of Earth is a premeditated collaboration with the Cloud Hidden Village or a sudden decision made upon realizing something. All the mysteries will be unveiled at the moment when the 2 famous swords collide. Chapter 228. Solve with ease. As Ping Chuanqing Dai's words were spoken, many people at the scene nodded in agreement. If it were just an ordinary 4-element treasure sword, they would have to find a relevant professional appraiser or forging master for identification, because the collision of treasure swords could likely cause mutual damage. Since what needs to be identified now is a famous sword with the characteristic of no damage, everything becomes simple. At least, if one were to use brute force normally. Apart from the rare individuals like the God of Ninja, whose physique is beyond normal limits, famous swords are almost no damage existences, unlike the relaxed state of others at this moment. As he watched Nanben Shihong of the Land of Water hand Lien over to a Konoha Umbu to be placed on the stage, the expressions of the 2 representatives from Cloud Hidden Village appeared normal, but upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of tension in their eyes. The 21-year-old Samui felt somewhat anxious at this moment and whispered to the middle-aged man, "Senjin Senpai, what should we do if we're discovered to have taken out a fake?" "Shut up." Sun Yuan nervously glanced around and forced himself to calm down, saying, "Remember, the item we submitted is the Thunderblade Shattering Rock." Sam was taken aback by what he heard. He quickly understood the other party's intention. They intended to take him down. The item they submitted was the Thunderblade Rock, and if it turned out to be fake, they would shift the blame to Konoha. It's Konoha's poor management that led to the swap, or simply accuse Konoha of being an inside job. Understanding this point, Samui's panic quickly calmed down, and her expression became resolute. Indeed, who could blame the appraiser hired by Konoha for not being able to identify the authenticity of the cracked rock? As long as we firmly claim that what we handed over is the famous sword, the broken rock, then Konoha has to bear this blame, whether they want to or not. After deducting the handling fee, the 3.6 billion Fire Country silver notes must be taken back. On the other side, at the auction stage, Watanabe Shia looked at the 2 famous swords placed on the table and shifted her gaze back to Kakashi. Kakashi was indeed the main person in charge of this auction. He understood the meaning behind her gaze, which was to have him send out 2 sword-wielding ninjas from the Umbu to test the blades. However, just as Kakashi stepped forward to say something, a figure wearing a Tengu mask suddenly appeared on the auction stage and a calm voice said, "Then let me use this sword, Riven Rock." As he spoke, the short blade Riven Rock was already in his hand. I see. After playing with it slightly in his hand and performing a few sword moves, Uchiha Ron confirmed the essence of this famous sword. It turned out to be an ordinary 4-element ninja blade, a replica of the famous sword Riven Rock. "Then I shall use this sword, Twilight Moon." At that moment, Danzo stepped forward a few steps and picked up the long sword Twilight Moon in front of everyone. Once he held the sword and infused it with chakra, Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is Twilight Moon. Although he could not grasp the sword's techniques immediately and could not use the mist to obscure the 5 senses right away. With Danzo's residual memories and his own level of chakra, he could confirm the authenticity of the sword. At this time, Watanabe Shiya smiled and said, "Then I will trouble you two gentlemen to test the swords for everyone." Danzo's earlier words were not concealed, and many people heard them. However, the authenticity of the famous swords could not be convinced by just one person's word. It had to be seen to be believed. Seeing this, Danzo did not waste words and directly swung the sword towards Uchiha Ron. Uchiha Ron reacted quickly, using a draw cut to block Danzo's downward strike with the long sword. In an instant, dozens of clashing sounds echoed, and each collision was a genuine impact of the blades, with neither of them infusing chakra nature changes onto their swords. They did not use any sword techniques. Yet, the shockwaves generated from each collision caused the newly risen barrier to tremble. The Konoha Umbu truly has hidden talents, with such strength solely based on physical prowess. No wonder the Hidden Leaf Village truly lives up to its reputation. That must be Lord Danzo, the Konoha advisor rumored to have received a miracle and returned to his youth. Right? Yes, that's him. I don't know who the other one is, wearing the Tengu mask. It's surprising that he has such a terrifying physical strength. Ironically, the focus of everyone's attention was supposed to be the 2 famous swords. But gradually, for some unknown reason, the attention shifted and everyone began discussing the powerful abilities of the 2 individuals. This is actually quite normal. Any ninja with a bit of insight can easily see that the A-rank barrier newly set up on the auction stage is enough to block S-rank power. The fact that the barrier is causing such intense disturbances indicates that, even without using their sword skills, the 2 are already producing combat waves that are extremely close to a full-strength attack from a quasi-shadow. What does this imply? This means that the 2 people currently testing their blades at the auction platform, at least based on their displayed strength, are at least S-rank shadow-level ninjas. It's not surprising that an old-school ninja like Danzo has such strength. The identity of Uchiha Ron, who wears the Tengu mask, starts to pique curiosity. With a crisp sound of bang, the barrier is shattered. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the 2 suddenly stopped. Watanabe Shiya, being a professional, was the first to recover from the shock and said loudly, "I believe everyone has already formed their own judgment about the authenticity of the famous sword. Now, the famous sword Luminous Moonlit Night has a starting price of 100 million liang, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 million liang. The bidding begins." As soon as these words were spoken, people immediately began to outbid each other. "I bid 100 million. This lord bids 130 million taels. 140 million. In less than a minute, the bidding broke through the 200 million mark. It's no wonder these people are so crazy. Earlier, Miyamoto Shine's reaction was equivalent to indirectly telling everyone that the Miyamoto clan's Abruzukyo had been lost. This indirectly confirmed the authenticity of this blade, the misty, moonlit night. Later, there's also a brilliant performance by Danzo and another person. The real collision of the blades cannot deceive anyone. If it weren't a famous sword, it would surely be damaged or chipped under such a forceful impact. The fact is it wasn't. Both the Obscure Moon Knight and the Cracked Rock are undoubtedly famous swords, and their unique shapes completely match the legendary sword Obscure Moon Knight. If this isn't real, is there really a master blacksmith in the world so bored that they would try to replicate the famous sword Obscure Moon Knight and, after much luck, produce a counterfeit of the same caliber? In the midst of the fierce bidding process, no one noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the 2 representatives from Yunin. "Senior. Sinuan Senior, what is the situation? You ask me, who should I ask?" A middle-aged man with muscular and knotted muscles is currently feeling as uncomfortable as if he needs to urinate. Could it be the village got it wrong? The Cracked Rock hasn't been lost. The replicas we brought to the auction are actually the real ones. Originally, the first-generation Raikage sword, Raiton, Kairi, was lost some time ago. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any trace of Kairi. With the ninja tournament approaching, the higher-ups of Kumovikure came up with a plan that would serve multiple purposes: to forge a fake Kairi with 4 attributes. impersonating the famous sword Li Yuan to participate in the auction. To know, even many experienced treasure appraisal experts find it difficult to easily distinguish this level of treasured sword. Moreover, the replica itself is also a treasured sword that is second only to the famous sword. Thus, there's a possibility of mixing fish and pearls. If all goes smoothly, not only can one gain a lot from a small investment, with a cost of a few million taels, one could obtain tens of millions or even over 100 million in returns. Furthermore, it can be announced to the entire ninja world that the famous sword Lai Yan has been auctioned off. In this way, firstly, it prevents the person who stole Lai Yan from using it openly. Secondly, it prevents those with ulterior motives from using this sword belonging to the first-generation Raikage for other purposes. After all, this famous sword has been openly sold by Yunin. Even if it is discovered halfway that the sword is a replica, one can insist that the original was genuine when submitted. Blame it on Konoha. With such a multifaceted plan, the calculations are certainly sound. But what is the situation now? Mori-jin and Samui both expressed their confusion. On the other side, the two representative ministers of the Land of Earth were equally baffled. Hirakawa Saidai even secretly slapped himself, thinking he was dreaming. How could this Lai Yan possibly be real? The two looked at each other. The real famous sword Lai Yan was still lying in the treasury of their daimyo's residence. How could this one possibly be real? Instead, Nanbin Nanahong from the daimyo's residence of the Land of Water was at this moment stroking the famous sword Lai Yan, feeling lucky. Although he spent 4 billion, this Lai Yan was able to withstand the intense battle against Ranjawai, which could be considered a rare treasure returned to the daimyo. This was purely a bit self-deceiving. It should be known that the annual budget of Konoha Village is only about 3 billion. The scale is less than half of that of the Mist Village. And 4 billion is enough to sustain the Mist Village for 2 years. Spending 4 billion to buy a famous sword worth only 100 million. After returning, if the daimyo of the Land of Water doesn't strip Nanban Nanahong of his skin, it would be considered the daimyo's mercy. Only at this moment, Uchiha Rong, who returned to his seat, had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his would-release chakra secretly supporting that replica Lai Yan, once the replica was exposed, Konoha would really have been schemed against. At that time, facing a hole of up to 4 billion, it would concern the interests of all the ninja villages. By then, the buyer from the Land of Water would accuse the famous sword of being fake and demand compensation. Yunin, as the seller, would accuse Konoha of having submitted a genuine sword, and that it was Konoha's fault during the storage. In such a situation, they would start blaming each other. Regardless of the outcome, it was like yellow mud staining the pants. It's not shit, but it is still shit. Even Konoha would find it hard to excuse itself. That would truly align with the intentions of those behind the scenes. I contribute to Konoha, and once it's done, I disappear, concealing my merits and fame. Silently resolving such a huge trouble, Uchiha Rome felt quite pleased. However, at this moment, one wave had not yet subsided when another rose. 300 million. 1 billion. When the bidding for Ranjawai reached 300 million, Miyamoto Shin could no longer contain himself. Mimicking Uchiha Rome's earlier behavior, he directly offered 1 billion. Wow. Uchiha Rome was dumbfounded. This fool. Even if Ranjawai is your family's heirloom, you must get it back. You should let others bid slowly. Perhaps it would end at 350 million or so. 350 million. Although it would severely wound the Miyamoto clan and greatly deplete their vitality, being able to retrieve Ranjawai would still be acceptable. But to show such a determined demeanor in front of the representatives of the 5 great daimyo, isn't that foolish? Does he still want Ranjawai? Even a wealthy person like Uchiha Rome would retreat in the face of the crazy price increase from the Land of Water. Moreover, the wealthiest, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, had not yet made a significant move. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Rome thought it was a bad situation, a representative from the daimyo of the Land of Fire slowly raised the bidding card and said, 2 billion. The 40-year-old Miyamoto Shin was stunned on the spot. Once Ranjawai was auctioned off by the daimyo, even sending clan ninjas to retrieve it would be useless, because by then, the entire ninja world would know that Ranjawai was taken by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What use is there in retrieving a famed sword that cannot be shown? Chapter 229, Misjudged Psychological Price Point, not to mention Uchiha Rome, even Dans and Kakashi, who were ready to maintain order at the auction platform, felt extremely speechless. They truly felt anxious for the intelligence of this elder from the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Shin. But upon careful consideration, it was also human nature. As the saying goes, the person involved is confused while the bystander sees clearly. The reason Miyamoto Shin repeatedly made wrong responses was mainly because Ranjawai was too significant completely pulling at her heartstrings. It had thoroughly made her anxious. As a high-ranking elder within the clan, any decision made or statement spoken must avoid a restless heart. A restless heart makes it easier to make mistakes. After the representative from the Land of Fire offered 2 billion, the previously competitive bidding scene suddenly fell silent. There were already few forces capable of continuing to bid. 2 billion. Even for a clan like the Minato with hundreds of years of heritage, it would truly be a significant burden to come up with this amount of money. At that time, various internal contradictions would explode, and the clan could potentially fall apart. 2 billion, 10 million. Just as Watanabe Sia struck the first hammer, Uchiha Fugaku raised the bidding card. This action drew a grateful glance from Miyamoto Shin. At this price level, among the ninja clans besides a few major clans, only the two great wealthy clans still had the capacity to continue participating in the bidding. Although the Uchiha could not spend huge sums of money to help the Miyamoto clan for free, at least as long as Ranjawai could stay in Konoha, the Miyamoto clan would still have a chance to retrieve it. Perhaps they couldn't come up with that much money at the moment, but as a well-established ninja clan, its value cannot simply be measured in terms of money. 5 billion. Seeing Uchiha join the bidding, the representative from the daimyo of the Land of Fire was extremely excited, without thinking, directly adding 5 billion. Compared to the fool from the Land of Water, this representative from the Land of Fire was much more rational. In the last round, he raised the price to 3 billion, even if no one bid again. The loss of this price was still within the budget of the daimyo's residence. Once someone took over, whether it was another country's daimyo residence or a major ninja clan, then his goal would be achieved. And indeed, when Uchiha Roan raised the bid, the representative from the daimyo of the Land of Fire directly stopped following. This time was different. It is well known that the value of the long sword Ranjawai is not just its intrinsic value as a 5-element famous sword, but also the combination technique it exhibits when paired with the short sword Wuxiang, which is comparable to divine artifacts. It is the greatest heritage of the Miyamoto clan and also the foundation of Konoha village. Just like the Uchiha clan's annihilation in the original timeline, the daimyo's residence is very willing to do anything that can shake Konoha's foundation, because only when Konoha's foundation is shallow can it be better controlled by the daimyo's residence. 5 billion, 10 million. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, hesitated for a moment, and raised the bid again. 4 billion. The daimyo's residents of the Land of Fire did not hesitate to continue bidding. However, from the extent of the bidding, it was clear that the other party was also starting to be cautious. An auction is essentially a psychological game. Sometimes, pushing the opponent to exceed their budget to win something can cause more damage than a large-scale war with real weapons. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent this time. His psychological budget was set below 4 billion. This was already the maximum liquid capital that the Uchiha clan could muster at present. Fugaku could not sacrifice the interests of his clan just to help the Miyamoto clan retrieve their lost property. Just then, however, Hinata Hizashi spoke up. It's not good for Konoha's items to be lost outside. Since the head of the Uchiha clan is already making an effort, it's only right that the Hyuga clan also contributes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku did not show any joy. Instead, his expression became serious as he lowered his voice and said, "They just want to exhaust us." Indeed, this moment of united front might not necessarily be a good thing. If, for the sake of a famous blade, they exhausted all the liquid capital of the two major clans, it would not be worth it. The reason the ninja villages could maintain their independence under the pressure of the feudal lords was mainly due to the self-sustaining economy within the ninja clans and a certain degree of financial stability. Even the feudal lords would think twice before easily cutting off the funding to the ninja villages, as the major ninja clans could unite for a final struggle. However, if the ninja clans became impoverished, then the ninja village would be very close to being completely controlled by the feudal lords. How could Hinata Hizashi not understand this principle? With a gentle sigh, just as Watanabe Sia struck the second hammer, she calmly raised her sign. 50 billion, completing the bid. She then continued in a low voice to Fujiyama, saying, "After all, we still need to make a show of it." Yes, making a show. As the two major ocular clans of the ninja world, possessing thousands of ordinary clan members, all of whom have worked for the clan their entire lives. This is the foundation of a noble clan. If the Miyamoto clan loses the event of the Lost Moonlit Night, and the two clans do not make a sufficient show of effort, the loss of the Moonlit Night is a small matter. The internal conflicts that may arise afterwards are far more troublesome. Just as the words were spoken, in a flash, Hyuga raised the bid by 10 billion. A fleeting look of joy crossed Fujiwara Ringshi's face at the daimyo's residence of the Land of Fire. 51 billion. The auction house is silent at this moment, as everyone else is stunned by this astronomical figure. Clearly, even if it were a divine artifact, this would probably be its price if there were one. This is no longer about the actual value of the item being auctioned, but rather a measure of interest between powers. Fujiwara Rinji's bid of 1 billion makes Hinata Hinashi feel quite uncomfortable. Should he just give up? After all, they would only be adding another billion. Should he continue to raise the bid? It's very frustrating. 5 billion, 200 million. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku raised his bidding card. Clearly at this level, it was no longer just the power of one clan competing in the bidding. 5 billion, 700 million. Fujiwara Rinshi raised his card again. Rarely, after placing his bid, he stood up and spoke for the first time across the space. Your Excellency, I know you love collecting famous swords. This rare treasure, the Aburazukyo. I had hoped to win it and bring joy to you, but unfortunately, my financial resources are limited. If there is a higher bid, I will withdraw. Originally, Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku were both prepared to give up. This unexpected remark really puts people on the spot. If they didn't act now, although there wouldn't be any obvious consequences later, there would definitely be whispers behind the scenes. Just 500 million short. Why not continue bidding? The various ethnic groups could come together and make it work. As Miyamoto Otan looked on with eager, almost pleading eyes, Uchiha Fugaku sighed and raised the bidding paddle. 57 billion, 100 million. 60 billion. Fujiwara Rinji sighed softly after the bidding. Although I'm already short on funds, I can still come up with another 3 to 500 million. Alas, it's all my fault for being too loyal to your excellency. It's just pure mockery, blatant mockery. It is clear that at this moment, Fujiwara Rinji has completely grasped the psychology of the two clans. If he raises the price by several billion directly, the other party would just give up. By slowly increasing the price by several hundred million, the other party is now in a position where they have no choice. At this stage of the bidding, some of the real high-level figures on site who are aware of the situation have also come to realize. The daimyo is intentionally willing to give up the luminous Moon Knight, and they just want to squeeze a bit more money from the two clans in the end. If the two clans can withstand the pressure, the result will be that they pay all their cash flow to preserve the luminous Moon Knight of the Miyamoto clan for Konoha, allowing it to remain paired with the short blade Wuxiang. If they cannot withstand it, a mere tens of billions, let alone the daimyo, even the private assets of the current Minister of the Land of Fire would be enough to handle it, as long as the price is within a certain limit. Bringing back the luminous Moon Knight to present to the daimyo would surely earn a reward. The current issue lies in assessing the losses in between. If the losses are too great, Fujiwara Rinji will naturally choose to give up. In that case, as the one who dealt a heavy blow to the two powerful clans, he would also receive a reward from the daimyo. Compared to that, of course, it's much more cost-effective to gain such an achievement without spending a dime. Therefore, Fujiwara Rinji is indeed prepared to give up the Obon Moon Knight. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions are extremely gloomy. It is obvious that they have already fallen into this trap. No matter what the outcome is, they will suffer losses. At this time, the more branches of the Konoha ninja clan that are dragged down, the happier Fujiwara Rinji becomes. Just as Fujiwara Rinji was feeling smug and Hizashi and Fugaku were in a dilemma, a familiar voice yawned lazily and said, "What's taking so long? How long are you going to keep raising the price?" Saying this, he raised the bidding paddle. 1 billion. Fujiwara Rinshi looked over and found that it was the impressive Tengu masked member of the Konoha Umbu from before. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. 1 billion and 10 million. Fujiwara Rinshi did not forget that since this arrogant guy had made a move, there was no reason for him to back down easily. Is he one of the Fourth Hokage's people? At this moment, he was extremely excited. Originally, he only wanted to make the Uchiha clan bleed heavily, but unexpectedly, he hooked two major clans. Just now, he was about to pull back, but he didn't expect to involve the entire Konoha. In his view, being able to offer 100 billion meant that the various clans within Konoha had reached an agreement to share this loss. In that case, he naturally has to continue to squeeze for more. Sure enough, the other party continued to raise the price without hesitation. 12 billion. 12 billion and 1 million. Fujiwara Rinji smiled at Uchiha Ron, feeling uncomfortable. I just earned 10 million more than you every time. In Fujiwara Rinji's view, since the entire Konoha ninja clan has made a bid, the acceptable upper limit is roughly around 15 billion. A group of people who have already been dragged into this situation can never get back on shore. Thinking of the cleverness of it all, Fujiwara Rinji couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to already envision himself forcing the other party to call out 15 billion. Then he would give up bidding. Afterwards, he could go back and collect the reward from the daimyo. But just as he thought this, Fujiwara Rinji, squinting his eyes, suddenly realized something was off. Why isn't the bidding continuing? Without waiting for him to think further, Watanabe Sia has already knocked the hammer. 1,200,010,000 the first time. What the hell? What's going on? Are they really not raising the price? 1,200,010,000 for the second time. Rinshi Fujiwara was completely panicked. Just as the third hammer was about to fall, he quickly shouted, "Wait." Watanabe Sia frowned and stopped the hammer. "Lord Fujiwara Rinji, you cannot disrupt the auction order without a valid reason." Fujiwara Rinji nervously looked at Uchiha. "Why did you suddenly stop bidding? If someone else bids higher, I will give up." Uchiha turned his head away, ignoring him. Bang. Watanabe Sia waited for about 10 seconds. Seeing that no one was indeed bidding, she decisively knocked down the final hammer. Congratulations to His Excellency Fujiwara Rinji from the Land of Fire for successfully bidding 1 billion for the famous sword, Twilight Knight. No, this doesn't make sense. According to the report from the financial inspector, the total liquidity of various clans in the Hidden Leaf Village is at least 15 billion. Fujiwara Rinji was completely baffled. They had already bid 12 billion, so why suddenly stop? Aren't you afraid that other ninja clans will blame you when you go back? The more Fujiwara Rinji thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt like everything in front of him was flashing with gold stars. Struggling, he took out 15 billion from the 30 billion in cash he brought and handed it to the Hidden Leaf's Umbu, receiving the famous sword, Twilight Knight. Only then did Fujiwara Rinji faint, becoming the second minister from the Five Nations to faint at this auction after Nakanishi Nanako. The auction continued, and Watanabe Sia went on. "Next, we have the fourth item on the auction." Boom! A loud noise interrupted Watanabe Sia's words. A sudden change. The ceiling of the auction hall cracked with a loud bang, and dozens of puppets fell from the sky, attacking the items on the auction stage. Chapter 230, The Auction Stunt. Just as the incident occurred, over 100 Leaf Village ninjas wearing various animal and ghost masks instantly appeared. Some surrounded the audience, ready to take down anyone who moved, while others blocked the entrances and exits, preventing anyone from leaving and guarding against external attacks. The fastest were the members in ghost masks, who immediately activated several barriers. For barriers rose just in the audience, covering the 5 major ninja villages' ninjas, the nobles from the 5 nations, and other ninjas and nobles from various villages. On the auction stage, 3 barriers were instantly activated, clearly the most secure area. No matter how the falling puppets attacked, they could not break through the barrier. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Danzo also took action at the first opportunity. White Fang instantly knocked away 2 beast-shaped puppets, while Danzo's vacuum wave directly severed all the chakra threads of the puppets. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes, and the sudden chaos was already quelled. At this moment, a team of Umbu jumped down from the ceiling's opening. "Sir, the opponent is very cunning." The ones who attacked were all shadow clones. The implication was clear. They hadn't caught anyone. Danzo waved his hand and said loudly, "Just some jumping clowns. No need to pay attention." The auction continues. In the audience, many people looked grim. Everything happened too quickly. This was the first time the Leaf Village displayed such terrifying strength. Just from the chakra fluctuations of the dozens of puppets that attacked earlier, it was already comparable to the attacks of several elite J-nin. Originally, if the Leaf Village hadn't prepared so thoroughly, instantly separating the audience, many people would have taken advantage of the chaos, even creating greater disorder. Danzo's vacuum wave was truly stunning. It was incredibly precise and sharp. It could be called the nemesis of puppet masters, because no matter how skilled a puppet master is, they cannot avoid needing chakra threads to control their puppets. Coincidentally, Danzo's vacuum wave specifically targets energy, capable of tearing and cutting through all energy forms. An attack that could have caused great turmoil, possibly resulting in casualties among the nobles of various nations, was thus dissipated into nothingness. Watanabe Sia, however, remained very calm. She already knew that the auction stage she was on had the highest level of protection. "I sincerely apologize for the scare. Now let's continue the auction." At this moment, the ceiling had been repaired by the Leafs Umbu using earth techniques. The recent attack felt like a hallucination. The fourth item for auction was a rare treasure provided by the Awagakure, the 5-color clay. This is a peculiar life form that can change into various insect, fish, bird, and beast forms when infused with chakra. It not only possesses a top B-level combat capability, but is also particularly good at defense and protection. It is important to note that this clay life form requires long-term feeding with its own blood to establish a connection and thus be skillfully controlled. After the introduction, Watanabe Sia lifted 5 balls of clay, each the size of a basketball and in different colors. The starting bid was 10 million, with each increase not less than 1 million. This time, the bidding was unprecedentedly intense. More nobles from various nations participated. According to the item list, the 5 clay life forms were colored blue, red, yellow, black, and gray, corresponding to water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. These things usually remain motionless like dirt and stones. Once they come into contact with chakra, they will undergo a transformation. It's quite magical. If fed with one's own blood for a long time, a spiritual connection can be established. At that time, by injecting any chakra to activate them, one can control them to take on the needed form for battle. Each clay life form can match a B-level elite J-Nin in its best form. That means 5 elite J-Nin bodyguards, and they are particularly good at protecting people. Of course, the downside is that one has to inject at least 1 card's worth of chakra for it to possess that top B-level combat capability. If it weren't for this flaw, its value could multiply several times, and it might not even appear at the auction. Even so, it still attracted a large number of nobles to bid frantically. Soon the bidding surpassed 100 million. At this point, the bidding voices suddenly decreased significantly. Is it something as peculiar as the shark skin blade? The ninja world is truly full of wonders. Uchiha looked on with interest, but was not in a hurry to bid. Bidding is very skillful, especially in an auction setting with significant ninja forces gathered. If one reveals their needs too early, they might find it hard to win the desired item at a good price. After all, many people are eager to raise the price for their rivals. Until the bidding reached 170 million. Finally, no one continued to raise the bid. Congratulations, this esteemed lord. You have won the 5-color clay for 170 million. Watanabe Sia struck the hammer 3 times, recalling the seat number information. Almost unable to hold back her expression. Land of Fire, Peace Town, Administrative Officer, Sonochi. Watanabe Sia inadvertently patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did she calm her pounding heart, purely out of fright. How many Umbu elites were hidden in this auction in the Leaf Village? Next, the 5th item is the deep-sea Xian iron provided by the Kirikiri. The starting bid is 8 million, with each increase not less than 1 million. Although it is a super rare material of the main forging artifact level, its value cannot be too high due to its only being the size of a fist. 75 million. When the bidding for the deep-sea Xian iron reached 70 million, Uchiha frowned slightly and began to subtly observe the directions of the bidders. Stunt bidding? The ninja world actually knows how to use stunts to raise prices. It was clear that such a small piece of deep-sea Xian iron was already overpriced at 70 million. Congratulations to this esteemed lord for winning the deep-sea Xian iron. Upon seeing that Sonochi had won the deep-sea Xian iron again, Watanabe Sia barely managed to keep her voice from cracking due to nervousness. The 6th auction item, the 7th. Fortunately, that Sonoja lord did not bid again on the subsequent items, which eased Watanabe Sia's mind significantly. As each item was auctioned off, it quickly came to the batch of B-class puppets provided by Sunagakure. The first B-class puppet was the Sand Crocodile. Its specialty was its exceptionally strong defense on the back, making it nearly impervious to blades and guns. It could even withstand most C-level ninjutsu and some B-level ninjutsu attacks. The starting price was 1 million Ryo, with each increment not less than 100,000 Ryo. In fact, aside from the initial few hot items, the value of the subsequent auction items clearly dropped sharply, allowing more people to participate in the bidding. Each puppet from this batch of Sunagakure ultimately averaged around 5 to 6 million Ryo, with the highest valued flying puppet even fetching a staggering 50 million Ryo. Although the value of each item was not high, the total revenue still exceeded 200 million Ryo. Since everyone loves to raise the price. Then the 40 billion and 120 billion that Kumogakure and the land of Earth Daimyo's mansion made before must also be returned, raising the price, as if no one could do it. As Uchiha muttered to himself in several inconspicuous corners of the auction house, a number of rock clones of varying ages and appearances slightly curled their lips. Chapter 231. The auction is a battlefield. The amount involved in this auction was so large that it was already a war without gunpowder. From the current auction situation, the biggest beneficiary was the land of Earth Daimyo's mansion, which made over 100 billion Ryo by auctioning the famous sword Ranjawai after deducting 12 billion Ryo in fees. Following closely was Kumogakure, which made 36 billion Ryo from the auction of the famous sword Liyuan. Most importantly, one side sold a counterfeit, while the other stole from Konoha. Thus they profited, although on the surface. The Minato clan had not publicly announced the theft of Ranjawai, and the Land of Earth Daimyo's mansion claimed they did not know the authenticity of the sword as they purchased it from a wandering ninja. This provided a layer of cover, making it difficult for Konoha to clarify the matter in order to maintain stability during the tournament. However, this grudge was naturally formed. The current issue was that as the host of the tournament, Konoha, while gaining significant benefits and conveniences, was also subject to many restrictions. For example, they had to ensure the personal safety of all parties during the tournament process and on the way back. Of course, once they left the territory of the Land of Fire, anything that happened afterward would not concern Konoha. This led to the situation where, during the tournament, despite being at a disadvantage, Konoha could not use force to regain justice to avoid giving other forces the opportunity to stir up trouble. Even after the tournament, it would be difficult to hold the two parties accountable. After all, it was inevitable to leave traces when doing anything. And if the host Konoha were to be exposed for chasing down participating teams after the tournament, the impact would be far-reaching. Therefore, this grievance was hard for the Minato clan to swallow, yet they had to endure it. But Uchiha Rome did not need to endure. The 37th auction item, 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight Night, was a storage ninja tool belt provided by Lord Fujiwara Renji of the Land of Fire. This jade belt was embedded with 24 space jade pieces, each containing a storage space about the size of a ninja tool pouch. It is important to note that this ninja tool cannot store living beings. The starting price was 10 million Ryo, with each increment not less than 1 million. As Watanabe Sia introduced the new auction item once again, Uchiha Rome's spirit jolted. Here it comes. The first high-value auction item he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Amidst the intense bidding voices, the price of the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight Night Ninja Tool belt unknowingly reached 200 million. Such non-damaging famous swords and storage ninja tools generally had a real value of around 100 million Ryo. However, due to the lack of market, it was common for them to be auctioned off for 3 to 5 times the bidding price. Uchiha Rome was well-versed in sealing techniques, and his business was acquiring rare materials from various parties, so he naturally did not lack storage ninja tools. But this kind of ninja tool was still a strategic-level resource. It was a strategic ninja tool that attracted competition from all sides. 500 million Ryo, 600 million, 800 million. Suddenly, although the originally fierce bidding voices diminished, they continued to push the price to an unbelievable level. 1 billion. Amidst the continuous calls for bids, the representative from Kumogakure, Sun Jin, shouted out a sky-high price of 1 billion Ryo. Storage ninja tools have always been strategic items contended by the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with Kumogakure's unexpected profit of 36 billion Ryo this time, this was already beyond Sun Jin's expectations. And to safely bring this money back, this storage ninja tool was crucial. While 24 ninja tool pouch spaces may not sound large, in reality, it could easily contain 100 billion Ryo in 10,000 Ryo banknotes from the Land of Fire. Such a large sum of money, stored in a more convenient, concealed, and stable storage ninja tool, was clearly more reassuring. One should know that while one-time sealing scrolls are indeed cheap, if the scrolls were damaged in a fierce battle, how much of what was inside could remain? 1 billion, 100 million, 1 billion, 200 million, 1 billion, 230 million. In the midst of thoughts, the previous bids had already been continuously surpassed. Sun Jin quickly raised his bidding paddle again. 2 billion. There were still quite a few people chasing the price. And with each increment of 100 million, it was easy to ultimately reach a sky-high price. So Sun Jin estimated a bid. Although this kind of storage ninja tool was worth about 1 billion, a 20 billion premium would be acceptable if he could secure it. 2 billion, 100 million. 2 billion, 200 million. This time, the number of people chasing the price suddenly halved. But the price was still instantly raised to 2 billion, 500 million. Seeing this situation, Sun Jin was momentarily influenced by the enthusiastic bidding atmosphere. How about raising the price one more time? Just one last time. 3 billion. Sun Jin raised his paddle. 3 billion, 100 million. 3 billion, 200 million. Sun Jin's bids failed to stir any waves, instantly being drowned out. Seeing the bidding soar close to 4 billion, inexplicably, Sun Jin raised his paddle again. 4,500,000,000. At this point, he was no longer in the mindset of buying something. He just wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price and annoy others. After all, so many people were raising the price, so he wouldn't mind adding his own. He couldn't be the only one to bid and have everyone else fall silent. Right? No way. 4,500,000,000 once. Twice. 4,500,000,000 sold. Congratulations to Kumoga Cures Jonin, Mr. Sunjin, for successfully bidding for 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight Night at 4,500,000,000 Rio. It wasn't until Watanabe Sia called his name that Sunjin finally came to his senses. What have I done? Sunjin felt dazed. He had inadvertently gotten carried away with the bidding. He actually spent 4,500,000,000 Rio to buy a storage ninja tool with a total space of less than 1 cubic meter. Sunjin Sr., the 21-year-old Samui, was already panicking. She didn't know how, in a blink of an eye, her senior Sunjin had squandered the advantage they had painstakingly accumulated. What a waste of a good hand. Shut up. With a knife costing a few million as a trade for a storage ninja tool, we still made a profit. Sunjin's self-deceptive words left Samui momentarily speechless, unsure what else to say. After deducting 10% from the total, the previous auction of the famous sword Liyuan yielded 36 billion Rio. This time, they spent 45 billion. Even if the previous 36 billion was free, the price difference of 9 billion. With another 5 billion, they could customize a storage ninja tool of over 1 cubic meter. So, Sunjin's initial bid of 1 billion, if it had been secured, would have still been a profit. It was already not worth it at 2 billion. By then, he was already on edge. 45 billion. What concept is that? Enough to fund Yunin Village for at least 3 years. At this moment, Samui was filled with despair. As a representative of Yunin Village, Sanin's loss was akin to suffering a defeat that cost 4,000 to 5,000 excellent ninjas. As one of the representatives, she could not escape blame either. She seemed to foresee what awaited her upon returning to the village. The auction was still ongoing. Many people say that casinos ruin lives, but no one knows that a single impulsive purchase at an auction can also ruin a life. On the other side, Uchiha Rong sat in his seat, the Tengu mask on his face slightly raised at the corners. He successfully sniped Yunin. As for the 100 billion earned by the daimyo of the Land of Earth, he was not in a hurry. The significance of money to a ninja village is quite different from its significance to a daimyo's estate. To put simply, if Yunin were given 40 billion, it could secure its position as the second strongest among the 5 great ninja villages for several years, easily defeating Iwagakure. However, giving the daimyo of the Land of Earth 100 billion would merely allow him to add a few more dishes to his table for the next 2 years. After all, the scale is different, a village versus a country. The disparity in size is enormous. 100 billion is still a large financial influx for a country, but the actual military impact is not significant. Therefore, Uchiha Rong mainly targeted Yunin, and of course, the theft of the Konoha village's Kamamoto clan's lunar night by the daimyo of the Land of Earth would not be so easily accomplished. Chapter 232. Tsunade attack to make the opponent pay a price in the auction. It requires not only substantial financial resources, but also crucial intelligence. Just like before, Fujihara Rinji's misjudgment of intelligence led to the daimyo of the Land of Fire purchasing lunar night for 120 billion. At this point in the bidding, the auction was no longer about the value of the items themselves. The final outcome was that while Fujihara Rinji successfully made the Kamamoto clan of Konoha lose their greatest trump card, the lunar night, causing the technique lunar night's 2 days of no thoughts to be split apart, he ended up dealing himself a heavy blow. Although the Land of Fire is wealthy, 120 billion is still a tremendous hit to its finances. Besides financial power and intelligence, skills are also included. Just like in the later bidding for the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, Uchiha Rong's shadow clones blended into the venue and raised the bids, creating an atmosphere that led Sanin of Yunin Village to fall into a pit. In the subsequent bidding, although Uchiha Rong also won some items at a premium, such as 10 plants of 1,000-year level medicinal materials, averaging a 5-fold premium, costing over 500 million in total. An extremely rare S-Class B skin with space-time attributes was even bought at a 10-fold premium, costing a full 1.1 billion. However, since these treasures are valuable but have no market and either significantly enhance a ninja's strength or strategic resources, overall, being able to acquire these items without being outbid by other forces is quite successful in terms of strategic significance. Among them, that S-Class B skin, when combined with some supplementary materials, is enough to create a storage ninja tool with 10 cubic meters of space. This means that with Uchiha Rong's sealing technique skills, As long as he spends about 100 million on supplementary materials, the finished storage ninja tool could be worth nearly 100 billion. So, when calculated this way, the 11 billion spent on materials is actually not a loss at all. This auction before the tournament really opened people's eyes. Yes, roughly calculating, the total prize money has already reached nearly 40 billion, right? I remember the total prize money for the last exchange meeting was 43 billion. I didn't expect that this time, even before the grand finale items were presented, there would already be so much. The atmosphere on site was very lively. Even some small ninja village ninjas who couldn't participate in the bidding were excited to witness such extravagant spending of billions. Moreover, the higher the total amount of the auction, the more directly it is linked to their own prizes in the second half. This is what makes it most exhilarating. Before they knew it, it was already noon. At this time, Watanabe Sia had successfully auctioned nearly 100 items. Immediately, the auction entered a break. Many people left to have lunch, but more chose to stay and munch on the dry rations they brought. This was not because they were frugal and unwilling to go out for something better, but because at this moment, the venue was the time when discussions were the most lively. A grand gathering of all forces in the ninja world is the best place to gather various intelligence. On the other side, at Konoha Hospital, you have good talent. If you continue to develop in the direction of medical ninjutsu, you will definitely become an excellent medical ninja, Tsunade said with satisfaction. At this moment, Karen was using healing techniques on a villager with an injured arm. This was a mid-level medical ninjutsu that accelerated healing by precisely controlling the output of lightning chakra. The difficulty of such precise control over the violent lightning chakra is evident. It's no wonder Tsunade was so pleased with Karen. In medical ninjutsu, the levels can roughly be divided from low to high: the beginner water-type healing technique, the mid-level lightning-type healing technique, the high-level combination of lightning and water healing technique, and the palm healing technique that requires awakening the yang attribute transformation to practice. Besides medical ninjutsu, a qualified medical ninja usually also needs a high level of talent and perception. By injecting non-attribute chakra into the patient's meridians, they can perform a full-body examination. Based on the patient's symptoms, they quickly find the cause of the illness and lock onto the affected area. Then, through various perceptual abilities, they conduct more detailed examinations. Finally, they use the most appropriate methods, whether it be medicine, medical ninjutsu, acupoint stimulation, and so on, to treat the patient. This is the daily work of Konoha's medical team. Of course, in addition to these extraordinary abilities, the fundamental knowledge of pharmacology and medical theory is also a required course for medical ninjas. All right, after a full quarter of an hour, the wound healing is finally complete. Karen let out a light breath and wiped the sweat that had formed on her forehead. One must say that the long-term, stable application of such ninjutsu is also a significant test for the ninja themselves. The pressure during this time is not less than that of a fierce battle. After you go back, brew, and take this prescription once a day for 3 consecutive days, and you will be completely healed. Tsunade handed the prepared medical record and prescription to the villager uncle. The other party took it and repeatedly thanked her. Medical ninjutsu is not omnipotent. It is mostly more suitable for emergency treatment on the battlefield. To achieve complete recovery, it is best to combine some medicine and bed rest. After all, illness comes like a mountain collapsing, and recovery is like pulling silk. This principle is universally applicable even in the ninja world. Once all the patients scheduled for today were seen, and seeing that it was already noon, Tsunade immediately put down her stethoscope and took off her white coat. Changing into her green jacket. You've worked hard. Let's go out for lunch. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Karen responded quickly and then efficiently tidied up and followed her. In fact, regarding what Tsunade previously said about becoming an excellent medical ninja, that was not Karen's aspiration. Of course, she wouldn't argue against it. Growing up in the environment of Kusagakure and enduring torment, what Karen truly desired in her heart was powerful strength. The kind of strength that is enough to protect herself and no longer be bullied. Although she does not agree with Tsunade's arranged path for her, after some initial contact, Karen is quite satisfied with her current situation. At least during her time following Tsunade, everyone she encounters treats her with respect. No one has beaten her for no reason. And she hasn't had to endure the treatment of being a tool for healing by biting her to heal wounds. Although the process of treating patients is also tough, she can clearly feel that her control over chakra has become increasingly refined. Even if her future ambition is not to become a medical ninja, she still enjoys the improvement in her abilities that comes from hard work. It seems that these days aren't too bad after all. Ian, are you done? Following Tsunade to the emergency room on the first floor, Karen sees In tidying up medical instruments. Almost done. Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing Tsunade's call, In hurriedly speeds up her actions. A few minutes later, the three leave Konoha Hospital together. During this time, In hasn't always been by Tsunade's side. She comes to assist Tsunade when experiments need to be conducted, but at other times, she also participates in some work within the medical class. Konoha Hospital is located at the junction of the closed circle and the mixed residential area. The Ichiraku ramen stall is situated in the central part of the mixed residential area, relatively close to the Konoha Guard Department. Therefore, the three walk south along the central avenue of Konoha. However, along the way, the street that should have been bustling with people gradually becomes deserted, and they find themselves encountering no pedestrians. Be careful. Tsunade, being the first to sense something amiss, immediately warns. At this moment, In also realizes what the problem is. She quickly positions herself in front of Tsunade, pulling out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Lady Tsunade, it seems we have entered some sort of barrier. At this moment, Karen has been pulled behind Tsunade and also draws out a kunai, ready for battle. Just as In finishes speaking, over 30 sword-wielding warriors suddenly appear on the rooftops on both sides. As the warriors charge in, a flurry of kunai and even more shuriken rain down upon the three. Immediately after, a dozen ninjas without headbands also reveal themselves. Among them, the two leading figures emit chakra fluctuations comparable to S rank. Clearly, this is a premeditated ambush. In, protect Karen. Tsunade frowns slightly, already sensing what these people's intentions are. In the next moment, before the numerous attacks reach them, she quickly performs a series of hand seals. Secret technique. Multiple rock clone jutsu. 30 rock clones, each infused with chakra, instantly appear, surrounding the three protectively. At the same time, the attacks of kunai and shuriken arrive. The sound of clanging fills the air as most of the incoming ninja tools are knocked to the ground by the rock clone's sheer strength. Even those that manage to hit the rock clones, as long as they don't strike a vital point, are deflected away with a ding sound. The battle is about to erupt. Chapter 233. Illusion Domain Prison Cage during the first wave of attacks. Although Tsunade's 30 rock clones are inevitably dispersed with 5 of them taken down by the barrage of ninja tools, the remaining 25 rock clones immediately launch a counterattack. The attacking warriors, despite each possessing chakra above level 3, are nearly taken down with a single punch from the rock clones, proving ineffective. In this process, however, the ninjutsu unleashed by those ninjas poses a significant threat to the three. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Water Shark Bomb. Wind style, Gale Palm. Earth style, Rock Collapse. Lightning style, Lightning Serpent. Just as the rock clones finish dealing with the minions, they are faced with a barrage of B-rank ninjutsu. The scene evokes a sense of being surrounded on all sides. If it were an ordinary jonin, they might feel despair. Yet, Tsunade does not panic. She has seen such situations on the battlefield many times before. If she had faced such an ambush alone before, she might only have been able to protect herself, unable to shield In and Karen. But now, Tsunade has changed significantly. The rock clones raise their powerful fists and smash them into the ground, causing countless rocks to erupt from the earth as if forming a wall, completely protecting their side. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar a few dozen meters away causes the entire space to tremble. That is the battleground between Tsunade's main body and the two ninja leaders. At this moment, In realizes the clues. Looking around at the seemingly illusory street scene, she exclaims in shock, it's actually an illusion domain prison cage. This is an S-rank space-time type barrier. Each setup consumes a space gem worth over 100 million and other auxiliary materials worth tens of millions. Its effect creates an independent space that replicates everything in the current environment, isolating the inside from the outside. Although this barrier space can only exist for a short time. As the energy of the core space gem depletes, the barrier will disappear. It is undoubtedly an excellent means to attack important figures deep within enemy territory. As the battle intensifies on Tsunade's side, the rock clones continue to use their powerful fists to strike the ground, causing the entire space's materialized scenery to tremble and blur, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the bustling streets initially go unnoticed. However, when a shimmering, illusory light shield suddenly rises in a certain area, it catches the attention of nearby, patrolling members of the guard department. What is that? It looks like a hidden barrier. Observing the barrier that envelopes an area of several dozen meters in diameter, The first members of the guard department to arrive immediately take out their wireless intercoms to report up the chain. Section B of the Central Avenue. Unidentified barrier discovered. Requesting backup. Within 5 minutes of the distress call, Uchiha Kazama arrives with personnel from the nearest guard support point. This is the Illusion Domain prison cage. Attack the same point according to my command. Although this captain of the guard department is nearly 50 years old and his physique has declined, his strength remains at its peak. Thanks to the extensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan, he quickly identifies this barrier. He understands what the appearance of the Illusion Domain prison cage signifies. This means that there must be important figures trapped inside, currently under attack by enemies. In the blink of an eye, fire style, fireball jutsu. With Uchiha Kazama exhaling flames, he ignites a point of the barrier. Other members of the guard department also unleash their ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. Lightning style, Lightning Dragon Bomb. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The guard department's team, well trained, sees their captain leading with fire style, and most of the following members choose the same fire-based technique. Those more adept at lightning style use their lightning techniques. At the very least, no one resorts to using conflicting water style or defensive and physical attack-oriented earth style techniques. With lightning and fire intertwining and the wind howling, the barrier begins to tremble more violently, the entire barrier's surface flickering as if on the verge of collapse. Inside, the Illusion Domain prison cage. Unlike the mere dozen meters of diameter seen from the outside, the internal space of this space-time barrier possesses the effect of a miniature world, with an internal diameter of nearly 100 meters. At this moment, in the center of the barrier's space, the remaining 12 clones of Tsunade are still tightly protecting Karen and Shizen. Meanwhile, Tsunade's main body has reached the edge of the barrier, using her monstrous strength to continuously attack the barrier wall. As for the two enemy ninjas at the quasi-shadow level, they had long been smashed to pieces by her. Now, their remains lie on the ground just over 10 meters away from her. With the concentrated attacks from the support troops outside, combined with Tsunade's internal assault on the barrier, a cracking sound similar to shattering glass is heard. In the next moment, the barrier completely shatters amidst a haze. Capture them. Try to leave some alive. At the same moment the barrier shattered, the voice of Uchiha Kazama resounded solemnly. Immediately, a group of members from the security department, Root and Umbu, surged forward, capturing the ninjas who were still attempting to attack Tsunade's rock clones one by one. As the enemy formation was disrupted by the Konoha support team, Tsunade's rock clones left one behind to continue protecting Karen, while the other clones charged towards the dozen or so ninjas, launching a real counterattack. Previously under the siege, they had been too restrained in order to protect Karen and Shizen. In this situation, a guard ninja had just confronted the enemy when a figure resembling Tsunade flashed by, and the target was knocked unconscious with a single punch. Another Tsunade swept past, sending an enemy flying with a punch, like a rag doll, crashing to the ground and howling in agony. With the addition of Tsunade's shadow clones, the battle was completely over in less than a quarter of an hour. The aftermath of the battle was also contained by the arriving Umbu, who erected a ninjutsu barrier to prevent significant damage to the streets and buildings. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? After Tsunade dismissed the rock clones, Uchiha Kazama and his group stepped forward to inquire. Tsunade glanced lightly and noticed that Shizen's right forearm was bleeding. It was an injury sustained from a flying rock while protecting Karen. At this moment, Shizen had already used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding, and she was basically unharmed. We're fine. From here on out, it's up to you. Find out the origins of these people as soon as possible. Don't worry, we will, Uchiha Kazama assured, looking at the 8 or so enemy ninjas who were unconscious and had broken bones. He patted his chest, vowing. This was thanks to Tsunade's swift action with the rock clones, which prevented these individuals from committing suicide by poison in time. Since they were live captives, the security department naturally had ways to extract the necessary information through interrogation, as the chaos caused by the attack on Tsunade was suppressed. By the time Tsunade and her companions finished their ramen and returned to the Konoha hospital, it was already close to evening. Meanwhile, the auction at the Grand Assembly was also nearing its conclusion, although many items were sold for prices far exceeding their actual value due to competitive bidding. In the auction of the last few highlight items, Uchiha Rong did not allow those bidding forces to gain too much benefit. With his participation, 30 bottles of longevity pills were auctioned off for an average price of over 50 million ryo each. Of course, the cost of this bidding war was that Uchiha Rong himself purchased 7 of those bottles. Even so, The total amount from the 23 bottles that were actually sold still far exceeded expectations, reaching a staggering 1 billion. This is nearly double the profit compared to the 20 million per bottle from the first auction. After harvesting a wave of funds from the aristocrats with the longevity pills, Uchiha Ran did not spare the funds from the ninja villages either. In the final auction, there was a batch of strength pills made from century-old blood ginseng, with 10 pills per bottle, totaling 50 bottles, which were sold at an average high price of 8 million each. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of secret medicine made from 1,000-year-old snow lotus, which fetched a sky-high average price of 230 million per bottle. This has also garnered nearly 1 billion ryo in funding from various ninja villages. Although this batch of secret medicine is likely to produce several jonin, even A-rank jonin, in these villages in the future, it is hard to say whether it is a profit or a loss since it was acquired at a premium. Before the event concluded, Watanabe Sia also calculated the total prize pool for the second half of the subsequent exchange meeting. The total transaction amount for this auction was 650 billion, with 65 billion ryo entering the prize pool. According to the rules, the first place in tomorrow's ninjutsu exchange ranking will receive half of the prize pool. The second place will receive the remaining half, and the third place will split the remaining prize money again. The final balance of the prize pool will be evenly divided among the top 10. Sia is very much looking forward to everyone's performance tomorrow. With Watanabe Sia's final words before the event concluded, the atmosphere among the crowd was thoroughly heightened. Many ninjas have already started counting on their fingers. 65 billion means the first place prize is 32.5 billion ryo. This is already the annual budget of Konoha. The second place will receive 625 billion ryo. The third place will get 812.5 million ryo. The remaining 812.5 million will be evenly divided among the top 10, with each person receiving 80 million. Even just 80 million is still a sum that can drive many small villages to madness. How much we can ultimately get depends on tomorrow's performance. The ninjutsu exchange meeting is not about fighting in a ring, nor does it require hard power competition. It solely depends on the practicality of the newly developed ninjutsu and its contribution to the entire ninja world. Thus, all ninja villages have a chance to win first place. This is the most exciting part. All participating teams are eagerly gearing up, just waiting for tomorrow. Chapter 234. Ninja Technique Preliminary Competition the next day as dawn broke. The Konoha Stadium was already bustling with voices. The pre-competition exchange meeting of the ninja tournament has always been one of the most exciting highlights. Its excitement is on par with the subsequent individual matches, team matches, and mixed task simulations. Because at the exchange meeting, one can see various new ninja techniques developed in the entire ninja world over the past decade. Here, not only can we witness the creativity of the new generation of ninjas, but it also marks a milestone in the development of ninja arts. As the dignitaries from various countries gathered in the audience, the ninjas from each village had already assembled on the competition stage. The first round of the ninja technique exchange meeting is the preliminary selection. The reason for the preliminary selection is that this grand event does not require prior registration. Whether you're a ninja school student, a genin, a chunin, a special jonin, or a jonin, regardless of your background, age, or whether you are an official ninja from a ninja village, anyone can participate in the preliminary selection. This means that wandering ninjas can also take part. So, some may ask, what happens if a wandering ninja ranks and wins a prize? The answer is that the award belongs to the individual winner. Why is there such a mechanism? If this really happens, wouldn't the interests of the hidden village be harmed? This is the purpose of the ninja tournament of the entire ninja world. As the name suggests, any ninja can participate. In fact, not to mention that ninjas without a village background usually have low levels and find it difficult to achieve good results. Even if a rogue ninja does win an award, they will ultimately choose to join one of the 5 major ninja villages. After all, a common person is innocent. This has become an unspoken rule. At this moment, in the venue of the Konoha Grand Arena, the various ninja teams are clearly distinguished. Looking down from the audience seats, 2 groups of people with similar numbers can be seen. On one side are the ninja village ninjas, and on the other side are the ninjas from various countries who are not from ninja villages. Within these 2 teams, there are also small clusters of individuals. Compared to the ninja village side, where ninjas gather by their village units, the non-ninja village side appears quite chaotic. Some are in groups of 3 to 5, while others are solo. In the center of the venue, 50 small arenas have already been set up. Under the guidance of the Konoha ninjas, the crowd is quickly diverted and evenly distributed to the 50 arenas, forming long lines. At the high platform of the audience seats, the Fourth Hokage is currently seated in the main position, accompanied by the advisors of Konoha and the heads of the major ninja clans of Konoha. Below them are the team leaders from various ninja villages. Several teams of ninjas formed by the joint efforts of different villages have begun to patrol between the arenas, conducting final checks to prevent cheating. Since Konoha is the host, the judges for the preliminary round are all nin instructors from Konoha. However, to ensure fairness and justice, not only can the leaders on the platform oversee the entire venue, but there will also be mixed inspection teams from different ninja villages responsible for closely monitoring the performance of the contestants at each arena. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the audience, the fairness and justice of the exchange meeting can be largely guaranteed. As the inspection teams finish checking all the arenas and time is almost up, Minato Namikaze slowly rises from the platform. His voice, amplified by chakra, resonates throughout the venue. I announce that the 7th Ninja Tournament, the Ninja Technique Exchange Preliminary Round, officially begins. As he finishes speaking, the audience bursts into warm applause and cheers. At the same time, contestants begin to take the stage at various arenas. The scene randomly shifts to one of the arenas. A ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector steps onto the stage, and the nin judge smiles gently, saying, "Don't be nervous. Please introduce yourself, your name, and the new ninja technique you will be demonstrating." Guided by the judge, the somewhat nervous Konoha ninja calms his expression. Taking a deep breath, he speaks loudly. "I am an active ninja from Konoha village, Uchiha Baishur. I am 13 years old. The technique I will demonstrate is fire release, flame snake technique." As he speaks, the judge has already picked up paper and pen, quickly recording the contestants' basic information. Sketching is a fundamental skill for every nin. "All right, Uchiha Baishur, you may begin demonstrating your ninjutsu now." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Baishur takes another deep breath and immediately starts forming hand seals. Serpent, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. When the judge sees this sequence of hand seals, he furrows his brow. This sequence seems like the great fireball technique. However, before he can think further, after completing the hand seals, a rich chakra has already gathered in Baishur's mouth. The next moment, as the chakra bursts forth, it transforms into a fire line that shoots towards the center of the arena, about 10 meters away. Upon contact with the ground, the fire line rapidly expands, forming a fireball measuring 3 by 3 by 3. Just as the judge is confused, a shocking change occurs. Baishur's fire release does not form a continuous burning like a normal great fireball. The fire line only lasts for less than 3 seconds before quickly dissipating once he stops spewing the flames. However, at that moment, the originally intense flames suddenly contract, coalescing in the charred center of the arena into a fire giant snake over 3 meters long. The fire giant snake is vividly lifelike, and one can vaguely see the red scales beneath its fiery exterior. The fire snake then swiftly circles around the edge of the arena twice at an astonishing speed, finally stopping in front of the judge, flicking its fiery tongue. Feeling the agile presence of the fire snake and the high temperature emanating from its surface, the judge is left dumbfounded. Ninjutsu effect: A level. Chakra consumption: C level. Ninjutsu rank: A level. Innovation: C level. Ninjutsu value: B level. Overall rating: B level. Quickly recording his judgment, the judge announces loudly, "Uchiha Baishur, fire release, flame snake technique. You qualify for the preliminary round." After announcing this, the judge hands over a wooden token with a special seal. Uchiha Baishur takes it and sees 2 lines of small text on it. Preliminary arena número 17. Contestant no. 1. Qualified for the preliminary round, Judge Sasaki. "All right, you can go down and rest. Remember to come for the preliminary round tomorrow morning." Seeing this, Uchiha Baishur carefully puts away the wooden token, his face full of excitement as he steps down from the stage. While it may seem complicated, the entire process is not slow. On average, each contestant takes 1 to 3 minutes to complete registration and demonstrate their technique. "I am an active ninja from the Grass Ninja Village, Hanazoa. I am 22 years old. The technique I will demonstrate is water release, triple water wall." The second contestant steps onto the stage, having already witnessed the entire process of Uchiha Baishur, and without the judge saying anything, he directly introduces himself. Then, he demonstrates 3 water walls. Upon seeing this, Sasaki carefully senses the technique and frowns slightly. He announces loudly, "Ninjutsu effect: B level. Chakra consumption: A level. Ninjutsu rank: B level. Innovation: A level. Ninjutsu value: C level. Overall rating: D level. Hanazawa, water release, triple water wall. Disqualified from the preliminary round." After announcing this, Sasaki also hands over a wooden token, inscribed with Preliminary Arena Number 17, Contestant Number 2. Disqualified from the preliminary round, Judge Sasaki. If contestants have any questions afterward, they can use this wooden token to appeal. Upon hearing the judge's announcement, Hanazawa clearly shows signs of dissatisfaction. But in the end, he still hangs his head and leaves the stage. If it weren't for Uchiha Baishi's shining example, Hanazawa might have shouted, "It's rigged," out of frustration. But with such a stark contrast, he clearly realizes his shortcomings. It's just that he was able to cast 2 additional water walls of B-level strength at the same time. The effect of ninjutsu, as the name suggests, will be rated based on its effectiveness, whether it is offensive, defensive, supportive, or other types of ninjutsu. Chakra consumption is self-explanatory. The higher the rating, the higher the chakra consumption, and the lower the score. Ninjutsu rank is easier to understand. Basic ninjutsu, like the body replacement technique that students practice, is rated E level. The body flicker technique, which is an initial use of chakra for quick movement, is rated D level. Ninjutsu involving nature transformation is rated C level. Techniques that involve nature transformation and also have a form resemblance, like the Great Fireball's dragon manifestation, are rated B level. Techniques that combine both nature transformation and form transformation, not only changing the appearance but also altering the internal form, such as the Rasengan, which forms a high-speed rotating shape with non-attribute chakra, or the Chidori, which transforms lightning nature into a snake-like projection, or the waterfall technique, which turns water flow into a torrent, or the body technique resembling a peacock's display, creating a dazzling flame attack, are rated A level. Techniques that combine multiple attributes to form new chakra properties and use that new chakra for ninjutsu are rated S level. Thus, Uchiha Baishi's flame snake technique, which even reveals snake scales under the flames, is judged by Sasaki to be A level. As for innovation, traditional ninjutsu with high popularity, like Hanazawa's triple water wall, would be rated E level if it shows no innovation at all. If he could make any innovation in either nature transformation or form transformation based on the water wall, he would at least be rated D level. Achieving something like the flame snake technique, which innovatively transforms a clearly C-level great fireball into an A-level technique with the ability to chase enemies, would lead to an innovation rating of C or B. The final value of ninjutsu is easier to understand. Techniques like the Great Fireball or Phoenix Fire, which have a consumption rating of C level, but power that falls between C level and B level, have high practical value and naturally receive a higher rating. The overall score is calculated as E0 points, D1 point, C2 points, B3 points, A4 points, S5 points. The total score is divided by 5 to take the average, rounded to the nearest whole number. It is worth mentioning that the score for chakra consumption is the opposite. S0 points, E equals 5 points. Let's do it backward. With the resignation of Hanazawa from Grass Ninja Village, the 17th selection stage welcomed its third contestant. Hello, judges. I am Fujiko Shizuka, a ninja from the women's country Fujiko Village, age 13. The ninjutsu I want to demonstrate is water release, weaving technique. As she spoke, Fujiko Shizuka directly used the Doton technique to create a soil basin in front of her, then used Suiton to fill it with water, and finally threw a bundle of thread into it. Seeing this, Sasazaki's eyes lit up. It seemed to be a rare production-type ninjutsu ability. All right, you can start your performance. Chapter 235, Sword Technique. Hazy moonlit night, Fujiko Shizuka quickly formed hand seals, and the threads in the soil basin were pulled by the water flow, intertwining at an incredible speed, yet with great precision. After about 2 minutes, a short shirt made of thread was lifted by the power of Suiton, suspended on a water column. Fujiko Shizuka smiled shyly. If I had more time, I could make it even more detailed. Sasazaki reached out, grabbed the shirt floating on the water column, and examined it carefully. The silk shirt was exquisite, comparable to some silk garments sold on the market. He then declared loudly, Ninjutsu effect, A grade, chakra consumption B grade. Ninjutsu level B grade. Innovativeness, B grade. Ninjutsu value, B grade. Comprehensive rating B grade. Fujiko Shizuka. Water release, weaving technique. Advancing in the selection. However, at that moment, a sudden exclamation came from the adjacent 18 selection stage. Sasazaki and Fujiko Shizuka looked over and saw a young man in his 20s wearing a Konoha forehead protector, surrounded by a mist that enveloped half of the selection stage. Within the thick fog, there were faint flashes of electricity. What is this? This scene left both of them in disbelief. They heard the judge at the 18 selection stage announce, Ninjutsu effect, S grade, Chakra consumption D grade. Ninjutsu level A grade. Innovativeness S grade. Ninjutsu value S grade. Comprehensive rating S grade. Uchiha Rong, sword technique, hazy moonlit night. Advancing in the selection. Due to 50 selection stages demonstrating ninjutsu simultaneously, many people initially didn't pay attention to the 18th selection stage. However, many were drawn to the mist crackling with electricity. As the judge announced the results, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the crowd. In the audience, in a prominent area reserved for the nobility, Fujiwara Rinji of the Fire Country's daimyo office angrily smashed the exquisite teacup in his hand. Uchiha Rong accepted the advancement plaque handed to him by the judge, with a slight smile on his face. In the next moment, his figure faded and disappeared from the selection stage. Yes, he did on purpose. This was also a major reason why he participated in the auction for Hazy Moonlit Night earlier. Whether it was 10 billion or 12 billion, if he could win it, using the excess wealth to reclaim the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night for Konoha would be worth it to him. With a little maneuvering, he could completely integrate the Minato clan into the Uchiha or Roots embrace. Even if he couldn't win it, he could still pull a fast one on the daimyo's office, because he had long grasped the secrets of the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night. He could even perform it with any ninja. To be honest, it wasn't an extremely profound ability. It was just an application of the water and lightning attributes. The difficulty lies in casting this technique with swordsmanship, which requires a very high level of mental power. Besides Uchiha with at least 3 tomo, most newly promoted shadow-level ninjas find it difficult to master this technique. The fusion of multiple chakra attributes is endlessly variable. Taking water attribute chakra as the core and integrating it with wind changes. As the proportion of wind increases, the water state gradually transforms into mist, rain, snow, and ice. Among them, the mist is what the ninjas of the Mist Village are famous for. Water release, hidden mist technique. Rain is the signature skill of the Rain Ninja Village. Various rain ninjutsu, including Nagato's Rain Tiger freezing technique, are developed based on this. Snow is what the Snow Ninja Village refers to as snow release. The final ice is the ultimate complete fusion of water and wind attributes, which is the bloodline limit of the Mist Village's Snow Clan, ice release. Did you think that was it? By swapping the positions of water and wind, using wind as the core and gradually incorporating water changes, there is another different fusion route. Currently, Uchiha Rong has explored less than 1/3 of the routes. Kakashi's lightning release, Chidori and Raikiri are routes he has also mastered. This is the route of lightning and water fusion. Accumulated electricity, current, condensed water, water film wrapping, explosive plasma, plasma explosion, laser, directional beam. Among them, a grade Chidori is the first phase of accumulated electricity, which is current. S-grade Raikiri is the third phase of explosive plasma, also known as lightning plasma or plasma supercritical state. The fourth phase of laser is storm release bloodline. Hazy Moonlit Night, on the other hand, comes from the first phase of the water and lightning fusion route, quenching electricity with water release chakra as the core, absorbing positive and negative ions of lightning attributes, forming a type of ionized mist energy. This technique not only obscures vision, but also interferes with the 5 senses due to the mist's ionized particles. Its utility is significant. Once released on a large scale, it can not only trap enemies and confuse their 5 senses, but can also be used as a medium to cast Jinjutsu again. If high-intensity wind release is used to compress the ionized mist, it can achieve the effect of Hazy Moonlit Night's second stage, 2 heavens without thought, producing a large-scale wind blade attack with paralyzing effects. Clearly, since Uchiha Rong can perform Hazy Moonlit Night with swordsmanship, he can naturally assist the Forging Master in recreating a famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night. This is also the reason why Fujiwara Rinji was furious, because Uchiha Rong, in front of everyone, performed the sword technique Hazy Moonlit Night as a Konoha ninja, publicly slapping the face of the person who spent 12 billion to acquire the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night. Returning from this, the Fire Country daimyo's reward was certainly gone. Moreover, he would have to find a way to fill the 12 billion deficit. It's no wonder Fujiwara Rinji would be enraged. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Miyamoto Taichi had already approached Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku-san, after the exchange meeting, may I visit the Uchiha clan's grounds? Haha, you're naturally welcome. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing the 18th selection stage, would not refuse such a favor. Fortunately, the seats of the nobility were somewhat distant from here. Otherwise, This scene of some being happy and some being sad would be too stark. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas on the high platform were all in high spirits. All the frustrations from the previous auction were swept away. Inuzuka, some even coldly sneered, spent 12 billion on a useless item. Someone is going to have a hard time explaining that. Not only that. With this exchange meeting, Konoha is likely to secure a top 3 spot. When this was said by Danzo, the heads of various clans in Konoha's eyes lit up. Yes, just based on Uchiha Rong's recent performance. We can't say for certain he will be first, but securing a top 3 spot is already a done deal. The high score for that sword technique, Hazy Moonlit Night, naturally also owes credit to the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night. This ability, renowned in the ninja world, developed into a sword technique, regardless of its effect, chakra consumption, innovativeness, or ninjutsu value. Even if it makes it to the finals and representatives from various villages come to score, it would undoubtedly be in the top 3. Rong is indeed giving us a huge surprise without making a sound. On the main seat, Minato Namikaze was also beaming with joy. Just as several people were chatting and laughing, a sudden shocking sizzling sound came from a certain area of the selection stage. Immediately, the attention of the high-ranking officials of Konoha was drawn over. It seems we can secure 2 of the top 3. Minato Namikaze laughed heartily. Chapter 236. Ninjutsu exploring the truth of nature following everyone's gaze. On the 43rd selection stage, the masked Kakashi had a thick layer of lightning chakra on his right hand. Seeing this, the judge cooperatively cast several earth wall jutsu. However, they were easily torn apart by the lightning cutter. The judge immediately announced, Ninjutsu effect, S rank, chakra consumption B rank. Ninjutsu rank S, innovation level A rank. Ninjutsu value A rank. Comprehensive rating A rank. Kakashi, lightning release, lightning cutter, qualified for the next round. The significance of this ninjutsu exchange is to broaden thinking and innovate ideas. Although Kakashi's lightning cutter didn't reach an S-rank comprehensive rating, the high-ranking officials of Konoha still judged that he had the qualifications to be in the top 3. The fundamental reason is the practicality of combat. After all, the development of ninjutsu between ninja villages still focuses on practical combat power. Ninjutsu, like Shizun's production techniques, while innovative, utilizing the flow of water and precise chakra control to drastically shorten complex clothing production processes, thus improving production efficiency, received a decent rating. However, any discerning person could see that her water release weaving technique was extremely difficult to operate and didn't have a high level of popularity. Kakashi's lightning cutter was different. Particularly, the judge specifically used earth wall, which is restrained by lightning release, as a reference, maximizing the visual impact. The series of earth walls were easily shredded apart by the lightning cutter, creating a strong shock and visual impact. Anyone could see how powerful and practical this lightning release ninjutsu's killing ability was in actual combat. Moreover, the selection was merely a preliminary round. The judges were just some CH Nin from Konoha. Although they were all carefully selected senior CH Nin, the gap in their power levels meant they were merely there to sift through and eliminate more mediocre participants. The subsequent preliminary rounds, semi-finals, and finals would have different scoring standards and judging personnel, naturally leading to a more refined selection of truly talented ninjas. On another side, in a corner of the audience, Uchiha Rong, who had transformed into an ordinary onlooker, wore a smile. Incorporating wind release into the lightning chakra again? No wonder he was once the genius of the Hitaki clan. This is the real lightning cutter. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders see the doorway. This exchange meeting was a true feast for the 2 major eye technique clans, Uchiha and Haiga. If the lightning cutter in the original trajectory was named for its ability to sever lightning, although it was also classified as S-rank ninjutsu, it could only be considered S-. Now, with Kakashi having comprehended a new characteristic in wind release, the current lightning cutter truly deserves its name. Once he further advances and reaches the level of Danzo and High-Ga Iam in wind release, Kakashi's lightning cutter will truly reach its peak. Just thinking about the scene of tearing apart various ninjutsu, even ripping apart Susanoo, makes one's blood race. The natives' thinking shackles are indeed serious. With Kakashi's exemplary performance, looking at the other contestants' displays, Uchiha Rong felt it was hard to watch. These people kept using various wind blades, water blades, and fire blades. The slightly more skilled ones mostly relied on mental strength and chakra to forcibly accelerate and compress chakra, which was simply crude, utterly lacking in technique. Even a dog would shake its head. Is physics and chemistry really that difficult? Reflecting on this, Uchiha Rong shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, while the ninja world has some liberal arts education, courses on medicine, tactics, etc., it seems there really aren't any specialized subject for physics and chemistry. Thus, it's no wonder. The reason he was able to delve deeper into chakra fusion and leap past 99 of others was not only due to the life-saving trump card given by life itself, but mainly due to the difference in understanding. The 5 basic attributes of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth have their own property changes. Wind release chakra's properties include flow, diffusion, lightness, and variability. It can further form cooling, thrust, and friction. The basic form changes from static to dynamic are gentle breezes, rustling leaves, and fluttering flags. Strong winds can create tornadoes and other more lethal forms. In terms of imitation, constraining strong winds into highly cutting wind blades is one mainstream method of enhancing lethality. Lightning release chakra's property changes can be categorized as electricity, impact, and vibration. The most common form change is lightning. Water has properties of nurturing, coldness, and flowing, capable of cooling and extinguishing fire, as well as nourishing life. Common form changes include flowing water, rivers, lakes, water vapor, clouds, frost, snow, and hail. Fire has properties of high temperature, rising, brightness, and burning, capable of heating, drying, and carbonizing or decomposing objects. Common forms include flames and ashes. Earth is heavy, capable of bearing and containing. It can change the hardness, composition, quality, and weight of objects. Normal forms include mounds, piles of dirt, and earth walls. Ninjutsu is precisely the combination of these property changes and form changes to achieve certain purposes. Just like combining the form of wind blades with water release chakra, allowing the gentle water release chakra to form water blades, thus possessing lethality. The combinations are almost endless. From this, it is not difficult to see that the practice of chakra is also an exploration of the truths of nature. The nurturing property of water release chakra, when mixed with earth release chakra, can eventually explore one of the origins of life, wood release. However, relying solely on the properties of water is clearly not enough. Thus, wood release itself is not powerful. Only by combining it with the life energy of yang release chakra and utilizing the nurturing property of water and the bearing property of earth can wood release be formed, leading to the creation of the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju's wood release. Interestingly, if we reverse the combination of earth and water, using water as the core and mixing in earth, the result is dissolution release, the ability to dissolve all things. Note, dissolution release and melting release are 2 different bloodline limits. Uchiha Rong didn't want to be Hokage and work for others. However, he was obsessed with this extraordinary power exploration of seeking the truths of nature. At this moment, various basic combination ninjutsu like water blades, fire blades, tornadoes, etc. were still being continuously demonstrated on stage. Suddenly, a snow ninja from the snow village took the stage, showcasing a snow release ninjutsu that drew attention. Snow village, Matsubara. Ice release, swallowing snow. Qualified for the next round. This technique utilized snow state chakra to launch arrow-like snow blades that could change trajectory mid-flight and transform into swallow forms, possessing both tracking and confusion capabilities. At this moment, Irika Yamanaka also stepped onto another selection stage. He merely formed 3 hand seals, and in front of him rapidly condensed a frost giant dragon over 10 meters long. This scene was too shocking, directly drawing the attention of the entire audience. This is... Uchiha Rong's eyes also brightened. Under his secret observation with the Sharingan activated, he has discovered that Yumino Irika's ninjutsu is not simply a form of ice release bloodline ability. It is actually a frost release ability that even Uchiha Rong has not delved into. Unlike the ice dragons formed by ice release, Irika's frost dragon is completely composed of thin, cicada wing-like frost. It is so fine that it can be inhaled by a person. It seems that even after acquiring the ice release bloodline, Irika is still diligently developing new abilities. Uchiha Rong feels quite gratified. At this moment, the frost dragon swoops down, instantly smashing the entire selection stage into an ice sculpture platform. Its physical impact is weak and barely damages the ground. However, in terms of ultra-low temperature elemental damage, it far exceeds ordinary ice release abilities. This is the biggest difference between the frost dragon and the ice dragon. Clearly, regular ice release abilities lean more towards physical attack capabilities. This technique's most terrifying aspect is its ultra-low temperature that can penetrate deep into the internal organs. With Uchiha Rome's perspective, he can already see that if Irika fully unleashes this technique, it will reach a level comparable to biological extinction. However, the selection is still just a selection, limited by the judges' perspectives and understanding, although they highly recognize this ninjutsu, and know it is powerful. They only rated its effect as S rank. Ultimately, the comprehensive rating remains A rank. After all, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the essence. The judges merely thought it was an ice-release bloodline ability and gave low scores for innovation and chakra consumption, which directly lowered Yumino Irika's overall score. However, this is not a big deal. As long as he qualifies for the next round of the selection, tomorrow's preliminary round will be different. Since it is a ninjutsu exchange event, the core element of exchange cannot be overlooked. It cannot always be a one-man show. As the contestants are continuously filtered and the number decreases, the judges will ultimately become the higher-ups of Konoha and representatives from various villages. Thus, the more than 3,000 ninjas finally completed the selection before sunset. Only when no one was left on stage did the first round of the selection officially conclude. Tomorrow is the exciting preliminary round. Chapter 237. The eve of the preliminary round since the Ninja World Tournament was held early. Many events have occurred in just a week since the selection of the exchange event ended. First, the Sunagakure and Kirigakure teams were ambushed on their way. And since it did not occur within the Fire Country's borders, the investigation had to be postponed. Then, Konoha took away the Kusa ninja team member, Karen, which almost became a catalyst for troublemakers. To stabilize the situation, those instigators were detained for a few days on the pretext of causing trouble, and the matter was hastily settled. After that, the auction house was attacked by a puppet master team. The suspicion pointed directly at Sunagakure. But after private investigations by Konoha Zambu, it was found that Sunagakure had neither the motive nor the conditions to do so. Therefore, this matter can only continue to be secretly investigated. Then, Tsunade, Shizune, and Karen were ambushed. Given the large-scale deployment of the illusion cage, the most likely suspect remains the daimyo's offices of the 5 countries. However, it cannot be completely ruled out that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are involved. Interestingly, the poorest Sunagakure and Kirigakure, which had just emerged from the shadows of the blood mist and had not fully recovered, were directly excluded from suspicion in this incident. These series of events kept Minato Namikaze and the Umbu extremely busy. In addition, he had to deal with the massive amount of intelligence gathered daily due to the gathering of various factions within the village and also conduct daily inspections of defenses in various villages. This accumulation of tasks meant that as soon as Minato returned to the Hokage building from the conference, he had to continue burying himself in a mountain of paperwork. With a creak, the office door was quietly pushed open. A blond boy carrying a lunchbox walked in. "Dad, eat something first." Hearing the voice, Minato looked up and immediately smiled. "What delicious food did you make for dinner?" "There are your favorite 3-color dumplings and secret grilled meat," Naruto said as he placed the lunchbox on the desk and opened the lid. Instantly, a delicious aroma began to waft through the room. Minato caught a whiff of the smell and truly felt hungry. He immediately set down the documents in his hands. "Then I'll dig in." Watching his father gobble down his food, little Naruto let out a small sigh. That expression had a kind of DJ VU of, "This family can't do without me." It said that children without mothers mature early, and unlike the original timeline, the now 9-year-old Naruto, under Minato's guidance, not only possesses great strength, but has also developed excellent cooking skills. This is the change brought by family. Living alone, of course, one could be indifferent. Life wouldn't be that detailed. But with just the 2 of them, even in a single-parent family, Naruto no longer has an indifferent attitude in daily life. Not only has he mastered cooking, but he is also quite adept at household chores. Whenever Minato is busy with political affairs, Naruto, in addition to his studies at the ninja school, keeps the house spotless and takes on the responsibility of bringing meals to his father. Of course, he still loves eating at Ichiraka Ramen. However, no matter how delicious Ichiraka Ramen is, one can't eat ramen for every meal, right? "Dad, I heard today's selection round of the exchange event was very lively." As Minato finished his meal, Naruto asked curiously. Since he is in the ninja school, he couldn't attend today's selection round. Seeing this, Minato smiled mysteriously. He pulled out a few tickets from the drawer of his desk. "I knew you would ask, so I prepared them for you in advance. Tomorrow there are no classes at the ninja school, so you can bring your classmates along." "Wow, I knew Dad was the best. I love you," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, giving Minato a big hug as the tickets were handed to him, which made Minato smile even more. Today, many contestants who just came to join the excitement were eliminated. Tomorrow's preliminary contestants will all be truly talented individuals. When the time comes, don't just watch the excitement. Make sure to listen and learn more. Got it. Naruto certainly understands that this is a rare opportunity to broaden his horizons. Each exchange event has no idea how many wandering ninja teams have been arranged into the hands of various daimyo. These people go to great lengths to successfully pass the selection and aim to continue advancing in the preliminary round, participating in the semifinals and finals. Their ultimate goal, of course, is to observe the ninjutsu of the village ninjas up close. They hope to enhance their understanding of chakra training through this ninjutsu exchange, thus breaking through knowledge barriers and perfecting their own shadow level and elite level training paths. But in reality, truly high-level ninjutsu is not so easily learned, is it? Do they really think everyone is an Uchiha? Even the Uchiha's two-tomo Sharingan can only replicate some not too complex regular ninjutsu. Only with 3 tomo can one possibly replicate some deeper secret techniques. Special chakra energy forms like Raikage's lightning cutter. Trying to observe once and replicate it is not an easy task, even for the Manjiki, unless it is taught hand-in-hand repeatedly. Given that even the copying has such limitations, one can see how difficult it is for others to plagiarize. It is akin to asking a student who only knows addition and subtraction to learn advanced calculus. As for the fourth state of bloodline limits and the countless complexities of bloodline elimination, due to the complete fusion of chakra, that kind of energy has undergone a fundamental transformation. Even the kaleidoscope cannot replicate this type of ability. On the other side, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Rong had just finished cleaning up the dishes and came to the underground training ground for his daily practice. Ever since he left his sister Yezi in the Land of Rain, the once spacious courtyard suddenly felt empty. His father and mother were nowhere to be seen. However, Uchiha Rong was not worried about this. The last time he practiced with his father, he couldn't even match him in strength. He got beaten up pretty badly. Since both his father and sister were so powerful, it was clear that his mother's safety was also not a major concern. The fusion of multiple chakras is simply more challenging than learning algebra and geometry back in the day, mainly because it is too abstract. Uchiha Rong sighed. Although many of the fundamentals of chakra fusion are quite similar to common knowledge in physics and chemistry. For example, Sai's ink technique is composed of a fusion of water and earth chakra. It sounds simple, right? The specific operations broken down have become complicated. The earth attribute chakra needs to be simulated to resemble the composition and state of materials like inkstones and endstones. By incorporating it in specific proportions, ink-style chakra can be formed. This is akin to extracting endstone components from the land. If it weren't for the Sharingan directly copying Sai's ink style, without secret techniques or specific training methods, it would be nearly impossible for others to successfully practice ink style, akin to finding a needle in the ocean. This is fundamentally why the secret techniques of the ninja clan are difficult to decipher and analyze. The same goes for the fusion of water and wind. As the characteristics of wind attribute chakra are simulated, they're gradually integrated into water attribute chakra. Water turns to mist, mist turns to rain, rain turns to snow, and snow turns to ice. The very first phase of water, turning into mist, is a highly complex process. It starts with the primary characteristic of wind flowing to accelerate the evaporation of water, and then the secondary characteristic of wind cooling down the vapor, allowing water vapor to form water molecules and condense into mist. Each small step in practice is a tremendous test for ninjas. Not only must they have sufficient chakra as a foundation, but they also need strong mental power to manipulate chakra precisely. Ultimately, some luck is required to figure it out. If this difficulty has already caused many knowledgeable and well-informed individuals to feel a headache, then the subsequent abstract question is what truly leads to despair. That is, the water created by water attribute chakra is clearly different from the water found in nature. Even though it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, there are still subtle differences at the molecular particle level. This is a common knowledge derived from the personal experiences of dozens of generations of ninja predecessors. Long-term consumption of water made from chakra can lead to disruptions in bodily functions. Symptoms of digestive system disorders such as indigestion, bloating, stomach pain, diarrhea, or constipation affect the absorption of nutrients, thereby gradually weakening the body. In severe cases, it may even lead to diabetes. Therefore, under certain conditions, ninjas generally avoid drinking water made from chakra. This is because the wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth formed by chakra have microscopic differences compared to those that exist in nature. This leads to discrepancies in the original physics and chemistry, as well as science and nature. As the saying goes, a small error can lead to a major divergence. Consequently, the results of the entire chakra fusion process begin to become unknown and unscientific. Psi. Just the two-way fusion of 5 basic attributes results in 20 fusion routes and 80 states of qualitative change. Considering this, thinking of the bloodline elimination of 3-attribute fusion, which has more and more complex combinations, Uchiha Rong suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu from his student days of hard study. It is estimated that 3-attribute fusion has 210 routes and 840 states of qualitative change. It's simply endless learning. But unfortunately, it must be learned, because the fusion of chakra is not only a broad avenue for pursuing the natural truths of a ninja world. Once the profound meanings are fully understood and all fusion paths are traversed, then the 7-attribute fusion will be Kagaya's bloodline collection. Moreover, the combat power of a bloodline limit achieved through one's own efforts is clearly far superior to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. It's like a bloodline ninja who knows how it works, but doesn't understand why, compared to a ninja who has successfully fused their bloodline limit through their own efforts. The understanding of chakra and the control over ninjutsu between the two are naturally not on the same level. If one were to reach the point of fusing bloodline limits and also possess sage body and sage chakra, they would undoubtedly become a true deity in a ninja world. While Uchiha Rong was immersed in research, the Uchiha clan grounds welcomed a rare guest today, personally brought in by clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Minato clan, Minato Taichi. Rong's residence is just ahead, Uchiha Fugaku said as he walked with Minato Taichi, pointing to a courtyard in front. Minato Taichi held a gift box in his hand, his demeanor very humble. I truly appreciate it, Leader Fugaku. If our clan can successfully recreate the illusory moonlit night, this kindness will surely be remembered by the Minato clan. What outsiders don't know is that the sword technique Luminous Moonlit Night that Uchiha Rong performed today is not without precedent. An ancestor of the Minato clan once developed the water style, Luminous Moonlit Night, due to the extreme danger of this secret technique. A single mistake could cause the lightning attribute chakra to explode within the body, resulting in either death or serious injury. Thus, after much contemplation, a master blacksmith of the time was hired, and with the assistance of his own secret technique chakra, they jointly forged the famous blade, Mooney Knight. As for the short blade, Wuxiang, it was created after the birth of Mooney Knight through the wisdom of many generations. Therefore, among the two blades, the longsword Mooney Knight is the core. In comparison, the value of the short knife, Wuxiang, is much lower. It belongs to a famous blade that can be reforged at a great cost, even if lost. He, the head of the Tai family, is being polite. During their conversation, the two had already arrived at the entrance of Uchiha Rong's courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stepped forward to knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Chapter 238. Preliminary round combat. After knocking on the courtyard door twice, they could faintly hear footsteps from within. The two stood waiting, and after a while, the courtyard door opened, revealing Uchiha Rong dressed in a black fire silk ninja outfit. An earth clone, before entering the underground training ground to continue developing new chakra fusion routes. He had left an earth clone in the courtyard to await Tai Ichiro's visit. Currently, he had successfully navigated 6 out of 20 chakra fusion routes. They were boil release from water and fire, ice release from water and wind, scorch release from fire and wind, magnet release from lightning and earth, wood release from earth and water, and explosive release from earth and lightning. Additionally, there were 2 forms of bloodline elimination, ash storm from fire, wind, and earth, and withered trees blooming in spring from earth, water, and wind. It is worth mentioning that previously, the magnetic release sand gold, magnetic release sand iron, and sand release formed by mixing lightning and wind with some earth were not considered true bloodline limits, although possessing abilities similar to the magnetic release bloodline limit. This fusion did not truly combine the lightning and wind attributes into one. It merely relied on earth as a medium to barely maintain balance. Therefore, compared to the genuine lightning and earth-fused magnetic release, its power and functionality were a diminished version, lacking the ability to be inherited by descendants. Uchiha Rong only truly realized all of this after completing the lightning and earth fusion. This also explains why none of the previous users of the so-called magnetic release bloodline limit in Sunagakure have awakened this ability in their descendants. Ultimately, Sunagakure only mastered a diluted method of combining this magnetic release. Therefore, Uchiha Rong understands that although there are 20 combination routes and 80 state transformations for the fusion of two attributes, not every complete fusion results in a bloodline limit. Among the 80 state transformations, there are also forms that are similar in characteristics or completely useless. Just like the first state transformation of water and wind, the mist. Because this state energy cannot solidify, every time the mist technique is used, a temporary combination of water and wind is required. Of course, the diluted Durang mist technique that even a genin can perform does not require such trouble. It can simply create a mist by spreading water release chakra. This difficulty is as simple as condensing water release chakra into a water blade. It has nothing to do with attribute fusion at all. The downside is that the mist forms slowly, covers a small area, and consumes a lot of chakra. Among the various state transformations of chakra fusion, besides this one that cannot solidify, there are many that have seemingly similar abilities. For example, the first state of the water and lightning fusion of the Misty Moon Knight. The electrified mist. It is also a mist ability, but the difference is that it is an energized water molecule energy that can solidify and possesses some characteristics of a bloodline limit. Once this mist envelopes the enemy, the ions contained in the water molecules can disrupt the body's nerve responses, causing sensory confusion, resulting in hallucinations, false hearing, and false sensations of touch, taste, smell, etc. Setting aside the fact that Uchiha Rong's main body in the underground training ground is utterly absorbed in chakra fusion. The rock clone in the courtyard has already received Fujitaka and Taichi and poured them hot tea. Captain Rong, may I ask, can your Misty Moon Knight chakra solidify? As soon as he sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries, Takahashi Miyamoto eagerly asked. Upon hearing this, Iwafian raised an eyebrow. Oh, does the Tai clan leader still know about the elusive moonlit night chakra that cannot be solidified? Ahem. To be honest, there is indeed a record in our clan's literature about an ancestor who pursued the secret techniques of our forebears and practiced to achieve an unsolidifiable luminescent moon night. Miyamoto Taichi cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, and his eyes soon revealed a hint of joy. It was clear that from Uchiha Rong's rhetorical question, he had already deduced that the other party's luminescent moon night chakra had solidified. The rock clone nodded in understanding. He had roughly guessed the situation regarding the ancestor mentioned by the other party. It was likely that this ancestor discovered the difficulty of blending water and lightning, and thus took the risk of attempting to use other chakras as a medium, fortuitously cultivating a type of luminescent moon night chakra that couldn't solidify, just like the magnetic release of Sunagakure, which combines three attributes to barely achieve a balance between water and lightning. As for the name of this energy, Uchiha Rong habitually referred to it as quenched lightning chakra, while Miyamoto Taichi called it luminescent moon night chakra. It didn't matter what it was called as long as they understood what it referred to. Just like Onoki's bloodline elimination, which is still called dust release, including Kakashi's Raikiri, which is centered on lightning but incorporates water, forming a lightning slurry, yet still called lightning release, Raikiri. And then there's Senju Hashirama's wood release, all named after the core energy. However, the misty energy of luminescent moon night, with its charged particles and clear water lightning characteristics, makes it somewhat inappropriate to call it water release or lightning release. It would be right to call it water lightning release. That would be even more awkward. So, Captain Rong, I must trouble you to assist with the reconstruction of luminescent moon night. My Miyamoto clan will surely provide generous rewards. Seeing that the rock clone remained silent, Miyamoto Taichi, who had been waiting for a long time, spoke nervously. This is not a problem. I suppose your clan must have the forging blueprint for the famous sword, Misty Moonlit Night. As he spoke, the rock clone extended its palm, and a swirling mass of electric mist appeared in its palm. Upon seeing this scene, Miyamoto Taichi was even more delighted and quickly responded, Yes, yes, we do. When the blade core is completed, I will trouble you to come by and inject the original chakra into it. Well, just let me know when the time comes. For others, this might require a significant amount of chakra to participate in part of the blade forging. But for Uchiha Rong, sending an earth clone over will suffice. It's truly just a small effort. There's no reason to refuse such a favor. As for forging a famous blade, the main difficulty lies in finding the materials. As long as the materials are sufficient, there are still many masters in the ninja world capable of forging famous blades. Since Miyamoto Taichi said so, he must have already resolved these two issues before coming. After the discussion was settled, Miyamoto Taichi left the gift box and did not linger. He stood up to take his leave. Thus, Fugaku led him out of the clan grounds. From then on, there was no more conversation that night. The next morning, in the Konoha conference hall, when Uchiha Rong entered, he saw that the venue had changed significantly. The 50 selection platforms from yesterday had been dismantled and replaced with 20 small barriers. At each barrier's entrance, there was a wooden sign with just one character: wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Let me explain the preliminary rules. After over 1,000 ninjas were divided into 20 teams, each team welcomed a Konoha Jonin. Uchiha Rong's team happened to have a familiar face: Naruto, who was Uchiha Rong's medicinal herb supplier when he started his business. There are 4 barriers for each of the 5 elements: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Everyone will line up according to their respective ninjutsu attributes at the corresponding barrier. Each barrier can accommodate up to 10 people at a time. Whether your ninjutsu is offensive or defensive or supportive, once you enter the barrier, you will be given the opportunity for practical combat. As for non-combat ninjutsu, you can go to the middle of the venue to sign up with that big bearded man. With Naruto explanation, Uchiha Rong quickly understood the preliminary rules. Unlike the solo demonstrations in the selection round, the preliminary round is essentially a practical assessment. The purpose of the barrier is to isolate the aftermath of battles, to prevent overly powerful ninjutsu from affecting the audience. Next, in batches of 10, all with the same attribute ninjutsu, there will be a Jonin judge skilled in that attribute within the corresponding barrier to group everyone for practice and scoring. Thus, whether you have new offensive ninjutsu or supportive ones, there is a place for you to showcase your skills. Ultimately, the effectiveness of newly developed ninjutsu must be proven in real combat. Interestingly, once you enter a barrier, you are not allowed to use any ninjutsu that is not of the corresponding attribute. The only ninjutsu you can use is the one that matches your attribute. Since everyone participating within a barrier shares the same attribute, it greatly reduces the chances of attribute countering occurring. In response to this, Uchiha Rong showed a peculiar expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His Abrazuki Yuru, categorized by attribute, should belong to water release. Not only does it have electrical properties and considerable offensive capability, but he also has more than one type of new water release ninjutsu. Just from the ice release route alone, he has developed various applications such as true mist concealment technique, rain release, and snow release. With so many abilities to mix and match, wouldn't the preliminary round guarantee a pass? Upon thinking of this, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but smile slightly. It's time for my performance to begin. Chapter 239, Preliminary One-on-One. In the number 3-foot water barrier, 10 participating ninjas lined up in a row. In front of everyone, Naruto Mori stood side by side with a ninja nearing his 60s. It's actually him. Upon seeing the old man beside Naruto, Uchiha Rong was surprised. If Might Guy was a perennial low-level ninja, this person before him was a low-level ninja renowned alongside Might Guy. He was known as the strongest low-level ninja in Konoha, Maru Hoshikosuka. Just a little surprised, Uchiha Rong quickly showed a look of understanding. When it comes to water release, Maru Hoshikokai is indeed very suitable to be the referee this time. He was personally taught water release by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, which is enough to prove his talent and skills in water release. At this moment, the Maru Hoshikokai, who did not lose his left eye or have his left leg amputated as in the original timeline, had a calm and confident expression on his aged face as he said, "I am your main referee for this event, Maru Hoshikokai. Now, I will first collect your advancement tokens." As his words fell, Naruto took the initiative to assist, stepping forward to collect the tokens that the 10 ninjas received during the preliminary selection. This token also serves as proof of entry for the ninjas in the preliminary round. Maru Hoshikokai formed hand seals, and then a strange chakra fluctuation appeared on his right palm as he checked the tokens one by one. He then continued, "Very well. Next I will match each of you with your opponents." The criteria for advancement in the preliminary round is divided into 2 parts: one-on-one practical tests and 3-on-3 team cooperation. With a brief explanation, the 10 ninjas quickly understood the rules of the preliminary round. Although it was practical combat, the outcome was not solely determined by victory or defeat. If victory and defeat accounted for 20 points, then the performance of ninjutsu accounted for 80 points. In the first match, Shimon from Sunagakure faced off against Ran Shichiro from Amagakure. 2 of the 10 immediately stepped forward, while the others quickly exited the arena's barrier. This was a space enveloped by multiple transparent barriers. Besides the outermost barrier, there was also an inner layer of transparent barrier. At this moment, standing between the 2 layers of barriers along with the 8 competitors were a team of mixed referees from various villages. They were responsible for overseeing the fairness of the match process. In the arena, Shimon from Sunagakure was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, while Ranshachiro from Amigakure was a fair-skinned young man. The two formed opposing hand seals and immediately began their contest. Seemingly to accommodate the competition's focus on new ninjutsu and practical combat, neither chose to attack immediately. Instead, they both retreated in a very tacit understanding to create distance. Then, Shimon completed his hand seals first, and a wave of water release chakra quickly condensed into a semi-transparent water clone under the guidance of his mental energy. Rushing towards Ranshachiro. This was Shimon's competition ninjutsu, water release, water mirror clone. It's quite rare for a Sunagakure ninja to be skilled in water release. Among the observing team, Uchiha Rong appeared to be seriously watching, but in fact, under the cover of a transformation technique, he had already activated his Sharingan. Almost at the same time that Shimon's water clone was forming, Ranshachiro also completed his hand seals. Suddenly, water vapor rapidly condensed in the arena, and a scientifically impossible rain began to patter and spread within the barrier. Useless. Your acid rain has no effect on my water mirror clone, Ishimoto said confidently. And indeed, as he stated, the water clone charged forward without any hindrance against the acid rain, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Lin Xianyu. Meanwhile, Lin Xianyu's participating ninjutsu, water release, corrosive rain, fell upon Ishimoto, but was blocked by a layer of water release chakra. When it landed on Ishimoto's water mirror clone, it was absorbed completely. Not only did it fail to cause any harm, but it also endowed the transparent water clone's attacks with a corrosive property. This clone structure is quite special. At this moment, under the observation of the Sharingan, Uchiha Rong has already seen through the secrets of the ninjutsu of the two. Lin Xianyu's corrosive rain is essentially a transformation of water-type chakra, just like how earth-type chakra, when mastered to a high level, can enhance a certain characteristic during the transformation of earth, condensing into stone components. With a deep understanding of water-type chakra, one can naturally decompose the moisture in the clouds and catalyze sulfur and nitrogen compounds, causing acidic rain to fall that corrode skin, ninja tools, and even rocks. This in-depth exploration of chakra property changes and form transformations is also the mainstream training direction for most ninjas. Various ninjutsu that deviate from the 5 basic attributes are mostly born this way, such as the rain release of rain ninjas and the snow release of snow ninjas, etc. The state change formed by the fusion with chakra has a similar principle. The difference is that one relies on one's understanding of chakra, using hand seals to consume chakra to produce a qualitative change. The other is a controllable new energy formed after chakra fusion. The latter usually consumes less chakra and is typically quicker to execute. The former is safer but becomes increasingly complex in the later stages. The difference between the two is like solving a math problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The process of understanding the nature of chakra changes begins with the basics, starting from 1, 2, and gradually progressing to more complex concepts. For example, incorporating the rotational characteristics of wind into fire attribute chakra is a very abstract training method. When condensing fire attribute chakra, one imagines the rotational characteristics of wind, thus using mental power to form a fire whirlwind. After repeated training to develop muscle memory, one can delve deeper into the perception of chakra changes during this process. Ultimately, by using hand seals, a sequence can be established, such as Noon Tiger. If one wants to expand the fire whirlwind into a larger fire tornado, one can utilize the rushing characteristics of water or the impact characteristics of lightning to accelerate the fire whirlwind. This is equivalent to 1, 2, 3, such as Monkey Pigox. At this point, combining them, Noon Tiger Monkey Pigox results in fire release, fire tornado. Of course, this is just a simplified example. In reality, developing a ninjutsu similar to fire tornado would require a more complex sequence of hand seals. Furthermore, chakra fusion tends to lean towards a more complex to simple approach. For example, in water and lightning fusion, starting with water attribute chakra, one gradually incorporates the characteristics of lightning. When water and lightning fuse to produce the first phase change, such as electrification, which is a solidifiable stable energy, it becomes equivalent to the equation 1, 2, 3. So, what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? It can be seen as 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In this way, one step of calculation is reduced. As the chakra fusion goes deeper, it will gradually become 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 5, 6, 7, 15, 6, 7, 21, 7. The structure of a ninja's ninjutsu is just like this arithmetic problem. Traditional ninjas like Ishimoto and Ranjiro see it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For a ninja skilled in chakra fusion, what they see is 21, 7. Which one is easier to calculate quickly in comparison? The more complex the hand seal structure, the more line loss chakra there is in the process. This is also the main reason why Uchiha Rong's mist technique is more chakra efficient than the typical mist ninja's mist technique. At this moment, while the spectators were furrowing their brows and pondering over the two's new ninjutsu, trying to glimpse some of its secrets, Uchiha Rong had already seen through it at a glance. After all, in the eyes of others, an outsider is completely confused. Even for an expert proficient in water release, what they see is still 1, 2, 3. 250? In Uchiha Rong's eyes, however, it is clear as day. 21, 7, 28. Yuki Lanjiro has lost. With Uchiha Rong's prophecy, just a few minutes later, without any reversal, Lanjiro was unsurprisingly defeated under the combined attack of Ishimoto and his water clone. The water clone combines some of the Earth's carrying characteristics, which could be considered a break from the ironclad rule that physical clones shatter upon contact. Clearly, Ishimoto's humanoid water clone in a waterified transparent form is an incomplete ninjutsu, a work in progress. But even as a half-finished product, after incorporating the Earth attributes carrying and weight characteristics, it can still accommodate the erosion of acid rain. Its resistance to impact has already surpassed that of traditional physical clones. It has a bit of the sentiment of cutting off the water, but the water flows more. Ishimoto wins. The next match is between Konoha's Uchiha Rong and Kirigakura's Iguchi. With the announcement from Maruhoshi Koji, the participants finally understood that both Ishimoto and Lanjiro from the first match were Chunin, while both Iguchi and Uchiha Rong in the second match are Jonin. This kind of opponent matching, combined with the restriction that only participant ninjutsu can be used, ensures that there won't be any overwhelmingly one-sided battles. Thus, every participating ninja has the opportunity to showcase their new ninjutsu in actual combat. As long as they can validate their new ninjutsu in battle, even if they lose, they can still score high. Chapter 240, Mist of Electric Refinement at this moment. As Maruhoshi Koji recorded 75 points for Ishimoto and 50 points for Lanjiro on their wooden plaques, Uchiha Rong had already entered the arena, facing a middle-aged ninja wearing a Kirigakura forehead protector. The two performed opposing hand seals and created distance. Iguchi began to form seals first, while Uchiha Rong, unhurried, completed 3 seals and unleashed a mist filled with crackling electricity that instantly spread across the arena. This scene immediately drew gasps from the audience. The mist spreads so quickly. Such a complex ninjutsu was completed with only 3 seals? It's simply unbelievable. Just as the spectators outside were marveling, Iguchi, just before the mist enveloped him, barely completed his hand seals. Water release, water dragon bomb technique. A pool of water resembling a spring quickly formed on the ground in front of him, from which a 3-meter-long water dragon emerged, charging straight at Uchiha Rong. The difference is that, unlike the relatively stable water dragon bullet, this water dragon is very abstract. Its surface constantly churning with waves, yet miraculously maintaining a basic dragon shape. At a glance, one can see the overwhelming force of this water dragon. However, just as the water dragon leapt out of the pool, the mist had already obscured Iguchi's vision. To the audience, it appeared that the water dragon, originally charging at Uchiha Rong, suddenly turned and lunged at an empty spot. In reality, when Iguchi launched his attack and saw the opponent evade the expected landing point with a body flicker technique, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He quickly formed a tiger seal with both hands. In the next moment, the charging water dragon abruptly changed direction and successfully hit Uchiha Rong, tearing him apart. Haha, referee. I didn't mean to kill him. It's just that this opponent is too weak, Iguchi shouted proudly. But just as his voice fell, he sensed something was off. The mist still lingered, and his own movements began to become erratic. He clearly intended to extend his right hand, yet inexplicably raised his left hand. He meant to retreat, but took a step forward instead. In the next moment, a gust of wind struck from his left side. Iguchi forced himself to focus and barely managed to roll away from the attack. But before he could feel relieved, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his head, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness. Is this it? At this moment, Uchiha Rong, with the mist of the electric refinement dissipating, still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Although the Oboro moonlight technique had long been famous in the ninja world due to the Miyamoto clan, it did not inherently possess such powerful effects. The main reason was that the opponent was too careless and did not form a chakra defense on their surface in time to resist the paralyzing effect of the ions in the mist. Thus, after being hit, Iguchi experienced hallucinations, auditory illusions, and chaotic neural responses, resulting in a disturbance of his five senses. Uchiha Rome wins. After announcing the results, Maruhoshi Koji recorded 95 points and 65 points on the wooden plaques of the two. Clearly, even though Iguchi lost easily, he did not truly showcase the full power of his new ninjutsu. Yet he still achieved a score higher than Lanjuro's, because just from the process of condensing the water dragon to the attack, it was evident that it surpassed the acid rain attack in both power and control by more than a little. On the other hand, Uchiha Rome's Oboro Moonlight truly achieved a stunning visual effect in this actual combat. Although obscured by mist, many spectators outside still vaguely saw that scene. Uchiha Rome did not move, yet the water dragon suddenly turned to strike at an empty space. This added a layer of mystery to the Oboro Moonlight, making it appear even more powerful. Returning to the viewing area, Uchiha Rome watched as the next two ninjas called to the stage prepared to fight. He still felt a bit frustrated. In fact, based on the Oboro Moonlight technique, he had developed some secondary applications for the mist of electric refinement. For example, condensing the water vapor and ions in the mist to form a large-scale water release, Thunder Dragon Bullet technique. As the name suggests, this is an attack method using an electrified water dragon. The characteristic is that it utilizes the already dense water molecules in the mist created by the Oboro Moonlight for secondary use. Not to mention the low chakra consumption. Due to the enhancement from such environmental factors, the power of the ninjutsu would also increase significantly. Unfortunately, he did not get a chance to showcase it. In the audience, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were present. At this moment, as Uchiha Rome emerged victorious, many around them cheered. Naruto Uzumaki was among them. "Did you see? That's my Uncle Rome. Impressive, right? What has happened? Was that Kirigakure ninja holding back? Why did the attack suddenly change direction?" Sasuke looked confused. Is it that strange mist affecting him? Sakura Haruno pondered. Naruto Uzumaki grinned and began to explain proudly. That's the famous technique of the Miyamoto clan's legendary sword, Oboro Moonlight. Ah, is that the mist from Oboro Moonlight that can affect the five senses? It's really amazing. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Clearly, coming from a prestigious family, he had heard of the legendary sword, Oboro Moonlight. On the contrary, Sakura Haruno was quite curious and asked, "Naruto, tell me more about Oboro Moonlight." After all, the legend of the Miyamoto clan was quite distant, and very few common ninja knew about it. Therefore, as a new generation, Sakura Haruno had not heard of the rumors about the legendary sword, Oboro Moonlight. That dates back to the Warring States period. Naruto began to narrate. At that time, ninja clans were attacking each other, and the Miyamoto clan was on the verge of annihilation under the assault of another powerful ninja clan. Just at this critical moment of life and death, a strong ninja from the Miyamoto clan appeared. He was the one who used water release, Oboro Moonlight. Under the cover of the mist, he single-handedly counterattacked and killed hundreds of elite invaders. It is said that under that mist, if one did not quickly use chakra to protect themselves, they would experience various auditory and visual hallucinations, just like being caught in a jinjutsu. Later, that genius from the Miyamoto clan used this ability to forge a legendary sword, naming it Oboro Moonlight. Naruto's storytelling made his two companions yearn for it. This powerful ninjutsu that can take on thousands is what all ninjas desire. On the other side, in the arena, as the 10 contestants completed their matches one by one, they were quickly divided into 3 teams of 3. They took turns to compete. This time, their opponents were Maruxing Guja, Nara Shikamore, and an additional contestant. Everyone would take turns joining Maruxing Gujia's team to face the other 3 contestants. After several battles, they aimed to showcase the practicality of their newly created ninjutsu within the team. However, at this moment, Uchiha Rome was no longer his main body. He had somehow replaced himself with a rock clone. This was because, just moments ago, while watching the matches, he received important information from the creation of the rock clone. The puppet masters who attacked the auction house have finally been captured under the strict investigation of the Dark Faction. However, their origins are astonishing and hard to believe. Chapter 241. The non-existent sand hidden ninja. What does it mean to be a sand hidden ninja, and what does it not mean? Unbeknownst to him, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had quietly returned to the Hokage building, his brow furrowed. Even Danzo, who should have been in the observation platform, was now present here. It was clear that both the Fourth Hokage and Danzo at the main venue were merely shadow clones. In response to Minato's question, The Umbu ninja wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained, after interrogating several puppet masters using the secret techniques of the mountains and identifying the chakra fluctuations on them, we have confirmed that they originated from Sunagakure. However, there is no record of these individuals ever existing in the ranks of Sunagakure's ninja. How is this possible? Could it be a ninja secretly trained by the sand? Zhuanqin Xiaochun raised a possibility. The Umbu member responded with a wry smile. Although this possibility cannot be completely ruled out, it is impossible for a person to be trained into a powerful puppeteer without leaving any traces of their life from birth. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell into silence, just like a samurai skilled in swordsmanship, who usually has calluses on their hands. These calluses are different from those of someone doing rough work. For a sword master and a great sword master, it is easy to distinguish. The same goes for ninjas. A ninja who repeatedly practices a certain ninjutsu leaves traces of chakra fluctuations and seal marks in their body as meridians, especially the traces of practicing secret techniques. These will reveal the opponent's lineage, making it possible to trace their origins. These characteristics are particularly evident in the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages. This is also the main method by which the exchange of gold can confirm identities based solely on corpses. Therefore, once these puppeteers are captured and subjected to various means of interrogation, their origins are absolutely impossible to hide. But as this Umbu member said, how could a person go from birth to becoming 8J Nin puppeteer without leaving any traces? Most importantly, there are a total of 13 puppeteers. 13 Sand Village ninjas left no trace at all. This is even more unbelievable. Have you confirmed it with the Sand Village? Kakashi frowned and asked. They have contacted the representative of the Sunagakure team, who is on the way to the Hokage building. The root base, Uchiha Obito, wearing a Tengu mask, encountered no obstacles on the way. Soon, he saw the shadow clone left by Danzo here. What's going on? Danzo contacted him through the Creation Rock clone he left at the root, so he wasn't very clear about the specific situation. He handed over a document with a serious expression. The puppet masters who attacked the auction have been caught, a total of 13 people. Receiving the same information as Minato Namikaze at this moment, Uchiha Rong also felt something was off. In the ninja world, although each village and clan has some private soldiers to varying degrees, there are also quite a few non-registered ninjas. Thoroughly investigating the specific identity of a ninja is not an easy task. Even though each village has spies lurking in each other, it's the same. But a group of puppet masters like this, all possessing elite Jonin strength and leaving no traces behind, is quite rare. Since they are ninjas trained in the Sand Hidden Village, there should be traces of their life from childhood, right? There must be some marks left during their usual missions, right? After deep contemplation for a long time, Uchiha Rong frowned and said, is it possible that it is a disguise by the forces of the daimyo's mansion? This possibility can be largely ruled out, because the traces of puppetry practiced by those people are very authentic. They are unique to the inheritance of the Orange Clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Rong became even more confused. According to our intelligence, among all the teams in this ninja tournament, the Sunagakure team is the most honest. Moreover, regardless of their motives, they have no reason to do such things, right? You need to understand the situation at the auction. Within the large gathering, there are already a significant number of leaf ninjas patrolling back and forth. The auction itself was even more tightly secured, not to mention the mere 10 or so puppets. Even if 3 to 5 shadow-level strong ninjas were to come, it would be impossible to successfully seize the auction items. This indicates that the other party's goal was not simply to snatch the auction items as it appeared on the surface. More likely, it was aimed at creating chaos. So the question arises, if the Sand Village planned this operation, why would they send puppet masters, which are characteristic ninjas of the Sand Village? Dozens of Jonin-level puppet masters. Isn't that self-incrimination? It was precisely because this frame-up was too obvious that Konoha did not directly question the Sunagakure team at that time, but chose to continue investigating in secret. Indeed, Sunagakure had no motive, no conditions, and no significance in doing so. Danzo was also very confused. He already knew that Uchiha Obito had visited Sunagakure and made a deal with Granny Chiyo. Because of this, both Uchiha Obito and Danzo were certain that Sunagakure would not act so recklessly. Once Konoha took action against Sunagakure, the 2 core puppets of Sunagakure would essentially be rendered useless. With just the 4th Kazake Raza, Granny Chiyo, and Chiyo's elder, what could they do? Moreover, there must be benefits to causing trouble, right? Where's the point of interest? I can't see it at all. At this moment, the political policy of Sunagakure is to cling tightly to Konoha's thighs. Konoha is in chaos, but it doesn't benefit Sunagakure at all. On the other side, the Hokage building. No, these people are not from our sand-hidden village at all. This is a frame-up. It's a setup. Tamari looked at the two puppet masters tied up like Zongzi brought in front of her, and she denied in disbelief. Lord Hokage, you must see through this. I, Tamari, swear by the honor of the Sand Clan that these people are definitely not from our Sunagakure. Seeing this, the expression of the fourth Hokage slightly eased. Although the suspicion against Sunagakure could not be completely ruled out, at least the representatives from Sunagakure should indeed have no connection to this matter. Not to mention that Temari swore by her family's honor. If Sunagakure really intended to cause trouble, there would be no reason to send all three children of the fourth Kazekage to Konoha. The arrival of Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara itself already indicated Sunagakure's determination to ally with Konoha. It had a somewhat diplomatic undertone. Just as the third Hokage allowed Asuma Sarutobi to become one of the 12 guardian ninja to ease relations with the daimyo's house. At that moment, while Temari was emotionally stirred, Kankuro, who had been studying the remains of the puppets, suddenly spoke up. This poison, this joint gear transmission structure, I might know the origins of these people. Upon hearing this, Temari clearly froze for a moment. Gaara's brow furrowed even more. Clearly, with Kankuro's reminder, they seem to have guessed something as well. It should be noted that even with the same puppet legacy, many technical innovations possess uniqueness. With the name Red Sand Scorpion being uttered from Kankuro's mouth, everyone present changed their expressions. Has the Akatsuki organization developed to this extent? Konoha's fourth Hokage always felt something was off. No matter how much the Akatsuki organization caused a stir, it couldn't change the fundamental gaps. If the Akatsuki truly had the ability to cultivate a dozen puppet masters of Jonin level, it would pose a real threat to the status of the 5 great ninja villages. At the root base, it couldn't be Sasori. Uchiha Rome, after inspecting the relatively well-preserved puppets brought by Danzo, noticed that only Sasori possessed the unique techniques among them. His first reaction was, could the mastermind be Sasori? But this thought was immediately dismissed by him for a very simple reason. As a member of the Akatsuki, Scorpion did not have the resources to train a dozen elite puppet masters. Not to mention Scorpion, even Nagato and Uchiha Bito would rather believe that the Akatsuki could cultivate shadow-level ninjas, but absolutely not believe that the Akatsuki had enough resources to train a dozen elite puppet masters. If they really had such financial resources, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't be recruiting rogue ninjas everywhere to expand their power. Interesting. The matter has become increasingly perplexing. Chapter 242, New Clue at First. I thought it was the ninjas under the command of the daimyo creating chaos to frame Sunagakure, trying to incite suspicion between the ninja villages. Now it seems that the so-called wandering ninja mentioned by Hirakawa Kiyoshi may not be entirely fictitious. Uchiha Rome pondered for a long time, and what he said made Danzo's eyes light up. Are you saying that the famous stolen sword, Argetsuya, from a Miyamoto clan, was also done by this group of puppeteers? This crucial clue made Danzo feel as if the fog had suddenly cleared. He continued to murmur, I was puzzled about the theft of the Luminous Moon Knight as well. With the defense capabilities of the Miyamoto clan, it shouldn't be something that the miscellaneous fish from the land of Earth's daimyo could easily steal. This issue has been troubling the entire Konoha High Command for some time. Although the Miyamoto clan is somewhat declining now, and there hasn't been a true S-rank ninja among them for years, they still have 5 who are at the level of a Quasi-Kage. As the most important heritage of the clan, the guardianship of the 2 famous swords is undoubtedly in the hands of an elder at the Quasi-Kage level. Yet this time, right before the Grand Assembly, Luminous Moon Knight was quietly stolen without a trace, and no clues were found until the representative of the land of Earth's daimyo, Hirakawa Kyodai, proposed an additional auction at the auction house when the clues about the famous swords re-emerged. At that time, all the Konoha High Command, including Danzo, believed that the land of Earth's daimyo was causing trouble. They instinctively overlooked what Hirakawa Kyodai had mentioned earlier, that Luminous Moon Knight was acquired from a wandering ninja. Uchiha Rong nodded at this moment. Indeed, with the power of the land of Earth's daimyo, it was not sufficient to infiltrate Konoha and deeply steal the famous swords from the Miyamoto clan. Therefore, the wandering ninja who sold Luminous Moon Knight to Hirakawa Kyodai is the key. Although the Exchange Gold Association is supported by the 5 great daimyo, it has studied the bodies of ninjas from various villages to uncover some of the secrets of their jutsu. With significant resource investment, the daimyo have acquired hidden ninja power. However, under similar conditions, The inheritance of ninja techniques varies greatly depending on the resources invested. If it were the daimyo of the Land of Fire, sending out a few S-rank ninjas might have a chance to steal the moonlit night. In contrast, the Land of Earth lacks such conditions and strength. According to recent intelligence from Uchiha Rong, the quasi-kage power of the Land of Fire's daimyo should not exceed 10 people. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have even fewer, not exceeding 3. The same goes for the Land of Water. The Land of Wind's daimyo may not even have any ninjas at the quasi-kage level. After all, researching and developing ninja inheritance consumes manpower and resources comparable to scientific research. The Land of Fire is like a developed country, investing the most resources, which naturally creates a fundamental difference from developing countries. If we compare ninja clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka all belong to major clans that have produced Kage-level ninjas in modern times. Among them, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi form the first tier, as they have not experienced a break in Kage-level appearance. Apart from their large family size, the quality of inheritance is also evident. Shimura and Inuzuka, along with Kairaku and Kuu, fall into the second tier as they intermittently produce Kage-level ninjas. The third tier includes clans like Inuzuka, Aburame, and Miyamoto, which once flourished but have experienced long-term breaks in Kage-level inheritance. Theoretically, the inheritance of the third tier also belongs to the Kage level. If we must draw a stark contrast among the three tiers, we can loosely compare them to the grading of martial arts techniques. The first tier is S-Class Superior. The second tier is S-Class Intermediate, and the third tier is S-Class Inferior. Below there are the upper ninja clans. The most elite, like the Waihai clan, and the most declining, like the Kurama clan, represent the pinnacle of ninja power in the Land of Fire, which currently lies at the level of the Waihai clan. The difference is merely due to sufficient resource investment and a larger population base, leading to a few quasi-kage ninjas emerging. The other four countries' daimyo are at the level of the Kurama clan. Due to differences in national strength and financial resources, the pinnacle ninja power also varies. Their only advantage is having more CH nin than ninja villages and a number of J nin comparable to those in ninja villages, enabling them to surround and kill isolated Kage-level ninjas. Danzo naturally understands this principle. He immediately said, "I will have the root investigate the whereabouts of this wandering ninja with full force." Finally finding a clear lead amid the chaos, Danzo expressed great confidence. Within the territory of Konoha, since such a clear clue has emerged, no one can evade Root's investigation. Danzo was still confident about this. Remember to notify me as soon as there is new intelligence. Seeing this, Danzo nodded, formed a hand seal, and actively dispersed the shadow clone. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, after receiving the memories from the shadow clone, Danzo immediately shared the intelligence with Minato Namikaze. There seems to be a new Kage-level force that has plotted the theft of the Moonlit Night and an attack on the auction. Such a significant event naturally does not need to be concealed from the Hokage. In the face of external threats, the internal power struggles within Konoha must be temporarily set aside. Are you saying there is an unknown force lurking in the shadows? Could it be the Akatsuki organization? Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, frowned. After all, he had just deduced through Kenjiro's identification that the puppet master was likely connected to the rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. Although there were still many unreasonable aspects, all current clues pointed to the Akatsuki organization. Whether it was Sasori's puppet techniques or the peak ninja power surpassing that of the Fire Country's daimyo, it seemed that only the Akatsuki fit this condition in the current ninja world. However, Danzo, after pondering for a while, directly refuted, inciting suspicion between the ninja villages and using the hand of the Earth Country's daimyo to complicate the situation does not align with Akatsuki's behavioral logic. To this, Minato nodded in agreement. They had been investigating the Akatsuki for more than a day or two. Ever since they learned that the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident was Obito, they have been keeping a close eye on this rogue ninja organization. There's a saying that the person who knows you best is your enemy. Therefore, combining the past series of actions of the Akatsuki organization and analyzing that they do not have the conditions to cultivate a large number of puppet masters, Namikaze Minato's expression became increasingly serious. It seems that there really is a hidden mastermind existing at a deeper level. Upon reaching this conclusion, the high-ranking officials of Konoha present became vigilant. Although the Akatsuki organization is in opposition to the 5 great ninja villages, at least they are enemies rather than friends with the 5 great nations. However, This newly emerged mysterious force, suspected to have shadow-level strong individuals, could become a significant event that would overturn the system of the 5 countries and 5 villages if they cooperated with a certain feudal lord. Unlike the concerns of the higher-ups in Konoha, Uchiha Rong, back in her own courtyard, had some deeper speculations. The puppet technique of Scorpion, and the dozens of non-existent sand shinobi, could it be because of that? Chapter 243, Surface Tension Sambo 1. You return to Konoha and help me investigate something through the security department. Connecting to a certain possibility, Uchiha Rong sent a message to Yunxiang, secretly recalling her. That evening, Yunxiang was sent back to the Uchiha clan grounds by Rong using Flying Thunder God. Master, what do you need me to do? I need you to use the power of the clan's internal forces, mobilizing the guards and retainers to secretly investigate the recent shipping conditions of major pharmacies and blacksmiths in the village. Additionally, take out a portion of the refined metals stored in the clan and distribute them to the shops under the Masonic order for sale. Yes. Yunxiang didn't ask why this had to be done and turned to leave directly. Wait, keep a close watch on who bought this batch of refined metals. Just find out their whereabouts without alarming them. All right, I understand. As Yuji Bo long departed, his eyes narrowed slightly. I hope I'm overthinking it. If that's the case, things could get more complicated. The reason this matter wasn't handed over to the root is precisely because he is still uncertain whether his suspicions are correct. Additionally, sending different groups out in batches makes it less likely to attract the attention of other forces. In the following days, it felt like the calm before a storm. The preliminary, semi-final, and final rounds of the exchange meeting finally came to a close. Yuji Bolong, using his refined lightning chakra and water release, hazy moonlit night, undoubtedly secured first place in the exchange meeting. He selflessly donated the 30 billion prize to the Hidden Leaf Village. This action further elevated Yuji Bolong's reputation in Konoha, making him almost a hero. In fact, achieving first place with water release, hazy moonlit night, was almost inevitable. Although it's a bit harsh from an innovative perspective, this S-rank ninjutsu had already been created by predecessors. However, it belongs to a lost art that was redeveloped by later generations. Its ability to take on multiple opponents and the remarkable achievements once established by the Miyamoto clan make it indisputably the best. Other S-rank ninjutsu, like Kakashi's Raikiri or the second Hokage's multi-shadow clone technique, have significant limitations. The former is high single-target damage, while the latter is a forbidden technique. Only water release. Hazy Moonlit Night has low chakra consumption, allowing it to effortlessly cut down lower-tier opponents and create a clear advantage when facing opponents of the same level, achieving a one-against-many effect. This is truly a ninjutsu that can contend with thousands. After that, Kakashi, with his S-rank enhanced version of Raikiri, won second place, earning 16 billion in prize money, which he also chose to donate to the village. However, the third place was somewhat unexpected for everyone. It was actually taken by the Sound Ninja Village. There is a female ninja named Duyuno, who is 22 years old. Her participating ninjutsu, Magic Flute, Dream Illusion, although rated only A-class, surprisingly achieves a certain degree of sensory influence with its novel sound wave-based large-scale illusion. If it weren't for the fact that this illusion technique can be resisted by strong mental power, it could almost become a ninjutsu that can take on thousands. Of course, there are also illusions that surpass it in terms of illusion techniques. However, at the ninja exchange meeting, those established ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and physical techniques were not considered innovative. Thus, she earned third place. The subsequent rankings were not surprising. Fourth place went to Irika Yumino, fifth place to the Hidden Clouds Yagura, sixth to the Hidden Rock, and seventh to Kankaros Iron Sand Puppet. The reason it only ranks seventh is that puppet techniques have a low spread in general, and the Iron Sand Puppet is unique to the Sand Village. If it weren't for the Iron Sand Puppet's overwhelming combat power, which defeated all opponents, including Irika Yumino's Frost Dragon and Uchiha Rongin's Rock Clone, in a decisive victory during the finals, it might not have even secured seventh place. Although Uchiha Rong's Rock Clone was not weak, it was limited to using only one ninjutsu, and the Iron Sand Puppet happened to counter it. With the Thunder Refinement only slightly affecting Kankuro, it was not surprising that he was defeated by the Iron Sand Crow. Following that, 8th place went to Gaara's Sand Release, 9th to the Hidden Mist, and 10th again to the Hidden Rock. In this exchange meeting, no ninja from outside the ninja villages made it into the top 10. However, the Sand Village, although not in the top 3, managed to secure 2 spots in the top 10. This instantly brought great fame to the Sand Village, especially Kankaros Iron Sand Puppet, which, although not rated highly according to the standard of innovative ninjutsu, displayed combat power that truly shocked the entire venue by combining Iron Sand abilities with puppet techniques. Kankuro, a boy only in his teens, surprisingly possessed nearly S-class combat power. This caused a significant change in the perception of the Sand Village among various factions. Of course, this was precisely the effect the Sand Village needed. With the conclusion of the pre-competition exchange meeting, the ninja tournament officially began a few days later. Unlike the exchange meeting that showcased innovative ninjutsu, the ninja tournament was a true competition of combat power. Moreover, the final rankings of the ninja tournament would no longer be about prize money, but rather the redistribution of resources such as minerals over the next 10 years. This is much more important than the pre-match communication meeting. Just before the official start of the ninja tournament, under the joint investigation of the Root and the Umbu, they finally caught the wandering ninja who sold the famous blade Oboro Yoru to Kiyoshi Hirakawa, based on some clues. Meanwhile, there's also been new progress on Yunxiang's side. Hokage building. Sure enough, it's the same group of people. How is this possible? This is the unique chakra fluctuation of the Toyotomi clan. Temari checked the chakra fluctuation of the captive in front of her, her face filled with disbelief. If I Love Luo's inheritance comes from the Sanwon clan, and Kanjiro's puppet technique comes from Granny Chiyo's Takanon clan, then Temari's wind release originates from the Toyotomi clan of Sunagakure. Shinji's teacher is Maki, and Maki's teacher is an elder of the Toyotomi clan. Therefore, there is absolutely no way Shinji could misidentify this special wind release chakra fluctuation. Interesting. I didn't expect that not only has the puppet technique leaked from Sunagakure, but even the wind release inheritance has been obtained by external forces? Danzo said with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Gaara all wore expressions that were terrifyingly grim. Yet, they had no words to refute him. Compared to the notion of a heritage leak, it was far better than admitting that these people were indeed ninjas from Sunagakure. Once it was confirmed that these troublemakers came from Sunagakure, the situation would be entirely different. Meanwhile, on the Uchiha clan side, Master, a small portion of the refined metal we sold has been bought by various major powers, while most of it has been purchased by a group of unknown wandering ninjas. I just found out that the stronghold of these wandering ninjas is a mountain village outside the village. Listening to Yunxiang's report, Uchiha Rong's expression was inexplicable. All right, you can leave now. This time, it seems I have to take action myself to catch this little mouse hiding in the dark. In fact, by now, combining the intelligence from Danzo's roots and this side of Yunxiang, he has already confirmed a certain speculation. These mysterious visitors sold the luminous Moon Knight to the representatives of the land of Earth's daimyo, obtaining 100 million in funding. The batch released now is the most suitable for creating puppet shells with refined metal. Is indeed bait. Now, the fish has taken the hook. Chapter 244. The disturbed time and space. Uchiha Rong changed into a nondescript dark ninja outfit and vanished from the Uchiha clan grounds like a ghost. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain around Konoha, he quickly arrived near the mountain village reported by Yunxiang. Just from the outside, it looked like a very normal mountain village, with ordinary strong men patrolling the wooden walls. Quite a good disguise. With Yunxiang's intelligence, Uchiha Rong would naturally not be deceived by appearances. He immediately formed the Tiger Hand seal. The next moment, as a specific chakra was mobilized, dozens of shadow clones, each possessing a card of chakra, appeared around him. In terms of reconnaissance, shadow clones are indeed more useful. Once important information is obtained, the shadow clones can actively disperse at any time, transmitting what they have seen and heard back to the main body. As for the differences in hand seals for the shadow clone technique, it relates to the structure of ninjutsu. A skilled user often only needs the boar or tiger hand seal to perform the shadow clone technique. From the gestures, it is not hard to see that the boar seal looks like a cross, and the tiger seal, isn't it just the shape of the character, person? That's right. Among various physical clone ninjutsu, the function of hand seals, besides guiding chakra output, also has a role in assisting in shaping. As the dozens of shadow clones began to form seals, they gradually sank underground. Uchiha Rong hid himself in the forest outside the mountain village and waited in place. About 15 minutes later, shadow clones began to actively dispel their jutsu, and various pieces of information surged into his mind like returning swallows. Until one shadow clone transmitted back the form of a person, Uchiha Rong's pupils slightly contracted. It was a young man with short red hair, around 24 or 25 years old. He wore a black ninja outfit and had a ninja forehead protector with an inverted hourglass pattern on his forehead. It really was him. Uchiha Rong's expression became hesitant for a moment. This figure was none other than Scorpion. To be precise, it was the adult version of Scorpion. A living Scorpion who had not turned himself into a puppet. And the forehead protector he wore was from Sunagakure, with no scratch indicating he was a rogue ninja. This is troublesome. Although Uchiha Rong had anticipated this, the scene still caught him off guard. The amount of information was simply too great. Because when he gave Scorpion that Sandiron core, he had made a little modification to it, leaving a bit of kaleidoscope ocular chakra within the core Sandiron chakra. Therefore, Uchiha Rong could now roughly pinpoint the location of Scorpion based on this. At this moment, Scorpion should be operating in the land of grass. But now, another Scorpion had appeared in Konoha. At that time, Uchiha Rong speculated that there might have been an issue with the Lulan Dragon Vein, causing a disturbance in time and space. The ninja world was welcoming some unexpected guests. But it wasn't until he saw the adult version of Scorpion that Uchiha Rong realized that the problem seemed to be even more serious than he had imagined. Different trajectories of parallel time and space. SC charred Dinger's cat. However, before Uchiha Rong could think further, an air cannon had already attacked. Instinctively, he used a body flicker technique to leave the original spot. Hee, was I discovered after all? As expected of a Konoha ninja, with a voice ringing out. The adult version of Scorpion emerged from the forest, flanked by two lifelike male puppets. The air cannon, just now, was fired by one of the black-haired puppets. It was clear that Uchiha Rong's shadow clone infiltration had alerted the opponent. At this moment, upon seeing the appearance of those two human puppets, Uchiha Rong's pupils contracted again. The black-haired puppet had a cross-shaped scar on its chin. The other long-haired puppet's appearance was unfamiliar, but it had a pair of eyes that Uchiha Rong was very familiar with. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Holy crap. That version of Danzo from that time and space was actually taken out by this guy. Looking at the familiar appearance of the short-haired puppet, Uchiha Rong's mouth twitched slightly. This world is too crazy. If it were someone else seeing two identical ninjas, their first reaction might be something like cloning technology. But Uchiha Rong, who was well aware of the existence of the Lulan Dragon Vein, was certain that this guy opposite was definitely a visitor from another world. Just like Naruto Uzumaki from the original timeline, who traveled back 20 years. Are you ready for your last words? Clearly, this Scorpion did not like waiting for people. Not only was he not in a hurry to attack, but he was also looking at Uchiha Rong with great interest. The reason Scorpion disliked waiting for people was that when his parents were on a mission, they made him stay at home and wait for them to return. In the end, he waited for a very long time. So, Scorpion hated waiting for people. As for the Scorpion in front of him, not to mention that living body, just from the vast chakra emanating from him, comparable to 50 cards, Uchiha Rong, even without the positioning of the genuine Scorpion, could completely distinguish that this was not the same person. After transforming himself into a regenerative core, Scorpion chakra was forever fixed at 13 cards, with no possibility of growth. This was to exchange for immortality. Oh, last words? You look quite confident. After the initial shock, Uchiha Rong also began to assess the other party. How long have you guys been in our ninja world? Do you know the me of this world? Upon hearing this, the Scorpion, who was already prepared to attack, suddenly changed his expression and stopped his movements. Although he had already guessed most of it, hearing the other party admitted in person still left Uchiha Rong feeling somewhat unable to accept. If you were to say that because of the Dragon Vein, a young Scorpion was brought over, he could still understand. But this guy who brought along Danzo's puppet and Uchiha puppet, Uchiha Rong simply couldn't imagine what kind of world the other party's time and space was like. Could it really be like SC Chardinger's cat? A cat that is both dead and alive, with the death and life of the cat split into 2 parallel universes? Or perhaps, Scorpion's parents' death and life were split into 2 parallel ninja worlds. The ninja world where Uchiha Rong was located was the one where Scorpion had defected from Sunagakure. And this guy in front of him came from a ninja world where Scorpion had not defected? No matter whether you recognize me or not, you all deserve to die here. Seeing that Uchiha Rong had stopped speaking, Scorpion finally lost his patience. The next moment, the 2 human puppets launched their attacks. Wind style, vacuum wave, eye technique, illusionary eye. What surprised Uchiha Rong was that this Scorpion was actually not controlling the human puppets through chakra threads. It's a crazy world, but I'm quite interested in your puppetry skills. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong easily dodged all the incoming vacuum waves with his body flicker technique. As for the 3 Tomo Sharingan, it was naturally useless against him. While evading, he had already taken out a sealing scroll and released the improved puppets, Tanuki, Fujiu, and Liangxiu. Under the control of Wood Release's creation ability, The three puppets autonomously launched attacks without needing chakra threads. However, just as Uchiha Roan was preparing to play with the puppetry battle and then capture his opponent, a familiar and unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Oni-chan, Easy seems to smell something familiar. Following that, three figures, two large and one small, appeared out of thin air. His mother, Uchiha Mihue, smiled sweetly and said, "Finally, someone from that side has come. Perhaps we can go home now." Uchiha Jin also rarely showed a smile. "Yes. Since we found our son and waited for the opportunity to go back, it really is time to go home and take a look." Introduction. In July of the 48th year of Konoha, the Third Great Ninja War was coming to an end. At this moment, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was in power, and Shisui was beginning to shine. The Nine-Tails attack on the night had not yet occurred. Lin Xianyu had arrived. His original self was Shisui's cousin, the grandson of Kagami. His parents were alive, and he had a lovely younger sister. He was the most normal Uchiha, not involved in coups, honestly doing business, and taking time to guide the juniors while carefully managing and protecting his little home.